The three-dimensional panel clearly listed the mission details. Fan Kairui winced as he read. Though he considered himself a football fan, he had barely ever kicked a ball and hadn't touched one at all since graduating high school. Bounced the ball 100 times with each of 10 different body parts. This was practically an impossible mission. The system sensed his hesitation and immediately encouraged him. He who endures hardship shall rise above all others. Imagine host that 9-figure bank account. Imagine countless female football fans admiring you. Fan Kairui had been broke before transmigrating with zero romantic experience. The grand picture the system painted was irresistible. But then he suddenly remembered something and quickly asked the system, "Depeo, in all those novels I read, the protagonist can control their body almost immediately after transmigrating. Some even get stronger right away. Why do I have to start from scratch? Can't you just let me adapt to this body directly?" The body's previous owner was a genius youth from the Ajax Academy. If he could fully control it, juggling a ball would be a piece of cake. That's a great question, host. The system explained, because you are a cross-time-space soul directly occupying this body. The original body instinctively rejects any non-original soul. But don't worry, host. All rejection reactions have been fully handled by the system. However, football skills are external abilities. You'll need to relearn them through targeted training. With yours truly, Depeo, assisting you surpassing Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi is just around the corner. After this official explanation, Fan Kairui half understood, but his spirits were lifted again. Let's go, time to head home and train. Following the memories in his mind, he arrived at a 2-story European-style villa on the outskirts of Amsterdam. As Fan Kairui reached the garden gate, he spotted a white-haired grandmother with curly hair bending over to tend to several clusters of tulips. The name Grandma immediately popped into his mind. Memories flooded back. His pre-transmigration self had been an orphan. His heart warmed instantly, and his eyes grew misty. This Dutch grandmother was named Van Valerie, the previous body's grandmother, though not by blood. Over 40 years ago, she and her husband had adopted a 4-year-old Fan William from the Celestial Empire, raising him until he started his own family. The previous body's obsession with football had much to do with this grandmother because she herself was a die-hard football fan, a loyal supporter of both Ajax and the Dutch national team. Van Valerie turned her head and saw Fan Kairui standing dumbly at the gate. Deep wrinkles spread across her smiling face. "Kairui, what are you standing there for? Come inside. Grandma baked your favorite pizza." Fan Kairui quickly wiped the corner of his eye, pushed open the wooden gate, and stepped forward, casually taking the small trowel from her hand. In fluent Dutch, he said, "Grandma, let's save the pizza for later. Let me help you clear the weeds first." The old lady knew he was filial, smiled, and turned back into the house. After working for half an hour, Fan Kairui was drenched in sweat and headed straight for the bathroom. He looked up and saw the face in the mirror, instantly stunned. Damn, this handsome. The brows, eyes, nose, and lips were flawless, like a character straight out of a manga. His lips always seemed to carry a faint mischievous smirk, adding an indescribable charm. Looking at himself, he felt this look might even surpass Kaká or Beckham. No wonder the previous owner. He muttered, shaking his head. After lunch, Fan Kairui grabbed a football and headed to the small pitch in the backyard, planning to try juggling with different body parts. Though his looks were impressive, now failing the mission would deduct 30. That would be unacceptable. Whether for this face or to one day rival Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, this beginner mission had to be conquered. He took a deep breath full of fighting spirit, released his hands, lifted his right foot, and used the instep to catch the falling ball. He planned to juggle once with the right foot, then switch to the left, then the knee, cycling through. But the idea was good. Reality was a bit off. The ball didn't touch the instep at all, it hit the outside of his foot instead. The ball shot off with a pop, veering wildly off course, and he couldn't reach it with his left foot in time. Fan Kairui smiled awkwardly, figuring he hadn't touched a ball in too long, and lost the feel. He retrieved the ball and tried again. This time he was slightly more prepared. It was a bit better than the first attempt, but only marginally. Right foot, left knee. And there it goes again. He frowned, tried again defiantly, but the result was the same. He could juggle a few times, but was far short of 100 cycles. He tried over and over, switching body parts, but never exceeded 10 consecutive touches. Fan Kairui sat down on the grass, a bit discouraged, shouting at the system, "43.99, this isn't going to work. A real man should never admit he's incapable." The system advised slowly. "Seriously, are you jealous of my absurdly handsome face? Host, you really have a wild imagination," the system said with a slightly helpless tone. "But at my current level, how can I possibly finish the mission in 24 hours? The system was silent for a moment, then reminded him, "Big brother host, did you forget about the newbie gift pack?" "Oh." Fan Kairui slapped his forehead hard, his heart blooming with joy. "Newbie gift pack. The starter kit that every system protag makes his fortune from. How could I forget that? I shouldn't have." Without waiting for the system to urge him again, with a thought, the simple system panel before his eyes switched to the inventory. He chanted silently, "Open the newbie gift pack." A box popped up on the three-dimensional display. Several streaks of colorful light flashed, and the box opened itself. The system's notification sounded. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Hidden Talent Super Learning Ability." Ding. "Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Hidden Talent Natural Ball Feel." Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 4x clutch finish experience vouchers. Below were a few lines of small text explaining super learning ability. Learn everything a step faster, natural ball feel. An innate affinity with football, making ball handling feel effortless, clutch finish voucher. The less match time remaining, the higher the chance of scoring, when used to shoot up to a 50 boost each voucher, lasting 1 minute. Holy crap. Fan Kairui blurted out, a Chinese expletive beaming. The newbie gift pack is truly the express elevator to the peak of life. Meanwhile, the system was also wondering, this host luck is just too good, isn't it? 2 top-tier hidden talents right off the bat. Looks like I need to get along well with this master. Maybe my own promotion and raise depend on him in the future. Especially super learning ability. It's top tier, even among hidden talents. Congratulations, host, on consecutively obtaining rare grade hidden talents. Fan Kairui listened and felt like the system's congratulations carried a bit of a flattering tone. Rare grade hidden talents. The system immediately replied, talents are divided into hidden and ordinary. Just think of it as the difference between advanced and basic. Both you obtained are the highest grade rare tier among hidden talents. 2 at once. No one's luck is this good. I see. Fan Kairui's fighting spirit surged instantly, feeling the whole world had opened up. He calmed his emotions and walked over to pick up the football. But he didn't rush to juggle. Instead, he slowly rolled the ball with the sole of his right foot, carefully feeling the leather's texture. It wasn't long before he felt the ball seemingly connecting with him, the sense of familiarity growing clearer. This was clearly the natural ball feel starting to take effect. His right sole gently pulled back, toes flicked up, and the ball obediently bounced to knee height. As it fell, he cushioned it with his instep and flicked it up. The whole sequence flowed much more smoothly than before. Left instep, left thigh, right shoulder. The ball juggling up to this point made Fan Kairui feel a bit pleased with himself. But the right shoulder control wasn't quite right, and the ball drifted slightly off course. If this were before, he'd have panicked and fumbled. But now, with natural ball feel and super learning ability backing him up, he reacted almost the instant the ball drifted. He shifted half a step to the right, and his right thigh calmly cushioned it upward, bringing the ball back into control. After this little episode, he trained with even more focus. While juggling, he silently counted in his mind, left instep, left thigh, right thigh. Over and over again. He still made occasional mistakes and had to start over. But Fan Kairui didn't lose heart at all. In fact, the more he practiced, the more energized he became. Thanks to those 2 rare grade talents, he could clearly feel himself getting closer to completing the mission, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. On the second floor balcony, Valerie watched her grandson with a gratified smile. This was the first time in over a year since her adopted son's passing that she saw her grandson smile so naturally. Football really is a good medicine. Fan Kairui's feel for the ball grew smoother, his mistakes fewer. After about 2.5 hours, the system's notification rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the newbie mission. The gacha function is now unlocked, and you've gained 1 skill gacha opportunity. Ding! Newbie mission completed. Advanced mission triggered. I am a superstar newbie on the road. Mission requirements: complete 10 sets of dribbling, 10 sets of high-speed direction changes, 10 sets of standing beat-off, 10 sets of stopping and shooting at different distances with different body parts. Note: standard quality must be met with reference to tutorial videos. Mission time limit: 24 hours. Countdown starts from now. Mission reward: increase corresponding ability values based on completion. Quality: talent, injury resistance. Failure penalty: IQ reduced by 10. Injury resistance enhances physique, greatly reduces injury risk. Not bad. Fan Kairui had been worried that playing professionally would easily lead to getting injured, making no money but lying in hospital first. With this talent, it was like insurance for his career. The random ability boost was like timely help, allowing his personal skills to grow another notch. Not bad at all. As for the difficulty of the task, he chuckled. With innate ball sense and super learning ability at his disposal, wasn't this task a piece of cake? Even a 24-hour time limit felt more than enough. The countdown only starts after the command is issued. Brother system, you're really thoughtful. The system replied modestly, gotta keep up with the times. Since the time limit would begin tomorrow, Fan Kairui decided to rest today and train at the Ajax Youth Academy tomorrow. Now what to do? Of course, it was time for the lucky draw. Switch to the draw function. With a thought, the panel before him shifted and a 9 grid appeared in the center. Apart from the center square marked skill draw, the other 8 squares were all question marks, making it impossible to tell what could be drawn. Fan Kairui didn't mind, his luck was strong today, and maybe something great would come out again. Commence skill draw. The 4 characters skill draw sank downward, and the 9 grid came to life. Dazzling lights lit up from the first square, sweeping through each square in sequence faster and faster, until finally stopping at the 6th square. A system notification sound immediately rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the advanced skill Lethal Pass. Lethal Pass: within 60 seconds after activation, any pass that can tear open the opponent's defense has a 30% chance to directly convert into an assist score. Note: can be used only once per match. Upgradable current level LV1. Whoa, this skill is amazing. Although the duration was only 1 minute, within that minute every pass had a 30% chance to become a goal. And it could be upgraded. That was almost game-breaking. Fan Kairui immediately thought that if he ever faced a team that parked the bus, he could activate this skill at the right moment, whip a few crosses into the box, and one of them would surely be converted into a goal. With this system, reaching the pinnacle of life seems truly within reach. He could already envision the day when he would be so accomplished that even Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi would be left in his wake. The feeling was so wonderful that he couldn't help laughing out loud, In the living room, old Madame Van Valerie, hearing the laughter from her adopted grandson's room, raised an eyebrow slightly. She felt the boy had seemed a little odd since he came home today. Could he have been upset by something at the youth academy? Although her adopted grandson was of Tianqiao descent, she was after all a permanent honorary member of Ajax, and no one at the youth academy would ever dare to engage in racial discrimination. What else could it be? The old lady thought for a moment, then picked up the phone and called the youth academy director, said Wayali, and asked directly about Fan Kairui's situation today. What? He got hit in the face by a clearance from Matthias de Ligt and passed out for half a minute. The old lady's voice shot up. Why didn't you tell me sooner, you old duffer? Do you believe I can rally the members to remove you from your position? She lectured him on the phone for nearly a minute before hanging up in a huff. When she looked back toward Fan Kairui's room, her eyes had already softened with deep affection. She and her late husband had been unable to have children, so over 40 years ago they adopted Fan Kairui's father, Fan William. More than 10 years ago her husband passed away, and a year ago her adopted son and daughter-in-law died unexpectedly. Now only she and this adopted grandson were left to rely on each other. All she wished was for the boy to be happy every day. And right now Fan Kairui did indeed look quite happy. Drenched in sweat, Fan Kairui returned to his room, took a shower, and then plopped down in front of the computer. He searched on Google and Xiandu to see what this world was all about. It turned out that this world was 99 similar to his original one. The only difference was that the world's leading superpower here was the nation of Tianqiao. Tianqiao ranked first in every aspect except for football, where it was absolutely at the bottom. With that, Fan Kairui's mind began to race. He realized that he might just make a fortune this summer. The 2016 UEFA Euro in France would kick off in just half a month. Dark Horse Iceland, even greater Dark Horse Wales, and that Portugal side that drew their way through the group stage, but eventually won the championship. The Golden Boot winner was Griezmann. For someone who had once been a soccer betting hound, this information was second nature. Of course, he couldn't rush into betting now, he needed to plan carefully. After dinner, Fan Kairui was idle in his room. With a thought, the three-dimensional interface of the Super Striker system materialized at a comfortable position before his eyes. He noticed that the main page now had 2 additional tabs, personal attributes and achievements, aside from the draw. When did these 2 pop up? The system responded immediately, explaining that they had been unlocked when the binding was successful. He just hadn't noticed, because he had dashed off too quickly after kicking away a passerby's football. Open personal attributes. The interface changed with his thoughts switching to that page. Host Fan Kairui. Age 17 years, 4 months, 6 days. Height 182 centimeters. Weight 69. 5 kilograms. Strength 56. Stamina 60. Jumping 72. Speed 81. Acceleration 83. Heading 49. Shooting 52. Long shots 52. Shot power 60. Positioning 53. Free kicks 49. Penalties 58. Short passing 56. Crossing 50. Long passing 45. Dribbling 51. Ball control 53. Technique 57. Reaction 62. Balance 68. Talent super learning ability. Innate ball sense. Skill lethal pass. Looking at the full set of 20 attributes, Fan Kairui felt a little frustrated. Except for speed and acceleration, which were above 80 and most of the other stats hovered below 60. The system comforted him at just the right moment. Host, you are gifted with extraordinary talent and learn everything quickly. Moreover, completing advanced missions can randomly increase attributes, and by then you will naturally be rejuvenated. Fan Kairui thought this made sense. The system had just been activated, and growing stronger would take time. Being invincible from the start might be satisfying, but missing out on the thrill of striving for greatness would be somewhat of a regret. With that thought, he felt confident about the future again. Let's go. The next morning, Fan Kairui boarded the shuttle to the Ajax Youth Academy. As soon as he got on, his friend de Ligt approached with a sincere look. Kairui, I'm really sorry about yesterday. Next time I'll be more careful when I clear the ball. Fan Kairui smiled and waved his hand, saying in fluent Dutch, Matthias, speaking of that, I should really thank you. What? Thank me? De Ligt froze, and the youth team players nearby looked puzzled. Some even wondered if Fan Kairui had been kicked silly yesterday. Fan Kairui grinned. Honestly, if you hadn't knocked some sense into me with that kick yesterday, I'd probably still be drifting through life, aimlessly getting further and further away from the first team. He paused, lowering his voice, but with a determined edge. I heard that you're guaranteed a spot in the first team next season. I'm half a year older than you. I can't let you leave me behind, right? De Ligt saw the familiar smile on his friend's face, and the weight in his heart lifted. He raised his arm with bold pride. Of course not. The Ajax twin stars will make a name for themselves across Europe in the future. Let's go to the first team together and make our mark. Yeah, let's go to the first team together and make our mark. Fan Kairui raised his hand and gave him a firm high five. At that moment, Justin Kluivert, sitting in the front row, turned his head and let out a cold sneer. He was the son of head coach Kluivert, played left wing, and had once been Fan Kairui's substitute. Only last year had he replaced him to become a starter. He sneered sarcastically, anyone can say nice words, right? Before Fan Kairui could speak, De Ligt was already displeased and shot back. Justin, if your dad weren't Patrick Kluivert, would you even be able to stay comfortably in the Ajax Youth Academy? Say that again if you dare. Young Kluivert jumped up, his face flushing red, and clenched his fists. De Ligt also stood up abruptly. With his height of over 1.8 meters, he looked down at young Kluivert, who was only around 1.7 meters, without backing down. I said if it weren't for. Seeing that the two were about to come to blows on the bus, Fan Kairui pulled De Ligt back into his seat and said calmly, why bother arguing with someone who has a sharp tongue? If a fight delayed your chance to enter the first team, wouldn't that be a loss? In football, your feet speak for you. Who can play and who can't is not determined by his mouth alone. Hearing that, De Ligt calmed down. Indeed, it wasn't worth delaying important matters for this. Young Kluivert, however, fixed his gaze on Fan Kairui's face and suddenly spoke up. Do you dare to make a bet? What's the bet? Fan Kairui was a bit curious. In this afternoon's intra-squad match, whoever scores fewer goals will willingly get out of the youth academy. What do you say? Young Kluivert raised his chin defiantly. Justin, are you crazy? De Ligt quickly tugged at Fan Kairui. Kairui, don't listen to him. Fan Kairui originally thought this bet was boring and winning or losing would bring trouble. But at that moment, a ding sounded in his mind, and the system notification popped out, provocation detected. As the host of the Super Striker system, how can your momentum be weaker than others? You must accept Justin Kluivert's bet. Mission requirement: accept and defeat Justin Kluivert. Mission reward: gain attention from the first team. Failure penalty: male ability permanently reduced by 30. Fan Kairui's heart skipped a beat. Leaving aside the dreadful penalty, the reward of first team attention alone was enough to tempt him. So do you dare or not? Seeing that he didn't answer immediately, young Kluivert's tone grew even more triumphant. Fan Kairui shrugged and suddenly smiled. All right, since you are so confident, I will grant you that. Justin, I will make you understand that some people are destined to be looked up to. His self-assured confidence infuriated Justin Kluivert. The latter clenched his teeth and fists tightly. Fine. Then we'll see. De Ligt knew Fan Kairui well enough to know that persuasion was futile and could only sigh inwardly. A year ago, Fan Kairui in his genius form could beat Justin Kluivert like it was child's play, but now it was doubtful. Having not trained seriously for so long, his form had long faded. As with a boat sailing against the current, if you do not advance, you fall behind. He silently resolved that if he were on Fan Kairui's team in the afternoon, he would defend with all his might against Justin Kluivert and not allow him a single goal. The wager spread through the entire U19 team like a gust of wind in the blink of an eye. Even head coach Kluivert heard about it, but he didn't stop it. Instead, he thought it was good that the youngsters were competitive. He also wanted to see how much of his skill Fan Kairui had left after being quiet for so long. After a simple warm-up in the morning, Fan Kairui greeted the coach and went to a nearby empty field to do extra practice on his own. He wanted to complete the advanced quest before the scrimmage to obtain the not easily injured talent and attribute points. Although he had system-given skills and items as a fallback, he preferred to win honorably through his own progress. Scoring more goals, huh? Who fears whom? He was pondering the training notes he had recorded last night when De Ligt jogged over. Kairui, practicing alone is so boring. How about I join you? Fan Kairui nodded. Not for now. I'll call you when I need help. Okay. Justin Kluivert caught a glimpse of Fan Kairui practicing the most basic technical moves alone on the adjacent pitch, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help curling up. He thought to himself that his odds of winning the afternoon's team scrimmage had increased. Basics were not something that could be made up by cramming at the last minute. Was it too late to practice now? He laughed inwardly. Head coach Kluivert stood by the coach's bench, lost in thought. He recalled that Fan Kairui had made a name for himself in Amsterdam through the perfect combination of speed and technique. Now this kid was fiercely focusing on fundamentals, seemingly trying to regain his former touch. Fan Kairui had been in Ajax's youth academy since he was 6, and his foundation had always been solid. Even after a year and a half of neglect, he was probably not bad at all. If he could keep training like this, making it back onto the first-team candidate list wasn't impossible. But then again, thinking he could catch up to his son, who improved every day with just one morning of extra practice, that was not realistic. Sure enough, when Fan Kairui first began the obstacle course using marker discs and cones, his movements were visibly stiff, completely unlike his past smooth flowing dribbling. Coach Kluivert shook his head and turned his gaze to his son and the other players. However, although Fan Kairui's movements were initially awkward, his hidden, super learning ability and natural ball sense were indeed formidable. As he kept practicing and the sets piled up, his sense of ball control gradually returned. Coach Kluivert casually glanced over and almost thought he was seeing things. How was it that Fan Kairui's dribbling now seemed even smoother than the peak performances he had seen on video? That was unscientific. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. He saw Fan Kairui using the most basic drag, chop, and push moves to gracefully navigate past every obstacle on the ground, his body balanced with subtle fakes that could mislead an opponent. My God! Kluivert whispered, "That genius seems to have really come back." Fan Kairui did not notice the coach's gaze. After completing 10 sets of dribbling and 10 sets of high-speed changes of direction, he called his friend De Ligt over to continue with the remaining 10 sets of stationary escapes, 10 sets of ball trapping, and 10 sets of shooting. Thanks to the foundation he had built alone earlier, the stationary evasions went smoothly. De Ligt simply couldn't get the ball away under normal defending. After another set, De Ligt's competitive spirit was ignited. He deliberately used physical contact and some subtle dirty tricks to disrupt him. At first, Fan Kairui was a bit uncomfortable, but he quickly adjusted and kept the ball well protected. Unless De Ligt committed a foul, it was hard to get the ball from his feet. 10 sets of stationary evasions were soon completed. The continuous physical duel left both a bit breathless, so they decided to rest for 10 minutes. Moreover, the attribute enhancements from the advanced quest were calculated according to the quality of the training completion, so he could not be careless. During the break, Fan Kairui was not entirely idle. He touched the ball and repeatedly reviewed various ways of handling it in his mind. The more he touched the ball, the more apparent the effect of natural ball sense became. The football seemed to grow onto his foot, allowing him to stop it as he pleased. De Ligt gradually felt that the genius once nicknamed right-footed Robin seemed to have really returned. And as time passed, this feeling grew ever stronger. Sharing this feeling was Justin Kluivert, who was unwilling to accept reality. But the facts were right before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe. In order to score more goals than Fan Kairui in the afternoon scrimmage, his focus during training involuntarily rose by a large margin. This wager he absolutely could not lose. The final item was 10 sets of shots from varying distances and with different parts of the body ranging from 10 to 35 meters. To make things more effective, Fan Kairui also called Van Brayden, the U19 national youth team's starting goalkeeper, to help. Compared with the preceding 4 fundamental drills, this final shooting practice was considerably more difficult. Previously, it had been mostly individual technique and one-on-one duels, but now he faced a goalkeeper head-on. From shorter distances, Fan Kairui's shooting accuracy was passable. Within 20 meters, using his preferred right foot, it was nearly a sure shot. But when he switched to his non-dominant left foot, precision control became a struggle and his scoring rate plunged. When the shooting distance stretched beyond 25 meters, accuracy inevitably suffered in order to generate power. If his right foot was like that, what his left foot produced was even less presentable. As Fan Kairui finished the final shot with the outside of his left foot, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the advanced quest. You have acquired the not easily injured talent. The corresponding ability values have been improved according to your performance during the quest. Please wait. At the same time, a pleasant warm current swiftly swept through his body. Though it vanished in an instant, he knew clearly that his physique had been enhanced into one that was not easily wounded. With the system, it was truly reliable. Once the training session ended, the players dispersed to take showers and have a meal, storing up energy for the 3 o'clock scrimmage. Fan Kairui walked over, putting an arm around De Ligt and Van Brayden's shoulders. Mathies, Stan, thanks for this morning. De Ligt was glad from the bottom of his heart to see Fan Kairui regain his former spirit. Kairui, just being able to watch you play seriously again. I'd be willing to do extra practice every day, let alone this morning. Same for me. Van Brayden nodded nearby and gave Fan Kairui a friendly pat. All right, Fan Kairui smiled. It's settled. After today's match, I'll treat everyone to a delicious dinner in Chinatown. Really? De Ligt's eyes immediately lit up. Van Brayden said nothing, but his Adam's apple visibly moved. Of course. Fan Kairui declared, patting his chest. That's great. In that instant, the two almost shouted in unison. Walking behind Justin, Kluivert was already under great pressure. Seeing the three ahead chatting and laughing, the restlessness in his heart became even harder to suppress. At that moment, head coach Kluivert walked over and placed a hand on his son's shoulder. Justin, he said in a low voice, I believe in your talent and hard work. After all, Kairui has been idle for more than a year. Keep it up, Dad. Justin Kluivert looked into his father's eyes. That dejected remark was never spoken. Kluivert's gaze first went to Fan Kairui's back ahead, then turned back to fix on his son, his tone growing serious. A true strong person never fears challenges. As long as you have a strong enough belief, even if there are mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead, you can cross over and become a stronger version of yourself. A true strong person does not fear challenges. Justin Kluivert murmured, his gaze gradually focusing. Become a stronger self. By the end, the hesitation in his eyes had completely vanished, leaving only a fierce determination to win. This afternoon's match, he would take it at all costs. At 40, Kluivert had seen all kinds of storms. He could tell at a glance that his son's mental state had changed, and that confidence pleased him greatly. He was convinced that the one who would score more goals in the afternoon was definitely his son. After a nutritious lunch at the academy cafeteria, the U19 players had more than 2 hours of rest. Only at 2:30 did everyone gather again and begin half an hour of warm-up and stretching. Taking advantage of the time alone, Fan Kairui called up the system interface. On the three-dimensional interface, his personal attributes had been updated. Age 17 years, 4 months, and 7 days. Fan Kairui glanced over the refreshed data and felt that the hard training this morning had been worthwhile. He had not only obtained the long-coveted talent hard to injure, but his key attributes had also surged significantly. Dribbling gained the most, a full 28 points, while shooting and ball control each rose by roughly 20 points. The system had thoughtfully highlighted the improvements. His long-range shooting and shot power had not increased much, but he was not worried. With super learning ability in hand, he could address these shortcomings with targeted practice later. What mattered most now was that in this afternoon's intra-squad match, with his greatly improved stats, he had far more confidence in scoring. At 2:30 p.m., the U19 players gradually arrived at the dedicated pitch to prepare for the group match that would begin in half an hour. The first team season had ended. The players had either gone to their national teams or gone on vacation. Many die-hard fans with time to spare wandered over to the youth academy to watch the youth teams train and play. A few dozen fans had already gathered by the pitch. Fan Kairui immediately spotted a familiar figure wearing an Ajax No. 7 jersey. He looked closer and laughed. Wasn't that his grandmother Van Valerie? In his previous life, he had been all alone, but after transmigrating, he gained a doting grandmother. Fan Kairui felt he was truly fortunate. He ran over with a smile and hugged the Dutch elderly lady. "Grandma, why do you have time to watch my match?" "I had nothing to do at home, so I came to see how my grandson plays football." Grandma smiled and patted his back. Just as Fan Kairui happily let go, she shot him a smiling question. "Kairui, how many goals are you planning to score today?" He scratched his head and tossed the question back. "Grandma, how many would you like to see me score?" "How about a hat trick?" The old lady's eyes curved into crescents. "Are you confident?" Fan Kairui was pondering how to answer when a crisp ding suddenly sounded in his mind. The system notification had popped up out of nowhere. Ding! The expectation of a loved one. As the master of the Super Striker system, you must do your utmost to fulfill it. Mission requirement: hat trick. Time limit: 60-minute intra-squad match. Reward: 10 ability points. Penalty for failure: random deduction of 10 ability points. Fan Kairui's heart skipped a beat. This was so unfair, wasn't it? He had transmigrated into this body but hadn't played a single official match, and this lousy system was asking him to score 3 goals right off the bat. Didn't the system know that those Ajax U19 lads were all sharp cookies? Their baseline level could be the ceiling for other Eredivisie youth teams. How could he possibly score a hat trick in a place like this? It was practically impossible. This was simply robbing him of his attribute points. The system remained silent and unresponsive. Fan Kairui had no choice but to steel himself, thump his chest, and grin at his grandmother. No problem. After all, this was what Grandma wanted to see, so he had to give it a shot no matter what. The U19 boys, led by the fitness coach and assistant coach, went through light jogging, stretching, and short sprints. Head coach Kluivert and his assistant were arranging the starting lineup at the side. After warming up, the players came to the sideline one by one, putting on their trackers as they waited for kickoff. "Kairui, come on. Kairui, come on." Van Valerie completely transformed into a different person, waving her fan scarf and shouting more eagerly than anyone. As a lifelong honorary member of the club, she held considerable prestige among the fans. Many fellow members watching beside her joined in her cheers. Fan Kairui had been quiet for over a year, and the old fans who followed youth football mostly knew the reason. So no one said harsh words. Instead, they all encouraged him and hoped he would bounce back soon. Under so many gazes, Fan Kairui felt his fighting spirit surge. His friend De Ligt came over and muttered enviously, "You're so lucky to have so many supporters." "Hey, that's all thanks to my grandma." Fan Kairui laughed. Justin Kluivert, who would likely be assigned to the opposing team, was quietly building his resolve. His eyes were fixed on Fan Kairui as he calculated that he would definitely score more than his rival. He wanted Fan Kairui to know that the more supporters you had, the harder you would fall. "Come here, lads." Assistant coach Heitinga called out, holding the list. "Those whose names I call, come get a fluorescent vest from me. Those who aren't called, come get a red vest." He looked down and read, Stan Van Brederen Nisser, Mazraoui Mathies De Ligt. From goalkeeper to defenders to midfielders, the fluorescent vests were handed out one by one. When Heitinga finished calling the midfielders' names, De Ligt couldn't help but glance at Fan Kairui. He wanted to be on the same team as his friend, Justin Kluivert. Hearing Justin Kluivert's name, De Ligt sighed gloomily. Both Justin Kluivert and Fan Kairui played left wing, and before the match they had made a bet on goals. The coaching staff must have heard about it. According to the academy's old tradition, the two would never be placed on the same team. Sure enough, the last name Heitinga called was substitute center forward Rio Tezzoni. The 11 players whose names were called walked over to head coach Kluivert, while the remaining 12 stayed in front of Heitinga. Excluding the third goalkeeper, they also made up a full 11 to form the other team. Because of the squad adjustments, the intra-squad match would have only 30 minutes per half to keep everyone's stamina up. Ajax's tradition was total football, total attack, total defense. Both coaches were products of the club's own youth system, and their tactical core was the same. So today's match would be more about individual player performance. 10 minutes later, after Justin Kluivert and Heitinga had each explained their tactics, the two teams took the field and stood on opposite halves, waiting for fitness coach Kanopa, who was serving as referee, to blow his whistle. Fan Kairui stepped on the ball, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had already pulled up the technical characteristics of these youth team teammates from his memory. For the upcoming match, he knew exactly what to do. Beep. The whistle blew. Fan Kairui gently nudged the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it rolling to his teammate Danino on the right. This seemingly ordinary intra-squad match officially began. Danino did not pass it back. Instead, he used the inside of his foot to push the ball straight back to Fan Kairui. Fan Kairui, who had been ready to make a forward run, rolled his eyes. That guy must have seen Justin Kluivert pushing forward, so he deliberately passed the ball back to see how he would handle it. He usually seemed honest, but he actually had a sly streak. The ball rolled along the grass toward Fan Kairui. Justin Kluivert's eyes lit up. What had been a token press suddenly turned into a full-speed sprint as he lunged straight at him. De Ligt was fully focused and about to call out when he saw Fan Kairui take a half step to the right and push the ball forward with his right foot. The ball threaded precisely through Justin Kluivert's legs as he stretched to intercept. Fan Kairui started in place, swept in the opposite direction, and caught up with the ball. Whoa! A nutmeg always looks good, and the sideline erupted in cheers and whistles. Van Valerie raised her arm and waved it vigorously, cheering for her grandson. Justin Kluivert stood frozen in place. By the time he turned to chase, it was too late. Fan Kairui did not hesitate. Catching up to the ball, he immediately passed it out to the wing and then ran toward the position his tactics required. He was well aware of his own strengths and weaknesses. His speed was good, and so were his dribbling, ball control, and shooting, but his physical duels were a weak point and his long shots lacked power. So to score, his best bet was still to go one-on-one on the left half space, using his speed and changes of direction to cut inside. On the sidelines, head coach Kluivert shook his head with a wry smile. Being nutmegged was a little embarrassing, but after all, his son was a forward. It was normal that he wasn't good at defending. As long as he scored later, he would regain his pride. He pulled his thoughts back and looked at the pitch again. On the red-vested side, after a few passes, the ball arrived once more at the attacking left half space, rolling to Fan Kairui's feet. Two men stood in front of him, midfielder Ajax and right back Mazraoui. At the edge of the arc, Ekkelenkamp was also watching while De Ligt was covering from behind. There wasn't much room to break through, but left back Terheide suddenly made an overlapping run along the touchline, and Noah Lang, who had just passed, also pushed forward. Their movements immediately drew the attention of Mazraoui and Ajax away. Fan Kairui then raised his right foot as if to pass to Terheide. Sure enough, Mazraoui instinctively shuffled half a step to the right. In that moment, Fan Kairui dragged the ball to the right with the sole of his right foot, dropped his right shoulder, shifted his weight, and burst toward the half space with a sharp touch off the outside of his boot. His explosive power was indeed strong. Ajax's leg came in half a beat too late and touched nothing. Ekkelenkamp, guarding the left side of the arc, narrowed his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Fan Kairui to force his way through the half space. He made no defensive move at all, standing like a post, and watched helplessly as the opponent swept past his right side. Fan Kairui was surprised he got no reaction, but he quickly braked, nearly colliding with him. De Ligt was now fully focused. By their friendship, he ought to cooperate a little, but everyone was wearing trackers. If he deliberately went easy, he would be caught and probably demoted for reflection. So he did not dare slack off at all. It was also an opportunity for him to see just how much of his old ability Fan Kairui had recovered. The dark-skinned teenager Danino was cutting into the box from the middle. De Ligt was the last line of defense before the goalkeeper. Fan Kairui did not slow down. When he was about 2 meters from his opponent, he dropped his left shoulder, shaping as if to use the outside of his left boot to sweep the ball into the left channel of the penalty area, that is De Ligt's right side. De Ligt backpedaled while shifting to his right, cutting off that lane in advance. Fan Kairui had not really played the ball, it was only a feint. His left foot landed and braced, and his explosive power instantly shifted his center of gravity from the left to the right. Then with the outside of his right boot, he quickly knocked the ball across, seemingly opening up the angle for a shot. Now at the edge of the penalty area, no more than 20 meters from goal. This distance was indeed enough for a strike. De Ligt, seasoned and sharp, adjusted his movement at remarkable speed. He stamped his right foot into the turf, used the force to twist his body back around, and threw himself at Fan Kairui once more. "My good friend, you can't get past me." Before he could finish, the smile froze on his face. Fan Kairui suddenly hooked the ball with the inside of his right instep, pulling the ball he had just swept out back to his left front. "An elastico? My God!" Assistant coach Heitinga blurted out in astonishment. That move was all too familiar to him. Back in the day, Ronaldinho had toyed with him more than a few times using exactly that trick. Most of the diehard fans along the sideline let out similar gasps. Old Granny Van Valerie, however, remained composed. "Don't make a fuss. It's just a basic move." De Ligt might have been explosive, but at only 16 his thigh strength was still a little short. 2 consecutive sharp changes of direction made balancing genuinely difficult. Darn it. Seeing Fan Kairui's sequence of dribbles, the younger Kluivert in midfield began muttering uneasily. He felt that Ajax, Ekkelenkamp, and De Ligt must have gone easy on him, because otherwise, after nearly a year and a half, without serious training, how could Fan Kairui have gotten past 3 players so easily? After shaking off De Ligt with the elastico, Fan Kairui did not rush to shoot with his left foot. Instead, he gently nudged the ball with the inside of his left boot and guided it back into his right foot control. Goalkeeper Van Brederen had already charged off his line. Aware of his weakness, Fan Kairui calmly pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending it skimming over the turf toward the far corner. At 183 meters Van Braderen was short for a goalkeeper, and his reach naturally put him at a disadvantage. He had rushed out to cover the near post. All he could do now was turn his head and watch the ball graze the inside of the far post and roll over the line. No one had expected that Fan Kairui, quiet for 3 months in the intra-squad matches, would score a lightning goal right away. 2 more to go. As the ball struck the white netting, a surge of pride rushed through Fan Kairui. Overjoyed, he raised his arm and cheered loudly. At that moment, he seemed to return to his childhood. That pure, uncomplicated love for football came flooding back. The system's voice, tinged with amusement, drifted into his ear. Isn't it pure now? Fan Kairui laughed and high-fived Danino, who had run up to celebrate, then replied to the system in his heart, pure. I absolutely love this feeling. De Ligt stood with his hands on his hips, wearing a helpless expression. He had given everything in that exchange, but Fan Kairui's footwork was simply finer than his. Still, he did not feel discouraged. The stronger the opponent, the more he wanted to win. The younger Kluivert was disappointed for a brief moment, but he quickly adjusted. The inter-squad match had only just begun. There was still plenty of time for him to score, and even to add more. Head coach Kluivert turned to the academy's chief technical officer Clausum and asked, "Is all the data normal?" Clausum nodded lightly. Matthijs' reaction metrics are all close to 100, and so is his explosive power. Kluivert looked thoughtfully at Fan Kairui, who was hugging Van Valerie in celebration, and muttered doubtfully, "This kid's form has returned too quickly, hasn't it? Could this be what a true genius really is?" When the match restarted, technical officer Clausum's attention began to focus more closely on Fan Kairui. Fan Kairui had indeed been through a period of confusion, but Clausum believed that once he found his fighting spirit again, he was certain to reclaim his place as the academy's top talent. Besides, compared with De Ligt on the defensive end, Fan Kairui on the attacking end was exactly the prospect Ajax, the star factory, needed most at the moment. However good the defense was, it could only prevent defeat. To win, you ultimately had to rely on attack. After conceding the first goal, every player on the fluorescent team was eager to level the score immediately, especially the younger Kluivert. He had made a bet with Fan Kairui before the match, and losing would cost him a great deal of face. The red team had more substitutes and fewer regular starters, so their overall strength was genuinely below that of the fluorescent team. Before the match, they had planned to tighten their defensive shape. Now, with an unexpected lead, their morale was even higher, and everyone defended with extra effort. Fan Kairui's stamina was not his strength, so his defending was indeed not as intense as his teammates. But no one minded, because that goal had just shown them a familiar glimpse of the old Fan Kairui. It was fine to slack off a little in defense as long as he could put the ball into the net. Led by the younger Kluivert, the fluorescent players pushed forward relentlessly, at one point pinning the red team deep in their own half. But the red team stood united, their defense so tightly packed that few real chances were created. Substitute goalkeeper Schurspan became the busiest man on the pitch, diving left and right, and keeping the goal from being breached again. By the 12th minute, the ball fell once more to the younger Kluivert. Every route forward had been sealed off by the red team, so he had no choice but to send in a cross. Red team center back Bergsma had chosen his position perfectly and blocked the landing point. Fluorescent striker Vaslav could only watch helplessly, completely unable to influence the play. Noah Lang, sitting in midfield, stepped up to meet the ball. Bergsma headed out and thumped a volley. From around the top of the penalty area arc, the ball flew toward the left side of his own half. Tackle him. Don't let him get the ball. The younger Kluivert followed the ball's trajectory and felt his heart skip. Why was Fan Kairui's running line heading straight for the landing point? He called out at once. The fluorescent team had pushed everyone forward, their attention fixed on attack. Now in their own back line, only the two center backs De Ligt and Nielsen remained near the center circle. De Ligt, the stronger player, held the deeper position. Nielsen was positioned a little higher, and in the instant the attack transitioned into defense, he darted toward Fan Kairui. Gifted with the talent innate ball sense, Fan Kairui needed only a single glance to judge the landing point. Seeing that both Nielsen and De Ligt were still some distance away, his eyes lit up. The ball dropped to about chest height. As he ran, Fan Kairui lifted his right foot, making as if to trap it. Seeing this, Nielsen's guard eased a little. He was slow of foot, and was most afraid of Fan Kairui charging straight at the ball, so a trap played right into his hands. The next moment, however, Nielsen was stunned. Fan Kairui's right foot, halfway up, suddenly pulled back, letting the ball run past him. Nielsen's mind did not catch up. He even thought Fan Kairui had miscontrolled it. But in a flash, Fan Kairui changed direction and slipped past the left side of his body. Only then did Nielsen realize it was a knock and go. The ball on one side, the man on the other. The ball went right, but the man went left. How could that be defended? Defense punishes hesitation. By the time he understood he should track the runner, it was already far too late. De Ligt and Nielsen had played together for long enough to have an unspoken understanding. When De Ligt saw Nielsen step up to challenge, he was already preparing to cover the space behind. Based on what he knew of Fan Kairui's habits and with Nielsen's defensive position in mind, he judged that Fan Kairui would most likely use the outside of his right boot to knock the ball away from Nielsen. So De Ligt did not charge forward immediately. He waited along the line he had anticipated. But he never imagined that Fan Kairui would go against the script this time. A feint followed by a knock and go, fooling everyone. De Ligt was quick among center backs, but compared with Fan Kairui, whose hallmark was speed, he was still a step behind. What was more, Fan Kairui was already accelerating onto the ball, while De Ligt had to start from a standstill. That tiny gap in time turned the difference in speed between them into an unbridgeable gulf. Like a red blur, Fan Kairui swept across the halfway line. With De Ligt closing at high speed, he cut the ball with the inside of his left boot toward the right in front of him. De Ligt's mind raced. Reading the ball's path, he made a decisive sliding tackle. It was clean and crisp. His foot stayed low to the ground and went straight for the ball. But Fan Kairui was quicker on his feet. With the tip of his right boot, he poked the ball away a split second earlier, then used the momentum to leap over the low sliding challenge. It's over. Goalkeeper Van Brederen felt his heart sink, as if he had been taken back to the days when his goal was constantly breached. He had no choice but to charge off his line, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Relying on innate ball sense, Fan Kairui for safety, Sake chose to dribble past the on-rushing keeper and roll the ball into the empty net. A brace. Fan Kairui said to himself, one more to go. After scoring twice in a row, he curved his run, spread his arms wide, and sprinted toward the sideline, where Van Valerie was waving with joy, his only family in this world. Ajax's loyal member supporters in the stands were beside themselves with excitement. With these 2 goals, they could almost be certain that the Ajax genius had truly returned. It might have come a year and a half late, but in the end it was a good result. Fan Kairui held up 2 fingers to his grandmother and grinned. Grandma, one more to go, hee. Kairui is the best. Before Grandma could speak, a middle-aged man beside her shouted at the top of his lungs. That's right. Our Kairui is the best. The Star Factory is going to set all of Europe buzzing again. Go on. A hat trick. Fan Kairui's swift counterattacking goal was both beautiful and effective, executed with clean, sharp movements. On the sideline, head coach Kluivert watched with a mix of surprise and delight. No matter how gifted Fan Kairui had once been, or what had happened along the way, that was all in the past and irrelevant to the present. What truly mattered was how formidable he was right now. This was a real, tangible achievement. De Ligt and Van Brederen exchanged glances, each reading the same frustration in the other's eyes. They both felt they had given their all, even exceeded their usual level, but Fan Kairui was simply stronger. Still, they felt more gratified than anything else, especially De Ligt. The youth department had already confirmed that he would train with the first team next season, meaning he would soon become a professional footballer. The twin stars of the Ajax Youth Academy were sure to reunite on the senior squad. If Fan Kairui could stay in this form, he would surely have a place in the first team next season. The other U19 players did not feel much about it, except for young Kluivert. He had stayed ahead of Fan Kairui for a full year and had been about to carry that edge all the way to the first team, only to be overtaken right before the finish line. He simply could not accept it. But what use was frustration? From the opening whistle, Fan Kairui had been flawless. As for himself, no goals, no assists, not even a single shot on target. Time slipped away minute by minute. How could he possibly catch up? Just then his father Kluivert's deep husky voice came from the coaching bench. Justin, come on. There is still plenty of time. Exactly. Only half of the first half has been played. There is still a chance. Young Kluivert's eyes lit up, and when he turned to look at Fan Kairui, his gaze had rekindled with determination. The scrimmage resumed. Trailing by 2 goals, the fluorescent team had no choice but to push forward. Apart from Neeson and De Ligt staying near the center circle to defend, the other 8 all pressed into attack. The red team, having just gained the upper hand, defended with extra effort. The fluorescent team had the technical edge and played just as hard, but football is sometimes like that. Hard work alone is not enough, a little luck is needed as well. Several minutes passed, and their attack remained relentless, throwing the red team's defense into disarray. Fan Kairui, hoping to add another goal and complete a hat trick, could not even get a touch of the ball. Scoring had become a distant hope. Assistant coach Heitinga fretted on the sideline. Just defending without attacking would not do. But Kluivert was experienced after all. After a few subtle adjustments, the fluorescent team's shots became more accurate and threatening. Still, luck was not on their side. Young Kluivert and Eiting both struck the post. Had fortune smiled on them, either shot would have narrowed the deficit. With that momentum, leveling the match before halftime was not out of the question. This will not do. Fan Kairui sensed the tide turning, but he had never been fond of defending, and for the moment, he could not think of a good solution. The ball again reached young Kluivert's feet. With his path forward blocked, he suddenly nudged it to the right, accelerated, carved out a bit of space, and delivered a 45-degree cross from the left side of the attacking third. The delivery was perfectly weighted, curling past Bergsma at the near post, and finding the run of Vaslav arriving from deep. Center back Croft could only watch as Vaslav leapt high, twisted his body, and sent a strong header toward goal. The ball brushed the inside of the right post, and nestled into the net. Fluorescent team 1-2. The assisting young Kluivert glanced smugly at Fan Kairui, but to his chagrin, Fan Kairui's expression showed not the slightest ripple, as if the conceded goal had nothing to do with him. Well, of course, he was a striker, his job was to score. If the defense conceded, then he would simply wait for his chance to put the team ahead again. As for the small bet made before the match, he had never taken it to heart. Why would someone with a system bother competing with ordinary players? His eyes were set on the grandest stage in world football. That was his true goal. Young Kluivert had no idea what he was thinking. Clenching his fist, he muttered quietly, "Go on, and be proud. Just watch me beat you with my goals." Having pulled one back, the fluorescent team's morale soared. The red team's 2-goal lead had been cut to 1, their confidence faded, replaced by the worry that an equalizer might come quickly, and their play grew tentative. On the sideline, Heitinga frowned deeply. Compared with Kluivert, his coaching ability was indeed a notch below, otherwise he would not be the assistant. What to do? His gaze quickly fell on Fan Kairui. If they were to extend the lead again, they would need him. The real challenge was how to get the ball cleanly to Fan Kairui's feet during the transition from defense to attack. That was the key. After 2 minutes of deliberation, Heitinga still had no answer. The fluorescent team attacked too intensely, offering no chance to counter. Even when the red team had the ball in their own half, they pressed high. Should they hit a long ball from the back? De Ligt had the height and Neeson would help him. Fan Kairui would most likely lose the aerial challenge. Even if he managed to win it, his teammates could not control the second ball, which would simply give possession away. Time ticked away, and the first half was almost over. The scenario Heitinga had feared never materialized, and his thoughts shifted. He just wanted the red team to hold on to the 1-goal cushion until halftime. Just then, young Kluivert suddenly burst forward on the left channel, played a neat 1-2 with his central teammate, and drove into the left side of the penalty area. His eyes widened instinctively. He jumped in place, narrowly evading the goalkeeper, who had rushed off his line to make the save. "Pass it to Kairui," Heitinga shouted urgently from the sideline. Actually, there was no need to shout. The goalkeeper already knew what to do. He scrambled to his feet, quickly sighted Fan Kairui's run, took a short run up, and hurled the ball far downfield with a powerful swing of his right arm. Young Kluivert's attack had been extremely effective, and the fluorescent team believed the equalizer was coming, committing many men forward. Besides, after attacking for so long, they never expected the opponent to launch a counterattack that deep into the first half. De Ligt had been trained as a playmaking midfielder from a young age, but he grew too tall and switched to center back. He had retained his midfield vision and passing skills, so when his team struggled to build up, he would take on organizing duties, which meant his position drifted higher up the pitch. That was very dangerous. Neeson, the last defender, did not make the mistake of watching the ball instead of the man. The moment the ball left the penalty area, he positioned himself on the line, where Fan Kairui might cut inside after receiving it. But he never expected Fan Kairui to cushion the ball forward with his chest while running. No cut inside at all. He simply used his pace to race past Neeson on the outside. Honestly, he really gives me no respect. Neeson grumbled inwardly, though he understood that football was like that, always targeting your weakness. Fan Kairui sprinted at full speed down the left wing, his red jersey trailing like a streak. Neeson chased back with all his might, yet the distance between them simply refused to shrink. Neeson thought about reaching out to pull him, but he was more than 2 meters behind. He could not even touch the hem of his shirt. De Ligt was even farther away. Remembering Fan Kairui's 2 earlier goals, he simply slowed down, put his hands on his hips, and shook his head as he watched the red figure grow ever more distant. Van Bladeren felt a wave of frustration. Not aimed at anyone in particular, he was simply annoyed that their attack had been flowing so well, yet had not produced a goal. If that shot had gone in, none of this would have happened. Young Kluivert also muttered a complaint to himself. Fan Kairui's speed was well known in the youth academy. In the whole U19 squad, only young Kluivert himself could rival Fan Kairui's pace, but now half a pitch away, all he could do was watch. After overtaking Fan Kairui, actually eased up a bit, yet Neeson still could not close the gap, barely managing to keep the same distance. What came next was simple. Fan Kairui carried the ball into the box, cut to create an angle, and calmly slotted the ball into the empty net. Hat trick. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the quest, a loved one's expectation. 10 attribute points have been issued. Please check your rewards. As the goal notification echoed in his mind, Fan Kairui had already turned toward the stands with a smile and held out 3 fingers to his grandmother. Up in the stands, the elderly lady was beaming from ear to ear, pumping her fist along with the surrounding fans, more excited than anyone. The lost talent of the past had, with those 3 goals, officially announced his return. If Ajax were to revive, it seemed they would indeed have to rely on him. For his grandmother, of course, the most important thing was that her grandson had walked out of the shadows. Football sometimes works better than any medicine. The halftime whistle sounded at just the right moment. The players on both sides walked to the sideline, ready to catch their breath before giving their all for the remaining 30 minutes. De Ligt caught up with Fan Kairui in a few strides, put an arm around his neck, and said in a mock serious tone, "Kairui, you've been acting so low-key in training. Come clean. Have you been secretly training at home every day? Spill the beans, and we'll go easy on you. Keep silent, and you'll be in trouble." Van Bladeren chimed in from beside them. Fan Kairui was about to laugh and break free when head coach Kluivert's booming voice cut in. "You let one player score 3 goals against you, and you still have the nerve to fool around here. The record of every scrimmage matters to whether you can make it into the first team. Don't forget, there is only a little more than a month left before the preseason training camp." His words were like a bucket of cold water, making everyone sit up. There might still be chances to be promoted during the season, but nothing compared to the preseason training camp. Being on the camp roster meant learning the tactics and having a much better chance of staying with the first team. Those called up midway, on the other hand, were mostly just making up the numbers. Even De Ligt, who was almost guaranteed a place in the first team, put away his smile and turned serious. Anything could happen in this world after all. What if? The other fluorescent team players did not dare take it lightly. With their heads lowered, they hurried over to Kluivert. After being addressed by the head coach, the fluorescent team's players all had renewed determination, eager for the second half to begin so they could mount a comeback. Only young Kluivert seemed a little deflated. Although Fan Kairui's third goal came from raw speed, his choices on that first touch and the breakthrough were truly clever, his ball control was seamless, and he carried the ball almost as fast as he ran without it. The gap was plain to see. Kluivert glanced at his son and said nothing more. At times like this, words of comfort alone are of little use. He has to grit his teeth and push through on his own before he can truly grow. Perhaps this may even turn out to be an opportunity. 15 minutes slipped by in the blink of an eye. The two sides switched ends for the second half, and the fluorescent team, trailing by 2 goals, had no choice but to keep attacking. Still having been stung 3 times by Fan Kairui, they subtly adjusted their tactics. This adjustment was something Heitinga had anticipated at halftime. De Ligt was instructed to cut down his forward runs and focus on organizing play around the center circle so that the space behind him would not be breached again. In addition, Neeson and the defensive midfielder Ajax were to take turns marking Fan Kairui, absolutely determined not to fall into the same trap a third time. On the red team side, with Fan Kairui occupying the opposition up front, the defensive pressure was considerably lighter. Without De Ligt's deeper organization, the fluorescent team's attacking threat was indeed greatly diminished. With Justin Kluivert's mentality also visibly out of sorts, their offensive potency naturally dropped even further. They mounted wave after wave of attacks, yet against the red team's aggressive pressing, they kept stumbling and making mistakes. Fortunately, their marking of Fan Kairui was still fairly disciplined, who otherwise the 2-goal gap might well have become 3. Their attacks showed little improvement, and creativity was even scarcer. On the left flank, Justin Kluivert sent in another cross that was far too predictable, and Boegelsma in the penalty area headed it away with ease. The red team promptly transitioned from defense to attack. After 2 quick passes, the ball arrived at the feet of Fan Kairui, who was sprinting along the left touchline. Neeson and Ajax immediately closed in from either side, yet seeing him dribble toward the line, they refrained from making hasty tackles. Instead, they blocked the possible routes for a cut inside or a run to the byline, encircling him without committing. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Fan Kairui's mouth. In that instant, his vision seemed to open up before him, as if a passing lane that could pierce the entire opposing defense had suddenly appeared. He did not hesitate. With the outside of his right boot, he nudged the ball to the right, planted his left foot, and immediately swung his right leg to deliver a low driven-through pass. The ball zipped through the gap between Neeson and Ajax, who were half a beat slow to react. In the middle, De Ligt watched the ball race in from the left and felt his pupils contract. He instinctively stretched out a leg to block it, but he was just short. The ball slipped away from right under his eyes and rolled with precision into the open space on the right side. It was a diagonal through pass with real penetration. It sliced straight through the midfield from the left and found the open channel on the right. Young Danilo, like a steed freed from its reins, sprinted after the ball with everything he had. Goalkeeper Van Bladeren muttered to himself. The pass was so cleverly weighted that the defenders could not reach it, and he himself found it difficult to rush out. What made it even more exquisite was the way the ball's speed meshed perfectly with Danilo's sprinting rhythm, as if it had been measured to the inch and laid on a plate. What a sublime piece of play. From the touchline, head coach Kluivert watched the surgical pass, a hint of disbelief on his face. Everyone already knew Fan Kairui's ball control was excellent, but how had his vision and passing technique suddenly risen to such a level? For a young player, superb ball control alone means a potential of at least star level. If he also possessed elite vision and passing, then his ceiling would be pointing straight toward true greatness. Is the Argentine maestro himself not the perfect blend of immaculate ball control and otherworldly vision and passing? Could Fan Kairui's future ceiling really be? He quickly shook his head. It was too early to think about such things. What if it had been a fluke? Danilo's 11-second 100-meter pace was not for show. He caught up with the ball in just a few strides. Whether it was from the influence of Fan Kairui's 2 composed goals earlier, Danilo did not shoot directly at the advancing Van Bladeren. Instead, he took the ball past him in an audacious move, overtook him with sheer speed, and rolled it into the empty net. 1-4. The red team were now 3 goals ahead. After scoring, Danilo was as thrilled as a child. He swerved, spread his arms wide, and rushed toward Fan Kairui, the one who had delivered the sublime pass. By now, the last traces of fight in Justin Kluivert had faded away. He had sent in an accurate cross in the first half of Fan Kairui, answered with a killer-through ball in the second. The distance between them was as vast as 3 goals. Nearly 10 minutes of the second half had already gone, pulling 3 goals back in the remaining time. Easier said than done. With 3 goals and 1 assist, Fan Kairui was without question the brightest figure on the field. Not only Danilo but the rest of his teammates also swarmed over, exchanging high fives to celebrate the goal that sealed the win. On the fluorescent team's side, some shook their heads and sighed, while others stared up at the sky in silence. Their extensive match experience told them that pulling themselves out of a 3-goal hole was almost an impossible mission. Setting aside whether Fan Kairui would score again, the question was whether they could even score 3 of their own. The 3-goal margin stripped the match of its suspense. After the restart, the tempo slowed markedly. The fluorescent team 3 goals behind no longer seemed able to muster any urgency, while the red team 3 goals ahead were more than happy to relax. Fan Kairui, whose energy had dipped a little, also took the chance to catch his breath. In the remaining time, both sides scored once more, though neither goal had much to do with Fan Kairui or Justin Kluivert. The score of 2-5 was finally fixed on the scoreboard. BBB. The full-time whistle sounded and a system notification echoed in Fan Kairui's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Defeat Justin Kluivert. The task reward has been issued. Please wait patiently. A strange feeling welled up in Fan Kairui's heart, as if the system had somehow taken him for a ride. Based on his performance today, the youth development department would certainly pay close attention to him. In the future, when the first team had a need, he would definitely be a priority recommendation. But on second thought, the task reward was direct attention from the first team, which skipped all the intermediate steps. That actually seemed like a good deal. With the 10 attribute points from the hat trick on top of that, his heart immediately swelled with satisfaction. On the other side, Justin Kluivert noticed the smile on Fan Kairui's face and could not help raising an eyebrow. According to the script, he had pictured Fan Kairui should have swaggered over, demanded that he honor the bet, and then he would walk away from Ajax U19 like a man. And yet, Fan Kairui did not even glance in his direction. This was truly hard to swallow. To prove that he was a man of his word, Justin Kluivert clenched his hand, not in anger, but to honor the wager. He straightened his back and said to Fan Kairui, I lost. Starting today, I will leave the Ajax Youth Academy. Fan Kairui had never taken the bet seriously. To him, the boy was merely a tool for completing a mission. He was caught off guard. What bet? How am I not aware of it? De Ligt was about to cut in when Fan Kairui discreetly gave him a light kick, and the defender wisely fell silent. Justin Kluivert's face was burning. He was about to press the matter when his father, head coach Kluivert, called out, You lose a match, and you've forgotten the old rules. Kluivert's gaze swept across Fan Kairui's back, and the corner of his mouth lifted on its own. That kid is surprisingly easy to deal with. He had originally thought about having a private conversation with the two of them, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. He just wondered whether his proud, hot-headed son would feel awkward about it later. Once the 50 push-ups were finished, the onlookers who had stayed for the spectacle had largely dispersed. The stadium gradually quieted down, left to the players and the coaching staff. Even among the winning side, not everyone was praised. Those who had played poorly in certain phases were duly disciplined. As for the losing side, there was no need to say it. Criticism across the board. De Ligt and Van Bladeren were probably the two from the fluorescent team who took the criticism without feeling too down. For one thing, they were close to Fan Kairui and were genuinely happy to see him back in form. For another, Fan Kairui had promised to treat them to a big meal in Chinatown. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after the stretching session, the week's training came to an end. The U19 players who had already graduated from high school would continue next Monday. Those born in 1999, such as Fan Kairui, De Ligt, and Justin Kluivert, still had to go back to school. Only after their final exams could they spend entire days at the training ground. Just as Fan Kairui and the other two squeezed onto a bus heading for Chinatown, Fred Boss, the newly appointed head coach of Ajax's first team, drove to the office building of the youth academy. He had both played for and coached at PSV Eindhoven, Ajax's archrival, so he knew the club's traditions well. To secure his position in this role, the sensible promotion and use of youth talents were crucial. De Ligt was already highly regarded, a regular in the national youth teams. His promotion to the first team next season was virtually a foregone conclusion, and there was even a chance he could become a starter. However, what people remembered about Ajax, the Star Factory, had always been its attacking talents, especially forwards. Yet the academy had not produced a forward with world-class potential for quite some time. With some free time today, Boss came over in person to ask the youth academy director, said Olia, whether there was a suitable candidate. Knock, knock, knock. Boss knocked on the already open door of Olia's office. Come in. Olia looked up and was a little surprised to see who had come, but a smile quickly appeared on his face as he rose to greet him. Fred, congratulations on taking charge of the great first team. But my office is a bit of a mess with reports on young players everywhere. Please don't mind. Then I've come at exactly the right time. Boss shook his hand and went straight to the point. I came to ask whether there is any young forward in the youth center right now with speed, dribbling ability, and finishing. Olia's shoulders sagged. Same as always, no. Before he could finish, there was another knock on the door. Both men turned their heads. Come in. Kluivert, the U19 head coach, walked in and looked at Boss. Fred, I think I might have a promising candidate to recommend to you. He had just overheard Boss's words outside the door. He had originally come to submit the summary report of today's practice match. Oh. Boss looked at him with a knowing, half-smiling expression. Patrick, you wouldn't be trying to recommend your second son, would you? Haha, Kluivert laughed. I would love to, but unfortunately his skills aren't quite up to the first team standard yet. Then who are you talking about? Boss had just arrived, so it was natural that he was not aware of the situation. But Olia, as the youth academy director, knew very well that none of the forwards under his charge currently met Boss's requirements. Kluivert played it a little mysteriously. He took a USB drive from his folder and handed it to Ulia. Take a look at this and you'll understand. Wally took the USB drive with a hint of curiosity and deftly plugged it into his computer. He opened the video. After 2 seconds of buffering the screen, began playing the scrimmage from 3 o'clock that afternoon. That nutmeg was brilliant. Wally was just about to cheer when he suddenly remembered that the player who got nutmegged had his father standing right there. He could only scratch the back of his head with an awkward smile. Kluivert, in contrast, simply shrugged. Fan Kairui's goal was truly beautiful, handled both intelligently and brilliantly. The video kept playing, and soon the frame captured Fan Kairui again receiving the ball on the left side of the attack. Fan Kairui suddenly accelerated using his teammates' runs as decoys and beat 2 defenders in a row. Facing De Ligt, he did not slow down. A few shimmies offset the defender's balance, and with a clean elastico he slipped past. Then, unfazed before the goalkeeper, he opened his body and passed the ball into the far corner with the inside of his foot. Beautiful. Wally and Boss called out almost at the same time. Boss watched the replay again, then turned to Kluivert. Patrick, so this is the player you wanted to recommend? That's right. Wally stared at Fan Kairui on the screen, raised an eyebrow, and reached out to pause the video. Isn't this Fan Kairui Grandma Van Valeri's grandson? His tone carried surprise. If I remember correctly, this kid has been in poor form for a year and a half. His talent has declined sharply. According to the plan. Once he turns 18, I was going to suggest he leave the academy. This? Boss looked at Wally confused, and Wally briefly explained Fan Kairui's situation. Kluivert smiled and pressed the spacebar. Don't rush. Keep watching the clips I put together and you'll understand. Although Wally still had doubts, out of respect for Kluivert, he turned his attention back to the screen. This segment showed the red team's second goal. Their long clearance happened to drop right into Fan Kairui's path, and both Wally and Boss watched with rapt attention. Fan Kairui, while sprinting, lifted his foot and threw in a dummy. Neeson, who was marking him, hesitated for half a second, and half a second is enough to be decisive on the pitch. De Ligt, having misread the move, had no time to recover. His sliding tackle skimmed past the ball, and all he could do was watch Fan Kairui race through at full speed. Facing the goalkeeper, at last Fan Kairui kept his composure. A gentle touch took him past the keeper, and he rolled the ball into the empty net. After the goal, the clip zoomed in on Fan Kairui's entire run. This kid is unbelievable. Boss exclaimed. He even pulled off that nutmeg. Was it luck or on purpose? Wally stared at the screen in silence for a few seconds before speaking slowly. If it were the old him, I'd believe it was intentional. The problem is, over the past year and a half he has trained with little enthusiasm and often showed up at the pitch smelling of alcohol. So I think it might really have been luck. Kluivert just smiled and didn't reply. The video kept playing and reached Fan Kairui's third goal. This goal was not as spectacular as the previous two, but it made his remarkable speed and calm judgment perfectly clear. With a one-on-one chance, he still chose to take the ball around the keeper before scoring into the empty net, a rare choice for a young forward. If one goal was luck and 2 goals were fortune, then scoring 3 in a row. One almost had to admit it was ability. Yet even with the evidence right in front of him, Wally still had his doubts. Fan Kairui had been training passively for so long that he had long lost his starting spot with the U19s. As far as Wally could remember, he hadn't scored in ages. Now suddenly a hat trick. No matter how he looked at it, it felt hard to believe. Boss turned to Wally and joked, said, "Don't tell me you want to keep him in the youth team a while longer." Wally shrugged. If he played like this every day, I would certainly recommend him to you. But the problem is, he hasn't had a performance like this for a long time. I suspect this might just be a flash in the pan. Kluivert patted Wally on the shoulder. Take it easy. Keep watching. Huh. There are more goals. Just keep watching, Kluivert said with a smile. Spoilers are no fun. Wally had no choice but to look at the screen. Fan Kairui was caught in a double team during the transition from defense to attack, but then suddenly played a low diagonal through ball. The ball threaded through several defenders and found a teammate charging into the far side. That pass was as precise as a scalpel. Boss's eyes lit up. He had only planned to find a serviceable prospect to get some first-team exposure, but unexpectedly he had struck gold. Being able to dribble and shoot was one thing, but he could also deliver a pass like that. A young player like this might not appear once in 10 years. It was like having Robin and Sneijder combined into one. Boss didn't wait for Wally's opinion and made the call. That's settled. I'm bringing this kid along for the new season's preparations. Out of a sense of responsibility, Wally reminded him, Peter, how about this? Let me observe him carefully over the coming period. If he can keep this level until the new season's preparations begin, I'll send him to the first team. Otherwise, the sentence was left unfinished, but the meaning was clear. As the academy director, he couldn't send an underqualified player up. That would be neglecting his duty. Boss understood. He lowered his head, thought for a moment, and found the reasoning sound. Every player has good moments. What if he slipped again later? Anyway, there was still a month before the first team gathered, so there was enough time to evaluate this young man named Fan Kairui. Boss left contentedly with the materials. Wally turned to Kluivert and gave his instructions. Patrick, keep a closer eye on Fan Kairui's training from now on. Understood. Kluivert nodded and left the office. The room quieted down. Wally settled back into his chair and tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he needed to take it seriously. After all, an academy director's success depended largely on whether he could develop 1- or 2-star prospects. Besides, Ajax's own academy had not produced a top striker in a long time. Ibrahimovic and Suarez had both arrived from elsewhere, so they didn't count. The last true attacking player to emerge from the youth ranks was Sneijder. To count superstar forwards before that, one would have to go all the way back to the era of Bergkamp and the legendary trio. Wally gazed out at the training ground and murmured, "Kid, you'd better live up to the potential. It would be a good thing for you, for me, and for the club." That evening, Fan Kairui went home, opened his system panel, pondered for a long time, and in the end, put all 10 attribute points into reaction and balance. He confirmed the allocation, and both values shot up to 80. His reasoning was simple. He was tall and fast, and when sprinting or changing direction, he could be a bit unsteady on his feet, so higher balance would keep him stable. As for reaction, it was a striker's bread and butter. Being a fraction of a second quicker than a defender could create the chance. The next morning, Fan Kairui was roused by his grandmother. Still half asleep, he remembered that he did have to go to school. According to the rules of Ajax's youth academy, young players had to receive formal education as a fallback option for a football career. Reading more never hurts. Although it doesn't guarantee a high football intelligence, those who don't read at all most likely won't have a very high one. Of course, geniuses were an exception. Fan Kairui was currently in senior secondary education. If he didn't make it as a footballer, he could continue with a pre-university program and then enter a comprehensive university. Yet now that he had the system backing him, that path probably wouldn't be needed. The reality, however, was that Fan Kairui's academic performance was far from impressive. Over the past year and a half, he had slipped to the level of a poor student. If it weren't for his status as an Ajax Academy player, he would have been streamed into vocational education long ago. At school, apart from his face, there wasn't much else that drew attention. Then again, as long as a boy was handsome, there would always be girls willing to make the first move. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the school gate, several girls came up to greet him. Girls of different backgrounds. Some of them were pretty, but from his memory, Fan Kairui knew those girls were not as guileless as they seemed. If there were a girl who was both beautiful and truly simple-hearted, he would definitely have pursued her. After all, the face he had now was indeed no less striking than Kaká's or Beckham's. Anyway, as a football recruit, Fan Kairui could let his mind wander in class, and most teachers would turn a blind eye. And so he idled through another school day. He had to get through one more week of this routine until the final exams ended. Before he knew it, Wednesday arrived, Ajax U19 training day. Thanks to his stunning performance the previous Sunday, Fan Kairui could clearly feel that more eyes were on him. Even academy director Wally showed up in person, observing from the sideline. The younger Kluivert felt a quiet tension stir within him. He certainly knew why the director was there. After all, his father was the U19 head coach. As for last week's bet, he had only gone through the motions as his father had asked. To his surprise, Fan Kairui hadn't taken it to heart at all. After returning home, his father had given him a talking to, and in the end, he decided to stay in the academy. Now that he saw Fan Kairui, he felt a little awkward and could hardly bring himself to glance that way. Fan Kairui, by contrast, looked perfectly at ease, warming up when it was time to warm up, passing when it was time to pass, and joking with his teammates. But when his peripheral vision caught Wally on the sideline, he immediately perked up. Academy director Wally rarely came to the training ground to watch these youngsters go through their paces unless it was for an official match or an assessment. He hadn't shown up for last week's scrimmage, yet he had come to an ordinary training day this week. Fan Kairui couldn't help wondering, could something be happening with the first team? He wasn't just guessing. Everyone knew that if the first team head coach wanted to pick a player from the youth team, he had to go through the academy director first. After all, going directly to the coach to ask for a player would easily cause friction. Wally oversaw the youth teams at every level and served as the natural bridge to the higher-ups, and the first team head coach happened to be one of his superiors. Kluivert had surely reported last weekend's match up the chain. If Wally then recommended him further, Fan Kairui almost laughed out loud at the thought. Even as he was thinking, his feet never stopped. He trained with extra effort, was in red-hot form, and became the most eye-catching player on the pitch. On the sideline, Wally and Kluivert watched, nodding from time to time. After training, Kluivert and Overmars strolled toward the office building, naturally falling into a conversation about Fan Kairui. His form is back and he's in good spirits, Overmars remarked. Kluivert agreed as well. The lad's talent had been outstanding before his troubles, and now that he had dragged himself out of the trough, they had a clearer measure of his future. Even if he couldn't become a superstar, becoming a star player should be within reach, right? Of course, it was still too early to say. They'd have to keep watching. Over the following days, Fan Kairui, apart from going to school, played with increasing steadiness in the youth team, scoring 3 or 4 goals in practice matches, as if it were nothing. This was all thanks to his 2 hidden aces. Innate ball sense made him more intimate with the ball, allowing him to sprint with it without ever looking down. A super learning ability was an even greater help. He absorbed everything at remarkable speed. With such continuous learning, his ability values naturally soared. Overmars and Kluivert took note, and their expectations for him rose day by day. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, June had arrived. Fan Kairui's high school coursework finally came to a close, freeing him to devote himself entirely to youth training. But around then, the European Championship was about to kick off, and most of the chatter during training centered on which team would lift the trophy. For the Dutch players, this was hardly a pleasant topic. The national team had failed to qualify for the final tournament for the first time in 32 years. The proud 2010 World Cup runners-up had lost all their glory. Van Valerie was a die-hard Dutch football supporter. She always had matches playing on TV, but recently, she wouldn't even turn it on. Out of sight, out of mind. Whether it was the influence of the memories or not, Fan Kairui now cared more and more about his only grandmother. If possible, he truly wished to fulfill the old lady's dream and play in the World Cup. It wasn't that he didn't love Tianchao. It was simply that this body's birth family was what it was. His father was a Dutch national adopted by the Van Valerie couple, and his mother, originally from Tianchao, had changed her nationality after marriage. In previous years, his maternal grandparents had passed away one after another, leaving only his grandmother as a direct relative. Tianchao's citizenship was notoriously difficult to obtain. Either work in Tianchao for 5 years or marry a Tianchao woman, and then wait another year. The path of family-based naturalization was likewise a dead end since no close relatives remained in Tianchao. For Fan Kairui, regaining his former identity as a Tianchao citizen was riddled with difficulties. Given the opportunity, he would gladly restore it. Not for any other reason, but for what his heart whispered. Yet since he now occupied this body, he had to shoulder its responsibilities. He had only this one grandmother left. If circumstances allowed, he wanted to help her dream come true, to help the kings without a crown, the Netherlands, claim a World Cup title. Just as he was lost in thought, Fan Kairui suddenly heard a faint, ethereal voice. "Thank you." Startled, he looked around hastily. The room was empty, and a peculiar chill crept over him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the blessing of the body's original owner and successfully inherited the talent dribbling expert. The system notification resounded in his mind. Fan Kairui gave a jolt and suddenly realized whose voice that had been. When something as outlandish as soul transmigration could happen, having a ghost or two seemed quite reasonable. He promptly asked the system what had occurred. According to the system, it was a lingering obsession from his predecessor. His grandmother Van Valerie had been his predecessor's last concern. Now that Fan Kairui regarded her as his own flesh and blood and wished to fulfill her wish, the predecessor's lingering worries vanished, and he departed in peace. Once he understood, Fan Kairui turned to the new talent he had obtained. Dribbling expert, dribbling 15, a perfect fusion of man and ball. He called up his personal attributes panel again. The numbers had indeed shifted. Age 17 years, 4 months, and 20 days. Weight 71 kilograms. Fan Kairui studied the personal attributes panel floating before his eyes. Every statistic had risen by a visible margin compared to before. Basic items like strength and stamina had not improved much, but the dribbling column gleamed an eye-searing 94-15. This was unmistakably the effect of the newly acquired dribbling expert talent. The other attributes had also increased, some more than others, though not by much. Still, Fan Kairui was elated. It had only been a few days. He mused that innate ball sense and super learning ability together were simply devastating. He happily calculated that if this momentum continued, entering Ajax's first team would be like a fish leaping into the ocean or a bird soaring into the sky. Then he could even challenge the likes of Messi and Ronaldo. Thinking about it, his mouth curved into an irrepressible grin, as if he could already see countless banknotes and pretty girls swaying before his eyes. What a pity, he clicked his tongue. The talents he had inherited from the original owner were still too few. If only he could snatch a few more, how wonderful that would be. That night, Fan Kairui had a long, blissful dream. In the dream, championship trophies filled his hands to numbness, personal honors piled up in every corner of a room, his bank card balance stretched with uncountable digits, and his female companions were never the same 2 days in a row, each one breathtakingly innocent. The European Championship was about to begin, but to Fan Kairui, who had crossed over from 2020, the excitement of watching football had long faded. After all, he was but a little butterfly now, unable to affect the course of this European Championship in France. As for the 2018 World Cup and the 2020 European Championship, who could say? This European Championship with 24 teams was the first expanded edition. Although Fan Kairui couldn't recall every one of the 51 matches, he knew precisely which games would produce upsets. That was enough for him. His parents' accidental death insurance compensation was held by his grandmother Van Valerie. It was awkward to ask for it, and explaining why would be troublesome. So he simply took his own pocket money, borrowed a little from his teammates, pooled over 5,000 euros, and quietly placed bets in bookmaking and underground markets to earn some extra income. For dark horses like Iceland and Wales, bets on the knockout stage were not yet available, so he could only wager on options such as advance to the knockout stage, quarterfinals, and semifinals. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately got a few matches wrong so that big data wouldn't flag him. He planned to take some winnings after the group stage and then pour them back in. By then, even if he couldn't make €1,000,000, raking in a few $100,000 should be no problem. Time flew by. By July, the European Championship had reached the quarterfinals. The 8 teams that advanced were exactly as Fan Kairui remembered: Poland, Portugal, Wales, Belgium, Germany, Italy, France, and Iceland. In the group stage and round of 16, Fan Kairui had accurately predicted several exact scores based on his memories. Apart from the deliberately wrong bets, his winning returns were considerable. After the 4 quarter-final matches concluded, Ajax's first team announced its gathering beginning preparation for the new Eredivisie season and the Champions League qualifiers. As per convention, international players who had featured in the European Championship or the Copa America that summer were still entitled to extended holidays regardless of how many minutes they had actually played. However, most of Ajax's first team squad consisted of Dutch players, and only a few had national team commitments that summer, so the training camp could essentially be held with full attendance. Ajax had an old tradition: before every new season, at least 2 of the academy's most outstanding young talents would be promoted to the first team. One of those places had long been earmarked for De Ligt, while the other would be officially revealed at the academy only one day before the first team training camp began. Although no official announcement had been made, the lads in the academy knew it as clearly as a mirror. Yes, the other spot was definitely Fan Kairui's. That Fan Kairui, the one who could carry the entire match. This day, as usual, Fan Kairui arrived early at the U19 training ground in the youth academy. His heart was full of anticipation, hoping that youth academy director Overmars would soon come and deliver the good news. Before the morning training session began, the youth academy director Overmars and U19 head coach Kluivert walked into the training ground accompanied by a bald-headed man. The young players who followed first team news recognized him at once: the first team head coach Peter Bos. De Ligt nudged Fan Kairui with his elbow and smiled mischievously. "Fan, guess why the first team boss is here?" Fan Kairui shrugged and played dumb. "How would I know? Keep pretending." De Ligt curled his lips. At this moment, first team head coach Bos, flanked by the 2 academy coaches, walked to the coach's bench beside the training pitch. The eyes of all the U19 players followed him as one filled with longing. Ahem. Coach Bos cleared his throat. Head coach Kluivert cleared his throat as well. "Everyone knows who this man next to me is, right?" "Yes," the players shouted in perfect unison. Bos took over and got straight to the point. "I came here today for one reason only: to add some fresh blood to the first team." His gaze swept over the crowd and landed on De Ligt and Fan Kairui. "Mathies, fan, report to the Tokums tomorrow. Any questions?" "No problem," De Ligt answered crisply. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on your promotion to the first team. Reward 10 ability points." "Ding. Because the host has been promoted to the first team, the achievement system has been unlocked." 2 system alerts sounded consecutively in Fan Kairui's mind. He was dazed for half a second before replying in a louder voice, "No problem." Seeing many of the young players hanging their heads, youth academy director Overmars stepped forward and called out, "Don't be disheartened if you weren't chosen. You're still young. As long as you train hard, you'll get your chance tomorrow or the day after, anytime. There's no limit on spots." These words acted like a shot of adrenaline, lifting the previously low morale, and the lad's eyes shone again. According to league regulations, academy-trained players of a club don't need to be registered in advance. Once they join the first team, they can play in league matches, cup ties, and European competitions. Young Kluivert, standing among the crowd, quietly clenched his fist. With Fan Kairui and De Ligt leaving, he would have to fight even harder. After Bos departed, the young players' minds were restless, and their focus could not be regained for the time being. Therefore, head coach Kluivert and assistant coach Heitinga only arranged a simple drill: circle, keep away, popularly known as monkey in the middle. Fan Kairui and De Ligt both understood that this was likely their final training session at the youth academy. They deliberately held back to let their teammates shine, keeping passes smooth and the atmosphere lighthearted. Time passed quickly in such a relaxed mood. Before training ended, Kluivert specifically called them over and said earnestly, "Entering the first team is only the first step. There's still a long road ahead. How far you can go depends entirely on your own efforts." "Understood." Mathies, De Ligt, and Fan Kairui nodded solemnly and answered in unison, "Understood." According to the academy's old tradition, departing players had to sing a song of their choosing. This put Fan Kairui in a tough spot, for he was completely tone deaf. Van Brederen laughed so hard he clutched his stomach. "No wonder you always avoided singing. You simply can't sing at all. I'm saving this precious piece of embarrassing history. I'll post it on Twitter later. Let all your female fans hear it." Fan Kairui shot him a look and thought, how was this his fault? He arrived home at 8:30 in the evening, and his grandmother had already gone to bed. The good news about the first team promotion would have to wait until tomorrow. Back in his room, the first thing Fan Kairui did was open the system interface. This promotion brought 2 rewards: 10 points of ability value, plus a newly unlocked achievement system. As the name suggested, the achievement system recorded the player's various milestones, simple enough to understand. So he turned his attention to how to allocate those 10 ability points. How should I distribute them? Logically, he should raise his technique, reactions, and balance, all of which were already close to 80, into the excellent range. But the first team was a completely different world from the youth academy. A pace of 81 and an acceleration of 83 would certainly not be enough on the professional stage. Anyone who has played FIFA knows that top strikers have speed ratings well above 90. Since he carried the StrikerSystem, how could his speed fall behind? Without further hesitation, he distributed all 10 points to pace and acceleration, 5 points each. After the allocation, his stats panel looked much more pleasing. Although his speed had not yet broken past 90, he believed that day was not far away. With pace and acceleration rising to 86 and 88 respectively, Fan Kairui immediately felt a warm current flowing through his legs, a comfortable sensation. He knew his explosive power and speed had both been enhanced. Next, he shifted his attention to the newly unlocked achievement system. Sure enough, it contained achievements related to individual honors and team honors. Some were quite distinctive, such as extra practice for 7 consecutive days, extra practice for 1 consecutive month, and extra practice for 1 consecutive season, with the achievement named Diligent Genius. The achievements he could reach in the near future were all straightforward: first substitute appearance, first start, first goal, first assist. These achievements could only be completed once, and while their rewards were modest, they were better than nothing. Achievements like first championship, first golden boot, and first Ballon d'Or required an entire season of effort and offered far richer rewards, giving Fan Kairui strong motivation to strive. The rewards were not only related to the pitch, but also touched upon daily life. By the way, Fan Kairui had to report to the Tokums the very next day. To be in good shape, he planned to sleep early. But as often happens, the harder he tried to fall asleep, the more awake he became. He tossed and turned in bed, finally switched on the bedside lamp, sat up, and reached for his phone. The games were boring, so Fan Kairui opened a domestic app he had downloaded recently, Donquidi, to see if there was anything new. After scrolling for a while without finding any interesting news, a thought struck him. He would post a thread himself titled, "Believe it or not, I've been promoted to Ajax's first team." It was probably daytime in China right then. The moment the post went out along with a photo of the Tokums, several replies appeared within less than a minute. "Believe it or not, I'm actually the long-lost biological son of Tycoon Wang. What a coincidence, I'm going to Real Madrid for a medical tomorrow. Messi just called and asked me to guard the goal for him." That photo is photoshopped, isn't it? Totally fake. People will fabricate anything these days just for traffic. Fan Kairui looked at these familiar comments and curved his lips into a smile. Still the same old witty netizens. He certainly would not argue with them, since it was meaningless. Putting himself in their shoes, if he had seen this post while browsing in China, he probably would not have believed a Chinese player could make it into Ajax's first team, even one raised abroad. Besides, domestic fans had their eyes fixed on top clubs like Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and Manchester United. Traditional powerhouses like Ajax attracted few followers and even fewer diehard fans. Even among those diehard fans, how many would keep a daily eye on the youth academy? So it was perfectly normal that few people in China had ever heard of Fan Kairui. Even stars as strong as Mbappe and Sancho, how many people knew them before they made their first team debuts? Among the dozens of comments, negativity was the mainstream, which made those two characters, Jiao, keep going, stand out all the more. A warmth rose in Fan Kairui's heart. He typed on the screen and replied, "Thanks for the support. I'll work hard to establish myself in the first team." Sometime later, in a high-end residential complex in Shanghai, a young woman with a ponytail was curled up on the sofa scrolling through her phone. She noticed the reply notification from Donquidi in her taskbar. She tapped it. It turned out that a post she had casually commented on earlier had received a reply. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, her fingers moved, and she wrote back, "Keep going. If that day really comes, don't forget to send me an Ajax jersey." Although she thought the original poster was most likely just bragging, giving a little encouragement cost nothing, so why pour cold water on it? Fan Kairui was already drowsy when the phone rang, but when he saw the replier's nickname, Manchester United future no. 7 Kings little sweetheart, he perked up a little and replied, "I'll send you the whole team's jerseys." "That many? Then I'll be waiting, doghead." This time the other side replied quickly, "That day won't be long in coming, smile, really? Doghead, really smile." And so they went back and forth, one message after another. Fan Kairui had no idea when he fell asleep. In any case, when the alarm rang, he was sporting a noticeable pair of dark circles under his eyes. Fan Valerie, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, caught sight of him from the corner of her eye and asked with concern, "Kairui, why don't you go back to sleep for a while? Don't worry about training." I'll call Saeed Ulia to explain." "No, Grandma." Fan Kairui quickly stopped her. "I don't need to train at the youth academy anymore." "What? Did Saeed expel you? How dare he expel my grandson?" Fan Valerie's expression changed. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to grab the phone, giving Fan Kairui such a fright that he lunged forward and snatched it away. "Grandma, you've misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" "Yes, a huge misunderstanding." Fan Kairui quickly explained, "Starting today, I'm a member of the first team, so of course I don't need to go to the youth academy anymore." "Why didn't you say so earlier? You almost made me blame Saeed unfairly." Fan Kairui shrugged helplessly. First team training didn't start until 10 in the morning, so he arrived at the Tokums training complex gates at 9. As soon as Delict saw his dark circles, he looked him up and down suspiciously and teased, "Kairui, did you spend the whole night sparring with one of your admirers?" "Get lost." Fan Kairui rolled his eyes and used the excuse he had already prepared. "This is my first time in the first team, and I was so nervous I couldn't sleep." "Do you think everyone is like you with your spot already secured?" Hee. Delict felt quite pleased, threw an arm around Fan Kairui's neck, and the two walked into the training complex together. The gatekeeper had already received news of their promotion to the first team. Besides, Fan Kairui and Delict were recognized talents from the academy, and as a gatekeeper at the first team base he had heard of them, so he waved them through without asking any questions. This was not their first time at the Tokomst, but entering as first-team players gave them a distinctly different feeling inside. The two walked past the dedicated parking area for first-team players and coaches, strolled along the landscape path for a while, and arrived at the empty locker room. Fan Kairui found the switch by the door and turned on the lights. They searched through the lockers one by one until finally near the corner they discovered two lockers with new name tags, each neatly bearing their full names. Fan Kairui's name was spelled Fankari and de Ligt's was Mathijs. In the Netherlands, the Van in surnames was usually written as Van, but because the previous owner of this body had a deep love for Chinese culture, his father was of Chinese descent and his mother was Chinese, he preferred the spelling Fan, which the current Fan Kairui found quite pleasing. After changing into the neatly folded training shirts in their lockers, the two headed out early to warm up on the first-team training pitch. Although Fan Kairui had gone to bed very late, he had to admit that youth was an asset. Apart from those rather noticeable dark circles, everything else felt fine. Of course, that was also because today was the first day of the new season's preparations. As usual, the training intensity on the first day was not high. In the morning, the players mainly underwent detailed physical assessments accompanied by the team doctors, and the afternoon consisted of ordinary recovery training. At 10 o'clock, head coach Boss and his assistant arrived at the training ground. Captain Veltman took the initiative to introduce Fan Kairui and de Ligt, both promoted from the U19 squad, to the entire team. Every season, the first team called up at least two players from the youth system, so most veteran players took it in stride, just like having two new young colleagues in the office, an everyday occurrence. Nevertheless, the professional football pitch was much like the workplace, full of competition. The arrival of two newcomers meant the battle for positions would become more intense, especially for the striker and center back positions. Ajax traditionally played 4-3-3, with two wingers as standard. Counting the newly arrived Fan Kairui, there were now four wingers in the squad, the other three being Zeech, who had transferred in at a high price from 20 that summer, along with El Ghazi and Cerny. Among these four, Zeech, born in 1993, boasted the most experience and was essentially guaranteed a starting spot. The remaining three, Fan Kairui, El Ghazi, and Cerny, all born in 1997, would have to compete for the other starting winger position. El Ghazi and Cerny had been promoted to the first team a season earlier than Fan Kairui. They had thought their hardships were finally behind them, only to discover the club had promoted another player from the U19 ranks, Fan Kairui. So the way they looked at Fan Kairui carried a hint of hostility. Three players competing for one position was far less comfortable than a two-way rivalry, and chances on the pitch would surely be fewer since forwards required rotation. Fan Kairui naturally noticed those unwelcoming glances, but he paid them no mind. After all, he was the chosen one. In his heart, Ajax was merely a stepping stone. His true goal lay with the giants of Europe's top 5 leagues. Only such clubs could offer him the contract he desired and provide the exposure he needed. De Ligt's situation was considerably more challenging than Fan Kairui's. The center-back position was already crowded with Davy Singo, Ferk Bazor, and Westerman. Moreover, given head coach Boss's conservative approach to selection, de Ligt would likely receive far fewer minutes than Fan Kairui. But Fan Kairui knew that de Ligt was enjoying a fortunate season. Once the starting center-back Ferk suffered a serious injury, de Ligt would be handed a starting role. His mature, composed style of play would be magnified, eventually earning him the title of European Golden Boy. Well, enough about that. The morning fitness tests ran all the way until noon. Aside from a handful of players who met the physical standards most had indulged during the holidays, their weights clearly exceeding the limits. Fan Kairui and de Ligt had come up straight from the youth academy, without an indulgent holiday, but the rules were the rules. All tests were mandatory. With such professional fitness testing, Fan Kairui now had a clear direction for his future training. Standing at 182 meters tall with exceptionally delicate ball skills, the pressure on his knees during feints, especially during high-speed direction changes, was considerable. Therefore, the team doctor recommended systematic knee exercises to strengthen his ligaments. Additionally, since he was relatively lean, the doctor advised him to gain some weight for a smoother professional career. However, considering his delicate technical style, this weight gain needed to be kept within a reasonable range. Take Cristiano Ronaldo as an example. In his early days at Manchester United, his footwork was both elaborate and fluid. Later, as he built a stronger, more muscular physique, many of those fancy moves inevitably became somewhat rigid. Fan Kairui was not yet at the stage for such a transformation. There was no need to gain weight aggressively. Moderation was key. The afternoon training primarily focused on recovery, with limited ball work. During that limited ball work time, the Ajax first-team players got a taste of Fan Kairui's remarkable speed and his skillful footwork, which was enviable indeed. Cerny and El Ghazi, who had harbored hostility toward Fan Kairui in the morning, now felt somewhat frustrated. Their pace was quick, but their technique was rough. Compared to Fan Kairui's seamless connection with the ball, theirs was worlds apart. Head coach Peter Bosz, arms crossed and a smile on his face, was growing increasingly confident about the new season's league campaign and Champions League qualifiers. Before the new season began, Ajax had several warm-up matches, with the most important being the International Champions Cup. They were to face Manchester United and Manchester City in Shanghai and Shenzhen, China. Upon receiving the team's summer itinerary, Fan Kairui was particularly excited. It wasn't entirely because the opponents were Manchester United and Manchester City, but mainly because after his journey here, he would finally return to his homeland for the first time. Of course, facing the Manchester clubs was enough to stir his enthusiasm. If he performed well enough, he might just knock on the door of the Premier League ahead of schedule. Given the financial prowess of those two Manchester clubs, they never hesitated to invest in promising young talents. Fan Kairui temporarily set aside that expectation. But the International Champions Cup was still over 2 weeks away, and urgency would not hasten it. Right now, the most pressing matter was establishing himself among the first-team squad. The winger position was highly competitive with countless players vying for a spot. He had the ability, but in professional football experience, could sometimes prove more valuable than talent. Fan Kairui had never played a single first-team match. This glaring gap meant that to seize the initiative he would need to push himself relentlessly in training, bringing his form to its brightest peak. At the end of the day, whether head coach Boss took notice of him depended entirely on what he produced day after day. Boss had only taken over the team that summer and was still building his own squad, so he would certainly pay special attention to players who suited his system. After the day's training session ended, teammates trickled off in small groups, but Fan Kairui stayed behind to continue extra practice. It wasn't entirely to impress Boss. It was mostly because he kept thinking about the diligent genius achievement. Training extra for a full month would earn him 5 attribute points through the system. The reward wasn't particularly lavish, but it was hardly meager either. In the eyes of European and American players, football was simply a job. When training ended, it was time to clock out. Those who chose to train voluntarily were considered outliers. Fan Kairui's dedication stood out on the nearly empty training ground. Yet watching from the sidelines, head coach Boss and assistant coach Bergkamp felt quite pleased. At such a young age, already knowing how to seize every moment to hone his craft, this quality was rare. With Messi-like flair paired with Ronaldo-like diligent, success seemed almost inevitable. If his shooting technique could be refined further, he might one day reach the heights of those two superstars. On the matter of finishing, Bergkamp, who also served as the forward coach, was a true expert. His guidance would be invaluable in the days ahead. Meanwhile, De Ligt had been reluctant, but was eventually persuaded to join the extra training. The outcome was predictable. He was thoroughly outplayed from start to finish with no answer to Fan Kairui's intensity. Yet for De Ligt, this was ultimately a good thing. Fan Kairui's seamless connection with the ball and his devastating speed on forward runs presented a valuable lesson. De Ligt would surely encounter forwards of this caliber throughout his career, and adapting early was invaluable experience. The extra training lasted no more than an hour. According to the system's rules, at least 1 hour of daily training was required. The moment he stopped, a chime echoed in Fan Kairui's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the first stage of the diligent genius achievement. Reward: proficient shooting card X5. Proficient shooting card upon use increases shooting ability by 20 points for 60 seconds. Note: additional 20 goal scoring probability. Good stuff, Fan Kairui exclaimed. De Ligt beside him furrowed his brow. What good stuff? You heard wrong, Fan Kairui replied without missing a beat. I said good heavens. Train again tomorrow. All right. De Ligt sighed resignedly. That evening at 9 o'clock, the first 2016 French Euro semi-final kicked off in Lyon. Portugal, which had stumbled through the group stages on draws, finally showed its edge this time. Powered by goals from Cristiano and Nani, they defeated a Wales side, led by Bale 2-0, it becoming the first team to reach the final. The other semi-final the following day was played in Marseille, also ending 2-0. Host nation France, thanks to Griezmann's brace, returned to the Euro final for the first time in 16 years. The Euro differed from other continental tournaments. In the semi-finals, the losing teams did not need to play the third-place match. They could simply wait for the final. With the Euro semi-finals concluded, clubs around the league began to refocus, gearing up intensively for the new season. Ajax's preseason preparations were tightly scheduled. They would first host the Ajax amateur side at the Amsterdam Arena to help the first-team players regain their rhythm, followed by an away fixture against 20. After those 2 domestic warm-up matches, the entire squad would fly to Shanghai, China, to face the Manchester clubs in the International Champions Cup. After that, the 2016 to 2017 Champions League third qualifying round would follow closely. As for the opponent, that would only be determined after the second qualifying round concluded. In the blink of an eye, the week of recovery training came to an end. The team began to mesh according to the tactical patterns head coach Boss had laid out. In terms of personnel, Boss was rather cautious. During the split squad training, the 2 wingers wearing the fluorescent vests symbolizing the starting lineup were new signings each, and German player Younes, who had primarily played as a right midfielder before. Not wearing the fluorescent vest, Fan Kairui wasn't overly disappointed. Instead, he harbored a competitive fire, eager to make things difficult for the starting side in the upcoming split squad match. And indeed, he pulled it off. Though the starting side was stronger overall, the reserve team, built around Fan Kairui, managed to upset the balance. After surviving the opening flurry from the starting side, whenever Fan Kairui received the ball on the attacking left flank, the threat immediately intensified. The ball seemed glued to his right foot, impossible to dispossess. One defender couldn't contain him, 2 were barely enough, and stopping him often required a third player, sometimes even resorting to fouls. Committing 2 or 3 defenders to one man naturally left the middle and the opposite flank exposed. Each time Fan Kairui broke through and delivered a pass, it consistently created golden scoring opportunities for the reserve side. However, since internal match defenders typically held back on harsh challenges, this gave Fan Kairui even more room to operate. By the end of the first period, the reserves were leading 3-1. Fan Kairui had scored 1 goal and provided an assist. Watching Fan Kairui's brilliant form on the pitch, Boss began to consider whether he should secure him a starting position for a trial. Since his promotion from the U19 to the first team, Fan Kairui's performances had grown increasingly impressive, and the expectations of Ajax's devoted fans had risen in tandem. Some fans had even begun to imagine that this young player might lead the club back to glory. His talent was undeniable, and the fact that he trained voluntarily after every session made him a rare sight among young players. Thus, within the Ajax fan community, there was a general belief that Fan Kairui was destined to shine in the new season, potentially leading the team back to the pinnacle. Naturally, Fan Kairui himself was unaware of all this. What he cared about right now was securing a starting spot, driving himself to squeeze into head coach Boss's starting lineup before the International Champions Cup kicked off. Whether he played on the left or right wing, he didn't mind. Playing on the left simply allowed for easier cuts inside and offered a higher margin for error. On the right, certain weaknesses might be exposed, such as his crossing, which still needed work. After all, the skill fatal through ball could only be used once per match and lasted just 1 minute. If given a choice, the left wing was more convenient. The 2016 UEFA European Championship final kicked off at 9 in the evening on July 10th. Although Fan Kairui had long known the outcome, he could not resist the insistent requests of his good friend Delixi and several U19 teammates, and so he joined them at a fans bar to watch this quadrennial spectacle. As expected, the final unfolded exactly as he had foreseen. CR7 arrived injured and was forced off in the first half. The match remained goalless through regular time until the relatively unknown Idol struck the decisive blow in the 108th minute of extra time, securing a 1-0 victory for Portugal over the host nation France, and lifting the continent's first ever European Championship trophy. Hardly had the European Championship concluded when funds began pouring into Fan Kairui's account from 3 betting companies and various underground bookmakers, totaling no less than 6 figures. From a few thousand euros before the tournament to nearly $1 million now, the satisfaction was difficult to articulate. With such a sum combined with his parents' compensation, even a quiet and unremarkable life ahead would be more than comfortably within reach, would it not? Lost in thought, a sudden chime from the system broke the silence. As a transmigrator, how can you be content with an ordinary existence? Strive forward, host. Advance toward your ultimate goal. Become a super idol beloved by football fans across the world. Make women admire you and men look upon themselves in shame. Let all who witness your brilliance declare, when bearing a son, it should be like Fan Kairui. How exhilarating would that be? Fan Kairui paused, taken aback. This system indeed had a talent for grandiose rhetoric. Yet despite the theatrics, there was truth in its words. A transmigrator truly ought not to drift aimlessly toward an ordinary destiny. If he were to waste this second life in obscurity and mediocrity, what purpose would rebirth serve? Since he had been granted another chance, he owed it to himself to forge a path worthy of the extraordinary. Ding! The host's spiritual dimension has achieved a qualitative breakthrough. The system is deeply gratified and bestows upon you 1 skill lottery draw as encouragement. Fan Kairui was nearly speechless. Could such a thing really exist? Wait a moment. Was it possible to exploit a loophole and repeatedly farm lottery draws? This reward is limited to 1 attempt only. Fan Kairui sighed inwardly and opened the 9-grid lottery interface with a thought. The luminous effects raced across the cells from the first, spinning rapidly before finally coming to rest on the 4th grid. A synthetic voice chimed forth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the advanced passive skill Curved Strike. Curved Strike passive long range, shooting 10, a shot power 5. When executing this technique, the ball will trace an unpredictable lateral curve in midair with an exceptionally rapid descent. At the same moment, the technical essentials of the Curved Strike surfaced in his mind with crystalline clarity. His right foot seemed to acquire muscle memory instantaneously, as though he had practiced this strike tens of thousands of times. Examining the description more closely, his excitement only deepened. Passive meaning there was no usage limitation whatsoever. The only pity was that accuracy could not be guaranteed, or it would have been truly invincible. Wait a moment. A passive skill that directly grants 15 attribute points. Now that is what I call an advanced skill. Fan Kairui could not help but inquire of the system, why did my fatal through ball not grant any attribute points, though it too is classified as an advanced skill? The system responded calmly. Every skill possesses unique characteristics. The nature of fatal through ball is to enhance the success rate of assists, whereas Curved Strike grants additional attributes. Such is the design of each individual skill. I see. Fan Kairui nodded thoughtfully, then set his affairs in order and prepared for an early night. Tomorrow's training demanded a refreshed and vigorous state. Preseason warm-up matches followed one after another. Ajax's opening friendly on home soil was a victory, yet Fan Kairui did not manage to set foot on the pitch at the Amsterdam Arena for even a single second. According to head coach Boss, it was to allow him to gradually acclimate to the atmosphere of first-team football. Fan Kairui felt a dull sense of frustration. The milestone of his professional debut substitution had been within reach only to slip away. The second friendly and away fixture against 20 offered somewhat better fortune. He finally saw something of the pitch. In stoppage time, he came on to replace the former 20 player Zia, hoping to seize the moment and secure the result. Yet the 20 substitutes seemed possessed of some inexplicable fervor, leaving him no room to manifest his abilities. Fan Kairui, making his first ever substitution appearance, simply shrugged with an expression of helpless resignation. Professional football, he realized, was indeed far more unyielding than he had imagined. It was only after the final whistle that the depth of Coach Boss's intention began to reveal itself to him. For minutes of stoppage time had elapsed, yet the system remained curiously silent, and the achievement tab bore no illumination for first substitution appearance. A knot formed in Fan Kairui's chest, and he could not help but ask, "System, has my reward for the substitution achievement not yet been credited? Please consult the achievement overview carefully," the system replied in its characteristic measured tone. A luminous screen visible only to him materialized before his eyes, displaying the following clearly: first substitution appearance. The player must enter the field as a substitute for no less than 5 minutes. Unbelievable. You are testing me, system. Fan Kairui felt as though he might choke on his own breath. The system, unfazed, responded smoothly, "Rules are rules. What is yours shall not escape you. There is no need for haste, host." Fan Kairui opened his mouth, yet found himself without words. Very well. The system did have a point, however reluctantly he might admit it. His professional debut as a substitute had amounted to barely under 5 minutes in total. Though somewhat grievous, this very frustration only served to stoke the flames of his ambition for the future more fiercely. Those few brief minutes on the pitch had made everything abundantly clear. The training and internal scrimmage of the youth academy were worlds apart from the realities of professional competition. If he hoped to carve a name for himself on this narrow path, he would need to invest more than 120% of his being. There would be no other way. Following this friendly, head coach Boss soon noticed that Fan Kairui's intensity during training sessions had grown considerably. The old coach observed this with quiet satisfaction. The boy's talent was beyond question, yet having never truly experienced the rigors of professional football, he had perhaps been imagining the path ahead too simply. Now that he had tasted reality, his ambitions would be tempered and focused. Witnessing Fan Kairui's dedication, Boss felt assured that his subtle arrangement had not been in vain. Young players of today, particularly those blessed with natural gift, were often prone to arrogance and difficult to guide. Fortunately, Fan Kairui was not one of those. The more intensely he trained, the more brilliantly he performed, much to the complaints of his teammates forced to oppose him in practice matches. Of course, their protests were merely verbal. Inwardly, they were thoroughly delighted. The senior forwards, whose positions partially overlapped with Fan Kairui's, also gradually reached an understanding. They were still young, and they could afford to wait. A prodigy like Fan Kairui could hardly remain at Ajax's factory of stars for long. For the team as a whole, having such a talented youngster anchoring the attack in the upcoming season should at the very least yield better results than the previous campaign. After 3 further days of tactical rehearsal, the entire squad assembled on the morning of July 19th and boarded a direct flight from Amsterdam to Shanghai, preparing for the International Champions Cup fixture at the iconic 8-0 Stadium against Manchester United later that month. The mere thought of facing Manchester United under Mourinho sent Fan Kairui's imagination racing. He envisioned himself coming off the bench and producing a moment of world-shaking brilliance, much like the protagonist in that film. Sustained by these daydreams, he drifted into a doze during the long and tedious flight. Whether he could prematurely unlock the door to Europe's top 5 leagues might well depend on his performance in these 2 Champions Cup matches. So quietly and persistently, he whispered a silent prayer, hoping Coach Boss might grant him some playing time. Not necessarily a starting berth, but merely 30 minutes or so to display his capabilities to the full. After what felt like an eternity, the plane finally touched down at Shanghai Pudong International Airport. However, perhaps because Ajax had failed to make a significant impression in Europe in recent years, their profile in China remained modest. The crowd awaiting them at arrivals was disappointingly sparse, certainly smaller than that which had greeted even ordinary English Premier League clubs on their prior friendly tours. Pushing his luggage toward the international arrivals exit, Fan Kairui took in the familiar faces before him. Dark hair, yellow skin, and a wave of emotion surged within, nearly prompting him to exclaim aloud. Delixi, walking alongside him, glanced at the dwindling crowd of supporters and pouted with mild discontent. Chinese fans are far too pragmatic. They seem to have forgotten that we are also a club of considerable heritage. Fan Kairui turned to him and winked playfully. Then tell me, if Manchester United, Manchester City, Bayern Munich, or Juventus were to come calling in the future, would you go? Without a moment's hesitation. Who in their right mind would refuse? Delixi answered without blinking. Fan Kairui laughed heartily. Delixi, initially perplexed, took several seconds to grasp the implication of his friend's words, and then chuckled as well. Boarding the large bus arranged by the tournament committee alongside his teammates, Fan Kairui had barely settled into his seat when he caught sight of a dense crowd gathering at the opposite end of the international arrivals hall. He recalled that Manchester United's flight was arriving around the same hour. No wonder there had been so few to welcome them. All the enthusiasm had been directed toward the Red Devils. Yet both were clubs of equal centuries-old distinction. The disparity in treatment was rather stark. Still, as he considered it further, the explanation was hardly surprising. With Mourinho at the helm, a manager who never lacked for controversy and headlines, coupled with Rooney, De Gea, and Ibrahimovic, who had recently joined on a free transfer just the previous month, it was virtually inevitable that Manchester United would command every bit of attention. To be fair, if he were a fan, he would likely have done the very same. Not long after the bus departed, they found themselves caught in Shanghai's evening rush hour, crawling forward inch by inch through the congestion. Bored and restless Fan Kairui pulled out his phone and opened the Donquidi app. He was eager to see what the Chinese fans were discussing. Before that, however, he needed to reply to a comment from a user named Little Wife of Manchester United's future number 7 Heavenly King. This person had previously written in a tone thick with skepticism, "Are you really an Ajax player? Facing our Manchester? That seems rather unlikely." Surprised, Fan Kairui smiled as he typed his reply, "I have screenshots as proof." At 7 in the evening, the bus finally arrived at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. After a hasty dinner, the group retired to their respective rooms to adjust to the time difference and prepare for the match 2 days later. However, how could young men like Fan Kairui and Dreher stay put? They persuaded Fan Kairui and Frankie Rong to sneak out of the hotel, intent on exploring the nightlife of Shanghai and enjoying the beautiful scenery. As someone who had been there before, Fan Kairui naturally recommended the Bund first. It wasn't too far, and more importantly, there were plenty of attractive women there. The four of them didn't even bother with a taxi. After all, they weren't famous stars. No one would recognize them on the street. Besides, foreigners were everywhere in the bustling districts of Shanghai, so they wouldn't stand out at all. But all four of them were over 1.80 meters tall with striking features, so within just a few steps they attracted considerable attention from passing women, and some even gathered the courage to ask for their contact information directly. If Fan Kairui hadn't been the first to wave his hand and refuse, Frankie Rong and Fan Kairui might have actually followed them. There's something about being handsome. You never know just how bold women can become. The closer they got to the Bund, the more beautiful women passed by. If beauty were measured on a scale of 100, there were plenty scoring at least 80. Of course, many of them relied heavily on their makeup. Having grown accustomed to the freckles on Dutch girls' faces, Frankie Rong found himself utterly captivated by the exquisitely featured Chinese women before him. "I truly wish to become a son-in-law of this land. It's simply too beautiful." Beautiful, yes, but they lack a certain figure. Nothing particularly prominent in front or back. Fan Kairui shook his head, his tone carrying an air of regret. For Fan Kairui, Chinese girls were more to his taste, and if he ever sought a girlfriend, he would definitely prioritize local women. After politely declining several more women who approached them, the four finally reached the Bund. Gazing at the diverse classical architecture before them, there was a fleeting sensation of traveling back to old Shanghai. "Hey, there's a cafe over there. Shall we go in and rest?" At the sight of the coffee sign, Dreher immediately perked up. Fan Kairui turned to look at him. "You're treating?" Dreher rolled his eyes, but since he had such a passion for coffee, he had no choice but to concede. All right, I'll pay." The four settled into the quiet cafe No. 68 and each ordered a specialty coffee. Fan Kairui held his phone, scrolling through Twitter and Donquidi, as if returning to the leisurely days before his transmigration. That the little wife of Manchester United's future No. 7 Heavenly King had finally replied, "Humph. Stop lying. Those pictures were definitely scraped from some random website, weren't they?" Fan Kairui took a sip of coffee and typed with a smile, "Aren't you in Shanghai? I happen to be at Cafe No. 68 on the Bund with my teammates. How about you come confirm it yourself?" Almost simultaneously, in an upscale residential area of Shanghai, Gu Yutong was curled up on her sofa scrolling through her phone when she caught sight of the notification pop up and instinctively furrowed her brows. Her best friend Lu Qian, sitting beside her, leaned over. "Yutong, what's wrong?" "That Donquidi netizen I mentioned before, the one who claims to be an Ajax player. He says he's currently at Cafe No. 68 on the Bund having coffee with his teammates. Who knows if it's true or not? Have you read so much that you've gone silly?" Lu Qian poked her forehead. "It's just a few hundred meters. Why don't you go take a look?" Those words awakened Gu Yutong. Her eyes lit up as she grabbed Lu Qian. "Let's go, come with me and see. I'll look at you in such a hurry. Do you really think you're someone's little wife? Go away. I just want to expose that liar." Fan Kairui had originally planned to rest at the cafe for half an hour while secretly wondering what this female football friend looked like. From her past posts, the little wife of Manchester United's future No. 7 Heavenly King should be a freshman at Fudan University with a refined sense of style, but who knew what she looked like in person? Would she be a disappointment in person, or perhaps? Just then their insider Onana suddenly called with urgent news. Coach Boas was doing impromptu room checks. Terrified, the four abandoned their coffee money and bolted for the door without even grabbing there. Fortunately, the hotel wasn't far from the Bund, and as four professional athletes, they could run fast. They sprinted all the way back, headed straight to the gym, and pretended to have just finished a weight training session, barely pulling it off. When Boas and Bergkamp saw the four drenched in sweat, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise these post-97 kids really have drive. Only after the coaches walked away did Fan Kairui and the others finally exhale in relief. Fortunately, they had made their escape quickly enough, or else they would have been caught. Meanwhile, Gu Yutong and Lu Qian had already arrived at Cafe No. 68, but after scanning the room back and forth, they couldn't find a single table where four young men were seated. Gu Yutong's heart sank. She was likely being deceived after all. She pulled out her phone to send a message, but a reply popped up in the notification bar. Sorry, the bald coach is doing room checks. We're in a hurry to get back. Next time I'll treat you to coffee. Sorry. Lu Qian leaned over to glance at the screen and was instantly furious. This guy is definitely a liar. Gu Yutong nodded, her fingers flying across the screen as she replied, "You big liar." Fan Kairui saw the reply and wore a helpless expression. He hurriedly tried to explain that he hadn't deceived anyone, but his messages went unanswered, swallowed into silence. He sighed, thinking to himself, how could things align so perfectly? What could he possibly do? The following morning, Fan Kairui joined the entire team for an Adidas promotional event outdoors. In the afternoon, the whole team headed to the outer field of the Workers' Stadium for a light warm-up session in preparation for that evening's International Champions Cup match against Manchester United. Although the opponent was Manchester United, Ajax's media exposure was vastly inferior, with only a dozen or so outlets present compared to over 100 for United. This disparity fueled the entire team's determination to deliver a powerful statement. So what if they were the world's most profitable club? Football is won on the pitch with genuine skill, not marketing. Time flew, and before long, it was the morning of the match. The team was training in the hotel gym as planned, but unexpectedly German striker Yunis let out a sudden cry of, "Oh shit," while performing squats. The team doctor examined him and found a thigh muscle strain. Boas had intended to start Yunis on the left wing, but with this injury, he certainly wouldn't be able to play in the friendly match. He pondered who to replace him with. But the young man was better suited to the right wing. What about Traoré the loanee? Boas shook his head. It made no sense to test a lone player in a warm-up match. Should he turn to youth academy players like Al Ghazi or Cerny? At that moment, Bergkamp leaned in and suggested, "Peter, how about letting Kairui start?" Boas raised an eyebrow but didn't refuse outright. Instead, he countered, "Isn't it a bit too early?" Bergkamp smiled. "Every prodigy needs such an opportunity. Don't forget, this is merely a friendly match and Manchester United won't take it too seriously either. It's the perfect chance to develop young talent." Boas smacked his forehead, thinking it's just a friendly after all, and losing wouldn't matter. The club has always been a star-making factory, so this was the perfect opportunity to test the youngsters. So he sought out Fan Kairui and asked with a grin, "Kairui, would you like to start tonight?" Fan Kairui was momentarily stunned. The unexpected bliss left him frozen in shock until Drehert kicked him behind, snapping him back to reality. He let out a shout, "My goodness." Always ready. Boas had originally planned to announce the starting lineup after the morning practice, but with Yunis injured, all his plans were thrown into disarray. It wasn't until before lunch that the roster was finalized. Goalkeeper Siglezen, defenders Faitiman Singh Fire Hefi, and lead-walled midfielders Colossi Chene and Guderli, with forwards Ki Doboj and Fan Kairui. When Bergkamp called out Fan Kairui's name, the veteran players showed little reaction. After all, it was merely a friendly match where anyone could play. However, the younger players like Al Ghazi exchanged glances with Fan Kairui, thinking to themselves, a true genius is different. Even with a starting spot secured, he remained so composed. Little did they know that Boas had already spoken with Fan Kairui privately beforehand, otherwise this young man would have already been jumping with excitement. His first ever starting appearance against Manchester United sent his heart racing with anticipation. Although Manchester United wasn't what it once was, their foundation remained strong with star players like Rooney and De Gea still in their ranks. These Manchester United players were all legitimate superstars with proven ability, and on top of that their manager was Mourinho, one of the premier coaches in world football today. The cheers suddenly rose to a higher pitch. Fan Kairui caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye as several red figures flashed out from the adjacent tunnel. Turning his head, he saw his opponent for tonight, the Red Devils Manchester United. Rooney, De Gea, Ibrahimovic, Mata, Herrera. These were all players he had only ever seen on television before. For the first time seeing them this close, Fan Kairui felt his heartbeat racing uncontrollably. Perhaps noticing his intense gaze, Rooney turned toward him, a friendly thumbs up with a smile. Everyone understood the unspoken encouragement. A smirk tugged at Fan Kairui's lips as he mentally replied, "Don't worry, I'll definitely give it my all. But I fear you might struggle to keep up later." De Ligt nudged him from the side. "Stop staring, Kairui. One day you'll reach their level too, and fans worldwide will recognize your face." Absolutely. Fan Kairui laughed. De Ligt slung an arm around his shoulder and winked, "Hey, don't you think you should treat me to some authentic Chinese cuisine sometime?" "Why should I? Think about it. If I hadn't cleared that ball and it hit your face that day, would you have ever figured things out? You'd probably still be shutting yourself away." Fan Kairui rolled his eyes. "Want me to kick you back?" As the Manchester United players entered to warm up, the crowd noise grew louder with each wave, threatening to shake the roof. Fan Kairui instinctively shrank his neck, muttering to himself, "These Chinese fans are way too enthusiastic." I won't comment on their playing skills, but as fans they're absolutely professional. Hiwei from CCTV5 also arrived on site working as a reporter to interview players from both teams. But despite claiming to cover both sides, his focus was entirely on Manchester United. Who could blame him? Rooney, Ibrahimovic, Mkhitaryan, De Gea. These names carried so much weight with Chinese fans that they naturally became Hiwei's priority targets. After finishing his interview with Ibrahimovic, Hiwei's peripheral vision caught an Eastern face, wearing an Ajax jersey. Yellow skin, black hair, well-defined features. Looked exactly like a young man from China. Hiwei pointed in that direction, and the cameraman immediately shifted the lens. Many Chinese fans watching at home were puzzled, a string of question marks appearing in their minds. Who is this? Why did he look like one of their own? Hiwei walked over with his microphone. Not knowing Dutch, he politely asked in English, "Hello, I'm Hiwei, a reporter from CCTV5. Do you understand English?" Fan Kairui turned at the sound and saw a slightly chubby middle-aged man holding a microphone toward him. He paused for a second, and as a regular football viewer he immediately recognized him. Hearing this, Hiwei laughed. He asked in English, but the reply came in Mandarin. "Oh, you speak Chinese?" "Yes, I do." Fan Kairui nodded. "Are you Chinese?" Hiwei's eyes lit up. "I suppose so." Fan Kairui smiled. Dutch citizenship, Chinese heritage. The fans watching on TV finally understood. No wonder he looked so familiar, he was one of their own. "How should I address you, young man?" Hiwei extended the microphone forward. "Fan Kairui. Kai means triumph, Rui means auspiciousness." He paused and added in English, "It's carry, as in carrying the team." Quite a bold name. Hiwei naturally continued, "How old are you this year?" 17 years and 5 months. "Have you been in Ajax's youth training all along?" "Yes, I came here when I was 6. Then for tonight's match," Hiwei asked tentatively, "is there a chance you'll play?" Fan Kairui already knew he was starting, but deliberately played it coy, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Guess." Hiwei laughed and shot back, "Do you guess whether I guess? Then guess whether I guess whether you guess." This tongue-twister-like conversation made many TV viewers scratch their heads, wondering what on earth this was about. But many female fans didn't mind at all, fixating on Fan Kairui's face. He was indeed handsome, more spirited than some celebrities. Hiwei wanted to chat a bit more, but Ajax's assistant coach Bergkamp was already calling out Kairui. "Come join the training." "Coming." Fan Kairui responded, turning to Hiwei. "Uncle He, I need to go now." Go ahead." Hiwei patted his shoulder. "Looking forward to your good performance tonight." This was just polite words, but unexpectedly Fan Kairui blinked and replied, so naturally, "Definitely. Praise me a bit more during your commentary. I suggest drafting it in advance." With that he ran toward the training field. Watching his back, Hiwei smiled at the camera. Young man full of vitality. Only time will tell if we'll actually see him play tonight. Afterwards, Hiwei's team didn't bother the Manchester United stars anymore, instead focusing their cameras on Fan Kairui, who was participating in ball training. Fan Kairui wore a fluorescent vest signifying the starting lineup. Ball control, turning, passing, shooting. Several movements strung together smoothly, clearly more agile than his teammates nearby. An expert can tell by a single gesture. Having commentated for over a decade, Hiwei had sharp eyes. His heart skipped a beat. This kid is a genius prospect. The fans watching on TV also noticed, murmuring among themselves, "This Chinese Dutch kid really seems to have something." After about 40 minutes of warm-up, players from both teams gradually retreated to the tunnel. Hiwei fiddled with equipment at the commentary desk when the official starting lineup arrived. Glancing at the Ajax side, he indeed spotted a name, Fan Kairui. Fan? Hiwei pondered. Was there such a surname in Dutch? It looked more like the Chinese Fan. The name was quite westernized though. Kairui, which translated back was Kairui. He immediately opened his laptop, visited the Ajax official website, switched the page to Chinese using translation software, and began searching for Fan Kairui's information. The reason Hiwei became a top commentator was his thorough pre-match preparation. In no time, he found Fan Kairui's photo and records in the youth training section. Apart from a period of little news for a year and a half, he was mostly the focus of youth training reports. Good heavens, Hiwei now understood. A genius, and a top-tier one at that. No wonder he's starting against Manchester United. Some domestic commentators had also noticed Fan Kairui, but most considered him just an ordinary youth player, not even paying much attention to his somewhat mixed name. By then, the entire Ajax team had already changed into their jerseys in the home locker room, listening to head coach Boss's tactical instructions. For Fan Kairui's first start, saying he wasn't nervous at all would be a lie, but he still clearly understood Boss's arrangements: offense first with defensive support as secondary. Fan Kairui had strong attacking abilities, but limited stamina. If defensive duties were too heavy, his offense would definitely be affected. So Boss's tactics clearly favored him, allowing him to play freely in the front court without needing to retreat too deep defensively. Such arrangements naturally made some players in the team feel uneasy. But everyone could see Fan Kairui's talent and ability, so there was nothing to say now. After all, Ajax as a club had always made its living by nurturing star players. 10 minutes before kickoff, International Champions Cup staff knocked on the doors of both locker rooms one by one, reminding players it was time to gather in the tunnel. The Ajax lads got up one after another, but assistant coach Bergkamp raised his hand to stop Fan Kairui. Kairui. Fan Kairui looked over with some confusion. Bergkamp smiled and patted his shoulder. First time playing a professional match and starting too. Don't carry any burdens. When you get the ball, be bold. Your dribbling is the best among young players I've seen. He gave a thumbs up. Play more matches, and your future achievements might surpass even Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. Fan Kairui was stunned, his inner pride almost overflowing. He pressed his lips together and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Uncle Dennis. I'll show the whole world that Ajax's youth training is still top tier. Good luck. Then Ajax's substitute players went directly to the bench by the field, while the 11 starters stayed in the player tunnel waiting to line up and enter. Fan Kairui was lined up in the middle following new signing Chilwell behind him, with Manchester United players in red jerseys on his right. In the Manchester United lineup were De Pint and Blind, two Dutch compatriots who were quite familiar with many on the Ajax side. The two groups gathered together, joking and cheering each other on. The on-site cameras tactfully focused on these old acquaintances meeting in a foreign land. At the CCTV 5 commentary booth already connected to the live signal, Kairui kept thinking in his heart, cut to the camera, quickly give that genius kid Fan Kairui. Whether his muttering worked or not, the director actually moved the camera away from an Ajax player, scanned them one by one, and finally stopped on an exceptionally handsome Eastern face. Ahem, Kairui cleared his throat and put on his commentary voice. Football fans watching at home, you might not be familiar with this handsome young man on screen. Let me introduce him. This is Dutch-Chinese young player Fan Kairui, a striker, an excellent product of Ajax youth training. He joined the Ajax Youth Academy at 6 years old and is a recognized super genius in Amsterdam. Extremely fast, excellent ball control, and reliable shooting. The fact that he's starting at 17 against a powerhouse like Manchester United shows how much trust Ajax's new coach boss has in him. Next, let's look forward to young player Fan Kairui's performance. Hardly had he finished speaking when players from both teams following the Chinese refereeing team walked from the tunnel onto the field. The thunderous shouts exploded instantly, igniting the atmosphere in the 80,000-seat stadium. Following behind his teammates, Fan Kairui was swept by the surging wave of sound. He felt his blood rush through his veins, his whole body excited, wishing the match would start immediately. This feeling, is this professional football? Truly, the center of everyone's attention. Players from both teams entered the field under the referee's guidance. In the front row of the stands, Gu Yutong in a fitted Manchester United jersey and her best friend Lu Qian also got excited. The on-site broadcast began announcing the starting lineups for both teams. Manchester United goalkeeper Romero. Defenders Luke Shaw, Bailey Jones, Valencia. Midfielders Mata, Herrera, Blind. Forwards Mkhitaryan, Rooney, De Pint. Each time a Manchester United player's name was called, the 80,000-seat stadium erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The Chinese Manchester United fans in the stands expressed their passion this way. When the last Manchester United player's name was finished, the fervent atmosphere at the venue visibly dropped a level. Many Ajax players in line curled their lips, feeling somewhat uncomfortable inside. They were all football players, yet the differential treatment was too obvious. Ajax squad goalkeeper Celestin. Defenders Vertonghen, Sanchez. Ajax is hardly a top 5 league side, and their European records in recent years have been modest. Consequently, exposure has been limited and interest naturally sparse. The eruption of cheers from the stands as their names were called could not have been more different from what had just preceded it. Forwards Zeech, Dorsey, Van de Kerkhoff. As the remaining names were read, the atmosphere in the stadium dipped to its lowest point. Listening to the scattered rustle of the crowd, Van Kerkhoff curled his lip in quiet contempt. By the end of this match, he would make sure everyone here remembered his name. Van Kerkhoff, the force carrying the entire team. A chime echoed in his mind, the International Champions Cup, your grand debut under the world's gaze. Could you truly tolerate being overlooked? Show the world your potential as a future football icon with extraordinary performance. Mission Requirement 1, complete 10 successful dribbles within the first half. Mission Requirement 2, during your time on the pitch, record at least 1 goal and 1 assist, or score 2 goals. Mission Requirement 3, lead your team to defeat Manchester United. Mission rewards first attention from the elite clubs of Europe's top 5 leagues, second 10 attribute points, third 1 talent lottery draw. Failure penalty, randomly withdraw 50 attribute points. The requirements were demanding and the penalties severe, yet the rewards were undeniably alluring. Setting aside the attribute points and the lottery draw alone, the mere chance of catching the eyes of Europe's elite clubs was enough to make any young player's heart race. Elite clubs have always cherished top-tier talents. Choose the right path, establish yourself firmly, and the dream of becoming a global football star is far from unrealistic. Van Kerkhoff swept his gaze across the vast 80,000-seat stadium. A surge of fire rose within him, and speaking softly, nearly through gritted teeth, he whispered, to conquer the world, it begins here. Meanwhile, seated among the Manchester United supporters, Gu Yutong's eyelids fluttered slightly when the broadcast announced Ajax's final name. She turned toward her close friend Lu Qian and raised her voice above the roaring crowd. Qian, what was the last name called on the broadcast? Lu Qian tilted her head, thinking hard. I'm not entirely sure, sounded like Fan. Gu Yutong quickly pulled out her phone from her bag and opened Donquidi. The homepage featured the starting lineups of both sides. Her fingers swiped across the screen, and there, boldly listed among Ajax's squad, was a single name, Fan Kairui. Could it be? The person I've been chatting with on Donquidi for the past few days is actually Ajax's number 25. Their seats were near the center of the main stand and Ajax's half lay directly to the right. Van Kairui, playing as left winger, stood near the right side of the halfway line at that moment. Lu Qian's eyes suddenly sparkled. She tugged Gu Yutong's arm and pointed excitedly. Yutong, look. That player over there, isn't he handsome? Gu Yutong followed her gaze. An Ajax player in a number 25 jersey stood there. He wore a neat short haircut, his profile sharply defined. Though lean in build, he was undoubtedly striking. Wait, he's really wearing number 25. Gu Yutong muttered to herself, could it really be him? At that moment the whistle blew. Referee Ma Ning signaled the start of the match. Depay played the ball to Rooney, who following the pre-match plan immediately passed it back to the defense. After a few quick passes the ball reached Bailey. He lifted his head, spotted Depay making a forward run, and sent a long ball flying toward him. However, perhaps due to the turf or his touch, the pass drifted high and floated wide, rolling out of play along the far sideline. Ajax won a goal kick. Ledwell threw the ball back into play and Manchester United immediately pressed high, compressing their shape in an effort to send a strong opening statement. Though Ajax's players lacked notable fame, their fundamentals were solid. After a few swift passes in the middle third, the ball reached veteran Sihik. Blind rushed in to challenge, but Sihik remained composed, executed a calm turn to shield the ball, and smoothly lofted a long pass toward the left flank. The ball arced through the air, drifting toward the right side of Manchester United's defense. Valencia had been warned beforehand that his opposite number, the left winger, was merely a 17-year-old boy. He resolved to teach the youngster a lesson. Heard you're quick. I'll show you what truly fast looks like. Valencia exploded into acceleration, hoping to intercept the ball before Van Kairui could control it, or even win it outright for a counterattack. His plan sounded sound in his mind, but Van Kairui refused to follow the script. Van Kairui, who had been standing still, suddenly stepped inward. Valencia, committed to his momentum, was forced to skid and brake sharply. That single moment of hesitation cost him everything. With the opportunity lost, Van Kairui turned his back to Valencia and casually raised his right leg. The descending ball seemed to cling to the instep of his foot as he effortlessly lifted it backward, pivoting on his left foot and gracefully spinning to his right. The entire motion flowed as one seamless movement practiced beyond counting. Fans near that section watched momentarily stunned. Such elegance. The ball moves like that. On the commentary desk, Hiwei paused, then his voice soared, control and turn. Magnificent. Such graceful technique. He is only 17 years old. Valencia, blocked from viewing the ball, could only rely on instinct to turn and follow. But Van Kairuy's explosive acceleration was simply outstanding. He covered several steps in a flash, leaving Valencia hopelessly pinned behind. Sensing Herrera closing in from his periphery, Van Kairui initially feigned a slowdown, then suddenly accelerated again, nudging the ball into the half space with the outside of his right foot. He was cutting inside. Herrera read the moment and dived into a slide tackle. But Van Kairui struck first. The ball was already past him. Herrera's tackle connected with nothing but air. Herrera's attempt had been tricky, his legs skimming the turf, intending to sweep the airborne Van Kairui off balance. Yet Van Kairui twisted his waist and pulled his legs upward mid-jump, letting the desperate sweep pass harmlessly beneath him. A roar erupted from the stands. The earlier control and turn move had barely registered, and now the evaded slide tackle sent the crowd into full celebration. Landing, Van Kairuy's body swayed slightly, and his forward momentum faltered for an instant. Bailey, playing conservatively deep, seized the opportunity. Known for explosive power and fierce interceptions, he lunged forward the moment he detected the stumble. Though his footing wavered, Van Kairui did not lose his dribbling speed. In 2 quick strides, he stabilized himself, and facing Bailey's aggressive press rather than retreating, he drove forward with renewed pace. In a head-on confrontation, courage decides all. Nearly every spectator rose from their seats, craning their necks, determined not to miss a single detail. Beside the home team's technical area boss gripped his fists, unconsciously his mind racing. He had encouraged the boy to take on more defenders, but surely not with such reckless abandon, as if the entire Manchester United defense meant nothing. Full velocity achieved, Van Kairui probed forward with his right foot, dragging the ball diagonally ahead with the outside of his boot. Bailey reacted swiftly, extending his left leg to block. That brief opening was all Van Kairui needed. His right ankle flicked, and with the inside of his foot, he sharply dragged the ball back toward himself. The ball changed direction, staying low along the turf, and slipped cleanly between Bailey's instinctively spread legs. Through the legs. Hiwei's voice cracked with excitement, a rainbow flick. Through Bailey. A signature move of Ronaldinho. As the ball slipped away, Bailey instinctively tried to clamp his legs together, but the ball was faster. By the time he realized he needed to foul, he was half a step too late. From the technical area of the visiting bench, Mourinho watched with visible frustration, sharply gesturing with his hand. How could the center-back be so reckless? Van Kairui swept past Bailey on the left, his pace untouched, driving straight toward the penalty area. Phil Jones, already lacking speed and poorly positioned relative to Bailey, could only watch helplessly as Van Kairui broke free one-on-one against goalkeeper Romero. Romero's brow furrowed deeply. There would be no heroics today. His eyes locked onto Van Kairuy's feet. No one could have anticipated that Mourinho's Manchester United, renowned for defensive solidity, would be dismantled by an unknown teenager in their very first defensive sequence. 3 players bypassed, now deep inside the box. Van Kairui guided the ball into the left side of the penalty area. Romero committed to coming off his line. Only then did the Manchester United supporters in the stands rouse from their daze, unleashing a thunderous wall of boos. Within the roaring cacophony, Van Kairui, facing Romero, who had advanced halfway, deliberately pace. The seasoned Romero felt a tightening in his chest. He recognized the shot was coming. He halted abruptly, dropped his center of gravity, shuffled his feet rapidly, and spread his arms wide, assuming the standard stance for challenging a one-on-one. A faint curve touched Van Kairuy's lips. He had noticed Romero positioning himself a touch too far forward. He raised his right foot and lightly brushed the bottom of the ball with his toe. Romero's temper flared. He sprang upward like a coiled spring, arms stretched to their fullest extension. But the arc traced by the ball rose higher than Romero's desperately outstretched fingertips. He could not reach it. Phil Jones, galloping back desperately to the goal line, watched the ball begin its descent and gradually slowed his steps. By experience alone, he knew this goal was gone. Van Kairui, having struck the ball, did not even glance toward the net. With absolute confidence, he turned and sprinted toward the home team's technical area, arms spread wide, to thank Boss and Bergkamp for their belief. Only then did Hiway's voice erupt again from the commentary desk. Goal. The ball is in. 17-year-old Ajax talent Van Kairui, elegantly navigating past 3 defenders, faced Argentina's goalkeeper Romero and delicately elected to chip the ball over him. He scored the first goal of his professional career. Though this is merely a friendly match, I can confidently say this young man's future is limitless. In the main stands, Gu Yutong watched the figure running wildly. Her delicate brows lifted slightly, and an indescribable feeling brushed through her heart. But she quickly reminded herself, even if Van Kairui were to become a global superstar one day, what connection would he have with her? At the end of the day, he was simply a stranger. Clearing her thoughts, she composed herself and returned to cheering alongside the Manchester United supporters around her. Boss and Bergkamp had believed in Van Kairuy's talent, but nowhere near this rapidly. Against Mourinho's Manchester United, the boy had taken on the entire defense solo and somehow found the net to give Ajax the lead. It was absolutely extraordinary. Meanwhile, Manchester United manager Mourinho stood at the away technical area, his face dark with anger as he cursed briefly. After venting his frustration, he turned to his assistant and asked, "Rui, who is that young player? Have you found out his background?" Faria walked back to his seat, retrieved a tablet, and quickly returned to Mourinho's side, holding up the screen for him. Mourinho studied the information for a few moments, his furrowed brows gradually relaxing, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. His frustration over conceding the goal seemed to vanish entirely. With a knowing half-smile, he looked at Faria and said, "Rui, I've changed my mind. No matter the cost, we must bring this young player to Old Trafford." Jose Faria frowned. "We already have Rashford, Depay, and Martial in that position. Wouldn't signing another Van Kairui be a bit?" Mourinho glanced at Depay on the pitch and shook his head. "Depay's technique is far too crude. He simply doesn't meet my standards. Rashford and Martial certainly have talent, but they both play as center forwards. Besides, this Dutch lad is only 17 and possesses enormous potential. I need to plan for the future." He smiled and continued, "People always say I don't know how to develop young players, but the truth is those youngsters simply don't meet my minimum requirements. If this boy can perform consistently, he could become the next Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi." Faria was taken aback by the remark. If he remembered correctly, this was approximately Mourinho's highest praise for a young player. On the pitch, Ajax players were gathered around Van Kairui, celebrating his spectacular individual goal. In the commentary booth, Hiway continued to lavish praise upon Van Kairui. However, the commentators from other outlets felt rather embarrassed. They had barely noticed Van Kairui's name on the team sheet before the match, but now that he was shining so brightly, they realized they had no detailed information whatsoever. They wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Fortunately, the match resumed quickly, and they could only pull themselves together and refocus on their commentary duties. Having just conceded such a goal, every Manchester United player felt a burning desire to equalize as soon as possible. Especially Depay, who had previously played for PSV Eindhoven and shared a bitter rivalry with Ajax, was particularly driven to score. Unfortunately, his 2 long-range attempts both went well astray, failing to even test the goal frame. Mourinho, a manager with an intense desire to control every aspect of the game, combined with his natural dislike for players like Depay, immediately unleashed a barrage of shouts at him from the touchline. Beyond venting his dissatisfaction, this was also a strategic move. If Depay failed to meet expectations during the summer friendly matches, Mourinho would have justification to let him go. Manchester United pressed forward with considerable intensity, but Ajax was no pushover. Boss had a thorough understanding of Mourinho's coaching philosophy and had made targeted preparations on both ends of the pitch. The team executed these plans while hardly giving Manchester United any meaningful opportunities. This friendly was arguably one of the more substantial matches Mourinho had overseen since taking charge at Manchester United, yet he currently had few effective solutions. New signing Mkhitaryan still lacked chemistry with his teammates, and relying solely on Mata to orchestrate attacks from midfield was insufficient. While Rooney dropping deep could help link the play, it left the forward line without a proper finisher. What a headache. If only they could sign Pogba this summer, Mourinho thought to himself as he watched his team dominate possession without creating clear chances. Time elapsed rapidly through the back-and-forth exchanges, and before long 15 minutes had passed. The scoreboard still read 1-0, with Ajax in the lead. The moment Fan Kairui received a pass from a teammate, cheers erupted across the stadium. This was not because the attending Manchester United supporters had defected, but rather because Fan Kairui was the sole source of excitement on the pitch. Each time he received the ball and drove forward with skillful dribbles, the crowd could not help but applaud enthusiastically. After being brought down by Herrera once again, Fan Kairui casually rose to his feet, placed his right foot on the ball to steady it, and then quickly delivered the free kick from the attacking third. With 3 successful dribbles remaining to complete the halftime target of 10, though plenty of time remained. Watching from the sideline as Fan Kairui prepared to take on Manchester United's defense again, Boss muttered to himself, "This kid Fan Kairui is far too straightforward. I encouraged him to break through boldly to boost his confidence. I never meant for him to keep charging at defenders endlessly." Fan Kairui attempted to break through once more, but this time 2 Manchester United players blocked his path, while another lurked nearby waiting to provide defensive support. Forcing his way through clearly wasn't an option. Glancing toward the far end where Ziyech was making restless movements, an idea suddenly struck him. Activate skill, fatal through pass. Once the skill activated, Fan Kairui's vision expanded dramatically. He leaned his upper body to the left, and Valencia and Mkhitaryan instinctively shifted half a step toward the touchline. Seizing the opportunity, he dragged the ball backward with the sole of his right foot, withdrew his body, planted his left leg for balance, and curled the ball with the inside of his right foot. The football sailed through the air with a swift whoosh, arcing from Ajax's left attacking flank toward the right side of the penalty area. Manchester United's defensive line had compressed too tightly, with left-back Luke Shaw even shifting toward the center, leaving the right flank completely exposed. Ziyech understood immediately and made a sharp forward run, positioning himself perfectly to meet the ball's trajectory. Oh no! Mourinho stood at the away technical area watching helplessly as the ball arced over the back line like a rainbow, his heart sinking. It was too late for Luke Shaw to rush out and intercept. He could only weakly extend his left leg in an attempt to interfere, but such minimal disruption was entirely inadequate. Fan Kairui's pass seemed to carry its own guidance. Ziyech received it comfortably, took a touch, and unleashed a powerful strike with the instep of his right foot. The ball flew toward the goal like a cannonball. Romero stood frozen, unable to make a single saving motion. Goal! Goal! He from CCTV Sports broke into a shout. It's Fan Kairui again. This young player with Chinese heritage is absolutely divine today. 1 goal scored and 1 assist provided, helping Ajax take a 2-0 lead over Manchester United at the 80,000-seat stadium. At that exact moment, a system notification echoed in Fan Kairui's mind. Ding. Mission 1 completed. Mission 2 requires 3 more successful dribbles and leading the team to victory. Please continue your efforts, host. Having just scored his first goal for Ajax, Ziyech ran toward Fan Kairui with arms wide open in excitement. The two collided shoulders and embraced, jumping together in celebration. At the home team technical area, Boss waved his fist and roared, his face flushed with emotion. So what if Manchester United was a giant club? So what if they had superior quality? Meanwhile, Mourinho stood with his hands on his hips, his expression dark. If this weren't merely a friendly match, he would have wanted to substitute all 11 players in one move. What a performance. However, despite his anger, he quickly composed himself. He had only recently taken charge at Manchester United, so it was understandable that the players' tactical understanding needed time. Moreover, the opposing players were performing extraordinarily well today. Defense is always reactive, while offense allows one to seize the initiative. His gaze fell once more upon Fan Kairui, now surrounded by his teammates. The first goal might have contained an element of luck, but this assist spoke volumes. A player capable of shooting, dribbling, and passing, who was merely 17 years old, possessed terrifying potential. Mourinho pulled out his phone, eager to immediately call the club's executives. By any means necessary, this youngster must be brought to Old Trafford. In the stands, several scouts simultaneously opened their notebooks and scribbled down observations. Ajax, number 25. Extremely fast, sharp in dribbling, excellent ball control, refined technique, expansive vision, and precise passing like a scalpel. Ajax's sporting director Overmars watched the live broadcast and suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh dear. With Fan Kairui performing so brilliantly, top clubs would definitely be watching, and there was a risk of direct offers. The problem was that he was still under a youth contract that expired next summer. Buying out such a contract wouldn't cost much. It was a mere drop in the ocean for wealthy clubs. A miscalculation. Overmars reacted swiftly, immediately deciding to fly to China with the contract to secure a formal professional agreement without delay. That way, even if he couldn't keep the player, at least they could command a reasonable transfer fee. The Dutch league had never been known for retaining top talent. Since they couldn't keep them, better to convert them into funds and use that money to develop new players. That was how smaller clubs survived. On the pitch the score had become 0-2, and Manchester United players looked at each other somewhat dazed. This was supposed to be their first meaningful preseason friendly of the new campaign, yet they were performing so poorly. Rooney, Herrera, Mkhitaryan, Depay. Each one stood with hands on hips, their expressions growing progressively worse. They were all established stars, none valued below 30 million euros. But what about the Ajax side? Looking at their combined squad value, did any individual justify that price tag? Transfermarkt clearly stated none of them. Despite clearly dominating in quality, the scoreline was so humiliating. These seasoned professionals didn't need to think twice to imagine how the media would dismantle this performance after the match. It was Rooney who finally snapped out of his daze. He clapped his hands and called out to his dejected teammates, "Guys, we've only played 20-something minutes in the first half. We have plenty of time to turn this around. That number 25 on the other side is just a kid. As long as we mark him closely and don't give him space, we'll be the ones scoring next." The difference wasn't as apparent for the midfield and forward players, but Mkhitaryan, Valencia, and Herrera, who had directly faced Fan Kairui, felt the strain acutely. This guy, he's simply not human. Before the match resumed, Mourinho made a gesture from the sideline, making slight tactical adjustments. One had to admit manager Mourinho's adjustment produced immediate results. A simple change in Manchester United's attacking threat surged noticeably. Unfortunately, Mkhitaryan and Depay were misfiring today. Their consecutive shots from inside the penalty area all sailed wide of the goalposts. Ajax's defensive line was under relentless pressure. Watching the situation unfold, Fan Kairui felt he could no longer stand idle. 3 successful dribbles. Not too many, not too few. He needed to complete them soon. The atmosphere at the 80,000-seat stadium remained intensely heated, especially when Manchester United pushed into Ajax's territory. Their cheers echoed like rolling thunder. In the 29th minute, Rooney received a cross from Mata on the right flank and attempted a scorpion kick, delicately nudging the ball toward the center. Depay followed up, leaping into the air, but failing to make contact. The ball was headed clear by Davinson Sanchez, who had been waiting for an opportunity. Fan Kairui noticed that Ziyech was closer to where the ball would land, so he turned and sprinted forward. Valencia quickly pivoted to track back, but unexpectedly Fan Kairui came to an abrupt halt and reversed direction. Before Mata could close, and Ziyech delivered a gentle pass to Shin, positioned on the right side of the penalty area arc. Shin did not stop the ball, instead using the outside of his right foot to volley it directly toward Fan Kairui as he looped back. The crowd erupted with cheers. The Chinese Manchester United supporters in the stands watched as the ball returned to the Ajax number 25, and they instinctively burst into applause, clearly anticipating another skillful dribble. Herrera was closest and immediately pressed him. As Fan Kairui ran with his back to the attack, his right shoulder dipped noticeably as he prepared to receive the ball. Herrera anticipated a turn to the right rear and quickly positioned himself to block the path. To Herrera's surprise, Fan Kairui lifted his left foot to deflect the ball, then executed an abrupt stop and spun leftward around his planted left foot, in the exact opposite direction Herrera had anticipated. A system notification echoed in Fan Kairui's mind. Valencia, with no other option, had to press forward again despite the risk. Fan Kairui understood the importance of speed in counterattacks. Glancing sideways, he saw no teammates advancing, so he decided to press forward solo. Valencia, originally a winger, was known for his attacking prowess but defensive weaknesses. Fan Kairui dipped his right shoulder again and drew the ball wide with the outside of his right foot, clearly intending to beat him on the outside. Valencia retreated while maintaining his defensive position, following Fan Kairui outward. Before Valencia could react, Fan Kairui extended his right foot and clipped the ball back with the inside of his foot, changing direction and accelerating toward the left, slipping past Valencia with ease. Phil Jones had already shifted to cover, and seeing Fan Kairui pull the ball slightly away from his body, he thought he could step in and win the ball back. But his instincts proved too hasty. Fan Kairui's explosive acceleration allowed him to recover the ball in just 2 strides. Jones realized his mistake and was forced to commit a sloppy foul. Fan Kairui reacted even quicker, flicking the ball forward with the outside of his right foot and darting into the space ahead. Jones' attempted tackle missed entirely. With another change of direction and pace, Fan Kairui left Jones behind once more. The familiar system voice chimed in, "Ding. Congratulations on completing the first half task of 10 successful dribbles. Continue your efforts and lead Ajax to victory over Manchester United at the stadium." Bailey possessed remarkable recovery speed, which was precisely why Mourinho valued him so highly. Yet against Fan Kairui's acceleration, he remained at least a gear slower, and with the distance between them growing, there was little he could do to contain the threat. On the opposite sideline, Mourinho's expression darkened with frustration as he watched his team's defensive vulnerabilities unfold. He knew that improving both the league campaign and European prospects required addressing these defensive frailties. Goalkeeper Romero fought back a surge of frustration at his defense's repeated failures, though he understood that venting anger would not solve anything. Redemption depended entirely on his own actions. Having already surrendered 2 goals to this young prospect, Romero resolved to hold the line this time. He let out a powerful roar to steel himself as Fan Kairui closed in with the ball. With Bailey still some distance behind, Fan Kairui began to decelerate. He had already scored once and provided an assist completing his tenderable objective, so he decided to attempt the curved shot technique he had just mastered. Without hesitation, Fan Kairui positioned himself for the shot. Rather than driving past the goalkeeper as everyone expected, he set up on the arc of the penalty area. Planting his left foot, Fan Kairui whipped his right leg through the ball with devastating force. The shot rocketed toward goal, and Romero, who had committed to rushing out, barely had time to register the strike before it was too late. The ball dipped sharply as it flew, slipping past Romero's outstretched hand and slamming into the back of the net. Fan Kairui stood his ground and raised his right thigh, revealing the defined muscle beneath his shorts, a gesture inspired by Ronaldo. The commentator declared it another stunning goal. He nearly shouted into the microphone, describing how Fan Kairui unleashed a devastating long-range strike from the edge of the box that once again penetrated Romero's defense. The young player had put Ajax ahead 3-0 against Mourinho's Manchester United at the 80,000-seat stadium, a remarkable achievement against such a formidable opponent. The Chinese Manchester United supporters in the stands appeared stunned, having only expected Fan Kairui's skillful dribbling to entertain them, not such a powerful long-range strike. Gu Yutong stood in the middle tier, struggling to comprehend what she was witnessing. In just half an hour, this player had already contributed 2 goals and an assist, a truly dominant display. Many fans watching on television became instant supporters of Fan Kairui, while scouts embedded in the crowd quickly jotted down notes about his exceptional long-range shooting ability. Reviewing his previous performances, this young striker embodied the complete forward profile, capable of dribbling, distributing, and finishing. His only apparent limitation was his slight frame, but at 17, he had ample time to develop his physical strength, much like Cristiano Ronaldo had done in his youth. Ajax's sports director Omar was traveling to the airport by taxi when he spotted the match broadcast on his phone and could not help but smile at the performance. He reasoned that the release clause should be increased. A 17-year-old prodigy like this warranted at least 50 million euros. For Ajax, that sum represented an entire year's wage bill. Mourinho shook his head on the touchline with a wry smile, knowing that berating his players served no purpose now. His thoughts turned entirely to convincing the club to pursue this young talent urgently. Much like Ferguson had acted decisively after watching a friendly years ago, Mourinho recognized that genuine genius cannot be allowed to slip away when encountered. The Ajax supporters away from home were celebrating, wildly jumping and cheering with disbelief that their team led Manchester United by 3 goals. A scenario no one would have predicted before kickoff. On the Ajax bench, substitute players leapt to their feet, pumping their fists in celebration. They had expected a narrow defeat, but finding themselves 3 goals up at halftime was extraordinary. De Ligt shared in the joy, but felt a pang of envy. Both had risen through the youth academy, yet his close friend was dominating against a club like Manchester United while he remained uncertain about his own playing time. Managers typically prioritize stability when selecting center-backs, making it difficult for young defenders to break through. Meanwhile, countless Ajax fans gathered around their televisions watched the number 25 jersey perform with seeming invincibility, sensing that the club's revival was imminent. On the pitch, Manchester United's established stars appeared subdued and invisible, while Fan Kairui, surrounded by his teammates, shone brilliantly in contrast. When play resumed, Manchester United's spirit seemed thoroughly deflated, their movements sluggish and hesitant, as though they were the ones trailing rather than leading. Mourinho grew visibly frustrated. Accepting defeat was one thing, but surrendering was unacceptable. With 60 minutes remaining after just 30 had elapsed, he reasoned that if the opposition could score 3 in that time frame, his own team should be able to respond with 6 within the full duration. He unleashed a tirade from the touchline, and under Rooney's influence his players managed to find some energy. Ajax, however, played with even greater intensity, winning numerous 50-50 challenges through sheer determination and aggression. Fan Kairui became the primary focus of attention, which tempered his subsequent displays slightly. Nevertheless, whenever the ball reached him, the Manchester United defense remained perpetually tense. Within 10 minutes alone, Valencia, Herrera, and Bailey each collected yellow cards for fouls committed against him. The mounting pressure on Ajax's attack actually hindered their ability to launch effective counters, and both sides expended themselves in intense physical battles as the first half drew to a close. The Chinese referee Ma Ning blew his whistle to signal the end of the first half. He Wei's voice echoed through the broadcast as he described how 17-year-old Fan Kairui's 2 goals and 1 assist had put Ajax ahead 3-0 against Manchester United at the 80,000-capacity stadium. As soon as the halftime whistle sounded, Mourinho slipped into the tunnel with a grim expression that suggested fury at his players' performance. But his real concern lay elsewhere. He was eager to return to the dressing room to make important phone calls. One call went to his agent Jorge Mendes, while the other needed to reach Manchester United CEO Ed Woodward. With no sporting director in place, all transfer decisions required Woodward's approval, essential if Mourinho hoped to move forward with his plans. Reaching out to Mendes was about securing that young prospect who was rapidly becoming a star. Players from both teams made their way toward the tunnels as the electric atmosphere in the stadium gradually subsided. But when Fan Kairui appeared at the tunnel entrance, the stands erupted once more. The deafening roar of the crowd crashed over the entire stadium in an instant. Fan Kairui paused, briefly momentarily caught off guard, until Vertonghen gave him a push from behind that snapped him back to reality. He smiled and waved to the cheering crowd. One fan exclaimed that he had smiled at her while another insisted he was looking elsewhere. A third declared themselves a new supporter, drawing playful accusations from nearby fans. Amidst the overlapping shouts from the stands, Fan Kairui could not make out the specific words, but continued waving to acknowledge them. He felt genuinely moved by the realization that he now had fans of his own, and the experience was incredibly exhilarating. Fan Kairui made his way back to the locker room, still basking in the moment. Assistant coach Bergkamp greeted him with a firm embrace. The Arsenal legend had never shown much warmth toward Manchester United, and Fan Kairui's 2 goals and assist in the first half provided ample satisfaction. Boss spoke up with satisfaction about the first half, noting that every player had performed to expectations, with Kairui's display exceeding even those standards. He then shifted tone to remind them this was primarily a preparation match focused on building team cohesion, with significant changes planned for the second half, though he assured them all had secured spots in the starting lineup for the new season. The Ajax players in the locker room finally felt reassured hearing this confirmation of their futures at the club. On the other side, Manchester United players entered the away locker room with caution, mindful of Mourinho's potential temper. Surprisingly, the manager did not raise his voice at all. Instead, he was fully absorbed in a phone conversation. Though some could not follow the Portuguese, they caught key English phrases clearly. Ed Woodward by Ajax, number 25, Fan Kairui genius guarantee. It seemed he was urging the CEO to sign that extraordinary talent from the opposing side. Valencia, Herrera, and Bailey, all shaken by Fan Kairui's brilliance, exchanged a quiet glance. If they could truly play alongside such a remarkable player the next season in the League and Champions League, would surely soar. Mourinho ended his call, his expression shifting instantly, and turned his attention to the distracted players. His tone was sharp as he questioned their first-half performance. He expressed doubt about whether they were professional footballers unable to handle a 17-year-old opponent, and remarked that the club should consider fresh faces. Captain Rooney had faced plenty of stern talks under Ferguson, but Mourinho's delivery this time was particularly relentless, each remark flowing into the next, original and unrelenting. Meanwhile, broadcasters began reviewing the first half. China's Channel 5 was best prepared, with He Wei having gathered extensive material. Viewership rose steadily during the halftime segment. Fan Kairui's distinctly Eastern features caught the attention of Chinese Manchester United fans watching the live broadcast. Many wondered which Asian nation he represented. What if he were Chinese? Football had long been a weak point for the nation, with the men's team often becoming a subject of global amusement. The emergence of a player like Fan Kairui would undoubtedly bring pride to Chinese football supporters, who would still claim Chinese players lack ability. However, Ajax's official website clearly listed Fan Kairui's nationality as Dutch, dimming those hopes. Yet among the disappointment came a flicker of relief. South Korea already had Son Heung-min to celebrate. Another rising Asian star might overshadow Chinese football even further. Then someone noticed a smaller line of text beneath the nationality field, bringing renewed hope. It read Chinese descent. Though not a Chinese citizen, he carried Chinese heritage. For many Chinese football fans, any top-tier player connected to Chinese roots was enough to spark pride. Going forward, they could confidently argue that China's football struggles were not a matter of individual ability, but rather the lack of proper developmental foundations. Look at Fan Kairui receiving proper training at Ajax and emerging as a standout talent. Within that 15-minute halftime break, countless Chinese fans had come to remember Ajax's number 25, Fan Kairui. Naturally, a few voices of caution emerged online during this moment. One fan posted that Fan Kairui's brilliance was merely a first-match wonder, noting how many talented youngsters dazzled initially only to fade into obscurity. Everyone was advised to stay calm. The post received considerable agreement. Indeed, the football world was full of fleeting talents. Fan Kairui himself remained unaware of these discussions. When the 15 minutes elapsed, he returned to the pitch with his teammates preparing for the second half. Coach Boss already had his plan. Fan Kairui and a few other players would remain on the field for another 10 to 15 minutes, while others would be substituted before the second half began. Manchester United were also making adjustments. Romero was replaced by academy goalkeeper Johnstone. Rojo came on for Phil Jones. McTominay replaced Blind, and Rashford took the place of Depay. The International Champions Cup allowed 7 substitutions per team. Had the rules permitted, Mourinho would have preferred to change all 11 players on the field. Ajax made 3 changes. Sean Riedwald and Stam were substituted off, while Bertrand Traoré, Daverson, and Onana came on. With Chinese referee Ma Ning's whistle, the second half of the International Champions Cup match between Manchester United and Ajax officially began. Manchester United, having adjusted their lineup, shed their sluggish first-half demeanor. They pressed forward with sustained attacks, forcing even Fan Kairui, who had drifted forward for most of the first half, to track back and assist in defense. Boss had initially intended to keep Fan Kairui positioned to threaten United's defense. However, sensing the mounting pressure, he decided to prioritize weathering United's second-half surge first. United's attacks came in relentless waves. Onana's goal faced constant danger. If Rooney and Rashford had been more clinical with their opportunities, the scoreline would likely have reached 3-1. The broadcast crew, clearly aware of the significance, took the opportunity during a period of Ajax defensive pressure to shift the camera to Fan Kairui, who was covering defensively. The choice of camera angle carried meaning. If Ajax's 3-goal lead in the first half rested on this previously unknown player, then now, as the team faced pressure, it was time for him to step forward once more. Fan Kairui was also watching the clock. He noted that only 2 minutes remained of the 10-minute window boss had given him. He needed to add another goal within this brief time to further steady the team's position. 2 of his objectives were already complete. The final and most significant one remained. Preventing a late collapse after being substituted was essential. Manchester United were currently in full flow, making immediate action necessary. Another dangerous United attack unfolded. Behind the away technical area, Mourinho stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on Ajax's penalty area. Mkhitaryan gently guided McTominay's pass toward Rooney, who had moved into a central position near the edge of the box. Rooney held off Sanchez, made no adjustment, and laid the ball off to Rashford, who was surging forward along the left channel. Amid the chants of Manchester United supporters, Rashford, completely unmarked, struck the ball with full force. The ball rocketed toward goal with tremendous power, threading between Davinson Sanchez and Philip Hike, leaving Onana with no time to react. Just as Onana was about to accept the moment, a sharp sound echoed beside him. The ball struck the junction where the left post met the crossbar, producing a heavy thud that brought everyone back to reality. The rebound fell squarely to Philip Hike, who cleared it with a bicycle kick. Mourinho began a remark, but his eyes widened. The clearance sailed toward Ajax's attacking left flank, precisely where Fan Kairui was making a run. From Mourinho's vantage point, the ball's trajectory aligned perfectly with Fan Kairui's movement. Valencia, trailing behind, had tried every method to impede the advance, but Fan Kairui accelerated, appearing like a white streak along the left flank, visibly pulling away from his pursuers. Bailey, the last defender, faced an immediate decision: mark the runner or track the ball. What he could not have anticipated was that Fan Kairui, at full speed, neither challenged forward for the ball nor stopped to cut inward. Instead, with seemingly unseeable awareness, he raised his left foot and gently nudged the ball, arriving at knee-height backward and to the right. Bailey hesitated for a fraction of a moment, unsure whether to follow Fan Kairui's turn or rush toward Ziyech, who was arriving to receive the pass. If Bailey turned to track Ziyech, the attacker would comfortably control the ball and drive forward. If he moved toward Ziyech, Fan Kairui would be entirely unmarked. In that instant, Ziyech moved first. With a gentle touch of his left foot, the ball glided along the turf, shooting through the left channel and crossing the halfway line, rolling precisely into the open space on the left flank. Fan Kairui had already positioned himself just beyond the touchline, perfectly outside Bailey's marking, and now drove forward with purpose toward the ball. Bailey, the nearest defender and last line of resistance, could only observe the impossible gap widening between them. Rojo, substituted on for this phase, did not chase Fan Kairui directly. Instead, he chose to take the shortest direct path between the winger and the goal. But within 2 steps, he realized that against such absolute speed, a straight line was not necessarily the fastest route. Fan Kairui surged past him on the outside, leaving him behind. Having reached the ball, Fan Kairui guided it forward and to the right with the inside of his left foot, maintaining full pace as he drove toward the penalty area. Rojo threw himself into the chase, but the distance only increased. Johnstone, the goalkeeper, felt profound tension. Having already faced 2 goals from this player despite being the backup keeper, he wondered what he could possibly achieve. In a stadium of 80,000 that had largely belonged to Manchester United, the electric atmosphere suddenly shifted. A wave of sound rose toward the advancing Fan Kairui. Some devoted United supporters closed their eyes as if already sensing the moment's outcome. Commentator Hiwei's voice rose sharply as he noted the one-on-one situation, pausing to watch closely. Fan Kairui dribbled into the penalty area, executed a convincing feint that froze Johnstone in place, and then gently guided the ball past him with his right foot. The ball crossed the goal line and settled into the net. Hiwei's voice rose with unmistakable emotion, celebrating the 17-year-old prodigy, urging viewers to remember the name Fan Kairui. Having scored his 3rd goal, Fan Kairui turned toward the stands, closed his eyes, and opened his arms, allowing the surrounding sounds to wash over him. Teammates De Ligt, De Jong, and Van de Beek soon rushed from the substitutes bench, joining in celebration as they embraced the remarkable hat-trick achieved on his professional debut. Few players ever achieve a single hat-trick in their careers, yet Fan Kairui accomplished 3 in his first appearance. A moment of pure triumph beyond simple description. On the Ajax technical area, coach Boss and assistant coach Bergkamp shared a quiet embrace. They knew that the halftime decision to bring Fan Kairui on for Younes had proven correct. Leading 4-0 against Manchester United, even in a friendly match, exceeded what had been imagined before kickoff. The same group of young players showed noticeably stronger cohesion today. Just 10 meters away, Manchester United's manager Mourinho could only shake his head with a wry smile. A coach who built his reputation on defense, conceding 4 goals away from home. The last time he was this humiliated traced back to New Year's Day 2015, when he led Chelsea to a 3-5 defeat at Tottenham's White Hart Lane. After enthusiastically praising Fan Kairui, Hiwei shifted the topic. Manchester United's players clearly hadn't yet shaken off their holiday mentality. Suffering 4 consecutive goals was a harsh wake-up call for both the squad and manager Mourinho. While some fret, others rejoice. The prodigious youth Fan Kairui had already showcased his talents to the world. It seemed unlikely that Ajax, the star factory, could retain this rising supernova come summer. With the scoreboard already at this state, Mourinho had no other recourse. He signaled to assistant Faria to bring in Pereira, Januzic, and Ibrahimovic, preparing for more substitutions. Down by 4 goals, they needed to salvage some dignity no matter what. Meanwhile, Ajax's coach boss also decided to follow the plan and make substitutions. Fan Kairui had already delivered 3 goals and 1 assist, so there was no need to keep him on the field. With over half an hour remaining, it was time to let other players get some match rhythm. Besides, he worried that the bloodthirsty Manchester United players might target Fan Kairui with dirty tactics if the match continued. So many geniuses had been ruined by injuries. After celebrating, Fan Kairui eagerly raised his arms and waved them forcefully, venting his joy at completing a hat-trick. What kind of team was Manchester United? The world's most profitable club. No one dared to underestimate this golden brand, especially with Mourinho at the helm this year. Who was Mourinho? He was practically synonymous with championships and glory. Then again, Fan Kairui's hat-trick and assist in this match, leading Ajax to a 4-goal lead over Manchester United, truly demonstrated star-caliber performance. Of course, he harbored a twinge of regret deep down. If only this were a Champions League match, he would be instantly famous. But the International Champions Cup was merely a friendly, lacking the same weight and prestige. However, the applause from the stands was genuine, with fans expressing their appreciation for the hat-trick in this way. Before the match resumed, both teams made simultaneous substitutions. Frenkie de Jong and Van de Beek came on to replace Fan Kairui and Schoen. Spectators from the Chinese Manchester United fan section stood and applauded warmly as Ajax substituted off the standout performer Fan Kairui, bidding farewell to the emerging young talent. Hiwei's voice resonated through the commentary box. The young player Fan Kairui had unveiled the magnificent opening act of his career with a hat-trick and an assist. He expressed hope that this Dutch-based Chinese player would maintain his humility and proper attitude going forward, not looking down on future opponents simply because of how well he played today. The gap between professional footballers was often not as vast as people imagined. Fan Kairui slowly made his way off the pitch. No one hurried him along. Players he passed greeted him spontaneously, and even the Manchester United squad seemed impressed by his performance. Wayne Rooney, Henrik Mkhitaryan, Ander Herrera, and Juan Mata all offered their handshakes, while even Zlatan Ibrahimovic, preparing to come on as a substitute, stopped to greet him. Rooney leaned in closer and murmured something in English about considering a move to Manchester United. Meanwhile, Manchester United manager Mourinho understood this was only Fan Kairui's second appearance and first start of his career. He raised his thumb toward Fan Kairui as the young player left the field. Setting aside team allegiances, the youngster's performance truly warranted everyone's respect. After all, in professional football, skill spoke for itself. With the opposing manager giving a thumbs up, Ajax's coach boss and assistant Bergkamp were even more demonstrative. The two rushed forward to embrace Fan Kairui with excessive enthusiasm. Had he not blocked his ears with his fingers beforehand, his eardrums might have suffered from the commotion. In football, the spotlight always returned to the pitch. No matter how brilliantly Fan Kairui performed, once he left the field, he was no longer the center of attention. Seated on the bench, he found himself puzzled. Despite accomplishing so much, the system remained completely silent. First start, first goal, first assist, first brace, first hat-trick. The system immediately responded. Achievement rewards were not proactively notified. Please claim them yourself. Fan Kairui nodded gently, and with a mere thought, the stadium visuals vanished from his mind's eye, replaced by a floating three-dimensional interface hovering above the pitch. After toggling through twice, he navigated to the achievement rewards portal. Indeed, 5 pending rewards awaited collection: 1 attribute point for the first start, 2 for the first goal, 1 for the first assist, 4 for the first brace, and a talent lottery draw for the hat-trick. The total came to 8 attribute points, plus a talent lottery, a rather impressive haul. After 90 minutes of play, the fourth official signaled just 3 minutes of stoppage time. The scoreboard read 4-1, with substitute Ibrahimovic scoring against his former club to salvage some pride for his new team. When the 3 minutes expired, referee Ma Ning decisively blew the final whistle. Coinciding with the sound, Fan Kairui heard the system notification. Ding. Congratulations on completing the rookie mission. Your rewards have been distributed. Please check your account. With those words, Fan Kairui felt the lingering tension finally ease. Gaining 18 attribute points plus 2 talent lottery draws from a single match was an exceptionally generous reward. He felt quite pleased with himself. With such a solid foundation, he could secure a starting spot at any top club and make his name known. What if his physique wasn't robust enough? No problem. He could allocate all his points into strength and become a rugby-style footballer on the pitch. Then again, it was just a joke. Physical strength needed balance. Being too bulky would compromise agility. As the match concluded, live broadcast cameras naturally focused on Fan Kairui, sitting on the Ajax bench. The message was unmistakable: 3 goals and 1 assist merited the Man of the Match award. Yet Fan Kairui himself remained remarkably composed. His career had barely begun, and a friendly match's Best Player award hardly warranted excitement. True thrills would come later when he won the Ballon d'Or or was named FIFA World Player of the Year. Those were the pinnacle honors every professional footballer dreamed of achieving. Commentator Hiwei on Channel 5 raised his assessment of the young player even higher. This young man's composure was genuinely remarkable. Performing a hat-trick against Manchester United while remaining so unflappable meant his potential was truly boundless. In the broadcast feed alongside Fan Kairui appeared a tall Manchester United player. With a small ponytail at the back of his head striking features a prominent nose and arms covered in tattoos, he approached and patted Fan Kairui on the shoulder, asking in accented Dutch, "Would you like to swap jerseys?" Over a decade earlier he had played for Ajax, so he had studied Dutch, though years of disuse had left him rusty. Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Fan Kairui turned, surprise lighting up his face. "You want to swap jerseys with me?" "That's right, the hat-trick kid." Ibrahimovic grinned and pulled off his soaked jersey, handing it over. Fan Kairui had always admired Ibrahimovic and promptly removed his own shirt. After exchanging jerseys, they draped the garments over their shoulders. Ibrahimovic naturally put his right arm around Fan Kairui's shoulders and winked. "Kid, any interest in joining Manchester United?" Fan Kairui found himself puzzled. They had just conceded 3 goals to him, and now he was being recruited. Could this be a setup for future retaliation? He suddenly recalled a rumor. Wasn't Ibrahimovic a black belt in karate? Seeing Fan Kairui didn't respond immediately, Ibrahimovic assumed he was considering it and continued persuading. As Jose puts it, Manchester United is currently rebuilding, and everyone is working toward a common goal. I have seen what you are capable of. You are far better than Memphis, Rashford, and Martial combined. I am genuinely hoping you will join us, and we will accomplish something great together. Think it over, kid. First Rooney, now Ibrahimovic personally recruiting him. The enthusiasm was hard to refuse. That said, joining Manchester United would not be a bad move. The wages alone were certainly attractive. But based on his memories, Mourinho's tenure at Manchester United was not particularly successful. Beyond winning a domestic treble in his first season, the following year and a half were fraught with struggle, and he rarely gave young players opportunities. Considering all this, joining Manchester United did not seem like the wisest choice. But directly declining someone like Ibrahimovic would not be appropriate, so Fan Kairui smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will give it serious consideration. I really wish I could have teammates like you sooner." Ibrahimovic patted his shoulder again. "There will definitely be an opportunity." Fan Kairui deflected with a casual laugh, and the two continued chatting for a while longer. He had to admit Ibrahimovic was quite the conversationalist. Once he started talking, he could not stop recounting stories from his shocking goal at Ajax all the way to tales of teasing hard by focusing on his feet, animated and vivid throughout. Had Rooney not come to fetch him to thank the fans, they might have continued talking for much longer. Walking back side by side, Rooney casually asked, "What did he say?" "He said he would think about it. Today's performance was impeccable. Watching him play reminded me of the legendary Portuguese star back in the day. In fact, from what I saw, he outshone even the young Prodigy of that era." Indeed. Once Ibrahimovic and Rooney walked away, Fan Kairui joined his teammates heading toward the stands to acknowledge Ajax loyal supporters. As the hero who dismantled Manchester United, hundreds of fans chanted in unison, "Kairui, Kairui, Kairui." At the post-match press conference, the defeated Mourinho shouldered all responsibility while sparing no praise for Ajax's number 25. Facing the media cameras, his words carried an undercurrent, "Such a remarkable young talent. I truly hope to work with him next season." Hardly had the words left his lips when a wave of murmurs rippled through the press hall. Anyone with a modest amount of sense could read between the lines Mourinho was showing clear interest in Fan Kairui. Half an hour later, Ajax head coach Boss, who had also attended the press conference, began to feel a twinge of headache. Fan Kairui's outstanding display in a friendly had somehow caught the attention of the rebuilding Manchester United manager. He had only just taken charge of Ajax, and Fan Kairui had not yet featured in a single official match. If he had known this would happen, he would have held him back until the new season. Back at the hotel, Fan Kairui immediately accessed the system. On the three-dimensional holographic screen, his personal attributes were neatly displayed: age 17 years, 5 months 23 days, height 183 centimeters, weight 73 kilograms, strength 61, stamina 62, speed 86, acceleration 88, heading 54, shooting 74, long shots 70, shot power 69, short passing 69, crossing 65, long passing 48, dribbling 94, ball control 80, technique 81, reactions 83, balance 81, talents super learning ability, natural ball sense, injury resistant, dribbling master skills, deadly through pass, curve shooting. Items: match winning experience coupon 4, expert shooting card 5. With 18 attribute points, 2 talent draws, and increasingly pleasing stats, Fan Kairui felt as though he could already glimpse the day he might surpass both Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. But before that distant horizon, he needed to figure out how best to spend those precious points. Stamina and strength were indeed on the weaker side and worth reinforcing. Shooting power improved too slowly through training alone, so allocating points there made sense. Speed and acceleration stood at 86 and 88 respectively, yet in the game every blistering winger boasted 90 or above. Those needed upgrading as well. Then again he reasoned his electrifying performance against Manchester United was bound to draw the gaze of Europe's elite clubs. If he could produce similar magic 3 days hence against Manchester City, an opportunity to join a top club might genuinely materialize. After all, the reward description for the freshly minted mission explicitly stated that he would attract the attention of giants. After nearly half an hour of deliberation, he still couldn't decide. The system, unable to bear the silence, muttered, "Host perhaps. You should draw a talent first." "Exactly." Fan Kairui slapped his forehead and issued the command. The scene shifted to the familiar lottery wheel. This time the center of the grid displayed the word talent, and a new option appeared below: draw once or draw twice. Without hesitation, he selected the double draw. The wheel spun with a brisk whirring sound. After about 10 seconds, chimes rang out in succession. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent balanced both sides. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent offside breaker. Balanced both sides, equally proficient with both feet, no weak foot. Offside breaker enhanced synergy with passers, granting a higher probability of breaking the offside trap. Fan Kairui's heart swelled with joy. These two talents were not desperate necessities, but they were undeniably delightful additions. A player without a weak foot. How many professionals dreamed of such a gift? Only a handful in the world possessed it. With it, he could attack from either flank, making his play far harder to anticipate and defend. The offside breaker talent was equally valuable for a forward. Against teams that parked the bus and sat deep in defense, this ability would prove particularly effective. After the initial excitement subsided, however, his dilemma returned. The talents were secured, but the attribute points still awaited allocation. How to distribute them? He stared at the panel, grappling with choice paralysis. Strength and stamina were foundational and deserved priority. After careful consideration, he added 4 points to strength and 9 to stamina. Strength would reach 65, sufficient for most physical duels. Stamina would climb to 70, giving him confidence to cover a full 90 minutes. The remaining 6 points went entirely into speed and acceleration. 4 to speed, 2 to acceleration. Confirm increase. As soon as the command was issued, the numbers on the holographic panel flickered and updated. A gentle warmth spread through his body, his frame seeming subtly denser, and his legs felt noticeably lighter, as though both speed and explosiveness had genuinely improved. Strength 65, 4, stamina 78, speed 94, acceleration 92. Talents: super learning ability, natural ball sense, injury resistant, dribbling, master balanced, both sides, offside breaker. Gazing at the increasingly impressive panel, Fan Kairui felt a deep sense of reassurance and renewed anticipation for what lay ahead. He habitually switched between screens, and upon reaching the Achievements tab, noticed a claimable reward. First man of the match. Reward 1 skill draw. Well. He immediately returned to the lottery page and activated a draw. 10 seconds later, the familiar chime sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the passive skill Perfect Ron de Jong. Perfect Ron de Jong, an upgraded version of Ronaldo's signature move designed to cause 0 physical strain. He knew this technique intimately. Ronaldinho's iconic feint had sent countless defenders crashing to the turf. The original version, however, took a heavy toll on the knees, and Ronaldinho himself had suffered dearly for it. This perfected variant eliminated that drawback entirely. It was as if it had been tailor-made for him. The technical nuances flooded his mind instantaneously, as though he had rehearsed them countless times until they became second nature. Remarkable. Fan Kairui clenched his fist, his confidence soaring. 3 days until the Manchester City match. He felt certain he could deliver an even better performance. A move to a top club seemed closer than ever. That evening, highlight reels of Fan Kairui's hat-trick spread across major Chinese sports platforms. The discussion on Don Quidi was especially lively, with heat levels skyrocketing. His background had been thoroughly researched. Dutch nationality, Chinese descent. Soon a chorus of fans was urging the Football Association to naturalize the midfielder who had single-handedly shaken Manchester United. Yet an even louder counter-voice urged restraint. Everyone knew the state of affairs within Chinese football. How many promising talents had withered under its weight. It was rare enough to have a player of Chinese heritage carving out a name abroad. Why risk ruining it? Fan Kairui scrolled through a handful of popular threads, then set his phone aside. Tomorrow morning the entire squad would depart for Pengcheng, so rest was the priority. This would be Ajax's final preseason friendly of the summer. Afterward they would return to Amsterdam to prepare for the third qualifying round of the Champions League, with Greek side Thessaloniki awaiting. This match was drawing attention far beyond China's borders as well. Foreign media covered it enthusiastically, with the spotlight firmly fixed on Fan Kairui, the hat-trick hero. Dutch outlets could barely contain themselves, hailing him as the most promising Ajax forward in a decade, and predicting a future that might eclipse Robben's achievements. European mainstream media praised his brilliance, but devoted more space to speculating whether Ajax could retain him through the summer. Of course, dissenting voices existed. Some dismissed his display as exploiting an unfamiliar opponent, predicting he would face the same reality against Manchester City. The following day at 11, the entire Ajax squad touched down at Pingching Onbao International Airport. Thanks to last night's victory over Manchester United, the crowd of waiting fans dwarfed the one in Shanghai. A sea of nearly 1,000 people stretched across the arrivals hall. Airport authorities were forced to take temporary measures, or ordinary travelers would have been completely blocked. Fan Kairui was unquestionably the most popular member of the squad. His performances mattered, of course, but his handsome appearance and Chinese heritage made him naturally endearing to the local fans. The overwhelming turnout caught Fan Kairui slightly off guard. De Ligt pointed toward a large poster of Fan Kairui at the arrival's exit and grumbled, "Fair enough. One good game, and you're the darling of the city." "Not exactly fair." Van de Beek and De Jong chimed in from nearby. Fan Kairui simply winked casually. "You two can have your turn too if you get the chance." "I wish," De Jong and Van de Beek said almost in unison, "but the gaffer won't give us the opportunity." De Ligt, a center-back, sat fourth in the pecking order. Unless the two ahead of him were unavailable, his chances were slim. Sensing his teammates' low spirits, Fan Kairui leaned in and whispered, "Mathies, don't worry. You'll have your chance next season for sure." "How can you know that?" "Family tradition. The art of divination," Fan Kairui replied with mock solemnity, hands clasped behind his back. "Barring any surprises, you'll be our starting center-back in the second half of the new season." "Really?" De Ligt regarded him with skeptical doubt. "Believe it, and it comes true. Doubt it, and it fades away." Fan Kairui struck a decidedly mysterious pose. As Fan Kairui walked away, De Ligt muttered to himself, "Believe it, and it comes true. So should I believe it or not? Believe and it works, doubt and it doesn't. Fine, I'll believe it. What if it actually does?" After settling into the hotel and sharing lunch, the team headed out at 3 in the afternoon for a charity visit to a nursing home and orphanage, as arranged by the organizers. Pingching's football atmosphere was nowhere near that of Shanghai. The pace of life was too fast, and the local professional club was still struggling in the second tier, with promotion looking unlikely. One wondered whether this venue would draw anywhere near the capacity crowd seen at the 80,000-seat stadium. At 8 o'clock that evening, Fan Kairui was about to invite De Ligt and the others to the hotel gym when a middle-aged man in a baseball cap stepped into his path. Fan Kairui furrowed his brow. The man removed his cap and asked in English, "Young man, do you understand English?" Fan Kairui nodded. "Yes, I do." The man smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, I am Jorge Mendes, Portuguese football agent. I imagine you've heard my name, yes?" Fan Kairui's eyes narrowed slightly. Jorge Mendes. In all of world football, there was only one agent with that name, a true giant of the agency industry. Cristiano Ronaldo, De Gea, James Rodriguez, Marcelo, all were among his clients. The intention behind this approach was unmistakable. "Of course I have," Fan Kairui replied. Mendes smiled, patting Fan Kairui on the shoulder before gesturing toward the people milling about. "Young man, this isn't the most suitable place for a conversation. Shall we retire to the fourth-floor cafe?" Fan Kairui nodded along, fully aware of what was happening. An agent of Mendes's caliber personally seeking him out could mean only one thing. Having an agent was standard practice for any professional player of note. After fame arrived matters of image rights, endorsements, contract renewals, and transfers, all required expert handling. Attempting to manage everything alone would consume enormous energy and inevitably detract from on-pitch performance. Coincidentally, Fan Kairui currently had no agent, and Mendes, with his formidable reputation and excellent standing in the industry, was precisely the ideal partner. He had, after all, built an empire representing the very best players on the planet. Soft light music drifted through the cafe, but before the waiter had even brought their orders, Mendes spoke first. "Fan Jose has never recommended a young player to me before. I've watched your match footage. He's right. You're a genius." Jose Mourinho, Manchester United's manager. Fan Kairui's brows furrowed slightly. "Why would Mourinho recommend me? You haven't signed with an agent yet, have you?" Mendes sat up straighter, his tone serious. "I don't beat around the bush. I'd like to sign you as my client. From now on, you focus entirely on football. I'll handle everything off the pitch for you." Fan Kairui nodded. "That's true. I don't have one yet. It's common for professional players to have agents, but some prefer to keep it in the family for convenience. Messi and Neymar both have their fathers as agents. Icardi's is his wife, and in Raiola's case, even his mother runs the show. Why let the fruit fall to outsiders? It makes sense, but family agents often lack professionalism. Take Messi and Ronaldo, for instance. Messi's father simply can't match Mendes' commercial acumen. That's why beyond the salary, Messi's other income trails significantly behind Ronaldo's. For most players, signing with a professional agent is simply the smarter move. Fan Kairui had considered having a relative help him, but with only his grandmother left in the family, that wasn't really an option. In other words, he'd turn 18 in 6 months. Signing with a professional agent now would both lay the groundwork for his future and spare him a lot of headaches down the line. At that moment, the waiter arrived with their coffees. Mendes pulled a small brochure from his briefcase and slid it across the polished table alongside a contract. "This is my international agent certification, and this is a representation agreement. Take a look at it first. If everything seems in order, I hope we can work well together." Fan Kairui didn't bother with the certificate. Mendes' reputation spoke for itself. He opened directly to the contract, sipping his coffee as he scanned through it. The terms were straightforward enough: fairness, rights, and obligation, scope of services. The details covered what the agent would provide, how commissions were calculated, the contract duration, breach clauses, and various supplementary provisions. Fan Kairui wasn't familiar with these contracts, so he'd secretly looked them up on his phone earlier. According to what he found, agents typically take 5 to 10 of a player's salary and bonuses, and 10 to 15 of advertising and commercial income, though the exact percentages depend on negotiations. Naturally, the commission cannot exceed FIFA's regulations, and anything beyond that holds no validity. Mendez's offer was quite generous: 5 on wages and bonuses, 10 on endorsements and business revenue, nearly the lowest rate on the market. But based on what he'd read, players usually don't pay this commission themselves. It gets passed on to the club or advertisers. In effect, clubs pay extra to agents beyond the player's salary, which functions as a kind of benefit for the player. In other words, Fan Kairui wouldn't be spending any of his own money on these commissions. But with his limited understanding of legal documents, he still felt uncertain, so he quietly asked his system, "Brother Pao, can you read contracts? My mood's alright today, so I'll take a look for you." The system's languid voice echoed in Fan Kairui's mind. "The contract doesn't have any pitfalls, but the term is too long. To avoid conflicts down the line, I suggest signing for 5 years first." Fan Kairui chuckled internally. This system was surprisingly versatile. Could it review contracts too? Then maybe it could handle all his document review in the future. The system responded with silence. Fan Kairui pretended to flip through 2 more pages of the contract, then closed it and smiled at Mendez. "Uncle Jorge, I have no objections to the terms except for the duration. We might need to discuss that. How many years did you have in mind?" Fan Kairui held up his right hand, fingers spread wide. 5 years. Mendez frowned. "That's too short. It goes against industry standards." "You're well known in world football," Fan Kairui said earnestly, "but strictly speaking, we've only known each other for less than half an hour. Even new employees have probation periods. 5 years could serve as our trial period. If we get along well, I'd be happy to sign a longer contract. What do you think?" The words were blunt, but reasonable. They'd barely just met, and no amount of fame could replace common sense, especially since there were plenty of examples in football of players falling out with their agents. Mendez's smile never faded, as if the slight discomfort had never occurred. "I trust Jose's judgment, and I trust my own. You're indeed a young man with clear opinions." He then shifted gears smoothly. "So if I understand correctly, you're willing to sign the agency contract?" Fan Kairui was momentarily caught off guard, realizing he'd been maneuvered into a corner. Good heavens. He'd been so focused on negotiating terms that he hadn't considered he should compare options first. A big decision like signing with an agent shouldn't be made so hastily. But on second thought, Mendez's reputation and status were solid. He wouldn't bother deceiving someone at Fan Kairui's level. The commission rate was also the lowest in the market, showing genuine sincerity. So viewed this way, it wasn't a bad option after all. After finishing his coffee, Fan Kairui reviewed the contract carefully and found no issues, then signed all 3 copies. From that moment on, he was officially a player with a proper agent. Though professional players still needed to be taken with a grain of salt. After all, he was still under a youth contract with Ajax, and wouldn't truly have made it until he signed a first-team deal. "Nice working with you," Mendez said, standing and extending his hand. Fan Kairui mirrored the gesture, offering a gentle handshake. "Likewise. Unless there's anything else, I need to hit the gym." With business concluded, sitting idle with an older man wasn't particularly engaging. But before he could finish, Mendez interrupted. "Fan Jose is very interested in you." Leaning forward slightly, he added, "He personally called to recommend you. That's how I managed to fly to China in a single day. As your agent, I'd like to ask, would you be interested in a move to Manchester United?" "Manchester United?" Fan Kairui raised an eyebrow. "They have plenty of forwards. Would there even be a spot for me?" "Don't worry about that." Mendez snapped his fingers to signal the waiter for refills before continuing. "Jose has assured me that as long as you maintain even 60 or 70% of your performance from last night's match, you'll have a guaranteed role at Manchester United." He paused, then added, "We're partners with a good personal relationship. His coaching abilities are known worldwide. Playing under him, I'm confident it's the right choice for your development. Joining a powerhouse club." Fan Kairui had certainly dreamed about it. But with the opportunity suddenly landing right in front of him, he found himself hesitating. It wasn't a lack of confidence. It was more that this fortune seemed to have arrived almost too easily. He thought for a few seconds before responding. "Uncle Jorge, a transfer is a major decision. I need to consider it carefully. Indeed, such important matters deserve careful thought." Mendez nodded, his respect for Fan Kairui growing. At 17, maintaining such composure was rare. The next day, as Fan Kairui prepared to join the team for recovery training, head coach Boss called him to the hotel lobby separately. An energetic middle-aged man with short hair was waiting there. Fan Kairui recognized him immediately. Mark van Bommel, Ajax's sporting director and a club legend who had helped win the Champions League in the 1990s. Van Bommel felt a wave of relief seeing Fan Kairui. Since landing, his phone hadn't stopped ringing. Clubs from top tiers to mid-table sides were all asking about the teenager who'd scored a hat-trick at the 80,000-seat stadium 2 nights prior. Fan Kairui was still on a youth contract, making a transfer cheap as a lottery ticket. No wonder financially strapped clubs wanted a piece of the action. What if he hit the jackpot? Van Bommel's objective was crystal clear: secure a professional contract with Fan Kairui with a release clause no lower than 50 million euros. Naturally, eliminating the clause entirely would be even better, letting the highest bidder win. True to form, he moved with the same urgency that defined his playing days. Without hesitation, he pulled a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Fan Kairui. Kairui, the club recognizes your potential and worth. This is a professional contract prepared just for you. Only now did Fan Kairui understand why the sporting director had traveled all this way. He was eager to secure a formal contract. The urgency made sense given the 3 goals from 2 nights ago. As he took the contract, he realized his youth agreement had only 1 year remaining. Signing a professional contract now was perfectly reasonable, though the speed was somewhat surprising. The bilingual document, Dutch and English, contained straightforward terms covering duration, compensation, and mutual obligations. The salary alone represented a dramatic increase from his youth deal, with a base annual wage of 600,000 euros. Add in the various bonuses, and €1 million annual income was well within reach. Hold on. Fan Kairui suddenly remembered, scratching his head. I already have an agent. Shouldn't you be discussing this with him? He scratched his head, recalling the situation. Right, Uncle Mark? I think I already have an agent. You'll need to talk to him about renewals. An agent? Van Bommel looked genuinely surprised. When did that happen? His brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased. In his view, many players' ambitions grew inflated because of their agents. Dealing with professional agents was never easy. Then again, professional players couldn't function without one. I signed with him last night. Fan Kairui shrugged. Jorge Mendes handles my affairs now. It's him. Upon hearing the name, Van Bommel could only sigh. He'd arrived too late. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, since you have an agent now, I'll contact him later. Go ahead and train. All right. As Fan Kairui turned to leave, Van Bommel called out again, Kairui, wait. Yes. Your talent is clear to everyone at the club. Whatever you decide in the future, I hope. Fan Kairui smiled and finished the sentence, I understand, Uncle Mark. Ajax raised me, and my grandmother is an honorary life member. I wouldn't do anything to betray the club. If I do leave one day, I'll make sure the transfer fee is fair and acceptable to everyone. That won't change. Watching Fan Kairui walk away, Alwimmer shook his head and muttered to himself, it seems my trip here was somewhat unnecessary. In truth, Fan Kairui had discussed a potential transfer with Mendes the previous evening after signing the contract. His stance was clear: even if he chose to leave in summer, he would not let Ajax suffer any loss. Fair to say the club had treated him well through their youth academy, the fans were supportive, and his grandmother was a devoted member. Walking away after accepting some youth development compensation felt wrong, especially to her. It simply did not sit right with him. His abilities spoke for themselves. If wealthy clubs wanted him, they could come forward. If not, he could stay another year at Ajax, and his value would certainly rise. Besides, a transfer fee was a form of recognition for a player. Being settled for merely 1 or 2 million euros would feel dismissive. The following morning, the entire Ajax squad boarded a bus headed to Pingcheng Stadium to familiarize themselves with the pitch ahead of the match that evening. This was the final leg of the International Champions Cup in China. Pingcheng Stadium could seat only 32,000 at most, a far cry from the 80,000-seat arenas they were used to. Fan Kairui glanced at the stands and quirked an eyebrow. This pitch seems rather small, doesn't it? Indeed, not very large, Van de Beek observed, looking around. China simply did not have many dedicated football stadiums of substantial capacity. Moreover, the stadium was surrounded by a 400-meter running track, placing spectators at a distance and somewhat dimming the matchday atmosphere. A smaller pitch naturally affected the rhythm and energy of the game. No wonder Chinese football had struggled to progress. Limited facilities combined with a lack of meaningful development efforts had left the league increasingly behind, almost a subject of conversation worldwide. Upon returning to the hotel, Fan Kairui received a call from Mendes. The agent informed him that talks with Alwimmer had been concluded. As requested, a professional contract would be signed with a release clause set at 20 million euros. Additionally, to protect the club's interests, Ajax would receive a 20% sell-on clause in any future transfer. At noon, a head coach boss announced the starting lineup for the evening's match. He had originally intended to bench Fan Kairui, but club management wanted the young player to gain more match experience, so his name remained on the starting 11. Management intervening in team selection was rarely appreciated by coaches. Yet boss had no real choice. Fan Kairui's standout debut had already drawn attention from several clubs. Combined with the player's own interest in a summer move, more playing time would only strengthen his position and market value. Boss could only sigh. Keeping Fan Kairui at the club meant regular playing time, which would showcase his talent and raise his profile. But their youth contract had only 1 year remaining, and extending it would require concessions, where the club would receive only a modest compensation fee. If anything, it was a testament to how exceptional the young player had become. News that Fan Kairui would start again reached his young teammates, De Ligt, De Jong, and Van de Beek, and they couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Little did they know this was also a countdown to the days they would share the pitch together. Manchester City's squad arrived at midday to warm up at the venue. Under the guidance of assistant coach Torrent, the players began their preparations while Guardiola took Aguero to a pre-match press conference. Reporters eagerly pressed Guardiola on whether City would field their strongest 11 and how many first-team players would feature. But he offered nothing even for a friendly International Champions Cup fixture. When asked about stopping Fan Kairui, Guardiola responded with characteristic ease. Stopping? My philosophy is built around attack. If we keep pressing Ajax backward, where will they find space to create? The press conference remarks quickly spread. Fan Kairui saw the coverage and smiled faintly to himself. Want to bury us with attack? Fine. Let's see how long you can maintain it. We both come from the same attacking school. Who are we afraid of? After all, Guardiola's philosophy, traced back to Cruyff, and Cruyff's roots lay firmly at Ajax. In a sense, this match felt like a meeting between fellow students of the same tradition. Both sides fielded professional players, and the gap in quality was not as wide as some might suggest. City could dominate possession, but fully overwhelming Ajax was unlikely. Who was afraid of whom? Fan Kairui thought to himself. As long as the ball was at his feet, he would make certain City's defense had their work cut out. Before long, it was 6 p.m. The Ajax squad boarded the organizer-provided bus and made their way to Pengcheng Stadium. Compared to the massive 8,000-seat arena from 3 days prior, this venue drew noticeably more local supporters. Many fans held up large posters of Fan Kairui, likely influenced by his Chinese heritage. Looking through the window, Fan Kairui felt a quiet warmth stir within him. To have already earned supporters after just one strong performance felt rewarding. He knew, however, that the real test remained. He needed to continue delivering on the pitch to honor that support. By the time Ajax entered the pitch for warm-ups, the stands were nearly 80% full. Though the stadium was modest in size, the atmosphere grew steadily. When Manchester City's players emerged, the noise swelled, dramatically rising like a wave across the stands. Anyway, as Fan Kairui walked through the tunnel following his impressive display against Manchester United, fans on both sides began chanting his name in unison. Kairui, Kairui, Kairui. Even the Manchester City players trailing behind cast curious glances his way. A sensation he recognized all too well, much like his own habit of watching the opponent's strongest players. For the first time, Fan Kairui felt something genuine settle over him. He was truly becoming someone to watch. After roughly 40 minutes of warm-ups, both squads returned to the locker rooms for final preparations. Kickoff was set for 8 o'clock. By then, fans following the International Champions Cup had access to both teams' starting lineups. Manchester City, playing as the home side, opted for a 4-2-3-1 formation. Caballero guarded the goal with Kolarov, Otamendi, Adebayo, and Klich forming the back four. Fernandinho and Delph anchored midfield, while Zinchenko, David Silva, and Navas supported Aguero up front. Though not their absolute strongest lineup, it was close enough to their preferred 11. Ajax countered with Onana in goal, a defensive line of Vertonghen, Dijk, Phil Foden, and Ted, a midfield trio of El Edouard Bazour and Schoen, and an attacking forward line of Fan Kairui, Cáceres, and Bertrand Traoré. Many commentators were struck by the youth on display. Aside from center-back Phil Foden and midfielder Schoen, born in the 1980s, the rest were all products of the 1990s generation. Onana, Dijk, El Edouard Bazour, Cáceres, Traoré, and Fan Kairui were all born after 1995, with Fan Kairui being the sole 1999-born player, the youngest on the pitch. Commentator Jean Jun remarked in the broadcast studio, Ajax's lineup is refreshingly youthful, true to their tradition of trusting young talent. The 17-year-old Fan Kairui impressed greatly against Manchester United last time. Let's see if this Chinese-descended product of Ajax's academy can continue his strong form tonight. Manchester United's massive fan base in China, combined with Fan Kairui's near single-handed victory the previous match, had propelled him into the spotlight overnight. Over the past 3 days, media outlets had uncovered details of his background, raising expectations even further. Fans now knew he carried pure Chinese heritage, and they hoped he would deliver another convincing performance. Perhaps Chinese football had not always produced its best on the world stage. Not because of the people, but because the conditions had not yet been ready to nurture such talent. Meanwhile, across the tunnel, Guardiola studied Ajax's starting lineup and frowned slightly. Truthfully, he did not regard this Eredivisie side with excessive concern, even after their convincing victory over Manchester United just days prior. In his view, United's squad carried inflated valuations relative to ability. Even with Mourinho at the helm, the changes would be limited. A defeat to a youthful Ajax was hardly surprising. Still, as a manager new to City, Guardiola remained cautious. Against this young Ajax side, his approach would be to stabilize first, then look for openings. Young players often thrive when things are going well, but struggle to respond when pressed. Yet with the match not yet underway, who could predict how events would unfold? 10 minutes before kickoff, both squads lined up in the tunnel. City's Zinchenko and Adebayo, likely having reviewed highlights from the previous match, cast occasional glances toward Fan Kairui. Fan Kairui paid them little mind. His gaze moved past the crowd and settled on Manchester City's number 10 Aguero. Striker against striker. Outcomes often hinged on moments like these. He knew exactly what he needed to do: score more goals than Aguero tonight. Victory was the foundation of his game. As if sensing the attention, Aguero turned, and their eyes met. Aguero offered a relaxed smile. He remembered the teenager who had scored a hat-trick against Manchester United 3 days earlier, a player with great promise. He raised a thumb in acknowledgement. Fan Kairui returned the gesture with his own thumb. Referee Fu Ming's whistle sounded and the match between Ajax and Manchester City officially began. Receiving the opening kick, Ajax showed no urgency. The ball circulated patiently among the defenders, probing slowly forward to gauge City's shape. After nearly a minute of build-up, the ball reached left-back Vertonghen. Navas positioned himself in front, while Fan Kairui had drifted toward the left touchline calling for service. Vertonghen assessed the situation. Fan Kairui was marked by Zinchenko and Klitsch, making the pass risky. Yet Fan Kairui pulled back 2 steps, creating space for a connection. With the center offering no clear option, Vertonghen made the decision and played the ball toward the edge of the pitch. AOL. The ball rolled across the turf toward Fan Kairui, and the roar from Pengcheng Stadium surged like a tidal wave washing over the stands. Carried by the energy of the moment, Fan Kairui adjusted his plan. He had intended to lay the ball off, but now he decided to take it on himself. Kairich and Zinchenko had already sealed off his forward path. But roads can be dead while people remain alive. Fan Kairui tapped the ball forward with the outside of his right foot, and his body exploded into sudden speed. His left shoulder dipped sharply as he lunged forward with his left foot, his body tilting at an alarming angle, clearly attempting to force a path through the left flank. Kairich harbored doubts about whether he would actually commit to the outside route, yet the feint was so convincing that his own center of gravity instinctively shifted rightward. An experienced player like Kairich never commits entirely to a single move. He always keeps something in reserve. As he muttered to himself about the boy's elaborate tricks, Fan Kairui's left foot never actually touched the ball. The transitions between his movements were terrifyingly swift. His right shoulder dropped next, his body swinging like a pendulum from left to right, and his right foot moved forward as if to push the ball. Kairich urgently pushed off with his right foot, forcibly dragging his center of gravity back to the left side to form a shutting door defensive barrier with Zinchenko. What he never expected was that Fan Kairui's right foot still did not touch the ball. The moment his foot landed, an explosive burst of power sent his center of gravity shifting again, returning to that left shoulder dipped posture. Kairich, whose balance had just been restored, cursed inwardly. Does this kid actually intend to get past him? The distance between them had shrunk to less than 2 meters when Fan Kairui's left foot finally made contact, gently nudging the ball aside before he shot past on the left like lightning. Kairich's pupils contracted. A man in his 30s, his explosive pace long faded from his prime, making it impossible to match this acceleration. He could only watch helplessly as Fan Kairui slipped past him in the opposite direction. Iwei from Tianchao Channel 5 shouted excitedly at the sight. Beautiful. A textbook pendulum feint. Fan Kairui had used the classic move to get past Kairich and was now driving forward with the ball. Zinchenko, positioned on the inside line, hesitated for just a fraction of a second, but that moment was all it took to miss the optimal defensive window. Fernandinho, Manchester City's central midfielder, kept his focus sharp and immediately surged forward to cover the space behind Kairich. Fan Kairui, carrying the ball forward, no longer needed to look down. He had ample peripheral vision to assess the situation. Should he pass or keep driving? He needed to choose what would best benefit the attack. His right foot extended forward, striking the rolling ball sideways with the outside of his foot toward the center, where Zira had already dropped back to receive. The moment the ball was played, Fernandinho, who was charging forward, stumbled slightly. In that split second, he chose to seal the gap behind Kairich rather than press forward, driven by a strong intuition that Zira would play it back to Fan Kairui. As expected, most of the Manchester City defenders were drawn to the moving ball, watching Zira. With his back to goal, Zira didn't even stop the ball. He simply nudged it forward with the inside of his left foot, placing it directly into Fan Kairui's sprinting path. The pass gave Fan Kairui ample room to reach top speed. Though Fernandinho had anticipated, this pace was never his strength, and he could not hope to catch the full sprint Fan Kairui. Adebayo had no choice but to shift from the center toward the wing to cover the massive gap behind Kairich. Meanwhile, Fernandinho changed direction, cutting across to fill Adebayo's position. Fan Kairui chased the ball at full speed, his red and white figure flashing down the left flank like lightning. Guardiola, who had been seated on the bench, suddenly sprang to his feet and nearly collided with the canopy as he rushed toward the technical area, shouting at Adebayo, "Do not bite on those feints." Standing at 1.96 meters tall, Adebayo positioned himself in Fan Kairui's cutting path, forcing him to slow down. Fan Kairui, sprinting hard, extended his right foot to trap the ball with the outside of his foot, then slammed on the brakes. His upper body leaned toward the byline, while his right foot lifted again, using the instep to feint a cutback, setting up the appearance of a drive along the sideline. The young and impulsive Adebayo fell for the trap. Fan Kairui's right foot drifted across in a feint, his weight shifting rightward, but he never intended to go to the byline. Instead, he dropped his right shoulder and brushed the ball away with the outside of his right foot. Oh no! Adebayo's heart sank. He had known coming into this match that Fan Kairui was dangerous going forward, and he stomped his right foot hard against the ground, trying to recover his balance and keep up. He understood his limitations. His speed and explosive power were insufficient, so his defense relied entirely on reading the play. But he had not anticipated that Fan Kairui's rightward lean was itself a feint. With a quick tap of his left foot, Fan Kairui shifted his center of gravity back, transforming what appeared to be an outside foot push into an inside foot curl. Adebayo's height and long legs gave him a wide stride, but his cadence was too slow, a common weakness among taller players. Speed of foot, however, was precisely Fan Kairui's strength. He darted past Adebayo on the opposite side, the byline, and slipped into the penalty area. Commentator He Wei from Tianchao Channel 5 called out putting a 1.96-meter giant on Fan Kairui is simply a tactical flaw in Guardiola's system. Just a few shifts in center of gravity, and he is through. The Tianchao fans in the stands erupted into thunderous cheers. Otamendi cursed under his breath and rushed to cover Adebayo's position, but by the time he reached the right edge of the 6-yard box, Fan Kairui had already entered the penalty area from the right side of the 18-yard box. Otamendi set up defensively with his hands clasped behind his back, worried that Fan Kairui's cross might strike his arm and result in a penalty. Fernandinho was racing back in defense. Fan Kairui noticed his teammate had not caught up, so he slowed down, brushed the ball to the right with the outside of his right foot to open up a shooting angle, took a quick step, planted his left foot, leaned his body to the left, and naturally swung his right leg. Otamendi instinctively raised his leg to block Fan Kairui's curling shot. A smirk crossed Fan Kairui's lips as he thought, this guy is still so reckless. Instead of striking the ball, his right leg dropped down, and the inside of his instep curled it toward the left front. His left foot pushed it forward, sending the ball rolling along the byline. The roulette move. Damn it. Guardiola saw Fan Kairui break past Otamendi along the byline and erupted in fury. Adebayo was young, so getting fooled was simply tuition fees. But Otamendi was already 28. Was it not shameful to be beaten so easily? Otamendi felt the embarrassment too, but there was nothing he could do. Fan Kairui had just nutmegged two City center backs in tight space. Commentator Jean Jun from Le Sports exclaimed in excitement, unbelievable. Dreamlike footwork. He was strolling through the Manchester City penalty area as if it were his own backyard, with only the 35-year-old Caballero standing between him and goal. What would the young Fan Kairui do? The stands erupted with deafening cheers as Fan Kairui cut in from the left side of the 6-yard box, glancing toward Zira and Bertrand Traoré, making late runs into the center. He shifted his weight left, raised his right foot, and opened his instep. Standing in goal, Caballero felt a surge of confidence. This movement clearly signals a cross. Young man, you are still too inexperienced. Watch me turn this around. Caballero shifted half a step to the left without a sound, preparing to dive for the cross. Everyone assumed Fan Kairui would pass, including his own teammates who were battling Manchester City players desperately for position. No one expected that his fully open right instep would not push the ball sideways, but would instead cradle it firmly at the moment of contact. His innate gift for ball control activated in that critical instant. The ball rolled unexpectedly low grass, heading straight toward the near post. Caballero threw himself to the right in desperation, but the ball rolled faster than his fall. His heart sank as it grazed the inside of the left post and slipped past the goal line into the white net. Zira and Bertrand Traoré had been momentarily disappointed, but that frustration vanished in an instant as realization hit, and they burst into celebration. The team had broken through Manchester City's defense on their first attack of the half. Was this not worth celebrating? Fan Kairui, the goalscorer, pointed both hands skyward and whispered something to himself. It was not a display of faith like Kakas. It was simply gratitude to whoever or whatever had granted him this crossing over, for without it he would never have had the chance to rise above his circumstances. The fervent roar that had filled Pingcheng Stadium dropped sharply, as if the home crowd had hit pause and taken a moment to absorb what they had just witnessed. He Wei from Tianchao Channel 5 immediately chimed in, the footwork is truly divine, and his football intelligence stands a class above. Manchester City's defense has been completely dismantled. The feint-to-shot combination was the perfect finishing touch, revealing all of his creative brilliance. Before the match, many had dismissed the young Fan Kairui as a one-off performer, attributing his strong showing against Manchester United to their complacency. But what about this match? This was their opening attack as well. Was Manchester City making the same mistake? Commentator Jean Jun from Le Sports pressed the question. Marcel Reef from Sky Sports locked onto Fan Kairui, celebrating on screen, and raised his voice. I can hardly believe this boy is only 17. He is so crafty, wrapped in feints from head to toe. Even the veteran Caballero was fooled. Absolutely incredible. I would bet my reputation that another supernova has emerged in world football. Ajax coach Boss felt a mix of excitement and unease. The club's intention was clear. They would likely sell Fan Kairui during the summer transfer window. He genuinely wanted to keep developing the young player at Ajax. While the top 5 leagues offered better conditions and standards, they might not provide as many opportunities for playing time. On the Manchester City side, Guardiola's frustration gave way to a sudden spark of inspiration. If Manchester United falling apart against Fan Kairui could be chalked up to carelessness, then his own Manchester City being dismantled by the same player was undeniable proof of quality. A 17-year-old genius. Must sign him. Comparable to Messi at the same age, and perhaps even physically superior. Scouts filled the stands. Marcel bought Manchester United's global chief scout Miss Lintat, from Arsenal Verscher, from Chelsea Eduardo Messiah, from Liverpool Fabio Paradisi, from Juventus plus representatives from Bayern Munich and Paris Saint-Germain. All were present. Beyond the elite club, scouts from mid-table and lower-tier teams, even those outside the top 5 leagues, had converged to assess this breakout star and formulate recruitment strategies for their respective clubs. What was most lacking in the 21st century? Talent, of course. On the pitch, the Manchester City players were visibly frustrated, especially Krish Adarabayoyo and Otamendi, who had all been taken past. They had been careful throughout the match, yet still found themselves dragged past with ease. Goalkeeper Caballero was even more shaken. Had he not made that premature half-step movement, would that goal have gone in? He sighed. Forward Aguero glanced over at Fan Kairui from a distance, a faint smile crossing his lips as he murmured, "Interesting." The match resumed, and Manchester City's attacking instinct surged as they all sought to equalize. Kolo Touré and Otamendi were caught pushing forward aggressively on defense, their minds set on attack. Had Guardiola not shouted from the sideline, they might have charged all the way into the opposition's 30-meter zone. Guardiola had built his reputation at Barcelona with tiki-taka, a team once dubbed the cosmic side that swept across Europe and collected every trophy. Yet these Manchester City players couldn't match the technical brilliance of that legendary side, making it nearly impossible to sustain the fluid triangular passing throughout the entire match. With less than a month since taking charge, there simply wasn't enough time to instill his new tactical system in every player's mind. Manchester City's attack was primarily about stretching the play horizontally, shifting the ball from side to side to pull apart Ajax's defensive shape and create space for Aguero lurking behind the line. Bozing's tactical setup had proven effective. Klaassen and Ziegler were left on the bench, replaced by Ledwidge and Bazor, whose superior work rate and defensive discipline suited the game plan. Combined with that 4-man defensive line operating in sync, it was far from easy for Manchester City to carve through. Aguero roamed the edge of the box with explosive bursts of pace, using his compact frame to hold off defenders effortlessly and trouble Ajax's backline consistently. However, Onana was in scintillating form today, throwing himself across the goal to deny shots on either side, keeping his net secure. Nevertheless, Manchester City gradually asserted control, pushing Ajax deep into their own half, where they could only attempt counterattacks they weren't particularly comfortable executing. With only Van Kairui remaining forward to look for openings, the rest of Ajax's players had dropped deep to defend. By the 15th minute, the broadcast displayed a possession statistic of 72% to 28%. 5 minutes later, the gap had widened dramatically to an alarming 81% versus 19%. Manchester City's pressure mounted relentlessly, while Bozing grew increasingly agitated on the touchline, pacing back and forth, glancing between the pitch and the technical area, yet finding no immediate solution. At that moment, David Silva slipped past Bazor with ease and drove the ball along the ground with his left foot toward the edge of the penalty area. Aguero used his body to hold off Verheul, then curled the ball forward with the outside of his right foot before firing a shot just ahead of Dijk's challenge. The low drive was quick and angled sharply. Despite Onana's rapid reaction, the ball grazed his fingertips and nested into the corner of the net. 1-1. Manchester City players gathered around Aguero to celebrate, while Van Kairui watched from a distance, muttering that he would answer with a goal of his own shortly. After conceding the equalizer, Ajax's young squad appeared to lose their intensity. Manchester City's possession game was suffocating. They couldn't even get a touch of the ball, let alone launch effective counterattacks. As the match dragged on, uncertainty crept into their expressions. A defending, without ever threatening an attack, offered no path to victory. Ultimately, Ajax's starting 11 averaged just 21.6 years old compared to Manchester City's 27.8, a 6-year experience gap that was telling. Young players thrive when conditions favor them, but struggle to maintain composure when the game turns against them. Fortunately, experienced leaders like Captain Weltman Verheul and Sean stepped up, rallying their teammates with words of reassurance. It was only a draw and a friendly, they urged. Play freely and nothing more. Van Kairui had considered offering encouragement himself, but chose to hold back upon seeing how well the senior players handled the situation. He signaled to his teammates, telling them to prioritize him whenever they won the ball. Whether marked or unmarked, they would attack if they could link up, otherwise they would fall back into shape. The practical approach resonated immediately with his teammates, nodding in agreement. It was straightforward logic. A successful pass created an opportunity, while a turnover cost nothing significant. The broadcast wisely shifted from Aguero's close-up to Van Kairui. He waved from CCTV. 5 provided commentary, noting that after Aguero's equalizer, the young Van Kairui had a chance to restore Ajax's lead. We shall see what unfolds next. Referee Fu Ming's whistle signaled the restart. Ajax began patiently from the kickoff, circulating the ball through midfield rather than rushing forward. After 20-plus minutes of intense pressing, Manchester City's defensive line dropped deeper, giving Ajax the space to build their attack methodically. Bozing, with his seasoned experience, instantly understood Guardiola's strategic intent. From the sidelines, he repeatedly signaled for his players to remain composed and avoid risky passes. After all, losing possession would force them back into defensive vulnerability once again. Fan Kairui made intelligent runs between the lines and finally broke free from Fernandinho to receive the ball. Unable to keep up, Fernandinho resorted to a tactical challenge from behind. The referee's whistle came immediately. Rather than argue, Fernandinho pointed a finger at Fan Kairui, shaking it side to side. His teammate helped Fan Kairui up, and he responded with a knowing smile, mirroring the gesture back at Fernandinho and declaring in English that the loser would never successfully intercept his passes. Fernandinho frowned, his mood soured by the provocation. To be challenged directly by such a young player was infuriating. He refused to accept that he could not win the ball back and resolved to prove otherwise. Ledwidge took the resulting free kick, and after a few quick combinations the ball found its way to Sean. Fan Kairui called for the ball on the left flank, but Sean hesitated. Fernandinho was positioned nearby, and Navas was tracking the movement, making a direct pass risky. When Fan Kairui made a sudden forward run, the experienced Sean acted instinctively, driving a low pass along the ground toward the left wing. Fernandinho tracked back desperately, but Fan Kairui didn't slow down. He laid the ball off to Kikira in the center while continuing his diagonal run at full speed. Kikira read the subtle hand signal from Fan Kairui and immediately returned the ball with a sharp through pass. In just 2 or 3 touches, Fan Kairui had created clear separation from Fernandinho, who raised an eyebrow and decided not to pursue further. Delph noticed Fan Kairui had breached the defensive line and stepped out to close him down without hesitation. Fan Kairui took 2 touches and played a pass toward Bertrand Traoré, who was cutting inside from the right, while continuing his run toward the right half space. Traoré's body language suggested he was going to take the ball forward, drawing both Delph and Kolarov into defensive positions ready to intercept. Instead, he surprisingly flicked the ball behind him with his left heel, redirecting it onto Fan Kai's overlapping run. Kolarov, anticipating the move, quickly turned and dove in for a tackle to cut off the passing lane. Fan Kairui was already at full pace with explosive acceleration. He nudged the ball forward with his left foot and sprang over Kolarov's challenge by using the ball's momentum to his advantage. Pyeongchang Stadium erupted again. Zinchenko lacked the experience to track Fan Kai's run immediately, and by the time he realized the danger, it was too late to recover. Fan Kairui combined a sharp touch with acceleration in one fluid motion, carrying the ball into the 25-meter zone. The left center-back Otamendi dared not commit lightly and could only retreat while staying alert. Fan Kairui showed no artifice. He drove the ball forward with the outside of his right foot, his lightning speed on full display. Otamendi had felt satisfied maintaining a safe distance, but Fan Kai's secondary burst of acceleration left him utterly frustrated. It was as though his opponent did not recognize the threat he posed. Fan Kairui curved the ball to the right with the outside of his right foot, forcing his way into the penalty area and adjusting his steps with small quick touches. Otamendi knew Fan Kairui was right-footed and expected a shot from this angle. He threw himself forward in a desperate attempt to block the shot. But he instantly regretted the decision. Fan Kai's right leg lifted high only to drop swiftly, and the inside of his left foot tucked the ball toward the near post, easily evading Otamendi. He adjusted again, with small steps, planted his right foot and raised his left. Goalkeeper Caballero remembered that Fan Kairui was a right-footed player, having scored all 3 goals against Manchester United with his right foot and preferring to control the ball with it as well. This left-footed motion had to be a feint. By the time he realized his error, it was too late. Fan Kai's left foot pushed the ball into the far corner, rolling swiftly along the ground toward the opposite side of the net, while Caballero was still stranded near the near post. Fan Kai's right-footed feint had drawn Otamendi, and he finished with a precise left-footed placement into the far corner. The scoreboard flickered from 1 to 1 to 1 to 2. Hiway from CCTV 5 exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. The young Fan Kairui had not relied on his weaker foot. Both strikes had been equally precise, and Caballero had been completely outsmarted. It was his second goal of the match. Commentator Jean Jun from Le Shur Sports grew animated. Fan Kairui had scored with both feet, restoring Ajax's lead at Pyeongchang Stadium. This goal showcased excellent forward understanding, but Fan Kai's exceptional individual ability was the decisive factor. Without his brilliant run, the goal would never have occurred. Andy Gray called from the commentary desk, filled with astonishment. This Dutch youngster was scoring with remarkable ferocity. Hat-trick against Manchester United just 3 days ago, and now 2 more against Manchester City. He is a star-level performer. Wealthy clubs should act without hesitation and invest heavily. Do not make the same mistake of missing out on Fan Kairui that they made with Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Martin Tyler nodded in agreement. His veteran partner spoke wisely. He had a strong sense that Fan Kairui would become a generational superstar. His ball control was elegant, his dribbling ability was outstanding, and his finishing was beyond reproach. In the VIP stand, Van Osamos shook his head and muttered quietly. If he had listened to Saeed earlier and signed a professional contract sooner, things would not have reached this point. By the time the match ended, his phone would undoubtedly be ringing constantly. Mendes sat relaxed with his legs crossed. Fortunately, Mourinho had specifically recommended Fan Kairui, otherwise he might have missed this remarkable talent. The better Fan Kairui performed, the greater the returns for his agent. With Cristiano Ronaldo entering the later stages of his career, Mendes needed new pillars beyond Marcelo and James Rodriguez. Securing Fan Kairui would open a valuable new revenue stream for his agency. After scoring, Fan Kairui turned and embraced Traoré and Kikira, who rushed over to celebrate. Without the seamless combination from those two dark-skinned teammates, he would never have been able to navigate past Manchester City's defense to score. Guardiola scratched his bald head, genuinely puzzled. How had they conceded so soon after equalizing? Their defensive shape had looked solid. The system itself was not flawed. The issue lay solely in Fan Kairuy's extraordinary individual quality. Considering this, Guardiola decided to instruct his club's scouting department to pursue the Dutch winger. He was fast, difficult to mark, and clinical in front of goal. If he continued developing normally, he would undoubtedly become the next Lionel Messi. However, many coaches shared this ambition. Watching Fan Kairuy's outstanding talent, each harbored hopes of guiding this emerging genius in the upcoming season. After his initial excitement faded, Bozing stroked his chin and pondered. Had Fan Kairui been training his weaker foot recently? His technique had certainly become more complete, yet there remained room for improvement. It was a pity. The broadcast turned to Manchester City's dejected players. They had actually performed quite well, but Fan Kairuy's brilliance proved too overwhelming to contain. Otamendi and Caballero looked the most conspicuous, both being outsmarted twice in succession, appearing completely bewildered by the encounter. Before the match resumed, Agüero glanced at Fan Kairui, who looked full of confidence and resolved to help his team level the score again. As an accomplished striker, he was determined to give his all against any forward who was afraid of a scoring contest. Who was afraid of whom? Manchester City fell behind once more, and after the kickoff they played to their strengths, using possession to stretch the defense. But the Ajax players were running tirelessly, relying entirely on momentum to make the contest even. With the situation reversed, Ajax also played to their strengths, mostly feeding the ball to Fan Kairui and letting him decide whether to press forward. With strong dribbling ability and blazing speed, Fan Kairui was marked much more tightly on Manchester City's right flank, always facing 3 or 4 defenders closing in. His advantage of keeping his head up while dribbling shone immediately. He consistently made precise calls between carrying the ball forward and laying it off to teammates. If not for Traoré and Cachera's poor finishing, Ajax could easily have extended their lead. Hiway watched Traoré clutch his head in regret and shook his head. This is precisely why Chelsea loaned him out to develop. His finishing ability is far too weak. At the same age, Fan Kairui is far stronger. The gap in talent is enormous. With Manchester City intensifying their defensive pressure on him, Fan Kairui spent the later stages winning more free kicks in advanced positions through his dribbling. Ajax lacked a specialist in set pieces, and Fan Kairui's curled shots were still unfinished business, either sailing over the bar or hitting the human wall. Manchester City's players may have been off their rhythm with little to counter the inspired young Ajax side, but fortunately only Fan Kairui was on fire. By halftime the scoreboard read 2-1. Ajax entered halftime with a 2-1 lead, a margin built entirely by Fan Kairui's individual brilliance. Domestic fans at Pingching Stadium were in high spirits. The media had already revealed Fan Kairui's heritage, and in their eyes his outstanding performance was a source of pride. The atmosphere in the stands was as lively as a festival. As Fan Kairui walked toward the player tunnel near that section of the stands, the fans erupted. Cheers rose wave after wave. Always polite to supporters, he smiled and waved as he passed. On the sideline, De Ligt, Van de Beek, and the other young substitutes watched with obvious envy. They had all risen through the youth ranks. Could the gap be so vast? 15 minutes passed in a flash, and the second half was about to begin. Before that, however, both coaches were already considering changes. Manchester City made 5 changes at once. Ederson replaced Caballero. Denial. It came on for Adarabioyo. Yaya Touré replaced Delaf and Iheanacho, and Sterling replaced Zinchenko and David Silva respectively. Ajax also made 4 changes. Chilwell replaced Fan Kairui, Klose replaced Sean, Van de Beek replaced Bezoer, and Doring replaced Cachera. Seeing Fan Kairui substituted, Hiway's tone from CCTV 5 turned slightly disappointed. Coach Boss's decision is a bit unexpected. This is essentially Ajax's final friendly in China, and any coach with a touch of warmth would have let him play a little longer to showcase himself. This could be considered Fan Kairui's home turf in China. A coach with even a little sympathy would let him stay on longer for a proper display. After all, this was Ajax's final warm-up match on Chinese soil. Commentator guest Su Yang chimed in exactly. If domestic fans want to watch him play again, they'll have a hard time finding a broadcast signal. Might even need to go around the firewall. Eredivisie matches rarely get live coverage here. Fans in the stadium stared around for a long time, unable to spot Fan Kairui, and only then realized he had been substituted. Whistles and booing rose from the stands. The roar had turned to boos in an instant. Even the players on the pitch were a bit bewildered. One moment the crowd was thunderous, the next everything had shifted. Such a quick turnaround. But for the scouts hidden among the spectators, although their observation time was short, those 45 minutes of the first half had already spoken volumes. His speed and explosive power were unquestionable, his dribbling especially sharp, comfortable on both feet. To every scout present, he looked like a player who could form the core of a system. Except for his defensive work, he seemed to have a bit of everything. In today's football, players who neglect defense are not always favored, but if someone can consistently contribute more than a goal per match, coaches would likely overlook it. And if he could net 2 goals per game on average. Well, aside from defense, barely anyone would complain if he simply strolled around the pitch for 90 minutes. Fan Kairui had scored 5 goals in just under 2 hours of actual playing time, an average of 1 goal every 20 minutes. That efficiency was truly remarkable. Of course, his smooth performances were partly because both International Champions Cup matches were friendlies. Both Manchester United and Manchester City had new managers this summer, and players and coaches were still growing accustomed to one another, with tactics still being refined. But precisely because of this, the managers of both clubs were all the more eager to sign him. Performing at this level in consecutive matches meant this was far from a brief flash of brilliance. For many scouts, Fan Kairui's substitution meant there was little reason to continue watching. On the Manchester City side, there were few remaining academy prospects worth attention. After all, this wealthy club rarely promoted from its own youth system. Iheanacho had talent, but his ceiling was visible to the naked eye and not worth excessive investment. After both sides made extensive changes, the quality of the match dropped noticeably. Both teams were primarily here to build chemistry, and the attacking output was somewhat louder than it was dangerous. But experience still counts. The veteran Yaya Toure drilled home a shot from a late run to equalize for Manchester City. 2-2. The scoreboard settled at that number. Under International Champions Cup rules, a draw after 90 minutes went directly to a penalty shootout. Perhaps because the Ajax lads were still young and emotionally fluctuating, Dorberg and Van de Beek each missed their penalties in succession. Although goalkeeper Onana saved Iheanacho's attempt, it was too little too late. In the end, Ajax lost to Manchester City on aggregate 5-6. Chinese referee Fu Ming blew the final whistle. The broadcast camera cut to Fan Kairui standing on the sideline. The meaning was clear. The International Champions Cup Statistics Department had awarded man of the match to the player who had only featured for half the game. Hiwei's voice rose immediately on CCTV5. A genius cannot be hidden anywhere. Even though young Fan Kairui played only 45 minutes, he was still the brightest star on the pitch. This man of the match award was the perfect recognition of his outstanding first-half performance. Commentator Su Yang continued, "This kid has a limitless future. To perform at this level against both Manchester clubs is extraordinary. The question remains whether Ajax, as a second-tier European powerhouse, can keep him this summer and allow him to continue developing." Setting aside personal bias, it is indeed the most sensible option for Fan Kairui to remain at Ajax. Everyone knows Ajax is a factory for producing stars. He is still young with only 2 professional matches under his belt. He truly should continue honing his craft there. If he were to move rashly to a higher-level league and fail to adapt, losing his drive in the process, that would be a true pity. As soon as the match ended, reporters in the mixed zone surrounded him, hoping for a few words. Assistant coach Bergkamp, as always, stood in front with a smile, gently turning away interview requests. The broadcast camera then found Fan Kairui again, but this time another Manchester City player was in the frame. It was Aguero. He approached Fan Kairui of his own accord to arrange a jersey exchange. To Fan Kairui's mild amusement, Aguero, much like Ibrahimovic in the previous match, also took on the role of recruiter, asking whether he would consider coming to Manchester City. After Aguero walked away, De Ligt immediately came over, threw an arm around Fan Kairui's shoulder, and asked with a grin, "Kairui, what was Serginho whispering to you just now?" He asked if I am interested in joining Manchester City. You're not joking, are you? De Ligt's eyes widened. Fan Kairui shrugged. Do I look like I'm joking? First Wayne Rooney and Zlatan, and now Sergio Aguero. De Ligt shook his head, his tone full of envy. This is truly making others green with jealousy. Keep working hard, Mathies. Fan Kairui patted his back. I believe you will also receive plenty of offers sooner or later. I hope so. De Ligt sighed. At the post-match press conference, Manchester City manager Guardiola also praised Fan Kairui. He said the young player's performance reminded him of a young Messi, and that his future undoubtedly belonged to the top 5 leagues. If given the chance, he would welcome a talented youngster of this caliber joining the club. Those words sent the press hall into an uproar. Guardiola's intention was unmistakable. He had his sights on Fan Kairui and wanted Manchester City to sign him. Virtually at the same time, Ajax's sporting director Overmars found himself incredibly busy. Phones rang non-stop. From Manchester City's sporting director, Dortmund's technical director, Atletico Madrid's representative. Even the sporting director of Anderlecht in the Belgian Pro League called to inquire about transfer possibilities. It was not that Overmars looked down on the Belgian league, but a prospect like Fan Kairui would hardly go there to develop. If that were the case, it would be better to simply stay at Ajax. The entire squad returned to their hotel at 11:30 at night. Since this was the final match of the International Champions Cup, and the flight back to Amsterdam was scheduled for the following evening, Coach Boss and his staff decided to give the players a half-day break, allowing free activity the next morning. Fan Kairui, De Ligt, Van de Beek, and the similarly aged Frankie de Jong were all delighted to hear the news. Shenzhen was an international metropolis after all. There would certainly be plenty to see. However, when they arrived at the Guamao area the next morning, Van de Beek looked at the quiet streets and asked Fan Kairui with a disappointed expression, "Kairui, where are all the beauties we were promised?" De Ligt and de Jong did not speak, but their resentful glances said it all. Fan Kairui scratched the back of his head, awkwardly thinking that at this hour Chinese women were probably still sleeping in. He managed, all right, my treat. I'll take you to eat authentic Chinese food, how does that sound? Very well, Van de Beek grinned. As you would say, it would be rude to refuse such generosity. Looking at the three mischievous smiles before him, Fan Kairui finally understood. Sleeping in was not a specialty of Chinese women after all. The whole world was the same. But we had money now. We had nothing to fear. The four were about to hail a taxi to find a restaurant when Fan Kairui's phone rang. It was his agent Mendez calling. He ended the call and turned to the other three with an apologetic smile. Apologies, my agent has reached an agreement with sporting director Overmars, and I must head off to sign the contract. Let's call this one owed. I'll make it up to you another day. None of them could have guessed how long that another day would take. De Ligt raised an eyebrow. You already have an agent. Jorge Mendes. The name echoed across world football, leaving the group visibly startled. On the ride back to the Hotel De Ligt and the others found themselves growing increasingly envious. Sporting director Overmars had personally flown to China to finalize Fan Kairui's professional contract on behalf of the club. Goodness, what treatment. Among them, only Franji de Jong, who had transferred from Willem II the previous year, held a professional contract. De Ligt and Van de Beek, both promoted from the U19 squad, were still under youth agreements. Yet Fan Kairui had a sporting director flying in from afar to sign. The contrast was unmistakable. In the lounge of the Xinghua Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Fan Kairui, Mendez, and Ajax sporting director Mark Overmars took their seats before the cameras of the club's media team, ready to sign the contract. Mendez offered Fan Kairui a gentle nod, confirming the terms matched exactly what had been discussed. Fan Kairui wasted no time picking up the pen and signing his name across all three copies with practiced ease. The moment Fan Kairui completed his signature, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on signing your first professional contract and officially becoming a professional player. Reward 1 skill lottery opportunity. What a perfect pairing of good fortune. The contract clause matched what Mendez had arranged. The release clause was set at 25 million euros. Any club offering that amount could trigger the clause, though the final decision rested entirely in Fan Kairui's hands. In other words, even if a club offered 50 million, Fan Kairui could simply refuse and stay put. If he only wanted to go to the club offering 25 million, Ajax would have no choice but to accept. Overmars harbored a slight sting of disappointment, knowing higher transfer fees meant greater profit for the club and correspondingly larger commissions for the agent. Yet Mendez differed from most agents. He cared more about whether a player's development was suited than simply pursuing astronomical fees. Of course, for Overmars the task was ultimately accomplished. If he had waited until next summer when the contract expired and Fan Kairui left as a free agent, the club would have suffered a devastating loss, lucky to receive mere youth development compensation. The moment the contract was signed, Ajax's official website posted the news on its homepage. Many clubs that had been monitoring Fan Kairui immediately realized their chances had passed, and the cost of acquiring him would now be entirely different. That evening at 8 o'clock, the entire squad departed from Amsterdam Airport Schiphol, flying back to Amsterdam in preparation for the upcoming Champions League qualifiers. On the plane, Fan Kairui idly accessed the system interface, visible only to him. This newly earned lottery opportunity must not be wasted. With a mere thought, the 9-grid wheel began spinning. After about 10 seconds, the notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the passive skill outside of the boot. Outside of the boot passive significantly enhances accuracy when using the outside of the boot for passes or shots. Another passive skill. Fan Kairui felt a surge of excitement. This would enrich his technical arsenal. Whether executing elegant outside of the boot passes like Modric or unleashing deceptive strikes inspired by Quaresma, it could become a decisive weapon in crucial moments. The team arrived in Amsterdam in the afternoon local time. To prepare for the critical Champions League qualifier, head coach Boss allowed everyone to return home individually to adjust to the time difference, with instructions to report to the De Tokum's training base the following day. The moment Fan Kairui stepped through the door, his grandmother Fan Valeri embraced him warmly. Kairui, my darling, you are wonderful. Grandmother's eyes shimmered with pride. I watched the broadcast of your matches against Manchester United and Manchester City. 5 goals. Truly remarkable. I believe you will one day surpass Bergkamp and Sneijder. Naturally, Fan Kairui replied with a smile. Valeri gazed at him affectionately for a moment before turning to place a bowl of fruit salad on the coffee table. She hesitated briefly before speaking. Kairui, grandma has heard many rumors lately that you may be transferring. Is it true? Grandma. Fan Kairui looked at her. The wrinkles on her neck and face had deepened, and those bright, deep blue eyes he remembered had grown sunken. She was 72 years old, while his career still had at least a decade ahead. He did not wish to wait until the day came when he could no longer care for her. The thought stirred a reluctance within him toward the transfer. Valeri read his grandson's mind and smiled gently. Don't overthink it, Grandma was merely asking. To be honest, Grandma naturally doesn't want you too far away. But after watching your matches, I feel Ajax's stage may already be too small for you. I hope you go somewhere greater and continue rising. Grandma, Fan Kairui found himself at a loss for words. Valeri patted his shoulder and shifted the subject. By the way, Kairui, is there a league you particularly desire? The Premier League, the Bundesliga, or perhaps La Liga or Serie A? Fan Kairui pondered seriously. The Netherlands bordered Germany and France was only separated by Belgium. The United Kingdom was not far either with convenient transportation. Italy and Spain were farther, yet Europe was hardly vast, so it was manageable. However, Serie A was currently declining, so he ruled it out for now. As for La Liga, Barcelona had Messi and Real Madrid had Cristiano Ronaldo. Atletico Madrid was an option, but Simeone's system demanded exhaustive physical output and emphasized collective play, unlikely to permit any single player to rise above the team. He himself cared little for defending, so joining such a setup would be uncomfortable. What of the other La Liga clubs? In the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich reigned supreme. In Ligue 1, Paris Saint-Germain dominated. Joining either felt like merely filling a roster spot. Yet joining lesser clubs worried him. He feared he might not be able to carry them. After weighing everything, the Premier League remained the only viable option. The rebuilding teams in the Premier League were chiefly Manchester United, Manchester City, Liverpool, and Chelsea. As for the other clubs, the mid to lower table sides lacked sufficient strength and featured uneven teammate quality. Arsenal and Tottenham were decent overall, but their owners lacked ambition and would likely hesitate to offer generous wages even if he excelled. Admittedly, young players typically seek a platform to develop their skills, but Fan Kairui was different. He was confident in his abilities and saw no reason not to aim straight for a top club. Grandma, I want to play in the Premier League, Fan Kairui said. Valeri nodded gently. The Premier League is fine, the most competitive league in the world. Do you have a preferred club? Not yet decided, Fan Kairui replied, his eyes drifting thoughtfully. Uncle Jorge mentioned that Manchester United, Manchester City, and Liverpool have shown the strongest interest. He turned to his grandmother and asked with a smile, Grandma, which one do you prefer? Wherever you end up, Grandma will support you, she answered straightforwardly. Fan Kairui forked a piece of fruit salad and popped it into his mouth, speaking through a full bite. Then I must choose carefully. Swallowing, he added, rest assured, once I settle down over there, I will definitely bring you to live with me. We'll see about that. Valeri rose from the sofa, supporting herself. Before the sun sets, I'll go to the garden to weed. Sit and rest. I'll help you. Ajax's opponent in the third round of Champions League qualifying was the Greek side Thessaloniki. The team had never dropped below the top four since the 2008-09 season, claiming the championship 3 times and winning the previous season's Greek Super League title. Though the Greek league was not the pinnacle of European football, they were nevertheless league champions. Head coach Boss understood that underestimating any opponent could lead to an embarrassing upset and tarnish his career. To avoid such a scenario, they needed to give their all. Fan Kairui devoted himself entirely to training, leaving transfer matters completely in Mendes's hands, content to await the final decision. According to Mendes, clubs such as Manchester United, Manchester City, Chelsea, Liverpool, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and Paris Saint-Germain had all expressed strong interest, with offers steadily climbing. Manchester City led at €30 million. For a young player who had appeared in merely 2 friendly matches, this was an extraordinary sum. Manchester United had offered $20 million, Chelsea $18 million, and Liverpool $15 million. 2 days remained before the home match against Thessaloniki. After extra training that day, Fan Kairui had just stepped out of the Detokum's training base when he spotted Mendes leaning against a car. Curious, he approached. Uncle Jorge, what brings you here? Get in. Mendes opened the car door. I'm taking you to meet someone. Fan Kairui settled into the passenger seat of the BMW X5 and asked, who are we meeting? Mendes smiled enigmatically. Keep it a secret for now. About 20 minutes later, the car pulled up to a luxurious cafe in central Amsterdam. Guided by 2 tall hostesses, they ascended to the 2nd floor and approached a table near the rear. A person was already seated there. The lighting was dim, but his silver hair, sharp features, lean frame, and black casual attire were distinguishable. The side profile seemed vaguely familiar. Jose, Mendes called out. The man turned his head at the sound. Fan Kairui recognized him instantly and exclaimed, Jose Mourinho. Mourinho rose with a warm smile and walked toward Fan Kairui, extending his right hand. Kairui, hello. You? Hello. Fan Kairui was completely unprepared. Mendes had brought him to meet the Manchester United manager in person. He stood frozen for a moment, deeply honored. This was Mourinho himself coming privately to see him. A surge of excitement welled up inside him, and if not for the inappropriate setting, he would have gladly pumped his fists to vent his enthusiasm. Mendes patted Fan Kairui on the shoulder and smiled. Stop standing there, Kairui, have a seat. Fan Kairui scratched the back of his head with a touch of embarrassment before taking his seat. Mendes turned to the waiter and said, 2 more coffees, please. Mourinho looked at Fan Kairui and got straight to the point. Kairui, you've probably guessed why I came to Amsterdam. I won't beat around the bush. I greatly appreciate you even though you've only played 2 warm-up matches. I believe in your future. Join Manchester United. Who? A classical reference flashed through Fan Kairui's mind. The story of 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Rooney and Ibrahimovic had both reached out before, and now even the head coach himself had come in person. That certainly showed remarkable sincerity. He had a good memory, but he couldn't recall ever hearing of a manager personally visiting to persuade a player. The thought brought a phrase to mind. one that resonated deeply with the moment. Fans who watched the International Champions Cup knew he was talented, and interested clubs were aware too, but none had actually come to visit in person. Not a single one. Those clubs were merely letting rumors circulate, that was all. And what about FIFA's regulation prohibiting private contact with players who still have over 6 months remaining on their contracts? Ajax's management had already accepted he'd leave in the summer, so they wouldn't report anyone. But even under those circumstances, 5 days passed in Amsterdam without a single private outreach, which said something about the true level of interest. It meant they simply hadn't valued him enough. With this realization, Fan Kairui looked up at Mourinho with a serious tone and said, "I agree." Mourinho seemed taken aback and asked again, "What did you just say?" Before coming, he'd prepared numerous arguments, even mulling over how to persuade Fan Kairui during the waiting time. He never anticipated such a swift acceptance. Mendes also paused, looking at Fan Kairui with curiosity. How could the young man decide so quickly? Fan Kairui repeated his answer. "I said I agree to join Manchester United." "Excellent." Mourinho raised his coffee cup with enthusiasm and took a large gulp. But the coffee was still scalding, and he immediately bent forward, spitting it all out. Taking the towel the waiter offered, he coughed and apologized. "Sorry, I'm just too happy." "Jose, you've completely overturned my impression of you," Mendes chuckled. Fan Kairui waited for Mourinho to clean himself up before speaking again with a serious expression. "Mr. Jose, don't celebrate too soon. I agree to join Manchester United, but I hope the club can be generous with the transfer fee. Ajax has nurtured me, and I also need to give my grandmother proper acknowledgement." The meaning behind his words was unmistakable. 20 million euros felt insufficient and needed to be increased. Mendes knew the release clause amount in Fan Kairui's Ajax contract, but bound by confidentiality agreement and professional ethics, he kept silent even though Mourinho was a close friend. "No problem." Mourinho recalled that Fan Kairui's grandmother held lifetime honorary membership at Ajax and didn't hesitate. "I'll do my best to convince the management to offer a higher price." After wrapping up the business discussion in just a few words, the three began chatting casually. As Mendes's client, Fan Kairui had expected Mourinho to initiate a discussion about playing opportunities after joining, but never anticipated such prompt acceptance that left his prepared remarks unused. Seizing the moment, he asked directly, "Jose, if Kairui truly comes to Manchester United, how many opportunities do you plan to give him?" Mourinho thought for a moment. "I think it would be better for Kairui to answer this question himself." Both Mendes and Fan Kairui showed surprise at this unexpected deflection. Mourinho shrugged. "I believe Kairui will give us the best answer." A smile crossed Fan Kairui's lips. "You've both seen my talent and ability. My goal is to become a top player like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Opportunities, of course, must be earned through my own efforts. If my ability falls short, even if Uncle Jose is willing to give me a chance, I won't be able to seize it right." After finishing, he glanced at Mendes. Mendes smiled approvingly. "What a mature and gifted young man. I'm increasingly confident in your future. That's for certain. I was born to win championships." Mourinho's spirit lifted, recalling his own youthful hunger for trophies. He raised his arm and called out, "Well said. Kairui, let's work together for championships." Watching the passionate exchange between the elder and the youth, Mendes felt a surge of emotion, wondering what sparks will these two passionate souls create together. The anticipation was truly palpable. Mourinho flew back to London from Amsterdam that very night, skipped going home, and took the high-speed rail straight to Manchester to meet CEO Ed Woodward to discuss bringing Fan Kairui to the club. Ed Woodward raised an eyebrow. Wasn't the initial offer 20 million euros? Manchester City next door has already put forward 30 million. Jose, you need to know the club needs to reserve 100 to 150 million for Pogba's transfer. I don't think 30 million is worth it for that young lad. Woodward continued, "Though I'm not well versed in football, I know that stockpiling too many players isn't always beneficial." Mourinho picked up the thread. "Memphis Depay and Adnan Januzaj don't meet my standards. They can be sold to generate funds." He looked at Woodward with sincere determination. "I guarantee you that what Kairui achieves in the future will truly astonish us. He could become one of the leading figures in world football." Though Woodward wasn't deeply familiar with football, he understood people. Having known Mourinho for so long and heard many of his bold claims, this was the first time he'd heard such earnest praise for a young player. Could that young man truly be as extraordinary as described? Woodward remained somewhat skeptical, but Manchester United needed Mourinho's leadership. With the head coach recommending so strongly, he couldn't simply ignore it. After consideration, he nodded. "All right, I'll try listing Depay and Januzaj for sale." The following day, Manchester United sent a new bid to Ajax, raising it from 20 million to 30 million euros. Manchester City, well informed on the situation, immediately sensed their rivals were equally determined. Sports director Bajir Stain waved his hand, increasing the offer by another 5 million to reach 35 million euros. While established players with any reputation now command starting bids around 40 million euros, Fan Kairui had only appeared in 2 friendly matches, making his future entirely uncertain. What if he proved to be nothing more than a fleeting phenomenon? Spending 35 million euros on such an unproven prospect seemed unjustified from any angle. Watching Manchester City's moves, Mourinho found himself at a loss for words. He wondered what Pep Guardiola was doing competing for Fan Kairui when he could focus on players like Sane and Nolito? Was this simply professional price inflation? Beyond the two Manchester clubs continuing to escalate their bids, most other European powerhouses had withdrawn from the pursuit. After all, Fan Kairui had never appeared in an official professional match, making the gamble far too risky for any rational sporting director to pursue. Manchester City remained committed due to Guardiola's determination, while Manchester United's persistence stemmed from Mourinho's unwavering resolve. Fan Kairui largely disregarded these developments, delegating the transfer matters entirely to Mendes, while focusing his attention on the upcoming Champions League qualifier against Greece's Thessaloniki at Amsterdam Arena that evening. Although Greece's top division lacks global prominence, no team should be underestimated in European competition. Where are the weaklings in the Champions League? Having won last season's Greek league title, Thessaloniki warranted serious respect. Ajax manager Bosfold was careful not to underestimate them, announcing his strongest possible starting 11 the day before the match. The goalkeeper was Celesin, who had been linked with Barcelona, while the defensive line consisted of Veltman, Dijk, Furhau, and Tate. An unexpected change appeared in midfield. The veteran Schars made way for 19-year-old De Beek, who partnered with Ledwam and Klaassen. The attacking trio featured Fan Kairui, Doleg, and Ziha. De Beek radiated childlike joy upon securing his starting berth, while De Ligt and De Jong offered congratulations alongside a hint of personal disappointment. Despite their disappointment, both players refused to lose heart. They resolved to push harder in training and earn the manager's trust sooner rather than later. As the Champions League playoff third round drew near, Guardiola grew increasingly anxious. If Fan Kairui appeared for Ajax in the Champions League qualifier, he'd be ineligible to play in this season's group stage, even if he transferred to Manchester City in the summer. Manchester City responded by raising their offer once more, pushing it from 35 million to 40 million euros. Ajax's sports director Overmars was tempted to close the deal with Manchester City, but Fan Kairui himself favored Manchester United, and their bid remained at only 30 million euros. Both Manchester clubs had exceeded the contract's release clause, but who wouldn't seek to maximize their return? An extra 10 million euros could cover the annual salaries of several first-team regulars. Overmars wanted to speak privately with Fan Kairui, urging him to choose City, so the club could gain an additional 10 million, but the young player said he was fully focused on the Champions League and had delegated all transfer matters to Mendes. With no alternative, Overmars decided to wait until after the first leg of the Champions League qualifier before making another attempt. Media reporters tracking both Manchester clubs found themselves simultaneously excited and puzzled, unable to determine whether United and City were genuinely pursuing Fan Kairui or simply inflating the price through competition. A 17-year-old boy commanding a 40 million euro valuation struck them as absurd. The following afternoon at 6 o'clock, Fan Kairui joined his teammates boarding a bus from their hotel to Amsterdam Arena. Along the route, Ajax supporters clad in home kits sang their club anthem, the Ajax club song, at the top of their lungs. The thunderous singing stirred fierce passion in every Ajax player. While Fan Kairui had visited Amsterdam Arena many times before, this marked his first appearance as a starting player in an official fixture. This might well be his final match standing on this pitch as a home team player. Yet today would surely prove memorable. The Amsterdam Stadium's perimeter, adorned with Champions League branding, stands packed to capacity. As kickoff approached, the iconic Champions League theme resonated throughout the arena. Only in this moment did Fan Kairui truly feel that surge of passion rushing to his head. The Amsterdam Stadium's perimeter, adorned with Champions League branding, stands packed to capacity. As kickoff approached, the iconic Champions League theme resonated throughout the arena. Only in this moment did Fan Kairui truly feel that surge of passion rushing to his head. The grand melody echoed repeatedly. As the theme song concluded, the players from both teams shook hands, posed for photos, and conducted the coin toss. The first leg of the UEFA Champions League qualifying round, third round, was about to begin. Though UEFA has adjusted the format in recent years, with top teams entering from the playoff stage and diminishing the glamour of the initial 3 qualifying rounds, this particular fixture held special significance for fans back home in the East. Media outlets had confirmed that the emerging genius Fan Kairui was a proud son of Chinese descent. Therefore, Ajax's home match against AK Larnaca drew countless domestic fans staying up late to watch. CCTV 5 had arranged broadcast coverage. Commentator He Wei and his partner Su Yong sat in the studio, already deep in animated discussion. The match is about to begin. He Wei's voice carried anticipation. Fans who stayed up late certainly will not be disappointed. The young prodigy Fan Kairui starts on the left wing alongside Zai on the right, and they will undoubtedly pose serious problems for the Larnaca defense. Perhaps He Wei's words were prophetic. Right from the opening whistle, Fan Kairui launched into action with the same intensity he had shown against Manchester United. After receiving the ball, he surged forward with pace and skill, cutting through the defense into the penalty area. Larnaca center-back Savala's grew flustered, his challenge becoming hurried, and tripped Fan Kairui, who had already broken through. The whistle blew immediately. Penalty. Zai calmly converted the spot kick, giving Ajax an early lead at home. 1-0. After taking the lead, Ajax played with increasing ease. Fan Kairui on the left wing created danger constantly, while Zai on the right fired up after scoring added further threat. Larnaca's defense found themselves stretched and overwhelmed. In the 17th minute, Fan Kairui received the ball 30 meters out, accelerated past two defenders, and combined beautifully with Dahlberg, who had dropped into the arc, executing a neat 1-2 before penetrating the box once more. The opposing defender Crespo missed his tackle attempt entirely. Fan Kairui controlled the ball near the penalty spot and shot, his movements fluid and decisive. The ball took a bounce before the goal line. Goalkeeper Grix could only watch helplessly as it found the net. 2-0. Kairui. 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 The entire Amsterdam arena was engulfed by a tidal wave of cheers. Fan Kairui ran toward the supporters and waving toward his grandmother's section, then bowed to kiss the Ajax badge on his chest. The stands responded with even greater fervor than noise, almost shaking the roof. Many fans previously said Fan Kairui was overrated. Commentator Hiwei said, unable to hide his excitement. It now appears completely unfounded. A goal and an assist in the Champions League qualifying round. So far a perfect display. Only now did Larnaca fully awaken to avoid collapse away from home. They had to neutralize this dangerous left-winger. But conventional defending could not stop Fan Kairui's relentless advances. So under their coach's instructions, the away players began resorting to frequent tactical fouls and subtleties. After being repeatedly fouled, Fan Kairui grew increasingly frustrated. When a challenge left him stumbling, but the referee waved play on, he could no longer contain himself and pushed Charles. Referee Estrada hurried over and without hesitation produced a yellow card. Unbelievable. Fan Kairui, already simmering with frustration, felt his temper rise. Fortunately, Van de Beek spotted the situation and quickly pulled him aside, preventing any further escalation. The boos from the stands continued unabated. The fans were clearly unhappy with the decision. The broadcast showed a replay of the confrontation. Hiwei shook his head from the commentary desk. Charlie's tactic was admittedly unsporting. Fan Kairui's frustration was understandable. But the referee has issued the card, and he must accept it. Once pulled away, Fan Kairui calmed quickly, though he could not simply let it go. Pointing across the crowd at Charles, his voice cutting through the din. Is that all you know how to do? Have the courage to compete fairly. Charles merely shrugged, unconcerned. His coach's instructions were clear, and whether his opponent was pleased was irrelevant. But he had not yet seen just how tenacious a riled Fan Kairui could be. 2 minutes later, Fan Kairui received the ball on the flank and executed a devastating step over that sent Charles stumbling to the turf. The home stands erupted in laughter. But that was not all. Fan Kairui advanced with the ball gliding past Sahov with a simple feint. Then, as Dahlberg's forward run drew defenders, he unleashed a shot from just outside the penalty arc. The ball dipped sharply through the air. Goalkeeper Grix reached out, but could only watch as it sped past his fingertips and into the net. 3-0. Scouts in the corner of the stands bent over their notebooks, pens flying across the page. Fan Kairui did not rush to celebrate this time. Instead, he turned to Charles, who was rising from the ground, and mirrored the same shrug. The camera captured the moment perfectly. Hiwei chuckled from the commentary desk. This young man holds a grudge. But I rather like it. Indeed. Charlie's face darkened, and he dared not make any further moves. This was Ajax's fortress, and he was already carrying a yellow card. Another incident, and he would be sent off. Fan Kairui played with growing intelligence thereafter, maintaining distance from Charles and denying him any opportunity to close in. At halftime, the score stood at 3-0. Before the second half, Boss made a substitution, bringing on Caserla for Fan Kairui. The decision drew some dissatisfaction from home supporters, but recalling the relentless fouls Larnaca had piled onto Fan Kairui, near the interval the murmurs gradually faded. With a 3-goal lead, it made sense not to risk the star player. In the stands, Fan Valeri watched her grandson jog off the pitch, her eyes filled with emotion. She knew deep down this might well be the last time Fan Kairui stood upon the Amsterdam arena turf as an Ajax player. The 3-0 scoreline held until the final whistle. Standing at the sideline, Fan Kairui took in the roaring crowd, his eyes growing misty. Van de Beek, who had played the full 90 minutes, approached and bumped his shoulder. Everything all right, Kairui? It's nothing, Fan Kairui replied, rubbing his eyes. Just sand in them. Meanwhile, Ajax manager Boss wore a stern expression, seemingly more concerned than pleased. A comfortable 3-goal victory meant Ajax had effectively secured their place in the final qualifying round. While earlier performances in the International Champions Cup could be dismissed as opposition being off their rhythm, 2 goals and a penalty in this Champions League qualifier thoroughly demonstrated Fan Kairui's talent. In the mixed zone, cameras flashed continuously. These photographs would surely grace tomorrow's headlines. Sure enough, interest from Chelsea, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and Paris Saint-Germain renewed. Ajax sporting director Overmars studied the emails with a weary sigh. It was too late to meet anyone after the match, so he sent a text arranging to see Fan Kairui the following morning at a downtown coffee shop. Back at the hotel, Fan Kairui read the message and understood the purpose. He replied directly, "Uncle Mark, I have decided to join Manchester United." In the office, Overmars slumped into his sofa, his phone slipping from his hand unnoticed. A difference of 10 million euros. If Manchester United can raise their offer to match Manchester City, he murmured, tracing a sign upon his chest, I would swear upon the Lord. But life has a way of surprising us. Lions suddenly sent Manchester United an ultimatum €25 million for Depay. Although Ajax had paid €35 million for him originally, United's hierarchy needing funds agreed. With €20 million freed from the original €30 million budget, the bid naturally rose, reaching the same €40 million level as Manchester City. Overmars had dozed fitfully on his office sofa all night, and stirred to his secretary's call still groggy. He glanced out the window at the bright morning, and had the strange feeling that even fate was smiling upon him. His lips twitched slightly. Prayers actually work. Yet, I cannot quite feel joyful. Manchester United raised their offer to €40 million. Upon hearing this, Manchester City's sporting director Bajirastain's expression darkened immediately. Just then Guardiola called to check progress. "Ida, how are things with Fan Kairui?" Bajirastain managed a bitter smile. "Josep, Manchester United are also at €40 million. Our financial edge has vanished." A silence followed. Bajirastain pressed on. "To be honest, spending over €40 million on a boy who has played only 3 first-team matches simply does not make sense." "Raise the bid once more," Guardiola's voice came through. "If United respond, we walk away and target Sane at Schalke 04 instead." Overmars was just straightening his jacket ready to accept Manchester United's €40 million when the fax machine rang again. Manchester City's new offer, €50 million. He stared at the figure for a long moment, bewildered. Those oil-backed owners truly treat money without care. Spending €50 million on a young player. Is this madness? Fan Kairui's ability is obvious to all, yet opponents are still unfamiliar with him. Who knows how long such brilliance will last? But Fan Kairui himself had set his heart on Manchester United, and United would not budge on price. The €50 million, tempting as it was, remained but a mirage. Sigh. Overmars exhaled. €40 million would have been cause for celebration, yet now he found himself torn between hope and doubt. Soon after, Mendes called, his tone carrying clear disapproval. "Mark, take the €40 million. It already exceeds the release clause." Overmars cleared his throat awkwardly and deployed the excuse he had been saving. "I am truly sorry. Our fax machine broke yesterday and has only just been repaired. I will reply to Manchester United now." Under transfer regulations, once Ajax accepted the offer and Manchester United transferred the deposit, formal talks with the player could begin. Fan Kairui had burst onto the scene this summer, attracting enormous attention. His destination captivated many, especially supporters of Ajax, Manchester City, and Manchester United. The media's instincts are sharp. Reporters soon captured images of Fan Kairui and Mendes boarding a flight to Manchester. The news sent fans of both Manchester clubs into excitement, while Ajax supporters fell into despondency, leaving after just a single competitive appearance. Guardiola also caught sight of the online reports, his brows instantly knitting together. He remembered Bajirastain had clearly stated Ajax had rejected Manchester City's bid. So why was Fan Kairui now flying to Manchester? Had he agreed to Manchester United's for $1 million while turning down our $5 million? What kind of logic was that? Was $5 million truly less appealing than $4 million? He suddenly recalled earlier tabloid rumors that Mourinho had once been spotted at Amsterdam airport. Could Mourinho have privately approached Fan Kairui and swayed him? A wave of regret washed over Guardiola. Why hadn't he thought to make the trip himself back then? He nearly tore his hair out in frustration. If fate were to grant him another chance, he would have dropped everything and flown straight to Amsterdam. But alas, there are no second chances in this world. Manchester United CEO Ed Woodward was genuinely surprised upon learning that Ajax had accepted their offer. He knew full well that Manchester City had put forward a $5 million bid, which meant Fan Kairui himself preferred Manchester United. The boy has discernment, Woodward thought with satisfaction. Our neighbors may have deeper pockets, but we have heritage. A century-old powerhouse does not earn that title by chance. Upon hearing the news, Mourinho pumped his fist in triumph. A strong intuition told him that Manchester United's path to revival was finally beginning. And Fan Kairui was the crucial final piece. He was originally scheduled for training that day, but handed it off to assistant coach Faria and headed straight to the administrative building to personally welcome Mendes and Fan Kairui. Meanwhile, Mendes and Fan Kairui's flight touched down at Manchester Airport. Emerging from the VIP terminal, they boarded a Mercedes van and drove directly to Manchester United's headquarters. At the building entrance, Woodward and Mourinho were already waiting. Paparazzi lurking nearby instantly perked up. 2 top executives personally greeting someone must mean a major figure had arrived. Could it be Pogba? One photographer whispered. Such tight security around this transfer. 5 minutes later, a black Mercedes van pulled into the courtyard. The paparazzi held their breath and steadied their cameras. The front passenger door opened, and a young man of about 17 or 18 stepped out. Veteran transfer reporters' eyes lit up immediately. It was him, Fan Kairui. He had come to Manchester with his agent Mendes, yet had chosen Manchester United over the higher bid from Manchester City. Fan Kairui felt a surge of warmth. Last time Mourinho had visited him in person. This time, even CEO Woodward was standing at the entrance awaiting him. The respect shown was truly impressive. They treat guests with utmost courtesy. He recalled that phrase. Woodward and Mourinho, however, had no idea the young man was already contemplating how to repay such kindness. The 2 men smiled warmly and escorted Fan Kairui and Mendes into the reception room. Next came the matter of money. The welcome at the door was a gesture of goodwill, but contract negotiations were pure business. Manchester United was no longer the era where Ferguson held absolute authority. The manager had no say in contract renewals. After a brief exchange with Fan Kairui, Mourinho patted him on the shoulder and drove his Jaguar F-Pace back to Carrington training ground on his own. Mendes took the contract Woodward handed him, flipped through a few pages and frowned. £20,000 per week, 10,000 for each goal, 5,000 for each assist. These terms. He closed the folder and looked up at the CEO, renowned for his shrewdness. Mr. Woodward, don't you think this contract is a bit too? He let the sentence hang unfinished. The meaning was clear enough. Woodward smiled and leaned back in his chair. Jorge, just state your terms directly. £80,000 per week, Mendes replied without hesitation. 50,000 per goal, 30,000 per assist, 20,000 per appearance. A 4-year contract with a release clause not exceeding €60 million. Additionally, the club will cover all hotel expenses until Fan secures permanent accommodation. He spoke at a measured pace, listing each demand clearly. Woodward listened without any visible reaction, displaying remarkable patience, never showing irritation even at the more outrageous requests. Only after Mendes finished did Woodward pick up the original contract with a smile. We can double those terms. But the contract must be for 5 years with no buyout clause. And the club will cover hotel costs. The old fox. Mendes cursed inwardly, but maintained a serious expression. Increase the release clause to €100 million. Add a provision allowing individual contract renegotiation each season based on performance. How does that sound? Woodward paused briefly, his mind racing through calculations, and found the terms acceptable. He nodded gently. Very well, I agree. Fan Kairui, who had been listening quietly from the side, finally allowed himself a subtle sigh of relief. It was done. Honestly, he had not given much thought to the weekly salary, thinking 40,000 would already be generous. After all, he had played merely 3 professional matches, 2 of which were friendlies, and the Champions League qualifiers had not featured particularly strong opponents. Manchester United offering €40 million demonstrated sufficient sincerity. Accepting slightly less favorable terms would only last 1 season. By next summer, he could renegotiate based on that season's performance. Either way, it was a winning situation. Club staff worked efficiently, and within 5 minutes returned with 3 revised contracts. In front of the club's official television cameras, Fan Kairui neatly signed his name on all 3 documents. From this moment forward, for the next 5 years, he belonged to Manchester United. Next came choosing a jersey number. Depay had left for Lyon, and the legendary number 7 was now available. Mourinho had previously suggested the number 7, and it was Fan Kairui's favorite as well. He chose it without hesitation. Mendes's eyebrows twitched slightly. He had been considering whether to advise Fan Kairui to pick a different number first. The number 7 at Manchester United was far more than just a shirt. Each former wearer had borne considerable pressure, but he soon relaxed. The young man before him was a genius, his talent possibly unmatched even by the Portuguese youth he had once signed. If Cristiano Ronaldo could rise from being despised across Britain to becoming a global superstar, why could not Fan Kairui? What courage, Woodward remarked. Though not deeply knowledgeable about football, he followed transfer news closely. He knew the story of Manchester United's number 7 intimately. Since Ronaldo's departure, Owen, Valencia, Di Maria, and Depay all seemed crushed beneath the weight of that iconic number. He was eager to see whether this confident young man could become the next legend to carry the number 7. Shortly after, Fan Kairui selected his number staff, brought a home jersey with the number 7 and the name Vankari printed on the back. Examining it, Fan Kairui pointed to the spelling. Could you change Van to Fan? After a few more minutes of adjustment, the corrected jersey was finally presented to him. Fan Kairui held the jersey with satisfaction and stood beside CEO Ed Woodward, smiling for the cameras. Once several group photos were taken, Manchester United's media team immediately began editing images, while copywriters prepared the official announcement for the club website. Around 11 o'clock local time, Manchester United's official website and all major social media accounts published updates simultaneously announcing that Ajax forward Fan Kairui had officially joined the club on a 5-year contract. Almost simultaneously, Ajax's official website posted a farewell message wishing their youth academy graduate success in the Premier League and encouraging him to maintain his efficient goal-scoring form. Although neither club disclosed the exact transfer fee, no journalist with sharp instincts could remain ignorant. Manchester City and Manchester United's fierce competition for this 17-year-old had seen bids escalate from €20 million to €50 million, which was hardly secret knowledge. Yet nobody expected Ajax to accept Manchester United's €4 million bid over the higher offer. The situation certainly sparked surprise. Anyone with insight could see that Fan Kairui's own preference played the decisive role. Who would turn down an extra €1 million otherwise? Soon after, Manchester United released an edited video clip on their official website. In the footage, a Manchester United media representative asked exactly that question, and Fan Kairui's answer clearly explained the circumstances. It turned out that United captain Rooney and Ibrahimovic had personally invited him during a previous friendly match. What ultimately sealed his decision was Mourinho's special trip to Amsterdam to persuade him in person. Learning the full story, Guardiola nearly regretted everything. He reasoned that Amsterdam was only an hour's flight from Manchester. If he had known earlier, he would have made the trip himself. But it was too late now. He promptly instructed sporting director Begiristain to focus entirely on targeting Leroy Sane at Schalke 04, hoping the 20-year-old German international could fill the tactical void left by Fan Kairui. Meanwhile, this transfer carried an additional distinction. In 2007, a 17-year-old Pato had joined AC Milan for €24 million, setting the record for the youngest transfer at that time. 9 years later, Fan Kairui's €40 million fee shattered that record. Fan Kairui himself only realized this upon seeing the news. The youngest transfer record. Shouldn't that trigger an achievement reward? He cheerfully opened his system interface, only to find nothing. The system coldly explained that if every age group transfer record triggered rewards, the host could repeatedly exploit the system by breaking records annually. This loophole had already been patched by the previous predecessor. Alright then. Fan Kairui pouted slightly. As news of his Manchester United transfer spread worldwide, media and fans quickly focused on his chosen jersey number 7. Over the past half-century, Manchester United's number 7 had long transcended being merely a digit. From George Best and Cantona to Beckham and Cristiano Ronaldo, it had become both a symbol of glory and a crushing burden. Especially after Cristiano Ronaldo's astronomical transfer to Real Madrid, the shirt seemed cursed. From Owen to the recently departed Depay, every wearer appeared to lose their essence. Owen managed only 5 league goals in 3 seasons. Valencia's form plummeted after switching to number 7, forcing him to revert to number 25. Di Maria, carrying the record-breaking price tag in the Premier League at the time, scored nearly 4 goals in a single season wearing the number. Then came Depay, who also struggled profoundly in the number 7, eventually returning to Lyon at a reduced fee not long ago. Once a brilliant legendary number, it had become nothing short of a dreaded curse. Now the newly record-breaking 17-year-old Fan Kairui had chosen it. Countless media outlets speculated whether this sensational teenage genius would become the 5th player crushed by the number 7. Fan Kairui had noticed the discussions but paid them no mind. With the super forward system at his side, what curse could possibly frighten him? The 5-year contract with Manchester United included not only the stipulated weekly wage and bonuses, but also a £1 million signing fee, roughly equivalent to half a year of his weekly salary. Fan Kairui looked at the figure and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder everyone wants to be a professional player. This money is far too easy to come by, isn't it? However, that £1 million was subject to tax. Premier League players face a 45% tax rate, leaving him with only £550,000 in hand. Converted to Chinese yuan at the then prevailing exchange rate, it amounted to over $4,700,000. And this was merely the signing fee. Should he break the transfer fee record in the future, the signing bonus would likely reach tens of millions of euros. Coupled with an annual salary in the tens of millions and endorsement income earning nearly €100 million per year was not just a dream. It was quite exciting to think about. Carrying these aspirations, Fan Kairui flew back to Amsterdam that very evening. He still had some loose ends to tie up, saying goodbye to his Ajax teammates, thanking Coach Bosch, and visiting the U19 lads. Most importantly, he needed to persuade his grandmother to come with him to Manchester. She was already over 70, and leaving her alone in Amsterdam was unthinkable. Before departing, he had asked Mendes to look for a property in Manchester. His requirements were modest: a 2-story villa, nothing above £500,000. He arrived home late at night, and Fan Valeri had long since gone to bed. The next morning, Fan Kairui rose early to prepare a hearty breakfast for his grandmother. "Grandma, will you come to Manchester with me?" Fan Kairui asked across the dining table. Fan Valeri set down her cutlery and smiled gently. "Kairui, I have lived here for 70 years. I am quite used to it. Manchester is strange ground. You train and play every day, and Grandma would have no one to talk to." Fan Kairui frowned, finding his grandmother's words reasonable. Bringing her over would certainly make it easier to look after her, but her friends and familiar surroundings were all here, and he hardly had time to keep her company. "Kairui, rest assured, Grandma can take good care of herself." Fan Kairui opened his mouth, and then proposed, "Step back. Then perhaps a caregiver to keep you company." "No need." Fan Valeri's expression darkened. "I am nowhere near that old." Seeing his grandmother about to grow displeased, Fan Kairui quickly backpedaled. All right, no caregiver then." Since his grandmother refused to move and declined a caregiver, Fan Kairui stopped by the city on his way out and purchased several home surveillance devices, installing them in the living room and kitchen common areas. This way he could check on his grandmother at any time from Manchester, and they could video chat as well. She was in her 70s after all, he needed to stay attentive. That afternoon, Fan Kairui first visited the youth academy to thank the coaches and teammates. After the first team training concluded, he headed to the De Tokum's training base to collect his belongings from the locker room. Amidst the envious gazes of many Ajax players, he specifically sought out head coach Bosch to express his gratitude in person. Lastly, he naturally treated close teammates to a Western meal. De Ligt, Van Bra, Holland, Van de Beek, and F. De Jong all came, since the next visit to Amsterdam was uncertain. Professional football is like that. Gatherings are rare and partings long. After dinner, the group headed to a quiet pub, though none drank heavily. Fan Kairui had to catch an early flight the next day, and the Premier League season kicked off in less than a week. He had yet to train with Manchester United and needed to hurry to Carrington to adapt and compete for a starting spot. The morning before departure, Fan Kairui tested the surveillance equipment and then visited his school to process his leave of absence. The procedure was simple. The vice principal had already seen his transfer news to Manchester United and signed the forms readily. His passport required no reissuance as the Netherlands and the UK were both within the EU zone, allowing free movement. With everything arranged, Fan Kairui pushed his suitcase to the taxi and turned to his grandmother. Will you really not come to Manchester? Grandma is old now. I will not go through the trouble. Fan Valerie waved her hand. When I miss you, I will naturally visit. Manchester is not far from here anyway. Fan Kairui gazed deeply at his grandmother, her silver white hair, her slightly stooped back, the deep and shallow wrinkles tracing her neck, those blue eyes growing ever more sunken. Grandma was truly growing old. Go now, do not miss your flight. Fan Valerie stepped forward and gently pushed him into the car. Fan Kairui lingered before settling into the back seat. Fan Valerie closed the door deftly and smiled through the window. Kairui, take care of yourself out there. The car pulled away slowly, and only then did Fan Kairui react. He leaned out the window quickly. Grandma, take care of yourself. The taxi rounded the corner and disappeared. Only then did Fan Valerie turn and slowly walk back into the courtyard. The house was empty and quiet. She murmured softly, a child must forge their own path someday. William Awaken, your grandson, has truly made something of himself, winning the world's best at 17. Exiting Manchester Airport, Fan Kairui adjusted his cap and took a taxi straight to the club's arranged low hotel. The hotel was only an 11-minute drive from Old Trafford and 20 minutes to Carrington. Manchester United had a partnership here, and many new signings temporarily stayed, such as Mkhitaryan and Ibrahimovic. Of course, manager Mourinho's own 90-square-meter Riverview suite was far more grand. Upon hearing the name of Manchester United's newest signing, Fan Kairui, the front desk staff's eyes lit up, immediately handing over a prepared room key card. Photo opportunities were inevitable. For the first time being stopped by fans for pictures, Fan Kairui felt rather shy. The suite was approximately 60 square meters, also offering a river view. Fan Kairui walked around and thought to himself, no wonder Mourinho is not in a rush to buy a house. Everything is available here, a phone call, and all needs are met. The next morning, as usual, he completed 200 sit-ups and 100 push-ups. Breakfast finished at 8, training started at 9:30, and he had nothing else to do, so he decided to pack up and head out early. As he reached the lobby, a rough voice called out, "Hey, Kairui." Fan Kairui turned, and oh, wasn't that Ibrahimovic? He smiled and approached, giving the towering striker a firm embrace. "Good morning, Uncle Zlatan." "Uncle." Ibrahimovic paused, then laughed. He was a full 18 years older than the young man. He patted Fan Kairui's back firmly. "Arrived yesterday. Why didn't you say anything? I know Manchester's nightlife well." "Didn't want to disturb your rest," Fan Kairui replied casually. He thought that given their age difference, keeping a respectful distance was only appropriate. "Heading to Carrington so early?" "Yes. And you?" "Coincidentally, so am I." Ibrahimovic's large hand rested on his shoulder. "You are new here and surely have no car, no driving license either. Ride with me." Unable to refuse such kindness, Fan Kairui followed Ibrahimovic into his newly purchased Volvo. Since taxi fare would cost money, it made sense to take this free ride. Along the way, Ibrahimovic spoke animatedly about his past glories, and an uninitiated listener might have thought he was boasting. After about 15 minutes passing a grand training complex, Ibrahimovic curled his lip. Manchester City's territory. As expected, the club crest hung conspicuously. 2 minutes further, the Volvo turned onto a tree-lined lane. Dense shade sheltered the quiet road with a sign reading Carrington. The place was remarkably peaceful, yet Manchester United supporters regarded it as hallowed ground. At the main entrance, Fan Kairui noticed the sign now read Awaken Training Complex, though everyone still called it Carrington Base. The facade was indeed unassuming, about half the size of Ajax's, the Tokumst, and no match for the imposing gates of Manchester City. The car rolled slowly along the serene path. It was hard to reconcile this tranquil setting with the clamorous image of Manchester United. Several luxury cars were parked in the lot, including a Lamborghini and a Bentley. This not only reflected the high earnings of Manchester United players, but also hinted that those arriving early for training carried a certain tension in their hearts. Mourinho was a coach with a distinct personality, having won numerous trophies, 8 top-flight league titles, 2 Champions Leagues, and various cup competitions. In world football, he belonged to the elite tier. Therefore, upon taking charge of Manchester United that summer, everything was open to reinvention. Players who wished to stay and earn big money while winning honors would need to work harder than anyone else. Arriving early at the training ground was essentially offering a token of commitment to Mourinho. Interestingly, Martial was among them. Having arrived the previous summer, he now trained with exceptional dedication. Ibrahimovic joined Manchester United on a free transfer and preferred the number 10 shirt. Yet the number 10 belonged to Captain Rooney. The two shared a long history, and Ibrahimovic hesitated to take it. So he opted for number 9, which had been worn by Martial the previous season. Number 9 was not a legendary number at Manchester United, but for a player it represented recognition. Martial's number having been taken by Ibrahimovic, head coach Mourinho said nothing which amounted to tacit approval. Normally a young player in such a situation might feel discouraged, but Marshall did not. Instead, he trained even harder, perhaps making him the most suitable wearer of Manchester United's number 9. Following, Ibrahimovic Fan Kairui entered the first team locker room. Inside, Marshall, Rashford, McTominay, Dean Henderson, and Lingard were already present. Except for Lingard, who was slightly older, none of them had reached 20. Upon Ibrahimovic's arrival, everyone called out Zlatan. But when they noticed Fan Kairui, Marshall and Rashford avoided his gaze, bowing their heads to tie their shoelaces without greeting. Fan Kairui shrugged. With positions in conflict, competition was natural, and he did not take it to heart. McTominay, Dean Henderson, and Lingard, with whom he faced no competition, waved and greeted him. "Hey Kairui." Fan Kairui smiled and nodded, returning their names, then made his way to his number 7 locker. Inside the locker was a new training kit. Fan Kairui picked it up and saw the number 7 and the name Fan Kairui printed on the back. He silently praised Manchester United's thoughtful logistics. 2 days prior, he had requested the change from Van to Fan, and now even the training shirt had been corrected. He felt rather pleased. Manchester United was a football giant with countless past glories. But after Ferguson's retirement, the club began paying its debts. Moyes and Van Gaal were successively dismissed. Beyond questions of ability, the greater issue was the pressure left by Ferguson. He managed for 27 years, winning 38 championships, including 13 Premier Leagues and 2 Champions Leagues, among others. Such a heavy legacy was difficult for anyone to bear. Mourinho had arrived, declaring his intention to restore Manchester United to its former glory. Fan Kairui wished to repay Mourinho for his trust and opportunity. Just as Fan Kairui finished changing Rooney, Herrera, Bailey, Phil Jones, Carrick, and Mkhitaryan also arrived. Seeing Fan Kairui, they all greeted him proactively, and Fan Kairui responded to each in turn. Many Manchester United players were supportive of Fan Kairui, especially those who had experienced his prowess firsthand and held him in high regard. Bailey approached and draped an arm around his shoulder. "Hey Kairui, you've got to be on my team during the internal matches, alright." Phil Jones smiled. "Kairui, don't listen to him. Eric's defense is full of holes. Be on my team, and I'll ensure we're solid at the back." The other players couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. Rooney watched the camaraderie in the locker room, feeling a warm sense of belonging. He was 31 now, and with United's squad growing younger, his tenure was uncertain, but his ambition to restore the club to its former glory remained undimmed. Fan Kairui's arrival had bolstered the team's overall strength, rekindling hopes of a return to the summit. Naturally, the Red Devils supporters raised their expectations in tandem. At 9:30 that morning, manager Mourinho arrived punctually at Carrington alongside his assistant Faria. As the new training session was about to begin, the established tradition called for Captain Rooney to formally introduce the newcomer Fan Kairui to the entire squad first. Once the introduction concluded, Mourinho nodded toward Fan Kairui. "Fan, say a few words as well." Having arrived over 2 months prior, Kairui was no longer the timid youth he had once been. Facing the expectant gazes of his teammates, he spoke with calm composure. "I am truly delighted to join Manchester United's family and become part of this team." He paused briefly before continuing with clarity. "The goal ahead is one we all share: champions and glory. I will give everything I have to help Manchester United rise again." His voice grew stronger and more resonant, carrying unmistakable conviction. Several United players listening nearby found their eyes lighting up with recognition. Joining this club meant more than prestige. It carried profound responsibility. Mourinho nodded approvingly, while Rooney broke into a broad smile. The captain led with an enthusiastic, "Well said," before attempting to pick up where Fan Kairui's rallying cry left off, "For the great rejuvenation of Manchester United." But the second half of the slogan escaped him. Clearing his throat lightly, Fan Kairui seamlessly continued, "I shall spare no effort and contribute my part." Exactly. That's the spirit. Rooney seized upon it without hesitation, shouting with genuine enthusiasm and no trace of awkwardness. In his own words, as long as he didn't feel embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others. Mourinho clapped his hands to refocus everyone's attention. "Since we're aligned in purpose, today's training begins now." United sessions typically divided into 3 phases: warm-up, tactical drills, and small-sided games. The warm-up involved standard running, sprints, stretching, and basic ball circulation. Mourinho designed the tactical work around the team's strengths, focusing on set-piece situations, quick counterattacks, and dead ball scenarios. Those latter 2 elements held particular importance, for Mourinho's signature weapon was undoubtedly the counterattack. The counterattacking system he crafted for United bore resemblance to the one he built around Cristiano Ronaldo at Real Madrid, both anchored by the side's most technically gifted player. Now that focal point was Fan Kairui. Not everyone in the squad accepted this arrangement, with some whispering privately whether Kairui might be Mourinho's illegitimate son. How else could the club justify spending €40 million on a 17-year-old? Yet Mourinho commanded considerable authority in the dressing room, and with veterans like Rooney, Ibrahimovic, and Carrick backing him, those with reservations kept their doubts to themselves. That said, building play around Fan Kairui proved considerably more attacking than the tactics they'd previously drilled. Moreover, this was only their first combined session. Kairui possessed remarkable pace and excelled particularly in his ability to drive forward with the ball. His tactical comprehension ran swift. He frequently drew parallels and adapted instinctively, leaving several teammates quietly impressed. Of course, these observations came without physical confrontation. Once contact was introduced, execution became noticeably more labored. Mourinho, however, regarded this as entirely expected. Even the most elite players see their tactical precision falter under pressure, and Kairui was only participating in his first full session. Rather than worry, Mourinho found himself increasingly optimistic about the team's prospects, even if results this season fell short. After all, the legendary Mourinho Year 2 carried genuine intimidation. Fan Kairui's morning tactical work went admirably, and in the afternoon scrimmages, he dominated completely. 1-on-3 situations became routine, and he handled 1-on-4 or even 1-on-5 scenarios with ease while rarely losing possession. What surprised United players most was how Kairui seldom glanced down at the ball, even when surrounded by multiple opponents. His vision remained constantly expansive, regularly threading passes to teammates finding space further ahead. Rashford and Martial, whose positions overlapped with Kairui's, harbored some natural reservation. Mourinho proved himself a tactical mastermind once more. Noticing Kairui's vision and passing range, he simply directed Rashford and Martial to explore the right flank instead. With Kairui drawing defensive attention on the left, the two adapting to the right operated under considerably less pressure. While their close control lacked Kairui's refinement, and they couldn't navigate multiple defenders with such composure, they remained composed in 1-on-1 or 1-on-2 situations, delivering crosses or cutting inside upon breaking through. Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Wayne Rooney, both seasoned veterans, emerged as primary beneficiaries of the tactical shift. Having navigated football's complexities for years, they understood how to maximize impact with minimum expenditure. Opening the left channel naturally energized the right, creating additional opportunities. When Kairui cut inside from the left to shoot, Martial and Rashford on the right could deliver precise crosses. Ibrahimovic's 195-meter frame served far more than decorative purpose. Whenever the ball entered his zone, securing aerial duels became virtually guaranteed. Though Rooney had transitioned from striker over recent years, his finishing instinct remained sharp, and his capability to switch play with long passes added considerable dimension to Mourinho's tactical approach. Mourinho calculated that the €40 million investment proved exceedingly worthwhile. While he had initially planned to use this season merely for squad cohesion, tactical cohesion might materialize in as little as half a campaign. Yet with some benefiting came others. Displaced Mkhitaryan now found himself in an uncomfortable transitional state. With tactical emphasis concentrated on both flanks, Kairui anchoring the left and Martial rotating with Rashford on the right, the middle ground no longer required a traditional number 10. Mourinho now favored all-action performers like Fellaini and Herrera, supplemented by the veteran distribution of Rooney and Carrick, which rendered Mkhitaryan's distinctive qualities less pronounced. Additionally, reports indicated Manchester United's pursuit of Pogba was nearing completion. The transfer fee with Juventus had reached general agreement, with only the commission structure for Raiola remaining unsettled. Returning to the present as training concluded at 4 in the afternoon and players gradually packed to return to the locker room, Fan Kairui remained alone on the pitch. Short passing, long balls, and set pieces all demanded refinement. A dribbling fundamentally required consistent practice. Ibrahimovic, wiping perspiration, asked Kairui, "You're not leaving? After all, I'd be alone back home anyway. Might as well practice a bit longer. You don't have a car, do you? Want me to stay and train with you?" No need, no need. Go home to your family. I'll catch a ride later." Ibrahimovic considered this reasonable and patted his shoulder. "Then don't train too late, or you won't find a cab." Other players either had families returning to or girlfriends to accompany, so naturally no one wished to work extra hours. Besides, football remained merely employment to them. Few welcomed unscheduled overtime. Back in his office, Mourinho was conversing with assistants Faria and Giovanni Serra about tactical nuances when he turned and noticed movement on the training ground through the window. "Isn't that Kairui?" Both Faria and Serra turned simultaneously to look. Fan Kairui was practicing emergency stops and directional changes near the training equipment drenched in sweat. "Indeed, it's him. Training that diligently," Faria observed with mild astonishment. Serra nodded. Dutch media previously reported he trained extra sessions regularly at Ajax. Apparently, that was true. Rare to find talent paired with such dedication, Mourinho replied warmly. Having encountered numerous players throughout his career, he recognized that Ronaldo's success stemmed not only from ability, but from relentless drive. Messi similarly combined supreme gift with unwavering commitment. Now Fan Kairui possesses talent rivaling either of them while maintaining equal dedication. His future achievements are perhaps impossible to predict. Faria suddenly smiled. "I have a premonition this young man might surprise the entire world this season." "Coincidentally, I share that sentiment," Mourinho responded, raising his voice slightly. "Huh. All three of us think alike." Giovanni Serra chuckled in agreement. All three exchanged glances and simultaneously extended their fists for a gentle collision. Champions. Whether Manchester United staff deliberately captured the footage remained unclear, but video of Kairui training well into the evening rapidly circulated across social platforms. United supporters found themselves increasingly approving regardless of whether his ability justified the 40 million price tag. His training commitment already surpassed that of most players. Ajax supporters and Kairui's longtime followers emerged to affirm this pattern. Extra training represented established tradition for him from youth academy through to first-team level, where he frequently enlisted De Ligt and Van de Beek for additional sessions. Comment sections filled with messages congratulating Manchester United on their acquisition. Meanwhile, Guardiola encountered news of Kairui's additional training and felt profound regret. Some opportunities once lost remain lost forever. The 2016-2017 Premier League campaign commenced on August 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon, leaving Fan Kairui precisely 1 week to adapt tactically. During training breaks, he also monitored his former club Ajax's Champions League qualifying campaign. A 3-0 home victory over Thessaloniki, followed by a 1-1 away draw, secured a 4-1 aggregate advancement to the playoff round against Russian side Rostov. Manchester United monitored that Ajax-Rostov playoff fixture with equal attention. The rationale remained straightforward, having appeared for Ajax in the third qualifying round. Should Ajax lose to Rostov and drop into the Europa League group stage, UEFA regulations would prevent Kairui from featuring for United in Europa League competition that season. He would need to re-register during the January transfer window instead. But before that, they needed to refocus their minds on the league and the Community Shield ahead. This season's Community Shield opponent was Leicester City, the previous Premier League champions, and they were no pushovers. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the day before the Community Shield match. Fan Kairui had been signed by Manchester United for 40 million during the summer transfer window, so it was only natural that he made the 23-man matchday squad. The Community Shield was a sort of appetizer for the new season, more of a friendly in nature, yet it still carried the prestige of a clash between two titans. By the rules, each team was allowed 6 substitutions. The day before the match, Mourinho followed his usual routine and announced the starting lineup. Goalkeeper De Gea, of defenders Luke Shaw, Blind Bailey, and Valencia, midfielders Carrick, Fellaini, and Rooney, of forwards Lingard and Martial. Hearing this, Fan Kairui already had a good idea of where he stood. According to Mourinho's lineup, there was no room for him up front. As expected, the final name announced was Ibrahimovic. Mourinho caught the faint disappointment on Fan Kairui's face, but said nothing. As the manager, Mourinho had no obligation to explain his tactical decisions to anyone, not even his most promising player. And Fan Kairui didn't blame him for it. He understood himself well enough. Having only joined a few days prior, his chemistry with teammates was still lacking. Racing onto the pitch without that understanding could leave vulnerabilities for the opposition to exploit and ultimately cost the team. Although the outcome of the Community Shield wasn't everything, it was still a trophy on the line. Sitting on the bench, he realized sometimes offered a clearer perspective on what needed attention. Taking another angle, Mourinho's decision to bench him might actually be a form of protection. It was worth noting that interest in this Community Shield match was particularly high back home in China. On one hand, Fan Kairui had been included in Manchester United's squad, and the forward, who had cost 40 million euros, had a real opportunity to make his appearance. On the other hand, Leicester City boasted Japanese striker Okazaki Shinji, one of the key figures behind the Foxes' surprising title triumph last season. With two strikers facing off, whichever one scored more would tilt the balance in his team's favor. Fan Kairui's heritage as a Chinese descendant had spread far beyond China's borders, catching the attention of football fans worldwide. For Chinese supporters lacking a deep footballing tradition, he had become a rallying point, a symbol representing Chinese football on the global stage. If he could outshine Okazaki at the Community Shield, it would amount to Chinese football claiming victory over Japanese football. The 2016 Community Shield was scheduled for kickoff at 4:00 p.m. on August 7th. After the starting lineup was announced, the entire Manchester United squad departed from Manchester by train, arriving in London close to 1:10 p.m. At 10 o'clock the following morning, the team made their way to Wembley Stadium to familiarize themselves with the pitch, while manager Mourinho accompanied Captain Rooney to the press conference hall for the pre-match briefing. Walking into the new Wembley for the first time, Fan Kairui felt a thrill excitement. The stadium was far larger than the Amsterdam Arena, which held 56,000. This one could accommodate 90,000, making it the largest purpose-built football venue in Britain. Given that this was a pre-season friendly in spirit, he guessed the attendance wouldn't reach capacity, perhaps 50 or 60,000 fans at most. How does it feel? Isn't it massive? Blind, another product of Ajax's youth academy, walked over to ask him. It really is huge. This is the largest stadium I've ever seen, Fan Kairui replied, looking around with bright eyes. Haha, I truly hope you'll get a chance to come on as a substitute this afternoon and show what you've got, Blind chuckled. Let all these fans see your skills. Fan Kairui closed his eyes and let his imagination run the team in crisis, him stepping in at the crucial moment, turning the tide, securing the victory. A roaring wave of cheers would sweep across the entire stadium. He took a gentle breath and whispered softly, "Yes, I will." At 2:30 in the afternoon, the Manchester United team bus pulled up at the designated parking area outside Wembley Stadium. Fan Kairui sat by the window, clearly able to hear the Manchester United fans outside singing the club anthem, "Glory, Glory Man United," in unison. The clear, energetic song drifted into the bus, and Fan Kairui and his teammates all instinctively removed their headphones and waved to the passionate fans outside. Among those Red Devils supporters, Fan Kairui noticed many holding up posters of himself wearing Manchester United's number 7 jersey, and most of those fans were women. Watching the posters in the hands of those female fans, Fan Kairui couldn't help but mutter with a satisfied smile, such irresistible charm. What am I supposed to do with it? Long queues formed at every entrance of the new Wembley, and the square was packed with people buzzing with energy. Once the Community Shield kickoff began, Premier League fans would know that the new season had officially arrived. Hello viewers, we're live here at the 2016 Community Shield with last season's Premier League champions Leicester City taking on FA Cup winners Manchester United. Commentator Jean June from Let's Sports began as referee Anthony Taylor blew his whistle. Both sides started cautiously after the opening whistle, with most attacks being probing runs as they looked for spaces to exploit on the counter-attack. Time ticked by quietly, and the live broadcast camera cut to the Manchester United bench. Jean June changed his tone, raising his voice. It's a pity that the Dutch-Chinese young talent Fan Kairui isn't starting today. Otherwise, we get to see a direct showdown between him and Japanese international Okazaki. That cut-inside move of his when he breaks forward is really exciting to watch. I hope we get to see him come on as a substitute early in the second half. The two teams had a long history, having met 121 times before, with Manchester United holding the advantage with 60 wins. However, last season's 2 encounters had ended 1-1. This time Manchester United took the initiative, and in the 10th minute Martial received the ball and drove into the left side of the penalty area, curling a shot that just missed the far post. Just 2 minutes later, Luke Shaw delivered a cross from the left flank, but Rooney's header was comfortably gathered by young Schmeichel. Those 2 consecutive Manchester United attacks left the Leicester City fans in the stands breathing a sigh of relief. Manager Ranieri took advantage of a stoppage to call Mahrez over to the sideline and whispered some instructions in his ear. As expected, from the 19th minute onward, Mahrez became lively on the right flank. His dribbles and cut-inside crosses put De Gea's goal under pressure. Fan Kairui sat on the bench with his legs crossed, his eyes occasionally glancing toward Leicester City's right side, a faint smile playing on his lips. He could see clearly that Mahrez on the right was Leicester City's most dangerous attacking threat. If he went on, he was confident he could shut the guy down completely in their own half. Want to push forward? You'll have to get past my feet first. Match time flew by, and in the blink of an eye half an hour had passed. Unexpectedly, Lingard of Manchester United made a sudden burst of acceleration through the middle, which disrupted Leicester City's entire defensive line. Even Lingard himself wasn't entirely sure how it happened. He just found himself gliding past 4 defenders. Fortunately, his quick reactions saw him storm into the box to face young Schmeichel, and he coolly placed a shot into the far corner. The ball rolled into the net. Manchester United took a 1-0 lead. Watching the entire sequence, Fan Kairui couldn't help but suppress a laugh. It wasn't that Lingard's technique was particularly dazzling. It was more that the opposing defenders' mistakes flowed together seamlessly. But as a member of Manchester United, he still joined his substitute teammates in rising to their feet, pumping his fist, and shouting in celebration of the lead. After conceding, Leicester City attacked more fiercely, but the score remained 1-0 until halftime. The 15-minute halftime break passed in the blink of an eye. Before the second half began, the trailing Leicester City made the first change, bringing on Musa for Okazaki and Gray for Albrighton. These substitutions drew some disapproving looks from Chinese and Japanese fans alike. Fans on both sides, it seemed, would have loved to see Okazaki and Fan Kairui face off on the pitch. Manchester United made no changes. Let's Sports commentator Jean June watched the screen with a frown. A 1-goal lead isn't safe enough. I genuinely hope the young player Fan Kairui can come on soon to add fire to the second half. The start of the second half resembled the first, both teams feeling each other out. But unexpectedly, it was Manchester United who faltered first. In the 49th minute, Fellaini's pass back lacked power, and the alert Vardy intercepted it cleanly. Vardy took the ball past the rushing De Gea and slotted it into the empty net. 1-1. From the technical area, Mourinho instantly exploded, unleashing a furious tirade at the mistake-making Fellaini. Fellaini knew he was at fault and kept his head down, not daring to speak a word. Despite his anger, Mourinho immediately turned and roared toward the substitutes. Ander, Kairui, Juan, Marcos, Henrik, get warming up now. Herrera, Fan Kairui, Mata, Rojo, Rashford, and Mkhitaryan, the players whose names had been called, quickly donned their training bibs and ran toward the warm-up area. The live broadcast camera immediately zoomed in on the Manchester United substitutes. Andy Gray of Sky Sports England exclaimed, "Jose Mourinho is finally making his adjustments." Jean June from Let's Sports also grew excited. Leicester City just equalized. Will Mourinho send on Fan Kairui? His pace and technique could completely transform Manchester United's attack. Fan Kairui, as the person involved, had no idea that so many commentators were eager to see him play. His attention was completely focused on the packed new Wembley Stadium. Fans from both sides would have loved to watch Okazaki and Fan Kairui compete head-to-head. He had originally thought reaching 60,000 attendees would be impressive, but the stadium was packed to capacity. The thought made his desire to come on as a substitute burn even stronger. To perform in front of 90,000 eyes, just imagining it sent a thrill through him. 10 minutes of play flashed by. Manchester United made their first change, but it wasn't Fan Kairui who came on. It was Herrera replacing the veteran Carrick. While Herrera's arrival stabilized the midfield defensively, it stripped away some of the attacking creativity, leaving Rooney to carry the offensive burden alone, which simply wasn't enough. So Mourinho quickly played his second card, bringing on Mata to replace the goalscorer lingered. The broadcast camera swept over to Fan Kairui once again. Jean-June from Let Sports frowned as he watched. It's already the 64th minute with 25 minutes of regular time remaining. Surely Mourinho should give the newcomer Fan Kairui some time to get accustomed to the pitch. After Mata came on, the team's build-up in the middle and forward areas did improve somewhat, but the old problems persisted. Ibrahimovic, playing as the lone striker, struggled to receive the ball, and Martial's form today was inconsistent. As expected, Martial lost the ball yet again, while dribbling, and the live broadcast director, knowing exactly what the fans wanted to see, immediately cut to Fan Kairui warming up on the sidelines. It was at that exact moment that Fan Kairui, who had been watching the pitch intently, heard assistant coach Faria calling out to him, "Kairui Marcos, come back to the bench with me." Upon hearing this, both Rojo and Fan Kairui's eyes lit up simultaneously. That meant they were about to go on, and his guess had been right all along. Fan Kairui had barely reached the edge of the substitute bench when head coach Mourinho tossed him a red jersey. He caught it, pulled it on as he listened to Mourinho rapidly explain the tactical instructions. In short, there was only one key point: push hard down the left flank and suppress their Leicester City right side attack. In the 71st minute, Ibrahimovic's long-range shot from outside the penalty area sailed high over the bar. The referee Mariner blew his whistle and simultaneously signaled for a substitution. Fan Kairui and Rojo stepped up beside the fourth official as the electronic board displayed the change: red number 11, green number 7. Number 7 Fan Kairui replaces number 11 Martial. At the same time, the stands at Wembley Stadium erupted like a cauldron with thunderous cheers rolling through the air. Kairui, Kairui, Kairui. At the Leisure Sports commentary desk, Jean-June was practically shouting at the top of his lungs. After all this waiting, he's finally here. 17 years old, carrying the world record transfer fee in football, Fan Kairui had finally come on to replace Martial. With Kairui entering the pitch, Ranieri's brows knitted tighter as though sensing something. He had some understanding of this young player. The media had been buzzing about the 17-year-old who had broken the world football transfer fee record. Although he had only played 3 professional matches, his efficiency was astonishing, scoring 5 goals in 2 International Champions Cup matches for China and netting a brace in a Champions League qualifying tie for Ajax. Ranieri had once wanted to sign Fan Kairui, but Leicester City's purse was not deep. The board would never dare spend 20 million euros on a boy, so he could only watch from the sidelines. He understood Kairui's abilities, but also knew the boy had a critical weakness: his match experience was still raw. So he planned to teach him a proper lesson on the demanding pitch of the Premier League and let him pay his tuition. Ranieri immediately instructed his assistant to call upon Nampalys Mendy, a defensive midfielder at 1 m and 70 kilograms, a tireless presence in midfield. Fan Kairui was fast and strong on the dribble. Then use Mendy like a patch of sticky treacle to hold him close and see how he breaks through. As Martial came off the pitch with a frustrated expression, Mourinho noticed and walked over to pat him on the shoulder. "Don't be discouraged," Mourinho said. Martial nodded, his expression softening slightly. Fan Kairui charged onto the field and gestured to his teammates with a few hand signals. Ibrahimovic and Rooney both nodded in understanding. While Mendy was still receiving Ranieri's tactical instructions, the ball was already in play. Schmeichel kicked it long, and Fellaini, with Bailey's assistance, won the header against Vardy, nodding it toward Mata on the right. Mata did not control the ball, instead laying it off directly to Rooney in the center. Drinkwater closed in to disrupt, but Rooney settled the ball smoothly with his left foot and delivered a long pass with his right, the ball arcing from the right side of the center circle toward the left flank. Rooney's pass was precise, landing exactly within Fan Kairui's control. Mahrez had not yet tracked back, leaving only Simpson on Leicester's right side. Seeing Kairui waiting for the ball, Simpson immediately rushed out to close him down. As Simpson approached, Fan Kairui flicked the ball upward with his right foot. It sailed over Simpson's head as he pivoted on his left foot and turned toward the right. Simpson watched the ball fly past, by which time Kairui had already rounded him toward the touchline. Simpson had lunged too aggressively and could not turn in time, so he grabbed onto Fan Kairui's jersey. Kairui was brought to a halt and threw his hands open in appeal. Referee Mariner blew the whistle and produced a yellow card. Jean-June called from the commentary desk. "This kid Fan Kairui shows no nerves at all. That flick and turn to beat the defender was fluent and elegant. If not for Simpson's foul, he would have been through on goal facing Huth and Morgan head on." With the ball dead, Leicester made a substitution. Mendy came on for Andy King. Simpson's yellow card made Ranieri even more uneasy, but he told himself that Kairui was only making his first Premier League substitute appearance and not to overthink it. He simply instructed Mendy to mark Kairui tightly whenever he received the ball, then returned to his seat on the coaching bench. The Premier League was physical, and the Community Shield match was no less fierce. Drinkwater and Mendy always closed in on Fan Kairui before he could receive the ball, leaving him feeling cramped and unable to make an impact. Mourinho had hoped Kairui would burst open the left flank, but Leicester's defense was disciplined and compact. Apart from that one dribble, Kairui had produced nothing further of note. Marcel Reef's side. The Premier League has the strongest physicality in world football. Leicester City are last season's champions and have real quality. Fan Kairui is too young. He is being gradually shadowed out of the game. But Fan Kairui himself still burned with determination, still thinking about how to break the deadlock. He calculated in his mind Leicester's defensive attention was focused entirely on marking him when he had the ball and tried to dribble past them. So if he moved without the ball turning and making runs, the problem would solve itself. Rooney was a master of long passing, and Kairui possessed an innate talent for timing his runs to beat the offside trap. If the pass and run could be linked together, Leicester's targeted defensive marking could be completely dismantled. So he took the opportunity during a stoppage to find Captain Rooney and Ibrahimovic. The match had reached the 80th minute. Both sides' players were showing clear signs of fatigue, and the intensity had dropped considerably, yet Leicester's players remained glued to Fan Kairui United's only creative spark on the pitch. Manchester United head coach Mourinho looked at Fan Kairui and wondered, what has this boy been telling Wayne and Zlatan? Mars cut inside and shot wide. Manchester United built from the back, and Fan Kairui drifted from the touchline into the half space, drawing closer to Ibrahimovic. Ranieri did not think much of it. Simpson and Drinkwater would crowd Kairui early anyway. He did not fear the young man creating threats with the ball at his feet. Manchester United's left-sided attacks had gone cold, so they increasingly launched their moves from the right flank. Mata and Valencia crossed into the box while Ibrahimovic handled the central aerial battles. Unfortunately, both Morgan and Huth were physically robust center-backs with strong aerial ability. Ibrahimovic gained no advantage against them, and compounded by his advancing age, his energy was draining rapidly after consecutive intense duels. In the 85th minute, Manchester United's attack shifted to the right flank. Leicester City's defensive shape gradually moved leftward, focusing their attention on the left side, and Ibrahimovic leaving only Simpson to mark Fan Kairui. The ball moved from foot to foot across the pitch until it finally reached Rooney. Herrera made a sudden forward run, drawing Drinkwater's attention away, giving Rooney extra time on the ball. At that moment, Fan Kairui suddenly accelerated from the left half space, cutting in front of Simpson and diagonally running into the space behind the two center-backs. Rooney struck a decisive long pass, the football sailing toward the top of the penalty area arc. Huth and Ibrahimovic were tangled together, while Morgan moved in from the side, preparing to leap and clear the ball. Ibrahimovic, with his powerful frame, held Huth at bay, while simultaneously disrupting Morgan's positioning, causing Morgan to jump poorly and misjudge the ball entirely. Simpson watched as Fan Kairui darted into the space in front of him, his heart sinking. Fan Kairui, sprinting at speed, controlled the ball comfortably with no excessive adjustment. He stepped forward with his left foot for support and raised his right foot behind him. Goalkeeper Schmeichel instinctively dived to his left in a desperate attempt to save it, but Fan Kairui did not shoot. He waited until Schmeichel was fully grounded on the turf, then raised his right foot and delicately curled the ball with the outside of his instep. The football rose slowly through the air. Schmeichel watched in despair as it drifted gently past him toward the empty net beyond his reach. The ball rippled the snow-white netting and Wembley Stadium erupted in an instant, United supporters' cheers crashing over the ground like a tidal wave. After scoring, Fan Kairui did not celebrate immediately. Instead, he looked toward the assistant referee, for his diagonal run had been based on instinct, and he was uncertain whether he had been offside. Leicester City players also gathered around the assistant referee, hoping for the flag to be raised. But the assistant referee held his left arm level, the flag pointing toward the center line. The signal meant not offside. Manchester United head coach Mourinho raised his arm and shouted in celebration, releasing the emotion of this 85th minute goal, a near-dead certainty of a winner. Leicester City players, dissatisfied, stormed toward the assistant referee to protest. Manchester United players did not care. Since the flag had not gone up, the goal stood 2-1, and United were ahead once more. Ibrahimovic reached out to push Huth aside and eagerly jumped onto Fan Kairui's back. Fortunately, Fan Kairui had quick reflexes and a strong base. He supported Ibrahimovic's weight with both hands around his thighs and let out a roar toward the sky. Rooney, Mata, Herrera, Valencia, Rojo, and other Manchester United players. The entire United squad surged toward Fan Kairui, surrounding him in a joyful knot as they tousled his hair, celebrating a debut goal. At this moment, the large screen at the stadium and the broadcast feed thoughtfully switched to a slow-motion replay. The camera zoomed out wide, capturing the entire Leicester City half. Fans watching at home could now see clearly the moment Rooney struck his long pass. Fan Kairui was still a small half step behind the last man, Huth. So that run in behind was nowhere near offside. Excellent. Clean and clear. Jean June, staring at the replay, raised his voice once more. The timing between Rooney's pass and Fan Kairui's run was absolutely precise. And that first touch to control the ball was razor-sharp, setting up the feint on Schmeichel perfectly. He watched it twice more and called out, "That delicate curled finish. What wonderful touch control." Manchester United's 13th player to score on debut, accomplished. If I recall correctly, he is also the youngest goalscorer since the FA Community Shield was renamed. In the stands, Manchester United fans' chants merged into one unified roar. Kairui, Kairui, Kairui. Andy Gray of Sky Sports in Britain also picked up the commentary, 17 years old. A genius young player. Can you believe this performance? His Red Devils career has begun with such brilliance. The legendary number 7 shirt may well be waiting for its new owner. On the touchline, after pumping his fist in celebration, Mourinho's excitement cooled swiftly. He immediately turned to assistant coach Faria and instructed him to bring on defensive midfielder Schneiderlin. In front of the television, fan Van Valerie was overjoyed, raising her fist and waving it through the air several times to cheer on her grandson. Play restarted, but Leicester City players who wished to throw everything forward to equalize discovered their legs refused to respond with the same fire. It was past the 80th minute, and their energy reserves were clearly running dangerously low. Finding another gear was proving difficult. Head coach Ranieri, standing on the touchline, saw it all clearly. But he glanced at the substitute bench and sighed inwardly. The players available to come on were unlikely to offer more than the exhausted men already on the pitch. There was nothing for it. He could only rely on the veterans still on the field. Mahrez and Vardy, the heroes of Leicester City's title-winning campaign the previous season, would have to be the ones to find a way back into this match if a turnaround was to happen. However, Fan Kairui's movements on the right flank were growing increasingly bold. Whenever he received the ball and drove forward, the defenders facing him, Simpson and Drinkwater, found themselves in trouble, and even substitute Mendy felt the mounting pressure. Yet if you focused too heavily on stopping him, gaps would appear in the middle, making Manchester United's overall system difficult to handle. Thus another 2 minutes passed. Fan Kairui received a pass transferred by Rooney and made a series of directional changes on the left flank, successfully getting past both Drinkwater and Simpson. Huth, rushing in to provide cover, knew he could not match Fan Kairui's pace, and without hesitation grabbed him, committing a tactical foul. The referee approached, and as expected showed him a yellow card. Mourinho had originally planned to substitute Schneiderlin for Rooney, but seeing this situation, he quickly gestured for Schneiderlin, who had already risen, to return to the bench, then turned to Faria and said, "Call Marcus over." Schneiderlin shrugged helplessly and sat back down. The camera captured the scene perfectly. Commentator Jean June observed with a hint of meaning, "Perhaps we misjudged Mourinho all along. Deep down he may not be as conservative as we thought. Look at how Fan Kairui has come alive on the wing. Instead of simply defending his lead until the end, he is looking for ways to score again and put the match beyond doubt." Mourinho had indeed considered reinforcing the defense to protect his advantage. But now that Fan Kairui was thriving on the flank, the midfield needed someone capable of distributing the ball effectively. Whether Herrera, Fellaini, or Schneiderlin, none of them matched Rooney's creative passing ability at that moment. The decision to bring on Rashford meant replacing Ibrahimovic, whose stamina was declining, to maintain forward pressure on Huth and Morgan. Huth's foul occurred on the left side of the penalty area, approximately 25 meters from the goal line. Fan Kairui had been drifting toward the box when something caught his attention. The skill he had acquired earlier that match, decisive through pass, remained unused. The positioning was perfect for testing it. Within 1 minute, there was a 30% probability of assisting a teammate in scoring. The ability felt almost game-changing. He turned and walked back toward Rooney, who was preparing to take the free kick. With a grin, he asked, "Wayne, let me try this one." Rooney turned his head, regarding him with skepticism. "You think you can do it?" "Just to try." Fan Kairui rubbed his hands together. "If it doesn't work, I'll make sure to win another free kick for you later." Rooney pondered for a moment and nodded. He was generally easygoing, and since Fan Kairui often practiced free kicks after training, giving him a chance seemed reasonable. More importantly, Leicester City would surely assume. Standing over the ball, Fan Kairui raised his hand and made a gesture known only to those in on the plan. Rooney smoothly moved to his right, adopting a striking pose as if he were the taker, but it was merely a diversion. The Manchester United players in the penalty area hesitated for a moment, as they had never seen Fan Kairui take set pieces during training. But when Rooney subtly signaled, they understood and spread out to attack the ball. On the sideline, Mourinho's eyebrows twitched, his earlier frustration quickly giving way to anticipation. He crossed his arms and watched Fan Kairui intently. The referee Mari's whistle blew. "Activate the skill," Fan Kairui whispered to himself, and his vision suddenly expanded. He took a deep breath and began his run-up. Leicester City players all focused on Rooney and could hardly believe Fan Kairui would actually take the shot. But by the time Fan Kairui planted his left foot and struck the ball cleanly with the inside of his right foot, they realized something was wrong. The football arced through the air toward the penalty area. Leicester's defenders started half a second too late, while Manchester United's taller players surged forward. Huth and Morgan ran back with their arms raised, calling for an offside. But the linesmen followed the ball closely and ignored their appeals. Blind stood in an offside position but did not move, while Ibrahimovic, Fellaini, and Bailey arrived from behind, making the play perfectly legal. The ball landed in an ideal position, striking the near post. Ibrahimovic timed the run perfectly and met the ball with a powerful header, directing it to the opposite corner. Schmeichel retreated and leaped desperately, but the trajectory was too high. Despite stretching fully, he could only watch as the ball dropped into the far corner. The net rippled. The entire new Wembley erupted with cheers sweeping across the stands like a tidal wave. Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray shouted into the microphone, "Fan Kairui assists Zlatan Ibrahimovic. 3-1. Manchester United have nearly sealed the match in the dying moments of regular time." Ibrahimovic confirmed the linesman had not raised his flag, then turned and rushed toward Fan Kairui. Rooney, closest to the scene, wrapped an arm around Fan Kairui's shoulders and shook him enthusiastically. "Brilliant. A goal and an assist. What a debut." Mourinho finally let go of his composure. Turning toward the Manchester United supporters' stand, he pumped his fists repeatedly. The crowd's roar rose wave after wave until assistant coach Faria, unable to bear it, gently pulled him back by the arm. Leicester City players gathered around the linesman, faces full of disagreement. Manager Ranieri, however, remained composed, merely shaking his head and sighing from the sideline. The broadcast replayed the goal from multiple angles. The slow motion made it clear at the moment Fan Kairui struck the ball, Ibrahimovic was behind the defensive line. The goal was clean. Commentator Jean June shook his head. Leicester players arguing with the referee is pointless. The replay shows the goal was valid. They should focus on restarting the match. There is little time remaining. Marcel Leff, from German Sky Sports, spoke with enthusiasm. An incredible performance. Zlatan Ibrahimovic scores for Manchester United. But the real highlight is Fan Kairui. This young player has made an outstanding debut, delivering passes as precise as any shot. He has a goal and an assist. I believe his future is boundless. De Ligt, Van de Beek, and Frenkie de Jong, all Ajax teammates, watched from home in astonishment. They were still struggling for playing time, while Fan Kairui had become the decisive player in the Community Shield. Life truly has its contrasts. Fan Kairui's grandmother beamed with joy watching her grandson progress day by day. The sense of pride she felt was immeasurable. It was largely due to his grandmother that Fan Kairui discovered football and fell in love with the game. In the VIP box, Manchester United CEO Ed Woodward smiled broadly. With Fan Kairui performing so well, he no longer needed to worry about the American board members' disapproval. As the match neared its conclusion, the director specially framed Sir Alex Ferguson. The veteran manager looked radiant, chewing gum and occasionally exchanging words with his wife, appearing quite pleased. After 3 turbulent years, Manchester United were mounting a strong resurgence. Ferguson, with his keen eye, recognized Fan Kairui's immense potential. In this match, he seemed to see a prospect even brighter than Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi. Ferguson reasoned that if Fan Kairui remained focused, stayed injury-free, and kept a humble attitude, his achievements would rival those of Ronaldo. The legendary number 7 of Manchester United might once again captivate the world. Leicester players remained discontent, but referee Mari showed no leniency, issuing yellow cards to both Morgan and Vardy. Reluctantly, they accepted the decision. The whistle blew for Leicester to restart, but trailing by 2 goals with little time remaining, their spirit was clearly diminished. Mourinho immediately made another substitution, bringing on Schneiderlin and Rashford for Rooney and Ibrahimovic. As Rooney and Ibrahimovic departed, the Manchester United supporters erupted in thunderous applause, honoring their contributions. Ranieri attempted to inspire his players, but their fighting spirit had faded. Unable to break through and fearing Fan Kairui's counterattacks, their offense lacked urgency and posed minimal threat. After just 3 minutes of stoppage time, Mari's whistle signaled the end of the match. Manchester United defeated Leicester City 3-1, claiming the Community Shield. Commentator Jean June spoke with heightened enthusiasm. Full-time, Manchester United, through goals from Lingard, Fan Kairui, and Ibrahimovic, defeated Leicester City at the new Wembley to claim the trophy. Congratulations to Manchester United. Mourinho's team looks promising for the new season. The broadcast camera cut to Fan Kairui, sending a clear message he was the man of the match. Jean June continued, "Congratulations to Fan Kairui. He has won the Community Shield's Best Player award. Though he played less than 30 minutes, a goal and an assist make this recognition well-deserved." Marcel Leff, from German Sky Sports, also expressed his excitement. An unbelievable young talent. For Match's 4 Man of the Match awards. At 17, his performance screams superstar. Though unaware that Fan Kairui had received the award, Mourinho approached to embrace his player, taking the opportunity to offer a few words of guidance. Young players can become complacent, and timely reminders help them continue progressing. It was evident that Mourinho genuinely wished to develop him into a world-class star. Having lived 2 lives, Fan Kairui understood the deeper meaning behind Mourinho's words. He nodded, gently acknowledging the advice, while thinking about repaying the fans with even better performances in the future. After the Community Shield match, players from both sides exchanged handshakes. The tensions from the match dissipated with the final whistle. Teammates from the national squad and old friends patted each other on the shoulder, creating a warm atmosphere. As the hero of Manchester United's victory, Fan Kairui was immediately surrounded by teammates embracing and congratulating him. Leicester City's players, though defeated, maintained their dignity and approached to congratulate the Manchester United players. Simpson, who had been beaten several times by Fan Kairui, specifically sought him out to exchange jerseys. After thanking the fans along the sideline, the roar from Wembley grew even louder. The presentation ceremony was about to begin. The officiating team led the way, walking from the pitch toward the presentation area on the upper tier to collect their commemorative medals. They were followed by the losing Leicester City coaching staff and players. Finally, it was Manchester United's turn. Mourinho walked at the front. Though the initial excitement of victory had settled, his mood was clearly positive as he shook hands and exchanged greetings with fans along the tunnel. Fan Kairui had intended to stay at the back of the line, but Ibrahimovic, captain Rooney, and vice-captain Carrick firmly pushed him forward. This sudden attention made him the first Manchester United player to approach the presentation area. He stood 183 meters tall, weighed 74 kilograms, with a well-proportioned build and handsome features, though a touch of youthful timidity still lingered on his face. The female fans by the stands watched him approach and couldn't help but scream, calling out his name over and over. Kairui, 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 I love you. When Mourinho had passed by earlier, most of the fans reaching out were men, but in this corridor, nearly all the fans on both sides were women, or rather, the men had been pushed to the back. The live broadcast director happened to capture this amusing scene. Lecce sports commentator Jean June chuckled, I've heard of a beauty bringing trouble, but this is the first time I've seen a handsome man do the same. Young player Fan Kairui not only played brilliantly, but also possessed a striking appearance even more dashing than a movie star. With sword-like eyebrows, star-bright eyes, rosy lips, and porcelain skin, he embodied the quintessential Eastern handsome man. Many male fans felt a sting of jealousy, muttering under their breath, what's so great about being handsome? If Fan Kairui heard that, he'd probably retort, being handsome is exactly what's so great about it. With this interlude, the atmosphere at the award ceremony grew even more electric. And the most electrifying moment of the entire event came when Manchester United captain Rooney raised that silver shield high above his head. Crimson confetti rained down from the ceiling as Manchester United players received the trophy one by one, feeling the surge of emotion that came with championship glory. When it was Fan Kairui's turn, he took the silver shield with both hands, and his hunger for more titles burned even brighter within him. This was merely a single-match Community Shield final, so what about the Premier League title? The FA Cup, the League Cup, the Europa League, the Champions League? He made a silent vow to himself he would claim all of these trophies. At the post-match press conference, Leicester City manager Ranieri accepted responsibility for the loss, congratulating Manchester United while emphasizing that the Community Shield was merely a pre-season warm-up and that the team would regroup to deliver strong results in the new campaign. Everyone knew Leicester's title win last season had been largely unexpected, and with their midfield anchor Kante now at Chelsea defending the championship seemed nearly impossible this term. The Community Shield, just concluded, served as a microcosm of the problem. Without Kante, the midfield lacked steel. Drinkwater's form had dipped, and neither Vardy nor Mahrez received adequate support, leaving the attack blunt and ineffective. Meanwhile, the victorious Manchester United kept a low profile. Mourinho displayed rare humility, attributing the win primarily to Leicester's failure to find their rhythm and suggesting it proved nothing, while also urging United fans to exercise more patience in the new season. When a journalist brought up Fan Kairui, Mourinho offered a faint smile. He's a very talented young player with a bright future ahead. But right now opponents are underestimating him. Once they start marking him closely, Kairui's performances may not be as effective. At that point, he'd be counting on your mercy with the pen. The moment he finished speaking, the press conference hall erupted in knowing laughter. With the 2016 Community Shield coming to a close, the Premier League season was drawing near. Fans across the world were already looking forward to the opening of the 2016 to 2017 campaign. Manchester United supporters received thrilling news in early August as the club and Juventus simultaneously announced that French midfielder Pogba had officially joined on a 5-year contract. While neither party disclosed the exact transfer fee, journalists covering the deal had their sources. Germany's Transfermarkt soon revealed the figure, 89 million, equivalent to 105 million, shattering the record Gareth Bale set when he joined Real Madrid and pushing the football transfer fee ceiling even higher. Including the spending on Bailey, Fan Kairui and Mkhitaryan, Manchester United had invested a staggering 225 million this summer, unquestionably becoming the most lavish spenders in world football. However, the summer of 2016's transfer market held surprises beyond just this deal. With the massive funds in hand, Juventus immediately swung again, spending 90 million to bring Argentine striker Higuain from Napoli. Meanwhile, city rivals Manchester City refused to be outspent, seemingly spurred by United's moves, and snapped up Stones and Sane for 55 million and 50 million respectively. Adding in earlier acquisitions like Bravo and Nolito, City's total summer spending reached an astonishing 212.8 million. For a moment, fans of both Manchester clubs became the envy of supporters worldwide. In a separate development, Shanghai SCPG from China's Super League spent 55.8 million to bring Hulk away from Russian side Zenit, a move that left many perplexed. For Fan Kairui, the transfer market frenzy had long ceased to matter. Pogba's arrival had indeed addressed United's long-standing lack of creativity in midfield. Mourinho's tactical options would undoubtedly expand. The attack no longer needed to rely solely on the flanks, opening up a wider range of possibilities. However, integrating new signings always took time, and building team chemistry wasn't something that happened overnight. So Fan Kairui figured that before the squad fully gelled, he might need to rely more on his own initiatives. Was his physicality insufficient? That wasn't an issue. Hadn't the Community Shield victory rewarded him with 2 attribute points? He didn't hesitate for a moment, putting them all into strength, which jumped to 67. This level might fall short in central midfield, but on the wing it would more than suffice for him to make an impact. I'm ready for the new Premier League season, Fan Kairui thought to himself. Time passed quickly and the first leg of the Champions League playoff got underway. Without Fan Kairui, Ajax's attack looked noticeably sluggish and Coach Boss's system hadn't yet matured. They ended up drawing 1-1 at home against Rostov. Failing to win the first leg meant the return fixture in Russia would be exceptionally difficult. Both Mourinho and his data analyst Giovanni Serra realized they needed to prepare for the possibility that Fan Kairui might miss the Europa League group stage. But then again, who knows? Sometimes a setback can turn out to be a blessing in disguise. After all, Fan Kairui was only 17. Shouldering too much responsibility too early could actually hinder his development. And since he'd just joined a new team, having fewer match obligations wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It served as a perfect transitional period. As soon as the Champions League playoff first leg concluded, the 2016-2017 Premier League season officially kicked off. The opening match pitted Hull City against defending champions Leicester City. Before the match, everyone assumed there would be little drama, but after 90 minutes the 2-1 scoreboard left Leicester fans struggling to accept the result. Losing the Community Shield to Manchester United was forgivable. They'd invested heavily in the summer and had Mourinho at the helm. But falling to a newly promoted side was harder to swallow. What chilled Leicester fans even more was the emerging discontent in the dressing room toward manager Ranieri. They couldn't comprehend how a team that had won the championship by miracle the previous season could suddenly seem flawed after just one summer. Life went on, and the other opening round Premier League fixtures kicked off throughout the weekend. Everton faced Tottenham, Burnley met Swansea, Southampton played Watford, Middlesbrough took on Stoke City, and Manchester City hosted Sunderland. All scheduled for the traditional 3 p.m. kickoff. Manchester United's away fixture against Bournemouth was instead slotted for the following day's early kickoff at 1:30 p.m. under bright afternoon sunlight. As match time approached, a bitter taste settled in Fan Kairui's mouth. He found himself once again on the substitutes bench. He muttered to himself, how could someone blessed with a system still fail to earn a starting place? After pondering it thoroughly, Fan Kairui couldn't find a satisfactory answer. But then he reasoned that even Pogba, whose market value exceeded 100 million, hadn't made the matchday squad this time around. So his own frustration began to fade. He'd wait, the opportunity would come. In truth, Mourinho had his own reasons for excluding him from the starting lineup. Fan Kairui had only just been promoted from Ajax's youth setup this summer. Though his limited appearances had been genuinely impressive, standing out like a crane among chickens, his first team experience was still counted on one hand. What kind of league was the Premier League? The universally recognized #1 competition in the world with fierce physical battles and a pace that was almost frightening. Letting Fan Kairui sit on the bench initially served two purposes. First, to feel just how hot the Premier League's boiling cauldron truly was. Second, to watch intently how players operated at this level. Once he'd absorbed enough and the timing felt right, Mourinho would gradually introduce him off the bench. By then, earning a starting spot would come naturally. Though Mourinho never stated it outright, Fan Kairui had already pieced together roughly 7 or 8 parts of the puzzle. As the old saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated in 100 battles. What insight could he possibly gain from watching Premier League matches from the comfort of his sofa? Now sitting courtside, the perspective was entirely different. Bournemouth had barely survived relegation last season, and facing Manchester United to start this campaign, they adopted an extremely cautious approach, playing with remarkable care. Deploying a 4-5-1 formation, they were clearly determined to park the bus deep in their own half. Mourinho's signature strength was quick counterattacks, but against a team so tightly organized defensively, his options were limited. Furthermore, with this being his first league match in charge of Manchester United, he had repeatedly stressed the importance of stability beforehand. The result was that the opening 30 minutes were painfully stale. The breakthrough finally came just before halftime. Bournemouth's right-back Francis played a weak clearance, and Mata, never tiring in his movements, pounced on the loose ball before goalkeeper Boric could reach it, then effortlessly tapped into the empty net. 1-0, the only goal of the first half. In the second half, Fan Kairui and the substitute players kept warming up on the sidelines, but as the minutes ticked away, no substitution came. Rooney and Ibrahimovic scored in the 58th and 61st minutes respectively, extending the lead to 3-0. With 3 goals up, Mourinho's focus shifted entirely to protecting the result. As a result, Fan Kairui sat motionless on the bench for the entire match without getting a single minute of playing time. Yet rather than feeling frustrated, he channeled that energy into preparing to deliver another surprise to Mourinho during training. He needed to prove that he was fully prepared and ready to step onto the Premier League pitch at any moment. Midweek, the second leg of the Champions League playoff began. Ajax, who had drawn 1-1 with Rostov in the first leg, failed to win away from home and were crushed 4-1, knocking them down into the Europa League group stage. According to UEFA regulations, since Fan Kairui had already featured in European competition for Ajax, he was ineligible to play for Manchester United in the Europa League group stages this season. He would need to be re-registered for the second half of the campaign. Time flew by, and round 2 of the Premier League arrived swiftly. Manchester United hosted Southampton at home, yet Fan Kairui's name remained absent from the starting lineup. Meanwhile, Pogba, carrying the world record transfer fee, started the match and partnered with Fellaini as the double pivot. Old Trafford, the theatre of dreams capable of seating 7,600 spectators, was alive with a roaring tide of sound. Seated on the substitutes bench, Fan Kairui was enveloped by the feverish atmosphere, yet the quiet longing to step onto the pitch remained impossible to suppress. How he wished he could be out there running on the grass. Alas, the Manchester United players today were in scorching form at home, particularly Ajax who scored in both halves to claim a brace. Prioritizing caution, Mourinho's early substitution plans still centered on strengthening the defense. It was not until the 80th minute, while Fan Kairui was doing shuttle runs in the warm-up area, that he finally heard assistant coach Fellaini calling his name. He quickened his pace back to the bench and donned a clean match bib. Mourinho approached, smiling as he patted his shoulder. "Kairui, you are holding back a spark, eager to go out there and score, aren't you?" He had hit the mark exactly. The feeling was intense. Fan Kairui did not deny it, offering a gentle nod. Mourinho patted his shoulder once more. "That is precisely the effect I want. Go on as a substitute with no burden. Play freely for me. Take the ball and drive forward, cutting inside or passing is your call. If you can find the net in the remaining time, I will give you half the next league match." How does that sound? A faint smile touched Fan Kairui's lips. "Uncle Jose, what if I manage both a goal and an assist? Would that earn me a full 90 minutes straight away? Do not push your luck." Soon Fan Kairui followed the fourth official to the touchline. Immediately a thunderous cheer erupted over Old Trafford. Kairui, Kairui, Kairui. The fans would never forget who had brought them the first championship trophy of the new season. It was Fan Kairui. Just then, Ajax committed a foul while pressing high up the pitch, and the referee's whistle blew accordingly. Anthony Tyree signaled the infraction and simultaneously gestured toward the sideline for a substitution. Mata walked off the pitch at a leisurely pace. Fan Kairui's ears rang with nothing but the shouts of the crowd. He drew a deep breath, feeling that surge of anticipation rising within him. His Premier League debut had finally arrived. They exchanged a high five, and Fan Kairui immediately turned and sprinted onto the field. He signaled to Moubataliyang, then took his position to the left front, while Moubataliyang drifted toward the right. At that moment, the CCTV 5 broadcast camera caught the scene. Commentator Hiwei's voice suddenly rose with excitement. "We have finally waited long enough." Young Fan Kairui comes on in the 83rd minute. It is worth noting that he has scored in 4 consecutive matches previously. Will this record continue against Southampton today? Jean-Louis, sitting beside him, chimed in. "It is difficult to say. Manchester United previously brought on Elila, clearly aiming to strengthen their defensive shape. With so little time remaining and following Mourinho's habits, they likely prioritized stability, first letting Fan Kairui simply feel the rhythm of the Premier League." But what was the reality? Elila's introduction served not only to liberate Pogba, but also to pave the way for Fan Kairui's entry. After Moubataliyang replaced Looney, his creative ability was evident. With Pogba freed up, the freedom in the final third expanded, allowing his passing and vision to truly shine. As long as the ball could be delivered smoothly to Fan Kairui's feet, the threat down Manchester United's left flank would be immense. As if on cue, Bailey intercepted Tadiki's pass, and United instantly transitioned from defense to attack. After a few swift passes, the ball found Pogba, who had a flair for showcasing his skills. The Southampton defenders were already racing back at full speed, lining up defensively across their own half. The scoreboard read 86 minutes. Although 2 goals down, Southampton showed no sign of giving up, still plotting how to salvage a draw. Pogba carried the ball 2 extra steps in midfield, slowing the attacking tempo abruptly. Mourinho on the touchline furrowed his brow. The title of the world's most expensive transfer could sometimes make a player a little floaty. Fortunately, Pogba's close control was delicate and his frame was strong. Facing a double press from Colossi and Tadiki, he relied on his long legs to somehow poke the ball through to Elila. Elila did not stop the ball at all. He swung his leg and swept the pass toward the left wing, exactly where Fan Kairui was making his run. Fan Kairui had always been the standout during training at the Carrington base, even more eye-catching than Pogba, with a more direct, threatening edge. Elila had noticed his early movement long ago, so the moment Pogba released the ball, he immediately sent it his way. Southampton's Hiber hurriedly drifted wide from the right midfield to support fullback Sadike, and the pair zeroed in on the Manchester United rising star, who had been constantly in the headlines. Although this was merely Fan Kairui's Premier League debut, his performance 2 weeks prior in the Community Shield had left a profound impression across the entire league. Those footwork skills and dribbling ability were truly intimidating to watch, which is why manager Payet had specifically instructed Hiber to prioritize covering the right flank during defensive phases. Moreover, right center-back Van Dijk was already monitoring the area closely. Fan Kairui received the ball and drove forward immediately. Sadike sealed off the inside lane, retreating while maintaining his defensive stance. Seeing that his opponent was guarding the half-space, Fan Kairui instantly decided to take the outside path. The moment Sadike turned, Fan Kairui accelerated past him on the wing. Haiber rushed over to cover the gap. Fan Kairui feinted with both feet above the ball, his upper body swaying in rhythm, his shifts in balance entirely convincing. Haiber was momentarily stunned, unable to guess which direction Fan Kairui would explode toward. Awayo! Old Trafford erupted into a massive wave of cheers. Suddenly Fan Kairui dragged the ball to the right with the outside of his right foot. Sadike, recovering from behind, instinctively reached out to poke it away. But Fan Kairui struck faster, sweeping his right foot far to the right and sharply flicking the ball back with the inside of his instep. A textbook roulette turn. The ball rolled back near his supporting left foot. Haiber's eyebrows raised, his balance had not yet recovered, and instinctively he extended his right leg to block. Fan Kairui linked the movements with breathtaking speed. Using the outside of his left foot, he deftly nudged the ball again, changing direction once more. It skidded low along the turf, slipping directly between Haiber's spread legs. Roulette combined with the nutmeg. Hiway on CCTV, 5 shouted excitedly. The new owner of Manchester United's number 7 jersey is simply unstoppable. A chill ran through Haiber's heart. His extended leg could not be withdrawn in time, and he could only watch helplessly as the ball slipped past his crotch. He managed to lift his left foot to intercept, but the ball rolled too fast. He ended up kicking only empty air. Yet the trouble was far from over. With both legs extended, his body could not hold its balance, and he toppled straight backward. Sadike was hastily turning to track the now accelerating Fan Kairui when unexpectedly the fallen Haiber in his flailing state tangled up Sadike, as well, leaving neither friend nor foe spared. Fortunately for the attacker, this effectively cleared all obstacles in Fan Kairui's path. The cheers at Old Trafford surged another notch, wave after wave. Oao. Right center back Van Dijk muttered a quiet curse under his breath, yet he had no choice but to step forward and cover the space. Just then, Uvulaximowisi made a sudden diagonal run straight into the space behind Van Dijk. The Portuguese international Funta did not dare to slacken his pace, shadowing him closely while his hands played subtle, distracting games. Faced with the man who became the world's premier center-back, Fan Kairui felt no pressure at all. Instead, his competitive spark only burned brighter. About 2 meters away from Van Dijk, he slowed his pace, slightly raised his right foot just a fraction, and looked toward Uvulaximowisi's forward run, positioning his instep as if to deliver a pass. Van Dijk's spatial awareness was exceptional. He immediately sensed the danger of that pass being completed, decisively shifted one step to the right, and determined to sever the passing lane. But he had never anticipated that Fan Kairui's raised right foot would not pass at all. Instead, with a sharp flick of his ankle, he used the outside of his boot to drag the ball suddenly to the right, and at the left half space, roughly 25 meters from the goal line, he decisively cut inside. Van Dijk's heart skipped a beat. He knew he had been outsmarted. Possessing solid explosive power, he gritted his teeth, forcibly redirected his balance, and lunged to the left in an attempt to block Fan Kairui's inward run. A slight smile played on Fan Kairui's lips. He had already seized the initiative with his deliberate change of direction, while Van Dijk, forced into reactive pursuit, would inevitably require precious seconds to regain his footing and accelerate. He would not grant such an opportunity. Capitalizing on Uvulaximowisi drawing Funta away, Fan Kairui drove the ball hard toward the edge of the penalty arc with the outside of his right foot, pushing his pace to the maximum. Fans in the stands could see it clearly. Fan Kairui resembled a flash of red lightning, visibly leaving Van Dijk behind as he raced straight toward the unguarded zone at the top of the box. What extraordinary pace! Colossi, still occupied by Bogba, realized it was already too late to provide cover. He could only watch helplessly as Fan Kairui adjusted his stride perfectly while maintaining full speed. In the next instant, Fan Kairui planted his left foot firmly within the arc of the penalty area, swung his right leg high backward, and then thrust it forward with devastating force. The enhanced striking power gained from recent strength training was more than enough to propel this long-range effort from beyond the box. A low growl echoed in his mind. Curved strike. The football rose sharply from the arc, sailing directly toward the right side of the goal. Van Dijk threw himself in an attempt to block it, but he was still far too late. Goalkeeper Fusite read the trajectory, accurately angled his body, and jumped, stretching his left arm to its fullest extent. Just before his fingertips were about to make contact with the football, the ball seemed to be tugged downward by an invisible force, dropping suddenly by several centimeters. That mere difference of a few centimeters rendered Fusite utterly powerless, leaving him to watch helplessly as goal. The football skimmed just beneath Fusite's left palm, crossed the goal line, and slammed squarely into the pure white net behind him. Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray drew out his signature vocal timbre, sending waves of excitement crashing over Manchester United fans gathered before their television screens. It is in. It is in. Hiway on CCTV, 5 shouted until his voice grew hoarse. Fan Kairui unleashes a long-range strike from just outside the penalty arc, dismantling Fusite's final barrier. He has scored the very first goal of his personal Premier League career. An unbelievable display. This rising talent had glided past Sadijk Haiber and Van Dijk along the left wing, and with a breathtaking long-range strike he announced to the world the legendary number 7 of Manchester United has been reborn. Jean June from Les Sports blurted out €40 million. Absolutely worth every penny. Fan Kairui turned after scoring, evading the excited Musitalian as he spread his arms and charged straight toward the home team's coaching area, leaping onto the equally thrilled head coach Mourinho to freely express the euphoria of his maiden Premier League goal. Kairui, Kairui, Kairui. The Manchester United fans at Old Trafford erupted into pure frenzy. Many spectators had previously questioned whether Fan Kairui warranted such value, with some even viewing the choice of the number 7 jersey as a defiance of tradition. Yet now, watching him in action, they realized this was nothing short of discovering a rare treasure. A 17-year-old prodigy. His future was truly boundless. Wayne Rooney, Manchester United's captain at 31, watched the celebrating Fan Kairui with a nostalgic smile. The boy's energy mirrored exactly what he himself had been when first breaking onto the professional scene. In stark contrast to the jubilant United players stood the Southampton squad, still reeling from yet another concession. They appeared completely dejected, especially Saido Berahino, who had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Fan Kairui. Berahino, Højbjerg, and Virgil van Dijk all wore expressions of visible frustration across their faces. The broadcast director, understanding the moment perfectly, immediately switched to a slow-motion replay of Fan Kairui's remarkable solo run down the left flank. From receiving Herrera's precise distribution to the devastating long-range strike that sealed the goal, those fleeting seconds showcased Fan Kairui's extraordinary speed, dribbling mastery, and clinical finishing in vivid detail. At the commentary desk on Heavenly Dragon Sports Network, Hiwei watched the replay and couldn't help but sigh. What a shame. A superstar of this caliber holds Dutch nationality instead. If only our football association could manage to naturalize him. Before he could finish, Jean-Loup beside him chimed in with a knowing smile. Come now, Hiwei, don't make jokes like that. You know exactly what our football association is like. Naturalizing someone like Fan Kairui would simply be doing the poor lad a disservice. Just think about all the young players with genuine talent over the years. He didn't need to finish the sentence. For everyone listening, the implication was clear. Countless prospects have been wasted and mismanaged throughout the years. The thought of Fan Kairui falling under such an organization's supervision was simply unthinkable. And so countless Chinese Manchester United fans watching at home immediately flooded the Donquidi platform, posting messages with a single unified plea: please Football Association, show restraint and never again subject a promising young player to such destruction. The match resumed. Southampton, in possession for the kickoff, had clearly lost their fighting spirit. Their passing grew sloppy and directionless within moments. Manchester United, meanwhile, comfortable with a 3-goal lead at home, began to control the tempo and conserve their energy. Fan Kairui, having delivered that stunning solo run, naturally became the primary defensive target. Southampton's defenders pressed him closely, making any further penetration considerably more difficult. However, with the match nearing its conclusion and the scoreline secure, there was truly no need to push further. The victory was already secured. After all, the result was settled. Continuing to press desperately might only provoke unnecessary confrontations, and that would be entirely counterproductive. Better to maintain composure and seize opportunities when they naturally arose. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, Fan Kairui never received another favorable chance before the referee Anthony Taylor blew the final whistle. In the end, Manchester United secured a clean 3-0 victory over Southampton at home, powered by 2 goals from Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Fan Kairui's spectacular long-range strike, claiming their second consecutive league win. Post-match awards recognized Ibrahimovic as man of the match for his brace. Yet Fan Kairui, despite playing only 10 minutes, earned the 3rd highest rating on the team, behind only Ibrahimovic and Pogba, thanks entirely to that breathtaking goal. In the other matches of the round, the stronger sides advanced without complication. The sole exception was Liverpool, who suffered a surprising 2-0 away defeat to Burnley. Among the clashes between top-tier sides, only Leicester City versus Arsenal produced results. Both teams seemed unable to find their rhythm, settling for a goalless draw. After the second round concluded, Manchester United's 2 consecutive victories, coupled with a superior goal difference, propelled them to the top of the Premier League standings. The players celebrated enthusiastically, but head coach Mourinho remained remarkably composed. He understood that the opening rounds had featured relatively weaker opposition. The true test would come in round 4, when Manchester United hosted Manchester City at home. Only by conquering such high-stakes encounters could the team truly prove its caliber. While Manchester United might possess considerable potential, declaring them a top-tier side remained premature. The 3rd round of league play arrived a week later. To reward the team's outstanding performances, Mourinho granted everyone a day off midway through the preparation cycle. For Fan Kairui, however, the break made little difference. Unfamiliar with Manchester and without many connections, a day off would simply mean spending time alone. Instead, he chose to stay and conduct additional training, focusing diligently on strengthening his physical weaknesses. As a result, the solitary figure practicing on the training ground once again found its way into the lenses of various media outlets and independent content creators. More and more fans, upon seeing these reports, couldn't help but wonder what extraordinary fortune had Manchester United stumbled upon. Had they somehow saved the galaxy? Where else could one find a player possessing both such overwhelming natural ability and such relentless work ethic? After a full day of training, Fan Kairui returned to the Lorry Hotel where he was staying. He had always found hotel accommodations quite convenient. No housekeeping worries, no cooking required, and even professional laundry services handled his clothing. Recently, however, he had discovered an additional benefit. Ahem. Don't misunderstand, it's not anything improper. It's a dedicated shuttle service designed specifically for long-term guests who frequently travel, ensuring seamless transportation without the need to rely on Ibrahimovic's car. With this convenient arrangement, the single gentleman found his extended stay remarkably comfortable. Additionally, CSKA Moscow, Bayer Leverkusen, Tottenham Hotspur, and Monaco were drawn into the same group. These four teams are closely matched in strength with no clear superior among them, resulting in what has been dubbed a group of death. As for Fan Kairui, since Ajax is competing in the Europa League, he will certainly not be available for the group stage and must wait until the second half of next season's campaign to return. Of course, this assumes that Manchester United advances from the group stage. The draw process took approximately half an hour, and Manchester United was ultimately placed in Group A alongside Fenerbahce, Feyenoord, and Zorya Luhansk. The Europa League draw rules differ somewhat from those of the Champions League. In the Champions League, 32 teams are divided into 8 groups, with the top 2 from each group advancing to the round of 16. The Europa League features 12 groups, with the top 2 from each group joining the 8 third-place teams from the Champions League groups, forming a field of 32 teams for the knockout round draw. Manchester United's Group A presents a challenging lineup. Aside from Ukraine's Zorya Luhansk, which appears to be the weaker side, both Fenerbahce and Feyenoord are formidable opponents capable of giving Manchester United considerable trouble. Furthermore, Fenerbahce boasts a familiar face from Manchester United, Dutch international Robin van Persie, who joined the club last summer for a transfer fee of £4.7 million. The focal match of the third round of the Premier League saw Tottenham hosting Liverpool. After 90 minutes, the two sides played to a 1-1 draw, each claiming a point. Manchester United's away fixture against Hull City was scheduled as the third-to-last match of the round. In the 6 matches played beforehand, no upsets had occurred. Favorites won as expected, and closely matched teams settled for draws. On the afternoon of August 28th at 5:30 local time, Manchester United traveled to the Kingston Communications Stadium to face Hull City. Like many smaller grounds across Britain, this stadium held just over 2,000 spectators. Yet for a modest side like Hull City, these compact dimensions actually became an advantage. With a smaller pitch, the available space naturally contracts. When both sides field the same number of players, the tighter confines mean the weaker team can conserve energy and maintain a more disciplined defensive shape. The cramped half field is packed with bodies, making it far from easy to break through and score. Much like in the previous 2 league rounds, Fan Kairui remains on the bench for this match. Thinking back to what manager Mourinho mentioned after last round's match, half the game time remaining, Fan Kairui feels completely at ease. After all, a top-tier coach's word is as good as done. Hull City's defense is exceptionally well organized, and combined with the advantage of their compact home ground, Manchester United's attacks pose no real threat to the goal guarded by Jakubovic. Pogba attempted some flair, and showboating nearly fell into trouble, and instead allowed Hull City to launch a sharp counterattack. Had Fellaini not stepped in at a critical moment to block the path to Gea's goal, would have been in grave danger. On the attack, Manchester United seemed at a loss. Mourinho's brows were deeply furrowed on the sidelines, his gaze toward Pogba filled with resignation. This player, valued at €105 million, appeared to get carried away on the pitch, constantly attempting to show off his skills, but failed to execute them properly, and nearly caused serious trouble. Mourinho couldn't help but reflect, hadn't Fan Kairui always been playing with flair since he first stepped onto the professional scene? Yet that player never once lost possession under pressure. Both are young players with outstanding footwork, yet the gap between them and Fan Kairui is striking. The first 45 minutes passed quickly, the scoreboard stubbornly holding at 0-0. Before heading to the locker room, Mourinho called out toward the bench, "Kairui, come with me." "Okay." Fan Kairui eagerly grabbed his jersey and followed. The moment was captured live by the broadcast director. He, the commentator for China's Central Television, immediately raised his voice. Young star Fan Kairui is following Mourinho into the tunnel. If all goes as expected, he may well make his substitution appearance before the second half begins. While Manchester United enjoys a sizable fan base in China, there are also many supporters of rival Premier League clubs who hold unfavorable views toward United. Many Chinese viewers still tune in to watch United matches largely because of the young Chinese heritage star Fan Kairui. Upon hearing that Fan Kairui might be brought on, early excitement rippled through the audience. In the away team's locker room, Mourinho did not dwell on the already concluded first half. His focus was squarely on tactical arrangements for the second period. Martial's position would shift to the right flank, stretching Hull City's defensive structure along both sides and creating one-on-one opportunities for either Fan Kairui or Martial. Particularly on the left side, where Fan Kairui operates when the team struggles to break through, all hopes rest on him finding a decisive opening in that area. Fan Kairui's ball control and dribbling ability rank among the top 3 in the team. Mourinho pointed at his tactical board. His ability to break through at high speed is unmatched. So when there is no clear attacking solution, they can rely more on his exceptional dribbling skills. Even if they cannot penetrate Hull City's left side defense directly, it will at least create set-piece opportunities. After all, breaking down a compact defense is a worldwide challenge. Aside from high-quality long-range shots, set pieces are the most reliable option. Manchester United had Pogba, Fellaini, and Ibrahimovic all over 1.9 meters along with Bailey at 1.87 meters. However, this set-piece tactic could indeed pose a serious threat to Hull City's goal. However, Pogba, carrying the title of the world's most expensive transfer, felt somewhat uneasy. He never believed Fan Kairui's footwork could surpass his own, so he harbored some doubts about Mourinho's tactical arrangement. The 15-minute halftime break passed quickly and players from both teams returned to the pitch. Manchester United made their adjustments first with Fan Kairui wearing number 7, standing on the sideline, preparing to replace Mata number 8. Hiwei, the commentator for China Sports Channel 5, immediately perked up. Look, Fan Kairui, who joined Manchester United this summer for €40 million, is set to come on right at the start of the second half. Can the young player bring the desired change to a Manchester United attack that has lacked creativity? Su Yang, the analysis guest, chimed in. Fan Kairui's dribbling ability is widely recognized. He averages more than 8 successful dribbles per career match, making him a true master of taking on defenders. Hull City defended well through team cohesion in the first half, but whether their defensive line can remain as solid against this offensive weapon remains uncertain. Almost simultaneously, a massive wave of boos erupted from the stands. This was clearly a homecoming gift from the home fans to the newly introduced Fan Kairui. Running onto the pitch, Fan Kairui simply shrugged indifferently. He found the home crowd quite amusing. Boos might disrupt some players, but they had no effect on him. Instead, they only served to ignite the competitive fire within him. The louder the boos, the greater the motivation. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the second half between Hull City and Manchester United officially began. Hull City, focused solely on securing a draw, quickly surrendered possession. Their entire team retreated into their half, marking their opponents closely with particular attention given to the standout performer from the previous round, Fan Kairui. Nevertheless, even with limited opportunities to receive the ball, Fan Kairui still posed a genuine challenge to Hull City's right side defense. His consecutive successful solo runs forced Hull City's defensive shape to shift unconsciously toward that flank, gradually leaving the left side exposed. In the 56th minute, Fan Kairui drew the attention of 4 defenders on the left wing. Seizing the moment, he decisively played the ball outward. Rooney, reading the play, perfectly delivered an accurate long pass into the right side space. When Martial received the ball there, he found himself with ample room ahead. Facing the hastily retreating Robertson, he easily crossed the ball from the byline. The quality of this cross was mediocre, landing slightly behind the intended target. However, Ibrahimovic, who had trained in Taekwondo since childhood, possessed extraordinary flexibility. Leaning his upper body backward, he skillfully tapped the ball with his right heel. The football arced gracefully into the far corner of the net. A truly Ibrahimovic-style scorpion kick. The Egyptian-born striker celebrated with visible enthusiasm. While the goal itself was spectacular, what mattered more was that at 35 years old, he felt his form growing stronger with each passing match. After just 3 league rounds, this was already his 4th goal of the season, firmly placing him at the top of the scoring chart. Goodness, Ibrahimovic is becoming even more dangerous with age. Hiwei exclaimed loudly. Such an extraordinary goal is worthy of his reputation. Su Yang added with a smile. Manchester United now embraces players of all ages. There is the increasingly potent Ibrahimovic alongside the youthful and energetic super prospect Fan Kairui. Although this goal showcased Ibrahimovic's individual brilliance, Fan Kairui's contribution from the left flank, drawing multiple defenders, deserves significant credit. Precisely, Hiwei agreed. It was Fan Kairui's sustained pressure on the left wing, attracting no fewer than 4 defenders, that created the comfortable one-on-one opportunity for Martial on the right. Ibrahimovic's goal put Manchester United ahead 1-0 away from home. As the players celebrated together, channeling the joy of breaking the deadlock, manager Mourinho turned his gaze toward the young initiator on the left flank. It was Fan Kairui's continuous dribbling on the left that caused Hull City's right back to accumulate yellow cards, forcing the entire defensive structure to tilt excessively toward that side, thereby creating enormous space for Martial on the right. Following this round of league matches, there would be an international break. When the league resumed, Manchester United would host their city rivals Manchester City at Old Trafford. Seeing Fan Kairui in such fine form brought Mourinho considerable reassurance and boosted his confidence for the upcoming match. Although Guardiola, like Mourinho, had taken charge of a new team this summer, Manchester City boasted a foundation built on Premier League champions, further strengthened by powerful summer signings. On paper, Manchester City's squad ranked at least 1 tier above Manchester United's. Now that both Fan Kairui and Ibrahimovic were finding their rhythm, Manchester United's chances of victory in the upcoming league encounter naturally increased. Thinking this, Mourinho felt satisfied. With the game's momentum shifted, Hull City trailing by a goal had no choice but to push forward in search of an equalizer. Perhaps they had forgotten that Mourinho's favorite approach precisely involves opponents committing forward, as this creates the most comfortable and lethal transitional opportunities for his team. Space. 5 minutes later, Mohammedy's cross from the Hull City right-back was headed clear by Bailey. Fellaini collected the ball, and rather than distributing to Pogba, who had pulled into space, played a direct pass to Rooney, making a forward run. Rooney struck a low driving pass that skimmed rapidly along the grass from the right side of the penalty arc toward the left wing. A red figure suddenly accelerated, racing down the left flank. Hershelton, trailing behind, could not complete a proper tackle. The broadcast camera struggled to keep up. Jean Shankai from New Sports Broadcasting exclaimed spontaneously, "Fan Kairui, he's breaking away." Hershelton couldn't stop him. Can center-back Livermore get back in time? Before the words faded, Fan Kairui had already nudged the ball forward with the tip of his left foot. Is he passing to himself 3 seconds from now? Jean Shankai's voice rose. Livermore, retracing from near the center circle, narrowed his eyes. Accelerating toward Fan Kairui, he resolved that he would stop this attack by any means necessary. Reading Fan Kairui's forward stride, he lunged in from a side-rear position. Mourinho, watching from the substitute bench, felt a surge of alarm, wishing he could intervene himself. But unexpectedly, Fan Kairui quickened his pace in that instant. Livermore's foot slowed slightly, and he slid through empty air. No contact. A voice of surprise rang out from the commentary booth. Curtis Davies, the left center-back, was too far away, and speed was not his forte. All he could do was watch as Fan Kairui pursued the ball, which had rolled more than 10 meters ahead. Goalkeeper Jakupovic emerged from his penalty area, attempting to clear the ball before Fan Kairui could reach it. However, goalkeeping training does not emphasize speed. Fan Kairui, meanwhile, accelerated continuously, closing the distance from what had been a larger gap until he was nearly upon the ball. In those 2 fleeting seconds, Fan Kairui was merely 2 meters from the ball, while Jakupovic still lagged 3 meters behind. In such encounters, courage usually prevails. Jakupovic threw himself into a sliding dive toward the ball. Fan Kairui, undeterred by the goalkeeper's aggression, maintained his speed and flicked the rolling ball upward with the tip of his right foot, launching himself into the air. He tucked his legs during the jump as a protective measure in case the goalkeeper made contact. Upon landing, Fan Kairui stumbled slightly, but with no defenders nearby, he quickly regained his balance. Rather than opting for the safer approach of controlling the ball to reduce the shooting distance, he confidently raised his right foot from more than 30 meters out. The shot was not struck with great power, but with precision. The ball rose from the ground, describing an arc through the air, and dropped accurately into the undefended goal. Goal. Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray drawled his voice before erupting enthusiastically. What confidence from this young man. A 30-meter strike to put Manchester United 2 goals ahead away to Hull City. 3-game winning start to the league season is within reach. Fan Kairui smiled broadly, spreading his arms wide as Ibrahimovic, Rooney, and Marshall rushed over to celebrate with him. Manchester United's manager Mourinho raised his arms and cheered from the sideline. 2 goals ahead, the likelihood of securing victory had grown considerably, yet he was clearly not the type to be easily satisfied. While his players celebrated, he was already planning the next phase of the match. They needed to strengthen their defense while also making their counterattack sharper. In the 73rd minute, Manchester United executed a textbook fast counterattack. Pogba, Rooney, and Ibrahimovic combined with rapid one-touch passes to break through Hull City's midfield press. The ball reached Fan Kairui, who delivered a wide diagonal pass from the left wing, finding Marshall making a high-speed run on the right. Faced with the advancing Jakupovic, Marshall calmly chipped the ball through the goalkeeper's legs into the net. This goal proved to be the final score of the match. 3-0. Manchester United secured a convincing away victory over Hull City without resistance, claiming a 3-game winning start to the league season. Although Manchester City had defeated West Ham United 3-1 in a concurrent match, Manchester United maintained their position at the top of the standings by virtue of a superior goal difference. At the final whistle, the stadium director switched to a close-up of Fan Kairui's face. The image spoke for itself. Fan Kairui, with 1 goal and 1 assist, was named man of the match. The broadcast team then presented Fan Kairui's first-half statistics: 1 goal, 1 assist, 9 successful dribbles, out of 12 attempts, 6 fouls drawn, 26 passes, with 24 finding their target. A remarkable passing accuracy of 92.3%. Countless commentators were stunned by these numbers. Delivering such a stellar performance in merely 45 minutes was truly extraordinary. Many fans couldn't help but wonder what would he achieve over a full 90 minutes. After the match, Manchester City manager Guardiola took note of Fan Kairui's individual performance, his already furrowed brow deepening further. Fan Kairui's league appearances were becoming increasingly frequent, and his performances more and more eye-catching each time. Anyone with discerning eyes could see this was Mourinho warming up for the Manchester Derby. Compared to Sane, who had joined in the summer, Fan Kairui had integrated far more swiftly, and quite honestly, he appeared even more troubling to counter. At this rate, Fan Kairui would likely start right after the international break. How to defend against him? Guardiola had no clear answer. The man possessed few weaknesses in attack, blistering speed capable of dribbling, passing, and cutting inside with reliable shooting on both feet. Broadly speaking, his only two vulnerabilities were that his physique wasn't particularly robust, and his instinct for arriving at key moments needed refinement. The problem was Fan Kairui was so agile that defenders struggled to get close enough to challenge him, never allowing them to close him down. What could be done about that? Guardiola pondered for quite some time, then suddenly raised his hand and tapped his forehead. He had reached a realization: defense was never his forte. Possession and attack were his true strengths. As long as his attack could dominate Manchester United, why worry about defense at all? Simply score one more goal than them, and the match was won. Manchester United convincingly defeated Hull City 3-0 away from home, topping the table with 8 clean sheets and comfortably leading Manchester City and Chelsea. Numerous media outlets and fans began whispering that Mourinho might indeed lead Manchester United to restore the glory of the Ferguson era. However, media supporting Manchester City, Chelsea, and Tottenham thought otherwise. The league was still long. 3 rounds proved nothing, and Manchester United's opponents over those opening matches had been of average strength, so those victories naturally carried less weight. The real test would come in the 4th round. Manchester United hosting their city rivals Manchester City, the Sky Blues. Manchester United was an English football powerhouse with the most championship titles in history. Manchester City, meanwhile, had gradually risen to European prominence since the arrival of their Qatari owners. In 2012 and 2014, Manchester City lifted the Premier League trophy twice, followed by a season finishing as runners-up and another placing 3rd. Had they not faced persistent scrutiny from UEFA in the Champions League, their records might have looked even more impressive. Manchester United, by contrast, had managed only a 4th-place finish in each of the past 3 seasons, with early Champions League exits in every campaign. Yet since Mourinho took the helm, this once dormant giant seemed to be showing signs of championship ambition once more. Guardiola, during his tenure managing Barcelona, created the legendary sextuple in 2009, a team known as the Cosmic Squad, sweeping across Europe, nearly unbeatable until Mourinho arrived at Real Madrid. Mourinho not only broke Real Madrid's curse of being perennial Champions League quarterfinalists, but also instilled a fierce competitive spirit into the squad, even snatching the La Liga title from Barcelona's grasp in 2012. Their rivalry was born in those very days. But go back 20 years earlier, and the story was entirely different. Back when Mourinho served as Johan Cruyff's translator at Barcelona, he and Guardiola, then a Barcelona player, shared a period of mutual respect and appreciation. Now, 2 decades later, the two men would reunite as opposing managers in the Manchester Derby, a storyline captivating the entire world. Yet before all that, the global media's focus was largely centered on the 2 international breaks in September. Fan Kairui's national team, the Netherlands, would play World Cup qualifiers, as would the nation he considered his homeland, China. However, despite his eye-catching performances in both recent league matches, Fan Kairui had neither been called up by the Royal Dutch Football Association nor received any news of potential naturalization talks from the Chinese Football Association. In other words, he had no international fixtures in September. Manchester United, a powerhouse filled almost entirely with internationals, made meaningful team training impractical, so Mourinho decided to give the squad several days off. Fan Kairui had initially considered continuing his extra training to pursue his personal milestone of a month-long regimen, but after reflecting on having not seen his grandmother for over half a month, he decided to take the holiday and return to Amsterdam. Since Fan Kairui had not been included in the Netherlands World Cup qualifying squad, both Dutch and Manchester local media expressed murmurs of dissent, believing his recent form more than merited selection. Ajax legends Dennis Bergkamp and Patrick Kluivert also spoke out on social media, arguing that coach Danny Blind should give Fan Kairui an opportunity, warning that the Netherlands would struggle to complete their generational transition ahead of the 2018 World Cup. Robben and Sneijder were both already 32. By the time of the World Cup, they would be 34, and their condition would inevitably decline. While media and legends debated Fan Kairui's omission, the player himself was already boarding a flight to Amsterdam. An hour and a half later, the plane landed smoothly. At Amsterdam Schiphol Airport, Fan Kairui, as was his custom, waited until the majority of passengers had cleared the gate before he rose to disembark. He was now a somewhat famous player, and his travel gear had upgraded accordingly. Sunglasses and a baseball cap were standard issue. Yet in Europe, such casual attire was common among young people, and no one gave him a second glance. He carried only a small shoulder bag, needing no baggage claim, and headed straight toward the arrival's exit. But just then a hurried commotion erupted behind him. "Excuse me. Sorry." Surrounding passengers quickly made way. Fan Kairui instinctively shifted to the right, but failed to notice a luggage cart being pushed nearby, and his shoulder collided squarely with it. With a clatter, the stacked luggage on the cart tumbled to the floor in a chaotic mess. Fan Kairui's heart sank. He knew he was in trouble. He immediately squatted down, apologizing repeatedly in English. My fault. I was just dodging someone behind me and didn't see you." The owner of the luggage, a young woman, squatted down as well. After a brief moment of surprise, she waved her hand and said, "It's all right. We can just pick it up." Having been told it was fine, Fan Kairui did not simply stand idle. As he helped gather the scattered belongings, he couldn't help but glance upward. The girl was a classic fair-skinned beauty with golden hair and blue eyes wearing no makeup. Her complexion was remarkably clear and dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans. Her figure was surprisingly graceful. Undoubtedly a natural beauty, easily scoring above 90 points. She appeared to be under 20 years old. Fan Kairui cleared his throat lightly, his hands never stopping, and neatly arranged everything back onto the cart within moments. Thank you, the girl said, smiling and revealing a bright row of teeth. At that smile, Fan Kairui felt his heartbeat skip a beat. On the surface, he remained composed, shrugging casually. It was my fault after all. The girl brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, seemingly at a loss for words, and an awkward silence settled between them. She suddenly pointed toward the pickup area. My cousin is coming to meet me. Goodbye. Goodbye. Fan Kairui raised his hand unconsciously and waved. Watching her figure disappear into the crowd, a strange emptiness filled his chest, as though something important were slipping away. Driven by an impulse he could not explain, he broke into a jog, pushing through the crowd and calling out, "Pardon me. Let me through." By the time he reached the international arrivals gate, scanning left and right, there was no trace of the girl. Without hesitation, Fan Kairui ran forward another several dozen meters and finally spotted the familiar figure at the short-term parking area, loading luggage into a car trunk. He approached the luggage cart, forcing what he hoped was his most charming smile. "Hey, we meet again. You are." The girl's blue eyes narrowed slightly, clearly not recalling him immediately. Fan Kairui scratched the back of his head, awkwardly summoning his courage. "Just now. Inside, I knocked over your luggage." "Oh, it's you." She nodded in recognition and smiled, her hand still helping her cousin load bags. "Can I help you with something?" "Actually, it's nothing urgent," Fan Kairui said quickly. "My name is Fan Kairui. I was just hoping we could become friends, if that's all right." Winnie looks like another brave soul fallen to your beauty. The other young woman, who had been observing from nearby, turned her head with a teasing tone, giving Fan Kairui a sideways look. "Handsome, aren't you? Didn't see that one coming." Fan Kairui was never shy about his appearance. He removed his sunglasses and looked directly at Winnie, asking once more with genuine sincerity, "May I ask for your contact information?" Winnie Sophia gazed at his sincere expression and smiled back. "Of course. My name is Winnie Sophia." Then, Fan Kairui pressed on, "May I have your phone number?" "Well," Winnie Sophia's gaze carried a hint of wariness. She shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I don't usually share my number with someone I just met." "But you just agreed to be friends, didn't you?" Fan Kairui replied with a smile, feeling his fondness for her growing. He believed that a girl who knew how to refuse was typically one who knew how to protect herself, especially when facing someone as handsome as himself. Judging by his experience from his previous life, asking for a number had never failed him. Friends are friends, but that doesn't mean we've reached the point of exchanging phone numbers. Winnie Sophia shrugged, her expression light, but her tone serious. "All right then." Seeing no further possibility, Fan Kairui prepared to give up. At that moment, the young woman who had been watching him all along suddenly perked up with an idea. She stepped around the luggage cart beside Fan Kairui, resting her hand casually on the car taillight with a smile. "Fan Kairui, how about this? If you can sign an autograph and pose for a photo with me, I'd be more than happy to give you my cousin's contact information. How does that sound?" "Really?" Fan Kairui immediately realized she had recognized him, his voice filled with surprise. "Of course. Anna, cousin, how could you say something like that?" Winnie Sophia stomped her foot, pouting. "Just kidding," Anna said, wrapping an arm around Winnie's shoulders before turning back to Fan Kairui. "Kairui, you can follow her on Twitter. Her username is Winnie Sophia, and she has fewer than 5,000 followers. By the way, her profile picture is an animated little pig, and she loves posting updates about her pet dog." Winnie Sophia rolled her eyes in exasperation. Fan Kairui's heart swelled with delight as he turned to Anna. "Thanks. No problem," Anna replied, reaching over from the driver's seat to hand him a notepad and some markers. "All I ask is your autograph and a photo. Fair trade." Fan Kairui took the pen and signed his name in a few quick strokes. "Don't forget the photo," Anna reminded him, tapping her phone after collecting the signed paper. Though Anna might not have been as strikingly beautiful as Winnie, her figure was undeniably superb, making her quite attractive overall. So even without prompting, Fan Kairui would have happily agreed to the photo. After wrapping things up, Fan Kairui remembered the old advice about pursuing a girl: never cling or pester. With her information secured, he bade her farewell and stepped into a taxi waiting by the roadside. There were more than a dozen Twitter accounts under the name Winnie Sophia, but only one used a cartoon pig as its profile picture. He tapped into it and found that nearly all her posts revolved around dogs, with a corgi making the most frequent appearances. Seems this young lady was not only pretty, but also caring. Only after the taxi had pulled away did Winnie Sophia turn to Anna with a curious look. "Cousin, how could you sell me out like that?" "Silly cousin, I'm doing this for your own good." "For my own good? Don't you have any idea who that handsome guy was who came up to you just now?" "How would I know?" As Anna hauled luggage, she explained, "That good-looking young man with Eastern features is Fan Kairui. He's a gifted footballer. Manchester United signed this summer for €40 million from Ajax. His future is incredibly bright." "I don't even care about football. You know that," Winnie Sophia said, pulling a newly acquired signed Kobe jersey from her bag and hugging it to her chest. "I prefer basketball." "Oh, my dear cousin, we're in Europe now. Football is the #1 sport here. Basketball doesn't hold the same appeal. You need to adapt to the local culture. The European Champions Basketball League is pretty impressive too. Besides, what difference does his career make to me? He's handsome and plays football well. If you're not interested, why not let your cousin have a turn? Anna winked. Winnie pinched Anna's chin and smiled gently. He's somewhat handsome, I'll admit. But I prefer guys who play basketball. Footballers aren't really my type. If that's the case, go for it yourself. Then give me your Twitter account. No way. I've built that account over 2 years. I'm not handing it over. Alright, then no hard feelings. Fan Kairui arrived near his grandmother's neighborhood by 1 in the afternoon. Rather than heading straight home, he first detoured to his grandmother's favorite pizza place and bought her favorite pie, planning to surprise her. Sure enough, his grandmother was as delighted as a child. Seeing her so happy filled Fan Kairui with warmth and contentment. Afterward, he kept her company in the living room while she watched her usual tedious soap opera. After about half an hour, his Twitter app notified him that his followed user had posted something new. He tapped it open and found that Winnie Sophia had uploaded a video titled, "My Favorite Little Shorty." In the video, she was playing with a chance encounter of a corgi. As usual, her face wasn't shown, which probably explained why despite so many videos her follower count never surpassed 5,000. Fan Kairui didn't leave a comment. Like someone who excels at reading between the lines on the pitch, an idea sparkled in his eyes. He turned to his grandmother, Fan Whaley. "Grandma, what if I got a pet dog to keep you company?" "A pet dog? That sounds wonderful." Fan Whaley's eyes lit up at once. Her grandson wouldn't always be around, especially once he started a family of his own. Having a dog for companionship would certainly help, ensuring she wouldn't feel so lonely. Then, "Grandma, what kind of dog do you like? Would you be interested in a corgi?" "A corgi?" Fan Kairui rose and walked into his bedroom, retrieved his tablet, and searched online for some adorable corgi pictures. He opened them full screen and held the tablet before his grandmother. "Something like this, short little legs. Pretty cute, right?" Fan Whaley took her reading glasses, donned them, and peered at the screen with narrowed eyes. Her deep blue eyes curved into happy crescents. "I've seen this kind of dog before. They're clever and lovely. I hear even the British Queen keeps them. Shall I go get you one tomorrow then?" "Wonderful. Moi." His grandmother embraced Fan Kairui, enthusiastically, looking noticeably more sprightly. Watching his grandmother radiate such vitality warmed Fan Kairui's heart. Yet a thought soon crossed his mind. If his grandmother discovered the dog was really just a ruse to get closer to a certain girl, would she still be this joyful? He pondered for a moment and decided to stick to the plan. After promising about the dog, Fan Kairui flopped back onto the sofa, cheerfully opened Twitter, found Winnie Sophia in his followed list, and sent a message in English. "Hello, Miss Winnie. I'm the footballer who accidentally bumped into you earlier today. I noticed you often post about dogs, and I was wondering, what kind of dog would be suitable for a 70-year-old person?" At that moment, Winnie Sophia was watching a movie on her tablet when her phone chimed. She paused the film, glanced at the screen, and her brows rose slightly upon reading the message. "Winnie, who is it?" Her cousin Anna, having just finished tidying her room, noticed Winnie staring at her phone without even watching the movie anymore. Curious, she asked. "That footballer I ran into today. He messaged me asking what kind of dog would suit a 70-year-old. Winnie considered for a moment before replying. Golden retrievers, Labrador retrievers, poodles, French bulldogs, toy poodles, and chihuahuas would all be good choices for elderly people. Fan Kairui, holding his phone, was pleasantly surprised by how quickly she'd replied. Eagerly, he followed up, "My grandmother is 70. Would a corgi work?" Winnie's fingers danced across the screen as she responded, "They can work. But corgis tend to be quite active and energetic. If it's not a well-bred one, its spirited nature might accidentally bump into or startle an elderly person. Not well-bred." Fan Kairui smiled and replied, "I just asked my grandmother, and she said she specifically likes the corgi's short little legs. They look so adorable and endearing. If she genuinely favors corgis, she might want to consider one with verified purebred lineage. If finances allow, choosing the offspring of a show quality or champion-level dog would be even better." Fan Kairui knew nothing about pedigree or show grade classifications, but he was skilled at following a thread. He seized the opening immediately. "There's so much to learn about raising a dog. Why don't you give me your WhatsApp, and we can talk in more detail?" "Sure." Winnie Sophia, assuming he was just an ordinary acquaintance with an interest in pets, simply shared her contact without a second thought. After adding her as a friend and confirming, Fan Kairui pressed his advantage with 2 messages in quick succession. "I don't know much about dog grading. Are you free recently? I'd love to ask you to accompany me to a pet market so I don't end up getting taken advantage of. You know I'm a professional player, so I'm often away. My grandmother lives alone and gets rather lonely. So, I thought of buying her a corgi to keep her company." Winnie Sophia was about to decline, but a memory of her own elderly grandmother surfaced unbidden. Her parents worked far away year-round, and her studies kept her busy too. She hadn't spent much time with her grandmother. She had once thought about getting a pet for her, and after getting a corgi, her grandmother's life had indeed become much more lively and fulfilling. She hesitated for a moment, then decided to help. "All right, but I'm only free these next 2 days. The day after tomorrow, I'm going to Hawaii with my cousin." "Great, thank you." Fan Kairui excitedly pumped his fist and muttered to himself in a low, pleased voice, "It seems this lovely young lady ultimately couldn't resist my irresistible charm after all." Composing himself, he replied with feigned calm, Then how about tomorrow at 9 in the morning? I'll need to catch a flight back to Manchester that evening. Okay. Satisfied Fan Kairui no longer responded, and instead hummed a cheerful little tune, swaying with contentment. Kairui, what's got you in such high spirits? Have you found yourself a girlfriend? His grandmother, still watching her soap opera, turned her head to look at her exuberant grandson. Not yet. His grandmother smiled warmly. My grandson is so handsome. Landing a girl is only a matter of time. Grandma believes in you. Meanwhile, Winnie Sophia turned to Anna, who had just finished cleaning. Cousin, can you accompany me to a kennel tomorrow morning? Anna shook her head. Oh, I can't. Some handsome guy asked me out shopping tomorrow. I'm busy. Besides, you already know the area well enough. You don't need me to show you around. Winnie Sophia's heart skipped a beat. Her cousin couldn't go. That meant she'd have to meet Fan Kairui alone tomorrow. She'd never gone out one-on-one with a guy before. Winnie slipped her arm through Anna's and gave it a gentle tug. Cousin, guess what I'm doing at the kennel tomorrow? Anna didn't even look up. What else? Just going to look at dogs, of course. She knew her cousin well. In 10 days in Amsterdam, 8 of them were spent at kennels. Just look for yourself. Winnie Sophia didn't bother explaining and simply shoved her phone into Anna's hands. Anna glanced at the screen, her eyes widening. Fan Kairui asked you to the kennel. Aren't you seeing it right there? Anna studied her cousin's eager little face, her pale blue eyes flickering. She immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Darling, I truly can't make it this time. That guy who asked me out is someone I've had a crush on for a very long time. As for Fan Kairui, he's a football star. Your cousin knows her place. What I said at the airport was just a joke. She pressed her palms together in supplication. So go by yourself tomorrow, please. You wouldn't want your cousin to spend her days alone, would you? Huh, cousin, you. Pretty please. Anna blinked pleadingly, her lower lip jutting out slightly. Fine. Winnie Sophia had no choice. She plopped back onto the sofa, propped her forehead with her hand, and wore a thoroughly dejected expression. The next morning, Fan Kairui woke up early. He started with 200 sit-ups and 100 push-ups before feeling the restlessness inside him begin to settle. After his shower, he deliberately blow-dried his hair and applied some styling gel he hadn't used in a while. Standing before the mirror, he gave his locks a casual sweep with his fingers and nodded approvingly at the handsome face looking back. You are undoubtedly the finest-looking guy on this street. 10 minutes before 9, Fan Kairui spied that familiar figure approaching the entrance of the kennel. Beneath the morning sunlight, her golden hair curled gently around her shoulders, her eyes of vivid cerulean, her skin fair and luminous, her features delicately refined. She wore a soft pink t-shirt paired with jeans, giving her a fresh and effortlessly elegant look. She really was quite lovely to behold. Fan Kairui hurriedly stepped forward with a smile, his tone carrying courtesy and gratitude. Hello, Winnie, thank you so much for your help today. It's no trouble at all, Winnie Sophia said, naturally tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I often come here when I have free time in Amsterdam. Then I've found the right person. Fan Kairui replied with a smile. After a few more courteous exchanges, the two walked into the kennel together. Winnie Sophia introduced that this was the largest kennel in downtown Amsterdam, quite famous throughout Europe, with purebred dogs and reasonable prices. But for Fan Kairui, now price was not the priority. What mattered was finding the right puppy that would delight his grandmother. The kennel was spacious. Fortunately, Fan Kairui had already decided to buy a corgi, so he followed Winnie Sophia directly to the dedicated corgi area. According to Winnie's introduction, the corgis here were mainly divided into 4 categories: pureblood, pedigree, show quality, and champion level. Champion level offspring were the rarest, with only 3. Show quality had 7. With ample funds and confidence, Fan Kairui pointed to the rarest group of champion level corgi puppies and said generously, I want that one. The pale yellow one. It looks clever and has the cutest expression. Winnie Sophia looked in the direction he pointed and could not help but smile. Tell me which corgi puppy does not look cute when it smiles. Fan Kairui glanced over awkwardly. All 3 champion puppies were indeed quite adorable. He had to be more specific. That one. The one yawning now, oh, and scratching the back of its head with its paw. Oh, this one. Winnie Sophia examined it carefully. It is quite lovely. It seems more energetic than the other 2 and looks smarter as well. Looks like we have similar taste, Fan Kairui said with a half smile. The staff member nearby checked the documents and confirmed, Sir, are you sure you want this World Championship level descendant? What is this World Championship? Fan Kairui did not understand. Winnie Sophia patiently explained beside him. The champion level mentioned earlier refers to dogs that have won championships in breed competitions and have chip certificates. Championship titles are further divided into national, European, world, and super champion levels. The one you are interested in should be a descendant of a world champion. Both parents are corgis that have won world championship titles, a bloodline that is quite rare worldwide, the staff member added, pointing to the documents in hand. All detailed records are in the pedigree chip, which you can review later. Rarity commanded value, and Fan Kairui was not short on money. Hearing there was an even higher tier, he turned to ask the staff member, are there any descendants of super championship level dogs? I am sorry, we do not have any at the moment. Fan Kairui shrugged with a hint of regret, his gaze returning to the little corgi he had taken a liking to, still feeling something was missing. Coincidentally, as if understanding his thoughts, the little corgi suddenly let out a baby-like woof, sounding quite endearing. Then grinning it scampered around the kennel on its short legs with great enthusiasm, looking remarkably clever. It is so cute. Winnie Sophia's eyes lit up, and she excitedly tugged Fan Kairui's arm. Look, it seems to know what you were thinking, and is performing just for you. Only after speaking did she realize she was a bit too excited. Releasing her grip, she smiled, and explained, this little one is just too charming, I could not help myself. I know. Fan Kairui smiled, not teasing her further, and said directly to the staff member, I will take it. Sir, this puppy does come at a higher price, with both parents being world championship level. The staff member glanced at Fan Kairui, his tone carrying a friendly warning, given that the young man appeared rather casual. Fan Kairui did not say much, simply pulling out a card from his pocket and handing it over. I want this one, whatever the price. The staff member took the card and entered the amount on the POS machine, 18,000 euros. Although Fan Kairui expected it would not be cheap, hearing the figure still caught him slightly off guard. But as a millionaire now, he was not fazed and smoothly entered his PIN. A text message soon arrived on his phone showing the transaction was successful. The deal was done. Interestingly, the little corgi that had been running around energetically just moments before now lay down lazily on the ground, scratching its tiny belly with a small paw. Its bright eyes rolled around as it looked at Fan Kairui, looking so clever it seemed almost human. Fan Kairui looked at it both amused and exasperated. You little thing, you are quite clever. A descendant of a world champion, truly different. Winnie Sophia also leaned in to take a closer look. Soon the staff member brought over the pedigree chip, certificate, invoice, and other documents explaining that all information was stored in the chip and could be verified through FCI. The kennel also included complimentary services such as documentation testing and premium dog food, along with 5 years of vaccines, though the puppy would need to adjust to its new home for 2 weeks before receiving them. After all the paperwork was completed, Fan Kairui carried the soft little corgi and walked out of the kennel alongside Winnie Sophia. Shouldn't you give it a name? Winnie Sophia reminded him. Right. Fan Kairui gently stroked the little one resting obediently on his right arm with his left hand. Its eyes sparkled, and its perky ears matched its pale yellow fur. As he looked at it, an idea struck him. How about calling it Banana? Banana. Winnie Sophia blinked her azure eyes, examined the puppy closely, and then smiled. From this angle, it really does look a bit like one. That is a nice name. She also reached out to gently rub the puppy's forehead, her voice softening. Banana, banana. So good. The little corgi seemed to understand, letting out another baby-like woof and nuzzling Winnie's palm in a pleasing manner, as if thoroughly satisfied with its new name. Fan Kairui deliberately pouted. So you are Banana, now switching your allegiance already? I am the one who named you. Little Banana grinned foolishly, then turned and rubbed against Fan Kairui's arm twice, as if saying, do not be mad, master. The two took the puppy to the park beside the kennel and played with it for a while. Sadly, Banana was only a month and a half old with limited energy, and after playing for a short time it fell asleep on the bench. Winnie Sophia touched it reluctantly and looked up at Fan Kairui. Kairui, Banana is sleepy too. You should take it back to rest properly. I should also go to my cousin's house for lunch. Fan Kairui thought this was an opportunity he could not miss. He immediately replied in a sincere tone. You have helped me so much today, letting me meet a precious little treasure like Banana. I must thank you properly and treat you to a decent lunch. Really no need to be so polite about lunch. Winnie Sophia shook her head. I quite enjoy visiting this kennel anyway. Just as Fan Kairui was figuring out how to respond, the little corgi lying on the grass, which had been drowsy, suddenly shook its body and perked up immediately. It went to Winnie's feet and kept rubbing its face against her shoes. Fan Kairui's mind raced, and he immediately smiled. Look, even Banana thinks I should thank you properly. Winnie Sophia crouched down, picked up the little one, and played serious, asking it, do you really want me to go? Woof. Little Banana let out a baby-like bark and nodded its little head properly. Winnie Sophia looked at this fluffy, bright-eyed little creature in her arms, and her insistence finally softened. Who could resist such a thing? Seeing her nod and agree to have lunch together, Fan Kairui grew increasingly pleased with the little one in his arms. This money was well spent. It even helped at crucial moments. Nice. The two took a taxi with Banana to a restaurant with a nice atmosphere in the city center. The lighting was soft, and the environment quiet. This was Winnie Sophia's first time coming to such a place alone with a boy. Her face felt a bit warm, but fortunately the dim light prevented Fan Kairui from noticing anything. This counted as their first proper date, and also Fan Kairui's first time having a meal alone with a girl since coming here. At first there was an awkwardness about what to say, but fortunately little Banana was there to liven up the atmosphere. Once the conversation got going, Fan Kairui gradually relaxed. He knew Winnie was not interested in football, so he had done some research beforehand. Yesterday he had looked through her Twitter and saw she liked basketball stars like Kobe and James, so he started the conversation there. As expected, Winnie's words gradually increased from being somewhat reserved to responding earnestly, and finally, the two found they got along quite well. The rapid progress was mainly due to his super learning ability talent. The night before he had gathered quite a few guides online combined with a bit of experience left by his former self, and had roughly figured out the approach. Starting with visual appeal was fine, next came finding common topics. As long as the other person felt they could converse well, the matter was more than half accomplished. During the conversation, Fan Kairui learned that Winnie Sophia was currently a freshman at Columbia University and would be a sophomore in the second half of the year. Unfortunately, the two were separated by an Atlantic Ocean. However, distance was not an issue. Communication was convenient now, and if they really wanted to meet, a flight would get them there. Once he was more financially comfortable in the future, buying a private plane was not out of the question. Of course, for now, he was a professional player, and playing football was the main thing. Everything else could wait. After finishing the meal, Fan Kairui and Winnie walked out of the restaurant side by side. He hailed a taxi on the roadside, gracefully opened the rear door, and smiled at Winnie. "After you, beautiful lady." "Aye." Winnie Sophia thought he was getting in too, and was about to politely decline, but Fan Kairui spoke first. "Oh right, I still need to stop by the supermarket to buy some things. You have been out shopping, go back and rest early." Winnie paused, then smiled a bit embarrassedly. "Thank you." "You are welcome." Fan Kairui hurriedly stepped forward with a smile, his tone carrying courtesy and gratitude. "Hello, Winnie, thank you so much for your help today." "It is no trouble at all," Winnie Sophia said naturally, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "I often come here when I have free time in Amsterdam." "Then I have found the right person," Fan Kairui replied with a smile. After a few more courteous exchanges, the two walked into the kennel together. Winnie Sophia introduced that this was the largest kennel in downtown Amsterdam, quite famous throughout Europe, with purebred dogs and reasonable prices. Winnie climbed into the car and turned to look at Fan Kairui outside the window, saying, "Thank you for your lunch." She then looked at the puppy in his arms, her voice softening, "Goodbye, Banana." Fan Kairui rubbed the puppy's little head. "Come on, say goodbye to Sister Winnie." Banana yawned sleepily and let out a perfunctory grunt. Winnie chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. The driver up front seemed to find the scene a bit awkward and didn't ask much. He stepped on the gas and drove away, leaving Fan Kairui standing alone by the roadside. Fan Kairui, of course, hadn't gone to any supermarket. He waited until Winnie's car turned the corner and disappeared from sight, then hailed a taxi back home. By the time he arrived home, it was already 2 in the afternoon. His grandmother was napping on the living room sofa and opened her eyes at the sound of the door opening. Seeing Fan Kairui and the small yellow fluff ball in his arms, her deep blue eyes instantly lit up, and she sat up immediately. Grandma sat up, her eyes fixed intently on the puppy in Fan Kairui's arms. "Kairui, is this the corgi you bought for me?" She moved with remarkable agility, unlike someone 70 years old. Fan Kairui handed the puppy over, smiling. "That's right, very smart. Its name is Banana, quite fitting, isn't it?" "Banana." Fan Valeri took the puppy and rubbed its head. "Indeed, quite fitting." Banana was good at pleasing people, its little head rubbing against Grandma's hand. Fan Valeri couldn't stop grinning. "I like this little one so much." "As long as you like it," Fan Kairui said while taking out his phone. Grandma was playing happily with Banana, so he recorded a video and sent it to Winnie Sophia. When it comes to wooing a girl, catering to her preferences is key. Winnie likes corgis, and Banana, this tool dog, could come in handy. He mused that sooner or later he'd get to wake up together. Sure enough, after Winnie saw the video, her reply changed from text to voice. She felt a bit more fondness for Fan Kairui, and their conversations became more natural. That evening, Fan Kairui flew to Manchester. The international match day had just ended, and the Premier League's 4th-round blockbuster awaited him with Manchester City as the opponent. Though it was called match preparation, he was actually training alone at the Carrington training base. All Manchester United players had gone to their national teams, and manager Mourinho couldn't even gather enough players for a team training session. Although individual training was tedious, Fan Kairui was quite cheerful. Thinking about his growing abilities, this loneliness was nothing. In the blink of an eye, it was September 1st, and the summer transfer market had closed. The Premier League spent the most recklessly, totaling €1.4 billion, with a net investment of €835 million. Serie A rose to €699 million, the Bundesliga ranked 3rd at €543 million, and La Liga only €470 million. The Championship surprisingly spent €243 million, while League One lagged behind, at only €192 million. Once the transfer window closed, the World Cup qualifiers became lively. Several matches that Fan Kairui followed had results unchanged, which had nothing to do with him. With the international match day over, league action resumed. The Premier League's 4th-round focus match attracted fans worldwide: Manchester United vs. Manchester City. The two teams had invested a combined €450 million that summer, and with the old rivalry between Mourinho and Guardiola, the Manchester Derby was highly anticipated. The Carrington training base and Manchester City's base were not far apart. As the match approached, journalists crowded at the entrance, making it quite lively. The Manchester Derby was already famous, and now both teams were well funded, with coaches having connections naturally becoming the focus. The FA specifically arranged the match as the only one kickoff, and after players returned from their national teams, both Mourinho and Guardiola focused on preparation. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can win every battle. The match was too crucial, so coaches from both teams prohibited players from giving interviews to focus on preparation. Players couldn't speak, but legends and fans were busy with verbal battles, even coming to blows. Anyone with eyes could see that this Manchester Derby was more important than imagined. Manchester United led the table by 2-goal differences over Manchester City, so whoever won this match could pull ahead by 3 points, greatly helping the title race. However, there was good news for Manchester United. Manchester City's top scorer Aguero had strained his thigh during the international matchday, and there was no word yet of his recovery. Although Manchester City lost a key player, Mourinho did not relax at all. He knew Guardiola too well. Even without Aguero, Manchester City's lineup could still compete, perhaps even play more aggressively. During this period, Fan Kairui gradually became a favorite in the eyes of the media. In the summer, he represented Ajax in the International Champions Cup, scoring 5 goals and providing 1 assist in 2 matches against Manchester United and Manchester City, directly attracting both renowned managers, and both clubs naturally submitted offers. Manchester City offered higher, reaching €50 million, while Manchester United only bid €40 million. But Mourinho privately acted as a negotiator and snatched Fan Kairui from under Guardiola's nose. The Manchester Evening News bluntly stated that the key to this Manchester derby might very well be Fan Kairui, whom both teams had fiercely competed for in the summer. Domestically, this match also attracted significant attention. CCTV, 5 Le Sports, and Exciting Sports all sent live broadcast teams to ensure fans could watch more clearly. The day before the match, the entire Manchester United team stayed at the Loire Hotel for final preparations. After the group dinner, Fan Kairui confidently waited for the coaching staff to announce the starting lineup. Around 7 o'clock, assistant coach Faria entered the conference room with a tablet. No surprise for goalkeeper, it was still Spanish international De Gea. The defensive line also maintained the same configuration as the previous 3 rounds: Luke Shaw, Blind Bailey, and Valencia. The double pivot in midfield was also the old partnership Pogba, paired with Fellaini. When reading the attacking midfielders, Fan Kairui perked up. Faria then glanced at him with a semi-smile and continued, Henrik Mkhitaryan, Wayne Rooney, Jesse Lingard. Hearing this, Fan Kairui's heart sank, and he couldn't help but sigh. None of the 3 attacking midfielders were him. Surely they wouldn't ask him to play as a center forward. Fan Kairui. Faria announced the last name. Fan Kairui was stunned for a moment before suddenly looking up. What? Who was that just now? Rooney smiled and pushed him. The last one is you. Congratulations, you're starting. Really? That's great. Fan Kairui confirmed he hadn't misheard and waved his fist excitedly. Ibrahimovic, who had scored 4 goals in the first 3 rounds, wasn't starting this match, but he himself remained calm. Against a team like Manchester City that excels in ball control, most of the time would be spent defending, and expecting a 35-year-old veteran to chase back and forth wasn't realistic. Better to save energy and look for opportunities when coming off the bench. There were only 11 starting spots. While some rejoiced, others were disappointed. Martial and Rashford, whose positions overlapped with Fan Kairui, shook their heads helplessly. However, neither blamed Fan Kairui. After these days of training, everyone could see that Fan Kairui was indeed a cut above the rest. To reclaim their positions, they could only produce more outstanding performances in training. In recent years, La Liga had accumulated considerable points in European competitions thanks to Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Sevilla. So many Spanish media believed La Liga had surpassed the Premier League to become the top division. But the Premier League didn't agree, for in terms of revenue and intensity of competition, they still considered themselves number 1. The FA and the Premier League were determined to reclaim the title of the world's best league. And encountering a blockbuster like the Manchester Derby, they naturally went all out to promote it and attract global attention. On match day, over 400 media outlets flocked to Old Trafford with more than 1,000 staff members, all there to scoop the latest news. The match was scheduled for a 1:30 p.m. kickoff, a typical Premier League early fixture. Old Trafford was not a fully enclosed stadium, so matches at this time became the most headache-inducing Enyang fields for players. Simply put, one half of the team would play with their backs to the sun, while the other half would face the light. The midday sun was blinding, affecting both attack and defense, leading to more mistakes. However, fortunately, facing the sun was mutual. If you played against the sun in the first half, the opponent would have to endure it in the second half. Anyway, around 12:30 noon, players from both sides entered the field one after another for warm-ups. Old Trafford, which could hold 76,000 people, was already 2/3 full at this time. By the time warm-ups were nearly over, the stands were practically packed. Both coaches also received the opposing starting lineups at this time. Mourinho secretly rejoiced. Aguero had indeed missed this season's first Manchester derby due to injury. Other positions were mostly as he had guessed before the match, so he felt a bit more confident about winning this game. Guardiola, on the other hand, had long made peace with it. No matter what formation Mourinho deployed, he intended to win according to his own style. Fan Kairui was dangerous on the break, and Ibrahimovic was in fiery form recently, but I would deliberately take the initiative and not give you the chance to comfortably counterattack. If the home team Manchester United was pressed down, defending alone would be draining enough. How could they have the energy to score? With 5 minutes remaining until kickoff, the starting players from both sides entered the tunnel under the staff's reminder, while substitutes went directly through the tunnel entrance to sit on their respective benches. Both Manchester United and Manchester City were world-class giants with many international players in their squads, many of whom were also national team teammates, so pre-match greetings naturally became a favorite shot for broadcast cameras. Luke Shaw and Sterling were not only England teammates, but also old acquaintances from the youth national team. Pogba and Sagna were both from France. De Bruyne and Fellaini had fought side by side in the Belgian national team. Nolito and David Silva, like Herrera and Mata, all hailed from Spain. Before long, the camera specifically focused on Manchester United's number 7 Fan Kairui. CCTV5's commentator, Hiway, suddenly got excited, his spirits high, after the first 3 rounds of the 2016 to 2017 Premier League season. This is 17-year-old young player Fan Kairui's first start for Manchester United in an official match. He had scored in each of the previous 3 substitute appearances. Today, starting the match, could he repay manager Mourinho's trust with more goals? If Fan Kairui could hear this, he would definitely nod, without hesitation of course. As the stadium broadcast played Manchester United's team song, Glory Glory Man United, players from both sides followed the referees out of the tunnel and stepped onto the pitch. The player tunnel at Old Trafford had a somewhat special location. It wasn't built under the main stand, but on the edge of the southwest stand. The south stand was the main stand where television broadcast cameras mainly focused. This April, the club had renamed this stand the Bobby Charlton stand. The west stand, on the other hand, was the most famous, serving as the base for diehard fans. Considering this, coupled with the heated nature of the Manchester Derby, the white retractable awning in the southwest corner was extended particularly long this time to prevent overly excited fans from throwing things at the opposing stand. Aoe though. As both sets of players emerged from the tunnel beneath the south stand, a roaring tsunami of cheers erupted overhead at Old Trafford. For his first ever starting appearance, Fan Kairui felt the wave of frenzied passion crashing over him. Without realizing it, his fists clenched and deep within his chest, he roared silently. This is simply the perfect stage for a breakout performance. Once Glory Glory Man United had finished playing, the teams shook hands, followed by the starting 11 photos and the captain's coin toss. Because the 1:30 p.m. kickoff meant a frustrating mismatched Sun fixture, the outcome of the toss was crucial and a real test of both captains' judgment. Perhaps it was simply bad luck, but Manchester United captain Rooney lost the coin toss. Manchester City captain David Silva, without hesitation, chose the left half of the pitch, the side facing the cameras left directly in front of United's most ardent supporters. This meant Manchester City would attack with the sun at their backs in the first half, while Manchester United would be playing directly into it when defending. On the sidelines, Manchester United manager Mourinho raised an eyebrow slightly as he watched the team switch ends. Manchester City, choosing the shaded half for the first half, strongly suggested that Guardiola's side intended to seize the initiative at Old Trafford and strike early. What bold arrogance, to truly have no respect for my players. Moreover, with Manchester United facing directly into the sun, visibility would be compromised whether they were attacking or defending. This is Tianchao Television, bringing you live coverage of the 4th round Premier League clash between Manchester United at home and Manchester City. The home side, Manchester United, in red jerseys and white shorts, will attack from right to left on screen. The away side, Manchester City, in their traditional sky blue kits. The referee Oliver blew his whistle to start the match. Hway from Tianchao Sports Channel 5 immediately spoke in his signature voice. It is said that the combined market value of both sets of players in this match reaches £840 million. Jesse Lingard passed the ball to Fan Kairui on the left, and Manchester City's starting centre forward Iheanacho immediately charged forward. Fan Kairui pushed the ball outward with the outside of his left foot, accelerated, and left his marker behind. Sterling, remembering Guardiola's pre-match instructions to restrict Fan Kairui's forward progress with aggressive pressure, immediately stretched out to challenge. But how easily could Fan Kairui's ball be taken? Although playing directly into the sun, he hardly needed to look down at his feet. With the sole of his left foot, he pulled the ball to the left, leaving Sterling, who lacked the leg reach to catch him, struggling behind, and drove forward with the ball. Seeing this, De Bruyne thought he could not let him pass so easily, and immediately turned to rush toward Fan Kairui, who was operating in the left channel. Fernandinho, meanwhile, kept his nerves taut watching Lingard's runs while staying ready to cover De Bruyne's position. Kairui, Kairui, Kairui. The Manchester United fans on the stands watching Fan Kairui bypass 2 opponents within moments of kickoff instinctively raised their voices, and the roar swept across the entire stadium. Facing De Bruyne, Fan Kairui attempted a powerful outside of the right foot change of direction and acceleration. But Fernandinho, who had already read the play and positioned himself decisively, stepped in from the side and knocked down Fan Kairui, who was preparing to turn. Referee Oliver saw it clearly and immediately blew his whistle for a foul on Fernandinho. Manchester United manager Mourinho rushed to the touchline to protest, believing the call was too lenient. At minimum, a verbal warning should have been given. The booing from Manchester United fans grew louder. They felt Fernandinho had destroyed a promising breakthrough and that not showing him a yellow card was unacceptable. Rooney reached out and helped Fan Kairui to his feet, leaning in close to whisper, "Kairui, today's match is going to be tough on you." "Hey, I kind of expected that," Fan Kairui replied with a shrug. The rest of the match unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Rooney's resulting free kick was headed clear by Stones, and possession passed to Manchester City. In possession, Manchester City were in no hurry to launch a counterattack. Instead, through a series of practiced passes, they gradually penetrated forward. Guardiola's philosophy of possession-based football had gradually seeped into this squad. They played with calm composure, appearing merely to circulate the ball reasonably, but anyone thinking this was harmless would find themselves quickly counting the cost. Mourinho had prepared for this beforehand. Anticipating Manchester City's dominant possession, he opted for a more energy-efficient counter-attacking approach, leaving only Fan Kairui as the forward outlet. Fan Kairui himself knew it would be nearly impossible to sustain maximum effort for 90 full minutes, so his movements and runs were primarily about conserving energy. As the match progressed, Manchester City's possession share slowly shifted from a slight advantage to a commanding 60-40 split. In the 13th minute, Fan Kairui seized a counter-attacking opportunity on the left flank. He drew 3 defenders toward him before delivering a decisive pass. Rooney played a direct through ball to Lingard, who was making a rapid run down the right wing. Unfortunately, Lingard's technique remained somewhat raw, and under pressure from Otamendi, he unfortunately played the ball out for a goal kick. Manchester City quickly took the goal kick, and left-back Kolarov launched a long ball forward. Bailey, who should have stepped up to contest the header, may have been affected by the continuous defensive demands earlier and hesitated to commit. Iheanacho headed the ball back, and left centre-back Blind actually stood still waiting for the ball to arrive. By the time Manchester United realized what was happening, it was already too late. De Bruyne, making a surging run forward, beat them to the ball and took it on. From the edge of the penalty area, De Bruyne struck a low shot with his right foot. The ball skidded quickly along the turf toward the bottom left corner of the goal, beating De Gea's diving attempt. 0-1. Manchester City had taken the lead away from home. Manchester City have opened the scoring with a straightforward long ball over the top. The home side are in serious trouble now. Raised the volume of his commentary. At that moment, he noticed Fan Kairui in the corner of the broadcast screen and shifted his tone. Ibrahimovic, who has scored 4 goals in the first 3 rounds, did not start today. Mourinho has placed all his faith in this young player Fan Kairui. What comes next? Fan Kairui must produce a response, or this home match could slip away. After Manchester City's long ball opener, Mourinho, standing before the home dugout, was visibly furious. He unleashed a torrent of criticism at Bailey and Blind for their successive mistakes, especially Blind, who had simply waited for the ball at a critical moment. That was inexcusable. Commentators in the broadcast booth and most live studios shook their heads at the performances of Bailey and Blind. Behind Bailey, Blind was clearly positioned to cover, so Bailey should have gone up to challenge Iheanacho, but instead he simply stood still and watched the header being played back. Blind's mistake was even more egregious. A center-back never stands idle waiting for an incoming ball. He must actively move to meet it. After shouting a few more words, Mourinho composed himself somewhat and turned to applaud the players on the pitch, encouraging them to quickly shake off the setback. Professional players understand that conceding a goal is part of the game. As long as they keep their composure and continue playing well, finding an equalizer, or even taking the lead, is entirely possible. However, Manchester City, leading away from home, had no intention of settling for their advantage. Relying on their superior ball control, they looked to extend their lead further and potentially break the game open completely. Manchester United wanted to push forward, but the sun was glaring directly into their attacking direction, making it difficult to track the ball clearly, and their counterattacks sputtered to life. Fan Kairui was also affected, making several runs, but failing to receive the ball. Commentator Jian Jun at Le Sports frowned at the statistics. Manchester United have won only one of their last 5 league home matches. While history cannot be directly applied, it does suggest something. During this period, Fan Kairui had been running actively, but Manchester City's defensive shape had completely cut him off from his teammates. What should he do? By the 30th minute, the situation remained deadlocked. Fortunately, De Bruyne's long-range effort struck the post, and the scoreline was not extended. The high-intensity contest made time pass quickly, and the possession ratio had shifted from 46 to 37 in Manchester City's favor. The Manchester United fans in the stands gradually lost patience, and their critical chatter grew louder. But at that moment, Sterling suddenly burst into the box from the right and slid the ball toward the edge of the area. Iheanacho's first touch was slightly heavy, but Bailey's hurried clearance rolled directly to De Bruyne's feet. From the right side of the penalty area, De Bruyne performed 2 rapid feints, shook off Luke Shaw, and immediately struck a low shot with his left foot. The ball shot along the turf toward the far corner, and De Gea didn't even have time to begin his saving motion. Just as Manchester United fans were on the verge of despair, the goalpost clanged and palmed the ball back into play. But before they could exhale, Iheanacho, positioned near the goal line, stretched out his foot to flick the ball toward the empty net. Manchester United players all raised their arms in an offside appeal, but the assistant referee's flag remained firmly pointed toward the center circle. Not offside. A slow-motion replay quickly confirmed the decision when De Bruyne struck the shot. Blind was still trailing behind. On the sidelines, Mourinho was roaring with frustration. How many times had he emphasized before the match the need to stay focused, and both goals had come from lapses in concentration. Damn it. His coaching experience told him that Manchester United's backline genuinely needed reinforcement. Bailey, though impulsive, was at least young and malleable. Phil Jones and Smalling were already set in their ways and beyond repair. That was why he had chosen the concentrated Blind to deputize at center back, but A stand-in can never quite match a regular. If at all possible, he truly wished to bring in a world-class center back during the winter window. It was a headache. But they had already spent over $200 million this summer. Would the board approve again? He genuinely missed the days when a manager held full transfer authority. Unfortunately, even Wenger hadn't been able to keep that power, let alone him. Trailing 2 goals at home, the jeers from the stands grew increasingly loud. Many Manchester United players hung their heads, their morale clearly shaken. At that moment, Captain Rooney stepped forward and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Lads, the match isn't over yet. This is our home ground. What is there to panic about?" But words alone wouldn't be enough. Fan Kairui, simmering with pent-up energy, felt he needed to say something. He suddenly raised his fist and roared at his teammates. "What are you all staring at? Wayne is right. The match isn't finished. Why give up?" He paused, his voice growing even louder. "I didn't perform well in the first half. That's on me. But hear this. I promise we'll get at least 1 goal back before halftime." As for where this confidence came from, mainly from the match-winning streak coupon and the master shot card tucked away in his inventory. Although the match-winning streak coupon worked best, with less time remaining, combined with the master shot card, using it now wouldn't be a bad choice either. Besides, he still hadn't unleashed his deadly through ball or outside of the boot techniques yet. The Manchester United players exchanged glances, looking at one another uncertainly. Rooney seized the moment, raising his arm and shouting, "What do we do now? We fight." At the very least, they could pull 1 goal back. After all, everyone had witnessed Fan Kairui's ability during training. At that moment, someone had to step forward and show faith. "I believe Kairui can score," defended center-back Bailey, his voice loud and clear. Blind, who had made consecutive mistakes, also weighed in. He and Fan Kairui both came through Ajax's youth academy, and that connection mattered. "From here on, I'll stay fully focused and mark tightly so. The goal is up to you." With someone taking the lead, the other players soon rallied behind him. Most of Manchester United on the pitch were young men, and young players have a particular trait. Emotions are easily contagious among them. Mourinho noticed the shift in atmosphere on the field and immediately barked at Fellaini, the closest player, beckoning him over and giving him a few low, urgent instructions. Referee Oliver blew his whistle and the match resumed. Manchester United in possession of the kickoff, passed the ball around midfield a few times before quickly finding Fan Kairui, who had created space. Fan Kairui had already spotted De Bruyne closing in, but with a clean first touch and a swift turn, he left the opponent trailing behind him with ease. As Fan Kairui was about to face the goal directly, Fernandinho made a fierce challenge, sliding in from the side and sending the accelerating striker tumbling to the ground. Oliver's whistle blew immediately, awarding Manchester United a free kick on the left side of the penalty area. This time Fernandinho was not as fortunate. Oliver promptly showed him a yellow card. From the referee's gestures, it was clear the yellow card was not just for this foul, but the result of accumulated infractions. Hiwei's voice rose on CCTV. 5. In my memory, Fernandinho has fouled Fan Kairui at least 3 times. He deserves that card. Manchester United had won this attacking free kick on the left half space, and the defenders inside Manchester City's penalty area looked noticeably tense. Along the entire defensive line, only Stones and Kolarov stood over 1.85 meters tall. Otamendi was 1.83 meters, and even goalkeeper Bravo measured only 1.84 meters. In contrast, Manchester United had both Fellaini and Pogba towering above 1.90 meters, with Bailey at 1.87 meters. The height advantage was undeniable. Adding lingered Mkhitaryan and Fan Kairui cramping into the penalty area certainly put considerable pressure on Manchester City's goal. Guardiola, a cautious manager by nature, dared not grow complacent even with a 2-goal lead. He stepped outside the technical area, shouting and gesturing wildly to his players, signaling that defensive concentration must be absolute. Fan Kairui had initially considered taking this direct free kick from the awkward left side position himself, but after a moment's thought he decided against it. The distance was too far, the probability of scoring too low to justify the attempt. Besides, there were still over 10 minutes remaining in the first half. Better to move into the box and look for an opportunity there. As long as he had a clear shot, he planned to activate both the game winner experience card and the masterful shooting card simultaneously. With double insurance in place, he refused to believe this ball wouldn't go in. The free kick responsibility naturally fell to Captain Rooney. The other aerial threats surged into Manchester City's penalty area. On the stands, Manchester United supporters' excitement surged once again, erupting into thunderous waves of encouragement. Mourinho stood with his arms crossed in the technical area, his gaze sweeping across the Red Devils in the box, before finally settling on Fan Kairui. Whether it was imagination or not, he had a nagging feeling that this young player would score today. Oliver's whistle blew again. Rooney raised his right arm high, his fingers forming a signal. Players from both sides immediately began jostling for position along the penalty area line, and in the referee's blind spots, subtle physical tactics were already underway. The Premier League's reputation for physical intensity was well known, and referees typically turned a blind eye to minor contact, as long as it did not go too far. Rooney swung the free kick from the left, the ball curving through the air and angling toward the deep right side of the penalty area. Players at the near post and in the center read the ball's trajectory and gave up the chase, but at the far post Fan Kairui, Fellaini, Stones, and Zabaleta continued sprinting toward the landing zone. Halfway through his run, Fan Kairui noticed the ball was drifting more toward the advancing goalkeeper Bravo and his teammate Fellaini. His heading was never his strongest weapon, so he decided not to push himself fully. Stones knew well enough the danger Fellaini posed in the air and allowed himself no lapse in concentration. He judged the landing point and leaped backward. Even if he couldn't clear the ball, he intended to at least disrupt Fellaini's header. His positioning and timing were perfect, and Fellaini indeed held back. But nobody could have predicted that Bravo would choose to come off his line and claim the ball. By the time he realized Stones was also leaping, it was already too late to shout a warning or change direction. And so an absurd scene unfolded. Stones jumped backward and collided squarely with Bravo, who was leaping forward with his hands already reaching for the ball. The impact loosened Bravo's grip, and the ball slipped from his hands, bouncing harmlessly off Stones' face. Even more coincidentally, the ball dropped directly toward Fan Kairui, who had initially pulled back from the challenge. His exceptional reaction time of 80 or above became immediately apparent. His left foot anchored the ground as his right leg swung forward with explosive speed. To ensure there was no mistake, from approximately 15 yards out, Fan Kairui decisively activated the masterful shooting card, meeting the ball arriving at waist height and swinging his leg fully. Thud! A solid muffled strike rang out almost simultaneously in the ears of the colliding Bravo and Stones. Otamendi, stationed on the goal line, instinctively raised his leg to block, but the ball's velocity was simply too great. He had not even gotten his foot into position before the sphere whizzed past him. Go Hale! From the commentary booth at Sky Sports, Andy Gray's signature elongated roar erupted, instantly crashing through the airwaves and striking every Manchester United supporter's eardrums. Meanwhile, on the Manchester City side, the scene was entirely different. Several fans were so furious they nearly smashed their remote controls against the television screen. Fan Kairui, the goalscorer, did not immediately break into a wild celebration. Instead, he casually walked past the stunned Manchester City players at his side, stepped directly into the goal net, bent down to retrieve the ball, and then tossed it toward the center circle arc. Only then did he turn and exchange high-fives and embraces with his flooding teammates. "We still need one more," he shouted, waving his arms with barely contained excitement. "As long as we play as one unit, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome." Come on, his surrounding teammates chorused in unison. Ayo! On the touchline, manager Mourinho also pumped his arms enthusiastically. In the stands, Manchester United supporters were completely ignited, with thunderous waves of sound sweeping across the entire Old Trafford Stadium. The unique architecture of this stadium allowed the cheers to echo and multiply upon themselves for an extended period, which only heightened the growing frustration of the Manchester City players who had just conceded. In front of the Manchester City bench, Guardiola spread his arms wide with an expression of helpless resignation. His defensive setup had actually been sound. He had not allowed Manchester United any genuine chances. And yet their own backyard had caught fire, gifted away a goal for nothing. The most headache-inducing thing in this world is often not the strength of the opponent, but a sudden blow from within your own ranks. That said, this goal could not be laid entirely at Stones' feet. He was required to mark the overlapping Fellaini closely. The primary problem rested with Bravo. By convention, a goalkeeper coming off his line must loudly warn his teammates, but he, curiously, remained completely silent. The broadcast director clearly understood the significance, immediately cutting to a close-up of Bravo, as if announcing to every viewer the goalkeeper bears the lion's share of blame for this. The Chilean international Bravo, brought to Manchester City for a transfer fee of €18 million, committed a fatal error in this defensive situation. Commentator Jean Jun's voice boomed loudly from Lecce Sports. Young Fan Kairui seized the opportunity to pull one goal back, which may make the remainder of this match increasingly difficult for Manchester City. Fans watching at home should brace themselves. Manchester City goalkeeper Bravo made a crucial mistake. Young Fan Kairui has scored his first goal in the Manchester Derby. Hiway on CCTV5 was equally swept up in emotion. At the same time, he has also surpassed teammate Rashford's record for the youngest goalscorer in a Manchester Derby, previously set at 18 years and 141 days this past March, breaking it down to 17 years and 180 days. Manchester United had luckily pulled one goal back, but Manchester City, in possession of the kickoff, quickly organized their counterattack, clearly intent on extending their lead before halftime. Entering the halftime break with a 2-goal advantage would carry an enormous psychological benefit. Currently, both teams sat level on 9 points, with Manchester City ranked second solely due to inferior goal difference. A victory here would not only overtake them on points, but also flip their goal difference from 2 behind to 2 ahead. In the Premier League, goal difference is the primary tiebreaker when points are level, and Manchester City's historic title win in 2012 came precisely by edge out the same point Manchester United on this criterion. Thus, Manchester City threw themselves forward in relentless waves of attack, while Mourinho's Manchester United, buoyed by Fan Kairui's goal, showed significantly improved resilience and organized their defense with impermeable solidity, denying City any clear-cut opportunities. However, while Manchester United's defending was solid, they encountered trouble transitioning from defense to attack, clearly a sign that Guardiola's in-game adjustments were taking effect. It was not until referee Oliver blew the halftime whistle that the scoreboard remained frozen at 1-2. At the end of the first half, both sets of players walked toward the tunnel and commentators from various networks began their analysis. Back in the dressing room, early Mourinho was already standing before the tactical board sketching out his plans with a stern expression. The drenched and sweating players first rushed into the showers to wash off, changing into dry jerseys while refueling, preparing for the second half. The 15-minute halftime interval passed in the blink of an eye, and both sets of players returned to the pitch. Above Old Trafford, another wave of fervent cheers erupted. That goal in the dying moments of the first half had given the 60,000-plus Manchester United fans in the stands a tangible sense of hope, the possibility of equalizing, even overtaking. Before the second half began, the broadcast captured a telling moment. The Manchester City players, who would be facing directly into the sun for both attack and defense, instinctively raised their hands to shield their brows from the glare. Hiway chuckled on CCTV. 5. Blind's 2 mistakes in the first half were largely attributable to that blinding sunlight. I wonder whether Otamendi, who is also prone to the occasional error, will be similarly affected. Just then referee Oliver's whistle sounded, and the second half of the Manchester United vs Manchester City Premier League Matchday 4 fixture from the 2016 to 2017 season officially began. In possession of the kickoff, Manchester City did not rush to press forward, but instead patiently circulated the ball through their own midfield and defensive thirds. The football rolled slowly across the pitch as Guardiola stood in the away technical area, catching a glimpse of David Silva, shading his eyes with his hand after delivering a pass, shaking his head with quiet resignation. His brow furrowed, and he understood at once. The Premier League scheduled marquee fixtures at midday to accommodate overseas viewers, and at this hour the sun was merciless, affecting both ends equally. Despite spending over €200 million in the summer, the investment had gone mostly into the attacking third, while the defense only added Stones and goalkeeper Bravo. Both fullbacks were past 30 and past their prime, and a single moment of discomfort from the sunlight could produce errors just like Blind had suffered in the first half. Manchester United players came out for the second half, noticeably revived their running and pressing, far more aggressive, narrowing the gap in quality between the two sides. Rooney received a split pass from Fan Kairui beyond the arc of the penalty area, shook off Fernandinho, and unleashed a shot from distance. Bravo reacted swiftly, launching himself to parry the ball away. Watching this, Guardiola realized he could no longer wait and needed to make an adjustment. Roughly 2 minutes later, De Bruyne fired a long-range effort just wide of the post, and referee Oliver blew his whistle to signal a substitution. Defensive midfielder Fernando came on to replace Ishinajo, the goalscorer from the first half, bolstering the central defense, while freeing David Silva and De Bruyne to push further forward. Mourinho immediately responded in kind, making 2 changes. Herrera replaced the ineffective Mkhitaryan to liberate Pogba, and Rashford came on for Lingard, instantly sharpening the counter-attacking threat. Both substitutions carried clear purpose, and even the commentators began shifting their tone toward the gaining momentum of Manchester United. City's possession-based football remained elegant, but as fatigue set in, the intensity of their high press dulled, and the danger it posed steadily faded. Once United secured possession, a few crisp passes would find either Fan Kairui or Rashford. Rashford, however, was prone to losing the ball under pressure, whereas Fan Kairui's composure on the ball made him United's preferred outlet in transition. Fan Kairui took the ball securely and protected it well. Without a foul, City's defenders stood little chance. As United pressed, wave after wave, time slipped away, and the clock soon ticked past the 60th minute, leaving only 30 minutes of the second half remaining. With the defense straining, Guardiola decided to make another change. Sane, signed earlier in the summer as an option behind Fan Kairui, was already waiting on the touchline, ready to enter at the next dead ball situation. At that moment, De Bruyne delivered a low cross from the right wing, only for Blind at the near post to block it clear. Luke Shaw, quickest to react, struck a long clearance toward the center circle before De Bruyne and Sterling could close him down. The ball sailed over the halfway line, and a thunderous roar erupted from the Old Trafford stands. Around the center arc, aside from Stones and Otamendi, only Fan Kairui remained. From the stands, the ball appeared closer to Fan Kairui. Under Mourinho's pre-match instructions, Fan Kairui had been spared defensive duties to conserve his energy for attack, so even after 60-plus minutes, he remained fresh and vibrant. The ball bounced once just in front of the center circle, and Fan Kairui, relying on his pace, guided it deftly with the inside of his foot toward Rooney's forward run. Anticipating a possible foul from Stones, he took 2 extra steps backward before turning sharply to his right, facing the direction of the attack. Rooney sprinted forward at speed and nudged the ball to his right, appearing to target Rashford's run. Otamendi bit on the faint shifting left to cover the space behind Kolarov. But as Fan Kairui completed his turn, Rooney unexpectedly played a long diagonal ball to the left, driving into the vast space behind Stones. Accounting for Fan Kairui's explosive speed, the pass carried ample allowance. Stones finally realized what was happening. A feint. Fan Kairui exploded into a full sprint after turning his arms pumping rapidly as his long legs drove faster and faster. Starting nearly a meter behind Stones by the time he reached the halfway line, he had closed the gap to just 2 body lengths. Fans in both stands could see it clearly. Fan Kairui resembled a red sports car with the accelerator floored tearing across the pitch and visibly closing the distance to Stones. Jean Shankai of New Sports could not help but exclaim at Fan Kairui's remarkable speed. Guardiola turned toward the midfielders tracking back and shook his head in anguish. It felt like watching an elder attempt to race a university student. Stones gritted his teeth and reached out to grab Fan Kairui's shirt, but Fan Kairui's swinging right arm lifted sharply, striking Stones' hand. Stones recoiled in pain, and by the time he recovered, the opportunity to foul was gone. The gap between them widened once more. The roars at Old Trafford swelled ever louder. Fan Kairui, like a panther, drew the ball past with the outside of his right foot, meeting Rooney's precise through ball and carrying it straight toward Bravo. A clear one-on-one. With roughly 3 meters remaining, Fan Kairui began shifting his center of gravity side to side, his feet flickering in rapid feints, each time appearing to strike the ball, yet never making contact. Hiwei's voice rose sharply on CCTV. 5. This is Ronaldo's pendulum step over. Bravo retreated while staying on his feet, but the deceptive movements were too convincing. His balance shifted with each feint until he finally toppled, landing squarely inside the penalty area. The instant Bravo went down, Fan Kairui planted his left foot firmly on the turf, dropped his right shoulder, and dragged the ball to the right with the outside of his right foot gliding past the keeper with clean efficiency. An overwhelming roar erupted from Old Trafford. Every Manchester United supporter rose to their feet, arms raised high, as if the goal were already guaranteed. What followed after beating the goalkeeper was almost effortless. Fan Kairui tapped the ball gently with his right foot, and it rolled obediently along the grass into the empty net. The shot was not fast, but the moment it crossed the line and struck the pristine white net, Old Trafford detonated. A tidal wave of cheers crashed over the stadium, drowning out everything else. Having scored, Fan Kairui turned to face the West Stand, the Sir Alex Ferguson stand, and closed his eyes. He let the fierce wall of sound wash over him, feeling every vibration against his skin. The fans here had fallen completely under the young man's spell, their cheers rising wave after wave, threatening to lift the roof itself. In the city section, a contrasting mood of restlessness prevailed. Guardiola even pressed his fingers against his ears in frustration, though it made no difference. The roar was everywhere. On the other side, Mourinho, past 50, seemed to shed a decade in an instant, pumping his fist in the technical area, with veins standing out along his neck. Rashford, Rooney, Fellaini, Pogba, and Herrera surged forward as one, dragging the still celebrating Fan Kairui to the ground and piling on top of him. The United substitutes on the warm-up area also sprinted onto the pitch, rolling and embracing their teammates in shared elation. Jean Jun's voice trembled on Le Sure Sports. This is Red Devil spirit. From 2 goals down to level. Young Fan Kairui is the brightest star at Old Trafford tonight. There are still over 20 minutes remaining. Enough time for United to take the lead again. An incredible performance. Is Fan Kairui really only 17? His composure makes me believe he could be 27. As chaos reigned on the pitch, the broadcast switched to a slow-motion replay. From Luke Shaw's clearance through Fan Kairui's return pass, turn, and controlled reception, the sequence flowed with the precision of a rehearsed play. Rooney's long pass was timed to perfection. The early wait kept Bravo stranded and gave Fan Kairui ample room to unleash his pace. The replay allowed television viewers once again to witness Fan Kairui's extraordinary speed, reminding them of Usain Bolt on the pitch. And those final pendulum steps against Bravo sent viewers drifting back to a legendary moment. The Ronaldo who dismantled a goalkeeper in a Europa League final. At this point, Hiwei shifted his commentary. The pendulum step over places enormous strain on the knee ligaments. I hope the young Fan Kairui uses it sparingly in the future. Ronaldo's own most resilient cruciate ligament tear was directly linked to his frequent use of this technique. Guest analyst Su Yong picked up the thread. When you are young, you may feel invincible. But as matches multiply and physical reserves dwindle, hidden injuries inevitably surface. The step over is never a necessity. There are always alternatives. At that moment, the camera zoomed in on Sir Alex Ferguson in the hospitality box. Watching the confident young man on the pitch, the old manager beamed, mechanically chewing his gum, his gaze carrying the ghost of the United side he had once built. A red devil forged in adversity is the true red devil. The Fan Kairui before them shone even more brilliantly than the Cristiano Ronaldo of years past. Perhaps under Mourinho and this extraordinary youth, Manchester United's revival would truly find its path. The roar at Old Trafford rose again in relentless waves. Guardiola stood on the touchline, his brow knotted in thought. He wrestled with the decision of whether to tighten the defense. United had just equalized and carried tremendous momentum, pressing forward might yet produce a second goal. Yet the counter-argument was equally valid. In an open contest, United's chances of going ahead seemed greater. Sane, waiting on the bench, glanced toward his manager, uncertain whether he would be needed. Guardiola pondered for only a few seconds before deciding. Defense was not his philosophy. Attack remained the eternal melody. So before kickoff resumed, City produced their second substitution of the evening. Sane replaced Sterling, who had played the full international break and carried noticeable fatigue. United showed no haste to use their third change, though Mourinho had already sent Ibra Schneiderlin and Smalling to the touchline for warm-up. Fan Kairui's goal had leveled the score at 2 apiece, restoring parity between the two sides. Time was running short, and neither side dared throw themselves forward recklessly, as before, fearful that a single lapse could cost them any chance of recovery. Both Guardiola and Mourinho shared the same hesitation. A goal was magnificent, but only if one did not concede first. After a brief exchange between the coaching staffs, both managers agreed on a conservative approach: secure the defense first and leave the rest to moments of individual brilliance on the pitch. The match quickly reached the 75th minute. Physical exhaustion had set in. Even Fan Kairui, whose running had already decreased, began gasping for air. Watching from the touchline, Mourinho pondered whether it might be wise to settle for a draw and see out the remaining minutes. Yet Fan Kairui had become City's most persistent defensive headache. Substituting him now would likely allow Manchester City to seize control of the game. Given this, taking him off was hardly a sound decision. The next best option then was to adjust the formation around Captain Rooney. With Rooney on the pitch, Pogba's creativity seemed somewhat stifled. Shifting back to a 4-2-3-1 formation might yield better results. In the 78th minute, Manchester United played their third card. Ibrahimovic came on for Rooney, and the formation reverted to 4-2-3-1. Guardiola cast a mildly surprised glance at Mourinho. In his expectation, Mourinho would have adopted a more conservative approach at this stage, not introduced another attacker. Mourinho's decision was born of necessity. Fan Kairui's stamina had declined, but he was far from incapable of running. His threat to City's defense remained immense, and his only duty was to stay forward and score. Guardiola's gaze shifted to the technical area, ultimately settling on Navas. Though his defensive awareness left something to be desired, his pace was undeniable. Fresh from the bench, he should be able to keep pace with Fan Kairui. As anticipated, the newly introduced Navas tightly marked Fan Kairui defensively, while using his abundant energy to make forward runs in attack, instantly adding depth to City's offensive play. Naturally, both sides were cautious about committing too many players forward. Defenders could not surge simultaneously. One had to stay back to shield the defense, while a holding midfielder protected the space in front of the center backs. Time slipped to the 85th minute. Far from subsiding with the slower tempo, the atmosphere at Old Trafford grew increasingly fervent, bubbling like a pot brought to a rolling boil. As the clock ticked toward 90 minutes, Hiway, commentator for the mainland's Channel 5, spoke in a measured tone. Could a last-minute winner be on the horizon? At that moment, Nolito played the ball to David Silva just outside the penalty area. Silva feigned a shot and slipped a precise pass into the path of a perfectly timed, unmarked De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne. Andy Gray's voice rang out on Sky Sports. The standout performer for City struck powerfully from just outside the arc on the right. The ball rocketed toward the upper right corner of the net. De Gea reacted swiftly, launching himself horizontally and stretching his arm to its fullest, yet he failed to touch it. Alas! A quiet tension swept through De Gea and the United supporters behind the goal. But in that very moment, a sharp metallic clang echoed clearly. The ball struck the right post with tremendous force. Whoa! The sound of the ball rebounding from the post drew a wave of relieved, yet breathless exclamations from the stands at Old Trafford. Even Guardiola, poised on the sideline with celebration already beginning, froze mid-motion, disbelief etched across his face. Center-back Bailey, quick-witted and decisive, cleared the rebounding ball with a powerful kick. The ball went out over the line, awarding Manchester City a corner. The fourth official raised the electronic board. 4 minutes of added time. Only 4 minutes remained in this season's first Manchester derby. Yet few spectators were concerned with the length of stoppage time. The live broadcast camera kept its close-up fixed on De Bruyne, who had so narrowly missed a goal-scoring opportunity. Hands on his head, his blue eyes filled with quiet disappointment. Had that shot found the net, it would almost certainly have been the winner. A difference of inches made all the difference. Manchester United manager Mourinho displayed no outward signs of relief. Instead, he issued sharp instructions to his players on the pitch. How could someone of De Bruyne's importance be allowed to shoot so comfortably from that position? Without the hospitality of the home goalpost, the match would likely have been lost. Captain Rooney had already been substituted. Meanwhile, Ibrahimovic. The Swedish striker clapped his hands twice forcefully and called out to his teammates gathering in the box, "Stay focused. That was just luck, but the game isn't over yet." He then guided Fan Kairui, who was beginning to drift back. "Your job is to score. Stay forward." The broadcast captured the moment perfectly. Jean Xiangkai of New British Sports immediately chimed in. Ibrahimovic's instruction was spot on. Manchester United needed to keep a forward, pinning the defense, and Fan Kairui, with 2 goals to his name, was the ideal choice. Fan Kairui strolled forward. Mourinho glanced at him from afar, frowned slightly, but said nothing. Elsewhere, De Bruyne's side shook his head and jogged toward the left corner flag to take the kick. During stoppage time, both sides grew quietly tense, but Manchester City could not afford to waste this corner. Several tall players crowded into United's penalty area. Although City did not possess many aerial threats, the hearts of United fans in the stands and at home tightened nonetheless. A corner kick, after all, could fall to anyone. Before De Bruyne could even deliver the ball, the penalty area had descended into a tangle of entwined arms and legs. Referee Oliver, unable to tolerate the chaos, blew his whistle to pause play. He pulled Ibrahimovic and Stones aside for a quiet word. Both listened attentively, heads bowed. This delay cost another half-minute. Beep. The whistle blew and De Bruyne took the corner. Curling precisely with the inside of his right foot, the ball arced straight toward the far post. Neither the near post nor the central attackers managed to reach it, but Otamendi was already airborne at the back post. Just as he peeked in the air, a pair of goalkeeper gloves suddenly appeared before him. De Gea dropped back 2 steps, sprang upward, and safely collected the ball. Before City's attackers could even process the turnover, the defenders were already instinctively turning to sprint back. Stones, Otamendi, Fernandinho. A wave of retreating figures. But players could never match the speed of the ball. De Gea sidestepped the pressing Nolito, took a single step back, and whipped his right arm in a full arc, launching the ball fiercely down the left flank toward the opponent's half. The ball sailed across the halfway line. Ahead of its landing spot, a crimson figure was already sprinting at full tilt. It was Fan Kairui. Ayo. The stands at Old Trafford rose to their feet as one. Mourinho paced forward, unconsciously, half his body leaning over the touchline, without even noticing, his eyes alight with anticipation. Guardiola, however, grew visibly anxious. Rushing to the sideline, he called out urgently, "Foul. Commit a foul now." But with his players fully concentrated and the crowd murmuring like a steady wind, his words went unheard. Sane, fresh from his second-half introduction and brimming with energy, was chasing desperately, becoming Guardiola's last hope. Fans in the north and south stands watched most clearly as 2 silhouettes, one red, one blue, fired across the pitch. Yet it was unmistakably the red figure that held the greater speed. Sane had long carried a quiet determination. The media had constantly suggested that City signed him as a fallback after failing to secure Fan Kairui, and he had been eager to prove he was the superior player. Now that opportunity had arrived, and he refused to let it slip away. Yet as the red number 7 ahead of him grew steadily more distant, a trace of uncertainty entered his mind. Just then, he noticed Fan Kairui seemed to ease his pace slightly. Near the halfway line, teammate Sagna had already positioned himself strategically. Here was his chance. Sagna moved laterally to cut off the passing lane, preparing to coordinate with Sane in a trapping maneuver. The distance between them closed steadily, and Sagna readied himself for a tactical challenge if necessary. Unexpectedly, Fan Kairui reached the predicted landing point. While still at full speed, he lifted his right foot and gently nudged the ball, which had dropped to knee height, deflecting it to his right with the outside of his boot. The ball obediently changed direction, and his entire body pivoted sharply with it, the movement as smooth as navigating a 90-degree turn. Sane planted his feet hard, but inertia carried him 2 additional steps forward. Those 2 extra steps granted Fan Kairui just enough room. He took 2 quick adjustment steps, planted his left foot firmly, leaned his body to the left, raised his left arm for balance, and swiftly pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot. The ball skimmed the turf, threading perfectly through the gap between Sane's trailing form and David Silva, piercing deep into City's half. The broadcast camera switched rapidly. Rashford, wearing the red number 19 jersey, burst into frame from the right, like a streak of crimson lightning, effortlessly leaving David Silva behind as he raced into the vast space ahead. Oh! Fresh from his second-half introduction, Rashford's stamina was at its peak. In just a few strides, he closed the distance to the ball, breaking free for a one-on-one situation against goalkeeper Bravo. Confronted with Bravo rushing out of his goal, Rashford looked to accelerate and glide past for an open goal finish. But Bravo read the play precisely. Risking a challenge just outside the penalty area, he slid in and successfully poked the ball away from Rashford's feet. The Manchester City supporters at Old Trafford had barely breathed a sigh of relief when in the very next instant their attention snapped forward and expressions of ease turned to quiet tension. Because Fan Kairui, who had already scored twice in this match, happened to be perfectly positioned in the path of Bravo's clearance. Most critically, there was not a single Manchester City player within sight of him. United fans, who had already settled into disappointment, were suddenly filled with quiet excitement. Watching closely, they saw Fan Kairui roughly 30 yards from goal coil his leg and strike. The ball soared through the air, heading directly toward the unguarded net. Countless City fans held their breath, silently hoping it would not find the back of the net. Yet the football landed with pinpoint accuracy near the penalty spot, bounced once forward, and shot straight into the pristine white net. A hat-trick! Hat-trick! The commentators at the commentary desk paused for a single instant before their voices rose in clear celebration. When Rashford's one-on-one was saved, Guardiola had already begun raising his arm, but the motion halted abruptly mid-gesture. From his vantage point, a red silhouette was charging at full speed toward the ball's landing zone. The number 7 rising on the player's back stood out with striking clarity. It was him, Fan Kairui. Beside him, Mourinho's demeanor was entirely different. He had been quietly clutching his hair, but the moment he saw Fan Kairui, he immediately raised both fists in celebration. Ayo! The murmur at Old Trafford swelled once more, sweeping across the stadium like a steady tide. Still at high speed, Fan Kairui adjusted his footing, planted his right foot firmly, and lifted his left foot to curl a precise arc with the inside of his boot. To ensure the quality of this follow-up strike, he quietly activated a masterful finishing card. After bouncing the ball maintained its trajectory, its powerful drive, causing the net to bulge forward dramatically. Goal. Andy Gray's voice on Sky Sports stretched out long like a sustained note. Hiwei called from the studio, "It's in. It's in." Fan Kairui scores with a long-range follow-up strike. 3-2. Manchester United has completed an epic comeback from 0-2 to 3-2. The young Chinese star Fan Kairui has been instrumental. Zhang Jun added with evident enthusiasm, "Unbelievable. Absolutely astonishing." Fan Kairui has restored the spirit of the Red Devils with his hat-trick. Jin Xiangkai spoke rapidly. A hat-trick. Fan Kairui has become the second player after Kanchelskis to score a hat-trick in the Manchester Derby, and the youngest. After this goal, Fan Kairui was no longer as composed as before. He spread his arms and sprinted toward the loyal fans in the West Stand, swiftly removed his jersey, balled it up, and tossed it toward the crimson-clad crowd cheering wildly. Kairui, Kairui, Kairui. Manchester United fans erupted with joy, their voices growing hoarse as they chanted repeatedly, freely expressing the ecstasy of taking the lead. Mourinho also rushed from the technical area onto the pitch, waving his arms as he ran toward Fan Kairui. Players on the field, substitutes, and even those still warming up, including goalkeeper De Gea, all swarmed forward together, embracing in a tight group. Female fans in the stands fixed their gaze on Fan Kairui's well-defined physique. Meanwhile, the experienced veteran Ibrahimovic held back, not joining the celebration rush. This was not due to any personal grievance with Fan Kairui. Rather, according to football rules, if the entire scoring team left the field, the opposing side could restart play immediately, potentially turning elation into disappointment. Old Trafford was nearly shaken apart by Manchester United's roaring voice, while Manchester City stood frozen like statues, players either rooted to the spot or slumped on the ground, dumbfounded. Going from 2 goals ahead to 1 behind was a script they simply could not handle. What an unexpected turn of events. The broadcast director showed slow-motion replays, and fans watching at home wondered how Fan Kairui, after just making a pass, had ended up at the landing spot, as if guided by intuition. The replay made it clear Fan Kairui did not stop after passing, but surged forward with full effort, while the Manchester City player nearby was simply jogging back at a steady pace. That charge truly allowed him to seize the opportunity. As celebrating Manchester United players slowly returned to the field, Ibrahimovic, who had been holding back his excitement, finally wrapped an arm around Fan Kairui and patted him firmly on the back. "Twice, kid, you did really well." Not at all, it was all achieved through everyone's effort together. Fan Kairui smiled and patted Ibrahimovic's back. But just then the referee, Oliver, strolled over. He shrugged and grinned at Fan Kairui. "First of all, congratulations on your hat-trick. But, according to the rules, I am afraid I have to apologize." "What?" Fan Kairui looked completely confused. It was not until Oliver pulled out a yellow card from his chest pocket that Fan Kairui finally understood. FIFA regulations had long prohibited removing clothing during goal celebrations, with yellow cards issued for violations. However, since he had not previously carried a booking, receiving one during stoppage time was inconsequential, especially given that he was not a defender and had committed few fouls anyway. Manchester United's celebrations finally wound down as stoppage time entered its 3rd minute, though the match would not resume immediately since Fan Kairui needed to retrieve a spare jersey from the bench first. Cheers from the stands grew progressively louder, with Manchester United supporters shouting, their voices hoarse, yet refusing to quiet down. In contrast, Manchester City faced a considerable psychological challenge after squandering a 2-goal advantage and falling behind, a staggering turnaround even for seasoned top-tier professionals. With minimal time remaining, leveling the score seemed nearly impossible, dampening even manager Guardiola's spirits. Mourinho, however, was obsessively detail-oriented with an almost primal determination for victory. While players were returning to their half, he quickly gathered several team members, using animated gestures and instructions to outline their strategy for the final minutes. The late equalizer during stoppage time electrified Manchester United. Each player was determined to protect their hard-earned advantage, so when play resumed, they displayed fierce resolve, leaving no openings for Manchester City's counterattacks. By this stage of the match, most players had competed in World Cup qualifiers just days earlier, their stamina depleted and sustained entirely by sheer willpower. Facing Manchester United's resolute defensive wall, Manchester City found themselves with no viable options. As the 4th minute of stoppage time arrived, referee Oliver appeared reluctant to end the match just yet. Mourinho took immediate issue with this delay, directing his frustration toward the 4th official with an unmistakably displeased expression. Only after De Gea securely caught Sane's cross from the left flank did Oliver finally blow his whistle, 2 short blasts followed by a long one, to signal the end of the match. "Wow." Simultaneously, Hiwei, the commentator for China's Central Television Channel 5, erupted enthusiastically, "The match is over. The match is over." Home side Manchester United completed a stunning 3-2 comeback against their city rivals at Old Trafford, powered by 17-year-old Fan Kairui's hat-trick, a triumph executed with effortless fluency. Congratulations to Manchester United. They have secured 4 consecutive victories to begin the new season. Chinese descendant Fan Kairui has been instrumental in this success. He was the undisputed star of this breathtaking Manchester derby, outshining every other player on display. Jin Xiangkai from exquisite Sports added his voice rising with excitement. The live broadcast director immediately focused the camera on Manchester United's new number 7, zooming in on his face. 3 goals to orchestrate such an epic comeback. The Player of the Match award was entirely justified. Though the match had concluded, not a single Manchester United fan had left the stands at Old Trafford. They stood quietly, their attention fixed on the young player in the number 7 jersey who had led his team to victory. Since Sir Ferguson's retirement, Manchester United's performance had steadily declined, making such a strong start to the season for consecutive wins seemed almost unimaginable. That familiar Red Devil spirit had seemed to drift away. Comebacks from 2 goals down like this had not been witnessed in 3 years. The number 7 held legendary status at Manchester United, and now it was worn by a young player. Wow. The number 7 held legendary status at Manchester United, and now it was worn by a young player. For the devoted Red Army in the stands, this comeback victory represented something greater than just 3 points. It felt like a meaningful signal. They believed this young man might genuinely guide Manchester United out of their struggles and restore the glory of days past. Yet the happiest person was undoubtedly manager Mourinho. His excitement stemmed not only from the victory itself, but from defeating his longtime rival Guardiola. Throughout their previous encounters, Mourinho had suffered more losses than wins, nurturing a persistent competitive drive. In their 17th meeting, Mourinho finally claimed a hard-fought victory, a satisfaction evident across his face. The camera then shifted to Fan Kairui, whose condition revealed a striking contrast. Just moments before he was raising his arms in exuberant celebration, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the pitch. Having played the full 90 minutes, even his enhanced stamina had been completely depleted. Lying there gasping for breath, his sole thought was that his physical conditioning required further development. Sustaining a full 90-minute performance match after match demanded a substantially stronger physique. Mourinho had now collected most of his composure, exchanging handshakes with his staff before walking with a deliberately stern expression toward the opposing technical area. Guardiola observed this display with quiet amusement. Such thoughts remained unspoken, constrained by the professional decorum expected of a head coach. He maintained his composure, approached Mourinho with a gracious pat on the shoulder, exchanged formal congratulations, and then turned to return to his squad to offer words of comfort to his dejected players. Watching Guardiola walk away, Mourinho felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Fan Kairui was only beginning to catch his breath when his teammates had no intention of letting him rest. Several burly players led by Ibrahimovic immediately surrounded him. Without hesitation, they lifted his arms and legs in perfect coordination, counting 1, 2, 3 before tossing him high into the air. They caught him and threw him up again, repeating this several times. Fan Kairui felt completely disoriented, though he was secretly grateful he was not afraid of heights. Once they finished and set Fan Kairui back down, reporters from the mixed zone had already flooded in with cameras and microphones. The lenses focused directly on his face, and one particularly assertive reporter nearly poked him in the nose with a microphone boom. Fan Kairui furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. However, the reporter offered a sincere apology, and with the victory still exciting him, he decided not to dwell on it. At this point, Mourinho noticed Fan Kairui surrounded by reporters. He shook his head, knowing it was too late to intervene. But then he reconsidered. The young player, despite his age, handled situations with surprising maturity and should manage adequately. Even if the reporters managed to provoke a misstep, it would be a valuable learning experience for someone so young. Facing the array of microphones extended toward him, Fan Kairui responded instinctively, "I am thrilled. Absolutely overwhelmed with emotion. I hardly know what to say. First and foremost, I must thank all my teammates. Without their support, I would be nothing." The reporter nearby, hoping to extract some sensational quote, could only shake his head in frustration. He had completely underestimated the 17-year-old's diplomatic eloquence. Flashbulbs erupted continuously around him. Still adjusting to this level of media attention, Fan Kairui instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the overwhelming barrage of light. "Fan Kairui is truly a natural goal scorer," remarked one reporter between flashes. 2 appearances off the bench plus this start. He has netted 5 goals in 3 matches, already surpassing Ibrahimovic to top the scoring charts. It is absolutely incredible. Oh, perhaps he will be the one to steer the new Red Dynasty. Reporters in the mixed zone remained persistent, seeking another compelling angle. Mourinho approached with a smile, dismissing the questions entirely as he tossed a football to Fan Kairui. Fan Kairui caught it instinctively, his expression puzzled. "Your first career hat-trick," Mourinho explained. "Keep it as a memento." "Oh." Fan Kairui's face lit up with realization and a broad smile. "Thank you, boss." Ignoring the surrounding reporters, he cradled the football and made his way contentedly toward the players' tunnel near the southwest stand, already planning to preserve this meaningful keepsake. The Manchester United supporters in the stands erupted once more with deafening cheers, their collective roar threatening to shake the roof structure. Listening to the enthusiastic cheers of the fans, Fan Kairui gazed at the football in his arms, contemplating whether to toss it into the stands as a gift. Just then, Kevin De Bruyne, Manchester City's midfield maestro, approached with a smile and extended his right hand. "Hey Kairui, that was a splendid performance." Just a bit of luck, Fan Kairui replied, modestly shaking hands before adding with a light joke, though your luck seems to be on the other side today. The words were spoken in good humor. Of Fan Kairui's 3 goals, 2 were tap-ins from rebounds, while De Bruyne had struck the post 3 times throughout the match. Understanding the jest, De Bruyne casually handed over his removed jersey. I hope you'll be this fortunate next time we meet in the Manchester Derby. Fan Kairui removed his own jersey for the exchange, draping the Manchester City shirt over his left shoulder. You have nothing to worry about. I've never lacked luck since childhood. It was not truly about luck. By the time they met again in the second leg, his abilities would have grown considerably. Goals scored then would be purely a matter of skill. Besides, perhaps luck could be considered part of one's ability after all. With the camera focused on the two exchanging jerseys, commentator Jin Shankai spoke with growing excitement. Fan Kairui delivered a flawless performance today, earning the admiration of a star like De Bruyne. We hope he maintains this momentum and continues to delight Red Devil fans watching at home. At the post-match press conference, both Guardiola and Mourinho appeared calm, agreeing that the match was over and attention should turn forward. With the September international break approaching, followed by a stretch of double headers, no one had the inclination to dwell on the past. Press conferences at home and away alike held little drama. Yet the decisive factor of this match was 17-year-old Fan Kairui. Without him, there might have been little else to capture public interest. Beyond this, Manchester Derby, Fan Kairui had also shown in 2 earlier league substitutes appearances and the Community Shield, totaling 6 goals and 2 assists across 4 matches. To calculate further, 3 substitute appearances and 1 start spanning just 180 minutes, an average of 1 goal contribution every 22.5 minutes. Such efficiency was remarkable. Manchester United secured a 3-2 victory at home, but Mourinho's attention had already shifted toward their old club Chelsea. Though they had taken 3 points and a positive goal difference, the lead was not secure. Should Chelsea deliver a convincing away win against Swansea, Connie's side could overtake them at the summit. Fortunately, Swansea fought valiantly at home, even taking the lead at one stage. Diego Costa's goal ultimately secured only a draw for Chelsea. This result suited Mourinho perfectly. With their direct rival Manchester City defeated, and Chelsea drawing, his Manchester United stood alone at the top of the table with 12 points. A cause for satisfaction, certainly. Yet Mourinho merely glanced at the results without lingering, for his focus was already on the upcoming UEFA Europa League group stage opener, a away fixture against Feyenoord in the Netherlands. Fan Kairui, however, bore no such burden. Per UEFA regulations, having represented Ajax in the Champions League qualifiers at season's start, he was ineligible to compete in the Europa League after the club's relegation unless re-registered in the second half of the season. For Mourinho, this proved advantageous. It allowed Fan Kairui to concentrate fully on league fixtures. A coach of Mourinho's caliber had not managed a Europa League campaign in some time. His last encounter with the competition came during the 2002-2003 season with Porto, when it was still called the UEFA Cup, now renamed the Europa League. Coincidentally, he guided that Porto side to the championship title. For many elite clubs, this competition holds limited appeal, drawing less attention and offering smaller prize money. However, since the reform 2 years prior, the Europa League champion earns automatic qualification for the following season's Champions League, motivating participating teams to invest more resources. After all, for clubs not considered among the absolute elite, reaching the Champions League proper remains a formidable challenge. Mourinho's initial plan at Manchester United was to allow the squad time to blend with the board, placing no immediate pressure on results. Yet as a top-tier manager, he had no intention of relinquishing any competition casually. Regardless of its perceived value, the Europa League remained UEFA's second most prestigious tournament, with its champions securing direct Champions League entry, a prudent safety net. Since Fan Kairui could not participate in the Europa League group stage, he could devote himself entirely to the league. By the second half of the season, he should have fully adapted to the demanding rhythm of professional football. The league title called to mind, and the Europa League, unseen for 13 years, was another horizon he wished to explore. Fan Kairui's standout display in the Manchester Derby had stirred not only European football circles, but also ignited fervent praise back home. Media outlets described him as a fusion of Pelé and Maradona, as though the future of world football had already inscribed his name upon it. Sports Weekly Football Report, along with major Chinese sports platforms, including Tencent Sports, Sina Sports, and NetEase Sports, all featured headlines showcasing him wearing Manchester United's iconic number 7 jersey. Given his Chinese heritage was already well known, the wave of domestic admiration grew ever stronger, each tribute surpassing the last. Still, a player capable of a hat-trick certainly deserved such acclaim. Football may be a team sport, yet someone must always stand out. And in that match, that person was undoubtedly Fan Kairui. Victory makes a hero, and he had single-handedly found the net 3 times, claiming the starring role beyond dispute. The protagonist himself simply smiled, neither dwelling on it, nor taking it too seriously, occasionally appearing on the Donquidi forum. Since his earlier posts had been confirmed, authentic many fans had followed him. Now even the smallest activity on his account could generate pages of comments. This wave of attention also reached across the ocean. Winnie Sophia, who had returned to Columbia University, found her classmates frequently discussing the Manchester Derby and the Prodigy named Fan Kairui. She retained an impression of the young man primarily because he had once given her a banana. Their WhatsApp conversations had revolved almost entirely around that fruit, with little else exchanged, somewhere between acquaintance and casual friend. After all, she had always preferred boys who played basketball. Yet surrounded by constant references, she gradually found herself searching for news about Fan Kairui on her own. Reading through the extravagant reports, she furrowed her brow, slightly hardly able to believe it. Is he truly that exceptional? 22 people chasing a single ball. It hardly seems as captivating as basketball. With that thought, she set the newspaper aside and turned to basketball highlight reels. But moments later, almost inexplicably, she picked up the Sports Illustrated copy once more and tucked it into her bag. Fan Kairui's emergence naturally drew the gaze of numerous football legends. Manchester United legend Ryan Giggs took to Twitter to declare him a player of immense promise, certain to be a cornerstone of the club's revival. David Beckham, enjoying his vacation, also shared the club's official congratulatory post, offering his own well wishes and optimistic outlook for the young talent. Ronaldo, known as the Alien, specifically noticed that Fan Kairui's second goal employed his signature technique, the elastico flick. Studying the fluid execution, Ronaldo's eyebrows rose slightly. The technique was not merely accurate. In fact, Fan Kairui's version proved even more deceptive than his own. The concern lay in the strain such moves place on the knee's cruciate ligaments. Ronaldo's own career had fallen short of its full potential largely due to devastating cruciate injuries. Those catastrophic knee injuries stemmed directly from his frequent use of the elastico. For the past decade, the football world had belonged to Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, and now both entered the twilight of their primes. Players like Gareth Bale, Neymar, and Eden Hazard had proven unable to truly carry the torch forward. It was Fan Kairui's emergence that offered Ronaldo a glimmer of renewed hope. He considered whether he ought to find an opportunity to offer the rising star some word of caution. Zinedine Zidane, currently managing Real Madrid, also expressed his admiration in an interview, joking that he hoped President Florentino Perez might persuade the club to sign him. With Zidane leading the chatter about potential recruitment, managers from other clubs joined in the teasing speculation. After all, everyone harbors dreams. What if one truly came true? At that moment, Manchester United's official Twitter and Facebook accounts appropriately appeared, promptly announcing Fan Kairui is not for sale. The Europa League matches were scheduled one day after the Champions League fixtures on Thursday evenings. With Premier League games remaining on weekends, United players involved in Europe would have one fewer day to prepare for league action. Without Europa League group stage obligations, Fan Kairui naturally became Mourinho's strategic asset for league campaigns. Champions League matches aired in the local evening, allowing viewers to watch without staying up late. But Fan Kairui chose not to follow the live broadcast. Not because he already knew the outcome from his previous life, but rather because he wished to continue warming their connection with Winnie Sophia across the Pacific, using bananas as their shared topic. Bananas in Manchester. Grandmother Fan Whaley, though over 70, maintained a youthful mindset and navigated mobile games more skillfully than many young people. Following her grandson Fan Kairui's suggestions, she periodically recorded short videos to send his way, and so their exchanges continued regularly. Turning back to the matches themselves, across the two-day Champions League group stage opening round, several impressive scorelines emerged. Barcelona's 7-0 demolition of Celtic at home stood as the largest margin, closely followed by Borussia Dortmund, who poured 6 past Legia Warsaw away from home. The United squad arrived in Rotterdam a day early, though that was Wednesday morning, for the second Champions League matchday. Without Europa League duties, Fan Kairui remained behind in Manchester. Rather than resting, he sought out additional conditioning work. Manager Mourinho had long noted his stamina required improvement and arranged a specialized training program to handle the demanding schedule ahead. Physical fitness could not be built overnight. Fan Kairui understood this well, so he looked forward to completing more achievements, accumulating attribute points, and then investing them entirely into his stamina stat. The mere thought brought a quiet smile to his face. After his transfer to Manchester United, he had a few days off, which interrupted his streak of extra training sessions. Restarting his routine, he was just 5 days away from reaching a full month of continuous training, and he was determined to push through. 5 attribute points, if all allocated to physical fitness, would give him far more confidence in the Premier League. Meanwhile, Manchester United's opening group stage match of the Europa League away at Feyenoord kicked off on schedule. Fan Kairui stayed home in front of the television that evening to watch the live broadcast. Manager Mourinho had made significant changes to the lineup for this match. The formation remained 4-2-3-1, Romero in goal, Rojo, Smalling, Bailey, and Darmian defending, Herrera and Schneiderlin as double pivot, Martial, Pogba, and Mata supporting, with Ibrahimovic leading the line. Compared to his strongest 11, this lineup lacked a certain edge. However, Mourinho felt the team was in good form and believed securing an away victory over Feyenoord should be manageable. Yet when the final whistle blew, the 1-0 scoreline offered little comfort. Feyenoord, listed first as the home side, had defeated the visiting Manchester United. Sitting before his television, Fan Kairui could speak with authority on this match. Manchester United had chances, plenty of them. They registered over 20 shots throughout the match, but failed to score once. What did this mean? a remarkably poor shot-to-goal conversion rate. Ibrahimovic had netted 4 goals across 4 league matches prior, his efficiency, second only to Fan Kairui's 3 goals in 2 games. And precisely because of that, Ibrahimovic silence in this match only reinforced how vital 17-year-old Fan Kairui had become to the current Manchester United side. Without Fan Kairui, Manchester United might well have suffered a second consecutive defeat. Following the away loss, the entire squad departed for Manchester overnight, eager to prepare for the weekend's Premier League fixture against Watford. From a stunning 3-2 comeback victory over Manchester City to a 0-1 disappointing loss to Feyenoord, Mourinho's emotions had swung like a roller coaster ride. He was a manager driven by the pursuit of victory, and defeat held no place in his philosophy. Still, a loss early in the season carried less consequence than one at its conclusion, and it served as a useful lesson to remind his players. Manchester United's defeat to the Dutch side Feyenoord prompted immediate criticism from British media, who argued the previous 4 victories had been fortunate and that the team's true nature had now been exposed. Major European outlets similarly analyzed that the root of Manchester United's struggles lay in their lack of consistent attacking options. Coincidentally, manager Mourinho shared this very assessment. The team's attack currently relied heavily on Ibrahimovic and Fan Kairui. If either were neutralized in a crucial match, the consequences would be severe. Fortunately, this weakness had surfaced early rather than at a decisive moment later in the campaign. Before long, Premier League match day 5 arrived, and the standout fixture was naturally Chelsea, hosting Liverpool at home. After 90 minutes of end-to-end football, Liverpool's Lovren and Henderson scored to secure a 2-1 away victory over a still-developing Chelsea side. With a key competitor defeated, Manchester United's squad gathered additional motivation, determined to restore their reputation in the league after the Europa League setback. That round, United supporters also watched closely as Manchester City hosted Bournemouth at home. Unfortunately for them, City were not to stumble. Having lost the previous week, they treated Bournemouth as a punching bag and secured a comfortable 4-0 victory. On the afternoon of September 17th local time, Watford welcomed league leaders Manchester United to their home stadium. Fan Kairui, who had not travelled to Rotterdam midweek, indeed appeared in Manchester United's starting lineup. Manchester United fans worldwide awaited the match with great anticipation. Since Fan Kairui's hat-trick in the Manchester Derby, supporters had believed the club could rely on this rising star to guide them to steady victories. Fan Kairui did not disappoint those watching at home. He set up Rashford's goal in the first half, and in the second period he continued his impressive personal form. Receiving a pass from Rooney on the left flank, he drove past 2 defenders into the penalty area. Facing Watford's right centre-back catch, he made a direct choice, cutting inside with a burst of acceleration, then curling a precise shot around the goalkeeper into the far corner. The score became 2-0. With a 2-goal lead, Mourinho grew more comfortable and began considering tactical adjustments. Fan Kairui, whose energy levels had noticeably declined, was the natural first substitution. Just when victory seemed assured, no one expected Watford's substitute Sonigo and captain Diagne to strike back in the closing stages of the second half, leveling the score at 2-2. When the final whistle sounded, the broadcast cameras focused on Mourinho on the sidelines. He shook his head in quiet frustration, likely regretting the decision to remove Fan Kairui so soon. Strange as it may seem, since Martial replaced Fan Kairui, Watford seemed to find renewed energy, pressing Manchester United with wave after wave of attacks. The camera then cut to Fan Kairui on the bench. New sports commentator Jean Shankai remarked, "Mourinho should not have substituted such informed talent. Even if he was tiring, his presence on the pitch remained a constant threat. On a larger scale, he has become the spiritual pillar of this Manchester United side. With him playing, the team carries the true fighting spirit of the Red Devils." Mourinho understood this principle well. But Fan Kairui was only 17 years old. It would be unfair to place the hopes of an entire team upon a boy so young. This was Mourinho's first season managing Manchester United and Fan Kairui's first year in the Premier League. The manager reasoned that letting the young player adapt gradually was wise, with something special to come in the following season. If Fan Kairui had known about these thoughts, he might have reassured his manager. Manchester United's 4-game winning streak ended with a late equalizer from Watford, leaving their 5th consecutive victory out of reach. Mourinho's substitution immediately drew criticism from numerous media outlets, who felt the most dangerous player on the pitch should have remained on the field regardless of fatigue. However, Mourinho was no stranger to such scrutiny and paid it little mind. Most Manchester United supporters expressed little disagreement either. Fan Kairui's limited stamina was evident, and any coach would have protected him in similar circumstances given his youth. A league season was a marathon, not a sprint, and there was no need to risk injury to a young player for the sake of a single victory. Following this draw, Manchester United's league position remained unchanged, but their advantage over Manchester City shrank to a single point. Notably, Chelsea's loss to Liverpool dropped them to 5th place. Meanwhile, Liverpool's Everton side sat in second, 4 goals behind United on goal difference, with 4 wins and 1 draw. With the Premier League match day 5 complete, the League Cup began. Manchester United's opponent that round was Northampton, a team of modest quality, so Mourinho fielded a mixed side blending first-team players with substitutes and youth academy prospects. Even so, Manchester United won 3-1 away through overall superiority, advancing comfortably. Absolute stars like Fan Kairui and Ibrahimovic did not travel to the match. All their focus was reserved for the upcoming difficult league match at home against defending champions Leicester City. United's clash with Leicester was the earliest fixture of the round and naturally drew the attention of all observers. Beyond the fact that their opponent were the reigning title holders, the pressure was immense, given how closely Manchester City, Everton, Chelsea, Tottenham, Liverpool, and Arsenal were chasing in the table. The one positive development for Manchester United was that Chelsea and Arsenal faced each other that round. Regardless of the result between them, the outcome could create an opportunity for United and other contenders. Of course, the ideal scenario would have been a draw between the two. But all of this depended on Manchester United first defeating Leicester City themselves. Mourinho had actually begun preparing for this Leicester match following the Watford draw, fully aware that this fixture allowed no room for error. Among the title rivals, Manchester City traveled to face Swansea, while Tottenham hosted Middlesbrough. Both were expected to collect their 3 points without difficulty. As the opening match of the round, the pressure was considerable. 1 hour before kickoff, both starting 11s were announced on the Premier League official website. Fan Kairui and Ibrahimovic, both in excellent recent form, retained their places in the starting lineup. Mata replaced Rooney with Lingard on the right wing, and Pogba partnered Herrera in central midfield. The defense featured Blind, Smalling, Bailey, and Valencia, with De Gea between the posts. Leicester City's lineup remained largely unchanged from the Community Shield encounter earlier in the season. Schmeichel in goal of Fuchs, Huth, Morgan, and Simpson defending, Albrighton, Drinkwater, Amahit, and Mahrez in midfield, with Vardy and Slimani forming the striking partnership. Glancing at Leicester's lineup, Mourinho allowed himself a faint smile. He had already studied this team thoroughly. The referee's whistle blew and Old Trafford erupted into a roaring wave of sound. The match had begun. Ibrahimovic laid the ball back and Fan Kairui took it forward with pace, accelerating quickly. But Leicester's players would not allow him such ease. They had not forgotten their defeat in the Community Shield. Vardy rushed forward too eagerly and was beaten cleanly by Fan Kairui's change of direction. Midfielder Amahit reached out to grab his shirt while Mahrez slid in with a tackle. The ball was won, but referee Mike Dean's whistle also sounded. Although the run did not produce a shot, the Manchester United supporters in the stands were delighted, chanting in unison, "Kairui, Kairui, Kairui." Many veteran fans watching him carry the ball forward felt transported back to seasons past. Yet compared to the Portuguese talent of those earlier days, this young player's composure and decision-making appeared even steadier, inspiring greater confidence. Mourinho also offered a round of applause toward the pitch. After observing for a while, he found that Fan Kairui's penetrating choices were mostly sound, maximizing the attacking threat, so there was no need to force adjustments during training. After about 10 minutes of play, Manchester United, competing at home, gradually pushed forward. Leicester City dropped back as a unit, compressing space, and Fan Kairui found little room to break through on the wing, so he focused on delivering crosses for now. At that moment, Pogba played the ball through to the center. Fan Kairui caught the idea, and facing defender Simpson, he feigned a pass, slipped the ball past with a quick wrist turn, and then lofts a precise curving cross into the penalty area. Ibrahimovic, retreating under pressure, held off Morgan and managed a powerful header. But the shot was brilliantly saved by Schmeichel, who threw himself across the goal line. A corner kick. Mata walked casually toward the corner flag area. Fan Kairui, however, jogged over, picked up the ball, and handed it to Mata, gesturing for a quick restart. Leicester City's defenders hesitated, caught off guard by the substitution. By the time they tried to close him down, Mata had already received the ball and played a short return pass to Fan Kairui, who was jogging back onto the field. Before receiving the ball, Fan Kairui glanced toward the penalty area, and without stopping it, struck another cross immediately. The ball flew at tremendous speed, arcing across the face of the goal. Ibrahimovic and Morgan were both unable to reach the near post. In the middle, Pogba and Huth collided, and the ball slipped past them. Shawcross, arriving at the far post unmarked, launched himself fully from the 6-yard line and drove a powerful header toward the top corner of the net. Too close for Schmeichel to react, he could only turn and watch as the ball crashed into the back of the net. Mourinho had frowned slightly at the quick corner idea, but the moment the ball hit the net, his stern expression melted into an animated fist pump of celebration. The boy truly has a clever mind. Shawcross, exhilarated by the goal, sprinted toward Fan Kairui with arms wide and embraced him warmly. This goal owed much of its success to Fan Kairui's delivery. Fan Kairui. Another assist from Fan Kairui. Line, said the voice of Lineker reverbed through the commentary box. Take a look at his numbers this season. How many of United's goals are directly linked to him? Over half. Unbelievable, he is only 17 years old. Another commentator added. Who could have imagined this at the start of the season? Many once thought he might be another underperformer, but now. He is simply extraordinary. On the pitch, Fan Kairui stood in place, smiling as teammates gathered to congratulate him. With that goal, Leicester City, now trailing away from home, could no longer afford to sit deep and defend. To find an equalizer, they were forced to push their shape forward. But doing so opened up even more space for Fan Kairui to exploit, leaving another goal a constant threat. Yet Ranieri and his players had no better option, given they were behind on the scoreboard. Leicester City looked to capitalize on the pace of Vardy and Mahrez, but Mourinho adjusted swiftly, immediately severing the connection between the two. In the 19th minute, Herrera stripped the ball from Mahrez on the side. Manchester United transitioned from defense to attack, and Herrera saw Mata making a forward run, lifting his voice to clear the path. Mata played a sharp through ball that skidded along the turf toward the right half space of Leicester City. At the same moment, Ibrahimovic angled a run from the center circle toward the left half space to chase it down. Fan Kairui, originally positioned on the left flank, suddenly accelerated and cut diagonally into the central channel Ibrahimovic had opened. Amartey reached out to pull him back, but was unable to make contact. Every Manchester United supporter in the stands rose to their feet, eyes locked onto Fan Kairui, barely glancing at Ibrahimovic chasing the ball alongside. Fan Kairui broke into a full sprint, slipping past one defender after another like a swift current. Morgan had to stay fixed on the ball carrier Ibrahimovic, while the slower Huth found himself drifting further and further behind as he tried to track Fan Kairui. Worse still, the stretched distance created large gaps between Manchester United's passing lanes. Though Age had taken some of his pace, Ibrahimovic dragged the ball back with a sharp touch. Morgan dared not rush and, still breathing heavily from the earlier sprint, and was forced to maintain distance. Ibrahimovic spotted Fan Kairui's run and delivered a sweeping long pass with his right foot across the field. Huth jumped to intercept, but could only watch as the ball sailed past him and the roar of Old Trafford erupted. Fan Kairui cushioned the ball onto his chest, maintaining his momentum as he carried it into the penalty area. Schmeichel had no choice but to come out. Already unnerved by conceding twice to Fan Kairui in the Community Shield, he barked loudly to steady his nerves. Inside the box, Fan Kairui eased his pace and adjusted with quick small steps, keeping his eyes on Schmeichel's position. When the distance closed to 2 or 3 meters, he struck suddenly. The feint drew Schmeichel sprawling outward with arms spread wide in an attempt to cut the angle. Fan Kairui smiled, feathering a delicate chip with the tip of his right foot at the last possible moment. His innate sense of touch served him perfectly, every movement guided by instinct and control. The home faithful watched clearly as the ball floated over Schmeichel's outstretched form and settled into the empty net. Goal. Andy Gray stretched the word dramatically from the commentary desk, his colleague forcing his voice louder to be heard over him. A textbook Mourinho counterattack. From defense to attack in a single pass. Fan Kairui did not disappoint, slotting home a composed finish. The score is now 2-0. Goal. Goal. Hoved voice rose sharply. Fan Kairui has pierced Schmeichel's net once again, extending Manchester United's lead. After scoring, Fan Kairui sprinted toward Ibrahimovic and the two embraced and laughed together. He then turned toward the camera and performed a playful dance he had learned from Lingard, lighting up the atmosphere around him. Though Fan Kairui's movements lacked Lingard's smoothness, his enthusiastic coordination only drew more amusement from the crowd. A wave of laughter rolled through the stands. Even Mourinho was drawn into the moment, raising his arms and cheering in celebration of the swift counterattack he had built. One precise pass had transformed defense into attack. Fan Kairui's chipped finish had been cool and precise, fulfilling the final touch flawlessly. But on the other side, Leicester City felt the weight of the situation deeply. The camera panned to the opposition, where Vardy and Mahrez hung their heads in silence. At the touchline, Ranieri looked older than he had the previous season. Less than 20 minutes had passed, and already the scoreboard read 2-0 against his side. He cast a glance toward Fan Kairui, who was celebrating with his teammates, and sighed, quietly shaking his head. Leicester City had faced internal tensions throughout the season. After their surprise title win the previous year, several players and their agents had pushed for salary increases. But the club was not a wealthy powerhouse, unable to meet every demand. When the board refused to allow key starters to leave during the summer window, some within the dressing room grew resentful, believing that if raises were not an option, transfers should at least be permitted the way Kante had been allowed to depart. With neither side satisfied, the atmosphere within the squad had grown uneasy. Ranieri let out a long breath and then steadied himself, turning to call instructions toward the pitch, urging his players to regroup and seek a way back into the match. There was no need for the manager to say much. The Leicester City players understood what was required. Dissatisfaction with the club's hierarchy was one thing, but on the field the duty remained the same. Unless hope was entirely gone, they would continue to compete. Leicester City pushed forward in search of a response, but this very move played directly into Mourinho's hands. Fan Kairui's speed, close control, and refined finishing made him a constant danger, supplied by Pogba and Mata behind him, and supported by Ibrahimovic up front, who could hold the ball and create space. Counterattacking opportunities emerged effortlessly. Mourinho felt that at this rate the defending champions could be dismantled before halftime. The cheers at Old Trafford rose in alternating waves. Leicester City threatened for a spell, but each attempt fell just short of De Gea's reliable reach. Once their momentum faded, Manchester United reclaimed control of the game. The trailing visitors were forced back into their own half to defend. Ranieri stood on the touchline, brows knit, searching for a solution that did not yet present itself. At the other end, Manchester United's attacking edge had softened slightly, because Fan Kairui was being marked more tightly. By the 36th minute, Fan Kairui and Lingard exchanged positions, with Fan Kairui moving to the right flank. The sudden shift caught Leicester City's defensive line off balance. Mata receiving the ball on the right half space accelerated forward while Ibrahimovic's back to goal drifted right and drew Morgan with him. Fan Kairui seized the moment, slipping diagonally behind Ibrahimovic into the central penalty area and planting his back firmly against Huth. Mata did not dwell on the ball and played a horizontal pass toward Pogba in the middle. Pogba met the ball without pause and curled a lofted pass over the top, accurately directed toward the heart of the penalty area. Fan Kairui leaned his hips back to meet the ball, simultaneously angling his left elbow to shield position from the taller Huth. Within the box, Huth could not risk a reckless challenge, and instead pressed close with his body, preventing Fan Kairui from turning. With his back to goal, scoring directly was nearly impossible. But Fan Kairui never intended to shoot himself. From his periphery, he caught sight of Mata drifting diagonally from the right half space toward the penalty spot, ghosting into space. Fan Kairui raised his right foot and gently guided the ball sideways with the outside of his instep, setting up the assist with perfect timing. Mata, unmarked, adjusted his steps mid-stride and unleashed a powerful strike with the instep of his left foot, connecting cleanly with the lower middle portion of the ball. A solid resonant thud. The ball rocketed toward the far corner of the goal like a cannon shot. Schmeichel reacted with exceptional speed, but the distance was too short and the ball too fast. He managed only a desperate fingertip touch, unable to alter the trajectory as the ball brushed past the inside of the left post and into the net. 3-0. The numbers on the scoreboard sent a wave of despair through every Leicester City player. Yet this was not the final chapter of the first half. In the 43rd minute, Blind delivered a precise corner kick. Pogba rose powerfully at the near post, narrowly ahead of his marker, and drove a fierce header into the net. 4-0. The camera immediately cut to Ranieri standing near the Leicester City technical area. The same manager who had guided his side to a miraculous title the previous season now wore an expression of quiet resignation. Fan Kairui understood that this match reflected Manchester United's season so far. At the start of the second half, the team naturally eased their intensity, focusing on possession and circulation. Leading by 4 goals, there was little urgency to push further. Mourinho had learned his lesson. Last time he had substituted off Fan Kairui too early and Watford had equalized. This time, he was more cautious, waiting until the 75th minute before bringing Martial on to replace him. Fan Kairui saw his number flash on the substitution board, gave a small shake of his head, and said nothing further. 3 days ago, he had poured all 5 earned attribute points into stamina, pushing his rating to 77. He felt fine and was confident he could run a full 90 minutes. But Mourinho never could have guessed the boy's physical condition would improve so noticeably in just a week. The final score stood at 4-1 with Leicester City snatching a consolation goal in stoppage time. Smalling tripped Gray inside the box and gifted a penalty, which Andy Kim converted. Mourinho's expression darkened instantly. He would have much rather accepted a 3-0 defeat than witnessed such careless surrender at the back. The planned day off for the squad was now cancelled. The players felt a touch of frustration, but football is a collective sport, and no one could place the blame solely on Smalling. The most disappointed was De Gea, whose contract carried a clean sheet bonus. Still, conceding a goal was natural enough, and the squad simply moved past it. With the victory, Manchester United climbed to the top of the table 1 point ahead of Manchester City. Fans were already looking ahead to the next round, hoping Tottenham could hold City at home. The following day, the team trained as usual in preparation for the Europa League. Mourinho watched from the sideline for a while, then nudged Faria. "Rui, don't you think Kairui has been running exceptionally well lately? Perhaps even more than one." Faria followed his gaze and spotted Fan Kairui doing shuttle runs, sweat dripping steadily from his brow. He smiled. Young players naturally have better stamina, and with the extra training Mourinho gave him, overtaking one isn't surprising. Is that so? Mourinho narrowed his eyes, studying Fan Kairui for a moment longer. But this improvement, it's just too rapid. Soon the Europa League group stage arrived, with Manchester United hosting Sola at home. Having lost to Feyenoord in the previous round, they could not afford to drop points again. Mourinho rotated several positions, bringing Romero in for De Gea, while Rojo and Mencia both started. Fan Kairui was not named in the squad and could only watch from the stands. Yet the team looked disjointed from the outset. Without him on the left flank, neither Rashford nor Martial could replicate their earlier penetration and shooting threat, and the tactical plan simply did not come together. United dominated possession but struggled to create genuine chances. In the first half, they held 70% of the ball, yet registered not a single meaningful shot. Meanwhile, the opposition launched 3 counterattacks, 2 of which came on target, and only Romero's outstanding saves kept the score level. It had become evident to everyone how significant Fan Kairui's presence was. The deadlock dragged on until the 69th minute, when substitute Rooney provided an assist and Ibrahimovic tapped in the decisive goal. 1-0, and that was all United managed. Mourinho certainly did not want the team to rely solely on Fan Kairui and Ibrahimovic for goals, but in the present circumstances they were the only dependable sources of threat. Fan Kairui was still young, and his responsibilities would only grow heavier in the seasons ahead. Ibrahimovic, meanwhile, was 35 and would turn 36 next season. His age meant his playing time had to be managed carefully, for no one could afford the risk of injury. At least they had secured a win in the Europa League, allowing Mourinho a moment of relief. Had they failed to take points in 2 consecutive group matches, the journalists who constantly looked for flaws would have spared no criticism regardless of their league position. He himself did not mind, but the club's hierarchy lacked footballing understanding and tended to panic at the first rumor. Fortunately, the Europa League opponents were not particularly strong, and with full concentration progressing from the group should pose little difficulty. After the Europa League fixture, Manchester United immediately refocused on the league, the 7th round against Stoke City at home. Having not played midweek, Fan Kairui was fresh, and Mourinho felt confident about securing all 3 points against the visitors. But the night before the league match, Fan Kairui received an unexpected phone call. "Hello, Kairui. This is Danny Blind, coach of the Netherlands national team, Daly's father." Fan Kairui immediately furrowed his brow upon hearing the introduction. "Hello, Uncle Danny. What can I do for you?" Given the caller identified himself, Fan Kairui could already guess what this was about. The October international break was approaching, and the senior blind was calling personally. There was only one reason for such a call. The old coach's voice came clearly through the receiver. "By procedure, I need to ask whether you would be willing to represent the Netherlands in next month's World Cup qualifiers." Fan Kairui fell silent. He had indeed considered playing for the Netherlands once to fulfill his grandmother's dream, but now that the opportunity had genuinely arrived, he found himself hesitating. FIFA regulations were clear: once a player represented a national team in an official match, he could not switch allegiances. One side carried his grandmother's hopes, while the other held a personal barrier within his heart. He did not know how to choose, accept or decline. Senior Blind, assuming he was simply overwhelmed with emotion, continued with a warm smile. "Everyone can see your quality. Next month we travel to the Stade de France to face France, and the team needs players like you who can drive forward." Fan Kairui closed his eyes and sighed softly, still unable to respond. Senior Blind waited a moment, his brows twitching slightly, as if piecing something together, then asked cautiously, "Kairu, do you not wish to play for the Netherlands in the qualifiers?" As the Netherlands manager, of course, he kept abreast of developments in world football. Fan Kairui's news regarding his Tianqiao heritage had reached him, but he did not believe the young man could ever represent Tianqiao. Tianqiao did not recognize dual nationality. Fan Kairui had been born in the Netherlands and held a Dutch passport, which effectively meant he had renounced his Tianqiao citizenship. Without citizenship, how could he play for Tianqiao? Moreover, in world football, players with dual nationality making a choice was a common occurrence, and he had seen far too many such dilemmas to be surprised. Fan Kairui's voice carried a slight dryness. "Uncle Danny, to be honest, I truly wish to play for the Netherlands and fulfill Grandma's dream. But, He hesitated mid-sentence, then shifted his words. "Could you give me some time to think about it?" Senior Blind paused, his tone remaining gentle. "Very well, I will give you time. But I hope to hear a positive answer before the international window next month." "Agreed." "Understood. Goodbye, Uncle Danny." After hanging up, Fan Kairui held his phone and stared blankly for a while. The day passed quickly and Manchester United faced Stoke City at Old Trafford. Fan Kairui was clearly affected by his inner turmoil. His performance on the pitch was distracted and his errors increased noticeably. He nearly allowed Shaqiri to steal the ball and launch a counterattack. Mourinho's brows knitted tightly on the sideline. What was troubling the boy? He had looked sharp in training just days earlier, yet on match day, he performed so differently. Even the supporters in the stands could not understand what was happening. Jean Xiangkai, the commentator for New Sports, spoke with a grave tone. "What is going on with Fan Kairui today? His form has dropped significantly. He did not play in the Europa League midweek, so there should be no fatigue involved." With Fan Kairui's creativity dimmed, Manchester United's entire attack descended into chaos, losing all the momentum they had displayed in earlier league rounds. By the 6th minute of the second half, Fan Kairui still had not shaken off his poor form. Mourinho shook his head and substituted him, bringing on Rashford. What Mourinho wanted to know most was what had weighed on the boy's mind. After noticing his poor form, Mourinho pulled Fan Kairui to the sideline and lowered his voice. "Kairui, what's wrong? Is something on your mind?" "Actually, nothing major." Fan Kairui scratched his head. "It's just a rather difficult choice that I need to think through carefully." "What kind of choice?" "This." "Uncle Jose, I'm not quite ready to discuss it yet." Mourinho patted his shoulder and did not press further, only asking, "Would you like a couple of days off to clear your head?" No need." Fan Kairui waved his hand and turned back to the substitutes bench. Assistant coach Faria approached and exchanged a glance with Mourinho. "Jose, what's going on with him?" "I have no idea either." Mourinho glanced toward the bench, then smiled. "Kairui is handsome. My guess. Perhaps 2 lovely girls are waiting for him to make a decision." Faria burst into laughter, wearing an expression of knowing understanding. "Indeed, that looks is truly enviable." After Fan Kairui was substituted off, Manchester United's attack flowed somewhat more smoothly, though it still lacked the dominant force they had shown in recent matches. Stoke City defended with discipline and did not afford United many opportunities. After 90 minutes, neither side could find the net, and the match ended in a goalless draw. Manchester United's unexpected draw left Mourinho and the fans assuming Manchester City must have won their match, meaning the top spot might be lost. To everyone's surprise, Tottenham defeated Manchester City 2-0 at home, thanks to a Kolarov own goal and a strike from Ali. As a result, Manchester United extended their lead over City to 2 points and remained at the summit of the table. Back at the hotel, Fan Kairui received a call from his grandmother. Without preamble, she asked, "Kairui, your performance today was off. Is something troubling you?" His grandmother was the only family he had in this world, and Fan Kairui did not hide everything from her. Instead, he posed the matter as a lighthearted question. "Grandma, if I could represent the Netherlands in World Cup qualifiers, would you be very happy?" "Kairui." His grandmother paused. "You are hesitating about whether to accept the Netherlands Football Association's invitation, aren't you?" Fan Valerie had weathered far greater storms in her life and possessed far richer experience than her grandson. She guessed the situation almost entirely correct upon hearing his words. "Grandma, how did you know? Haha, you are my grandson. How could I not read your thoughts?" Fan Valerie chuckled softly, but her tone turned earnest. "To be honest, Grandma certainly wishes to see you in the orange jersey, but that is only my own desire. You are your own person and should not be guided solely by my wishes. Whatever path you choose in the future, you will always be my grandson, and my support for you will never change." After hearing these words from his grandmother, Fan Kairui felt an indescribable weight in his heart. Was he being too selfish? Having entered this body, should he not have fulfilled his duties and shouldered his responsibilities properly? His grandmother truly loved him as her own grandson, but had he truly treated her as his real grandmother? It seemed that somehow something was always missing. "Kairui, Kairui." Having received no response for a long while, Fan Valerie called out with concern. "Grandma, I'm listening." Fan Kairui took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. If his grandmother could be so selfless, why could not he be the same? He said firmly, "Grandma, I have made my decision. I will represent the Netherlands in the World Cup qualifiers. I promise that in 2 years you will see me celebrating on the World Cup stage." "Carrie, you really do not need to worry about Grandma. My only wish now is that you are happy every day. Whatever decision you make, Grandma supports it, so do not change your mind for my sake, do you understand?" These words struck Fan Kairui's heart like a gentle whip. Grandma's love was selfless. Could he not do something for her as well? His thoughts kept drifting back to Tianzhou, wanting to contribute to its football. But he did not necessarily have to wear that red jersey. In another way, he could still prove that Tianzhou people could play football well. With this realization, his thoughts became suddenly clear. He spoke softly. "Grandma, you are the dearest person to me in this world. By the way, do you remember what I told you when I was 11? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Fan Valerie's memories suddenly drifted back to the summer of 2010 at the Soccer City Stadium in Johannesburg. It was the World Cup final between the Netherlands and Spain. The Dutch team had missed several chances and ultimately fell to Iniesta's last-minute winner. In the stands, she and the surrounding Dutch fans were all in tears. Spain's captain Casillas lifted the trophy high, and the entire stadium erupted in celebration. Tears streamed down her face as well, yet she vaguely heard her grandson Fan Kairui beside her say something. That very sentence she still remembered clearly to this day. Fan Kairui said into the phone, "Grandma, rest assured. I will definitely play football with all my might in the future, represent the Netherlands in the World Cup, and shatter that crownless king's title. I want to be the world champion, and you will be the champions, Grandma." Before Fan Valerie could respond, Fan Kairui chimed in with a smile, "Grandma, I am your own grandson. Your wish is my wish. Besides, I swore at my parents' graves. You would not want me being chased and beaten by them in my dreams, would you? Silly child, why go to such lengths?" Grandma sighed. Fan Kairui's voice was bright and cheerful. "Grandma, I will always be your pride." He then changed the subject, asking, "Oh, Grandma, how is Banana doing lately? Has she been dewormed? Not causing any trouble, I hope?" After hanging up, Fan Kairui did not hesitate and immediately called Danny Blind. "Uncle Danny, I have decided. I will represent the Netherlands in the World Cup qualifiers." Danny Blind chuckled on the other end. "Son, you will thank yourself for this decision one day." But he quickly added, "However, the call-up faxes for the international break have already been sent out, and the roster has been submitted, so you will miss the match against Belarus. But you should be fine for the next game against France. I will send you the training location later. Report tomorrow afternoon, okay?" "No problem, Uncle Danny." Fan Kairui replied promptly. Less than 2 minutes after hanging up, a text message arrived. Holland Football Development Centrum training base on the outskirts of Amsterdam. A regular spot for the Netherlands national team. The October international break was longer than September's, so 2 qualifying matches were scheduled. Manchester United manager Mourinho originally wanted Fan Kairui to rest for 2 days, then train with the U18 team to adjust his condition. But early the next morning, he received a fax from the Royal Dutch Football Association, so the plan had to change. Once the international break arrived, the media were all focused on their respective national teams. When Fan Kairui appeared at the Holland base the next noon, the local Dutch media were all stunned. They clearly remembered that Fan Kairui was not on this roster. Had he just shown up uninvited? That could not be right. So the Telegraph reporter quickly opened the Netherlands national team official website, and at the end of the training list, indeed, there was an additional name, F.A. Kairui. Dutch football had been struggling to find momentum these past few years. Van Persie, Sneijder, and Robben were all aging, and no newcomers could step up. It was not until Fan Kairui emerged that people saw hope again. It was understandable that the elder Blind had not called him up in September, but if he did not include him in October, the fans and media would be furious. International football had even started directly criticizing Fan Kairui. Making the roster was an uplifting development. The home match against Belarus should not be a problem, but the away challenge against France was a bit concerning. Fan Kairui coming to the Holland base to prepare was met with a tepid response in Europe. After all, he was Dutch, and had been performing so prominently that being called up was perfectly normal. If he had not been called up, that would have been strange instead, because except for that poor performance against Stoke City, he had been like a star in every other match. In the 21st century, news traveled fast. The moment Fan Kairui had just met with the Dutch coaching staff, the Tianqiao football circle exploded. Fans quickly split into two camps. One side criticized the Tianqiao Football Association for not seizing the opportunity. News that Fan Kairui was of Tianqiao descent had long circulated, and any official with sense should find a way to naturalize him to bring glory to Tianqiao football. The other side praised the Dutch FA for being proactive, saying a prospect like Fan Kairui needed to be secured early before being wasted. As for the person of interest, Fan Kairui himself, he was already meeting teammates under the elder blind's guidance. When he appeared, all the Dutch internationals in this training camp were quite surprised, but not entirely unexpected. They knew Fan Kairui's ability well. Starting center-back Van Dijk had been dominated by him in the league before. Lindwas, Klaassen, Vertonghen, and Sillissen, these old acquaintances, had all dealt with Fan Kairui before at Ajax, and knew exactly what to expect. Captain Sneijder took the lead in saying a few welcoming words expressing the team's stance. Then club teammate Blind and those Ajax old acquaintances came over one by one to embrace him. Even Van Dijk, the future world's #1 center-back, was not left out. Having suffered at his hands in the league, he also smiled and patted Fan Kairui on the shoulder. The other teammates who had not directly faced him usually followed reports and match highlights, so they somewhat understood his capabilities. Thus they all naturally came over to high-five and greet him. But Depay was different. He found everything about Fan Kairui displeasing. On one hand, Manchester United had cleared him out that summer specifically to raise funds to sign Fan Kairui. On the other, their positions overlapped. Especially after Fan Kairui took over his number 7 and played even more fiercely, the thorn in Depay's heart grew deeper and deeper. His club future had been intercepted, and now his position in the national team also seemed precarious. It was truly frustrating. But with everyone being so enthusiastic, he could not be the outlier. He could only suppress his anger and reluctantly high-five Fan Kairui. This training camp was mainly focused on recovery exercises after all the players had just finished the league season and were all exhausted. Worth mentioning is that the elderly Fan Valerie saw her grandson wearing an orange jersey appearing at the Holland base in the news, and she was so happy she kept wiping away tears. This was the dream she and her late husband had talked about for so many years. Fan Kairui's selection this time meant he could not make the home match against Belarus, but for the subsequent away game against France, he would definitely be on the list. France coach Deschamps also noticed this news and began to pay attention to this 17-year-old Dutch lad who had been repeatedly mentioned by the media. From Ajax to Manchester United, although he had not played many matches, his statistics in each game were outstanding. A genuine star in the making. In Deschamps' view, this Dutch team was not particularly threatening, but with the addition of Fan Kairui, so fast, capable of breaking through and shooting, the dynamic would be quite different. 3 days later, the Netherlands faced Belarus at the Amsterdam Arena. Although Dutch football had been experiencing a transitional period in recent years, their strength was more than sufficient against a weak team like Belarus. Playing at home, they ultimately won 4-1 comfortably, with Prom scoring 2 goals and Klaassen and Janssen each finding the net once. For Dutch fans, beating Belarus was not really news. Their strength was evident. Whether it was the team itself or the fans and media, their thoughts had already drifted. They were all focused on the upcoming tough match against France at this venue. French football had seen an explosion of talent in recent years that made one envious. It was said that even their bench alone could form a strong team. It was precisely because there were so many players that head coach Deschamps found himself worried, constantly troubled by how to arrange the starting lineup. The elder blind watched from the side, feeling envious. He had originally wanted to put Fan Kairui in the starting lineup, but then thought again. The boys' form in the league had been a bit low recently, so better not take too big a risk. Besides, he was only 17 and national team matches came with great pressure. Let him first experience the atmosphere. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. 2 days passed quickly. The French team arrived in Amsterdam for pitch adaptation and a pre-match press conference. Head coach Deschamps appeared alongside Captain Loris. When answering reporters' questions, he was exceptionally low-key, repeatedly claiming that the Dutch team was on a hot streak and that they would be content with just taking a point from this match. His attitude was so humble, it was almost as if he were half a head shorter. But anyone with a functioning brain understood that France was deliberately showing weakness, trying to play the underdog card. The elder blind had been around for so many years and seen every kind of situation. How could he not pick up on what he was really saying? Considering France's overall strength was indeed formidable, the elder blind's tactical arrangement was still somewhat conservative. About an hour before kickoff, the Netherlands starting lineup made headlines across major media. Goalkeeper Stockenberg, defenders Blind, Van Dijk, Jeffrey Bruma, and Karsdorp, midfielders Prop Streaman and Wijnaldum, forwards Klaassen Jansen, and Proms. Lushur sports commentator Jean Jun saw this lineup and directly shook his head. The elder blind is still too cautious. If you ask me, Fan Kairui could easily replace either Klaassen or Proms. France set up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper Loris, defenders Kuliziva, Koscielny, Varane, and Sidibe, double pivot Matusidi and Pogba, attacking midfield Pay Grilitzman, and Moussa Sissoko, striker Gamero leading the line. The Amsterdam stadium was packed to capacity. On the ultra fan stand, Fan Valeri did not see her grandson Fan Kairui start, so she turned her head and glared straight at the elder blind on the coach's bench. Her meaning was crystal clear. She was very unhappy with this arrangement. Her own grandson was the starting left winger for Manchester United, the Red Devils. How could he possibly be inferior to Klaassen from Ajax or Proms from Moscow Spartak? This was simply outrageous. Old Blink couldn't tell if it was merely his imagination, but he felt as though a pair of eyes was fixed upon him from the home and sending a faint chill down his spine. Meanwhile, the young man at the center of attention, Fan Kairui, remained remarkably composed. It was his first call up to the national team, and he felt there was no harm in taking the opportunity to observe his opponents. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never lose a battle. Though the Netherlands enjoyed home advantage, their overall quality was plainly inferior, so Old Blink resolved to prioritize a solid defensive structure first. The result was that the Dutch side found themselves pressed deep at the Amsterdam arena, struggling to establish any rhythm. For many supporters in the stands, this passive display felt deeply uncomfortable. The defense appeared fragile, and the attack produced nothing of note. These were the pioneers of total football after all. In their own stadium, they should have been playing with flair and intensity, delivering a performance worthy of a World Cup qualifier. Old Blink's pre-match plan was built around caution, with limited numbers committed forward. Consequently, within 5 minutes of kickoff, the stronger French side had comfortably seized control of the tempo. Dutch fans in the stands harbored their frustrations, but remembering that their opponents were the runners-up of this year's European Championship, they reluctantly suppressed their discontent. After all, there were 90 minutes to play. What if Old Blink could somehow guide his team to a victory on home soil? Though that possibility seemed rather slim. France were not merely controlling possession. Their transition from attack to defense was seamless, offering the Netherlands no opportunities to counter. Moreover, the wide players Klaassen and Proms lacked the penetrating ability to trouble opponents on the break. Up front, Jansen was neither particularly fast nor technically refined. At 1.84 meters, he lacked physical presence in the penalty area, and his finishing had never been his strongest quality. This was precisely why, despite winning the Eredivisie top scorer award last season, he had struggled for playing time at Tottenham after his transfer. The Netherlands' current tactical approach did not suit his strengths either. A striker cut off from adequate midfield and defensive support would find it extremely difficult to threaten France's goal. By the 15th minute, the broadcast displayed a possession ratio of 30% to 70%. For the past 3 minutes, Dutch players had barely managed to touch the ball. The broadcast director repeatedly cut to Fan Kairui, sitting on the substitutes bench during stoppages in play. This sensational young talent brought his own attacking framework wherever he played, at Ajax or at Manchester United. Even when his teammates were neutralized once the ball reached his feet, he could create something meaningful. Old Blink wore a worried expression on the Dutch bench, yet he had little recourse. Fan Kairui was not only making his senior debut, but at only 17 years of age, deploying him too hastily could invite criticism of recklessness. On the opposite side, France's coach Deschamps appeared remarkably relaxed. With his arms folded, he sat as though an ordinary spectator rather than a manager preparing for battle. After 15 minutes of observation, Deschamps had thoroughly read Old Blink's tactical setup. By the 20th minute, he stepped toward the technical area and let out a whistle. Pogba, positioned on the pitch, turned to catch Deschamps' gesture. He gave a brief nod to confirm he understood. With Pogba pushing higher up the field, France's attacking threat multiplied almost instantly. His technical ability, vision, passing range, and long-range shooting were all outstanding. Through dribbling runs, clever distribution, and sudden strikes from distance, he relentlessly pressured Stukenborg's goal. Old Blink's Netherlands had no alternative but to continue dropping deeper into defense. Yet organizing a compact defensive block was hardly the Dutch team's natural strength. Without Virgil van Dijk's crucial interceptions and blocks, Stukenborg's goal would likely have been breached many times over. By the 30th minute, the broadcast statistics showed possession at 24% to 76%. From the commentary box, the Dutch national sports channel's analyst could no longer contain himself. This is not Dutch football. This is an insult to Dutch football. We want total football, not just sitting back and defending. Barely had he finished speaking when Pogba unleashed a fierce strike from 27 yards out on the left side of the attack. The ball rocketed toward the goal like a cannonball, and Stukenborg could only watch helplessly. The ball found the back of the net. With the home side now trailing, the Amsterdam arena fell completely silent. Yet the French supporters' cheers rang out sharply against the hushed stands. The broadcast camera then cut to Old Blink on the touchline before panning across to Fan Kairui, seated on the substitutes bench. The editorial choice carried clear meaning. Anyone watching could see the Netherlands were behind because their lack of attacking pressure was leaving the defense constantly exposed. If Fan Kairui could be introduced to the wing, the entire complexion of the match might shift. But before Old Blink could fully consider this option, another incident unfolded on the pitch. Shortly after play resumed, winger Proms went down following a challenge and appeared unable to continue. A substitution was urgently required. The broadcast director understood the moment while cutting once more to the substitute's bench. Old Blink turned and scanned his options, Fan Kairui, DePaul, and Dost, struggling to make a decision. The signal was unmistakable as Proms was helped off the pitch and all three replacements had witnessed it. Among them, DePaul displayed the strongest desire to enter the game. Despite his reputation as a precocious talent, he could not reconcile himself to Fan Kairui's selection. Yet sometimes circumstances work in unexpected ways. What you believe deserves recognition does not always align with the manager's vision. Old Blink's gaze ultimately settled on Fan Kairui, calling out, "Kairui, get ready to enter the game." Upon hearing this, Fan Kairui promptly removed his training bib and pulled on his number 22 jersey. There was no time for a proper warm-up. He quickly approached Old Blink, absorbed a few tactical instructions, and then made his way toward the fourth official to await permission to enter the field. DePaul, standing nearby, wore an expression that mixed reluctance with undeniable envy. In the 36th minute, the Netherlands suffer another blow as starting winger Proms departs through injury, replaced by teenager Fan Kairui. At 17 years and 242 days old, he becomes the sixth player to debut for the Dutch men's national team at such a young age. Though it was past 3 in the morning back home, CCTV commentator Hiwei delivered his analysis with remarkable energy. Upon spotting Fan Kairui standing at the touchline, his voice rose with enthusiasm. The last teenager to wear the orange kit dates back to 1931 to Mark Webber. His tone shifted with reflection. "I believe many fans share my mixed feelings. Let us ask ourselves, is Fan Kairui our product? No. He is the result of Dutch youth development. The most troubling aspect is our football association. The player has already established himself in the Premier League, yet how far have the naturalization discussions actually progressed?" On the pitch, Fan Kairui jogged onto the field. His club teammate Pogba caught sight of him from a distance and raised an eyebrow. He understood all too well the kind of threat Fan Kairui posed, and his instincts immediately signaled alert. France's right-back Sidibe was a capable defender, but the opponent he now faced was far more formidable. Deschamps on the touchline clearly recognized the same concern. With play yet to restart, he whistled and gestured urgently to Pogba and Varane, instructing them to maintain tighter defensive discipline on the right flank. Once the match resumed, Dutch defenders felt an immediate reduction in pressure. The team found themselves creating more attacking opportunities than expected. This left Fan Kairui in a difficult position, still warming up through light jogging on the pitch. He murmured to himself, "Come on, give me a couple of minutes to warm up properly first." Proms's injury came without warning, leaving no time for Fan Kairui to prepare adequately. He could only rely on the natural movement of the game to gradually loosen his muscles and avoid injuring himself by exerting maximum effort too suddenly. Nevertheless, as France deliberately dropped deeper into a compact formation, the Dutch began to enjoy more possession and attack. Fan Kairui, the celebrated young talent, started receiving the ball more frequently on the left wing. Aware that his body still needed more movement, he kept his first touches simple, mostly taking a couple of measured steps before distributing the ball to a teammate. Even so, the Ajax supporters in the Amsterdam arena erupted in enthusiastic cheers for him nonetheless. Van Valeri in the stands was jumping with excitement like a child. After approximately 5 minutes of jogging, Fan Kairui felt his body finally begin to warm up properly. He decided to attempt a run down the left flank. Perhaps the French defenders on that side had fallen into a routine pattern and underestimated the threat he posed. Even Pogba and Varane, who had been closely monitoring him earlier, now shifted their focus back to their primary defensive responsibilities. Deschamps likely assumed Fan Kairui's form was still at the level he displayed in Manchester United's recent league match, so he did not issue additional instructions for his players to mark him closely. In the 43rd minute, France mounted an attack that came to nothing, allowing the Netherlands to transition smoothly from defense to offense. With the first half drawing to a close and French players showing signs of fatigue, they began retreating into their own half to reorganize. The Dutch teammates, mindful that Fan Kairui had not yet made an impact in his first few minutes on the pitch, circulated the ball toward the right wing. Unfortunately, Klaassen on the right lacked the penetration to break through, and when no clear passing lane presented itself, he returned the ball to the center. After a series of passes through midfield, the ball reached left-back Blink. Unlike his teammates, Blink held complete confidence in Fan Kairui's abilities. Having witnessed the young man's impressive skills during training sessions, Blink wasted no time. Spotting Fan Kairui making a run toward the left touchline, he drove a low pass with the inside of his left foot. The ball skidded across the turf with remarkable speed. Dutch supporters near that area erupted in celebration, their cheers rising like successive waves. Fan Kairui controlled the ball and faced Sidibe, who was positioned to defend. He feinted in by dragging the ball with the outside of his right foot, setting up an acceleration across the field. Sidibe instinctively shifted inward to block the angle, while Pogba, reading the play, abandoned his position to converge and trap Fan Kairui between them. Instead, Fan Kairui dragged the ball sharply across his body with the inside of his right foot changing direction in an instant as he burst toward the outside channel. The change of direction was clean and precise. Sidibe hurriedly turned, already left 2 paces behind. Fan Kairui had just showcased his blend of speed and technical skill. The right center-back Varane dared not slacken his concentration, quickly moving out to cover, positioning himself on Fan Kairui's anticipated path into the penalty area. Deep down, Pogba felt a flicker of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't overplayed his mark earlier. He angled his run toward the channel, where Fan Kairui might cut inside, ready to provide the second layer of defensive cover. Fan Kairui took 2 dribbling steps before Pogba arrived to close him down. Gazing at this club teammate known more for his attacking prowess than his defensive diligence, Fan Kairui's lips curved into a smile. Pogba's stomach tightened. That grin meant trouble. Whenever Fan Kairui smiled like that, a dribble was coming. And indeed it was. With the passing lanes cut off, Fan Kairui used the outside of his right boot to nudge the ball laterally, his body shifting instantly to maintain tight control. Pogba pressed in close, shutting down the inside channel completely. Without hesitation, Fan Kairui pivoted half-turn, using his body as a shield to block Pogba's line of sight. Meanwhile, Wijnaldum had surged forward to the left side of the penalty area, extending his arms for the pass. Fan Kairui had been about to release it, but catching Pogba's positioning from his peripheral vision, he realized the midfielder was cutting off the passing lane. A sudden insight struck him. His left foot stepped forward to establish position, while his right foot lifted quickly with the instep aimed toward Wijnaldum's run. Sidibe, Pogba, and Moussa Dembele, all tracking back, read the setup as a certain pass and shifted their weight, positioning themselves to intercept. What none of them expected was the sudden flick of Fan Kairui's right ankle, dropping his center of gravity backward while dragging the ball behind him with the sole of his foot, then pivoting sharply to the left on his planted left leg. A Cruyff turn executed in one fluid motion. On CCTV, 5 commentator Hiway's voice shot up. A Cruyff turn. Magnificent. The Dutch supporters at Amsterdam Arena knew that move intimately. Their noise, which had briefly subsided, erupted again, deafening and thunderous. Fan Kairui completed the turn in one seamless motion, slipping past Pogba in the opposite direction of his momentum. Pogba twisted around in frustration as Fan Kairui darted down the left edge of the penalty area, now facing center-back Varane head-on. With Moussa Sissoko still recovering and Pogba beaten, Varane understood his assignment: clearly hold his ground and wait for teammates to provide cover. Fan Kairui knew he had to act quickly. Inside the box, he threw in a series of step-overs, but Varane stayed disciplined and didn't bite, retreating with measured caution. Suddenly dropping his right shoulder, Fan Kairui nudged the ball right with the outside of his foot, closed the distance instantly, and created a shooting angle, all in one fluid motion, as his right foot came up. Varane, excellent with his positioning, recognized the threat that angle posed to Lloris's goal. He kept his arms pinned to his sides to avoid a handball infringement and raised his left leg to maximize his blocking surface. But simultaneously, Fan Kairui's raised right foot came down with even greater speed, the inside of his instep gently tucking the ball to the left, changing direction in an instant. This is bad, Varane realized, but his defensive posture was already committed. He couldn't adjust in time. Pogba and Sissoko were closing in fast, leaving Fan Kairui no room to hesitate any longer. The home crowd erupted with thunderous roars that threatened to shake the roof itself. Varane may have been tall with long legs, but his turning speed was his Achilles heel. Exploiting his explosive acceleration and the advantage of changing direction, first Fan Kairui glided past the near-despairing gaze of the French defenders and burst into the 6-yard box, now one-on-one with goalkeeper Lloris. Lloris, rightfully considered one of the world's elite keepers, stayed composed. He dropped his center of gravity and rushed out aggressively, fully committing to narrow Fan Kairui's shooting angle, going head-to-head with Hugo Lloris. At this stage, Fan Kairui had no intention of falling back on the split-legged flick that technically gifted players often resorted to. Against a goalkeeper of Lloris's caliber, that trick would be futile anyway. A faint smile touched his lips. His left foot planted firmly on the ground as his right leg swung back with velocity, then drove forward with devastating force, striking the ball dead center with the instep. The impact produced a dull thud. Lloris, caught halfway through his rush, felt his pupils constrict. At such close range, his body instinctively froze for a fraction of a second, too late to reposition. A desperate thought flashed through his mind: was this kid trying to blast him into the net too? The ball screamed past Lloris's head like a projectile and buried itself in the pristine white netting behind him. Goal! Goal! Hiway's voice cracked with urgency on CCTV 5. Fan Kairui, scoring his first crucial strike in his debut World Cup qualifier for the Netherlands. What a phenomenal talent on the pitch. He has dismantled the entire French defense single-handedly. A run down the flank, absolutely spectacular. Oh, unbelievable. Lineker's BBC commentary carried equal fervor. An unparalleled individual performance. This goal simply cannot be replicated. Look at Sidibe, Pogba, Varane, and Lloris. they're all a half step behind 17-year-old Fan Kairui. I'll say it plainly, Kairui was born to be a superstar. That £40 million investment Manchester United made this year, absolutely worth every penny. Marcel Reif on Germany's Sky Sports was equally swept up in the moment. Unbelievable display. Fan Kairui came off the bench and completely shifted the momentum, using extraordinary individual quality to glide past 3 defenders and unleash a thunderous strike. A young hero emerging. A crucial match, a decisive goal. Fan Kairui has leveled it for the Netherlands. At just 17 years and 242 days old, he has broken Babel's record as the youngest debutant to score. After scoring, Fan Kairui turned and sprinted toward the ultras section, raising both fists high in the direction of his grandmother Fan Wallera seated among the stands. In the stands, Fan Wallera, commanding enormous respect among Dutch supporters, clapped enthusiastically. Fans around her recognized her and responded with thumbs-up gestures and warm congratulatory glances. Before Fan Kairui could celebrate further, Blind pulled him down from behind, and the rest of his teammates swarmed over him, collapsing into a joyous heap. Amsterdam Arena erupted completely, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The goal was not merely beautiful. The dribble and sharp change of direction that cut through the defense evoked the legendary Cruyff, after whom that signature move was named. The patriarch of Dutch football had passed away from illness that March. To many supporters, Fan Kairui's goal carried an unmistakable tone of tribute. Seated in the front row, Ajax players De Jong, Van de Beek, and De Ligt cheered alongside, exchanging glances. Beneath their excitement, a hint of envy lingered in their eyes. On the sideline, Dutch manager Old Blind slashed his arm through the air, unleashing the frustration he had been holding since halftime. It's not that I don't want to attack, he thought. The problem is those lads before simply couldn't execute anything complex. But now you see it. We have leveled the score. On the opposite touchline, France's coach Deschamps shook his head in quiet resignation. He had never anticipated Fan Kairui would choose to drive hard from the outside into the interior. The defensive lapse wasn't really their fault, Deschamps reflected. Even I at my peak would have been beat most likely. That boy is simply too good. Pogba watched Fan Kairui being mobbed by his teammates and let out a quiet sigh. He had been on high alert the moment he came on, yet still couldn't contain him. A Cruyff turn, truly beyond expectation. Varane was piecing together how he had been so thoroughly deceived by the faint shot into the actual tuck. As a starting center-back for a Champions League winning side, this should not have happened. Captain Loris, meanwhile, did not dwell on it. Goalkeepers facing forwards one-on-one only had a 50-50 chance of stopping them when they rushed out, getting fired into the top corner from inside the 6-yard box. That was a shot even divine intervention could not answer. The roar from Amsterdam Arena surged even higher after Fan Kairui's goal, each wave of celebration crashing louder than the last. With the score level and almost no time remaining in the first half, France abandoned their aggressive approach in favor of safe possession play, clearly wary of the Netherlands' swift counterattacks. After just 1 minute of stoppage time, German referee Bruck blew the whistle for halftime. Both sets of players retired to the locker rooms to prepare for the second half. Broadcasting networks with live rights seized the interval to review and analyze the just concluded first half. Fan Kairui's equalizing goal was replayed again and again. All the analysis ultimately boiled down to one sentiment: this young player is truly exceptional. The 15-minute interval passed in a flash as players gradually returned to the pitch. Supporters in the stands stirred back to life, their cheers rolling across the stadium like rising tides. As players took their positions, Hiwei's voice came through on CCTV5. Deschamps and Old Blind have both made no changes. It seems both coaches are quite satisfied with how their sides performed in the first half. Brooks' whistle pierced the air and the second half began. Both teams appeared cautious at the restart, prioritizing defensive shape with fewer players committed forward. Yet the Netherlands played with noticeably more initiative than in the opening period. The issue was that Old Blind, determined to fortify the midfield with physical presence, had omitted technical creators from his lineup, leaving the attack heavily reliant on wide play and individual dribbling. Fortunately, Fan Kairui operated as a self-sufficient attacking outlet. Nearly impossible to dispossess on the flanks, he provided something special and unpredictable for the Netherlands offense. His progressive passes after beating defenders or set-piece deliveries consistently put the French backline under pressure. France had arrived in Amsterdam with a mindset of securing a draw while harboring ambitions for victory. They would not commit numbers forward unless a clear chance presented itself. Jean June from Leti Sports pinpointed the situation accurately. Deschamps has learned from his mistakes. Losing to Atletico in the Summer European Championship made him realize that against top opposition, defensive solidity must come first. France's defensive organization was precisely executed, and Fan Kairui found no immediate openings to exploit. In the 57th minute, Old Blind made his first adjustment. He brought on the 1.96-meter-tall Dost for Janssen. How could Deschamps fail to read the intention? He clearly aimed to convert Fan Kairui's flank dominance into goals. Deschamps naturally would not sit idle. He responded with a counterchange of his own. Kanté replaced Gendry. France reshuffled their midfield and attack in one sweeping motion. Griezmann led the line as the sole striker Pogba dropped into the number 10 role, and Canny partnered with Maitland-Giles in central midfield. As soon as Kant stepped onto the pitch, Fan Kairui could immediately feel the defensive pressure mount. Despite his modest height of just 1.70 meters, his low center of gravity made him immovable, a stubborn presence glued to his mark impossible to shake free. It was only now that Fan Kairui truly grasped the meaning behind that old saying, there are no insurmountable hurdles save for Kant himself. Perhaps Fan Kairui could dance past Kant with a burst of skill, but the defender would always recover instantly, not hesitating to bring him down if it meant restoring the line. Being taken down again by Kant left Fan Kairui simmering with frustration. Yet rather than wilt, his fire only burned brighter. He vowed to carve a path through Kant's defense and turn the score around. The Netherlands shifted from defense to attack. With fewer men forward and France's backline fully organized, there was little room for a swift counterattack. With the fast break neutralized, the play settled into a patient build-up. The ball worked its way to Fan Kairui on the left flank. He seemed determined to settle things, with Kant receiving the pass and immediately driving toward him. Kant, blessed with endless stamina and sharp anticipation, held his ground. Fan Kairui handled the ball with meticulous care, his peripheral vision scanning the field. Then, without warning, the Dutch left-back, Blind, surged forward along the touchline. Without ever looking down, Fan Kairui caught it. Kant's gaze flicked toward Blind. In a flash, he made his decision. His right foot drew the ball back, his body leaned away, and his legs swung as though to deliver a pass to the left. Kant, reading the game with uncanny precision, saw it immediately. Blind had pushed forward, leaving space behind. He shifted his weight to the right and lunged to cut off the imagined pass. His leg extended, but no ball came. What on earth? Fan Kairui had never intended to pass to Blind. With a flick of his ankle, his right foot curled around the left side of the ball and brushed it outward with the outside of his boot. It rolled in the exact opposite direction of Kant's charge. The entire motion flowed as one seamless movement, the feint so convincing that even fans watching on television believed he was delivering a pass to the left wing. No one expected the ever-reliable Kant to falter at such a crucial moment. Pogba was already scrambling to cover, but he was too late. Accelerating like a cheetah, Fan Kairui slipped through the left half-space with ease. Matic had no choice but to abandon his zone and race toward the void Kant had left behind. Van Dijk at the center, and the lead striker Dost surged forward in unison, energized by the break. In the stands, the Dutch supporters at the Amsterdam Arena erupted as they watched Fan Kairui thunder down the flank. Nearly every fan on their feet, eyes locked on that streak of orange. The commentator Hiway on CCTV5 raised his voice. Fan Kairui, the fake pass, the real run. He's gotten past Kant. Matic is closing and Van Dijk is pushing up. What a chance. Will he pass? Before the words had even left his mouth, Fan Kairui, sensing Matic closing and softly nudged the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it skimming along the turf toward Van Dijk at the center. Matic cautious dove in with a sliding tackle. But the moment he went airborne, he saw the ball, rolling rightward, get snared by a strand of orange socks with a sharp tap, deflecting sharply to the left. The Cruyff turn. Jean June from Le Cher Sports nearly shouted, a magical dribble. Matic has been completely beaten. Fan Kairui now faced the entire back line. Varane. It's him again. Can he stop this time? On the sideline, French head coach Deschamps had walked all the way to the edge of the technical area, his brows drawn tight, looking as though he wanted to throw himself into the play. Dost's run had dragged Koscielny away, leaving only Varane between Fan Kairui and the goal. Varane had suffered enough in recent minutes. He dared not press forward, choosing instead to retreat step by step, hoping Pogba would track back in time. But Fan Kairui suddenly accelerated, driving straight toward the arc of the penalty area. He had danced past several defenders, and speed was exactly what he wanted. Stepping into the arc, he dropped his right shoulder, brushed the ball slightly to the right with the outside of his right foot, adjusted his steps, glanced up to read Lloris's positioning, raised his left arm for balance, and drew his right leg back. Having been beaten before, Varane reasoned that a fake shot followed by a drag back was the most likely move, especially with Dost backing him up on the left rear and limited room to break through on the right. So he made only a subtle shift in his stance, keeping his feet planted. Fan Kairui had indeed intended the fake shot, but seeing Varane refuse to bite, he changed his plan on the spot. With another deft touch of the outside of his right foot, he pushed the ball further to the right, opening up a wider angle. His left foot stamped down as the pivot, and his right leg swung again. Varane's heart sank. He had anticipated the feint, but not the follow-up adjustment. That single split-second misreading left him completely exposed. Yet he refused to surrender. His youthful frame exploded with power as he lunged sideways to his left, using his long legs to close the distance, his left leg raising high to blanket the shooting lane. A dull thud echoed. Varane watched helplessly as the ball lifted from the turf, his own spirit plummeting with it. The trajectory rose just past his calf, no higher. His raised left foot was already near his chest, a spectacular miss. On the goal line, Lloris had been coiled tight with concentration. As the ball rocketed toward the right corner, he sprang sideways like a compressed spring, uncoiling. Humiliated by the previous top corner strike, he poured every ounce of desire into this save. His body stretched to its full extension in midair, his right arm reaching as far as possible to intercept the ball's path. But then, something unexpected. As the ball crossed above the 6-yard line, it dipped sharply. By the time Loris registered the movement, it was already too late. From such close range, there was no time to adjust his technique. In despair, he watched the ball skim just beneath his fingertips and slam into the white mesh with a crisp, unmistakable swish. Goal! Andy Gray's signature elongated cry tore through the Sky Sports broadcast. Good heavens! Lineker exclaimed on the BBC. Fan Kairui with a brilliant long-range strike. He's netted a brace. The Netherlands have taken the lead. 2-1. It's in. What a worldly effort. Hiwei's voice overflowed with passion. The young Fan Kairui, weaving past several defenders, unleashed a thunderous strike from distance. 2-1. He's become the youngest player in Netherlands history to score a brace. Congratulations to him. As Fan Kairui raised his arms toward the main stand in celebration, his teammates mobbed him to interrupt his gesture. The towering Dost threw an arm around his neck, raised his left fist, and roared alongside the crowd of closing teammates. Meanwhile, the goal replay had already begun rolling on the big screen. From the moment he danced past Kant, glided past Matic, and finally beat Varane before unleashing his strike, every phase had been executed with ruthless efficiency. Especially the evasion of Matic. His footwork had been remarkably light and delicate. The final strike had sealed the match. As the broadcast slowed the shooting moment frame by frame, Jean Jun from Lusher Sports immediately raised his voice. A knuckleball. No wonder Loris guessed wrong. The ball dipped suddenly mid-flight. If my memory serves, Fan Kairui has produced this kind of strike several times already this season. For a player so young, his technique is remarkably refined. The go-ahead goal in the 64th minute finally pushed French manager Deschamps out of his comfort zone. He turned and waved toward the substitutes bench, signaling a change. Manchester United's Martial rose to replace Payet, whose influence had been muted. Deschamps' intention was clear: bolster the wing threat. The broadcast cut to the sideline, where Hiwei from CCTV5 smiled. With Martial now on the pitch, there are 4 Manchester United players inside the Amsterdam arena. Though, between Fan Kairui and Blind on the left and Pogba and Martial on the other flank, it remains to be seen who steals the show today. Guest analyst Su Yang chimed in. At least up to this point, the Dutch left flank has had the upper hand. Fan Kairui has scored 2, Pogba 1. With 25 minutes remaining, the outcome is still far from certain. It all comes down to whether France can convert their chances. Fresh onto the pitch, Martial carried a burning determination to surpass Fan Kairui in this very match and drag France back into contention. But intentions alone cannot win matches. With 2 goals already on the scoreboard, France's first priority had to be stabilizing their own defense before they could hope to attack. Deschamps had instructed both fullbacks not to push up simultaneously, which naturally limited the support reaching the forwards. Martial possessed skill and pace, but against the Dutch right-side double team, he found it exceedingly difficult to break through. Far less assured than Fan Kairui's composed technical approach. Griezmann, touted as the key striker, looked increasingly disjointed. Van Dijk shadowed him like a wall, smothering any opportunity for him to exert influence. Whoa! The Dutch supporters in the stands roared wave after wave, their voices shaking the stadium. Galvanized by the home crowd, the Dutch players played with increasing vigor. While France struggled to advance, the veteran Blind on the Dutch bench was already contemplating another defensive adjustment. He played his final substitution card. Jetro Willems entered for proper. The original left-back, young Blind, shifted centrally, immediately strengthening the middle of the defense. The clock ticked onward. Despite possessing superior quality, France, unsettled by the hostile away atmosphere, could find no rhythm. In the 73rd minute, Deschamps used his last change. Gignac replaced Moussa Sissoko. If the central channel remained blocked, the plan was straightforward: target the flanks with crosses and exploit Gignac's aerial dominance. Deschamps' adjustment was decisive, but the effect was minimal. The fullbacks' deliveries were either inaccurate or headed clear by Van Dijk. At this stage, the Dutch tactical approach had simplified to its essence: drop deep, sit back, and leave Fan Kairui as the sole forward to threaten on the counter. Deschamps was forced to assign at least 2 players to mark Fan Kairui closely. Yet, fearful of his sudden bursts of speed, they dared not press too high, which consistently left Gignac and Griezmann short of support. And so the match wore on until the 85th minute arrived. The scoreboard still read Netherlands 2, France 1. Hiwei from CCTV5, as swept up in the electric atmosphere, raised his voice. Less than 5 minutes of regular time remain. France's window is closing fast. Under close pressure from Virgil van Dijk, Pogba managed a hurried shot, but the ball sailed straight into the stands. The goalkeeper Sturenborg casually walked to retrieve the ball from the ball boy, buying precious time. The broadcast camera caught a glimpse of the French bench. Head coach Deschamps stood with his arms folded, his expression grave. Both Deschamps and Griezmann wore looks of quiet frustration. On paper, France should have dominated the Netherlands, but they lacked that 1 or 2 players capable of deciding the match. Fan Kairui, on the other hand, may not have many chances, but whenever he got one, he found the back of the net. With time running out, France's attacks grew increasingly direct, relying on long balls into the box. In a last-ditch effort to add numbers, center-back Varane even pushed into the Dutch penalty area. In the 88th minute, Pogba received a pass from Griezmann on the right flank and delivered a cross, but Van Dijk rose above Varane to clear it with a powerful header. The ball landed just outside the penalty area. The towering figure of Dost held off Matuidi, and Marshall then laid it off to Fan Kairui. Kanti immediately pressed, closing down Fan Kairui and preventing him from turning. Fan Kairui, facing away from goal, skillfully controlled the ball, with his chest releasing it perfectly to Virgil van Dijk, who had found space. Without stopping the ball, Van Dijk played a low-driven pass through the crowd, finding Dost, who had slipped free of his marker. The French defenders assumed the ball would go to Fan Kairui. Aside from Kanti, Koscielny and Kurzawa were both focused on him, leaving Dost completely unmarked. Realizing the danger, Koscielny turned to chase the relatively slow Dost, while Kanti released his grip on Fan Kairui's jersey. But in that split second, Fan Kairui exploded forward. Dost brought the ball to a stop. Koscielny, carried by his momentum, ran past him and could only watch as Dost played the ball into the space behind both Koscielny and Kanti. Fan Kairui, sprinting at full pace like an orange blur, crossed the halfway line and closed down the slightly overhit pass. Commentator Jean Jun's voice rose sharply. Fan Kairui, what pace? He's already left Kanti and Kurzawa behind. This is a clear breakaway. Will he seal the match before stoppage time? Loris, uncertain about coming off his line, could only retreat step by step toward his penalty area. Aoyo. Amidst the thunderous roar of the crowd, Fan Kairui caught up with the ball, maintaining his speed as he drove toward the edge of the arc and straight at Loris, whose heart was pounding. One-on-one. The distance between them shrank rapidly. Fan Kairui seemed to ease his pace, slightly adjusting his stride. Kanti, pressing closely behind, saw an opportunity and gritted his teeth to accelerate. Loris stayed on the edge of the penalty area, body crouched, small quick steps ready, fully alert. But no one expected Fan Kairui to use the inside of his right foot to slide a pass toward the left. Loris's eyes followed the ball. His pupils contracted as he instinctively dove to his right, but his right foot slipped and he lost his balance, sliding awkwardly to the ground. Dost had made his run on instinct, never expecting the pass to actually come. But faced with this gift, he did not waste it, taking a touch into the penalty area with his right foot. It was straightforward from there. He calmly slotting the ball into the net with his right foot. Dost rushed toward Fan Kairui in celebration, throwing an arm around his neck and exclaiming, "Kairui, why didn't you shoot?" Fan Kairui, struggling for breath, replied, "Your angle was far better and you had a higher chance of scoring. I didn't expect Loris to slip either." "Brilliant. I love this." "Oh, come on, I'm perfectly normal." Fan Kairui's decision to pass in a one-on-one situation surprised both teammates and fans alike. To be honest, 9 out of 10 players would have taken the shot themselves. But he passed. It meant he wasn't selfish and understood the value of sharing the ball. He had already scored twice himself and still chose to feed a teammate with a gilt-edged chance. Such composure and selflessness were rare. It felt good to play alongside someone like that. On the sideline, head coach Blind celebrated like a child, arms waving in excitement. Before the match, he had merely hoped for a draw or a narrow win, let alone dreaming of a 2-goal victory over the European runners-up France. A prime Netherlands side might have managed it, but this current generation lacked depth. With Sneijder, Robben and Van Persie past 30 and the post-90s players unable to step up, the Dutch midfield had indeed seen a generational gap emerge. It was precisely at this moment that Fan Kairui emerged, bringing a glimmer of hope to Blind and every Dutch fan. With only a minute of regular time remaining, and perhaps 5 minutes of stoppage, the victory over the seeded French side was all but secured. Yet despite his excitement, Blind remained cautious. He rushed to the touchline and shouted to the players, urging them to stay composed rather than lose themselves in celebration. In world football, there had been too many tales of teams collapsing after taking a comfortable lead. Although Dost had scored, those in the stands knew exactly who had changed the course of this match. The cheers rose wave after wave, all directed at one player. The stadium's replay showed it again, and BBC's Linker scratched his head in admiration. How did Fan Kairui spot base Dost? Could he have eyes at the back of his head? That's impossible. The only explanation is that his field of vision is simply extraordinary. What's even more remarkable is that after scoring twice himself, he still chose to set up a teammate. That kind of mindset is truly incredible. In truth, Fan Kairui didn't have a third eye. He never needed to look down while dribbling at full speed. During his sprints, he was accustomed to scanning the movements of teammates and opponents from the corner of his eye. And from that peripheral vision, he had noticed Dost in a better position, so he simply made the sensible choice. This decision not only strengthened his position within the team, but also reflected long-term thinking. Wherever there are people, there is diplomacy. If he wanted to peak at the World Cup in 2 years, building strong relationships with his teammates would certainly help. After all, he wasn't known for his defensive contributions. With enough support from his teammates, he wouldn't have to worry about criticism for lacking defensive work rate. After the Dutch players finished their celebration, the fourth official raised the electronic board indicating 4 minutes of stoppage time. 4 minutes of added time. Hiwei's voice rose on China Central Television. Time is running short for the French. Though 4 minutes remained, it was hardly enough for France. They hadn't managed to score in the first 45 minutes, and expecting them to recover from 2 goals down in 4 minutes was unrealistic. The Dutch players were not made of wood. Surrounded by a sea of sound from their home crowd, how could they simply hand over the victory? Sure enough, the Netherlands, now firmly in control, played with high morale. The entire team stood united, leaving only Fan Kairui up front as a constant threat on the counterattack. France's defenders consequently dared not push forward, fearing another goal would only deepen their embarrassment. As the seconds ticked away, the camera zoomed in on a close-up of Deschamps on the sideline. Jean-June remarked, "If this score holds until the final whistle, the Netherlands will have defeated France for the first time in 8 years. What a result." In the Amsterdam arena stands, Dutch fans celebrated as though it were a festival. Strangers and friends alike linked arms, swaying together in rhythm, fully letting go of the joy of defeating a powerhouse. Martial worked hard, desperate to contribute for his national team, but lacked the ability to create meaningful impact. Pogba and Griezmann similarly wanted to make a difference, but football is a team sport. No amount of individual effort could easily turn the tide. When Pogba's powerful long-range effort drifted wide of the right post, referee Broek blew the final whistle without hesitation. On the BBC commentary desk, Lineker immediately called out, "Congratulations to Fan Kairui." The Netherlands, powered by his 2 goals and 1 assist, have defeated the seeded French side 3-1 at home. With 2 wins and a draw from 3 matches, the Dutch have topped their group. With 7 qualifying matches remaining, let's hope they continue this momentum and secure direct qualification for the Russia World Cup. The match is over. It's all over. Kiwi's voice trembled with emotion. Young star Fan Kairui has once again been the driving force behind a victory in a top-class encounter. A 17-year-old superstar, even more dazzling than Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi at the same age. If he continues on this path, he will surely become the world's #1 player. The live camera fixed firmly on Fan Kairui, sending an unmistakable message. 2 goals and 1 assist. The Man of the Match award was well-deserved. The stadium loudspeakers echoed with rhythmic chants from the Dutch supporters rising toward the sky. Kairui, Kairui, Kairui. At the same time, the Dutch players all converted on Fan Kairui, the player who had led them to victory. Even Depay joined the huddle. It wasn't that he feared being left out. After this match, he had truly witnessed Fan Kairui's exceptional ability against a top-tier side like France, producing such outstanding individual statistics. Sometimes the gap in natural talent is simply undeniable. Between a prodigy and a genius, it is often the latter who falls short. Reporters in the mixed zone moved quickly, swarming toward Fan Kairui, who had already announced himself on his debut for the Dutch senior side. The journalists wanted to get close for interviews, but their frames couldn't compete with those of professional athletes. Unable to push through, they settled for photographs from the periphery. The French players, though defeated, showed grace. Pogba and Martial approached Fan Kairui, first offering warm embraces. Griezmann, Kanté, Matuidi, Varane, and Loris followed. On the football pitch, results speak loudest. Fan Kairui had single-handedly outplayed France, and such a display of individual brilliance commanded respect from everyone. Loris had initially planned to exchange jerseys with Fan Kairui, but Griezmann beat him to it. He decided to wait until they met again in the Premier League. But the thought alone made the corner of his mouth twitch slightly. When Tottenham faced him in the league, the entire team might struggle against the young man. After all, Tottenham's overall quality was not even on par with the French national side. The risk of suffering another defeat was considerable. He sighed. But perhaps the one most concerned was Fan Kairui's teammate Virgil van Dijk. The first match after the international break would see him return to club football, facing Manchester United at Liverpool's home ground. That would be the Premier League's most electrifying derby. Following the match at the press conference, Deschamps, whose team had lost as usual, took responsibility for the result, then shifted his tone and noted there were still 10 rounds of World Cup qualifiers ahead, expressing confidence that France would certainly finish as group winners and qualify directly. The Dutch media paid little attention to Deschamps' remarks. They firmly believed that once Fan Kairui fully adapted to the Netherlands squad's playing style, his performances would only become even more impressive. The return leg at the Stade de France. No one was afraid. When it was the home team's turn to hold a press conference, veteran Blind began by offering generous praise, elevating Fan Kairui's performance to great heights before emphasizing that the victory belonged to the entire team. The words were fair, but lacked any real spark, leaving the reporters beneath barely inclined to ask questions. The Netherlands had won 3-1 at home against France, bringing the October international break to a close. The following day, Fan Kairui traveled with teammates Blind and Wijnaldum, along with France's Pogba and Martial, from Amsterdam to Manchester in preparation for the Premier League's 8th-round highlight clash, an away fixture at Liverpool at Anfield. The flight from Amsterdam to Manchester takes roughly 2 hours. Blind, Wijnaldum, Pogba, and Martial all wore headphones, listening to music. With nothing else to occupy him, Fan Kairui casually summoned the system interface in his mind. After all, the three-dimensional display could only be seen by himself. Following his old habit, he first checked whether his personal attributes had changed. Host Fan Kairui. Age 17 years, 08 months, 1 day. Height 183 centimeters. Weight 74 kilograms. Strength 67. Stamina 77. Jump 73, 1. Speed 90. Acceleration 90. Heading 56, 2. Shooting 76, 2. Long shots 72, 2. Shooting power 73, 1. Positioning 56, 3. Free kicks 49. Penalties 61, 3. Short passing 71, 2. crossing 65-1, long passing 52-4, dribbling 94, ball control 81-1, technique 82-1, reactions 84-1, balance 82-1, talents super learning ability natural ball sense injury resistant dribbling master balanced, both feet offside trap breaker. Skills deadly through pass active curve, shot passive perfect pendulum passive outside of the boot passive. Inventory last minute winner voucher X4, expert finishing card X3. It had been a while since he last checked, and the attribute panel indeed looked remarkably refreshed. However, upon careful consideration, there were still many areas that needed improvement. Strength, stamina, heading, shooting long shots, shooting power, short passing, and crossing, all required training. Of these, stamina was the most critical. With more starting opportunities now matching the full 90 minutes without sufficient physical conditioning was impossible. Given his style of play, stamina needed to reach at least 80. If the coach assigned additional defensive duties, it would need to be 85, and to run tirelessly across the entire pitch, like the most relentless players, a base of 90 was essential. Unfortunately, he currently had not a single attribute point available. He sighed and turned his attention to the achievement system, unexpectedly discovering 4 completed achievements displayed at the top of the page. First appearance as a substitute for the national team. Reward 1 attribute point. First goal for the national team. Reward talent lottery draw. First assist for the national team. Reward 1 attribute point. First brace for the national team. Reward 5 attribute points. Gazing at this row of achievements, Fan Kairui's lip twitched slightly. A brace only gave 5 points. Then a hat trick must have awarded at least 10. Altogether, that would total 15 attribute points, allowing him to max out stamina and transform into an all-action warrior capable of dominating from his own penalty area all the way to the opponents. If he had known the national team achievements rewarded so generously, why had he been so modest in the first place? Would the first hat trick achievement not have been far more appealing? But the matter was already settled, and regret served no purpose. Besides, team harmony always mattered a little more than personal statistics. The construction of the Manchester Ship Canal had originally been conceived as a profitable venture. However, by 1894, the people of Manchester could no longer tolerate the substantial import and export tariffs imposed by Liverpool and resolved to carve out the famous Manchester Ship Canal themselves. This waterway deliberately bypassed Liverpool entirely, and the 2 neighboring cities of the northwest were forever estranged. A century-long rivalry was thus born, with the football pitch naturally becoming the arena where the 2 sides would test their mettle against one another. Liverpool Football Club was founded in 1892. Over the course of more than a century, they had claimed 18 top-flight league titles, 7 FA Cups, 8 League Cups, and 15 Community Shield victories. On the European stage, they shone brightly, as well, winning the Champions League 5 times, the Europa League 3 times, and 4 European Super Cups, making them the most accomplished English club in continental competition. Manchester United, meanwhile, originated as Newton Heath LYR Football Club, established in 1878, though the present name was not adopted until 1902. Over their century of history, they secured 20 top-flight league championships, 12 FA Cups, 4 League Cups, and 21 Community Shields. With 3 Champions League titles plus trophies from the Cup Winners' Cup, the European Super Cup, and the Club World Cup, they boasted the most decorated domestic trophy cabinet of any club. Thus, every encounter between Liverpool and Manchester United transcended a mere football match. It concerned the pride of 2 cities, a sense of regional honor accumulated over 100 years. The 2 clubs were locked in an irreconcilable rivalry, unable to coexist. Yet what truly forged these 2 clubs into eternal adversaries were 2 tragedies. In 1958, a Manchester United suffered the Munich air disaster, claiming the lives of 8 players and 3 staff members. At the time, some vocal Liverpool supporters responded with derision. 31 years later, when Liverpool themselves endured the Hillsborough disaster, sections of irrational Manchester United fans returned the favor, mirroring the scorn once directed at them. From that point onward, the rift between Liverpool and Manchester United was cemented beyond repair. Presently, Liverpool trained at the Melwood base, while Manchester United prepared at Carrington, both sides diligently laying the groundwork for the historic 197th Merseyside Derby. The Premier League, Sky Sports, the BBC, and China Central Television, all broadcasters holding broadcasting rights, had already begun building anticipation, repeatedly screening classic encounters from past decades. Fan Kairui had only joined Manchester United that summer. In the dressing room, Captain Rooney alongside Academy products lingered, and Rashford enthusiastically shared the storied rivalry with the newer teammates. They traced the history from February 1910, when Manchester United made their debut at Old Trafford, overcoming a 3-0 deficit to win 4-3, all the way through to last season's second leg encounter. Listening to the stories, Fan Kairui felt his spirits rise, eager for the match to begin at once. Even after returning to his hotel, his thoughts continued to revolve around these historical accounts. What left the deepest impression on him was Manchester United's first golden era, stretching back to the 1950s and 1960s. During that period, Manchester United not only dominated English football 5 times over, but also conquered Europe by lifting the European Cup in 1968, announcing their phoenix-like resurgence to the world. Yet no peak endures forever. By the 1970s and 1980s, the tide had shifted. Liverpool began to reign across Europe. Guided by the legendary managers Bill Shankly, Bob Paisley, and Joe Fagan, they astonishingly captured 11 top-flight league titles. On the continental stage, they were extraordinary, reaching the summit of Europe 4 times, and establishing a magnificent Red dynasty, keeping their eternal rivals Manchester United firmly in their shadow. A turning point arrived in 1986 with the coming of Sir Alex Ferguson. The manager made his intention clear from the start. His greatest ambition was to dethrone Liverpool. At the time, many assumed it was merely boasting. No one expected that this passionate declaration, sounding like idle talk, would one day be fulfilled word by word. In 1993, the inaugural Premier League Championship trophy became Ferguson's first step in pulling Liverpool from their throne. Although the score was leveled, Liverpool ultimately failed to prevent Manchester United from defending their title. In the following season, after Cantona received an 8-month ban for his infamous incident with a spectator, Ferguson decided to rely on the renowned class of 92 young players. Liverpool legend Alan Hansen famously remarked at the time, a top club must sign established stars to strengthen the squad. Relying on a group of boys will bring you nothing but disappointment. And then it was precisely these very players whom Hansen had dismissed as incapable of winning anything that went on to become the most solid foundation of Ferguson's Red dynasty. 3 years later, Manchester United became the first club in Britain to complete the treble, reaching the zenith of their dominance, with league titles collected effortlessly. Meanwhile, Liverpool was still standing still. However, the gap was indeed narrowing, and a rival once thought impossibly distant had come right within reach. When the new century arrived, Manchester United remained the undisputed ruler of the Premier League. As for Liverpool, beyond a solitary Champions League title, 2 FA Cups, and 2 League Cups, they had consistently fallen short in the league. It was not until the 2008-2009 season that Ferguson's Manchester United edged past their arch-rivals Liverpool to claim their 18th league championship trophy. At Old Trafford, the Manchester United supporters unveiled their banner immediately in a highly conspicuous position. "You said you'd come back after we won 18 league titles. Well, here we are now." But 18 titles merely matched the record. It would take 19 to truly surpass. In the summer of 2011, Ferguson finally delivered on a boast made over 20 years earlier, pulling Liverpool down from their throne. Thinking back on Manchester United's passionate journey spanning these past 2 decades, Fan Kai tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. Fortunately, there were still 2 days until the Red Derby kicked off, otherwise this state of mind might well have affected his performance on the pitch. The television station's highlight program was quite well done, condensing over 100 years of history into 30 minutes of carefully curated footage. Fan Kai watched the latest episode of World Football on CCTV5, featuring a special on the century-long rivalry of the Red Derby. The editing was truly brilliant, further deepening Fan Kai's anticipation for the upcoming clash between the two giants. That match ended in a friendly 1-1 draw, with each side earning a point, a satisfying result all around. What caught people off guard was Arsenal. The Gunners, after their 3-4 opening day defeat to Liverpool, they somehow produced extraordinary form across the next 7 league matches, going 6 wins and 1 draw to collect a remarkable 19 points. With Manchester City drawing and Manchester United still having a game in hand, they seized the top of the league table. Meanwhile, even after a surprising 1-1 draw away to West Bromwich Albion, Tottenham still sat second in the standings thanks to an unbeaten record of 5 wins and 3 draws from 8 matches. This meant that before the Red Derby could even kick off, Manchester United had already dropped to 3rd place. Entering the match 2 points adrift placed considerable pressure on the entire squad. The fixture list after the October international break was not kind to Manchester United. They faced Liverpool and Chelsea on consecutive away trips, with a Europa League group stage match squeezed in between. Fortunately, the Europa League tie was at home, sparing the squad the added strain of extensive travel. As the opening Red Derby of the 2016-2017 season drew closer, the atmosphere at both the Carrington and Melwood training grounds grew noticeably charged. Seasoned veterans on both sides were clearly working to rattle their opponents. Mourinho, long past his impulsive youth, made no effort to engage Klopp in a media war. His entire focus was directed toward preparing for the Derby. Klopp was no different, pouring all his energy into securing a home victory over Manchester United. With neither manager spare for the usual pre-match verbal sparring, it was the club legends who took to social media, trading barbs freely. Fans eagerly joined the fray, adding to the growing fervor. Against this backdrop, the day of the 8th-round Premier League showdown finally arrived. Kickoff was set for 8 in the evening. That morning, the Manchester United squad boarded the team bus bound for Liverpool. The moment the bus pulled up outside their hotel, a cacophony of boos erupted from Liverpool supporters, offering an unmistakably unwelcoming greeting to the visiting players. Fan Kairui's brow furrowed instantly. Outside the hotel, he spotted Liverpool fans brandishing caricature posters of him and holding banners emblazoned with insulting slogans. The team captain, a veteran of numerous Red Derbies, approached and clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder, smiling. "Don't let those noisy fans get to you. As long as we win tonight, they'll be the ones losing sleep. I'll let my goals and the results speak for themselves." Fan Kairui's fists clenched involuntarily. Exactly, that's the right attitude. Head coach Mourinho, walking slightly ahead, cast a glance back at Fan Kairui and gave a subtle nod, clearly approving of the fire burning in his eyes. Football is at its heart a game fueled by passion. A player channeling that competitive drive into his performance can only benefit the team. Around 6:30 in the afternoon, the Manchester United squad boarded the bus once more and set off for Anfield. Though the hotel was only a short distance away, the sheer number of Liverpool supporters lining the route severely slowed their progress. Their behavior was relentless, nearly everyone shouting insults. Without the police barriers lining the street, it was unlikely that some of the more agitated fans would have restrained themselves from hurling objects at the team bus. Even with earphones plugged in, the noise from outside could not be fully blocked out. Fan Kairui simply filed every detail away, letting it fuel his determination. Those Liverpool fans had no idea what was about to unfold on the pitch. The moment Manchester United's players emerged from the tunnel at Anfield, the stands erupted in a wall of boos. Fan Kairui instinctively turned his head, which only provoked louder jeers and taunts. "What are you looking at? Never seen some proper singing before. Pretty boy, go back to Manchester. This isn't your place. Man, dog, scram." Ibrahimovic stepped in gently, pushing Fan Kairui forward from the tunnel entrance and patting his back. "Pay them no mind. We're here to collect 3 points. I understand, Zlatan." During the subsequent warm-up, assistant coach Faria keenly noticed Fan Kairui's sharp, energetic disposition, which significantly boosted his confidence for the evening's clash. In his view, if Fan Kairui could deliver even 60% of the performance he showed against France, Manchester United would at the very least escape with a draw, and might even steal all 3 points. Over an hour before kickoff, both Mourinho and Klopp had received each other's starting lineups. Liverpool opted for a 4-3-3, Karius in goal, Milner, Lovren, Matip, and Klein in defense, Coutinho, Henderson, and Emre Can in midfield, with Firmino, Sturridge, and Main leading the attack. Manchester United deployed a 4-2-3-1 De Gea between the posts, Blind, Smalling, Bailey, and Valencia, forming the back for Herrera and Fellaini as the double pivot, with Fan Kairui, Pogba, and Rashford arranged across the attacking midfield, and Ibrahimovic anchoring the line as the sole striker. Golden broadcaster Jean Shankai spoke into the commentary box. "With an hour to go until the first Premier League derby of the season, I'm sure many fans have been waiting patiently for this moment." Manchester United remain unbeaten this term, sitting third on 17 points from 7 games, while Liverpool sit just 1 point behind on 16. From a points perspective, tonight's winner climbs to the summit of the table. Time flew by. After 40 minutes of warm-up, both squads retreated to the locker rooms. Roughly 10 minutes later, they emerged once more and made their way toward the player tunnel. Both Manchester United and Liverpool boasted numerous internationals, with many players sharing national team dressing rooms. The broadcast camera swept across the tunnel, and when it landed on Fan Kairui's CCTV5's commentator, Hiwei raised his voice. "This is Fan Kairui's first red derby. Let's see how he adjusts. Hopefully he avoids repeating the sluggish display from the last league match." As he spoke, referee Anthony Taylor led the officiating team onto the pitch first. Manchester United captain Smalling and Liverpool captain Henderson followed, each guiding a child mascot behind him. Walking behind his teammates, Fan Kairui looked up and caught sight of the prominent sign at the tunnel mouth. Legend has it that Liverpool icon Bill Shankly personally hung it there, bearing the club crest and the bold words, "This is Anfield." The message was clear, a reminder to the home players of who they fought for, and a warning to the visitors about whose territory they had entered. This was Anfield. What of it? Watch and see what I can do tonight. Stepping onto the pitch, Fan Kairui was met with a roaring chorus from the entire stadium. Even the previously hostile Liverpool fans rose to their feet, applauding thunderously, their voices echoing across the Liverpool district. What moved Fan Kairui most came during the pre-match handshakes. Across the Anfield stands, Liverpool supporters began singing in unison the timeless classic, "You'll never walk alone. When you walk through a storm, hold your head up high. Don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of the rainbow, there's a bright day ahead." The song carried a gentle melancholy at first, but it drew you in, and as it built, it sparked a quiet courage within. It was without question one of the most iconic anthems in world football. Yet for Fan Kairui, he still preferred Manchester United's own anthem, "Glorious Man United," with its driving rhythm and rap-like energy that always got his pulse racing. The resonant singing at Anfield, combined with the waving flags, banners, and raised scarves in the stands, created a truly powerful visual spectacle. Countless Liverpool fans watching at home, even those who had attended this fixture countless times, still felt a surge of emotion deep within every time those words echoed through the stadium. For the devoted KOP, Anfield was a place of pilgrimage, a ground where every visitor was expected to sing "You'll Never Walk Alone" alongside the home supporters. Few Manchester United fans had made the trip to Anfield. While the two cities are not far apart and travel was convenient, Liverpool's safety protocols limited away tickets to just 3,000. Compared to the 50,000 home supporters, those 3,000 United fans were virtually silent on the pitch side. With the pre-match ceremony concluded, the singing at Anfield gradually subsided. It wasn't that they had run out of energy. They were saving it, waiting for kickoff to pour everything into urging their team forward. At the tunnel entrance, Mourinho and Klopp shook hands before returning to their respective technical areas. The commentary desks were ready, and all that remained was the opening whistle. The standout feature of the broadcast panel was Sky Sports' special invitation former Manchester United stalwart Gary Neville and former Liverpool defender Jamie Carragher. These two old adversaries sharing a commentary desk for a red derby. The prospect alone promised lively debate. All channels recited the historical head-to-head records, though everyone knew past encounters mattered little compared to what would happen on the pitch tonight. Referee Anthony Taylor raised the whistle to his lips. "Here we go, CCTV, here we go." Hiway's signature opening line rang out on schedule. Liverpool's opening attack was crisp and purposeful. Matip played a direct long ball toward Maine on the right wing. Despite United's defenders having the height advantage, Maine stood his ground and immediately engaged Fellaini in a physical battle, forcing the ball out for a throw-in. Fellaini shot a frustrated glance at referee Taylor and sighed. "This home ref. Really something." Klein stepped up to take the resulting forward throw-in. Sturridge, with his back to Smalling, used his body to shield the ball and laid it off to Henderson in midfield. Henderson controlled the pass, turned, and instinctively played it back to Matip. Liverpool's shape began to drop deeper, while Manchester United's line surged forward in response. Leading the charge were Fan Kairui, Ibrahimovic, and Rashford, clearly intent on applying high pressure from the outset. From the touchline, Klopp frowned, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind as his gaze drifted briefly toward Mourinho on the opposite bench. 3 years ago, when he faced Real Madrid with Dortmund, Mourinho was never this aggressive in his approach. But then a confident smile returned to his face. United's average running distance over their first 7 league matches had been the lowest among the top sides. Now they were suddenly pushing the pace and pressing relentlessly. That was like digging their own grave. A test of endurance. Bring it on. But he also harbored some concerns. Liverpool's midfield was not top tier in technique. Aside from Coutinho's delicate footwork, Emre Can and Henderson were lacking. If he panicked under United's continuous pressing, it would be troublesome. After several nervous passes at the back, they narrowly escaped United's ambush, and the ball landed at Emre Can's feet. He looked ahead and found all passing lanes blocked, so he switched the ball to the left-back Milner, who had stretched wide to receive. Milner's first touch was a bit heavy. Rashford seized the opportunity and lunged at him like a leopard. Klopp's heart tightened. Fortunately, Milner struck the ball quickly and cleared it haphazardly over the touchline, just before Rashford could slide in. Rashford couldn't stop in time and took Milner down with him. Referee Anthony Taylor's whistle blew immediately. The Anfield stands erupted into a sea of deafening boos from Liverpool supporters. In their eyes, this was purely a provocation from Rashford, a product of United's youth academy, against Liverpool. Rashford shrugged, wearing a carefree expression. He had grown up at Manchester United, and deep in his bones he held a dislike for Liverpool. Even though Milner was a national team teammate, he would never hold back when he needed to challenge for the ball. Amidst the roaring boos, commentator Jean Xiangkai raised his voice from New Sports. "See that? This is the derby. Every ball is fought for with everything you have." While Milner had just been brought down on one side, Van Kairui went crashing to the ground on the other after a challenge from Martin Klein. Mourinho exploded with fury, storming to the sideline and roaring at the match officials. Klein's tackle was clearly a foul, and referee Anthony Taylor should at least have brandished a yellow card. Van Kairui was United's treasure, and his players certainly were not pleased to see him deliberately felled away from home. Several players immediately charged toward Klein, demanding answers. Seeing the confrontation unfold, Liverpool's players refused to back down on their home turf and rushed over en masse. Veteran referee Anthony Taylor quickly blew his whistle with authority and stepped between the two groups, defusing the clash before it could escalate further. Commentator Hiway's voice from CCTV, "5 shot up, look at this." The derby is always packed with fire and tension. The skirmish was quickly quelled with the referee's intervention, but Liverpool fans believed United's players were deliberately looking for trouble, so every time a United player touched the ball, the stadium filled with hostile boos. United, however, had come prepared for this and paid no mind to the jeers. Besides the summer signings Van Kairui, Bailey, and Ibrahimovic, the rest of the starting lineup were veterans who had experienced numerous derbies before. Ibrahimovic, an old campaigner, handled such scenes with ease. Bailey had been tempered by countless Premier League battles and was no longer a raw recruit. And Van Kairui needed no introduction. The lad was born for big matches, feeding off the strength of his opponents. With Anthony Taylor closely controlling the match, the game finally settled into a rhythm. United pressed high while Liverpool sought to break through with quick combination play, though their technical execution was sometimes crude, leading to occasional misplaced passes. Yet Liverpool also surged forward to press, launching immediate counter-pressing the moment possession was lost. It was a tactic Klopp had mastered during his Borussia Dortmund days and had now instilled in his Liverpool side. Both teams played with energy, but within minutes chaos erupted once again. The main culprit was Van Kairui's devastating dribbling. Liverpool's defenders had little choice but to foul him. Van Kairui spent several frustrating minutes on the receiving end of clumsy challenges, whether he was carrying the ball or looking to pass. Though his natural talent made him resilient, he still feared malicious tackles. After all, he was only 17. Who wanted to see their career end prematurely because of injuries? Anthony Taylor's refereeing that day was somewhat lenient, and Liverpool players quickly exploited the soft approach. When fair defending failed, they resorted to tactical fouling. The fouls were light enough to escape punishment. This drove Mourinho wild as he continuously complained from the sideline, claiming Liverpool players were being excessively physical. Even BBC commentator Lineker could no longer stay silent. Liverpool are committing far too many fouls. If the referee had applied the rules strictly, very few of their players would have lasted the full 90 minutes. Fan Kairui was brought down once more by Martin, yet still no card was produced. Furious, Fan Kairui scrambled to his feet and fixed the referee with a piercing glare, holding up 3 fingers, once, twice, 3 times, and still no booking. Anthony Taylor replied sternly, "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Captain Smalling quickly stepped in front of Fan Kairui and pointed to his armband. "Referee, sir, please pay attention to the standard of your decisions. We are not here to be bullied." Whether Smalling's words had any effect or not, Anthony Taylor finally summoned Martin over, though he issued only a verbal warning rather than a card. Liverpool won a free kick in the left area of the final third. Fan Kairui also advanced into the penalty area ready to challenge in the air. Though his heading was mediocre and he had no real intention of scoring, he simply wanted to add presence and boost his teammates' morale. With Pogba towering at 191 meters, Ibrahimovic at 195, and both Smalling and Fellaini standing at 194 meters, blind would naturally look for these aerial threats when delivering the set piece. Liverpool's defenders inside their own box faced a miserable task. Only Matip stood over 1.9 meters while Lovren measured 1.88 meters, and most of the rest barely cleared 1.80 meters. Against 4 United giants, they had few answers. CCTV 5 commentator Hiway remarked cheerfully, "United's height advantage is overwhelming. As long as Blind delivers a decent cross, Karius will be in serious danger." Unfortunately, Blind's delivery lacked quality, drifting high and floaty. Lovren, retreating steadily, rose to head the ball clear of the penalty area. Henderson stepped up from the edge of the box and outjumped Herrera in nudging the ball backward. An electric gasp rippled through Anfield. Television cameras tracked the flight of the ball to its landing point, where a figure in blue bearing the number 7 stood out vividly. Fan Kairui. German commentator Marcel Rob's voice nearly shattered the commentary box. Fan Kairui swung at the ball mid-flight, connecting with devastating precision. The laces of his right foot buried themselves into the lower half of the sphere. A thunderous crack echoed through the stadium. Both Henderson and Herrera, still airborne, heard it before the ball even reached its peak. United players instinctively dove aside, while Liverpool players tried desperately to block the trajectory, but it was simply too fast. Karius barely glimpsed the ball threading through the cluster of bodies. His heart sank as he realized there was no time to move, and he could only turn his head and watch helplessly. Every Liverpool supporter in the Kop stand stared with eyes wide open, as if willing the ball to change course with their minds alone. Then came a sharp crystalline ring. The ball had struck the post. For the home supporters, the sound was nothing short of musical relief. The ball is go. Wait, it hasn't gone in. The post has saved Liverpool. Fan Kairui's thunderous strike from outside the box missed by mere inches. Hellway's voice soared, and then swiftly reversed direction. Milner reacted with incredible speed and punted the rebound straight out for a goal kick. Fan Kairui grabbed a handful of his hair and spat dismissively onto the turf. On the sidelines, Mourinho recoiled as though struck by a bullet, his half-kneeling posture snapping backward in shock. Klopp meanwhile pressed a hand to his chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the post had stood firm, or his team would have fallen behind at home. When he glanced again at Fan Kairui's, suspicion and wariness had grown in his eyes. At merely 17 years old, he was already firing on all cylinders. What would he become in a few years? Mourinho's fortune in this match was, if United had crossed paths with Ajax during pre-season training, this wunderkind might have worn the red jersey instead. After United's near miss, Liverpool's defensive shape retracted deeper into their own half. Most of their players had just finished international duty and were carrying significant fatigue. Having sprinted at full intensity for over 10 minutes was already taxing, so dropping deeper to defend was the prudent choice to ensure they could last the full 90. Mourinho had intended to exploit the early chaos to catch Liverpool off guard. Finding no advantage, he shifted tactics, pulling the team into a compact shape to stretch Liverpool's defense and create space for Fan Kairui to operate on the left flank. Martin, the right back, had already received a caution from the referee. If Fan Kairui could press him hard enough to earn a second booking, the right wing would become significantly easier to exploit. Klopp, of course, recognized United's intended attacking path and immediately activated Plan B, instructing Maine and Emre Can to provide cover for Martin. Yet Mourinho had his own reserves. Fan Kairui rarely kept his head down when in possession, enjoying a broad field of vision and often linking up with teammates promptly after drawing defenders toward him. With Rooney absent, Pogba had become the central pivot for switching play, and his long-range passing had always been remarkably accurate. The tactical plan was sound, but Rashford hesitated slightly on the left wing when facing senior national team teammate Milner. His lack of decisiveness cost United a promising attacking opportunity. Mourinho shook his head from the technical area. 19-year-old Rashford was still showing signs of immaturity. He was operating on an entirely different level compared to 17-year-old Fan Kairui. As both sides grew increasingly fatigued, the physicality of the match diminished, and reckless challenges became rare. Commentators gradually returned to discussing the flow of the game itself. High-intensity football passes with startling speed, and half an hour had already elapsed. The most threatening effort during that period remained Fan Kairui's powerful strike that had bounced off the post. Anfield's excitement cooled alongside the fading tempo, and cheers grew noticeably weaker than in the opening exchanges. Yet as the atmosphere settled, the players sharpened their focus, and the quality of the match steadily improved. In the 32nd minute, Liverpool produced a fluid sequence of one-touch passes. Emre Can spotted a gap and threaded a sharp through ball. Milner made a surging run down the left flank, glancing inside the penalty area before raising his left foot as if to cross. Valencia completely forgot that Milner favored his right foot, and by the time he realized the Brazilian was preparing to cut inside, he was already a half step too late. Herrera was forced to scramble across to cover, but Milner's touch was delicately weighted. He smoothly slipped the ball to Coutinho, who had made a quiet run into the left channel of the attack. Mourinho, standing in the technical area, felt his eyelid twitch. He could clearly see that the space where Herrera should have been marking Coutinho was completely empty. This is bad. Herrera's heart sank. Both Fellaini and Pogba were still far from recovering into position. Coutinho showed no mercy. He controlled Milner's pass, took a large step with his left foot, and from about 28 meters out swung his right leg powerfully. Regular Liverpool viewers instantly perked up. Everyone knew of Coutinho's deadly long-range shooting. A sharp crack echoed as the ball shot out like a cannonball, traveling straight toward the top left corner of the goal. Despite his compact frame, the shot possessed immense power with terrifying speed. De Gea launched himself sideways, stretching his body to the absolute limit, yet still couldn't reach it. The ball grazed the fingertips of his gloves as it flew past. Then came a sharp metallic clank that pierced his ears, and De Gea felt a spark of hope rise within him. Had it missed? But that fleeting joy lasted barely a half second before his expression turned to shock. The ball slammed violently against the inside of the left post, rebounded sharply, and flew straight into the net. Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray's signature elongated cry erupted, instantly firing like machine gun bursts that rattled through every Liverpool supporter's eardrums. The camera immediately cut to Klopp on the touchline, capturing his iconic arm-raised fist pump celebration in full view. Anfield exploded into chaos as waves of roaring sound crashed over the stadium, nearly shaking the roof from its foundations. Mourinho stood frozen on the sideline, helplessness etched across his face. Both shots struck the post, yet Fan Kairui's rebounded, while Coutinho's found the net. There was no reasoning with such cruel fortune. Huawei from China Central Television 5 animatedly recounted the goal before shifting his tone. Manchester United's luck has truly been unforgiving at Anfield today. Fan Kairui's volley was denied by the post, while Coutinho's shot answered with a riposte into the net. Perhaps this is simply the difference between home and away advantage. As the slow-motion replay concluded, the director's lens zeroed in on Manchester United's number 7 Fan Kairui. Watching the Liverpool player's frenzied celebrations, his hands instinctively clenched into fists, a storm of frustration churning beneath his chest. That goal demanded a response. When referee Anthony Taylor's whistle pierced the air, the match kicked off once more. Manchester United, winning the opening kickoff, appeared tense. Herrera received the ball, and without pausing launched a long diagonal pass toward Ibrahimovic. Yet Ibrahimovic hadn't fully settled into position. When Matip advanced to challenge him, Lovren provided cover, and together they headed the ball back to midfield with ease. Henderson controlled the return pass and laid it off to Milner on the left flank, prompting Liverpool to transition instantly from defense to attack. Fan Kairui let out a quiet sigh and immediately turned to track back. His tireless running ability made stamina no concern for him now, but watching Ibrahimovic's towering frame expend energy on those repeated sprints, he decided to help fill the defensive gaps first. Fan Kairui's proactive defensive work caught Mourinho slightly off guard. In his tactical setup, Fan Kairui, who wasn't particularly known for stamina, wasn't expected to shoulder heavy defensive responsibilities. While helping teammates cover was commendable, Mourinho couldn't help but wonder how Fan Kairui would preserve enough energy for the attacking phases ahead. Mourinho remained preoccupied with managing Fan Kairui's energy distribution, acutely aware that trailing by 1 goal away from home meant any exhaustion from defensive duties could prove costly. He was about to raise his whistle to signal Fan Kairui not to track back too deeply when his eyes lit up. The young player had merely instinctively moved to cover for Ibrahimovic while casually assessing the surrounding situation. But in that instant, he caught sight of Coutinho slipping into space behind the defensive line, his heart sinking. Fan Kairui pivoted sharply and surged diagonally from near the center circle, heading straight for Coutinho. Manchester United's right flank was covered by Rashford and Valencia, with Pogba shifting over to assist defensively. Emre Can, whose vision was obstructed, saw only the open space where Coutinho had slipped and without hesitation sent a direct pass with his right foot. As Liverpool's creative midfielder, Coutinho possessed precisely this ability to carve out opportunities when the attack stalled. Beyond his lethal long-range shooting, his passing range and spatial awareness were equally exceptional. Emre can clearly recognize that Manchester United's defensive structure was tilted toward the left side, leaving ample space on the right for Coutinho to exploit comfortably. A quick second goal would be devastating. But the moment the ball left his foot, the stands erupted in collective gasps. Almost simultaneously, Coutinho himself let out an urgent cry of alarm. It was already too late. Emre can instantly sense something was wrong. A blue blur shot onto the passing lane and intercepted the ball with precise footwork. The ball shifted direction abruptly and rolled toward Rashford. Coutinho, whose defensive awareness had improved significantly over the past 2 years, immediately raised his foot to trip the attacker and prevent the counterattack. But the ball was moving faster than his reaction. His foot came down a fraction too late. Fan Kairui's legs moved quicker, and Coutinho's toe could only barely graze his heel. Fan Kairui staggered slightly, but remained on his feet. Even if he had fallen, referee Anthony Taylor likely wouldn't have awarded a free kick given the advantage to the attacking team. Rashford smoothly controlled the ball, with no Liverpool player within 2 meters. Under the advantage rule, stopping play would jeopardize the referee's performance evaluation. New sports commentator Jean Shankai's voice rose sharply. Fan Kairui suddenly surged forward near the center circle and poked the ball away from Emre Can's intended pass to Coutinho. Rashford picks it up. Manchester United's counterattack is on. Klopp's stomach dropped as he stood on the touchline. With his team transitioning from defense to attack, conceding here would be catastrophic. Rashford, who had been tracking back, abruptly stopped when he saw Fan Kairui press forward, and the ball fell perfectly to him. Glancing quickly, he immediately cut inside with the inside of his right foot and sprinted past the halfway line in just a few strides. Milner, whose explosive pace had declined with age, was already committing forward to support the attack. It was unrealistic to expect him to stop and turn back to chase Rashford. The entire defensive burden fell squarely on Lovren's shoulders. Fan Kairui stabilized himself after 2 or 3 steps, then curved wide around Rashford's run to the right side, positioning himself centrally, but slightly left, specifically behind Emre Can, to cover the space. Ibrahimovic hadn't recovered yet and was caught offside. With Rashford facing an unobstructed path, he continued driving forward into the right half space rather than passing. Matip held his central position, ignoring the offside Ibrahimovic, shifting left to provide cover for Lovren as needed. Mourinho instinctively clenched his right fist, his gaze fixed on the blue number 7, anticipation burning in his eyes. An eruption of derisive chanting rose from the Anfield crowd, designed to disrupt Rashford's advance. The fervent roar engulfed the entire stadium. Lovren retreated while monitoring Rashford's rapid approach, his mind racing through options: hold his position or press forward to challenge. Rashford offered no time for contemplation. He drove the ball forward with the outside of his right foot and accelerated again, surging toward the open space like a cheetah, closing in on its prey. Lovren responded instantly, aware he couldn't match Rashford's pace. He gritted his teeth and tracked back, determined to block the inside channel. But at that moment, from the right flank, about 40 meters from the goal line, Rashford struck a powerful low drive across toward the center. The ball raced along the ground from the right toward the middle, where Ibrahimovic was positioned offside directly in its path. Lovren couldn't reach it in time and instinctively raised his right hand to signal the assistant referee about the offside trap. Matip followed suit, but Ibrahimovic remained stationary, raising both arms high above his head well in advance to make his intention crystal clear. He wouldn't interfere with play. Since the offside player hadn't touched the ball, the assistant referee waved play on. "Watch your behind." Emre Can's desperate shout echoed through the stadium. Matip's heart tightened at Can's warning. He began turning to recover, but caught a glimpse of a blue figure darting from his peripheral vision on the left side like lightning. The broadcast camera pulled back to a wide angle following the ball's trajectory, so viewers at home could see a blue streak explode from the lower left corner, the number 7 on Fan Kairui's back, snapping dramatically in the wind. Fan Kairui. Gary Neville shot to his feet at the Sky commentary desk, startling Carol beside him. Fan Kairui unleashed his full speed like a supercar, floor it overtaking Matip in the blink of an eye as he chased down Rashford's low pass from the right flank. The pass had been weighted heavily to bypass the defensive line, giving Fan Kairui extra ground to cover. A week earlier he might have fallen short, but with his pace now sharpened, Fan Kairui stretched his left foot forward and deftly cushioned the ball with the inside of his instep, the sphere obediently popping up ahead of him. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly without any loss of momentum, and in an instant he found himself one-on-one with goalkeeper Karius. Beautiful pass from Rashford. It's a breakaway. Kiwi's voice from CCTV 5 shot upward in excitement. The Kop stand erupted with deafening boos as Liverpool supporters filled the air with desperate sounds, some closing their eyes in earnest prayer. But God seemed preoccupied today. Fan Kairui carried the ball to the edge of the penalty area and faced the onrushing Karius, suddenly dipping his left shoulder. Karius bit on the feint and threw his body toward the right instinctively. Oh no. The moment his weight shifted, he realized Fan Kairui's left outside of the foot hadn't touched the ball at all, and his heart plummeted. What followed was straightforward. Fan Kairui guided the ball with the outside of his right foot, slipping past the fallen Karius on the opposite side, then calmly slotting it into the empty net with his right foot. Goal. Fan Kairui equalizes with lightning speed. At just 17 years and 246 days old, he becomes the youngest scorer in the history of this derby. Jin Shankai announced triumphantly on New Sports. The football struck the pristine white net, and the KOP stand fell instantly silent. Yet Fan Kairui wasn't done. He turned toward Liverpool's fervent supporters, closed his eyes in ecstasy, and cupped his hands behind his ears, as if listening. How could Liverpool fans endure this? Shoo! A torrent of boos erupted in an instant. Rashford, thrilled after the assist, charged over and threw his arm around Fan Kairui's shoulder, mimicking the listening gesture. Within mere seconds, the boos spread from the KOP stand across the entire stadium, with many fans growling in frustration, their curses relentless. Manchester United equalized on the road, and Mourinho embraced assistant coach Faria in elation, venting the pent-up pressure from his chest. On the other side, Klopp appeared troubled, muttering to himself as he paced the touchline, though it was unclear what he was saying. BBC commentator Linker shouted excitedly, "Unbelievable." From the moment he won the ball to the goal itself, Fan Kairui demonstrated what true versatility means. His pace was on full display during this counterattack, and Liverpool were far too careless. Fan Kairui has helped Manchester United quickly equalize. 1-1. Glacier Sports commentator Jean Jun's voice was equally animated. This goal perfectly showcases his defining qualities: lightning speed, explosive power, refined technique, and seamless unity between player and ball. His composure before the goalkeeper was extraordinary. Does this remind you of a 17-year-old? The prodigy of the pitch lives up to his reputation. The live broadcast director then showed a slow-motion replay. Viewers at home could clearly see Fan Kairui trace a U-shaped curve from his initial burst to the goal, effortlessly maneuvering around Emre Can and Matip before controlling the ball and driving forward without losing momentum. That final shift in his center of gravity that sent Kairui stumbling was almost unerringly calculated. Emre Can, frustrated at having lost possession, clutched his head in regret. He should have simply cleared it long range. The rest of Liverpool's players slumped as well, visibly deflated after leading for less than 2 minutes, only to see their advantage erased. Klopp refused to let the gloom linger, marching to the sideline with his trademark fiery energy, pumping his fists and shouting to rally his squad. It worked. The players responded to his intensity, shaking off the slump and regaining their focus. Coutinho, the goalscorer, cast a glance toward Fan Kairui from afar, silently reminding himself, "You've leveled things, but Liverpool will still prevail." Manchester United's celebration faded quickly, their triumph drowned out by Anfield's overwhelming jeers, gradually supplanted by the anthem rising from the KOP stand, "You'll Never Walk Alone." As the song echoed across the stadium, the Liverpool players seemed to straighten with renewed conviction. Mourinho, now composed, focused immediately on tactical adjustments, beckoning Smalling close to whisper instructions. Referee Anthony Taylor's whistle reignited the match. Liverpool grew noticeably more cautious with their passing, while Manchester United, following Mourinho's game plan, tucked into a compact defensive shape, ready to exploit any openings on the counter. With Fan Kairui and Rashford burning bright, stealing another goal would give United a dream halftime lead. But Mourinho's brow furrowed as he paced anxiously along the sideline. Assistant coach Faria leaned in. "What's bothering you, Jose?" Mourinho nodded toward the pitch. "Look at Kairui. Hasn't he been running excessively today?" Faria followed his gaze, spotting Fan Kairui tracking back from attack to help defend near their corner flag. "A bit," he conceded, raising an eyebrow. "But don't tell me he's burning all his energy now and we'll have nothing left for the second half." The word struck a nerve with Mourinho. His attack depended entirely on Ibrahimovic and this young man. If Kairui exhausted himself prematurely, escaping Anfield alive would be nearly impossible. Fortunately, the second half settled into a cautious stalemate, with both sides treading carefully, preserving the 1-1 deadlock until halftime. First halftime. Exquisite Sports, Jin Shankai announced. Coutinho and Fan Kairui have been the difference makers so far, but we'll see what tactical adjustments both managers can produce in the break. As the players headed to the dressing room, Mourinho and Faria exchanged glances toward Fan Kairui, both surprised by what they saw. The teenager was breathing steadily, showing none of the exhaustion expected from his running display, similar to how goalkeeper De Gea appeared. That defied logic. The statistics clearly showed he'd covered the third highest distance in the side during the first half, trailing only Herrera and Pogba. Yet Fan Kairui had never been known for his stamina before. Could he have resorted to something forbidden? That would ruin everything. Mourinho and Faria traded a knowing look. Understanding the concern, Faria approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Kairui." The player looked up. "Uncle Rui, what's up?" "You covered a lot of ground in the first half," Faria said with a shrug. "Jose and I are concerned about whether you'll have enough left for the final whistle." Fan Kairui inwardly groaned. This was problematic. With his endurance ability, he'd gotten caught up in the moment and couldn't rein himself, and now raising suspicions. His mind raced as he feigned thoughtfulness. "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure myself. Perhaps during that extra conditioning session last time, when I pushed through what felt like the hardest point and held on for a few more minutes, something shifted. Maybe I accidentally broke through a physical barrier, and you happened to break through." Faria studied him carefully, his tone carrying unspoken implications. "You're certain it wasn't anything unconventional?" Fan Kairui understood immediately and rolled his eyes. Uncle Rue, I can assure you whatever you're thinking of, I've never touched anything like that. Faria accepted the straightforward answer. Fan Kairui had always been principled, and while breaking through a physical plateau was rare, it wasn't impossible for an athlete. Besides, the lad had been training intensely lately. Maybe he'd simply stumbled upon good fortune. If that were the case, Manchester United might have something special in store this season. Halftime passed quickly and players from both sides began emerging onto the pitch. Liverpool in their signature red, Manchester United in their classic blue, the second half imminent. Neither manager made substitutions, suggesting both Klopp and Mourinho were content with their first half setups. The moment Anthony Taylor's whistle pierced the air, Anfield's stands erupted once more. Manchester United started with the ball, keeping things measured as they circulated it through midfield and defense to establish their shape. But Liverpool had shifted gears. They abandoned the cautious approach from the second half's closing moments and pressed high with immediate intensity. Herrera's quick reaction was crucial, clearing the ball forward with a long kick. However, the delivery was poor. Ibrahimovic glanced up, assessed the situation, and simply chose not to challenge for the header. The ball bounced once before Karius collected it comfortably. With possession changing hands, Manchester United scrambled back into defensive shape. Liverpool, riding the home crowd's momentum, began exploiting both flanks, delivering frequent crosses toward Firmino and Sturridge in the center. The strategy yielded little impact. Maguire and Smalling established themselves in the box, using their aerial advantage to dominate the area and prevent Liverpool's strikers from gaining a foothold. With crosses failing to break Manchester United's defense, Klopp's side immediately shifted tactics, attempting to dislodge the back line through central penetration and hoping Henderson or Coutinho could deliver a decisive through ball. The plan sounded sound on paper, but executing it proved difficult. Mourinho built his reputation on defensive solidity, and playing away from home left no room for complacency. His approach was straightforward: fortify the defense first, then strike on the counter. He deployed Rashford and Fan Kairui, the team's quickest attackers, specifically for this moment. The more aggressively Liverpool pressed, the more confident Manchester United became. On the touchline, Klopp noticed something different about Fan Kairui today: extraordinary defensive work rate and positioning. Time and again, when Liverpool sought to exploit the space behind blind, Fan Kairui was already there. Mourinho too had observed the change. Unlike Faria, he wasn't so easily reassured. Something about the boy's performance today felt off. Too much running. Beyond his technical ability, remaining sharp, his movement and range had transformed him into someone unrecognizable compared to before. He pressed his lips together and muttered quietly, "I just hope." It's truly a breakthrough in his physical limits. Liverpool's intensified attack saw their possession share climb, steadily shifting from an even split to 60% and continuing to rise. Yet Klopp found no comfort in the numbers. Instead, unease grew. Sustained pressure without a breakthrough often led to trouble. Shaking off the thought, he turned to the substitutes and called out to Lalana, "Adam, warm up 5 minutes." After roughly 10 minutes of the second half, Mourinho decided it was time to make a change. Martial lingered, Rooney and Mata all jogged toward the warming-up area. The broadcast cameras caught the substitution activity, prompting commentator Jin Xiangkai to immediately analyze the situation. Mourinho seems dissatisfied with the attacking output and is looking to make changes. Martial and Lingard can provide width, while Rooney and Mata offer better connectivity in midfield. We'll see who actually comes on. 5 minutes passed swiftly in such a high-intensity match. Lalana returned to the technical area, listening to Klopp's instructions while pulling on the jersey handed to him by staff. On the pitch, Liverpool built another attack. Coutinho received the ball centrally, approximately 35 meters from goal. The Manchester United defenders remembered his spectacular strike from the first half and closed him down tightly, denying him any space to shoot. Finding no opening, Coutinho played the ball wide to Klein on the right. Klein didn't control it first, instead crossing immediately. The delivery was mediocre, and inside the box only Sturridge was available as an option, who couldn't outmuscle his marker. Both Coutinho and Maine, who had made a supporting run, showed visible frustration. As expected, Smalling cleared the ball effortlessly at the near post. At the edge of the penalty area, Fellaini was perfectly positioned to meet the clearance with a header, nudging it toward Pogba. The ball sailed toward left-back Blind. Emre Can pushed off Pogba's back with both hands, using the momentum to change direction and intercept alongside Klein as they closed in on Blind. Klopp, standing on the touchline, felt a sudden knot of anxiety tighten in his chest. When his eyes landed on Fan Kairui slipping free into space unnoticed, his heart skipped a beat. Almost simultaneously, Blind controlled the ball and lifted his head. Blind looked up and found Fan Kairui. He stepped forward with his right foot, then delivered a low gliding pass with his left, the ball skimming just above the turf. Klein had pushed forward and hadn't yet returned. Henderson, playing as the holding midfielder, felt a pang of tension and reached out to grab him. His right hand gripped firmly onto the blue number 7 jersey. Whether the fabric was thin or Fan Kairui's forward momentum was too great, there was a sharp tearing sound as a piece of blue cloth came away in his hand. Almost simultaneously, Fan Kairui felt a pulling force from ahead and leaned back slightly. But his forward momentum carried him through, and the push instead helped him regain his balance. His balance was exceptional. His arms swung quickly and his pace increased once more as he gave himself fully to chasing the rolling ball. Matip saw the ball closer to him, and no longer able to focus on the increasingly fast Fan Kairui, made the decisive choice to slide in. As long as he could clear it, that was all that mattered. Nothing else concerned him. Before the play could develop further, Fan Kairui, in full sprint, suddenly extended his right foot and delicately lofted the ball upward with his instep. His planted right foot used the momentum to launch himself into the air, clearing the sliding Matip entirely. Matip had not expected such speed, and his tackle was clean, allowing Fan Kairui to leap over him with ease. Now Lovren was caught off guard. His one-on-one defending was never his strength, and his pace was mediocre. At this moment, there was no teammate nearby to offer assistance. Fan Kairui was drawing closer, and there was very little Lovren could do. On the touchline, Klopp jumped up and down, anxiously shouting into the roar of the crowd. But the deafening chorus of Anfield completely swallowed his voice. Fan Kairui carried the ball past the halfway line, now face-to-face with Lovren. He didn't attempt any elaborate feints. With about 2 meters between them, his right outside foot suddenly nudged the ball toward the right front. He forced a sharp change of direction, relying purely on pace. Lovren, standing at 188 meters, found his slow-turning speed brutally exposed. He stood rooted for a moment like a wooden stake before managing to turn just as Fan Kairui glided past him. Klopp closed his eyes in despair. Goalkeeper Karius had just stepped off his line when he saw Fan Kairui adjust his steps and coil his right leg from 40 meters out. The ball rose into the air, tracing a high arc toward the goal. Karius, now stationed at the edge of the penalty area, could only watch as he abandoned any attempt to intervene. The ball carved through the sky and dropped precisely into the white net. Andy Gray's signature drawn-out exclamation from Sky Sports echoed through the Anfield commentary box. From the moment Fan Kairui had beaten Lovren, he had not looked down at the ball. Catching Karius coming off his line from the corner of his eye, he made the decisive choice to loft a long-range shot from about 40 meters. His strike felt effortless, executed without pressure. The graceful, artistic long-range effort seemed to require none at all. The ball sailed high over the stranded Karius and fell into the empty net behind him. As the ball entered the net, Fan Kairui spread his arms wide and puckered his lips, running directly toward the sideline camera. The production crew reacted instantly, cutting to a close-up. Fans watching on television clearly saw the handsome-faced Fan Kairui pressing a kiss toward the lens. Jay June, the Leisure sports commentator, felt his emotions surge and called out enthusiastically. Liverpool's former captain Gerrard used to do this after every goal in the Northwest Derby. It appears young Fan Kairui is paying deliberate tribute. Sky Sports special guest Gary Neville was also moved, remarking softly that the young player truly knew how to make United supporters proud. Carragher, seated beside him, merely shrugged with a faint expression, though knowing United were leading against their arch-rivals, he kept his thoughts to himself. In the away technical area, Mourinho raised both fists and celebrated with unrestrained energy. His assistant Faria approached for a hug, but Mourinho did not slow down. Fortunately, the broadcast director did not capture Faria's unreturned gesture. The cameras remained locked on Fan Kairui, who had become the undisputed focus of the match. Liverpool supporters at Anfield wished to boo him, but the jeers caught in their throats. Asking themselves honestly, there was nothing wrong with his performance today. 2 goals, each brilliant and nearly impossible to replicate. Fan Kairui, having scored twice, was pulled away from the camera by excited teammates for a collective celebration. Liverpool manager Klopp could only shake his head in regret, wishing he had made the change 2 minutes earlier. Jean Shankai of Shining Sports exclaimed joyfully that another goal worthy of history had been scored. Fan Kairui, now on the scoresheet twice, had become the youngest player to score a brace in Northwest Derby history. With more than 30 minutes remaining, could he add a third and become the youngest player to complete a hat-trick at this venue? Lalana stood on the sideline, uncertain, glancing toward manager Klopp with a questioning look, wondering whether he should still follow the original plan to enter the match. Klopp shook off his brief moment of disappointment and walked over to Lalana, placing a hand on his shoulder. He instructed Adam to replace Daniel Sturridge. Roberto Firmino would play as the false 9, while Lalana and Sadio Mane would occupy the left and right positions, adjusting freely according to the flow of the game. Understood, Lalana nodded. Before play resumed, he came on to replace the lackluster Sturridge. Broadcast cameras immediately cut to Mourinho, as if waiting to see how Manchester United would respond. However, United showed no movement until the 64th minute, when Captain Rooney slowly walked to the touchline. Klopp turned to glance and wondered what Mourinho was planning. Was he going to bring on Ibrahimovic? Or Rashford? Surely not Fan Kairui, who had just scored twice. Or perhaps a positional adjustment for Pogba. When the 4th official raised the electronic board, and the red number 27 was clearly displayed, even Klopp paused in surprise along with every commentator. This was illogical. Mourinho was famously cautious. Why substitute an attacking player for a defensive midfielder while already leading? Mourinho, as though aware of every pair of eyes upon him, stood with a composed expression, gazing ahead with an air of certainty. Klopp's irritation mounted. He was certain Mourinho was putting on an act. With Rooney coming on, United's formation shifted in a subtle but noticeable way. Pogba dropped deeper to partner Herrera as a double pivot, while Rooney occupied the number 10 position. Other roles remained unchanged. Kiwe from CCTV 5 finally understood. Mourinho's adjustment strengthened the attack, while simultaneously maintaining defensive balance. Pogba, capable in both phases, could readily fulfill defensive duties. Combined with his passing vision, this would greatly enrich United's attacking structure. Having gone from leading to trailing, Klopp felt anxious, yet had few options available. The squad depth was limited. On the bench sat only Mignolet defenders Moreno, Kravic, and Lucas, along with Origi and Markovic. Neither Origi nor Markovic offered sufficient quality. Klopp could only rely on the 11 players already on the pitch. In comparison, United's bench offered more possibilities. Beyond Romero and Rojo, Carrick, Mata lingered, and Martial were all available. To control the tempo, Carrick could come on. To add creativity, Mata was an option. For wing intensity lingered, and Martial remained ready. Klopp faced a difficult situation with limited resources, feeling somewhat powerless over the match's direction. 5 more minutes passed, and the scoreboard remained at 1-2. Fan Kairui's threat on the left continued to grow, while Klein carried a yellow card on his right side. Klopp had to prioritize reinforcing the right flank. In the 67th minute, Liverpool made their second change. Moreno replaced Klein to cover the left, while Milner, the versatile veteran, was moved to the right to mark Fan Kairui specifically. Although Milner's defensive awareness and determination were unquestionable, he struggled against Fan Kairui's refined technique and explosive speed. Fouls and cards seemed to become an unavoidable pattern. The volume of sound at Anfield noticeably diminished as the home side found itself under pressure. Milner indeed received a yellow card, forcing Emre Can, Maine and Henderson to shift more defensive attention toward the right flank. It was at this moment that Rooney's influence began to show. In the 76th minute, Fan Kairui received the ball and was immediately surrounded by 3 opponents. A slight smile crossed his lips as he discreetly tapped the ball with his outside foot toward Rooney, who had created space. Rooney took the ball and delivered a long pass in one fluid motion. Rashford, who had assisted Fan Kairui's equalizer earlier, found himself once again one-on-one. Facing Moreno, shifted to the left, he chose to go wide and delivered a low cross into the box. Ibrahimovic made a dummy run at the near post, while Pogba arrived unmarked near the penalty spot and rose brilliantly. Karius could only watch in disbelief as Pogba, whose heading ability was solid, met the ball and directed it toward goal. From such close range, there was no time for a reaction, and the ball nestled into the net. 1-3. The visitors led. United players gathered together in celebration after completing a 3-goal comeback. Klopp's face fell, fully aware that the match was essentially decided. There was little that could be done to change the outcome. Manchester United led Liverpool 3-1, and Anfield fell into an eerie silence. Liverpool supporters, who had been gripping their scarves, now slumped in their seats, their eyes vacant and distant. Yet from the KOP stand, the melody of "You Will Never Walk Alone" suddenly rose again. At first it was sparse and hesitant, but soon it swelled into a unified chorus. From the KOP stand to the Centenary stand, then to the Anfield Road end, and the main stand, the singing spread like wildfire, engulfing the entire stadium. Captain Henderson paced along the touchline, arms swinging and hands clapping loudly to rally his teammates. As the anthem washed over them, Klopp, who had appeared deflated, seemed to find his fire reignited. He marched to the sideline, pumping his fists and shouting. The match was not over. How could they surrender so easily? Resilience was carved into Liverpool's very DNA. Across at the opposite technical area, Mourinho stood with his arms crossed, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes fixed on Liverpool with unmistakable wariness. Fan Kairui listened to the wall of sound and glanced at the defiant spark rekindling in the Liverpool player's eyes. He understood precisely what was happening. He pressed his lips together. No, he had to strike once more to extinguish their spirit completely before anything else mattered. True to form, after the restart, Liverpool surged forward with renewed ferocity, overwhelming Manchester United and pinning them deep in their own half. Mourinho felt the mounting pressure. He feared that if Liverpool kept pressing, they would score soon. If they pulled one back, their momentum would return, and a comeback could become real. After all, in the history of the Merseyside derby, Liverpool had built a notorious reputation for comebacks. Their attacks came in relentless waves, and even when possession was lost, they immediately pressed back with speed and intensity. In the 80th minute, Klopp played his final card, bringing on Origi. In the final 10 minutes, the roar at Anfield threatened to shake the stadium roof itself. Watching Liverpool's pressure intensify, Manchester United also made a change. Rojo came on to replace Rashford, who had contributed 2 assists. Rashford's expression dropped as he was substituted, but he understood that holding the lead was paramount. He embraced Mourinho's reassuring words with a firm hug. Rojo's introduction sent a clear message: everyone fall back and protect the 3-goal advantage. Ibrahimovic had not scored or assisted, but his role as a focal point up front was irreplaceable, so Mourinho kept him on the pitch. Time accelerated, and Liverpool grew increasingly desperate. Coutinho received a pass from Henderson, saw no passing lane, and unleashed a long-range shot. Unfortunately, the strike was poorly placed and lacked power. De Gea collected it comfortably. Origi near the penalty spot sighed in frustration before quickly recovering and turning to press De Gea. But it was too late. De Gea did not hesitate. Taking 2 quick steps with the ball, he launched a powerful clearance with his right foot before Origi could close him down. The ball flew flat and fast from the right side of the small penalty area toward the open space on the right flank of midfield. Open it was. There was nobody there except for one blue figure sprinting at full speed. At that moment a wave of despairing gasps erupted from Anfield. On the touchline both Klopp and Mourinho stared at the speeding figure, one ashen-faced, the other beaming with elation. Liverpool had pushed everyone forward using both fullbacks as wingers. Matip had even carried the ball past half-court. All that remained behind was Lovren. De Gea's clearance was precise and cunning, landing exactly on Fan Kairui's sprinting trajectory. Fan Kairui exploded forward, opening a gap on Lovren in just a few strides. Like a bolt of blue lightning, he crossed the halfway line chasing the descending ball. Having conceded 3 goals, Karius refused to remain passive. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned his goal and rushed out. But he could never have imagined that De Gea's long pass carried a particular kind of spin. When the ball bounced, it dipped backward with backspin, an outcome that completely caught Karius off guard. He had dared to charge out because he had calculated the ball would bounce forward after landing, giving him a step advantage. Who could have predicted that instead of accelerating the ball would decelerate? What had been an even contest instantly shifted in Fan Kairui's favor. But Karius had no retreat. He could only grit his teeth and commit forward. What if he could intercept it? Fan Kairui, still at full pace, extended his left leg from about 2 meters away and gently nudged the slowly rolling ball to his left with the outside of his foot. His body twisted sharply like a sports car executing a drift. Karius's strides were long and his momentum immense. He could not break in time. He could only watch helplessly as Fan Kairui glided past him, leaving behind a vast empty penalty area. Anfield fell eerily silent. Only the traveling Manchester United supporters raised their voices, their cheers, rising wave after wave. Kairui, Kairui, Kairui. Having rounded the goalkeeper, Fan Kairui controlled the ball to the right of his dominant foot and unleashed a powerful strike from 35 or 36 meters out. The moment his foot left the ball, he did not look at the goal. He turned directly to face his own half, arms outstretched, waiting for his teammates to surge forward. Swish! The ball hit the white net with a crisp, resonant sound. Goal! 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 Jean Shankai from New Star Sports, a devoted Manchester United fan, lost all composure and shouted at the top of his lungs, Fan Kairui has scored his 3rd goal of the match. A hat-trick. He became the 8th player to score a hat-trick in a Merseyside derby. But he was the first Manchester United player to achieve a hat-trick at Anfield. What an achievement. The moment the ball hit the net, the live camera cut to Fan Kairui, his back to Liverpool's goal. The commentators in the booth poured out their praise without restraint. I cannot believe it. Linker from the BBC exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. Fan Kairui's confidence is beyond imagination. Turning immediately after shooting. Was that a provocation toward Liverpool? Perhaps. But if he recalls correctly, he was indeed the first Manchester United player to score a hat-trick at Anfield and the youngest to accomplish this in a Merseyside derby. Marcel Leaf from Deutsche Sky Television spoke passionately, a 17-year-old genius phenomenon. 10 goals in 8 league matches, leading the scoring chart. Each of these 3 goals was brilliant, and the final one perfectly captured his extraordinary self-belief. Manchester United have absolutely struck gold this summer. Oh, who could have predicted this scoreline before kickoff? I swear nobody could. Sky Television's special guest Gary Neville laughed like a child, his face alight, completely disregarding Carragher's dark expression beside him. A 17-year-old boy dominated this Merseyside derby with 3 goals and 1 assist. In the next 100 years, I dare say, people will remember this match, especially Liverpool supporters. Mourinho, Manchester United's manager, was utterly ecstatic. He executed his signature knee slide celebration, gliding far down the touchline. The last time he had celebrated like this traced back to the 4th round, the Manchester derby at home against Manchester City. He gave Fan Kairui a high thumb up, thinking about the young player's performances since breaking into the first team. The stronger the opponent, the more he flourished. This was unmistakably a superstar born for big moments. In an unremarkable corner of the stands, Connie, Chelsea's manager, watched Fan Kairui's brilliance with unease, even though their crucial derby was at home the following week. Akbakat, manager of Fenerbahce, who were scheduled to face Manchester United at Old Trafford in the Europa League midweek, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Fan Kairui had played in the Champions League qualifiers for Ajax this season. Otherwise, his team would have faced this phenomenon at the Theatre of Dreams. How lucky. Up to this point, the brightest star at Anfield was undoubtedly Fan Kairui. His hat-trick had directly secured the victory for Manchester United. Even Pogba's goal had been created by Fan Kairui's relentless runs down the left flank, dismantling Liverpool's right side. He from CCTV 5 commented eloquently, Fan Kairui's hat-trick at Anfield serves as repayment for Manchester United. 7 years ago, Liverpool had come back from behind to score 4 goals and defeat the Reds 4-1 at Old Trafford. Time flows on, and now a teenage genius has turned the tide. Many fans watching at home surely still vividly remember that evening. Some Manchester United supporters who had traveled with the team were moved to tears. Although Manchester United had won the Premier League title in the 2008-2009 season, equaling Liverpool's league championship, count the humiliating 1-4 home defeat to to Liverpool remained a thorn in the hearts of their fans. Now with Fan Kairui's hat-trick at Anfield giving Manchester United a 4-1 lead, that old grievance could finally be laid to rest. Yet many Liverpool supporters watching at home felt a bitter taste. They had hoped Klopp's arrival would bring championship promise, but this devastating defeat seemed to shatter those hopes once again. Klopp sat on the bench edge watching Manchester United players celebrate wildly, his expression dazed. One thought occupied his mind: if he had been more decisive in the summer transfer window, those celebrating right now might have been his own players. Alas, there are no second chances in life. After the restart, the match had lost all drama. Liverpool's players kicked with heavy hearts, unable to find their rhythm even amid their fans' songs. Their attacks posed no real threat to De Gea's goal. Leading 4-1, Mourinho was already thinking ahead to the Europa League 4 days later. He instructed his team to control the tempo and run down the clock. He still had one substitution remaining, holding it in reserve for the final moments. When stoppage time began, Luke Shaw came on to replace Ibrahimovic, who had thoroughly exhausted himself. By now at Anfield, empty seats multiplied across the stands in patch after patch. Home supporters, unable to bear the scoreline and unwilling to watch their rivals celebrate on their home turf, began leaving early. In the dying seconds, Manchester United players preferred to pass the ball around to grind out the remaining time. Fan Kairui too had lost his appetite for more goals. With Liverpool players looking so drained, scoring further felt pointless. It would have been mere statistic padding. After 3 minutes of added time, referee Anthony Taylor blew the final whistle, bringing the 2016-2017 Premier League Round 8 Red Mirror clash to a close. Commentator Jean Xiangkai from XIN Sports quickly remarked, "The match is over." Manchester United, powered by teenage phenom Fan Kairui's hat-trick and Pogba's goal, thrashed Liverpool 4-1 at Anfield to reclaim the top of the table. Fan Kairui's 3 goals further extended his lead in the scoring charts. With 10 league goals in 6 matches, an average of 1.67 per game, he truly deserved the nickname 66-66. On the pitch at Anfield, his Manchester United teammates gathered around Fan Kairui, exchanging high-fives to celebrate the impressive away victory. Klopp took a moment to compose himself before walking onto the field to comfort his players. The result was accepted and life went on. Mourinho approached Klopp. Both managers bore the responsibility of revitalizing their respective clubs, and they shared a firm handshake. Mourinho knew clearly that without Fan Kairui, his Manchester United would have been lucky to draw at Anfield, let alone secure all 3 points. The broadcast cameras captured the two coaches sharing a moment of mutual respect, prompting the commentators to wax lyrical once more. Fan Kairui, having scored all 3 goals, was named man of the match. Sadio Mane from Liverpool approached him to exchange jerseys. Perhaps still troubled by the defeat, he offered only a few words before walking away. Fan Kairui patted his shoulder gently in a gesture of consolation. Leading his team to a dominant victory at Anfield left Fan Kairui feeling quite satisfied, especially upon seeing the dejected Liverpool supporters. With a touch of playful pride, he murmured to himself, "That ought to teach you for booing and mocking me before the match." Fan Kairui's hat-trick at Anfield sent shockwaves across the internet, creating even more buzz than his 4th-round brace against Manchester City. Few players had ever achieved such a feat in that intimidating fortress, and now one had. As the first Manchester United player to score a hat-trick at Anfield, Fan Kairui captured the attention of fans and media worldwide. For Liverpool supporters, it was a deeply disheartening day. Nothing seemed to lift their spirits. Manchester United fans, by contrast, celebrated with unrestrained joy. Mourinho, in excellent spirits, granted the entire squad a day and a half off, with training resuming the following afternoon. Fan Kairui had little interest in the break. He was driven by his personal goal of maintaining consecutive months of extra training. For the sake of becoming stronger, he was fully committed. As Fan Kairui's performances in the Premier League continued to shine, agent Mendes received an increasing number of endorsement inquiries from various brands eager to sign him. However, Mendes politely declined each offer. According to his assessment, signing endorsements at this stage would not be wise. He saw far greater potential in Fan Kairui's future. If Fan Kairui could maintain consistent and outstanding performances to conclude the 2016-2017 season, endorsement fees would undoubtedly multiply significantly. Fan Kairui found this reasoning sound. He was in no financial worry, and the internet was abuzz with headlines about his Anfield hat-trick. He felt quite pleased with himself, and unusually stayed up late chatting with fellow football enthusiasts on the Donquidi app. The following morning, Fan Kairui rose early and boarded the hotel shuttle bound for the Carrington training base. Just 2 minutes from the facility, the vehicle came to a halt. Road repairs lay ahead. He donned his sunglasses and continued on foot. Shortly after setting off, he spotted a young woman with a ponytail hurrying toward him, looking rather flustered. She wore a red Manchester United baseball cap, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate features suggested East Asian heritage. "Excuse me, could you tell me the way?" the young woman asked in English with a familiar Chinese accent. Fan Kairui responded directly in Mandarin, "Are you Chinese?" "Yes." "Are you Chinese as well?" Her eyes lit up with surprise. "Indeed," Fan Kairui replied, simply steering the conversation forward. "By the way, where are you headed?" She pointed to a paper map in her hand. "I'm looking for the AO Comprehensive Training Center." AO Comprehensive Training Center. Fan Kairui frowned slightly. Ah yes, the Carrington training base, she confirmed, eagerly nodding repeatedly. Just ahead, about a 5-minute walk, Fan Kairui pointed in the direction. As he was about to mention, he was headed the same way she spoke first. Thank you so much. If our paths cross again, I would be delighted to buy you coffee. Meet again. Coffee. Fan Kairui watched her retreating figure and chuckled to himself. Classic Chinese politeness. But he made a mental note of the offer. 5 minutes later, Fan Kairui arrived at the base entrance. He happened to see the same young woman producing a document for the guard Charlie to inspect. After registration, she entered. He approached, and Charlie immediately recognized the sunglasses-clad figure. Kairui back for extra training. Absolutely. One day without practice, and I feel off. Fan Kairui grinned broadly. Charlie, a lifelong Manchester United supporter who had inherited the gatekeeper role from his father, watched Fan Kairui train diligently day after day, fueling his optimism about the club's resurgence. Just as Fan Kairui stepped through the gate, he paused and turned to Charlie. Uncle Charlie, could you tell me what the girl who just went in is here for? Charlie glanced at the registration log. A photographer and editor with a pre-arranged appointment. Oh. Fan Kairui casually took the log and noted the name Yutong Gu. Gu. Could it be Rain? Yutong. A pleasant name, and she certainly has a pleasant appearance. After posing for a photo with Charlie, Fan Kairui made his way toward the training field. The young woman, named Yutong Gu, had already disappeared from sight. He did not actively seek her out. The base was compact, and chances were he would encounter her. Staff in the equipment room had already arranged the footballs and training gear. Fan Kairui changed into his training kit and began his extra session. 10 minutes of jogging followed by 5 minutes of stretching, then he focused intently on fundamental drills. Unaccustomed as he was to the trappings of star status, he was suddenly blinded by a flash of camera light from the sidelines. He raised an eyebrow and looked up. It was none other than Yutong Gu from the intersection earlier. Fan Kairui adopted his most charming smile and strolled over, waving. Hello there. I trust you haven't forgotten our coffee. Watching her idol approach, Yutong Gu's heart skipped a beat. His smile shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. A flush rose to Yutong Gu's cheeks, and her voice softened. Coffee? What coffee? Surely you haven't forgotten already. Fan Kairui winked and mimed, resting glasses on his nose. Back at the intersection. You're the one with the sunglasses from earlier. Yutong Gu finally comprehended. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, but it quickly gave way to delight. This was an unexpected opportunity. Autograph, photograph, perhaps even a brief conversation. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled demurely. You're my idol. If you're willing, I'd happily buy you coffee every day. Really? Of course. Yutong Gu's smile revealed 2 shallow dimples. Fan Kairui glanced at the badge clipped to her chest, which clearly displayed her name and affiliation. He smoothly shifted the topic. You work for Donquidi? Something like that, Yutong Gu nodded. I'm a sophomore at Fudan University, currently on exchange at the University of Manchester. My coursework isn't particularly demanding, and I recently saw Donquidi recruiting overseas editors. I applied and was accepted. Coincidentally, I have an account there too. Shall we follow each other? Fan Kairui suggested. Actually, you already follow me. Yutong Gu replied, meeting his gaze with a hint of shyness. Do I? Fan Kairui was momentarily puzzled. He recalled he rarely followed anyone, let alone girls with profile pictures. Then it struck him, Fudan University sophomore. His eyes widened slightly. You're that account called Manchester United's future no. 7 Heavenly King's little wife. The moment the words left his mouth, Fan Kairui tugged at the corners of his own lips. He was, after all, now Manchester United's number 7. Any lingering awkwardness dissolved as he noticed her blushing cheeks. With a substantial fan base, he knew better than to appear nervous before a young woman. Glancing around, he confirmed the training ground was deserted. He reached out and gently flicked her forehead, a playful smile on his face. So you know how to be shy? Yutong Gu covered her warming face with both hands and glared at him. Do you know how embarrassing it is to hear such things from an unmarried girl? Though October in Manchester was already quite crisp, her cheeks felt remarkably warm. Fan Kairui was about to respond, but thought better of it, choosing instead to change the subject. By the way, during the International Champions Cup, I sent you a private message explaining things. Why didn't you reply? I was afraid you'd think I was being too pragmatic. So I didn't dare reply, Yutong Gu murmured softly. Her honesty left an even better impression on Fan Kairui. She was clearly different from those fervent, celebrity-chasing girls. Quite appealing, in fact, and since she described herself as unmarried, she seemed like a reasonable prospect. He rubbed his hands together. How about we exchange contact information? We can chat another time. It's rather cold out here, and I should begin my training. Yutong Gu's eyes brightened. Oh really? May I add you? Of course. Fan Kairui extended his right hand. What for? Give me your phone. I'll enter the account details. Oh. Yutong Gu hurriedly retrieved her phone from her backpack, unlocked it with her fingerprint, opened WeChat, and handed it over. Don't you use WhatsApp? Fan Kairui asked, casually observing the familiar interface. I do, but not very often. I mainly use it to communicate with classmates here. He switched to the WhatsApp ad page, entered his account, and returned her phone. All set. I'll accept your request when I get back. He waved. I need to start training now. Drawing on past experience, he knew that with girls one should maintain a certain distance. Playing hard to get was sometimes the right approach. Yutong-gu was clearly eager to continue chatting, but dared not delay his practice. She feared that if other fans learned she had interrupted Fan Kairui's extra training, they would harshly criticize her. She retreated to the sidelines and raised her camera once more. Being mindful not to disturb him with the flash, she captured only a few quick shots before reluctantly departing. Nevertheless, her heart swelled with contentment. She had obtained Fan Kairui's WhatsApp. Should she let slip a hint of this to her fellow Manchester United fans on Donquidi, it would surely spark considerable envy. Rooney took over as the center forward in place of Ibrahimovic, while Mata operated as the attacking midfielder. Martial and Lingard spread wide across the flanks on either side. Pogba anchored the midfield alongside veteran Carrick, while the defensive line from left to right featured Luke Shaw, Smalling, Bailey, and Darmian, with Romero guarding the goal. Perhaps still buoyed by their commanding derby victory, Manchester United sailed through the Europa League encounter. They led by 3 goals at halftime, with Pogba, Martial, and Rooney each finding the net. Lingard added another in the second half, extending the advantage. It was not until near the final whistle that Feyenoord's former United player Van Persie pulled one back to salvage some pride. A resounding round of applause echoed through Old Trafford as Van Persie's goal drew a standing ovation. The home supporters honored his past contributions, and even Van Kier in the VIP box rose to his feet. 58 goals in 105 matches, an average of 0.55 per game, looked respectable. Yet in his debut season at United, he struck 30 times in 48 appearances, averaging 0.62 goals per outing. Had he not lost significant time to injuries during the 2013-2014 and 2014-2015 campaigns, those numbers might well have climbed even higher. For all these reasons, Van Persie fully deserved the thunderous applause from every United supporter in attendance. Though United conceded a goal before the final whistle, Mourinho bore no ill will. After all, the scorer was one of their own former heroes. The 41 scoreline held firm until the final whistle. United had begun their Europa League campaign with a surprising home defeat to Feyenoord, leaving the squad feeling frustrated and wondering whether they might even fail to advance from the group stage. With 2 consecutive victories, Manchester United topped the group on goal difference with 6 points, edging ahead of Feyenoord. Second-placed Fenerbahce collected 4 points, while Sut-Jessica sat at the bottom with just 1. United's Europa League prospects looked exceptionally bright, and fans celebrated the strong position. Yet Mourinho had already turned his thoughts to the weekend clash at Stamford Bridge against Chelsea. That match carried significance beyond the Premier League standings. It was also an opportunity for Mourinho to face his former club once more. It was widely known that Mourinho was a legendary figure at Chelsea. In the summer of 2004, he arrived as a Champions League-winning manager and made an immediate impact, guiding Chelsea to the Premier League title in 2004-05 for the first time in 5 decades. That remarkable season saw Chelsea set records for the most points and fewest goals conceded in a single campaign. However, the 2006-2007 season had too many draws, preventing a 3rd consecutive league title, while trust issues also began to surface within the squad. A 1-1 draw against Rosenborg in the opening Champions League match of the 2007-2008 season became the final straw for his dismissal. 6 years later, Chelsea owner Abramovich personally stepped in and invited Mourinho back. Although he secured the league championship in the 2014-2015 season, the infamous Team Doctor scandal that followed led to widespread disillusionment, and he was once again dismissed. Now serving as Manchester United's head coach, he not only aims to lead his team to victory over Chelsea, but also wishes to prove to his former club one thing: how misguided a decision it was to let him go. At the Carrington training ground, Mourinho holds his players to extremely high standards. Even a minor mistake earns him loud reprimands from the sideline, and even Van Gaal was not spared his stern feedback. From this, one can see just how deeply invested he is in this red versus blue clash. Manchester City, Chelsea, and Liverpool all sit on 16 points with 5 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses. Manchester City claims 4th place thanks to a superior goal difference, while Chelsea and Liverpool follow in 5th and 6th respectively. Everton, who had briefly climbed to 2nd place, now languish in 7th. With the season still in its early stages and few matches played, the points gap remains narrow, meaning every result carries significant weight for the standings. Chelsea's home clash against Manchester United has been scheduled identically to Liverpool's earlier fixture against them, both delayed until the final match of the round. This arrangement clearly favors Manchester United, who had just played the Europa League on Thursday. Then again, it may actually favor Chelsea even more, given they completed their Champions League group stage on Tuesday. Although Chelsea enjoyed 2 extra days of rest compared to Manchester United, their supporters remained largely unfazed by the disparity. After all, 3 days prior in the Europa League, Mourinho had heavily rotated his squad, clearly preserving energy for this crucial red and blue showdown. Though the red and blue clash lacks the same intense rivalry as the Reds derby, it promises equally compelling entertainment. With Mourinho as Chelsea's former manager and Conte now at the helm, their reunion needed no media amplification. The narrative wrote itself. The best response to a former manager is surely to thrive in the present. At Carrington, Manchester United's players fed off this momentum, their spirits soaring. Back-to-back 4-1 victories had bolstered their confidence for the upcoming Stamford Bridge clash. Yet the atmosphere around Chelsea's preparations carried a distinctly different tone. From Connie down to the players concerned lingered. Fan Kairui had netted 10 goals in 7 matches this season, scoring a brace against both Manchester City and Liverpool along with 4 assists. His individual goal contributions trailed only Chelsea's entire team tally by a single strike across 8 league games. Who could remain untroubled facing such a formidable attacker? This worry weighed heaviest on the defenders. N'Golo Kante knew intimately. During World Cup qualifying, he had faced Fan Kairui and found himself outplayed from start to finish after an initial advantage. He could not predict whether Fan Kairui would deliver another devastating performance, but he knew full well the suffering that awaited him across 90 minutes. Considering Fan Kairui's ferocious dribbling and clinical finishing, Chelsea manager Connie pondered extensively before deciding to anchor defensively at home and strike on the counter when opportunities arose. He understood that Mourinho's teams rarely relied on overwhelming attacking pressure. Yielding possession might actually draw errors from Manchester United. Manchester United's impressive away victory over Liverpool stemmed from their lethal counter-attacking threat. Ceding the initiative could well prove the key to securing a home win. The day before the red and blue clash, results from other fixtures fell into place. Bournemouth and Tottenham shared the spoils in a goalless draw, leaving Manchester United top of the table on 20 points. Arsenal, who had a chance to briefly claim the summit, failed to capitalize with a stalemate against Middlesbrough. Manchester United's 15-goal advantage over Arsenal kept their lead comfortable for the moment. Remarkably, Manchester City also stumbled when they should have closed the gap, drawing 1-1 with Southampton. Among the top 6 sides competing this round, 3 dropped points. Only Liverpool avoided further disappointment after their comprehensive defeat to Manchester United last round, responding with a 2-1 home victory over West Bromwich Albion. Heading into the finale between Chelsea and Manchester United, the Premier League's top 6 remained separated by mere points. Such tight competition meant neither side could afford defeat. A Manchester United victory would extend their lead to 3 points. A Chelsea home win would bring them within striking distance of the summit. At 4 o'clock British time, both starting sides made headlines across major sports outlets. Chelsea deployed a 3-4-3 formation, Courtois in goal, Cahill, David Luiz, and Azpilicueta as the back 3, Alonso, Matic, Kanté, and Moses in midfield, and Hazard, Diego Costa, and Pedro leading the attack. Manchester United stuck to their familiar 4-2-3-1. De Gea guarded the net, Blind, Smalling, and Valencia anchored the defense, Fellaini and Herrera shielded the back line. Fan Kairui, in scintillating recent form, started on the left wing. Pogba operated as the attacking midfielder, Rashford on the right, and Ibrahimovic, rested for the Europa League, led the line as the focal point. An hour before kickoff, Stamford Bridge's 4-0 seats were packed. Every supporter brimmed with anticipation awaiting the opening whistle. As Manchester United's leading goalscorer this season, Fan Kairui naturally became the target of Chelsea fans' relentless booing. Dismissing the hostile din, Fan Kairui snorted, turned his back to the home stands, and silently marked Chelsea on his mental canvas. "You will fall." Time slipped away swiftly, and 5 minutes before kickoff approached, the broadcast cut to the players' tunnel, where both starting 11s waited in formation while substitutes made their way onto the pitch. Some Chelsea supporters at Stamford Bridge showed lingering affection, holding signs and banners welcoming Mourinho home. These gestures offered the Portuguese manager a measure of comfort on the touchline. Fresh from his hat-trick last round, Fan Kairui received a dedicated 10-second close-up from the broadcast cameras. Gene Shankai's voice resonated through the studio. "Viewers, the message is clear. Who wins today likely hinges on Fan Kairui's performance." 7 league matches played, 6 starts, and 1 substitute appearance, directly contributing 10 goals and 4 assists. Chelsea's entire team tallied only 1 more across 8 rounds. Against such a devastating forward, how could anyone afford to look away? This red and blue clash carried immense significance, and the Premier League assigned its elite referee Michael Oliver to preside over the contest. With a single whistle blast, the final fixture of matchday 9 in the 2016-17 Premier League season began. Chelsea kicked off cautiously. Hazard received the ball and immediately laid it off to Matic in midfield, who then fed it to Cahill as Chelsea gradually spread their formation. Manchester United opened with a disciplined approach, but once the ball crossed the halfway line, their attackers pressed aggressively. Chelsea probed briefly, sensed the danger, and recycled possession back to defense. At the 28th second, Marcos Alonso unleashed a long ball from the left flank near the penalty area. Unforeseen by all, a miscommunication between Smalling and De Gea near the edge of the penalty area created a momentary gap in United's defensive line. Pedro, making a sharp run from behind, seized the opportunity, glided past the rushing De Gea, and calmly slotted the ball into the empty net. The scoreboard had just ticked to 31 seconds. The league-leading Manchester United had already conceded within the opening minute. Pedro's lightning-fast goal sent Stamford Bridge into raptures, the roar of the crowd completely engulfing the entire stadium. He, the commentator for China Sports Channel 5, was in the middle of reading out the 2 sides' starting lineups for television viewers. Seeing Pedro celebrating, he paused briefly before continuing goal. Manchester United's defense made a fatal mistake. Pedro received Alonso's long ball rounded De Gea and finished into an empty net. Chelsea's players all surged forward and embraced in celebration. The experienced live director immediately cut the camera to Manchester United's manager Mourinho. As a former Chelsea legend, his return to Stamford Bridge today was clearly driven by a desire to win. Taking such a blow so early was devastating. In the frame, Mourinho's brow was deeply furrowed and his hands were spread wide, clearly puzzled about how the goal had been conceded. Before the match, he had considered many possible scenarios, but never imagined they would concede so disastrously. The defensive line of Blind, Smalling, Bailey, and Valencia had been playing consistently in recent rounds and should have had decent chemistry. Such a critical mistake was truly unacceptable. However, for Mourinho, there was at least some positive news. The mistake came early, leaving plenty of time to fight back. If it had happened near the end of the match, there would have been little recourse. Immediately after, the camera shifted to Fan Kairui, who looked somewhat bewildered. The goal was equally unexpected for him. He barely even touched the ball. But Fan Kairui refused to blame the defense. Football always has its unpredictable moments and mistakes are part of the game. His task was simply to score. As long as he scored more than they conceded, the match could still be won. There was no need to panic. So with his arms akimbo, he clapped firmly several times, taking the initiative to encourage his teammates since Captain Rooney was sitting on the bench. Mourinho, watching from the sideline, caught sight of this and felt a spark of delight. Fan Kairui's gesture displayed remarkable leadership. Properly developed, he could become an outstanding captain material. The cheers at Stamford Bridge had not yet faded when referee Oliver blew his whistle again, signaling the restart. Ibrahimovic gently tapped the ball from the center circle toward Fan Kairui. Everyone expected Fan Kairui to pass backward to the midfield as he usually did at kickoffs. But Fan Kairui was no ordinary player. He was full of clever ideas. Pretending to use his left foot for a backward pass, he suddenly flicked his ankle and nudged the ball to the left. Diego Costa instinctively extended his leg to intercept, but Fan Kairui quickly dragged the ball inward with the inside of his left foot and accelerated forward toward the center. No one expected him to deviate from the expected pattern. Hazard turned to chase him, but Fan Kairui's explosive acceleration left him trailing behind. The nearest player, Matic, stepped up decisively to defend. Dribbling forward, Fan Kairui dropped his left shoulder and feinted with the outside of his left foot toward the right. Matic knew his opponent was skilled at deception with body feints and held his ground steadily, refusing to bite. But Fan Kairui never needed to watch the ball while dribbling. He keenly noticed Matic's cautious stance and allowed a slight smile before decisively pushing the ball outward with the outside of his left foot. What? Matic watched in disbelief as the ball genuinely changed direction to the right. His expression conveyed pure astonishment, yet his experience kicked in and his right leg instinctively rose, attempting a tactical foul to compensate for the mistake. But Fan Kairui possessed explosive power, delicate footwork, and excellent ball control. Facing Matic's extended leg, he used the outside of his left foot to flick the ball sideways, sliding it just beyond Matic's reach. After creating space, he dragged the ball inward with the inside of his left foot, sending it rolling toward the gap ahead and to the right, directly exploiting the weakest central area of Chelsea's three center-back system. Brilliant. What an extraordinary breakthrough. Commentator Jean Shankai from New BBC Sports exclaimed with rising excitement. Fan Kairui has dribbled past Costa, Hazard, and Matic in succession. He is going to. Before he could finish, Kanté, renowned for his exceptional defensive awareness, surged in from the side. He targeted Fan Kairui's shoulder for a legal challenge, but Fan Kairui's speed exceeded his expectations. The collision instead struck Fan Kairui's back. Fan Kairui, who was charging forward, was pushed slightly off balance by the force from behind. However, his close control was solid and the ball remained glued to his feet, so referee Oliver did not blow the whistle. David Luiz, the central defender, saw his opportunity and stepped forward decisively to challenge for the ball. Fan Kairui reacted even faster, sharply dragging the ball with the inside of his right foot. Luiz missed his challenge entirely, and in a moment of desperation, his raised right leg made contact with Fan Kairui's trailing left foot. Already unstable, Fan Kairui lost his balance completely and fell onto the pitch. Roar. Oliver's whistle blew immediately, his finger pointing firmly toward Chelsea's goal to signal a defensive foul by David Luiz. Luiz offered no protest. His leg-raising challenge was unmistakable. In truth, even without that foul, Oliver would likely have penalized Kanté's earlier challenge from behind once Fan Kairui went down. Mourinho, standing on the sideline, expressed his deep dissatisfaction loudly. He believed both Kanté's challenge from behind and Luiz's foul warranted a yellow card, as the breaking through Fan Kairui was extremely likely to have earned a one-on-one opportunity against Courtois. Of course, it was mostly a habitual protest to avoid being remembered by the referee. Kanté was equally frustrated, but his displeasure was directed at his own defending players. They had barely taken the lead when Fan Kairui broke through repeatedly down the middle on his own. If not for Luiz's decisive foul, Courtois would almost certainly have faced him one-on-one. Jean Jun, commentator for Lecce Sports, was visibly stirred. Fan Kairui dares to take on defenders head-on. After the restart, he drove straight through the middle, beating several Chelsea defenders in succession. Even Kanté, who stumps most Premier League players, was dispatched with apparent ease. The Premier League's premier dribbler lives up to his reputation. The resulting direct free kick, roughly 30 meters from goal, was taken by Ibrahimovic. Unfortunately, his touch was off that day, and the ball drifted wide of the right post. In the following minutes, Chelsea consciously yielded possession. BBC commentator Lineker expressed surprise. Antonio Conte is looking to play on the counter-attack at home. Chelsea fans in the stands also noticed this shift. Though slightly uneasy, they could only choose to trust their manager. Manchester United's attack primarily relied on Fan Kairui, while Conte's pre-match defensive tactic was highly targeted. Each link in the chain interlocking, the defense appearing fragile at times, but holding together substantially. By the 10th minute, Fan Kairui took the opportunity during a stoppage to swap positions with Rashford. But before he could begin making an impact on the right wing, the team conceded again. David Luiz received Courtois' short goal kick, raised his head to survey the field ahead, and delivered a precise long pass directly forward. Diego Costa muscled past Smalling and rose for a powerful header, forcing De Gea to make a save and push the ball out for a corner. Hazard delivered the right corner kick. Valencia's clearance at the near post deflected off Herrera, changing trajectory and bouncing toward the edge of the 6-yard box. Cahill reacted a fraction faster and unleashed a powerful volley. Faced with such a close-range strike, De Gea had truly no answer, watching helplessly as the ball flew into the net. "Oh my God!" BBC commentator Lineker exclaimed. "What an unbelievable match." It is only 12 minutes in, and Chelsea already lead Manchester United twice at home. Stamford Bridge erupted, completely transforming into a sea of blue celebration. The home players, energized by the electric atmosphere, danced and rejoiced wildly around the goal area. New Chelsea manager Conte used animated, expressive gestures to stir the home crowd even further, waving his arms back and forth as the wave of cheers from the stands grew louder and louder. The cheers at Stamford Bridge reached a new peak, and the blue sea boiled over completely. Chelsea players embraced in celebration, while Manchester United looked somewhat stunned, exchanging glances before helplessly shrugging. Mourinho stood on the sideline as the noise washed over him like a wall, his mood deeply troubled. But there was truly no one to blame for this goal. Valencia's clearance deflecting was merely unfortunate, and no one could have predicted where the ball would bounce. What he needed to do now was quickly steady his players and execute the original game plan to fight back. Trailing by 2 goals, there was genuinely no turning back. Even Ibrahimovic seemed momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Fan Kairui jogged back, clapping his hands and calling out to his teammates, "Hey, lads, is it really too early to hang our heads? Have you forgotten about me? The first 10 minutes were on me. I didn't perform well. I promise I will find the net from here on. Think about Manchester City, think about Liverpool. Trust me." As the team's most reliable goal scorer, Fan Kairui spoke with absolute conviction, and that aura of confidence slowly brought a spark back to the eyes of his nearby teammates. The broadcast camera captured the moment perfectly. Jean Shankai from New BBC Sports chuckled, "Look at that. Why does Fan Kairui seem more like the elder brother here, while the others around him look more like newcomers?" Mourinho was about to shout something himself, but when he looked up, he happened to see Fan Kairui addressing his teammates, with Ibrahimovic and Pogba among them, actually listening intently and nodding continuously, the fire in their eyes visibly reigniting. The frustration in Mourinho's heart instantly lifted considerably. He even felt that the trip he had personally made to Amsterdam that summer was worth every effort. Signing a €4 million super lottery ticket was already fortunate. Never mind that this lottery came with natural leadership qualities built in. Even trailing 2 goals, now he suddenly felt that with this young man on the pitch, a comeback was far from impossible. Inspired by Fan Kairui's words, the Manchester United players quickly steadied themselves. Even Ibrahimovic, when he next looked at Fan Kairui, regarded him with noticeably different eyes. Conte noticed the shift in Manchester United's mood, but paid it little mind. Leading by 2 goals with the advantage firmly in their grasp, as long as they tightened their defense and looked to counter, there was no way they would lose this match. Referee Oliver blew his whistle and the match resumed. Manchester United in possession moved with patience, circulating the ball through midfield before gradually pushing forward. The ball soon found Van Kairui on the right flank, where Chelsea's left wing-back Marcos Alonso tracked him closely, hesitant to commit. Valencia was making a blistering run down the wing, with Ibrahimovic and Pogba surging forward, as well, creating the unmistakable impression of a cross being set up from the flank. Van Kairui raised his left foot, feinting a pass toward Valencia on the wing. Alonso caught a glimpse of Hazard recovering in his periphery and realized the pass could indeed lead to a cross, so he extended his left leg to block it. But Van Kairuy's movement was startlingly swift. His left foot darted around the right side of the ball, dragging it sharply forward with the outside of his boot before launching past the Chelsea defense. Alonso was a half-beat too slow to turn, but Kanté had been covering his blind side and stepped in immediately. Van Kairui gained full momentum after those first few steps, slipping half a pace ahead to position himself between the ball and Kanté. Kanté braked sharply, raising his hands to signal no foul, but still made brief contact with Van Kairui. The striker staggered slightly but stayed on his feet, and Oliver did not blow for a penalty. In that moment Van Kairuy's path opened up. Cahill, the left center-back, was forced out to challenge, hoping to clear the ball. Van Kairui stabilized the ball just as Cahill closed in, then played a quick right-footed pass into the middle before gliding past him to the right. Pogba was locked in a physical battle with Matic, using his strength to hold off the challenge while flicking the incoming ball forward with the outside of his right foot. The ball landed perfectly behind David Luiz and Cahill, exploiting the space they had left. A textbook 1-2. Cahill's sluggish turnaround meant he could not get back in time. Luiz was left to cover, which laid bare the Achilles heel of the three-man defense right in front of Ibrahimovic's eyes. Connie watched from the sideline as Azpilicueta marked Ibrahimovic, and his stomach dropped. He knew something was wrong. Van Kairuy's pace was genuine, and Luiz's desperate chase was already a half-body length behind with that gap widening. Pogba's pass had just the right amount of weight, unleashing Van Kairuy's full-speed advantage. Van Kairui caught sight of Ibrahimovic's run through the middle and instantly plotted his pass, whispering to himself as he lined it up. Activate the lethal through ball. Reaching the right touchline, near the byline, Van Kairui wasted no time and drove a low drive along the ground, the ball skimming the turf toward the penalty spot. Luiz launched himself to block, but fell just short. Ibrahimovic had positioned himself early, using his left arm to create space from Azpilicueta before connecting with the arriving ball on the instep. The ball curved sharply toward the bottom right corner with increased pace. Courtois could do nothing from such close range as the ball sailed past him. Goal! The iconic elongated call erupted from Andy Gray's commentary desk on Sky Sports, echoing across Stamford Bridge. His partner Martin Tyler shook his head with a smile, occasionally marveling at how Andy could roar with such passion for every goal. Perhaps that was simply the purest love for the game. Beyond the goal itself, the entire build-up was fluid and textbook perfect. Ibrahimovic pushed Azpilicueta aside and sprinted toward Van Kairui on the wing with arms wide open. That cross was precisely delivered. Mourinho showed restraint on the sidelines in front of his former club, merely exchanging a simple high-five with assistant coach Faria. The Manchester United substitutes had no such restraint. They leapt to their feet, shouting and pumping their fists with raw intensity. The 3,000 traveling Manchester United supporters seized the moment, their voices rising in a deafening chant for Van Kairui. Van Kairui! Van Kairui! What a goal, commented John June, with visible excitement, a classic combination play between wing and central. The young Van Kairui is increasingly displaying the qualities of a true superstar, and as he settles into the Premier League, opponents struggle to contain him, whether he plays on the left or right. He combines pace with technical ability, mastering both passing and shooting with equal proficiency. 15 minutes into the match, Manchester United struck back quickly. Jean Shankai of New Sports spoke with enthusiasm, noting there remained 75 minutes of football to be played. Fans watching the broadcast might as well guess how many goals this match would ultimately produce. The broadcast cameras turned to dejected Chelsea players who had felt certain of victory just 2 minutes prior, unable to comprehend how quickly Manchester United had responded. This psychological shift was difficult to accept, and manager Conte grew visibly frustrated, launching into a run-up before kicking the water bottle at his feet. The bottle burst with a sharp crack, splashing water across his trousers. Commentator Hui noted on Chinese television that conceding goals is an inherent part of football, where defense is always the more reactive position. Even the most disciplined defensive structures can succumb to quality attacks, and he urged Conte to manage his emotions. Stamford Bridge's home supporters shared that frustration. They had imagined a dominant home victory over the league leaders, perhaps offering some consolation to their former manager Mourinho afterward, but the script had unfolded differently than expected. There was nothing left to say. Across countless homes, Manchester United supporters felt renewed hope. They knew that as long as Van Kairui performed well, the match remained theirs to win. The broadcast returned to Van Kairui walking calmly back toward his own half, while clapping to rally his teammates. His teammates nodded along as he spoke, responding to him like followers listening to their leader. When the match restarted, Chelsea's players carried their frustration, determined to respond in kind and find the net themselves. Mourinho's side had anticipated this, parking the bus defensively and waiting to exploit Chelsea's vulnerabilities on the counter. Meanwhile, Conte dried his wet trousers with a towel on the sidelines. When he looked up at the pitch, his brow furrowed deeply. The team's approach had diverged entirely from his pre-match instructions. He had outlined a counter-attacking strategy, yet the team was now committed to sustained possession, which created tension both on the pitch and from the technical area. Chelsea's midfield lacked creativity beyond Matic's ability to distribute, while Kante focused mainly on spreading the ball wide. In build-up play, the side relied heavily on Hazard and Pedro to create opportunities from the flanks. The wingbacks Marcos Alonso and Moses held back on joining the attack, worried about leaving expansive spaces behind them for opponents to exploit. This hesitation left Hazard and Pedro isolated whenever they advanced with the ball. Conte faced a dilemma about whether to push forward or fall back to his original tactical setup. He glanced instinctively at Van Kairui wearing the red number 7, a vague unease settling in. Suddenly Hazard cut inside from the left, dribbling past Herrera and Bailey before unleashing a curling shot from the edge of the penalty area. The ball curved narrowly wide, missing the far post by inches. Stamford Bridge erupted with collective disbelief. Hazard clutched his head in frustration after the miss. Watching from the sideline, Connie made his decision. He would push forward relentlessly. Mourinho's side would defend deep at Stamford Bridge, that was certain. Rather than worry about counters, he simply needed to halt their advances with decisive challenges. The referee would likely lean toward the home side at Stamford Bridge. With that thought, Connie's confidence returned. Chelsea's attacks grew sharper, surging toward Manchester United's half in relentless waves as the stadium atmosphere intensified. On the opposite touchline, Mourinho watched with arms crossed, his gaze sharp and focused, seemingly unfazed by the pressure. He understood his defenders' individual limitations, but trusted their shape, especially with Van Kairuy's tireless work rate providing coverage. Manchester United would find their equalizer through a swift counter. 20 minutes had passed without another goal, and the excitement that had drawn fans from their seats gradually settled back into anticipation. In the 33rd minute, Matic collected the ball centrally and spotted Pedro making a run into the right side of the box, delivering a well-timed through pass before Fellaini could close him down. Smalling jumped backward but failed to reach the ball. Hiway's voice rose sharply as he called Smalling's error. As Chelsea supporters watched Pedro prepare to receive De Gea, experienced from years of dealing with defensive frailties, hurried off his line and punched the ball clear of the penalty area with a single fist. Ibrahimovic held his position and laid the ball off to Pogba at the edge of the box, triggering Manchester United's counterattack. The counterattack was underway. Marcos Alonso quickly reached out to hold Wayne Ruiz' jersey, preventing him from turning easily, while Gary Cahill moved over to provide defensive support. Paul Pogba, with a wide view of the field, saw Wayne Ruiz tightly marked and delivered a half-volley pass, sending the ball toward the open space on the attacking left flank. Cesar Azpilicueta, the rightmost of the three center-backs, was already preparing to cover for David Luiz or Cahill and had not noticed Rashford making a quiet run along the left wing. In his mind, Manchester United's counterattack would certainly target Wayne Ruiz, who had shifted to the right side. But his assumption proved mistaken. The ball did not go to Wayne Ruiz, and Marcos Alonso's hand holding the jersey instinctively loosened its grip. That slight release allowed Wayne Ruiz to slip free like a fish escaping a net. On the left, Rashford, and on the right, Wayne Ruiz, both like sprinting horses side by side, charged swiftly into Chelsea's defensive territory. Wow! Over the stands of Stamford Bridge, Chelsea supporters let out another wave of breathless exclamations. Pogba's first-time driven pass carried significant lead time, perfectly allowing Rashford to unleash his remarkable pace, while keeping it just out of reach for goalkeeper Courtois to easily intercept. Gary, Azpilicueta called out urgently. Marcos Alonso, having been beaten past by Wayne Ruiz, in one step realized recovery was impossible and turned to shout toward Gary Cahill, who remained near the center circle. Zlatan Ibrahimovic completed his turn and immediately made a forward run, matching the counterattack speed. Center-back David Luiz naturally followed closely behind. Cahill moved left, calculating that the central area held the greatest danger and that he must hold his position. The far-running Wayne Ruiz would have to wait. Rashford chased the ball, accelerating after crossing the halfway line, closing the distance with each stride. By defensive convention, the ball proximate Rashford and Ibrahimovic, making the central run, deserved the tighter marking. Chelsea, transitioning from attack to defense, found their backline somewhat disorganized. Rashford's vision was not exceptionally broad, but he remembered manager Mourinho's pre-match instructions clearly. Azpilicueta could not match Rashford's pace, so he and David Luiz in the middle chose a direct run, positioning themselves to block Rashford's likely inside cutting path. In essence, they prioritized blocking the center and left the wings open for now. The television broadcast showed a wide view, allowing fans to clearly see Rashford sprinting at full speed, gradually closing the gap to Pogba's long pass. Within mere seconds, Rashford controlled the ball, while running at pace, slightly reduced his speed, and looked up to see Wayne Ruiz on the far end waving for the ball, while Ibrahimovic, due to pace, lagged further behind in the middle. Counterattacks demand speed. Rashford used the outside of his right foot to guide the ball onto his preferred foot. By then, Azpilicueta had just recovered into position. Wary of Rashford's speed, he dared not press forward, instead maintaining a position at the half space, responding to movement. At that moment, Rashford stepped forward with his left foot for balance and struck the ball with the inside of his right foot. Both Azpilicueta and Rashford felt a brief tension simultaneously. The former realized the defensive line was exposed, and the ball transfer was now more complicated. The latter noticed the pass had landed slightly too far ahead. Wayne Ruiz, who had been tracking the last Chelsea defender to stay onside, saw the pass land forward and instantly accelerated again, shooting ahead like a flash of red lightning. Viewers at home could barely make out the rhythm of his leg movement. His speed was truly remarkable. David Luiz and Gary Cahill pushed hard in recovery, but compared to Wayne Ruiz, they fell short. They could only hold their ground internally, preventing him from cutting inside. Clad in the red jersey, Wayne Ruiz ran with powerful strides toward the ball, descending near the right corner of the penalty area like a supercar with the throttle pinned. Woo! Chelsea fans in the stands erupted into loud boos, attempting to disrupt Wayne Ruiz's first touch. While running at pace, Vane Rue planted his left foot and jumped, raising his right foot with a taut instep to cushion the ball arriving at waist height, then brought it under control before coming to an abrupt stop. Cahill's chest heaved heavily. The full-speed recovery over nearly 50 meters had taken a considerable physical toll. He considered that Vane Rue favored his right foot, and receiving the ball in this corner of the box made an inside cut and shot unlikely. He expected a wait for Ibrahimovic and Rashford to arrive, or perhaps a sudden move wide to deliver a cross. Ibrahimovic battled old teammate David Luiz, engaging physically as he moved toward the arc of the penalty area. Rashford changed direction and accelerated, rounding Azpilicueta to wait at the far post for support. Cahill, possessing strong positional sense, suddenly realized Vane Rue might pass. He guarded against an outside of the boot feint wide while quietly closing the distance. Vane Rue's right foot planted on the right side of the ball suddenly dragged it inward. With the agility of a rabbit, he shifted laterally in a flash, pursuing the ball curling toward his left. Cahill cursed inwardly. He had expected a wide move or an immediate cross and was caught off guard. He quickly stopped, digging his left foot into the ground with force, attempting to use the reaction to redirect his body rightward and block Vane Rue's breakthrough path. However, Cahill was tall and past 30, his explosive power no longer matching his prime. This reactive adjustment ultimately came a fraction too late. Vane Rue exploited this subtle timing gap, adjusted with quick short steps, planted his left foot roughly 30 centimeters behind and to the left of the ball, and swept his right foot back before striking forcefully with the outside of his boot. The moment his instep contacted the ball, he clearly felt his three toes connect solidly with the lower left portion of the football. Cahill never anticipated Vane Rue would shoot from that position, still less with the outside of his right foot. He froze momentarily, unable to raise his leg to block, and could only watch helplessly as the ball lifted into the air, tracing a pronounced in-swinging curve toward the far corner of the goal. Courtois, however, reacted swiftly, anticipating a long-range effort as Vane Rue QO'd the ball. He had already prepared for it. But in his experience, Vane Rue rarely shot with the outside of his right foot from this angle. More often, he would adjust to his left foot for a quicker strike. Thus, Courtois positioned himself slightly toward the near post, corresponding to the right goalpost on the broadcast view. Right foot outside of the boot, shot. Commentator Jean Shankai from New Sports called out from the commentary desk. Courtois watched the ball arc upward like a rainbow, soaring directly toward the far corner. He immediately shuffled right, but no body can outrun a well-struck ball, not even one nearly 2 meters tall. He kicked off with his right foot, launching himself into the air. Fully extended mid-flight, his right arm stretched outward like an octopus tentacle, reaching desperately toward the distant ball. Yet Vane Rue's shot was too precisely angled. Courtois stretched to his absolute limit, but his fingertips remained several centimeters short. A wave of frustration surged through him. It was those few centimeters that separated him from a spectacular save. The football glided past Courtois' outstretched fingers, brushed the inner side of the left goalpost, and settled into the net, sending the white mesh rippling. Andy Gray of Sky Sports elongated his voice in disbelief. Vane Rue spread his arms and ran, sliding on his knees all the way to the right corner flag, dragging across the turf. Ibrahimovic and Rashford joined him, sliding on either side. Mourinho nearly dropped to his knees as well, but remembering this was the home of his former club, he restrained the impulse. Vane Rue. BBC's Gary Lineker exclaimed loudly. He has opened Courtois' armor with the outside of his right foot. Manchester United equalize in the 34th minute. 2-2. Good heavens. Marcel Reif of German Sky Sports exclaimed, that outside of the boot strike is magnificent. It reminds me of Quaresma. The speed, the angle, everything about it is world class. An unbelievable performance. His 11th goal of the season. Young Vane Rue has single-handedly equalized for Manchester United at Stamford Bridge. Hiway's voice on CCTV was impassioned. 10 minutes remain in the first half. The final score is anyone's guess, but I am certain this 17-year-old boy is about to become the focus of football fans worldwide. The away fans among Manchester United supporters erupted, instantly waving their arms and jumping with excitement. Red Devils fans watching at home did much the same, many rising from their sofas. An Amsterdam fan, Valerie, watched the television and nodded, fully aware that her grandson was truly taking off now. The broadcast cut to a slow-motion replay starting from De Gea's punch, showing Ibrahimovic, Pogba, and Rashford each handling their moments cleanly. The entire counterattack played like a textbook example. Vane Rue's final touch was the crowning moment, showcasing individual brilliance to full effect. The camera then swept across the Chelsea players, Azpilicueta, Costa, Pedro, Matic, Luiz, and the others, each exchanging glances of quiet disbelief. Just 12 minutes ago they led by 2 goals, looking poised for a dominant home victory, and now they had conceded 2 in reply. Football is cruel in these moments. The team that loses a 2-goal lead often sees its morale waver dangerously, sometimes even slipping into defeat. Damn it. Connie was visibly frustrated. Remembering the earlier penalty for kicking the water bottle, he forced himself to hold back, instead tilting his head skyward and muttering under his breath. Mourinho, having celebrated briefly, immediately refocused and whistled toward Fellaini. The tall midfielder understood, at once jogging over to receive instructions. With the score now level at 2-2, the match had returned to a starting point. However, with the game level, the approach would naturally shift, from adventurous attacking to a more composed, balanced style. After all, they were the away side. Referee Oliver blew his whistle, and the highly anticipated Premier League match between Chelsea and Manchester United in round 9 of the 2016-2017 season resumed. From leading by 2 to being level, Chelsea players undoubtedly carried frustration, especially playing at home. Yet they also understood that haste makes waste. Manchester United, having scored twice in succession, carried strong momentum. Pushing recklessly forward could easily backfire. Mourinho watched his former players on the pitch, feeling a quiet sense of surprise. These young men had matured considerably. Chelsea showed no intention of launching a sustained push forward, while Manchester United, having equalized the score, were in no rush either. As away visitors facing a top-6 side, had come with the mindset of aiming for a draw, but fighting for a win. With the match now leveled, their tactical approach became even clearer. The strategy was simple: hold firm first, then strike on the counterattack. Both Ibrahimovic's goal to narrow the deficit and Fan Kairui's equalizer had come from swift transitions. So every Manchester United player believed that if they kept their defensive shape tight, opportunities would come. Hadn't the same thing happened at Anfield just a week earlier? Full of fighting spirit, the Manchester United players didn't surge forward recklessly upon winning possession. Instead, they worked the ball around to stretch Chelsea's defense. Conte stood in the home technical area, brows furrowed, pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing up at the tightly contested match. Minutes ticked by, and before long the first half drew to a close. The passionate atmosphere at Stamford Bridge seemed to be building once more. In this situation, Chelsea players winning the ball grew restless and began attempting to intensify their attacks. Conte glanced up at the scoreboard. Only a minute or so of regular time remained in the first half. Letting his players go forward for one push wouldn't hurt. But he could never have anticipated that this very attack would sow the seeds of trouble for this clash between red and blue. Hazard's inward cut on the left side was intercepted by Herrera and Bailey, working together, and Manchester United immediately transitioned from defense to offense, launching a swift counterattack. Ibrahimovic, receiving the ball, held off David Luiz and delivered a perfectly timed through pass, its trajectory aligning exactly with Fan Kairui's run. Considering Fan Kairui's pace, this pass was flawlessly executed. Chelsea's defensive midfielder Kante sensed the danger. With Fan Kairui already involved in 1 goal and 1 assist this match, he decisively extended his leg from the side and behind, tripping the accelerating Fan Kairui. Oliver's whistle blew immediately, and he showed Kante a yellow card without hesitation. Kante offered no protest, fully aware that a tactical foul would carry its consequences. With that yellow card issued, the 45 minutes of regular time in the first half came to an end, and the match moved into 1 minute of stoppage time. With the score level, neither side took any risks in the final minute. And so both teams returned to their respective locker rooms with a 2-2 draw. In the away team's locker room, the moment assistant coach Faria closed the door, the roar of the stadium was shut out. After the players finished their quick hygiene routines, head coach Mourinho praised the team's effort in the first half and encouraged them to build on it in the second, aiming to secure victory over Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. Meanwhile, the mood in the home team's locker room was somewhat heavy. No one spoke. Everyone kept their heads down, clearly frustrated by the poor display in the second half of the first period. Head coach Conte observed his players' dejected expressions, his brow furrowed, uncertain of what to say. After about half a minute, he clapped his hands forcefully to gather their attention. Once all the players were looking at him, he went straight into discussing the tactical adjustments for the second half. Since both of Manchester United's equalizing goals had come from quick counterattacks, Conte's response was to return to the pre-match game plan and play on the counterattack again. Although some Chelsea players were unhappy about being forced to play so conservatively at home, there was nothing to be done. Manchester United was simply better at counterattacking. Besides, they had been playing on the counterattack themselves this season. Giving up possession wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After laying out the tactics, Conte turned to Hazard and said with a probing tone, "Aiden, you're our biggest star, but your first half performance couldn't match that 17-year-old lad. Just think about how the media and fans will talk about you after the match." He stopped there, leaving the rest for Hazard to fill in himself. For a player with such an introverted nature, occasional provocation was necessary. Hazard clenched his fists and a competitive fire began to flicker in his eyes. Conte was satisfied. He believed that Hazard in the second half would surely bring goals for the team. The 15-minute halftime break passed quickly, and players from both sides gradually returned to the pitch at Stamford Bridge. The fans in the stands opened their mouths once more, creating a tremendous wave of sound like a tsunami. The crowd erupted with loud cheers as the second half kicked off. Manchester United, in possession of the opening kick, abandoned the cautious approach of the second half and launched an immediate attack. Pogba received Rashford's pass at the center circle, took a slight adjustment, and without looking launched a long ball. The football soared high through the air and landed precisely on the left flank where his team was attacking. Fan Kairui, back on the left wing, turned his body to shield Moses, sat back slightly, raised his left arm to block the challenge, and with a delicate touch of his right foot controlled Pogba's long pass securely. A wave of amazed exclamations erupted from the Stamford Bridge stands. "Wow! Clearly the home fans were stunned by Fan Kairui's extraordinary ball control. From the BBC commentary box, former England international Lineker couldn't help but praise Kairui's feel for the ball is simply extraordinary. The last time I felt this amazed was with Brazil's Ronaldinho. It's truly incredible. Right as Fan Kairui received the ball, Kante was already closing in immediately. Fan Kairui's follow-up movement was incredibly quick. His right foot shifted slightly 10 centimeters to the right, and with a gentle drag of the inside of his instep, the ball slipped obediently through Kante's spreading legs. Kante had anticipated the ball would come slightly away from Fan Kairui's body after the reception, which is why he'd committed so aggressively. He hadn't expected the opponent to trap it so dead. His momentum was too great to change direction in time. A nutmeg carries a certain insult on the pitch, and Kante, now an established star himself, wouldn't easily let someone past him that way. It wasn't malicious intent to injure, but he needed to stop the attacker with a foul. As the saying goes, the ball can get past, but the player cannot. Kante, with his elite defensive awareness, stopped caring about the ball entirely and extended his leg to trip Fan Kairui's supporting foot. Fan Kairui had anticipated this possibility, yet still couldn't evade Kante's tactical challenge from the side and behind. Referee Oliver's whistle blew immediately. The atmosphere at Stamford Bridge grew tense. Chelsea fans in the stands clearly remembered that Kante had already received a yellow card for a challenge on Fan Kairui in the first half. Another yellow card was likely if this happened again. 2 yellows would mean a sending off. The home technical area sat right beside where the foul occurred, and Connie saw clearly that while Kante's challenge wasn't malicious, the tactical intent was unmistakable. Fan Kairui, who had been tripped, didn't feel much pain. He was about to get up when Ibrahimovic rushed over first and pushed him back down. Ibrahimovic leaned in and whispered, "Pretend it hurts more." Fan Kairui looked confused. Immediately after, Ibrahimovic stood up and joined Blind and Herrera in surrounding referee Oliver to apply pressure. They all knew Oliver had a tendency to keep his distance from players, so they maintained a respectful gap. Over on the away technical area, Mourinho also stepped out and signaled toward Oliver, miming the gesture of producing a card. If Kante were truly sent off, it would be crucial for Manchester United's chances of winning at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea players were equally concerned and gathered around Oliver, insisting that Fan Kairui was diving. Connie understood even better. Kante was far too vital to the team's defensive and attacking structure. If he were sent off, the entire tactical setup would fall apart. Referee Oliver frowned, ignoring the players surrounding him, and began replaying the foul in his mind. Kante's challenge wasn't particularly crude, but it had directly interrupted Manchester United's attacking momentum. Fan Kairui's control, followed by the nutmeg, was seamless. If he got past, he'd be facing Chelsea's 3 central defenders head-on. Looking at it that way, a yellow card was warranted. As the Premier League's youngest referee, Oliver was known for his strictness. Amid the increasingly desperate gaze of the home fans, he produced a yellow card from his chest pocket and raised it, then immediately showed a red card. 2 yellows equal a red. "Oh my God!" Marcel Reich of Deutsche Welle exclaimed. N'Golo Kante receives his second yellow card just after the second half begins and is sent off. This is simply a disaster for Chelsea. Ing sports commentator Jean Xiangkai's voice rose as well. Referee Oliver is extremely decisive. Shows the yellow card directly. 2 yellows make a red. Whoa. A deafening wall of boos erupted from Stamford Bridge, all directed at this referee, one of the Premier League's 4 blind magicians. Chelsea manager Conte surprisingly remained the calmest figure. He turned toward the substitutes and waved for Chalobah to begin his warm-up. Kante spread his arms in helpless resignation. Deep down, he knew certain fouls carried a high probability of receiving a card, and what he'd just done did meet that criteria. Shaking his head, he made his way slowly toward the player tunnel. Defensive midfielder Chalobah came on for Pedro, the goalscorer. Chelsea's formation adjusted accordingly, shifting back from a 3-at-the-back system to 4 defenders. Matic Moses and freshly introduced Chalobah formed the 3-man midfield, while Diego Costa and Hazard led the attack up front. Down to 10 men so early in the second half, Mourinho, who saw the 3 points slipping away, couldn't stay seated. He strode over to the bench and called Mata to the warm-up area. Though playing at home with a man fewer, Conte showed no sign of giving up. If anything, he believed Chelsea might now have a better chance to defeat Manchester United on home soil. Playing with 10 men often brings a team closer together. If either Costa or Hazard could capitalize on a counterattacking opportunity, reclaiming the lead wasn't out of the question. Yet imagination and reality are always 2 different things. In the 51st minute, Fan Kairui received Pogba's long ball on the left flank. The Chelsea fans in the stands immediately erupted in loud boos, but Fan Kairui was entirely unfazed. Using his footwork and pace, he neatly bypassed both Chalobah and Azpilicueta in succession. Just as everyone expected him to cut inside and shoot, he gently guided the ball with the inside of his right foot, threading it between Azpilicueta and recovering David Luiz into the penalty area. Ibrahimovic followed up with a low shot. The ball skimmed the turf, rolled past the outstretched arms of Courtois, who had dived to his left and nestled into the net. Playing with 10 men and now trailing at home after Manchester United had taken the lead, this was undoubtedly compound misfortune for Chelsea. Announcer Jean June shook his head in disbelief. The impact of Kante's sending off has been enormous. Fan Kairui provided the assist, as Ibrahimovic scored twice to take the lead. With 10 men, Chelsea might simply not have enough strength to mount a comeback. Ibrahimovic, after scoring his second, turned and ran toward Fan Kairui, then bent over to signal him to climb onto his back. Fan Kairui leaped onto Ibrahimovic's back, raising his arms high as the two celebrated their commanding lead with unrestrained joy. The Chelsea supporters at Stamford Bridge let out a thunderous wave of boos directed straight at Fan Kairui. In their eyes, Kandi's red card was entirely Fan Kairui's fault. Without his performances, the team would never have found itself in this predicament. Feeling the fierce hostility wash over him, Fan Kairui's lips curled into a smile. The broadcast camera captured a close-up of his face, and countless female fans watching at home were absolutely enchanted. With the scoreline behind them, Kandi had no choice but to make another substitution. Before the match resumed, Williams came on for Moses, whose impact had been minimal. The intention behind the change was clear, hoping Hazard and Williams could at least level the score in the remaining time. After all, at this stage, winning the match hardly seemed realistic. But football sometimes works this way. Misfortunes never come singly. Less than 5 minutes after Williams came onto the pitch, Manchester United scored again. This goal was not directly related to Fan Kairui, but there was an indirect connection. He received the ball on the left flank and drove forward, but David Luiz made a timely recovery tackle and knocked it out for a left-sided corner. Mata delivered an excellent cross that floated over the jumping Chelsea defenders and landed at Rashford's feet at the far post. Rashford instinctively controlled it with a touch, sending the ball toward the right side of the goal. Courtois threw himself desperately, but could only watch it go in. Andy Gray's signature drawn-out exclamation once again rang out from the commentary box, igniting a fresh wave of enthusiastic analysis. The goalscorer Rashford spread his arms wide and sprinted forward in celebration. By this point, Stamford Bridge had fallen completely silent. Some home supporters had already begun filing out of the stands, clearly using their departure as a statement of dissatisfaction with the team. With nearly half an hour remaining, including stoppage time, Mourinho did not consider the result secure. He continued making adjustments, bringing off goalscorer Rashford for Martial to maintain pressure on Chelsea's flank. The broadcast camera cut to Chelsea manager Kandi, and television viewers could plainly see the dejection etched across his face. Kandi's heart was heavy. His pre-match tactical plan had been completely disrupted by that red card, and against Fan Kairui, in such fiery form, the team simply had no effective answer. From 2 goals down to 2, the massive psychological advantage lifted United's morale, and with Mourinho constantly shouting instructions from the touchline, the 4-2 lead held firm until the final whistle. With referee Oliver's 3 sharp blasts, the dramatic Premier League clash between Manchester United and Chelsea in round 9 of the 2016-17 season finally came to a close. United, having trailed by 2 goals, fought back with Fan Kairui's outstanding performance to claim all 3 points and firmly seat themselves at the top of the table. At the final whistle, Mourinho, returning to Stamford Bridge, faced the stands and bowed deeply. He was grateful to the fans, though a sense of awkwardness lingered, for he now wore the red shirt. The Chelsea supporters who remained in the stadium were true diehards, refusing to leave despite their team's dismal display. Seeing Mourinho guiding United to glory, a voice rang out from somewhere in the stands, "Jose, come back. We don't want Antonio Conte." The cry spread rapidly, echoed by supporters in other sections, soon filling the entire stadium. Mourinho stood there, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his features, but underneath it ran a deeper current of emotion. In a spot beyond the cameras, he raised his hand to wipe his face. Current manager Conte, on the other hand, was thoroughly displeased. The feeling was almost like a current girlfriend constantly hearing about how wonderful her predecessor had been, along with whispers of getting back together. He swallowed his frustration and made a silent vow to give United a proper challenge the next time they met. His tactical system had not yet taken full root, and by the second half of the league campaign things should settle into place. We'll just wait and see. At the post-match press conference, a visibly deflated Conte quickly took responsibility for the defeat and slipped away before journalists could ask further questions, leaving the room full of reporters frowning. The next day, every newspaper headline relentlessly mocked Conte for his poor sportsmanship. Having won this tough fixture, Manchester United immediately turned their attention to the League Cup 4th round, where they would face Burnley. Considering the demanding schedule and the home advantage, Mourinho waved his hand and handed the starting lineup to reserves and young players. But reserves are still reserves, and the match played out in a rather muddy and disjointed fashion. In the end, it fell to Fan Kairui to come off the bench and deliver the decisive moment, securing a narrow 1-0 victory and a spot in the League Cup quarterfinals. With this win, United had now gone 4 consecutive matches unbeaten across all competitions. Mourinho had a clear plan forming and began considering squad rotation. After the home league match against Burnley, the entire team would fly to Istanbul for the 4th round of the Europa League group stage, and the starters' fitness needed to be managed carefully. Without Europa League registration eligibility, Fan Kairui had become Mourinho's trump card in the league. He continued to start against Burnley at home. The young man was in sensational form, contributing 1 assist and scoring 1 goal in each half. Yet the defenders upstairs kept digging their own holes, somehow converting a likely 3 points into a single point, with the 2-2 scoreline lasting all the way to the final whistle. Mourinho scratched his head in frustration. As a coach built on defensive solidity, conceding 11 goals in just 10 league matches, over a goal per game, was an all-time high for his managerial career. Fortunately, Fan Kairui was more than stepping up. Without his brilliance, the Manchester United that had just won a crucial encounter would surely have suffered a humiliating home defeat. The defender's recurring gifts to opponents in both the league and the Europa League hardened Mourinho's resolve. He would insist that CEO Ed Woodward sign a star-caliber, or at least reliable centre-back and full-back during the winter window. After the completion of all Premier League fixtures in round 10, Manchester United sat top of the table with 24 points from 7 wins and 3 draws. However, their lead at the summit had shrunk from 3 points down to just 1. On Thursday evening, United traveled to the Saka Gökçe Stadium in Istanbul to face Fenerbahçe. Their defensive frailties materialized once again, and they conceded within just 2 minutes of kickoff. Without Fan Kairui in attack, the team looked toothless and uninspired. The 0-1 deficit held until halftime. The second half brought yet another goal for the home side. United managed a late consolation through Rooney, but the final whistle confirmed a 2-1 defeat, marking their second loss of the season. Ironically, Fan Kairui had missed both defeats. This simultaneously highlighted United's over-reliance on him and laid bare their defensive deficiencies for all to see. Returning from Istanbul, Mourinho finally understood that if the team wanted to achieve anything meaningful this season, they absolutely had to strengthen during the winter transfer window. His first act upon returning to Manchester was to go straight to CEO Ed Woodward. Although Woodward lacked deep football knowledge, he could plainly see that the defense had become porous in recent weeks. Without Fan Kairui's consistent brilliance in the league, the top spot would hardly have been sustainable. Out of respect for Mourinho, he decided to raise the matter of winter transfer budget at the next board meeting. Additionally, players outside Mourinho's plans could be sold to free up some funds. Leaving the CEO's office, Mourinho breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely worried Woodward would refuse, given that over €200 million had already been spent in the summer. Then again, Manchester United was the most commercially successful club in the world. Without those revenues, funding squad reinforcement would have been impossible. In his thinking, a dependable centre-back was essential. Alderweireld at Tottenham, Chiellini or Bonucci at Juventus, Hummels at Bayern Munich, or Godin at Atletico Madrid would all be suitable targets. If fortune favored them and Ramos, the Real Madrid captain currently seeking a move, could be brought in, that would be even more ideal. A quality right-back was also needed. Valencia, a winger by trade, consistently struggled with his crossing accuracy and occasionally drifted out of position defensively. Someone reliable in both areas was required to fill that role. United were the highest scoring team in the Premier League, but also the side conceding the most goals among the top 6. Missing goals against strong opponents was one thing, but leaking them against weaker sides was something Mourinho simply could not tolerate. News of Mourinho's urgent search for defenders soon leaked to the media, complete with a list of world-class centre-backs being tracked. Upon seeing the news, Fan Kairui began considering which future stars he should recommend to his manager. For centre-back, the top choice was undoubtedly Van Dijk at Southampton, widely regarded as the best centre-back in the world in years to come and available at a reasonable price at that moment. There was also his highly promising friend de Ligt. For right-back, Arnold Cancelo or Kimmich were all viable options. He actually wanted to recommend De Jong as well, but the young Dutchman was barely getting playing time, so a move to United would mean starting on the bench. Better to wait until he secures regular football first, then build the Dutch connection later. Back in Manchester, Mourinho gave the squad no time off, fueled by his determination to address the issues. Since the end of the October international break, apart from a clean sheet in the League Cup fourth round, the team had conceded 7 goals in 5 consecutive matches, an average of 1.5 per game, a deeply alarming rate. Conceding goals was never one man's responsibility, so the players had little to complain about. As the old saying goes, winning covers all sins. But when defeats pile up, the cracks within the squad become impossible to ignore. Blind with Fan Kairui leading the attack ahead of him, could afford a few more errors given his offensive contributions. However, the pressure on Captain Smalling and Phil Jones was enormous. Time slipped quickly into November 2016. United's preparations shifted focus toward the key fixture following the international break, hosting Arsenal at Old Trafford. But before that, ahead of the November international break, they had a league match away to Swansea City, sitting second from bottom. Domestic fans were unusually eager for this match, with anticipation even exceeding the upcoming Arsenal clash. Swansea featured Korean international Ki Sung-yueng, and together with Fan Kairui's Chinese heritage, the personal matchup between the two naturally drew significant attention. China had not produced a truly impactful player in many years, while South Korea kept delivering talent one after another. Park Ji-sung and Lee Young-pyo in earlier generations, and now Son Heung-min and Ki Sung-yueng, all established Premier League players. In contrast, since Zhang Ji's departure from Charlton, no Chinese player had been able to compete in the top 5 European leagues, let alone secure a regular starting place. Although China had become the world's leading power, uneven development in football left it trailing behind, earning it a reputation as a joke within East Asian football circles. With Fan Kairui's rise, domestic fans felt a surge of pride and welcomed the chance to share their confidence with Korean supporters. Korean media and fans reluctantly acknowledged that Fan Kairui's Chinese heritage was beyond dispute, leaving them with no argument to counter. On the afternoon of November 6th at 4 p.m., Manchester United traveled to face Swansea, a Welsh club away from home. The Liberty Stadium held only 21,000 spectators, modest compared to Old Trafford, yet smaller venues carried their own distinct advantages for the hosting team. In the opening 10 minutes, Swansea matched Manchester United fiercely under the roar of their home crowd, though that display of competitiveness would not endure. In the 14th minute, Fan Kairui surged forward along the left flank, gliding past 3 Swansea defenders in one fluid motion. He cut into the penalty area, feinting a shot to draw Van der Hoorn off balance. As he prepared to strike, Korean international Ki Sung-yueng rushed in to block the path. The referee's whistle sounded, instantly awarding a yellow card to Ki Sung-yueng and a penalty to Manchester United. Pogba stepped up and converted the spot kick to give United the lead. Once the first goal fell, the rest followed naturally. Fan Kairui and Ibrahimovic added goals in the 21st and 33rd minutes respectively, putting Manchester United 3 goals ahead at Swansea's ground. The broadcast zoomed in on Ki Sung-yueng's face, revealing a furrowed expression. He, commentating for China Network 5, smiled warmly. Captain of the South Korean national side, he appeared visibly unsettled. Facing a player of Fan Kairui's caliber was indeed a daunting challenge. Yet the scoreline of 0-3 did not mark the end of the match. Shortly after, Sigurdsson delivered a precise pass to Van der Hoorn, who rose to head the ball home and pull 1 goal back for Swansea. The camera cut to Mourinho standing on the touchline, his brow drawn tight. It was hardly surprising. Manchester United had conceded 16 goals across 18 league matches this season. For a squad aiming at the championship, those defensive numbers demanded attention. Fortunately, the January transfer window was drawing near. In other league fixtures that round, both Manchester City and Arsenal played out draws. This meant Manchester United, riding an unbeaten run of 8 wins and 3 draws from 11 matches, sat comfortably at the summit of the table with 27 points, their lead growing. Fan Kairui contributed another goal and an assist. He led the scoring charts by a wide margin and topped the assist rankings with 7. He had become the youngest player in the history of the Premier League and Europe's top 5 leagues to occupy first place on both lists simultaneously. With the 11th round of Premier League fixtures complete, the November international break arrived. The Netherlands had a light schedule, with only a World Cup qualifier in Luxembourg ahead. Before that, however, they would host Belgium in a warm-up match at Amsterdam. On the morning of November 8th, Fan Kairui and his club teammate Blind reported to the Hunlo training base on time to begin preparations for the 2 upcoming matches. Around 2 in the afternoon, Van Dijk arrived. Fan Kairui spotted him from a distance, exchanged a greeting with Blind and Wijnaldum beside him, and walked forward alone to meet him. As he drew near, he naturally rose onto his toes and rested a hand on Van Dijk's shoulder, behaving as an old friend. Van Dijk was somewhat taken aback. Though Van Dijk held greater seniority within the national team, his current momentum paled in comparison to Fan Kairui's. Van Dijk was a solid defender in the Premier League with modest recognition, but Fan Kairui was the season's central figure in every Premier League media discussion, unmatched. Van Dijk felt a quiet hesitation, sensing that Fan Kairui's warmth might carry an underlying purpose. He cast a cautious glance at the other and spoke with measured wariness. Kairui, just say what you need. This gesture of yours is making me a little uneasy. It's nothing serious, Fan Kairui replied with a relaxed smile, patting his shoulder once more. Just relax. I wanted to ask whether you'd be interested in playing at a higher level. This place works quite well for me, Van Dijk said, initially missing the implication. Then his eyes widened slightly as he looked at Fan Kairui in disbelief. You mean? You're asking if I want to join Manchester United? Exactly. Fan Kairui nodded. Van Dijk, sharp-minded and destined to become one of the world's finest center-backs, responded with characteristic practicality. A club like Manchester United. Surely they wouldn't be interested in me. Virgil, you're being too modest. Fan Kairui's tone grew earnest. From what I've observed, your aerial ability, long passing, and match concentration are all first-rate. Most importantly, you bring stability, a quality Manchester United could greatly use. Besides, with me and Daly, their fitting in would be straightforward. Witnessing his sincerity, the doubt in Van Dijk's gaze gradually softened into quiet contemplation. He had always harbored ambitions for the future, and now he asked tentatively, do I truly have a chance to join Manchester United? Without a doubt, Fan Kairui answered firmly. If you are willing. His confidence was unwavering, even though he had not yet discussed the matter with manager Mourinho. Still, he knew that any coach with a trained eye would recognize Van Dijk's considerable potential. Was it not for that very potential that Klopp would a year hence shatter the defensive transfer fee record to bring him from Southampton? Carrying this unexpected hope, Van Dijk packed a few belongings and made his way to the luxurious dormitory at the training base. Evidently, he was giving serious consideration to a move to Manchester United. Everyone holds dreams, and professional footballers are no exception. A club of Manchester United's stature represents a childhood aspiration for many players. Though Van Dijk's youthful dream had been Barcelona, the pull of Manchester United carried equal weight. 2 days passed quickly, and the Netherlands' warm-up match against Belgium at the Amsterdam Arena arrived as scheduled. According to FIFA's ranking update from the previous month, Belgium had dropped from 2nd to 4th, while the Netherlands rose from 24th to 20th. Rankings do not capture everything, but they at least reflected Belgium's consistent performances in recent years. The Netherlands' decline was understandable given their absence from the previous European Championship. Nevertheless, many Dutch media outlets believe the national team's steady climb was the beginning of a positive trend. In the 2018 World Cup qualifiers for Europe, 3 rounds had already been played. The Netherlands sat top of Group A with 7 points from 2 victories and a draw, overtaking France, making direct qualification a strong possibility. Should that come to pass, their ranking would surely climb further. Dreams were worth nurturing, but results had to be earned through each match. At 8 o'clock on a November evening in the Netherlands, the warm-up fixture against Belgium kicked off on schedule. Both sides retained key players for the upcoming qualifiers, using the match primarily as preparation. Star figures such as Fan Kairui and Hazard remained on the bench. Still, the starting lineups fielded by both teams were formidable. The Netherlands deployed a 4-3-3 formation with Stekelenburg in goal. The defense comprised Blind, Van Dijk, Vertonghen, and Bruma. The midfield trio featured Skrul, Sneijder, and Wijnaldum, while the attack was led by Lens, Jansen, and Klaassen. Belgium lined up in a 4-2-3-1 formation with Minale between the posts. Their defensive line included Vertonghen, Kabasile, Simons, and Meunier. The double pivot was formed by Witsel and Debu, supporting attacking midfielders Mertens, De Bruyne, and Carrasco, with Lukaku leading the line. Belgium's lineup appeared slightly stronger on paper, yet the Netherlands, playing before their passionate home supporters, competed with great spirit and kept the match closely contested. Yet a gap in quality showed through, and without Fan Kairui providing width and penetration, the Dutch attack struggled to create sustained pressure on Minale. As the match progressed, Belgium generated more opportunities. Had Lukaku not missed several clear chances, the scoreline would likely have been different. In the 36th minute, the visitors finally broke through. De Bruyne delivered a powerful cross from the flank, finding the informed Carrasco, who controlled the ball and slotted it home. The score stood at 0-1 as the first half concluded. The starting players made their way to the locker room while the substitutes warmed up. From the stands of the Amsterdam Arena, rhythmic chants echoed Kairui, Kairui, Kairui. Fan Kairui waved back as he intentionally walked toward the loyal supporters section. In the front row of the first tier sat his grandmother, Van Valerie. During the interval, many fans had stepped away to refresh themselves, creating open space where security was lighter. Van Valerie called out to her grandson, "Kairui, do you have confidence to score in the second half?" "Absolutely." Fan Kairui responded with a confident smile. "Grandma, when have you ever seen me take the field without scoring?" There was that time. Before she could finish, an elderly man beside her interjected, "Didn't you miss in the league match before the last international break?" Fan Kairui offered a speechless expression, while Van Valerie laughed warmly, clearly delighted to see her grandson caught off guard. 15 minutes of rest passed swiftly, and both sets of players returned to the pitch. Before the second half began, both sides made changes. The Netherlands brought on Bennett for Klaassen, while Belgium substituted Fokoto for Meunier. The substitution the Amsterdam Arena had been waiting for finally came in the 60th minute. Fan Kairui replaced Jansen. Kairui, Kairui, Kairui. The roar from the stands was deafening. Hiwei, commentating for China Network 5, called out enthusiastically, "Fan Kairui is finally on the pitch." The Netherlands trail 1-0 with 30 minutes remaining. Can he guide them to an equalizer? Let's watch closely and find out. Belgian manager Martinez, seeing Fan Kairui enter the field, also prepared to bring Hazard on in order to see out the result. Fan Kairui's reputation preceded him, and the Belgian players tightened their focus accordingly. De Bruyne frowned, his thoughts drifting back to that Manchester derby where Fan Kairui's hat-trick had guided United to victory. Now the two nations would meet on international turf, and De Bruyne harbored a quiet determination to prove himself. Most Belgian players competed in the top European leagues, with several in the Premier League. Even those who had never faced Fan Kairui directly were well aware of his abilities through media coverage. Professional athletes carry natural competitive spirits, and none were eager to be overshadowed, particularly by a 17-year-old. The Chelsea goalkeeper on the bench, Courtois, had suffered a similar fate before. In the red-blue derby, Van Ruij's team had poured 4 goals past him. If Van Ruij had not held back later in the match, the scoreline been even more lopsided. Hazard, preparing to enter the game, was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to make up for his club's defeat on the international stage. But before Hazard could even step onto the pitch, the Netherlands equalized. De Bruyne delivered a diagonal pass from midfield to Mertens on the right flank. Mertens received the ball and cut inside to shoot, but his strike was poorly struck, lacking any power or precision. Stekelenburg collected it effortlessly. Knowing his team urgently needed a goal, he immediately threw the ball to Sneijder. De Bruyne and Witsel turned to press back, but Sneijder handled the situation cleanly, controlling turning and passing in one fluid motion. At that moment, the crowd at Amsterdam Arena erupted with cheers. Ruij, Ruij, Ruij. Hazard, waiting on the sidelines, followed the ball with his eyes and felt a pang of unease. Van Ruij's run perfectly timed to meet Sneijder's long pass. Sneijder sends a long ball to Van Ruij. Can he help the Netherlands level the score? Commentator Hiwei shouted over the roaring crowd. Van Ruwe shook off Vertonghen and crossed the halfway line within 2 seconds, racing toward the ball's landing point. Cabasses, seeing Van Ruwe's precise positioning, chose not to press aggressively, instead falling back to defend. Hazard stood beside the fourth official, frustrated beyond words. In his experience, defending against Van Ruwe required aggressive confrontation. A passive retreat would only open up gaps. Van Ruwe was fast, technically gifted, and adept at weaving past defenders. True to form, he took the ball and advanced with intent. Cabasses, retreating step by step, could not predict which direction Van Ruwe would break through. One advancing, one retreating, they quickly reached the edge of the penalty area. Van Ruwe did not waste time. He dropped his left shoulder to feint, drawing Cabasses to shift right, then planted his left foot and twisted his center of gravity to burst past in the opposite direction. The second center back arrived too late to cover. Van Ruwe struck from the right side of the penalty area. Minale dived toward the near post, his hand nearly reaching the ball, but it dipped sharply at the last moment and slipped past his fingers into the net. Amsterdam Arena erupted in thunderous cheers, wave after wave of sound crashing over the stands. Hiwei cried out excitedly, "Magnificent! Van Ruwe's knuckleball has leveled the score." Van Ruwe faced the devoted supporters and raised both arms in celebration. Hazard watched his back, letting out an impatient snort. Before the restart, Belgium made 2 substitutions, bringing on the Hazard brothers for Mertens and Lukaku. Belgium kicked off and immediately went on the attack. De Bruyne's long ball found Hazard making a run into the left half space. Fortunately, Striker Limborg rushed out in time and blocked the shot with his body. The Netherlands escaped a serious threat. Coach Bunald adjusted his formation to strengthen the defense. Martinez, a top-tier coach, recognized Van Ruwe's danger and reinforced his own backline as well. He also substituted De Bruyne to conserve energy for the World Cup qualifier 3 days later. Both teams prioritized defense, leaving Van Ruwe and Hazard few opportunities in attack. The Netherlands brought on a fresh midfielder for the aging Sneijder, while Belgium replaced De Bruyne. Deprived of their creative hubs, attacking momentum slowed, particularly for the Netherlands, which increasingly relied on Van Ruwe's individual brilliance. Hazard's individual technique was slightly inferior to Van Ruwe's. Playing up front against Van Dijk, he struggled to create space and was forced to play a supporting role, feeding the ball to his younger brother. But the younger Hazard lacked both technical finesse and pace. After Lukaku was substituted off, Hazard, standing at 1.7 meters, could not overpower the 1.9-meter Van Dijk in aerial duels. His crosses simply handed possession back to the opposition. As the second half ticked away, Van Ruwe found no easy solutions against multiple defenders, while the Hazard brothers were similarly stifled. The final whistle blew with the score locked at 1-1. Drawing against higher-ranked Belgium at home satisfied head coach Bunald, especially given Belgium's overall superior strength. 3 days later, the Netherlands would face Minnow Luxembourg at the Zuiderpark Stadium. This match was expected to be one-sided, with a considerable gap in quality between the two sides. The final score reflected the disparity, 1-6. Having missed out on a hat-trick in Amsterdam earlier, Van Ruwe completed his first national team treble at Zuiderpark Stadium. In addition to his 3 goals, he also provided 2 assists. With all 3 points secured, the Netherlands climbed to 10 points, overtaking France to top Group A. With 6 group matches remaining, their chances of qualifying as group winners looked promising. Of course, this assumed nothing unexpected would disrupt their campaign. Aside from Luxembourg and Belarus, whom they were expected to beat comfortably, Sweden and Bulgaria posed tougher challenges. Meanwhile, seed team France loomed on the horizon. The path to qualification was far from smooth. Van Ruwe knew exactly what lay ahead. In the timeline he came from, the Netherlands had failed to even reach the playoffs for a second-place finish. Against Luxembourg, Van Ruwe unlocked the achievement of his first national team hat-trick. The reward was substantial: 10 attribute points. Back in his hotel room, he immediately claimed the rewards. After careful consideration, he distributed the 10 points across strength, pace, acceleration, and long-range shooting. Strength 3, OI pace 2, I acceleration 1A, and the remaining 4 points allocated entirely to long-range shooting. With a single confirmation, his personal attributes panel refreshed instantly. Age 17 years 9 months 5 days. Height 184 centimeters. Weight 74. 5 kilograms. Strength 73. Stamina 92. Jumping 73. Pace 95 2. Acceleration 95 1. Heading 56. Shooting 76. Long shot 76 4. Shot power 74. Positioning 56. Penalties 61. Short passing 71. Crossing 65. Long passing 52. Dribbling 81. Agility 82. Reactions 84. Balance 82. Talents: super learning ability, natural ball sense, injury resistant, dribbling master, 2-footed offside trap, awareness, endless stamina. Upon breaking through the 70 threshold in strength, Van Ruwe immediately felt a surge of solid power coursing through his body, giving him greater confidence for the physical battles awaiting him in the Premier League. The following day, he and teammate Blind flew back to Manchester from Luxembourg, preparing to face the renewed intensity of Premier League Matchday 12. Their opponent was Arsenal, the Gunners. Arsenal carried considerable prestige as one of England's oldest clubs with a proud history, boasting 13 league titles, 3 of them in the Premier League era. Notably, they held the record for the longest continuous spell in the top flight. The rivalry between Manchester United and Arsenal, forged in the late 1990s and early 2000s, ran deep and fierce. Before Mourinho's Chelsea emerged as a contender, the Premier League title race was essentially a two-horse contest between these two. Between the 1997-98 and 2004-05 seasons, Arsenal claimed 3 championships while finishing runners-up in the remaining 5 years. Some analysts noted that if Arsenal had been just slightly luckier during that period, Manchester United's later chase to surpass Liverpool's all-time title tally would have been far more difficult. Arsenal's golden era peaked in the 2003-04 season. Under Wenger, they went an entire campaign undefeated, seizing the league crown with unmistakable dominance. Their 49-match unbeaten run in the top flight remains one of English football's most celebrated records. It was ultimately Sir Ferguson's Manchester United who ended the streak, winning 2-1 at Highbury. Yet since then, Arsenal has never again tasted the Premier League title year after year, embarking on what seemed like an endless journey toward resurgence. Manchester United supporters did not believe in such superstitions. Most home fans felt that as long as Fan Kairui could take the pitch in good health, victory was practically assured, or at the very least a draw was secure. Wenger and Mourinho, once the patriarch of Arsenal and the special one of Chelsea respectively, had long been bitter rivals with absolutely no common ground. However, as time passed, their animosity faded considerably. Now during interviews, they could even exchange greetings through journalists. Back in those days, Wenger was in his early 50s, right in the golden age of management, while Mourinho was only in his 40s, in the prime of his career. Compared to the Derby or the Classico, this league match between Manchester United and Arsenal was indeed less favored in the fixture schedule by United's players, management, and fans alike. This round 12 league fixture. The match was scheduled for 1:30 p.m., the earliest of the round, yet still preferable to an evening kickoff. After all, mid-November in Manchester is bitterly cold. Playing at noon was at least somewhat less biting. Though Arsenal no longer enjoyed the dominance of past decades under Wenger, they consistently finished in the top four, earning them the nickname, the top four fixtures. This season they sat second in the league standings, so Old Trafford's capacity of 7,600 was completely sold out. Home fans expressed their respect for this long-standing rival through their full attendance. Mourinho, reflecting on the recently concluded World Cup qualifiers, made several rotations. De Gea remained between the posts with the back four comprising Damian Rojo, Phil Jones, and Valencia. The double pivot featured Carrick partnered with Herrera, while the attacking midfield line was notably youthful Fan Kairui, Pogba, and Martial lined up across the front. Rashford led the attack, replacing the suspended Ibrahimovic. Arsenal likewise deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation. Cech guarded the goal with Monreal, Koscielny, Mustafi, and Bellerin forming the defense. Ibimbi and Coquelin anchored the midfield. The attacking trio consisted of Ramsey, Xhaka, and Walcott, with Sanchez as the lone striker. Wenger, upon receiving United's starting lineup, was somewhat surprised. The Mourinho he knew would scarcely place such trust in young players. Jean Shankai, the commentator for New Sports, chuckled at the formations. "It feels as though Mourinho and Wenger have swapped philosophies," he remarked into his microphone. Such a youthful starting 11 was traditionally Wenger's signature. Veteran Premier League fans understood Wenger was famously devoted to nurturing youth, certainly not in any inappropriate sense, but rather his preference for developing young talents was well known. United's front three averaged just 19.75 years old, with the entire squad averaging 24.8, setting a record for the youngest 11 in Mourinho's tenure this season. Not only Wenger, but many commentators and fans alike raised eyebrows at the lineup. Arsenal was hardly an easy opponent, sitting second in the league. Fan Kairui was undoubtedly strong, but could he carry Rashford, Martial, and the other young players through this challenge? Wenger also sensed Mourinho might be underestimating the situation. He acknowledged Fan Kairui's exceptional ability, but Rashford and Martial remained relatively untested, while Pogba tended toward showmanship. "This victory I will have." Before the match, Wenger had already made up his mind. Yet could Mourinho not be aware of the risks posed by an overly youthful midfield? Only he, as the head coach, truly understood that Fan Kairui was a player who carried his own tactical system wherever he went. Any player paired with him tended to elevate the overall team performance, achieving a result greater than the sum of its parts. Who said young players could not win matches? People had long claimed he did not know how to develop youth. This time, he would prove them all thoroughly wrong. Mourinho had even rehearsed in his mind how he would respond to reporters swarming him after the final whistle. With the referee Marin's opening blast of his whistle, the 2016-2017 Premier League season's 12th round opener officially began. Winning the kickoff, Arsenal played with composure, advancing in well-organized layers and steadily applying pressure upon Manchester United's defensive line. Jean Shankai, the commentator for XING Sports, observing the rather measured tempo on the pitch, began recounting historical statistics to the audience. Since Manchester United's 8-2 thrashing of Arsenal in 2011, they have suffered only one league defeat in 10 subsequent meetings against the Gunners. In their recent 9 home fixtures against Arsenal, they have recorded 7 wins and drawn 2, remaining unbeaten. Arsenal's last away victory against Manchester United dates back to 2006. Across all Premier League encounters between the two sides, United hold the edge with 22 wins, 14 draws, and 12 losses from 48 meetings, including a dominant home record of 15 wins, 6 draws, and only 3 defeats. Moreover, he paused before continuing, Mourinho remains unbeaten in league fixtures against Wenger with 5 wins and 6 draws. Across all competitions, the two managers have faced each other 15 times, with Wenger claiming only a single victory during last year's Community Shield at a time when Mourinho was managing his second stint at Chelsea. Arsenal's attacking approach bore the unmistakable imprint of Wenger's philosophy, built around ground-based passing and ball circulation, nearly as if they intended to simply pass the ball all the way into the net, a style that echoed the tiki-taka pioneered by Barcelona. However, compared to Barcelona, Arsenal's passing was considerably faster, their combinations more elaborate, and their play infused with the uniquely rapid tempo of the Premier League. The Arsenal players, clad in yellow shirts and black shorts, launched their first genuine offensive sequence under the leadership of the Chilean Sanchez. He exchanged a series of one-touch passes with Ramsey and Xhaka, weaving swiftly into the heart of Manchester United's defensive third. Spotting an opening, Sanchez unleashed a curling shot from just outside the penalty area on the left. De Gea instantly produced a display worthy of a world-class goalkeeper, launching himself into a diving save and palming the ball over the crossbar. Arsenal were awarded only a corner. Arsenal look sharp today. The commentator Jean Jun from Lecce Sports exclaimed enthusiastically, then added, Chong Dao chimed in, De Gea is in tremendous form today. Sanchez spat out a frustrated breath, clearly dissatisfied with his own effort. He reflected that if the shot had been aimed slightly wider or struck with a touch more power, it might have found the back of the net. The broadcast feed immediately cut to Manchester United's number 7 Fan Kairui. The intention was unmistakable. Arsenal's number 7 Sanchez was in scintillating form. Surely the new wearer of Manchester United's legendary shirt ought to respond in kind. Fan Kairui glanced up and caught his own image on the Old Trafford Jumbotron and immediately understood what was expected of him next. Sanchez's corner was headed clear by Phil Jones beyond the penalty area, and Xhaka, positioned on the edge of the 6-yard box, swung his leg around with full force and unleashed a powerful drive. The power behind it was formidable, but the accuracy was lacking considerably. The ball flew straight toward the second-tier stands. The Manchester United supporters in the stands erupted into laughter, mocking Xhaka's wasteful effort. Xhaka pursed his lips and glanced down at the patch of turf where he had struck the ball, pretending it had been uneven. For Manchester United, Rashford, positioned furthest forward, struggled to make an impact, and the attack naturally sputtered. Arsenal, as expected, took control of the match and pressed forward in wave after wave. Sanchez, Ramsey, Xhaka, and Welbeck all attempted long-range efforts in succession, but fortunately for United, De Gea was in fine form, diving and blocking from side to side, keeping his goal securely shut. In a high-level contest, time seemed to fly. Nearly 10 minutes had already elapsed. The possession statistics displayed on screen left United supporters watching from home feeling somewhat disheartened. 38% to 62%. Fan Kairui, upon whom so much hope was placed, had not performed poorly, nor had he shown brilliantly. His display was adequately respectable, neither more nor less. On the touchline, Mourinho's brow was deeply furrowed as he pondered whether his pre-match tactical arrangement had been too ambitious. Yet the Manchester United fans filling Old Trafford remained buoyant and confident, still placing enormous faith in Fan Kairui. In the 14th minute, Bellerin received a split pass from Xhaka, adjusted briefly on the right flank, and delivered a cross of solid quality. Unfortunately, Sanchez at 1.68 m was unable to gain a foothold against the combined marking of Rojo, and Phil Jones and Valencia cleared the ball with a powerful kick beyond the touchline from the far post. As Monreal prepared to take the resulting throw-in, Herrera suddenly emerged, intercepting the ball ahead of Xhaka, who was preparing to receive it, and quickly shifted play to Pogba, who had come across to support on the left. Manchester United players immediately scattered, running into available space. Coquelin immediately closed down his national team teammate Pogba, preventing him from turning easily. Pogba, already anticipating this, sensing a defender approaching, made no attempt to turn and instead sought an outlet nearby. Carrick, wearing the captain's armband, appeared to the front right, becoming Pogba's natural passing option. Pogba guided the ball with the inside of his left foot, and it rolled along the turf toward Carrick at the edge of the penalty area. El Nene, still relatively young in his reading of the game, committed to the press, but Carrick brushed past him effortlessly with a controlled touch and created the space needed to deliver his pass. Carrick swung his right foot and sent the ball flying quickly toward Manchester United's attacking right flank. The broadcast camera tracked the ball's flight, and BBC commentator Linker's voice rose sharply. Fan Kairui, who had been operating on the left wing, suddenly appeared on the attacking right, sending the United supporters in the stands into instant eruption, their roars rising like an overwhelming tide. Hearing the thunderous sound, Arsenal manager Wenger felt a chill run through him, sensing trouble. Monreal, the left-back, had only seconds before been delivering that throw-in, and was now completely out of position. Oh no, Wenger thought to himself. Left center-back Koscielny sprinted back in panic desperate to cut off Fan Kairui's forward run. Right center-back Mustafi also drifted inward ready to cover at any moment. The quick right-back Bellerin pushed himself to the limit in full retreat, covering the space left behind by Mustafi's movement. At the same moment, Martial and Rashford charged forward like two unleashed horses, streaking toward the left wing and central areas respectively, ready to receive Fan Kairui's pass. Fan Kairui surged past the halfway line, drawing ever closer to the descending football, which was now visibly accelerating. Jean Shankai of exquisite Sports watched the three red figures closing in on three yellow ones and shouted excitedly, 3 against 3. By Mourinho's design, Ibrahimovic, who had joined Free in the summer, was merely a temporary measure. The true future, he believed, rested with young talents such as Fan Kairui, Martial, and Rashford. So the man standing on the touchline at this moment was filled with anticipation. With approximately 35 meters remaining to the goal line, Fan Kairui, running at full pace, smoothly guided the ball slightly forward to his left, directly confronting Koscielny. He flicked his feet rapidly above the ball in alternating touches, dropping his center of gravity. Koscielny, doing the same, dared not commit to a tackle and could only retreat while narrowing the angle. At that instant, Fan Kairui's left foot suddenly drove forward, pushing the ball hard and low. Koscielny's pupils contracted. He scrambled to squeeze his legs together, but it was too late. The ball whizzed between his spread legs and raced toward the right side of the penalty area. Rashford flashed through the middle like a gust of wind, reaching the ball just before it crossed the goal line. Mustafi had recovered to cover, but Rashford did not even glance toward the goal. Instead, he deftly bent his ankle and played a behind-the-back pass backward toward the penalty spot. The Manchester United supporters in the stands rose as one, their roaring almost shaking the roof. Martial sprinted forward and swung his right leg to strike. Cech already crouched low in front of the goal, and Bellerin, throwing himself in a desperate slide to block, were both closing in. But nobody could have predicted that Martial's raised right leg would apply no force at all. He merely tapped the ball gently backward. In the blink of an eye, Fan Kairui exploded from the blind side, planted his right foot firmly, and swept the ball with the inside of his left foot. Cech reacted purely on instinct, diving toward the right. But facing a low drive from 10 meters out aimed squarely at the far corner, he could not so much as scratch it with the tip of a finger. Guioale. The signature elongated cry of Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray instantly exploded across the Old Trafford commentary box. Jean Shankai of exquisite Sports was beside himself with excitement. A classic Mourinho counterattack. Fan Kairui's pace and technique are the core. That between-the-legs pass was absolutely sublime. Rashford's run and finish were equally precise, and the masterstroke belonged to Martial, who had a clear shooting opportunity, yet chose to pass. Lineker of the BBC added his own praise. Manchester United's counterattack flowed like water from start to finish. The Red Devils of the future will soon become a force to be feared. Manchester United supporters' cheers rose in successive waves, and Mourinho on the sideline pumped his fist and roared along with them. He had been worrying about what to do without Ibrahimovic serving suspension, but now watching the combination of Fan Kairui, Rashford, and Martial, he felt a deep sense of relief. On the opposite dugout, Wenger's brows were knitted into a tight knot. He had specifically instructed Welbeck to mark Fan Kairui before the match to prevent exactly this scenario, yet he had not anticipated that the player would switch to the opposite flank at the critical moment, and his own players failed to adjust in response. However, the match had only just begun. Wenger adjusted his glasses and returned his gaze to the pitch. After scoring, Fan Kairui turned and sought out his two partners, wrapping an arm around each of them as he said, "Marcus Anthony, when I lay it on a plate for you later, make sure you finish it." "Really?" Rashford and Martial's eyes lit up simultaneously. "When have I ever misled you?" Fan Kairui replied with a solemn nod. They both agreed. He had always followed through on his promises in training, and there was no reason he would break them in a match. The scoreboard flipped to 1-0, and Old Trafford's stands erupted into jubilation. Arsenal supporters who had traveled with the team, however, felt a bitter sting in their hearts. If only the club's owner had been willing to spend during the summer, it might have been them enjoying the spotlight instead. The match restarted, and Arsenal players shook their heads and reorganized their attack. Having suffered from the previous lapse, they were noticeably more cautious in their forward passing. Arsenal's penetrating passes were executed with extra caution. Sanchez, deployed as the focal point, found himself stifled and unable to express his individual qualities. Though Zoka and Ramsey's combination play was functioning well, the ball simply could not be delivered to Sanchez's feet. Welbeck required space in which to operate, but Manchester United kept their defensive line tightly compacted, rendering him largely ineffective. The crosses from Montreal and Bellerin were actually decent, but the problem was Sanchez found it difficult to win the aerial duel between the two tall defenders. The broadcast camera cut to Wenger on the sidelines. He, away from the national sports channel, commented, "Wenger's plan to break through De Gea with passing is sound, but the bridgehead must not be lost. He benched Big Green, and now it looks like a mistake." Arsenal excel at set-piece tactics, and Mourinho knows Wenger's playbook too well. His pre-match tactical deployment was flawless, completely neutralizing the opponent's strategy. Although Arsenal's attacks came in relentless waves, the Manchester United fans in the stands remained unfazed. In their eyes, this was nothing more than a toothless tiger. Possessing the ball without creating chances, Wenger knew it clearly, but he had few options. The team's playing style was already set and United had anticipated his moves. All he could do was keep reminding his players to maintain passing accuracy and avoid counterattacks. Additionally, Wenger made adjustments to defend against counters. The two fullbacks could not overlap simultaneously, and one of the double pivot midfielders had to stay back for protection. The tactical adjustment had some effect, but Arsenal's attacking efficiency plummeted as well. It was a classic case of Pyrrhic gains. Before long, 30 minutes of the first half had passed, and the scoreboard still read 1-0, with the home side leading. Manchester United played at a measured pace, defending in an organized manner. Meanwhile, Arsenal's players trailing on the scoreboard grew increasingly restless, forced to intensify their attacking as time slipped away. Mourinho was no longer pacing the touchline. He sat relaxed on the bench, legs crossed, as if the match held no tension for him. In the 39th minute, Montreal received Xhaka's pass on the left wing and delivered a cross before Valencia could close him down. The ball was perfectly placed, curving past Phil Jones at the near post and landing precisely on Sanchez's forward-running path. Rojo hadn't even reacted in time when Sanchez, near the penalty spot, twisted his hips and struck a powerful header. Whoa! A wave of astonishment erupted at Old Trafford, but De Gea, as if possessed, instinctively threw himself sideways and bundled the ball out for a corner. Corner kick. Ramsey's delivery lacked quality and was headed clear by Pogba. Martial let the ball run and turned, and Manchester United instantly transitioned from defense to attack. Cochran saw Van Cree make his run and grabbed him from behind. Van Cree, surging forward, was checked by the force pulling him back, and referee Marina's whistle blew. This wasn't Cochran's first such foul. Marina held up 3 fingers, signaling a booking for accumulating fouls. Manchester United's counterattack was broken up, and they settled into a positional attack. After a few passes, the ball reached Van Cree on the left wing. The United fans in the stands immediately rose to their feet, chanting in unison, "Cree, Cree, Cree." Facing a double team, Van Cree decided to reward the fans supporting him. The wall of sound threatened to lift the roof off Old Trafford. Van Cree glanced ahead and saw Bellerin and Walcott ahead, with Cochran marking him from the right front. In essence, he was drawing 3 defenders. During the first 40 minutes of the half, he had already studied Bellerin and Walcott's speed. Though slightly slower than his own, the gap in short sprints between 5 and 15 meters was negligible. Numbers were against him. Although Damien's attacking prowess was mediocre, his overlapping runs could at least distract Walcott's attention. In that split second, when Walcott lost focus, Van Cree nudged the ball forward and right with the outside of his right foot, creating the impression he was about to burst through the half space. Bellerin and Walcott immediately shifted inward, attempting to shut the door on him. But at that moment, Van Cree took a large step forward with his right foot, then flicked the ball behind him with his left heel, executing a sharp change of direction to glide past Bellerin on the inside. Despite Bellerin's explosive power, he could not keep up with the rhythm shift. Cochran, who had been waiting to cover, hurriedly moved across from the center. A faint smile crossed Van Cree's lips. With the ball under control again, he drove it rightward with the outside of his right foot, sending it rolling toward the space Cochran had just vacated. Cochran turned his head and his heart sank. Pogba was already charging onto the ball. Cochran was closing in, and changing direction again was impossible. The other defensive midfielder, Elneny, was retreating while engaging, moving into the space behind Cochran. But on the football pitch, the greatest danger lies in patching one breach only to expose another. With Elneny covering Cochran's position, his own zone was left undefended. Pogba approached the ball and immediately spotted Elneny shifting toward the center. Instead of carrying the ball forward himself, he dragged it backward with the sole of his left foot and then panned it laterally. At that instant, Van Cree had accelerated into space and gave the ball a touch forward and to the right, launching his run once more. Now both Arsenal defensive midfielders had been drawn toward the center and right half space, leaving the left half space wide open. Left back Montreal wanted to cover, but Valencia was sprinting down the right flank at pace, stretching United's attacking shape. Montreal hesitated, fearful of exposing space behind him, and did not dare to step forward. Thus the burden of marking Van Cree fell on Ramsey, who had collapsed toward the left side of the center. He retreated while engaging, attempting to cut off passing lanes. Van Cree did not force his way through. Instead, he delicately pushed the ball with the inside of his left foot, and it rolled along the turf toward Martial, who had drifted into the right half space of the attack. Ramsey was out of options. With Montreal held back by Valencia, Martial received the ball in ample space to work with. Following the principle of marking the ball carrier closely, Ramsey was forced to turn and lunge toward Martial on the left. But the moment he rotated, Martial had already played the ball. A soft tap with the inside of his right foot sent the ball skimming across the ground, transferring it rapidly from the right half space back to the center. The quick combinations in United's final third were breathtaking, leaving Arsenal's defenders unable to recover in time. Van Cree changed direction and accelerated into the path of the oncoming ball. Elneny struggled to shift his center of gravity, and spotting a slightly extended touch, threw himself into a sliding tackle. Van Cree reacted faster, deftly lifting the ball over the sliding Elneny with the tip of his right foot. The ball bounced cleanly over the fallen player and landed near the left side of the arc at the edge of the penalty area. Rashford, who had been waiting there, was back to goal, firmly holding off Mustafi. Reading the trajectory, he cushioned the ball with the inside of his right foot, redirecting it toward the right side of the arc perfectly for the arriving Van Kairui. Oh, United's positional attack flowed like water, highly stylish and entertaining. The home fans in the stands went absolutely wild, their hysterical roaring threatening to lift the stadium roof clean off. After making the pass, Rashford did not stand idle. He immediately turned and ran into the box. Mustafi had no choice but to follow him closely. Van Kairui at full speed controlled Rashford's pass with the outside of his right foot, bringing it to a stop a meter in front of him. He looked up at Koscielny, the Arsenal captain, who stood before him with an expression of intense concentration. A natural smile appeared on Van Kairuy's face. Koscielny noticed it immediately and felt a surge of irritation, as if personally insulted. The distance between them closed rapidly. Van Kairui suddenly dragged the ball to the left front with the inside of his right instep, adjusted with quick short steps, and then planted his right foot beside the arc outside the penalty area, raising his left leg high behind him, appearing ready to strike. Retreating Koscielny felt a sudden tightness in his chest, as if he sensed something. He quickly tucked his hands behind his back and lunged forward, attempting to close the gap. His right leg extended outward, maximizing his defensive reach. Koscielny's center of gravity had already been thrown entirely forward. But at the precise moment his left foot was about to make contact with the ball, Van Kairui twitched his ankle and sharply curled the ball inward with the inside of his instep. The ball changed direction and rolled toward the spot where Koscielny had just been standing. Koscielny's heart dropped. Something was terribly wrong. The sideline camera had swung away following his lunging movement and missed the initial action, but it snapped back at just the right moment, capturing the entire sequence. Van Kairuy's feint, his recovery touch, and his graceful step past the defender into the box. Montreal, recovering deep inside the penalty area, had no time to think and could only throw himself at Van Kairui. Van Kairui caught Montreal closing in from the corner of his eye and knew a direct right-footed shot would likely be blocked. So he did it again, dragging the ball left with the inside of his right instep, adjusting with tiny steps and raising his left leg as if to shoot once more. Montreal, already in anaerobic distress, could only react on pure instinct. He launched himself into the air, throwing his body to cut off the shooting angle. Goalkeeper Cech, aware that Montreal might block part of the net, quickly shuffled toward the center of the goal, his feet moving in rapid tiny steps, ready to pounce at any moment. On the bench, Wenger's heart was in his throat, silently pleading, "Block it. You have to block it." But in the blink of an eye, Wenger's expression turned to despair. "Shoot." National sports commentator Hiwei's voice suddenly rose, but then his pupils contracted, and he pivoted sharply, his volume unwavering. "No. Another dummy." Van Kairuy's raised left foot never struck the ball with force. The instant Montreal dove to block, he brought his left foot down and curled the ball toward the right front with the inside of his instep. He adjusted his steps, slightly planted his left foot, swung his right leg, and connected solidly with the ball using the instep. Boom. The struck ball flew with tremendous power like a cannonball straight toward the goal. The ball smashed into the net like a projectile, the snowy white mesh on the right side trembling violently. Faced with this brute force strike from 10 meters out, Cech's first reaction was actually to flinch. By the time his mind caught up and he attempted to save, the ball was already swirling in the net. Guirail. Andy Gray's voice stretched long and loud, echoing through the broadcast once again. Goal. Goal. Jean Shankai from New Sports nearly lost his voice. Van Kairui. His second goal of the match. Manchester United leads Arsenal 2-0. Oh my God. Lineker from BBC was equally stunned. That run. That dummy. Absolutely brilliant. See that? That is Manchester United's new number 7. The Red Devils truly have hope now. Van Kairui did not celebrate solo. He turned and waited for Rashford, Martial, and Pogba to come rushing over for a group celebration. On the sidelines, Mourinho swung his arms in wide arcs, finally releasing the pent-up excitement he had held back for so long. This goal showcased not only Fan Kairui's individual brilliance, but also the growing chemistry among Manchester United's front line. Their one-touch passing and intelligent movement spoke of an ever-deepening understanding. The first goal was typical Mourinho counter-attacking football, but the second was pure teamwork. A genuine breach carved open through coordinated effort in enemy territory. No wonder he was so elated. Those journalists who dismissed him as a master of defensive parking had plenty to reconsider now. At Old Trafford, the scoreboard shifted from 1-0 to 2-0. Over in the away technical area, Wenger stood motionless with a distant look in his eyes, as if he could already see how this match would end. On the pitch, Arsenal players exchanged glances, their faces etched with frustration. The stadium replay showed every moment of the goal unfolding. Fan Kairui initiated the move on the left wing, linking up with Pogba, Rashford, and Martial through a series of crisp one-touch passes. The precision and fluidity was absolutely mesmerizing to watch. What really caught everyone off guard was that final feint, deceiving both Montreal and Cech, even causing the camera operator to lose his footing. Fans watching at home were utterly spellbound. As Jean Shankai put it, "Good heavens, can football even be played like this?" With that display, Fan Kairui had just won himself an entirely new wave of admirers. Leading 2-0 at home, United supporters were celebrating wildly, convinced the 3 points were secured. But Mourinho remained tense. He knew too well how fragile his defense could be, never knowing when it might crumble. As if on cue, just before halftime, Sanchez slipped into the left channel and cut inside to deliver a sudden cross. The ball arced perfectly over the heads of Jones and Rojo, finding Walcott, making a late run to the back post. De Gea must have cursed Jones and Rojo 100 times in his head. What was that defending like? Walcott surged forward and headed it into the near corner. De Gea made a diving attempt, but couldn't prevent it. Goal. Sanchez assists Walcott. 2-1. Arsenal have pulled one back. This is a real boost for the Gunners. He away from CCTV, 5 exclaimed. Mourinho had already walked toward the tunnel with his notes, waiting for halftime, only to watch helplessly as his team conceded. He slapped his thigh in frustration. Winter signing targets reinforcing the defense. There was absolutely no more time to waste. This defensive performance was simply unacceptable. If not for the strikers' clinical finishing today, they'd be trailing rather than ahead. The camera quickly found Manchester United's number 7 Fan Kairui. The young man looked composed, showing little emotion on his face. Conceding a goal was nothing unusual to him. He knew his defenders' limitations well enough. As long as they scored more than they let in, that was all that mattered. The referee Marina didn't add any time and blew the halftime whistle immediately. The Manchester United fans in the stands felt their excitement dampen somewhat. Leading by 2 goals was naturally more secure than 1, but if they could choose, they'd prefer a comfortable 1-0 rather than this nerve-wracking 2-1 situation. The most concerning aspect of United's season has been their defensive frailties. That goal conceded was their 13th of the league campaign, by far the most among the top 6 sides in the table. During halftime, Sky Sports invited Gary Neville to analyze the goal, and he wasn't shy about his assessment. Want to turn this around. The defense must be strengthened in the winter window. Constantly conceding like this is demoralizing. Fortunately, Fan Kairui is in scintillating form and can score goals to cover the defensive vulnerabilities. Improving the defensive setup is imperative and cannot wait. Other commentators echoed the same sentiment, that Manchester United cannot seriously challenge for the title this season without upgrading their backline. The need to reinforce the defense in the winter window truly cannot be delayed any longer. Those 15 minutes of halftime passed in what felt like moments as players from both sides began returning to the pitch for the second half. Before the second half even kicked off, Arsenal made their first change. Guerin came on for Elneny. He away from CCTV, 5 immediately noted. Guerin replaces Elneny up front. Professor Wenger is clearly looking to strengthen the attack in the second half. Commentator Jean-Loup picked up the analysis. That late goal from Sanchez's assist to Walcott exposed United's defensive vulnerabilities quite clearly. With Guerin standing over 1.9 meters tall, strong in the air, and excellent at linking play, the second half should be far more entertaining than the first. Exactly, Hiway smiled. Let's see how the Red Devils and the Gunners approach the second half. With Guerin's aerial presence added to the attack, Arsenal immediately gained a focal point and became much more three-dimensional. The positioning of players in the midfield and forward line looked significantly more balanced and cohesive. Zaha, who had looked awkward in the number 10 role, dropped deeper to better utilize his wide vision and accurate long passing. Ramsey stepped into the advanced midfield position where his threat-creating passes, powerful shots from distance, and late runs into the box could all find purpose. Mourinho watched from the touchline with a deeply furrowed brow. Phil Jones fought hard, but was occasionally too impulsive. Rojo, meanwhile, lacked the necessary concentration and seemed to drift at critical moments. Making a center-back substitution at this point was clearly unviable, so he could only hope the forward line would provide more offensive pressure to pin Arsenal back and give the defense some breathing room. AOA. With the home crowd's encouragement ringing out, Manchester United started the second half with renewed intensity and momentum. Fan Kairui deliberately accelerated the tempo, and his partnership with Pogba, Rashford, and Martial grew increasingly seamless, constantly unsettling Arsenal's defensive line. If not for Cech's outstanding goalkeeping and Rashford and Martial missing a few clear chances, United would likely have extended their lead early on. Wenger had initially stood confident on the touchline directing operations, but within minutes his team was under constant pressure with dangerous situations piling up at the back. Koch had already picked up a yellow card for his challenges on Fan Kairui in the first half, so he was being extremely cautious, now afraid of following the same fate as Kante, who had been sent off in that previous clash. Zaza took a yellow card to help cover for Koch. The camera cut to Wenger on the sidelines, his brow furrowed with worry. This was completely different from what he had envisioned at halftime. If he had known this would happen, he should have subbed off Koch and kept Elneny on. But Elneny's capabilities were limited, and he didn't have the same impact as Koch. With both Koch and Zaza carrying yellow cards as defensive midfielders, mistakes were inevitable in the remaining defense. Wenger was already calculating his next adjustments. Just then a deafening roar erupted from the stands as Wenger looked up to see Fan Kairui execute a series of skillful moves to beat Monreal on the right flank, then cut inside along the penalty area line, before delivering a low cross into the center, just as Koscielny was still recovering. Rashford and Martial's intelligent runs had drawn all the defensive attention into the box, leaving Herrera completely unmarked on his late arrival. From just behind the penalty spot, he swung his right leg and drove the ball violently toward the top left corner of the net. Cech's movement had long since declined from his prime, and he was powerless to deal with Herrera's shot, which combined both power and precision. 54th minute. Fan Kairui assists Herrera to score 3-1. Jurgen's voice rose sharply as the commentator for Lusher Sports. Herrera was overwhelmed with excitement after scoring. For a defensive midfielder, it was rare to get chances to penetrate the box, and he never expected that a spontaneous forward run would result in a goal. The true hero of this goal was naturally Fan Kairui, who had provided the brilliant assist. He was embraced enthusiastically by Herrera, who exclaimed, "Kairui, thank you so much." Fan Kairui laughed and patted his back. "You were in the best position of all teammates at that moment. Who else would I pass to?" Rashford and Martial had been about to make a joke, but hearing this left them speechless. Indeed, Herrera had been in the best position while both of them were tightly marked. They wouldn't necessarily have been able to score even if the ball had come to them. The scoreboard jumped from 2-1 to 3-1, and the atmosphere at Old Trafford intensified even further. Wenger, standing before the away dugout, seemed momentarily lost, uncertain about what adjustment to make next. Substituting attacking players for defensive ones could certainly create goal-scoring opportunities, but the probability was low and the risk was enormous. Manchester United were currently surging with momentum. If the offensive push failed and they conceded again. Mourinho, however, had none of these concerns. Leading by 2 goals again gave him peace of mind. He needed to strengthen the central and defensive midfield areas. Fellaini had been ruled out due to an injury sustained during international duty, so Mourinho brought on Schneiderlin to replace the veteran Carrick. Meanwhile, Rooney was warming up in the designated area preparing for his substitute appearance. Schneiderlin's introduction signaled Manchester United's intent to defend more compactly, and seeing this, Wenger decided to hold off on making any further tactical changes, for now. In his view, this was the most sensible formation at the moment. As long as there were no mistakes during transitions, it would be difficult for Manchester United to score again. However, Manchester United didn't score in the remaining time, and Arsenal weren't faring much better either. Jones and Rojo seemed determined to prove themselves, not backing down against Giroud and repeatedly clearing crosses delivered by Monreal, Bellerin, Sanchez, and Walcott from the flanks. As the minutes ticked away, Rashford, Martial, and Pogba were all affected by fatigue from the congested FIFA schedule, their energy levels dropping. They couldn't make timely forward runs to support Fan Kairui during transitions, and Manchester United's attack became noticeably sluggish. Arsenal's attack showed some structure, but defensively they remained cautious and conservative, unwilling to commit fully forward. Through this back and forth, the match reached the 70th minute with only 20 minutes remaining for Arsenal. Wenger finally decided to make 2 substitutions simultaneously. Chambers and Iwobi came on to replace Corkin and Welbeck, a clear signal that the team intended to strengthen their attack. Mourinho noticed his players covering less ground and made his adjustments accordingly. Blind and Rooney both entered the pitch, replacing Damien and Rashford. Both teams had exhausted their 3 substitution slots. Lineker, the BBC commentator, could not help but remark, "There are only 10 minutes remaining. Manchester United and Arsenal have played all their cards. Is this a decisive final push?" The camera cut between Mourinho and Wenger, both with furrowed brows fixed intently on the field. Upon closer inspection, Wenger appeared slightly more tense. Wenger had guided Arsenal to an impressive campaign this season, with points closely trailing league leaders Manchester United. Yet whispers persisted in the media that the club was seeking a younger manager. With age catching up, he genuinely felt the strain. And yet, he refused to accept it. He glanced sideways at Mourinho, a feeling not unlike his rivalries with Ferguson back in the day. "Perhaps it is time to let go," Wenger murmured softly, his gaze returning to the pitch. The clock ticked onward until the 80th minute approached. Many players from both sides had also featured in midweek international duty, leaving their energy reserves significantly depleted. In a top-of-the-table clash, neither side could afford to slacken. By this stage, apart from the tireless Fan Kairui and the 2 goalkeepers, nearly every player was pushing forward on sheer willpower alone. Leading by 2 goals, Manchester United had no urgency. They circulated the ball to drain time and maintained a compact defensive shape whenever possession was lost. Sanchez was the most spirited player on the Arsenal side. Even as his stamina faded, he continued to fight for every ball, moving countless Gunners supporters watching at home. But football is unforgiving. Effort does not always yield goals. Giroud and Iwobi both missed clear chances created by Sanchez's brilliant passes. Frustrated, Sanchez decided to take matters into his own hands. Yet football remains a team sport, and one player alone cannot compensate for the weaknesses of an entire squad. Fan Kairui also fought hard, but with his teammates visibly fading, he often found himself outnumbered, making the game increasingly difficult for him. With a 2-goal advantage, his desire to score personally was not intense. Confronted by multiple defenders, he opted to pass rather than force issues. When referee Marina finally blew the whistle, the scoreboard remained at 3-1. The final whistle echoed across Old Trafford, and the camera immediately locked onto Fan Kairui. Commentator Jin Xiangkai declared passionately, "There is no doubt that the young Fan Kairui has been the player of the match once again. 2 goals and 1 assist. He had completely dominated this London derby. His 15 goals and 9 assists currently top both the scoring and assist charts respectively. Only 12 Premier League matches have been played in the 2016 to 2017 season. I truly wonder how many goals he will finish with." Manchester United players gathered around their hero Fan Kairui, as they always did, sharing in the joy of victory. After 12 rounds of the 2016 to 2017 Premier League season, Manchester United sat top of the table with 30 points from 9 wins and 3 draws. By defeating direct rivals Arsenal, the gap between the two sides had widened to 6 points. This was certainly worth celebrating. Mourinho did not enter the pitch. As the Manchester United manager, he extended hospitality to the defeated Wenger, intending to offer a few words of comfort. The history between these two men could fill days of conversation. But as time passed, Mourinho ultimately waited by the touchline for Wenger to approach. They shook hands without many words, but something in their eyes had shifted from what it once was. Years had worn away some of the sharp edges, and at this stage in their careers, opponents often developed a certain mutual understanding. The camera lingered on them. Lineker watched the scene and remarked reflectively, "Both are seeking renewal, yet the paths these two clubs have chosen could hardly be more different." This was Wenger's 21st year at Arsenal's helm. The veteran manager was now 67 years old. No one could say how much longer he would remain on the bench. Manchester United supporters naturally followed the other matches of the round closely. The results were not ideal. Liverpool and Southampton drew scorelessly, while Manchester City, Chelsea, and Tottenham all won their games. In other words, the chasers had not slowed their pace at all. With the league momentarily paused, Manchester United's focus now turned to the Europa League. Having gone 2 wins and 2 losses in the group stage's first 4 matches, neither of the final 2 games could be lost. Fan Kairui was ineligible for Europa League competition, so his mind remained entirely on the league campaign. Upcoming fixtures against West Ham, Everton, and Tottenham presented no easy opportunities. Manchester United's victory over Arsenal at home dominated European sports headlines. The question on everyone's mind was whether this United side truly possessed the quality to claim the Premier League title. In matches against direct title rivals, they had not dropped a single point. Victories over Manchester City, Liverpool, Chelsea, and Arsenal. Of course, Fan Kairui remained the most captivating figure. 12 league matches, 15 goals, and 9 assists, statistics that were nothing short of extraordinary. The remarkable detail was that he was only 17 years and 9 months old, still not yet 18. Looking across global football history, very few teenagers could match such performances, perhaps only the legendary Pelé. When Fan Kairui saw these comparisons, he was taken aback. He had confidence in himself, certainly, but comparing himself to a football king had never entered his mind. Could it be that he would one day compete at such a level? The thought arose, and he nodded almost unconsciously. He carried the super striker system, the sole anomaly in modern football. Why should he not surpass Pelé, a World Cup champion? He counted on his fingers. The Russian World Cup was just 2 years away. With his current ability already so formidable, what might he achieve in 2 more years? Leaving Ronaldo and Messi behind was not impossible after all. Fueled by this ambition, he dedicated himself entirely to training, turning down Gu Yutong's invitation for coffee and only exchanging occasional messages on WhatsApp. For days passed in a flash. Manchester United returned home to face Feyenoord in the 5th round of Europa League group play. Having lost 1-0 away in the first leg, the team carried the momentum from their convincing win over Arsenal. Goals from Rooney, Mata, Phil Jones, and Lingard secured a satisfying 4-0 victory at Old Trafford. However, in the other group match, Fenerbahce defeated Sokoks 2-0. Manchester United, now with 3 wins and 2 losses from 5 matches, could only finish second in the group on 9 points. Fortunately, the final round presented a clear path. Feyenoord on 7 points would face Fenerbahce on 10 points. If Manchester United could secure a draw away to bottom-place Sokoks, they would advance comfortably. With Europa League matters settled, attention shifted back to the league. Manchester United would host West Ham United at home. Meanwhile, the most anticipated fixture of the Premier League round was undoubtedly the London derby between Chelsea and Tottenham at Stamford Bridge. The entire Manchester United squad followed this match closely. As title rivals, a draw for Chelsea would benefit United the most. Unfortunately, events did not go as hoped. Chelsea, playing at Stamford Bridge, proved superior and came from behind to defeat Tottenham 2-1 thanks to goals from Pedro and Moses. In another entertaining match, Swansea and Crystal Palace combined for an astonishing 5-4 scoreline that left fans bewildered. 9 goals in a single match. Defenses were virtually non-existent. Turning back to Manchester United carrying their winning momentum, they welcomed West Ham United to Old Trafford. Fan Kairui contributed 1 goal and 1 assist in each half, guiding the team to a comfortable 2-1 victory. When the final whistle blew, the broadcast director deliberately zoomed in for a close-up of Fan Kairui. The image served as recognition for being named man of the match once again, and also marked him as the fastest player in Premier League history to reach double figures in both goals and assists. Media outlets scrambled to verify the statistics and discovered that this record was not unique to the Premier League. It was unmatched across all 5 of Europe's top leagues. Expanding the scope to elite leagues worldwide, no other player had achieved double-digit goals and assists in just 13 matches. He was only 17 years and 290 days old. If excluding the opening round where he did not feature, the record would have been set in even fewer matches. For the following days, front pages of sports newspapers worldwide were dominated by Manchester United's new number 7, the first player in top-flight history to reach double figures in goals and assists in the shortest span of time. Fan Kairui felt little from the overwhelming media coverage. In his view, these accolades meant less than tangible achievement rewards. However, upon checking his system, he found that no related achievement had been triggered. On the evening of November 30th, British time, Manchester United faced Bournemouth in the League Cup quarterfinals. With a crucial match against Everton at Goodison Park approaching, Manchester United made several roster adjustments, resting key players for this cup tie. Although Bournemouth sat 10th in the league, they were only 5 points above the relegation zone. Tasked with survival, they treated the League Cup as a secondary priority. Facing a Manchester United side fielding only a partial lineup, the result was never in doubt. 1-3. Manchester United progressed, with the second half proving decisive. When Fan Kairui, Pogba, and Ibrahimovic came on as substitutes, the dynamic shifted completely. Relying on their impact, the Red Devils secured their place in the League Cup semi-finals. With the League Cup and the next league fixture separated by only 3 days, both teams had limited recovery time. However, Mourinho was in good spirits, given the team's 4-match winning streak across all competitions. He granted the squad a day off. But for Fan Kairui, the holiday made little difference. He still needed to complete the 3-month extra training achievement. Training continuously throughout a season represented the highest tier, but due to his transfer, he had missed the beginning of this campaign. He would need to restart the count from the 2017 to 2018 season. After finishing his extra session, Fan Kairui put on a down jacket and headed directly to the coaching office at Carrington Training Base. He knocked on the door of the head coach's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Mourinho looked up and saw Fan Kairui, a faint trace of surprise crossing his face. Kairui, need something? Fan Kairui offered a small smile. Actually, yes. What is it? Mourinho set down his pen and leaned back in his chair. There have been rumors about the club looking to reinforce the center-back position. Fan Kairui got straight to the point. I'd like to recommend a friend, Virgil van Dijk from Southampton. If any other player had come recommending someone, Mourinho would likely have been displeased. Signing decisions were typically the head coach's prerogative. But Fan Kairui was different. He was one of Mourinho's most prized students. And Van Dijk had already carved out a solid reputation in the Premier League. An exceptional ability, though perhaps falling just short of Mourinho's top targets. Can I ask why you're recommending Virgil van Dijk? Mourinho's fingers tapped lightly against the desk. Because you two are close in the national team. Fan Kairui shrugged and shook his head. Our national team bond isn't the main reason. I'm recommending him because he's remarkably steady, the most reliable center-back I've encountered. He dominates in the air, handles physical duels well, and his recovery pace is impressive. During national team training, he also showed excellent long passing ability. Having played forward earlier in his career, his footwork is solid too. Mourinho listened and thought. He hadn't closely followed the Southampton player before. Was he really that complete? Then again, Fan Kairui was his national teammate, so his perspective would be comprehensive. If Van Dijk truly matched Fan Kairui's description, he needed to act swiftly. Still, no decision could be made on a single recommendation. He would task the club scouts with monitoring him for a period. Once confirmed to meet standards, a decisive move in the January window was necessary. After Fan Kairui left the office, Mourinho immediately picked up his phone and called Gerard Azcarate, the chief scout recruited from Atletico Madrid that summer. He adjusted Azcarate's priorities for the coming weeks quietly and consistently tracked Van Dijk over the next month. Fan Kairui had initially considered recommending a few other players, but reconsidered. Several of those names would only truly flourish in the next 2 or 3 seasons. Explaining why they deserved attention now would be difficult. Unlike Van Dijk, who had the national team connection to lean on. As for his friend De Ligt, that would have to wait until the season concluded. For the rest, let events unfold naturally. Manchester United's most pressing need was not an attack-minded defensive midfielder, but a center-back. Even the full-back positions were not urgent. Blind and Luke Shaw competed on the left. Valencia was in fine form on the right, and Darmian could provide cover if needed. Returning to the matter at hand. With the League Cup campaign concluded, Manchester United turned their full attention to the Premier League away fixture against Everton. The standout match of the round was undeniably Manchester City hosting Chelsea at home. Given the significance of that encounter, the Premier League scheduled it for the earlier slot. Manchester United's trip to face Everton was set for the following afternoon at 6. Thus, the United squad could settle in like ordinary supporters to watch the heavyweight clash between City and Chelsea. City created numerous chances at home, but lacked the cutting edge to finish. Chelsea, meanwhile, took the lead through their captain Gary Cahill. Throughout the first half, Manchester City squandered several golden opportunities, each one slipping just beyond reach. More strikingly, in the second half, Sane broke through down the right attacking channel. The cross arrived perfectly, but De Bruyne, faced with an open net, struck the crossbar with force. Such wastefulness tipped the balance of this derby toward Chelsea. As expected, squandering prime chances always invites punishment. Diego Costa received a precise long pass from David Luiz on the left side of the box, held off Otamendi, and composedly finished past the goalkeeper. William and Hazard then sealed the result with 2 quick goals in a swift counterattack. Watching the match on stream, Fan Kairui's lips curled into a knowing smile. The story unfolds as expected. With the away victory over Manchester City, Chelsea climbed to second place in the standings, trailing only a game in hand Manchester United. The comeback became a global talking point. The scoreline suggested a Chelsea dominance, but those who watched the match understood the truth. Manchester City had undermined themselves. 2 clear chances missed in the first half, and De Bruyne hitting the bar from a meter out in the second. Such misfortune made a loss almost inevitable. Although Manchester City and Chelsea did not draw, the result mattered little to Manchester United. A single victory away at Everton would extend their lead to 6 points. Mourinho also needed to plan for 2 crucial fixtures following the league round: an away Europa League tie against Zorya and a home match against Tottenham. Above all, he needed to manage his squad's physical condition for the demanding Christmas schedule ahead. The Premier League offers no winter break. The period around Christmas brings congested fixtures. 3 matches per week becomes routine sometimes, with only 48 hours between games, a severe test for every club. Fan Kairui, however, felt little concern. He possessed a rare stamina gift. On the afternoon of December 5th at 6, Manchester United traveled to Goodison Park. To manage the demanding schedule, Mourinho made tactical adjustments, shifting from a 4-2-3-1 to a 4-3-3 formation. The changes centered on midfield. Pogba dropped deeper as a box-to-box midfielder responsible for linking play. Carrick orchestrated tempo, and Herrera focused on defensive coverage. Attacking duties were entrusted to Ibrahimovic, Fan Kairui, and Martial. While United's defense still carried some risk, the improved attacking fluidity gave Mourinho considerable reassurance. Home side Everton began resolutely, with Lukaku opening the scoring to give them a 1-0 lead within the first 30 minutes. Just before halftime, Fan Kairui received a pass from Pogba and broke into the box. Ashley Williams was a fraction slow to react and brought down the advancing Fan Kairui. The referee pointed immediately to the penalty spot. Ibrahimovic converted the penalty to level the score. Early in the second half, Fan Kairui unleashed a magnificent strike from the left edge of the penalty area, restoring United's lead. Yet the goal was far from the final word. In the 67th minute, drifting to the right flank, Fan Kairui reached the byline and delivered a precise inverted pass to substitute Wayne Rooney. Rooney calmly finished to make it 3-1, a margin that held until the final whistle. After the match, all attention shifted to the Europa League group stage decider. Currently second in their group, Manchester United had not yet secured qualification. Both Mourinho and the players were determined to defeat Zorya away and comfortably reach the round of 32. 2 days before the Europa League fixture, Mourinho led the traveling squad to the freezing city of Luhansk. Zorya had accumulated only 2 points from 5 matches and were already eliminated, yet no one could guarantee they would not fight for pride. Every player in that squad could catch Mourinho's eye if they delivered. Fan Kairui, like his teammates left out of the squad, entered his holiday. However, he was still a few days short of completing his personal goal of 3 months of extra training, so he continued his regimen. After that session, he opened WhatsApp and saw a message from Gu Yutong. She announced that University of Manchester would begin winter break in a few days, and she had already booked her flight home for the new year, returning only in the new year. She expressed her wish to share a meal with her idol before departing. Fan Kairui glanced at his phone. 5:30 in the afternoon, plenty of time. He had long since established himself as a recognized player. To avoid prowling photographers, he returned to the hotel and underwent a careful disguise. An online purchased men's wig, frameless glasses, a fake mustache, and an oversized down jacket with the collar pulled high. Fan Kairui adjusted his disguise and examined himself in the mirror. Besides being handsome as ever, nobody would guess this is me, he murmured with quiet satisfaction. Gu Yutong had reserved a table at a Chinese restaurant in the city center's Chinatown. From a distance, Fan Kairui spotted her already dressed up for the occasion. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Walking straight to her table, he sat opposite her and spoke in fluent English. "Good evening, lovely lady. May I join you?" Gu Yutong glanced at this oddly dressed man, frowned slightly, and shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I'm waiting for someone." Fan Kairui's playful nature took over. "It's been far too long since I've met such a beautiful lady. It would be my privilege to know you. Could you truly refuse me?" Her smile faded. "I don't even know you. What are you talking about? Leave now, or I'll call the staff." Fan Kairui found himself momentarily speechless. Seeing he didn't move, Gu Yutong added, "My boyfriend is arriving any moment. He's a professional boxer." Her patience nearly exhausted, she raised her voice slightly and called for the waiter. Before she could, Fan Kairui quickly peeled away the fake mustache from beside his mouth, revealing his familiar handsome face, then hesitated. Her patience nearly exhausted, she raised her voice slightly and called for the waiter. Before she could, Fan Kairui quickly peeled away the fake mustache from beside his mouth, revealing his familiar handsome face, then hesitated. Gu Yutong froze for a moment, her large eyes blinking in disbelief as she stared at him. You? Idol. What are you doing dressed like that? Is everything all right, madam? The waiter who had been watching closely approached with a guarded expression ready to intervene at any moment. Slightly embarrassed, Gu Yutong said, could you bring us the menus, please? Thank you. Off. The waiter paused, his anticipated dramatic moment evaporating. Quickly composing himself, he nodded stiffly. Certainly, madam. One moment. Fan Kairui regarded Gu Yutong with an enigmatic half-smile. Her cheeks were flushed crimson, her gaze darting downward, clearly recalling her own emphatic declaration of course, mere moments before. The waiter placed the menus on the table. Fan Kairui slid one toward Gu Yutong. Yutong, you pick the dishes. She kept her head down. I'm not good at ordering. You go ahead. All right. Fan Kairui ordered 3 dishes. 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. It was only the 2 of them after all. Perhaps the weather was too cold, for the streets were nearly deserted and the restaurant sparsely populated. Fan Kairui glanced around the interior, finding it much like any other Hunan restaurant he'd visited before. Gu Yutong sat quietly with her head bowed. Yutong, he teased, didn't I just hear you say you were meeting a boxer boyfriend? Gu Yutong shot him a playful eye roll, her face still red. Who told you to dress like a tramp? Of course I had to scare you a little. Fan Kairui frowned in mock disbelief. Do I look that bad? That can't be right. Gu Yutong giggled. I wasn't looking closely just now, but you actually look quite handsome. You've got that distinguished mature charm. An idol is an idol. He looks good no matter what he wears. I see you're quite the flatterer. Am I a? Gu Yutong sniffed lightly. I'm just telling the truth. The two traded words back and forth until their conversation flowed naturally. After finishing their meal, perhaps due to the warm heating, Gu Yutong's delicate face was flushed, her dimples faintly visible, giving her a mischievous air. Gu Yutong felt a bit embarrassed under his steady gaze. She covered her face with both hands and blinked. What are you staring at? I'm not blooming or anything. Fan Kairui smiled and shook his head. Not blooming, but more beautiful than flowers. Then do you like it? The moment the words left her mouth, Gu Yutong's heart skipped, and her face grew warm once more. The question had been far too direct. She quickly lowered her head. Fan Kairui was surprisingly composed. Like it? Of course. Huh. Gu Yutong was momentarily delighted, but the follow-up deflated her. She managed a faint smile. Never mind. She couldn't help but think to herself that he was truly a seasoned player. His, I like it, neither rejected nor pursued. Adding, how about it, kept things open-ended, navigating between advance and retreat with effortless grace. Waiter, the bill, Gu Yutong called out in a low voice. The waiter approached with a smile and pointed to Fan Kairui. This gentleman already paid. What? Gu Yutong was taken aback. Weren't we supposed to split it? Fan Kairui shrugged. Then how about, you buy me coffee? Fine, Gu Yutong nodded. By the time they left the restaurant, it was past 8 in the evening. The two walked side by side toward the coffee house at the intersection. Passing the cinema, Fan Kairui paused and looked at the Doctor Strange poster by the entrance. We're still a bit full, but how about a movie? Yes. Gu Yutong's eyes lit up. I've wanted to see it for so long, but I never had anyone to go with. Fan Kairui teased. You're so pretty. Hasn't anyone asked you to the movies? They're not my type anyway. I don't want them treating me, she replied. But the moment she said it, she felt it sounded odd, somewhat contradicting how eagerly she'd agreed just now. Fan Kairui smiled. Let's go. The cinema's ticket display on the 3rd floor showed the earliest screening at 9:30. Gu Yutong did the math. The 2-hour film would end around 11:30, and she'd be back at the dorm well past midnight. Was it too late? But then she reminded herself. This was a movie with her idol, a rare opportunity. As for returning late, she'd figure it out then. She shook her head, firmly dispelling the thought. The movie indeed ended near 11:30. Fan Kairui let out a yawn. He usually slept early and drowsiness was already setting in. It's getting late. Shall I walk you back? Yes. Gu Yutong replied softly, though a trace of disappointment lingered in her heart. Why didn't this match the movies? The taxi sped along the empty road, arriving at the Manchester University Exchange student dormitory in less than 20 minutes. Thank you for walking me back, Gu Yutong said at the entrance, watching Fan Kairui, who had behaved impeccably all evening. Her fondness for him grew. I had a wonderful night. It's truly the most unforgettable evening I've had in years. Me too, Fan Kairui nodded, his tone calm and even. Yet women's minds can be strange. As parting drew near, her idol hadn't asked the movie line question. Shall I come up for a cup of coffee? And an inexplicable sense of loss welled up inside Gu Yutong. She was attractive with a good figure and still untouched by romance. How could he remain so unperturbed? Without knowing where the courage came from, she suddenly rose on her tiptoes and pressed a kiss to Fan Kairui's right cheek. Before Fan Kairui could react, she turned and darted into the dormitory building, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Fan Kairui touched the warmth and faint fragrance still lingering on his cheek, his lips curving upward. Running so fast. I didn't even get to ask if you'd like to come up for coffee. Back in her dorm, Gu Yutong tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. She was normally someone who carefully considered every action. Why had she been so impulsive around Fan Kairui? Initiating a kiss with a boy was a first in her memory, and just thinking about it made her face burn again. Mumbling beneath her covers, she whispered, He let you kiss him, and you didn't even think to hold his hand. Fan Kairui returned to the Lawrence Hotel and fell into sleep immediately, his breathing growing steady within moments. The following evening at 8 o'clock, Manchester United's away match against Sabasha kicked off on time. Fan Kairui sat in front of the television watching the live broadcast. Mkhitaryan and Ibrahimovic each scored and Manchester United won 2-0. In the other Group E match, Fenerbahce edged Feyenoord 1-0 to top the group, while Manchester United advanced as runners-up to the Europa League round of 32. Though it had been a narrow escape, they had qualified at least. Mourinho finally breathed a sigh of relief. The round of 16 wouldn't begin until February next year, by which time Fan Kairui would be available. He was confident that advancing to the round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, and even the final would be far easier with him in the squad. Though the Europa League carried less prestige than the Champions League, and perhaps even the Premier League, no Manchester United team had ever lifted that trophy. Winning it would complete the continent's treble. However, just 3 days later they faced Tottenham at home. The entire squad returned to Manchester and went straight into recovery training without rest, needing to prepare for this tough fixture while also managing the congested schedule before Christmas. Tottenham may not enjoy the same global renown as Manchester City, Chelsea, Liverpool, or Arsenal, but since Pochettino took charge 2 years prior, the club had been transformed entirely, now possessing the strength to compete for the title. Last season they had fallen just short of the league championship, only to stumble after the winter break, which was truly regrettable. Manchester United versus Tottenham ignited enthusiasm among Chinese and South Korean media and fans alike. Fan Kairui, of second-generation Chinese descent, represented in many ways the pinnacle of Chinese football, while Tottenham's Son Heung-min embodied the best of South Korean football. Both wore the number 7 jersey, making comparison inevitable. Previously, South Korea national team captain Ki Sung-yueng had been thoroughly outplayed by Fan Kairui. Now fans across South Korea hoped Son would score more goals and provide more assists to restore national pride. Fan Kairui scrolled past the online exchanges between Chinese and South Korean media, and fans on Donquidi smiled and moved on. The match against Tottenham would be won regardless, and his goal tally would surely exceed Son's. What was the point of idle banter? Only those fearful of defeat resort to word games for a sense of superiority. As days passed, the Manchester United versus Tottenham fixture drew nearer, and both squads trained diligently for this marquee encounter. While the Manchester United team focused on training without engaging online, Tottenham's Belgian international Jan Vertonghen couldn't resist. Through the media, he declared his intention to keep Fan Kairui scoreless at Old Trafford. Fan Kairui had originally intended to ignore it, but teammates Ibrahimovic, Pogba, and Rashford seemed to enjoy the drama, repeatedly tagging him on Twitter. Finally, he replied, "Keep me scoreless. Are you joking? Fewer than 3 goals and I lose." Unexpectedly, Fan Kairui's remark about fewer than 3 goals instantly trended on Twitter. Vertonghen nearly flew into a rage upon reading the reply, a hat-trick challenge. That was outright disrespectful. Online fans fed the controversy eagerly, and the topic grew hotter by the minute. Manchester United and Tottenham supporters alike engaged in heated exchanges online, trading barbs with enthusiasm. After posting his reply, Fan Kairui logged off. To him, online banter held no value. He'd rather spend his time chatting with someone interesting and nurturing a meaningful connection. Before long, match day arrived. Just before this round of fixtures, an upset occurred. Manchester City lost 2-4 away to Leicester City. Other title contenders Chelsea and Arsenal both won their matches, while Liverpool's game against West Ham was delayed until after Manchester United played Tottenham. With over an hour remaining before kickoff, both starting sides were announced. Manchester United lined up in their familiar 4-3-3, De Gea in goal, Blind Rojo, Phil Jones, and Valencia defending, Pogba, Carrick, and Herrera in midfield, and Fan Kairui, Ibrahimovic, and Martial leading the attack. Tottenham deployed a 4-2-3-1, Loris in goal, Rose, Vertonghen, Alderweireld, and Kyle Walker defending, Wanyama and Dembele as double pivot, Son, Ali, and Eriksen in attacking midfield, and Harry Kane as striker. After roughly 40 minutes of warm-ups, players filed back toward the locker rooms. Old Trafford, with a capacity of 76,000, was completely filled. The thunderous cheers gradually subsided as everyone prepared for the match ahead. In both locker rooms, Mourinho and Pochettino seized the final minutes to impart last-minute instructions. 10 minutes before kickoff, Premier League officials knocked on the doors of both dressing rooms. The locker room doors opened, and the starting players formed an orderly line in the tunnel. Substitutes headed straight to the pitch and took their places on the benches. The broadcast camera's close-ups swept across Fan Kairui, Ibrahimovic, and Martial, then shifted to Kane's son Eriksen and Ali on the Tottenham side. Any fan familiar with the Premier League understood that the performances of these key players would largely determine the direction of the match, especially Fan Kairui and Harry Kane. As the number 1 strikers for their respective teams, the camera lingered longest on their faces. A rather interesting statistic: Manchester United scored 39 goals in their first 14 league matches, making them the most potent attacking side in the Premier League this season. Meanwhile, Tottenham Hotspur have scored the fewest goals among the traditional top 6, yet boast the league's finest defense, with merely 10 goals conceded. In this matchup, Manchester United and Tottenham Hotspur appear as this season's sharpest spear and sturdiest shield in the Premier League respectively. What proves even more fascinating is that while Tottenham's entire squad mustered only 24 goals across 14 matches, Fan Kairui single-handedly accounted for 17 goals and 11 assists in just 13 appearances. His individual goal contributions surpassed the entire team's tally. In the player tunnel, substitutes have already taken the field, while both starting 11s line up on opposite sides awaiting the referee's signal. From Tottenham's side, Harry Kane's son Heung-min Vertonghen and goalkeeper Lloris all cast involuntary glances toward Fan Kairui, whose recent form has drawn intense attention. Yet what do they observe? Fan Kairui stands head turned, sharing laughter with a ball boy barely older than himself. As a rival of comparable strength, this momentary disregard feels like an insult to them. Particularly the Tottenham backline, led by Vertonghen, who took Fan Kairui's pre-match boast of scoring 3 goals quite seriously, seething with determination to shut him out completely during the match and settle the score. Harry Kane may not be one given to empty boasts, but that doesn't diminish his competitive drive. Fan Kairui has netted 17 goals in 13 matches, while Kane manages only 7 in 12, a gap that speaks for itself. Still, he remains unconvinced and is already plotting to score multiple times in this high-profile clash to secure 3 points away from home. Son Heung-min has also caught wind of the recent media focus between the two nations. Fan Kairui now embodies the pinnacle of Chinese football, and as someone who represents South Korean football, Son refuses to accept defeat in this match. Goals and victory are all that matter. Vertonghen and Lloris stand as his most vigilant opponents, Vertonghen having endured enough online criticism to avoid further embarrassment on the pitch. Lloris remains acutely aware of how Fan Kairui's 2 goals in the World Cup qualifiers cost his team, and now as captain, he's determined to lead Tottenham past Manchester United. At that moment, head referee Atkinson gestures the teams forward as Lloris snaps his attention back to the pitch and falls into line. The players stream onto the field, and the Manchester United faithful at Old Trafford erupt into thunderous cheers. The stadium's sound system pipes in "Glory, Glory Man United," and its driving rhythm ignites the fans into a frenzy that sweeps across every corner of the ground. Fan Kairui has become United's most celebrated player, with banners and posters honoring him displayed throughout the stands. His consistent brilliance has forged a genuine sense of belonging at this club. It's a satisfying feeling indeed. As referee Atkinson, known among Premier League circles for his questionable officiating, blows the whistle to start the match, the Chinese commentary team begins their familiar broadcast, CCTV Sports, CCTV Sports. What follows is a live broadcast of a marquee fixture in the 2016-2017 English Premier League season, round 15. With Manchester United hosting Tottenham Hotspur at Old Trafford. From the center circle, Ibrahimovic gently rolls the ball to Fan Kairui at his side. Harry Kane and Son Heung-min close down Fan Kairui, simultaneously looking to either win the ball or force a backward pass, but he thrives under pressure. With a subtle drag of his right instep, Fan Kairui sidesteps Son's reach before it can connect. His left foot steps forward as he draws the ball back toward his right, leaving Kane's lunging interception a step too late. The commentator shifts tone abruptly, calling out the skill move as something spectacular. After beating both opponents in succession, Fan Kairui stops showing off and simply pushes the ball forward with his left foot to a teammate in the center. Fan Kairui lays the ball off to Ibrahimovic and makes a run down the left wing, while Mourinho watches from the technical area and shakes his head. He's still the same player who loves to show off, but Mourinho concedes the technical quality is undeniable. Manchester United's opening shot comes quickly in the second minute after Martial and Valencia fail to break through down the right flank, with Carrick receiving the ball. Carrick looks up and launches a precise long pass that finds Fan Kairui near the left touchline. Walker sits back on defense, keeping a safe distance rather than pressing Fan Kairui aggressively. Pochettino nods approvingly from the bench, recognizing that patience is the right approach against a player like Fan Kairui. Fan Kairui receives the ball cleanly with his right foot, drawing immediate cheers from the crowd. The commentators praise his warmth on the ball. The commentators note how naturally the ball stays with Fan Kairui's feet and commend Walker's decision not to rush in, acknowledging the defender's well-known pace and physical strength. But Fan Kairui had studied Walker's tendencies before the match, knowing the defender can sometimes overcommit. He starts by dragging the ball to the right with the outside of his foot, setting up an inside cut. The moment Walker shifts his weight, Fan Kairui sharply drags the ball left with the inside of his right foot and accelerates past him. Walker recovers quickly and closes down Fan Kairui's path, but the attacker stops on a dime by dragging the ball back with his left foot. Walker's momentum carries him slightly forward, creating the space Fan Kairui needs. He bursts past again, cutting inside with the outside of his right foot. Wanyama slides in to cover as Fan Kairui opts for a simple pass rather than forcing the issue, finding Ibrahimovic on the left edge of the penalty area. Wanyama commits to the pass, but Fan Kairui makes a horizontal run into space. Ibrahimovic reads the movement perfectly and quickly returns the ball into Fan Kairui's path. Amid the swelling roar of Old Trafford, Fan Kairui swings his right leg and strikes the ball with full force. Dele Alli can only watch as the ball rockets toward the top right corner of the net. From 24 meters out, the shot is perfectly struck, forcing Loris to stretch and deflect it away with his left hand. The deflection alters the ball's path just enough to send it wide of the right post and over the baseline. Loris rises quickly after the save, rubbing his numb hand while shouting at his defense line in frustration. Fan Kairui shrugs at the missed chance unconcerned. He knows goals are inevitable given the opportunities available. Mourinho applauds from the sidelines and gives Fan Kairui a thumbs up, having granted him complete freedom to shoot from any position on the pitch before kickoff. This means Fan Kairui can strike from anywhere at any time based on his own judgment. The thunderous long-range strike serves as a stark warning to Tottenham's defense, electrifying the home supporters, who leap from their seats in excitement. It's clear Fan Kairui has found his rhythm today, and the momentum suggests a goal is imminent. Meanwhile, Pochettino appears visibly tense, pacing along the technical area and gesturing emphatically as he tries to organize his team's response. Mourinho remains composed, clearly satisfied with his team's performance and the control they've established. Tottenham, accustomed to counter-attacking football, are forced to defend deep for extended periods, and Mourinho knows that if his team can navigate the transition phase effectively, the match should fall into place. Fan Kairui's dominance has ignited fire in Harry Kane and Son Heung-min, who are biding their time for a counter-attacking opportunity. Unfortunately for Tottenham, Manchester United's attacking wave shows no signs of abating as they feed off the energy from the home crowd. Fan Kairui, whether carrying the ball himself or creating chances for others, constantly threatens to dismantle Tottenham's backline. While Kane looks to exploit spaces on the break, Son is tethered to defensive duties on the left, supporting Rose against the relentless pressure from Martial and Valencia. Blind pushes further up the pitch as the match progresses, joining the attack with increasing frequency. With Fan Kairui dominating the left flank and Blind making overlapping runs, Manchester United's threat down that side grows exponentially. On the opposite flank, Martial and Valencia's interplay keeps Rose and Son pinned deep in their own half. Marcel Reif is energized by what he's witnessing. This is Manchester United's true two-wing attack in full flight. The camera captures Pochettino on the touchline, his brows furrowed in concern, his gaze locked on the pitch, his fists clenched tightly. As the clock ticks forward, Tottenham's desperate defending has kept the score level, with Loris producing exceptional saves to prevent United from breaking through. Anyone watching understands that this defensive struggle can't hold indefinitely. Conceding is merely a matter of time. As the team's leading striker Harry Kane felt a growing restlessness, yet his side remained pressed and unable to organize any meaningful attack. At this level, matches fly by, and before long the 15th minute arrived. Manchester United continued to dominate completely, their possession rate soaring to an unfamiliar 67% to 33%, a figure that seemed almost alien even to their own supporters. In past victories, Manchester United's possession rarely exceeded 51 to 56%. The sudden jump to 67% carried a certain unease. Mourinho harbored his own quiet concerns. Tottenham's defense ranked among the finest in the Premier League and across Europe this season. A defensive approach had been anticipated before kickoff, but the absence of counterattacks now did not guarantee they would not come later. At bottom, he remained uneasy about his own team's attacking structure. 5 more minutes passed, and the fervent atmosphere at Old Trafford noticeably cooled. Many supporters who had been standing in excitement settled back into their seats. Tottenham's organized defensive play proved rather unconvincing, often losing possession after just a few passes, allowing Manchester United to transition smoothly from defense to attack. However, Tottenham's shift back into defensive shape was remarkably swift. They consistently closed down United players the moment possession was lost, and even when they could not win the ball back, they were quick to commit tactical fouls to disrupt the attacking rhythm. Since most of those fouls occurred well away from dangerous areas, referee Atkinson did not feel the need to produce a card. De Gea launched a long goal kick from the back. Ibrahimovic nodded it back to Pogba, who played it directly to Carrick, the metronome, who dictated the direction of United's attack. Carrick originally intended to switch the play to Van Kairui on the left flank, but Van Kairui signaled him not to pass that way. Van Kairui then drifted from the left into the center before angling diagonally toward the right. Meanwhile, Martial casually shifted from the right wing across to the left. After several intricate passes, the ball reached the right half space. Herrera received Carrick's pass, and Son immediately closed him down. Herrera stepped forward with his right foot, using his body to shield Son behind him. Slightly off balance, he curled the ball with the inside of his left foot toward Van Kairui, who had drifted near the right touchline. Noticing Kane moving across to assist Herrera, Son immediately turned and rushed toward Van Kairui. What he failed to anticipate was that Van Kairui, still seemingly at rest, was about to spring into motion. Instead of waiting stationary, Van Kairui took a proactive step forward and gently pushed the ball into the right half space with his instep. Son braked instinctively to avoid a collision, hesitated for a fraction of a second, then set off in pursuit. Van Kairui carried the ball directly into Dembele's defensive zone. Dembele immediately charged forward to intercept. Van Kairui feinted with the outside of his left boot, as if dragging the ball to one side. Dembele's eyes lit up. He stopped sharply, leaned forward half a step, and extended his right leg. To everyone's surprise, Van Kairui did not pass to Pogba, making a run into the center. Instead, after the feint, his left foot darted ahead of the ball's trajectory and deftly dragged it back with the inside of his boot. "Oh my God, that is Ronaldinho's signature move," BBC commentator Lineker exclaimed. Van Kairui had glided past Dembele with ease and now faced Tottenham's entire defensive line. Valencia made a perfectly timed run down the flank, putting Rose in a deeply awkward position. Recognizing Van Kairui as United's most dangerous threat, Rose made a calculated decision to leave the wide area exposed. At that exact moment, Van Kairui released the ball. The ball skidded low across the turf, cutting diagonally from the right half space toward the wing. The Manchester United supporters in the stands erupted, rising to their feet in unison. Rose turned in frustration too late. Valencia, already positioned with advantageous separation, had long since left him behind. Without hesitation, the surging Valencia opted against a traditional cross and instead curled a delicate inverted pass back toward the penalty area. The ball rolled obediently toward Van Kairui, who had positioned himself on the right side of the penalty area. Rose skidded to a halt while Vertonghen, who had been closely marking Van Kairui throughout, threw himself forward without a moment's hesitation. Van Kairui, noticing the ferocity of Vertonghen's charge, allowed a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. With decisive calm, he rolled the ball forward with the inside of his right foot. It obeyed, perfectly hugging the ground and rolling toward Vertonghen's left side. At the same moment, Van Kairui himself accelerated past Vertonghen on the right, a flawless body feint. Vertonghen's pupils contracted, and for a split second his mind went blank. His left leg swung instinctively in an attempt to block the ball, but it arrived half a beat too late, meeting only empty air. Realizing the danger, Vertonghen's second reaction was instantaneous. He shuffled quickly to his right to close the distance and swept his right leg horizontally outward. His positioning sense told him one thing above all: Van Kairui must never reach the penalty area. A foul just outside the box was the safest option. Whether a card followed depended on the referee's mood. Yet reality often diverges from intention. Van Kairuy's explosive acceleration proved simply too powerful. Vertonghen's tackle missed him entirely and instead tripped Son, who was actively tracking back behind him. Van Kairui, having completed the move, was unaware of what unfolded behind him. He penetrated the box, received the ball with composure, took a light touch, and from approximately 15 meters out on the right side of the penalty area wound up his right leg. Goalkeeper Loris threw himself to the ground in a desperate attempt to cut the angle, but Van Kairui gently chipped the ball with the tip of his right foot, lifting it over the ball's lower half. The ball rose in a delicate arc, sailed over the helpless Loris, and dropped precisely into the empty net. Van Kairui spread his arms wide and sprinted toward the corner flag on the right, celebrating with an enthusiastic sliding knee. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand, extended 3 fingers, and then smoothly folded one back down. The sideline cameras captured the moment, and the live director framed the gesture perfectly. Exciting sports commentator Gene Shankai burst out excitedly. "Young Van Kairui truly keeps his word. If I am not mistaken, this gesture tells us that he needs 2 more goals to complete a hat-trick." Sky Television's Andy Gray drew out his initial cheer before pivoting. "What a delightful young talent." Before the match, Jan Vertonghen had publicly declared his intention to keep Van Kairui scoreless, and several Tottenham players had approved. Now that Van Kairui had already scored, the question remained whether the visiting side could contain him in the time remaining. BBC's Lineker rejoiced: "An extraordinary individual performance. Exceptional ability with dribbling and shooting flowing as one seamless movement. More elegant than many players I have seen. His future, I need hardly say, it is obvious to all. Van Kairui has already secured his place among the elite of world football. After Messi and Ronaldo, your youth has returned." On the touchline, Manchester United manager Mourinho raised his arms and pumped his clenched fists, fully expressing his satisfaction at seeing his team take the lead. Tottenham's victories this season had largely relied on rapid counterattacks, and once they established a lead, they rarely surrendered it. It was exceedingly uncommon to see them overturn a deficit. This meant that with Manchester United leading at home, the defensively disciplined Tottenham would be forced to push forward. Advancing their formation would create enormous space. Both Van Kairui and Martial thrived in such room to operate. Tottenham manager Pochettino, meanwhile, covered his face with both hands, appearing momentarily at a loss. The team's defense had been solid. So how had they conceded so suddenly? One could hardly blame Vertonghen for lacking commitment. He had been actively defending. But who could have anticipated that Van Kairuy's reading of the game was so acute, his timing of the run so precise, defying every conventional expectation? The cheering at Old Trafford was momentarily replaced by animated murmurs. Pochettino looked up and saw Vertonghen and Son locked in a heated stare-down, held apart by players from both sides, while referee Atkinson had already stepped in. He was commenting for CCTV 5, it chuckled. Vertonghen's challenge was meant for Van Kairui, yet it ended up bringing down the actively recovering Son. How dramatic. Had he not tripped Son, he might still have been able to apply pressure on Van Kairuy's shot. Hiway continued, shifting tone. Reports had long circulated that Manchester United were interested in Tottenham's Belgian centre-backs Alderweireld and Vertonghen. Vertonghen promised before the match to keep Van Kairui quiet, and this defensive attempt ironically assisted him greatly by tripping his own striker. One might jokingly wonder if he was signaling his loyalty in advance. Of course, this is merely a light-hearted remark. I hope neither player holds any resentment over the goal, as discord would benefit neither side. On the pitch, Son and Vertonghen quickly exchanged a pat on the shoulder under the guidance of their teammates and referee Atkinson, signaling reconciliation. Professional players tend to move on quickly. Strong emotions flare and fade fast, and once released they return to competing with full focus. After Manchester United took a 1-0 lead, their attacking intensity naturally eased. This was precisely in line with manager Mourinho's pre-match instructions. Once a goal is scored, deliberately slow the tempo and even cede possession to the opponent. After all, Tottenham struggled to break down compact defenses. Waiting for them to push forward would leave vast spaces behind, which was an ideal stage for Manchester United's rapid counters. With Van Kairui and Martial providing blistering pace on the wings, and Pogba and Carrick capable of launching precise long balls from midfield, counterattacking was far more comfortable than grinding through patient build-up play. As if on cue, Van Kairuy's long-range effort from outside the box was blocked by Vertonghen. The moment Tottenham sought to transition from defense to attack, Eriksen played the ball to Son, and Herrera immediately closed him down, committing a tactical foul to send him to the ground. For this type of deliberate delay on the front edge of the penalty area, referee Atkinson simply blew his whistle and made no effort to produce a card. In the away technical area, Pochettino watched and shook his head. Quick counterattacks had always been Tottenham's greatest weapon, yet now they were suffocated by Manchester United's high press. For the moment, he could not discern a clear path to rescue his team at Old Trafford. Eriksen's organizational ability was never poor, and Son Heung-min on the wing could also break through. The problem was Ali's erratic form today, leaving Harry Kane stranded in the box, unable to receive any proper passes. Son Heung-min had always wanted to rescue the team single-handedly, like Fan Kairui across from him, but Manchester United's defensive shape was too tight. He couldn't even find a space to cut inside and shoot. Once Tottenham's wing play stalled, the entire attacking system ground to a halt. Seeing this, Kane simply dragged himself out of the penalty area and swapped positions with Ali. You have to admit, Kane's individual ability was truly exceptional. Though his movements didn't appear particularly fast, every change of rhythm came at just the right moment. Tottenham's first genuinely threatening shot of the match came directly from him. Kane and Phil Jones were national team teammates who understood each other completely. With his back to goal, he received Eriksen's lofted pass, dropped his hips slightly to pin Phil Jones behind him, and before Herrera could recover to defend, played the ball into the vacant space on the left wing. Manchester United's two fullbacks were drifting inward at that moment, leaving a vast expanse of open ground on the flank. Son Heung-min accelerated into the space, controlled the incoming ball, and with a simple feint left Valencia, who was desperately racing back, well behind. From the left side at a 45-degree angle, Son Heung-min delivered a cross with excellent curve and pace. The ball arced over Rojo and Ali, who were battling in the center, and dropped precisely toward the far post. And Harry Kane, who had originally pulled wide to create space, now appeared there like a ghost. Blind had completely lost his marking, unable to do anything but watch Kane comfortably head the ball toward goal. De Gea threw himself fully to the side, but the ball curled along the inner edge of the right post and into the net before he could so much as brush it with his fingertips. 1-1. Harry Kane had leveled the score for Tottenham. The deafening roar of Old Trafford faltered for a moment, while the traveling Spurs supporters erupted into pure celebration. SBS sports commentator Park Kun-ho spoke with fervor. What a beautiful cross from Son Heung-min. A truly decisive assist. If Tottenham could come back to draw, Son Heung-min deserved most of the credit. Incredible. What about that Chinese descent Fan Kairui? Could he ever match our pure Korean player? There's no comparison. On the pitch, Son Heung-min embraced Harry Kane to celebrate the goal. He quietly clenched his right fist and cast a glance toward Fan Kairui, a competitive fire burning within. In the next phase, he would help the team take the lead and prove to everyone who was truly superior. When the match was leveled in the 36th minute, Manchester United manager Mourinho shook his head helplessly from the touchline. The team's attack was fine, the problem lay in the individual ability of the defenders. This weakness wasn't obvious against weaker opponents, but against stronger teams it became painfully apparent. Early in the season, Smalling paired with Bailey had been tried, and even Blind at center back, but neither yielded satisfactory results. Now with Phil Jones partnered alongside Rojo, it seemed there were still numerous vulnerabilities. Fortunately, the January transfer window was approaching. As the match resumed, the 1-1 scoreline put both sides on equal footing once more. After leveling the score, Tottenham once again settled into the defensive shell they had shown at the start, prioritizing solidity at the back. However, although possession had passed to Manchester United, Mourinho's side played with considerable initiative. Through constant movement and short passes, they sought to compress Spurs' defensive space. Fan Kairui's continued threat on the left wing placed significant pressure on Tottenham's defensive players. Although Tottenham were under continuous defensive pressure, everyone carried a quiet determination, particularly Kane and Son Heung-min, whose desire to score was strongest. Both harbored hopes of retaking the lead before halftime. In defense, Vertonghen and Alderweireld played with extraordinary fight. Vertonghen, especially ever since being beaten by Fan Kairui's skillful maneuver, had been intensely focused. Thanks to his concentration, Manchester United's multiple attacking sequences had repeatedly come to nothing. Before long, the closing stages of the first half approached. Manchester United were once again orchestrating the attack, and the cheers from their supporters in the stands rose wave after wave. Everyone hoped their side could regain the lead before the interval. After all, leading 2-1 felt far more comfortable than 1-1. Martial, facing Rose on the right wing, attempted to drive forward and caught Valencia, making a high run down the touchline from his peripheral vision. Without hesitation, he slipped a low pass with the inside of his right foot. Valencia sprinted at full pace and crossed before Son Heung-min could recover to challenge. But the cross carried too much power. Both Ibrahimovic at the near post and Pogba in the middle could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed directly into the attacking left channel. Fan Kairui launched himself from the left side of the penalty area at full speed to chase the ball, which was about to sail over the touchline. With his back to the delivery, he raised his right foot and at the last possible moment managed to keep the ball alive. Amid the roaring approval of Old Trafford, Chinese television commentator He Wei cried out almost frantically, "That control was magnificent." Most Tottenham players believed the ball had gone out and raised their arms to signal for a throw-in. The referee, Atkinson, poorly positioned, looked to his assistant. Seeing the linesman had not raised his flag, he shook his head and signaled for play to continue. Kyle Walker and Wanyama rushed forward to apply pressure, while Blind and Pogba made quick runs toward the left half space in support. Wanyama and Eric, who had tracked back, positioned themselves to block any passing lanes Fan Kairui might attempt. At that moment, Fan Kairui made his move. With the outside of his right foot, he gently nudged the ball forward, then quickly planted his left foot ahead of it. His body weight shifted toward the bottom left corner, and raising his right foot, he drew the ball upward with the inside of his instep. The football lifted cleanly off the ground. As it reached knee height, his left heel struck sharply backward. The ball soared past his heels in a soaring arc, spiraling toward the byline. A rainbow flick. BBC commentator Lineker exclaimed in surprise. Kyle Walker had never anticipated such a playful trick. His first instinct was to jump and head the ball, but Fan Kairui had struck it with considerable force, sending it well over 2 meters above Walker's head. By the time Walker realized he should be tracking the runner, it was too late. Fan Kairui had already glided past him. Raising his left foot, he cushioned the descending ball toward the right front and accelerated, diving into the penalty area from the left side of the 6-yard box. Old Trafford's fervor was completely ignited by the rainbow flick, the sound erupting in an instant. "Oh my God! An utterly brilliant dribble," Marcel Reif of Deutsche Welle Sky called out, raising his arm in excitement. Kyle Walker had been thoroughly beaten, and Wanyama, having been positioned earlier to block the passing lane, was too far away. Right center-back Alderweireld had no choice but to step out and cover. Entering the box, Fan Kairui made no attempt at fancy feints. With the outside of his right foot, he simply nudged the ball toward the right front, opened an angle, and coiled his right leg to strike. Alderweireld kept his arms close to his body, stayed glued to his opponent, and raised his left foot to widen his blocking profile. He held one card close to his chest, remembering all too well that the young man's signature move inside the area was the dummy shot followed by a drag back. As expected, Fan Kairui's raised right leg did not strike the ball. Instead, he quickly dragged it to the left. Alderweireld smirked inwardly, sharply withdrew his left foot, and retreated toward the byline at even greater speed, confident he had cut off Fan Kairui's path. But what he could never have imagined was that even an old fox like himself had fallen for the young man's trick. Fan Kairui's right instep gave a delicate flick as he received the ball, and after that subtle touch, the ball rolled back in the original direction of the drag. Alderweireld's heart skipped a beat. He had anticipated the dummy shot and drag back, but he had not foreseen that the young man could follow it with another push. His massive frame attempted one last desperate twist, but it was clearly too late. All he could do was watch helplessly as Fan Kairui set his body on the right half space inside the penalty area and unleashed a thunderous shot. Vertonghen was pinned in position by Ibrahimovic's run, unable to provide cover. All hopes now rested on the goalkeeper Loris. The football rocketed toward the top right corner of the goal. Loris launched himself sideways in a desperate dive, but the shot was too fast. His fingertips barely grazed it, unable to alter its course as it slammed into the pristine white netting. Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray's signature drawn-out cry instantly echoed through the studio. Lisi Sports' Jean June shouted excitedly, "It's in." Young Fan Kairui cut inside from the left, brushed past Alderweireld, and fired a powerful shot into the net. Manchester United took the lead once again, just before halftime, 2-1. Elegant in his dribbling, brutal in his finishing. What a rare combination of angel and devil. Xining Sports' Jean Xiangkai added enthusiastically. The goalscorer Fan Kairui stood his ground, raised his right fist, extended 3 fingers, and then slowly retracted 2 of them. The message was clear: a hat trick, just one more to go. Old Trafford stands boiled over completely, with Manchester United supporters' chants rising wave after wave. On the touchline, Mourinho was visibly delighted. He turned toward the stands and pumped his fist forcefully. Under his encouragement, the home crowd's roar surged even higher. Tottenham manager Pochettino could only shake his head and offer a bitter smile as he watched the United players and management celebrate wildly. This Fan Kairui truly was a rare anomaly. Such talent was simply extraordinary. Consider that 17-year-old Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi were still struggling for playing time, yet this young man was already dominating the Premier League, reshaping matches single-handedly time and again. Is football a team sport? Of course it is. But when one player's ability rises above everyone else on the pitch, team football often becomes nothing more than his personal showcase. Fan Kairui's second goal was the perfect proof. Kyle Walker certainly erred by watching the ball instead of the man, but how many players in this world could execute a rainbow flick so effortlessly in such confined space? Tottenham's players exchanged glances. The dream of a 1-1 halftime scoreline had shattered, replaced now by a 1-2 deficit. Kyle Walker stood with a grim expression, spitting to the ground in frustration. How could he have been slipped past? He had held his position perfectly with Wanyama right beside him, yet Fan Kairui had found an opening through the smallest gap. Harry Kane shook his head repeatedly, while Son Heung-min, Ali and Eriksen stood with hands on hips, gazing toward their own goal and sighing. Vertonghen frowned deeply, his expression far from pleased. Fan Kairui had already scored twice in the first half. Could the third be far behind? He dared not think too closely about it. The Manchester United players meanwhile cared little for such concerns. They embraced and high-fived freely, letting out the wild joy of taking the lead once again. Praise poured in from the commentary booth, and soon the referee Atkinson's whistle sounded. Spurs looked to equalize immediately, but against a Manchester United full of momentum, they could not find a clear opportunity. Their play consisted mostly of patient passing and circulation, and by the time the first half whistle blew, no genuine threat had been created. The first half is over. Manchester United take a 2-1 lead over Tottenham, thanks to two brilliant goals from Fan Kairui. 45 minutes remain. Let us see what both sides can deliver after their halftime adjustments. That 15-minute halftime break felt infinitely longer for the fans waiting for the second half to begin. Each second dragged. Chinese fans naturally were in high spirits. Many had already drifted onto international forums to exchange thoughts with their South Korean counterparts. Fan Kairui had already netted 2 goals, while Son Heung-min could only point to a single assist. In every other attacking statistic, dribbles, completed shots on target, South Korea's star was thoroughly outshined. South Korean fans were left speechless, able only to stare blankly as Chinese fans celebrated across the internet until the second half whistle finally sounded. Neither manager rushed to make substitutions, and Tottenham kicked off first. Eriksen launched a sudden attack down the right flank, delivering a precise diagonal ball that arced directly into the penalty area. Harry Kane, ahead of an unsteady Phil Jones, threw himself into the air and powered a header toward goal. The header was struck with real force, but De Gea had positioned himself impeccably. He threw himself sideways and palmed the ball away with one hand, denying what looked certain. Manchester United fans on the stands breathed out in collective relief, their near panic instantly turning to cheers of gratitude. Commentator Jean Shankai shook his head. Absolutely beautiful up front, and De Gea holding things together at the back. If not for his quick reaction, Tottenham would have equalized right at the start of the second half. Mourinho, who had been seated, was now standing at the touchline. He spread his arms wide and gestured animatedly toward the pitch, clearly unhappy with the defending that had just unfolded. What bothered him was not only Phil Jones losing his mark. Pogba had also been sluggish when tracking Eriksen's cross, and the ball might never have reached Kane in the first place. Following Mourinho's animated instructions, Manchester United's defensive focus tightened immediately. Several times over they sent Harry Kane and Son Heung-min away empty-handed. Fan Kairui remained Manchester United's sharpest weapon. His mere presence forced Tottenham to adjust, keeping their attacks fragmented, while Harry Kane, Son Heung-min, and Ali were frequently left to fight on their own. As the minutes ticked by, Harry Kane and Son Heung-min gave their all, but the support they received was severely limited. In solo efforts, however, Fan Kairui's threat was on another level entirely. Pochettino stood on the sideline, brows furrowed, beginning to consider a substitution. Kyle Walker and Wanyama had both already picked up yellow cards, trying to contain Fan Kairui, planting a ticking bomb for the later stages of the match. But with the team desperate for a goal, using a substitution purely for defensive stability did not seem like the right calculus. After 2 more minutes of stalemate, Wanyama committed another foul on Fan Kairui, and referee Atkinson stepped in to issue a warning. Pochettino knew he could not wait any longer. He brought on French international Sissoko, replacing Son Heung-min. The stadium cameras immediately zoomed in for a close-up of Son Heung-min. Seeing the number 7 lit up on the electronic board, he shook his head helplessly and began his slow walk toward the sideline. His desire to contribute a goal for the team would have to wait. With Son off, Spurs adjusted their formation, shifting from a 4-2-3-1 to a 4-3-2-1. Sissoko took up a position slightly to the right of midfield, while Ali and Eriksen operated as twin attacking midfielders. The defensive pressure did ease somewhat with Sissoko on the pitch, but Tottenham's attacking threat dropped in direct proportion. With no other option, Pochettino played his second card. Youngster Harry Winks, promoted from the Tottenham U23 side earlier that summer, came on to replace the booked and fatigued Wanyama. Swapping a physically robust defender for a more attack-minded player sent a clear message: Tottenham were throwing everything forward. Mourinho glanced at the pitch, his expression unreadable. Tottenham's overall quality was decent, but their bench depth was lacking. Aside from Sissoko, Winks still had plenty to learn. He then turned to assistant coach Faria and signaled for Rashford and Rooney, who were warming up on the bench. In the 60th minute, Manchester United responded with 2 changes of their own. Rashford replaced Martial and Rooney came on for Carrick. The formation stayed the same, but Pogba dropped deeper to partner Herrera, while Rooney took up the number 10 role. Their intention mirrored Pochettino's exactly, strengthened the attack and sealed the result. Leading by a single goal was never comforting. 2 clear goals of advantage was the only target that felt secure. During a stoppage, the camera found Fan Kairui. Commentator Jean Xiankai's voice rose with excitement. Fan Kairui is just 1 goal away from his hat trick, the one he predicted before the match. Can he complete it in the time remaining? If Fan Kairui could hear, he would surely reply absolutely. With both sides having made their adjustments, the tempo and intensity of the match climbed once more. The roar at Old Trafford rose again, United fans creating a wall of sound. Manchester United's attacks came wave after wave, while Spurs, desperate to counter, struggled with inaccurate transitions from defense to offense and were forced onto the back foot. Rashford was quicker than Martial and posed a more direct threat to his national team teammate Rose down the right flank, though his crossing still lacked the final touch. Ibrahimovic won several good positions, but could never quite connect cleanly. As the clock continued to tick, Fan Kairui glanced at the 4th official's board and calculated the 1 goal he still needed. He began drifting deeper, calling for the ball. Sissoko had been tracking him closely, but this time Fan Kairui dropped almost level with Herrera. Sissoko paused for a fraction of a second and did not follow. He remembered his manager's explicit instruction to hold the right half space. Seeing Sissoko hesitate, Rooney, arriving to receive, simply passed the ball to Fan Kairui. Herrera moved in sync, but not to support the attack. As a defensive midfielder, his duty was to protect the phase of play. If the ball were stolen, Herrera would need to press immediately using his technique, or if necessary, a tactical foul. Either way, Tottenham must not be given the space to launch a quick counterattack. Fan Kairui received the ball and turned. Eriksen was already closing in. He dropped his left shoulder, then lightly brushed the ball with the outside of his right foot, gliding past Eriksen and diving into Tottenham's half. Sissoko, Winks, and Dembele all tensed. But Winks was occupied tracking Pogba's run, and Dembele had his own man to mark. Responsibility for stopping Fan Kairui ultimately fell back to Sissoko. Sissoko felt a flicker of apprehension. During the World Cup qualifiers, he had been beaten by Fan Kairui while representing France. Now lowering his center of gravity, he locked his eyes onto the ball at Fan Kairui's feet. Fan Kairui did not need to look down. Noticing Sissoko standing resolutely in front of him and Winks glancing periodically toward Pogba, he immediately formed a plan. His footwork accelerated sharply, a rapid series of touches on the ball. Sissoko shuffled backward in small steps, the distance between them shrinking. At roughly 2 meters apart, Fan Kairui suddenly flicked the ball outward with the outside of his left foot. Sissoko lunged to intercept, but he was a fraction too slow and his leg connected with nothing but air. Winks, whose primary focus was Pogba, had been watching this space with his peripheral vision. Seeing Sissoko beaten, he surged in from the side and went into a reckless sliding tackle without hesitation. Fan Kairui, as if anticipating this, planted a sharp stop, probed forward with his right foot, rolled the ball back with the sole of his shoe, and then swept it laterally to the right with the outside of his foot, threading past the empty space where Winks had dove. Dembele was still too far away, forcing center-back Alderweireld to step out aggressively. At that moment, Ibrahimovic and Rooney made simultaneous runs, dragging Vertonghen and Walker with them, leaving Fan Kairui face-to-face with Alderweireld alone. 1 versus 1. This was Fan Kairui's greatest strength. He exploded into speed again, and just outside the penalty arc, he nudged the ball to his right with the inside of his left foot, accelerating sharply past Alderweireld on the left side. Alderweireld knew that once Fan Kairui got going, there was no catching him. He made an instant decision and went into a sliding tackle, but it was not aimed at the ball. It was aimed at Fan Kairui's legs. In a flash, Fan Kairui brushed the ball to his right with the outside of his right foot, sending it rolling toward the sprinting Rashford. Alderweireld's heart sank. He had misread the situation entirely. Using his momentum, Fan Kairui launched himself into the air, clearing Alderweireld's body. Since Rashford could cut directly into the box upon receiving, Alderweireld restrained himself and did not attempt any additional contact. But he regretted it almost immediately. Rose, recovering to cover, turned and lunged at Rashford. However, Rashford did not even slow to control the ball. He struck it on the fly, threading it back into the vast space behind Rose and Alderweireld. Fan Kairui landed slightly decelerated and then surged forward again in a second burst of acceleration toward the ball. Rashford's pass was slightly overhit, sending the ball rolling closer to the goalkeeper. Loris, a world-class goalkeeper, instantly judged that he could reach the ball first, and without hesitation he abandoned his line and rushed out. But Fan Kairui did not give up. He poured every ounce of energy into a final sprint toward the ball. 2 figures, one in red and one in blue, dove simultaneously for the rolling sphere. The deafening roar of Old Trafford seemed to freeze at that very moment, every eye locked onto the 2 men contesting the ball inside the Tottenham penalty area. On such a narrow path, only the more determined would prevail. Loris was also accelerating. With roughly 2 meters separating him from the ball, he keenly Already reading the situation, mid-sprint Loris realized Fan Kairui was closer to the ball. Making an instant decision, he dropped his center of gravity low, sliding along the turf with full extension arms spread wide to maximize his defensive coverage. Even if he could not reach the ball, the challenge was designed to force Fan Kairui into a mistake under pressure. Fan Kairui sprinted forward, extending his right leg as far ahead as possible, using the outside of his foot to poke the ball away, just before Loris could reach it with his hand. Loris, concerned about a potential foul, quickly pulled his hands back upon realizing he could not reach the ball. A different striker might have gone down nearby to attempt drawing a penalty. But Fan Kairui did not stop. His pace remained relentless as he pursued the ball, though the earlier challenge had been somewhat too forceful, sending the ball rolling steadily toward the touchline. As he ran, he scanned the center. Ibrahimovic was engaged in a battle with Vertonghen, poorly positioned, while Rooney was pinned behind by Kyle Walker. It seemed he would have to do it himself. The ball drew ever closer to the corner flag, and Gary Lineker at the commentary desk held his breath, his voice dropping to a whisper. Can Kairui still catch up? Before he could close much further, Fan Kairui took 3 powerful strides and reached the ball at the far right corner of the 6-yard box, right where the goal line met the touchline. The shooting angle was nearly non-existent, yet he forcefully twisted his waist and hips, swinging his right leg into an outside-footed strike. The moment his toes made contact, the solid feedback sent a surge of satisfaction through him. It was on. The ball launched into the air, curving violently with heavy spin toward the goal, and against all odds crossed the line to nestle into the far corner of the net. For a brief instant, Old Trafford fell completely silent. Then the stadium erupted into a deafening roar. Lineker paused for half a second before shouting into the roaring crowd, a 0-degree angle. An extraordinary strike. Fan Kairui has completed his hat-trick. 3-1. Manchester United extend their lead. Goal. Andy Gray's signature long note call from Sky Sports echoed across the stadium as the venue boiled over with excitement. Yet Fan Kairui, having just scored, barely registered the moment. The full force of his sprint and the follow-through of his strike carried him sliding toward the advertising boards at the far end of the pitch. Instinctively curling into a tight ball to protect himself, his back met the hard surface of the hoarding with a solid thud. Fortunately, the rough turf outside the penalty area helped absorb much of the impact, and combined with his natural resilience, he was left only bruised rather than seriously harmed. But the United supporters in the stands looked visibly shaken. Ibrahimovic and Rooney, mid-rush toward him, immediately changed course and gestured urgently to the sidelines, calling for the medical staff. The United trainers did not wait for the referee's signal and sprinted onto the pitch. Lineker began that collision was quiet. Before the broadcast feed cut to a replay of the goal, he shifted tone quickly, but those watching at home can breathe easy. Kairui's protective instincts were excellent, and the broad contact surface suggests a minor impact at worst. Mourinho, however, was genuinely alarmed. Fan Kairui was far too central to his tactical system. He would have preferred this goal never happened rather than risk losing his key player. Though Tottenham's players had been unsettled by Fan Kairui's remarks before the match, none showed satisfaction now. Instead, they shared genuine concern for whether he might be injured. Professional athletes knew too well that injury was the most fearsome opponent. If Fan Kairui, who had so spectacularly burst onto the world stage, suffered a serious setback, it would be a loss for football itself. Besides placing oneself in his position, not everyone would have committed to such a finish from that angle, and with that momentum. That kind of dedication commanded genuine respect. The medical staff conducted a quick assessment, then helped Fan Kairui to his feet, and offered Mourinho a clear thumbs up. He is fine, no issues. Mourinho, the stands, and viewers at home all exhaled in unison. Fan Kairui was now United's leading scorer and assist provider. His fitness directly influenced how far the team could progress this season, and he was quite simply a unique treasure within the squad. Hiwei, commenting for Chinese television, spoke with visible concern. I hope the young player Fan Kairui. Still uneasy, Hiwei passed the microphone to Su Yang, who responded cheerfully, old, you do not understand. Fan Kairui's greatest difference from domestic players lies precisely here. Because his goals are inevitable, he must compete for every single one. Consider this: how many players in the world possess both extraordinary talent and the willingness to throw themselves into every challenge? If anyone deserves success, it is him. Many Chinese viewers at home nodded in agreement. Some quietly remarked that if the national team players possessed even half of Fan Kairui's determination, there would be far less criticism. The issue was never a lack of ability, but a lack of effort. What manner of approach was that? Celebrating an advantage and surrendering in deficit. Once again, the Chinese men's national team found itself the subject of unwanted commentary. Although the medical staff had cleared him, Mourinho still strode to the touchline during the brief pause and called out to Fan Kairui, are you truly all right? Uncle Jose, rest assured I am perfectly fine. Fan Kairui smiled and patted his shoulder. Only then did Mourinho fully relax, returning to the technical area to consider his next adjustments. With the 2-goal cushion, the priority was clear: maintain attacking pressure while tightening the midfield and defensive lines. The match resumed. Tottenham restarted with intentions to attack, but United, ignited by Fan Kairui's fearless goal, played with noticeably elevated energy and conviction. Even Phil Jones and Rojo, who had occasionally drifted from focus, played with exceptional concentration, denying Tottenham any meaningful opportunities. In the 76th minute, United used their final substitution. Fellaini replaced Ibrahimovic. The change reinforced the defense while also managing fatigue ahead of the congested Christmas fixture list. At 35, Ibrahimovic needed careful workload management. Pogba drifted into a more advanced midfield role. Rooney returned to the central striker position he once occupied in his youth, and Fan Kairui and Rashford remained on the flanks. Though the positions were largely fixed, their occasional interchanges kept Tottenham's defense constantly troubled. With United leading comfortably and Fan Kairui having already completed his hat-trick, his drive to score personally had eased. He began focusing on combining play, looking for Rooney, Rashford, and Pogba, though his teammates missed several promising chances. Tottenham's energy visibly declined, and their attacking threat diminished with each passing minute. Despite late efforts from Harry Kane, Eriksen, and Ali, United's collective intensity remained high until Atkinson's final whistle sealed the result. 2 short blasts and 1 long echoed across Old Trafford, bringing the featured fixture of matchday 15 in the 2016-2017 Premier League season to a close. Manchester United claimed a 3-1 victory over Tottenham, powered by Fan Kairui's hat-trick. The win extended United's lead at the summit to 3 points over second-place Chelsea. Moreover, they had now defeated every top-6 side in the league this season. 5 consecutive victories over elite opposition. The stadium cameras held firmly on Fan Kairui, who without controversy was named man of the match once again. For him, the honor was no longer surprising, and he accepted it with quiet composure. What clearly brought him satisfaction was the shared achievement of guiding his team to victory. It felt truly wonderful. Mourinho offered Pochettino a few courteous words before turning to Fan Kairui and pulling him into a firm embrace. "Kairui, you were absolutely outstanding today. Uncle Jose, none of this would have happened without your trust and guidance." "Exactly so." As they exchanged pleasantries, Harry Kane approached. "Excuse me." "Of course." Mourinho nodded, patted Fan Kairui's shoulder, and walked away to attend to his other players, leaving the two of them a private moment. After exchanging jerseys, Fan Kairui suddenly leaned and placing a hand on Kane's shoulder and whispering near his ear, "Harry, would you ever consider coming to Manchester United and playing alongside me?" "Oh." Kane raised an eyebrow, momentarily tempted, but ultimately smiled and shook his head. "I would love to be your teammate, but perhaps you should come to Tottenham instead." Fan Kairui, unsuccessful in his attempt, could only laugh it off. After the weekend clash against Tottenham, United immediately turned their attention to the double fixture ahead. That intense rhythm would continue through matchday 18 when they traveled to West Bromwich. And once Christmas arrived, the schedule would grow even more demanding. 3 matches in 9 days, a prospect that made many pause. Mourinho had already begun rotating his squad strategically and had specifically reminded the chief medical staff to monitor player workload. Meanwhile, Scout Guzman's reports on Virgil van Dijk were already prepared and ready. The following day's sports sections were without surprise dominated by Manchester United and Fan Kairui. With the victory over Tottenham secured, United had now comprehensively defeated every top-6 side, further consolidating their position at the top of the table. Fan Kairui's personal tally had climbed to an astonishing 20 goals. With only 15 league matches played and his opening game missed, he had appeared in just 14 fixtures, an average of 1.42 goals per match. That strike rate surpassed even the most prominent forwards currently active across Europe. And United's sweep of the top 6 owed much to Fan Kairui's brilliance. Against Manchester City, Liverpool, and Tottenham, he delivered hat-tricks each time. Against Arsenal and Chelsea, he contributed 2 goals and an assist in one and 1 goal with 2 assists in the other. Across those 5 premium encounters, he accounted for 12 goals and 3 assists, a contribution rate approaching another hat-trick per match on average. The numbers told a clear story. This player elevated his game against stronger opposition. United supporters thrilled at the prospect. Such equality in cup competitions could prove decisive. With the January transfer window approaching, adding reliable defensive reinforcement could transform this season's ambitions from hopeful to genuinely competitive. In their excitement, fans revived an old chant, updating it to reflect the new reality: front 3, like poetry, De Gea at the back. Now it had become frontline Fan Kairui, backline De Gea. Fan Kairui himself remained silent on the matter, keeping his focus firmly fixed on the matches ahead. Matchday 16 held no heavyweight clashes, only straightforward matches between stronger and weaker sides or battles among the relegation candidates. Fans' attention naturally remained centered on Manchester United, whose form continued to dazzle. Manchester United traveled to face Crystal Palace away and made short work of it. Thanks to a goal from Fan Kairui, they left Selhurst Park with all 3 points in a 2-1 victory. Before Christmas, they still had one last obstacle: the 17th round, traveling to the Hawthorns to take on West Bromwich. The marquee fixture of that round was not involving Manchester United, but rather Manchester City against Arsenal and the Merseyside Derby. Manchester United's away journey continued smoothly. Fan Kairui provided 1 assist and scored 1 goal, helping the team secure a 2-0 victory over West Bromwich. With only the final 2 rounds remaining in the first half of the league season, Manchester United, holding a commanding goal difference advantage, had virtually locked up the first half championship and tucked it safely into their pocket. That goal also allowed Fan Kairui to equal the record set by Manchester United legend Ruud van Nistelrooy in 2003, scoring in 10 consecutive Premier League matches. However, Van Nistelrooy's record spanned across seasons. The Premier League record for most consecutive scoring matches within a single season was still held by Jamie Vardy from the previous campaign, with 11 games. British and European media alike believe Fan Kairui had every chance of breaking that record. After all, Manchester United's next two opponents, Sunderland and Middlesbrough, were not particularly strong, and both matches would be played at home. Fan Kairui himself had become somewhat numb to his own goal tally and had not given the record any thought whatsoever. But his super striker system certainly had a different opinion. As someone operating with an advantage like his, how could he simply ignore such a milestone? 10 consecutive scoring matches had already been achieved, was 12 far behind. He conveniently looked up the consecutive scoring records across Europe's top 5 leagues. Vardy's 11 matches sat tied for the bottom alongside Italiano Baptista's record from the 1994-95 Serie A season. Out above them, League One held a 13-match record. Gerd Müller had recorded 16 consecutive matches in the Bundesliga, and the peak Messi during the 2012-13 season left behind the staggering record of 21 consecutive matches with 33 goals. Seeing Messi's number, 21 matches, Fan Kairui's fighting spirit ignited in an instant. If Messi could create such an unforgettable record, then he, as a transplanted outsider with an extraordinary advantage, should aim for something equally unprecedented and unmatched. 21 matches. No problem. The following day at Carrington training base, Mourinho and the coaching staff noticed Fan Kairui training with remarkable enthusiasm, much to the distress of teammates grouped on the same side during practice matches. After training ended, Mourinho walked over to Fan Kairui, patted him on the shoulder, and asked with genuine curiosity, "Kairui, your intensity today is off the charts. If I recall correctly, our next league match is against bottom third Sunderland. Do you really need to be this serious?" Fan Kairui grinned, rested his hand on Mourinho's shoulder, and leaned in close. "Boss, I want to surpass Messi and become the player with the most consecutive scoring matches across Europe's top 5 leagues." "What?" Mourinho momentarily failed to process it, convinced he had misheard. "I said," Fan Kairui repeated clearly, "I want to break Messi's record of 21 consecutive scoring matches." Mourinho stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly raised his hand and gave his shoulder a firm pat, raising his thumb. "Good lad. I like your bravery." After training concluded, Fan Kairui continued his usual extra sessions until dark before leaving. Inside the office building, Mourinho and assistant coach Rui Faria were both worrying over the fixture schedule. Mourinho suddenly changed the subject. "Rui, do you know why Kairui has been acting so fired up today? Has he not always been like this?" Faria shrugged. "He told me he wants to surpass Messi and break the record of 21 consecutive scoring matches." "Really?" Faria frowned. "That record is terrifying. Does he stand a chance?" Mourinho, however, appeared quite confident. "Think about it. Since breaking into the first team, aside from that one match against Stoke City at home, where his form was poor and I substituted him early, in every other appearance he has found the net. By my count, this is now 16 consecutive matches." Faria considered it carefully and realized it was indeed true. From this perspective, that seemingly unreachable record seemed perhaps not entirely impossible after all. The entire squad's training concluded on the afternoon of the 22nd. Mourinho gave the players time off until Christmas afternoon, when they would need to report back to prepare for the Premier League's unique Christmas fixture congestion. That same evening, Fan Kairui flew back to Amsterdam to celebrate Christmas with his grandmother Valerie van Walry. Arriving at the house, it was nearly 11 o'clock and the interior was completely dark. His grandmother was likely already asleep. He had just pulled out his keys when dog barking erupted from inside the door. Fan Kairui smiled and turned the lock. A medium-sized dog suddenly burst through the doorway, apparently about to leap at him, but then paused mid-air, sniffed the air, and skillfully changed course, landing steadily at his feet, before looking up and affectionately rubbing against his trousers, tongue lolling out happily. "Banana missed me, eh?" Fan Kairui bent down and picked up the noticeably heavier dog, stroking its head. Banana closed its eyes in comfort, making purring sounds deep in its throat. For Fan Kairui, Christmas was much like the Spring Festival back in China. He had specifically rushed back to spend what he fondly called this Chinese New Year's Eve with his grandmother. The following morning, when Fan Kairui woke up, his grandmother was already busy in the kitchen. "Grandma, how did you know I was back?" "Banana is clever enough," his grandmother replied without turning around. "He was pacing outside your bedroom door since early morning, whining and making all sorts of noises. So that explains it." After finishing a hearty breakfast, Fan Kairui made a quick change of appearance and headed straight to the city center supermarket to shop for festival supplies and decorations. There was too much to carry, so he called De Ligt van de Beek and Frankie de Jong, putting it forward as a boys' get-together. By the time those three followed him home with armfuls of bags, they realized they had become unpaid laborers. To appease their indignation, Fan Kairui promised to treat them to an authentic Chinese meal. The 2-day holiday passed in a flash. On the morning of Christmas Day, Fan Kairui flew back to Manchester in preparation for the Premier League's unique Christmas Express schedule. At this time, other European leagues had largely entered their winter breaks. La Liga granted 10 days off, while the Ukrainian league even took a break from December all the way to March the following year, a full 3 months. This was hardly surprising. The freezing conditions in Eastern Europe made football dangerous and hard on the pitches. Yet the Premier League deliberately chose the coldest and busiest period to race through its fixtures. However, this approach instead attracted even more attention. After 17 rounds, Manchester United sat comfortably at the top of the table with 45 points from 14 wins and 3 draws, 6 points clear of second-place Chelsea. Although with only 2 rounds remaining, Manchester United held a 9-goal advantage in goal difference over Chelsea, essentially securing the first-half championship. There was still a theoretical possibility. It would require Manchester United to suffer 2 heavy defeats in succession, while Chelsea simultaneously won both their remaining matches and pile on a significant goal difference. The probability was low, but not zero. Therefore, to firmly secure this first-half title and lay the foundation for the ultimate championship, the entire Manchester United squad approached the home match against Sunderland with utmost caution. Old Trafford, with a capacity of 7,600, was packed to the rafters, the noise rising wave after wave. In this electric atmosphere, Fan Kairui performed exceptionally well. He scored 2 goals himself, guiding Manchester United to a clean 2-0 victory over Sunderland. With this win, Fan Kairui not only equaled Vardy's previous record of 11 consecutive league scoring matches, but more importantly, Manchester United mathematically secured the first-half championship of the 2016-17 Premier League season 1 round early. Since Chelsea's concurrent home match against Bournemouth had also gone according to plan, the 6-point gap between Manchester United and Chelsea remained unchanged. Liverpool sat third with 37 points, Manchester City fourth with 36, while Arsenal and Tottenham Hotspur, both on 33 points, occupied 5th and 6th place respectively. Nobody could have predicted that a Manchester United side that had only changed managers that summer would find themselves sitting top at the halfway stage, and at that with a remarkable unbeaten record of 15 wins and 3 draws from 18 matches, accumulating 48 points. Manager Mourinho naturally deserved his share of the credit, but those with a clear eye could see that the true cornerstone of Manchester United's revival was Fan Kairui. His goals and assists were the guarantee behind each successive team victory. Fan Kairui's achievement of matching the record astonished both British and European media. After all, since his debut, the boy had not missed a single scoring opportunity. If not for that unusual blank match in the 7th round of the league, he would already have reached 17 consecutive games. Media outlets could not resist speculating about how high Fan Kairui might push this record. After Christmas, Fan Kairui's form remained scorching, and with 2 more goals, he helped Manchester United clear the first hurdle of their congested fixture list. The next fixture was also at home, this time against Middlesbrough, one of this season's prominent relegation candidates. Consequently, many media and fans believed Fan Kairui's new record was all but certain. The original record holder Vardy showed considerable grace. Much like how Van Nistelrooy had sent him well wishes before breaking the record the previous year, Vardy posted messages of congratulations on Twitter and Instagram, hoping Fan Kairui would make new history. Fan Kairui, as expected, did not disappoint. In the Premier League's 19th round, Manchester United versus Middlesbrough at home, he executed an incisive left-wing cut inside and shot to score early on. Chinese commentary station New Sports announcer Jin Xiangkai shouted, until his voice nearly cracked, a new Premier League consecutive match scoring record. 17-year-old Fan Kairui has done it. The number of consecutive matches may be surpassed in the future, but this age of 17, I dare say it will stand unmatched. And don't be hasty in drawing conclusions, he continued eagerly. Fan Kairui has only just reached 12 consecutive matches. 12 will certainly not be the end point. BBC commentator Lineker was equally exhilarated. An incredible record. A 17-year-old genius. In his very first Premier League season, he has broken Jamie Vardy's consecutive scoring record. I guarantee this will simultaneously become the youngest ever Premier League consecutive scoring record, one that no one will be able to break in the future. Old Trafford erupted completely following Fan Kairui's record-breaking goal. The celebrating Fan Kairui himself was swept up in the moment, and in the feverish atmosphere, he excitedly tore off his red jersey, balled it up, and hurling it toward the wildly celebrating loyal supporters in the stands. Although he later received a yellow card for this, he could not have cared less. Breaking a record was worth such a celebration. Ultimately, thanks to Fan Kairui's goal and assist, Manchester United defeated Middlesbrough 2-1 at home, claiming their 16th league victory of the season. Manchester United's record of 16 wins and 3 draws brought their points total to 51, still 1 point shy of the first-half 52-point record set by Mourinho guiding Chelsea during the 2004-05 season. This small gap became a modest regret lingering in the hearts of Manchester United fans this season. With the conclusion of this match, the first half of the Premier League season officially came to an end. Manchester United claimed the halfway championship with 51 points from 16 wins and 3 draws in 19 matches. In Premier League history, only 2 teams have ever won the halfway title without suffering a single defeat. Arsenal in the 2003-2004 season and Manchester United in 2010-2011. And both of those sides went on to lift the league championship that same campaign. Local media in Manchester tallied the numbers. Arsenal's record at the halfway point of the 2003 to 2004 season was 13 wins and 6 draws, while Ferguson's Manchester United managed 11 wins and 8 draws. Yet this time Manchester United had secured 16 wins and 3 draws, and the media erupted, declaring the league championship all but guaranteed for them this season. Mourinho, however, remained unmoved by the noise, keeping his focus squarely on the matches at hand. Beyond the League Cup, FA Cup, and Europa League all demanded his attention. No front could be neglected. As for Fan Kairui, the young star had just broken Vardy's consecutive goal-scoring record and seemed to be soaring, yet greater records still awaited him. Those of Masnadjeti, Gerd Müller, and Messi. With all 10 league matches of the round completed and the calendar turning to January 1, 2017, the winter transfer window finally opened. The first headline deal stunned everyone. Shanghai Shingang from China splashed out €60 million to lure Brazilian international Oscar away from Chelsea. Another Chinese club, Tianjin Chuanjian, was equally active, spending €20 million to bring Belgian international Vincent Kompany's compatriot Axel Witsel from Zenit St. Petersburg. Julian Draxler moved to Paris Saint-Germain for €40 million, while Manchester United's city rivals Manchester City invested €32 million to sign Gabriel Jesus. Payet also made his move, transferring from West Ham United to Marseille for €29.3 million. Meanwhile, Manchester United under Fan Kairui's watch kept a relatively quiet window, selling Schneiderlin, who saw little playing time, to Everton for £22 million. The defender Fan Kairui coveted most. Virgil van Dijk of Southampton remained stuck in negotiations between the two clubs. Insiders revealed that Manchester United had offered £30 million, but Southampton demanded £55 million, while Liverpool also entered the fray with a £35 million bid, complicating matters further. With Liverpool driving up the price, the deal stalled, and the transfer dragged into a prolonged standoff. Yet for Mourinho and Fan Kairui, this was hardly bad news. The winter transfer window ran from January 1 to February 1, leaving ample time. So they set the matter aside and turned their full attention to the Premier League Round 20 clash away at West Ham United. Mourinho's coaching staff had long targeted Van Dijk, viewing him as a priority acquisition. Even if funds fell short, they could structure the deal with cash plus players, so Manchester United felt no urgency. 2 days passed quickly and Manchester United travelled to the London Stadium to face West Ham United. Having just sold their key player Payet in the winter window, West Ham's home attack had weakened considerably. Expecting Manchester United's aggressive press, they adopted a defensive posture, even on their own turf, looking to counter. Neither side found the net in the first half, but shortly after the second half began, Fan Kairui struck with flair. Receiving a pass from Valencia on the right half space, he feinted to shoot, cut inside, and burst into the penalty area. Hobina, over 19 centimeters tall, turned too slowly to keep up and could only watch as Fan Kairui opened his angle and fired the ball past him. 1-0. 10 minutes later, Fan Kairui was again in action on the left flank, beating 2 defenders before delivering a precise cross. Ibrahimovic rose to head the ball back across goal, and Mata arrived on time to strike it into the net. Ultimately powered by goals from Fan Kairui and Mata, Manchester United defeated West Ham United 2-0 at the London Stadium, extending their winning streak to 10 consecutive league matches. Fan Kairui's personal consecutive goal-scoring record also reached 13 matches, matching the mark set by French league player Masnadjeti during the 1962-1963 season. However, that record was not officially recognized by the French league, so Fan Kairui currently sat behind Messi's 21 and Gerd Müller's 16. Following 9 days and 3 league matches after Christmas, the Premier League entered a 2-week hiatus. But this break applied only to league play. Teams competing in the League Cup and FA Cup had no such luxury. Manchester United faced Reading in the FA Cup third round on January 7, followed by the first leg of the League Cup semi-final against Hull City. Fortunately, both matches were at home. For the FA Cup third round, Mourinho considered handing minutes to substitutes and youth players to give the starters a rest, since the League Cup semi-final and the upcoming league match against Liverpool were clearly more significant. To be safe, Fan Kairui and Ibrahimovic, both in fine form, remained on the bench. After 90 minutes, home side Manchester United cruised to a comfortable 4-1 victory over Reading and advanced smoothly. With only 4 days between the League Cup semi-final first leg and Premier League round 21, Mourinho named a full-strength 11 for the home match against Hull City, hoping to settle the semi-final early. The day before the match, the Times reported that Manchester United and Southampton were close to agreeing a deal, £20 million plus Phil Jones and Damien. The news ignited media speculation. Van Dijk was at best a top-tier defender in the Premier League, if one could call him that. So why would Manchester United send Jones and Damien while still paying £20 million? Manchester United were not foolish, so anyone could do the math. Many fans and pundits dismissed the Times report as sensationalist nonsense, accusing the paper of sacrificing credibility for clicks. Yet a day later, both Manchester United and Southampton officially announced the transfer, confirming the fee as £20 million plus Phil Jones and Damien. Jones carried a market valuation of £15 million, and with homegrown player status, was worth at least £20 million. Damien was valued at £10 million, possibly more in reality. calculated that way Van Dijk's transfer fee reached at least £50 million. Considering Van Dijk joined Southampton in 2015 for just €15.7 million, his value had now surged to £56 million, an increase of 3.5 times staggering in magnitude. Even Manchester United's own Manchester Evening News questioned whether the deal would prove profitable, but Fan Kairui and Mourinho remained convinced that Van Dijk would become a top-class player. Liverpool manager Klopp short on funds, and watching Van Dijk slip away could only sigh with regret. The evening Van Dijk reported to Manchester United the team was hosting Hull City in the first leg of the League Cup semi-final at Old Trafford. There was no controversy in the result. Fan Kairui scored twice and provided an assist, single-handedly shaping the match. Manchester United won 4-0, establishing a comfortable advantage for the two-legged semi-final. British media, however, paid little attention to the cup tie. Victory against Hull City was expected. Instead, all eyes were fixed on the newly signed Dutch international Van Dijk. Most newspapers predicted Van Dijk would become Manchester United's biggest signing mistake, and online fan polls echoed the same skepticism. The weight of expectation pressed heavily on Van Dijk, who made several errors in his first training session, his movements rigid and uncertain. During a break in training, Fan Kairui strolled over, draped an arm around Van Dijk's shoulder, and smiled. "Virgil, don't pay attention to the nonsense from those media outlets. Jose and I both believe in you truly." Van Dijk sighed. He understood the logic, but the knot in his mind would not loosen. Fan Kairui blinked and shifted his tone. "Yes, £50 million is a steep price, but you have to justify that fee, don't you? Think about me. I played just 3 matches for Ajax before this season, 2 in the International Champions Cup, and 1 in the Champions League qualifying round, yet I still moved to Manchester United for €40 million, a record fee at the time. Was my pressure any less than yours?" He paused. "But look at me now, I got through it. I was 17, then you were 25. What is there you cannot handle?" Van Dijk raised his head sharply, locking eyes with Fan Kairui, and something shifted inside him. This boy would not turn 18 for another month, and when he arrived at Manchester United carrying a record transfer fee, his professional match experience was scarce. Yet he had turned pressure into motivation at 17. Why should he not be able to do the same? Slowly his eyes brightened, and the fire within him reignited. Fan Kairui patted his back and wandered over to the water station, quenching his thirst. When training resumed, Mourinho and the coaching staff immediately noticed the change in Van Dijk. His defending was stable and assertive. He never hesitated to step up when required, and his positioning, when retreating, was flawless, far surpassing the earlier mistakes of Smalling and Jones. Within moments, the entire squad was impressed by Van Dijk's defensive prowess, and confidence in the second half of the season grew. After the League Cup semi-final first leg, Manchester United's focus shifted entirely to Premier League Round 21, the Merseyside derby at home against Liverpool. Van Dijk grew increasingly comfortable in small-sided games, and Mourinho had already decided to pair him with Smalling in the starting lineup. Before the derby, however, Manchester had another fixture to attend to. Manchester City traveling to face Everton in the Blue Derby. Though a historic Northwestern derby, it drew considerably less attention than the Manchester United vs Liverpool clash. The Premier League organizers had deliberately scheduled the 2 matches at different times to avoid splitting viewership. As the derby date approached, fans and media across Manchester and Liverpool engaged in heated exchanges online, and even former players from both sides joined the debate. Yet the players and coaches preparing for the match remained calm and focused, concentrating on their work regardless of the noise around them. The day of the matches arrived, all too quickly. 2.5 hours before the Red Devils clash kicked off at Old Trafford, the morning already saw a blockbuster encounter between Everton and Manchester City. Manchester City dominated possession for the entire match, their control rate soaring past 70%, with 20 shots on target and a string of corner kicks and free kicks. And yet the result? Everton, who managed only 6 shots all game, somehow found the back of the net 4 times. 4-0. Everton handed Manchester City a stunning upset. In another marquee fixture that same afternoon, Chelsea, hot on Manchester United's heels, took a convincing 3-goal victory over Leicester City away from home, closing the gap to just 3 points despite having played an extra match. With the crucial derby looming, Manchester United manager Jose Mourinho felt the weight of expectation grow heavier still. After all, Liverpool had been thriving under Jurgen Klopp this season. Sitting third in the table, though 11 points adrift at the summit with only half the season played, the Reds were very much still in contention, a comeback far from impossible. Besides, Liverpool now seemed to be playing with nothing to lose, whereas Mourinho had the constant pressure of Chelsea closing in behind him to worry about. At 6 o'clock on the afternoon of January 15th, Old Trafford referee Michael Oliver's whistle blew and the Red Devils derby was underway. CCTV Sports, here we go. Howe's familiar voice rang out on schedule on CCTV 5. You are watching round 16 of the Premier League. Manchester United at home against Liverpool. The side in red is the home team, Manchester United, attacking from left to right. His colleague Jean June from the Leaders Sports commentary booth quickly picked up the thread, breaking down the lineups. Manchester United have set up in a 4-3-3 with De Gea in goal. The back four consists of Blind, Smalling, Van Dijk, and Valencia. In midfield, Pogba, Carrick, and Herrera. Up front it's Fan Kairui, Ibrahimovic, and Mkhitaryan. Liverpool are also fielding a 4-3-3, with Mignolet between the sticks. The defense is made up of Milner, Klavan, Lovren, and young Arnold on the right. The midfield trio features Henderson, Emre Can, and Wijnaldum, while the attack is led by Coutinho, Origi, and Firmino. Manchester United began with an immediate assault, and the Old Trafford stands erupted. After a few quick exchanges, the ball found its way to Fan Kairui on the left flank. Liverpool's entire defensive line tightened instantly, especially Arnold, who was experiencing his first ever Red Devils derby. Facing a right-back who would one day rank among the world's top 3, Fan Kairui showed no hesitation. A simple change of pace and acceleration, and he left Arnold several months his senior beautifully beaten. Fortunately, Wijnaldum recovered quickly to cover the space, or Fan Kairui's first attack could have opened the door for Manchester United. Just 1 minute into the match, Manchester United won a direct free kick in Liverpool's half on the left wing. The fervent atmosphere at Old Trafford surged again, as if a goal were already within sight. On the BBC commentary desk, Lineker furrowed his brow. Klopp's starting lineup today is questionable. Arnold is clearly no genius of Fan Kairui's caliber. To be beaten so cleanly on his first defensive task bodes ill for the rest of the match. On the Liverpool dugout, Klopp shared the same worry, his expression tense as he watched the young right-back. But then again, there were no other options at right-back. Aside from Arnold, only Joe Gomez was available. Yet Arnold's flair and ceiling were simply higher. As he was deep in thought, Blind had already delivered the free kick. Ibrahimovic, under pressure from Lovren, failed to connect cleanly, and the ball sailed wide of the right post. Mignolet dawdled, looking for the ball from the touchline, and Klopp seized the opportunity to shout from the sideline, "Trent." Arnold looked up, saw his manager beckoning, and without hesitation jogged over. The stadium cameras immediately followed. Viewers at home saw Klopp place a hand on Arnold's shoulder, his expression grave yet animated, saying something urgently, while Arnold nodded repeatedly. Lineker quickly changed tack. It seems Klopp has realized the severity of the right flank problem. He needs to steady Arnold's nerves immediately, or this match could easily turn into Fan Kairui's personal showcase. Mignolet, noticing the coach giving instructions out of the corner of his eye, deliberately slowed the restart. Only when Klopp patted Arnold on the back and sent him back onto the pitch did play resume. Liverpool rebuilt their attack, but the crowd's deafening boos filled the air, attempting to disrupt their rhythm. It had little effect, however. Besides the young Arnold, the rest were seasoned campaigners, utterly unmoved. Even Arnold, who had just been beaten, now had all his focus firmly back on the task at hand. Liverpool's first real threat actually came from the right flank. Arnold received a layoff from Firmino and immediately delivered a crossing ball. Origi rose above Rojo to meet it with a header, but the effort went wide. However, Liverpool would not enjoy such opportunities for long. Van Dijk, marshalling his defense and directing teammates into position, had turned Manchester United's backline into something far more solid than the half-season version. Defensively, everything was in order. Offensively, Manchester United were beginning to find their rhythm as well. Fan Kairui continued to cause problems down the left, while Mkhitaryan on the right was equally busy creating chances of his own. Mkhitaryan may not have possessed Fan Kairui's pace and trickery, but his passing range, vision, and defensive discipline were far more reliable. If not for Ibrahimovic struggling for form today, Manchester United would likely have changed the scoreboard well before now. Of course, this also reflected the cautious approach both sides adopted in the opening minutes, carefully feeling each other out. But once that probing phase passed, both teams began targeting each other's vulnerabilities. Manchester United's biggest concern had always been their center-back position, but since Van Dijk's arrival, the central defense had grown formidable. Their only remaining weakness lay on the right flank, where Valencia excelled in attack, but was vulnerable in defense. Ironically, Liverpool shared the same vulnerability at right back. So the match became a fascinating contest of two attacks hammering at two defenses, each trying to exploit the same flank. The partnership between Blind and Fan Kairui on the left was proving almost unstoppable. It forced Arnold, Wijnaldum, and Firmino into endless defensive work, leaving them no room to think about contributing to the attack. Manchester United's left-wing attacks came in waves like the tide. Liverpool had clearly anticipated this threat in their preparation, and their response grew increasingly composed. Boosted by Klopp's words of encouragement, Arnold's composure improved with every passing minute, and his performances followed suit. Lean on his youth and stamina, he was able to hold his position with his teammates' support, and when the team transitioned from defense to attack, he would make timely runs forward to add an extra dimension to Liverpool's offense. Watching Arnold deliver another fierce curled cross from the right, even though Van Dijk managed to clear it, Howe couldn't help but praise, "This kid born in '98 is truly impressive. His defending may be a little shaky, but his attacking output is undeniable." The broadcast camera, ever perceptive, immediately cut to Manchester United's number 7 Fan Kairui. The message was clear: Arnold could afford to push forward so confidently, largely because Fan Kairui was not yet applying enough pressure. Fan Kairui himself felt that he had been playing a little too politely lately. He thought to himself, "All right then. Let's see you stay pinned back at right back from now on, attacking my flank this frequently. Clearly you don't respect me enough. Fine." In the 18th minute, the feverish energy at Old Trafford dipped slightly. But the moment Pogba laid the ball to Fan Kairui, the stands came alive again, as if the crowd sensed a spectacular moment was about to unfold. Fan Kairui took the ball with Wijnaldum and Arnold positioned on either side, blocking both his route to the byline and his inside cutting path. Most players would have simply recycled the ball to blind, making the overlapping run on the left. But Fan Kairui was no ordinary player. Instead, he chose to go against the grain, suddenly driving straight into the gap between Arnold and Wijnaldum. Arnold and Wijnaldum reacted, instantly closing in to trap him. But at that exact moment, Fan Kairui planted a sudden stop, brushing the ball to his left with the outside of his left foot, digging his right foot into the turf, dropping his left shoulder, and using the momentum to shift sideways one decisive step to the left. Arnold, who had been preparing to cut inside, threw on the brakes. He knew Fan Kairui's explosive acceleration and blistering speed and a direct duel would only end badly. He simply turned his body to block Fan Kairui's likely cutting in lane. But the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Fan Kairui went wide and accelerated past Arnold on the outside, his burst of speed completely catching the young defender off guard. All Arnold could do was grit his teeth and throw himself into a desperate recovery run. Reaching the left side level with the edge of the penalty area, Fan Kairui suddenly tapped the ball across to his right with the heel of his left foot and stopped again. Arnold, now at full sprint, had no chance to break. Carried forward by his own momentum, he could only watch helplessly as Fan Kairui glided past his original marking position with another sharp sidestep and accelerated into the left side of the penalty box. Wijnaldum raised the intensity one gear, throwing himself across Fan Kairui's preferred inside route into the box. Fan Kairui repeated his trick, a quick outside of the right foot touch sideways, followed by another sudden stop. Wijnaldum, unable to stop in time, saw Henderson come sprinting into cover. But Fan Kairui gave him no chance to close the distance. From roughly 24 meters out, he unleashed a thunderous strike with his right foot. The instep connected perfectly with the lower middle section of the ball. The ball erupted from the turf with a resonant thud, hurtling toward the goal like a cannonball. Lovren, positioning himself on the edge of the penalty area to block the shot, felt a sudden chill run through him. Goalkeeper Mignolet reacted swiftly, diving to his right, fully extending his body. In midair, his right arm stretched out, fingers straining desperately to reach the devastating strike. But at the very instant his fingertips were about to touch the ball, something extraordinary happened. The ball, which had been flying forward with such ferocity, seemed to hit an invisible downward current and dipped sharply by several centimeters. Those few centimeters were enough. Mignolet's heart sank. Oh no! The football whispered past the edge of his outstretched palm and nestled into the back of the net. Go Hale! Andy Gray's voice from the Sky Sports commentary box rang out, drawing the goal call into a long dramatic drawl. Jean Shankai from XINing Sports slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "What a magnificent strike!" Fan Kairui blasted past Liverpool's defense on the left wing. Hiwei from CCTV5 was equally caught up in the excitement. Good heavens! Fan Kairui has scored again. 14 consecutive league matches with goals. The record keeps climbing. Fan Kairui turned with a broad grin, spreading his arms to embrace the teammates rushing toward him. The camera zoomed in on his face as female fans watching at home couldn't tear their eyes away, while the stands at Old Trafford erupted in thunderous cheers. Standing on the touchline, Mourinho finally exhaled in relief, confident that this match was firmly in their grasp. With Van Dijk anchoring the defense and Fan Kairui consistently delivering an attack, the foundation for victory was securely laid. Liverpool players exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Alexander-Arnold stood with hands on hips, staring at Fan Kairui, surrounded by Manchester United attackers, stamping his foot in frustration. Wijnaldum walked over and patted his back. Alexander, when marking someone like Kairui, you've got to make a decisive challenge the moment he changes direction, or there's no stopping him. Alexander-Arnold's brows knitted together. He knew Fan Kairui's directional changes were terrifyingly swift, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that a direct foul would have been the safer call. Still, for the sake of the team, he resolved to tackle without mercy for the remainder of the match. Klopp quickly shook off his frustration from the conceded goal and moved to the touchline, gesticulating wildly to rally his players on the field. Play resumed, and Liverpool, rather than rushing forward, patiently built their attack through midfield. Coutinho and Firmino operated like secondary playmakers, probing the half spaces for openings, while only Origi advanced as the lone forward. However, Van Dijk stood like a mountain in the penalty area, making it impossible for Origi to find any space. Once the ball entered Van Dijk's zone, no one could so much as touch it. Mourinho nodded in satisfaction, convinced that his winter signing had been an absolute bargain. If only the transfer market could yield a right-back capable of both attacking and defending, that would be perfection. As Liverpool intensified their pressure, Van Dijk's influence grew ever more apparent. Lineker from BBC couldn't help but praise, "Van Dijk is simply untouchable in form." Manchester United's reinforcements this season have been precisely on target. In the 26th minute, Coutinho unleashed a long-range effort from the left half space, but Van Dijk blocked it squarely with his body. The deflected ball dropped to Pogba's feet, and Henderson immediately closed him down. Turning his back to the attack, Pogba guided the ball back to Van Dijk with the inside of his right foot. Van Dijk launched a towering clearance that appeared to clear the danger, yet the ball curved inexorably toward Manchester United's left flank. Old Trafford detonated with cheers crashing over the stadium like a tidal wave. The roar of the crowd rose to a crescendo. It turned out the ball had found its way straight toward Fan Kairui's charging path. Alexander-Arnold retreated while reading the trajectory, planting his feet to head the ball clear. But just then a crimson blur shot passed, stealing the header a fraction of a second before him. Without needing to check the number, Alexander-Arnold knew it was Fan Kairui. Determined not to let him pass, he spun and grabbed the newly landed forward with a sharp, decisive tug. Referee Michael Oliver blew his whistle and immediately produced a yellow card for Alexander-Arnold. The replay confirmed that Alexander-Arnold had waited stationary, allowing Fan Kairui the space to jump. Linker from BBC shook his head regretfully. This is the price of youth. Against this type of run, you must press forward proactively. Klopp shook his head from the touchline, feeling the yellow card was somewhat harsh. Yet some lessons cannot be taught through words alone, players must experience them on the pitch. All he could do was hope Alexander-Arnold would internalize this warning. On the other side, Mourinho's eyes lit up instantly. Not only did Alexander-Arnold carry a yellow card, but as a relatively young Premier League defender his experience was lacking. This was an obvious opening to exploit. Why waste such an opportunity? As predicted, Manchester United's subsequent attacks funneled relentlessly toward the left flank. Burdened by the yellow card, Alexander-Arnold played conservatively, hesitant to commit to strong challenges. This placed a heavy burden on Liverpool's midfield and defensive players. Firmino, Wijnaldum, Henderson, and Lovren were forced to rotate, covering for him repeatedly. Initially the cover was timely, but Manchester United's relentless ball movement eventually drew Liverpool's defensive attention entirely to the left. Then Carrick and Pogba, both specialists in long passing, instantly switched the play to the vacated right side. Valencia and Mkhitaryan on the right enjoyed more opportunities, but their crossing ability left much to be desired. The deliveries either sailed high over the bar or bounced along the ground, never once reaching Ibrahimovic comfortably at the far post. Mourinho grimaced. The tactic had been executed flawlessly, but that final delivery lacked the necessary quality. Ultimately, Manchester United's most dangerous attacks still depended on Fan Kairui. But even the most formidable player cannot succeed alone. Liverpool now focused entirely on marking him, resorting to tactical fouls whenever conventional defense failed. Their strategy was clear: neutralize the most active threat. To limit Fan Kairui, Liverpool employed every conceivable method, including persistent minor infractions. After being fouled repeatedly, Fan Kairui's frustration mounted visibly. He realized they were attempting to slow him down through unofficial means. Never. At the 41st minute, the score remained 1-0 in Manchester United's favor. After a Liverpool attack fizzled out, possession shifted to Manchester United as they looked to counter. Klopp's side immediately implemented an aggressive high press, even resorting to fouls to disrupt the rhythm. Before hitting the deck, Pogba managed to poke the ball to the unmarked Carrick. Referee Oliver waved play on, signaling the advantage rule. Klopp quickly glanced toward his defensive line, and his stomach dropped. Disaster. Manchester United's most dangerous weapon, Fan Kairui, was accelerating diagonally from the left flank at full speed, with absolutely no defender in sight. It is common knowledge in football that goals are most frequently scored at the beginning and end of each half. The experienced Klopp understood this well, which is why he had been constantly signaling and shouting instructions from the touchline. Liverpool players had indeed become more cautious after the 40-minute mark, but vigilance alone cannot prevent every surprise. Coutinho attempted a through ball to exploit the space behind, but Van Dijk read it perfectly and intercepted it midway. Origi immediately pressed to regain possession, but Van Dijk, not holding the ball, smoothly passed it to Pogba. The nearby Coutinho, unable to stop his momentum, tripped Pogba from behind. But what no one expected was that Pogba, in the split second before hitting the ground, managed to poke the ball forward once more. Carrick, facing the direction of the attack, adjusted one step and unleashed a powerful long pass down the right flank. The crowd roared in anticipation. Old Trafford erupted once more, the deafening cheers shaking the stadium to its foundations. Klopp watched in dismay as Fan Kairui accelerated diagonally from the left side of the center circle, his sprinting trajectory perfectly aligned with Carrick's long pass. He knew instantly that something had gone wrong. Fan Kairui's pace was legendary in the Premier League. Authoritative statistics showed his explosive speed and absolute velocity were both ranked first in the league. Neither Lovren nor Kraven were players known for their speed. Although the ball appeared closer to the left center-back Kraven, as Fan Kairui accelerated, that spatial advantage was rapidly disappearing. As predicted, when Fan Kairui streaked past the center circle, like a flash of crimson lightning, the distance between him and Kraven had shrunk to less than 2 meters. Fans along the touchline saw it most clearly. That crimson figure was closing in on the ball at an increasingly visible rate. Carrick's pass had accounted for ample anticipation, adding a slight curve to keep the ball closer to the sideline, deliberately creating space for Fan Kairui to fully unleash his speed. Speed was never Kraven's strength. Feeling the pressure behind him mounting relentlessly, panic set in, and his priority shifted from clearing the ball to simply holding his position. The aging Ibrahimovic up front could not match the pace, and Mkhitaryan was still making his way forward from deep. All hope for this lightning counterattack rested solely on Fan Kairui. Seeing that Manchester United's other players were moving too slowly to provide support, Lovren quickly shuffled toward Kraven, ready to cover at a moment's notice. Fan Kairui knew clearly that this counterattack depended entirely on himself. With decisive footwork, he tapped the ball forward with the inside of his right foot during his sprint, sending it rolling far ahead. He intended to rely purely on speed to beat the defender on the outside. Kraven almost smiled to himself, thinking this young player was overconfident, attempting to outrun him. Let us see who is truly faster. He gritted his teeth and pushed off hard, charging toward the ball. Fan Kairui had played ahead, determined not only to defend, but to do so with style, to teach this brash player a lesson. But within mere strides, Kraven began to regret it. Fan Kairui's acceleration was like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, they were shoulder to shoulder, and then Kraven watched helplessly as the distance between them widened rapidly. Lineker from BBC shouted from the commentary booth, "Kairui's pace is simply extraordinary." Just as Fan Kairui raised his right foot to make contact, Kraven, half a stride behind, and to his left, launched into a sliding tackle. Even if he could not reach the ball, he intended to bring the player down. A foul on the outside would only result in a yellow card. It was worth the risk. But Fan Kairui dragged the ball sharply backward with his right foot, coming to an instant stop. Kraven slid through empty air, his heart sinking as he could only watch helplessly. Fan Kairui pulled the ball to the left, reset his feet, and accelerated toward the top of the penalty area. Lovren had already positioned himself to block the cutting-in route, confident in his defensive setup. But he had forgotten one crucial detail: Fan Kairui had never failed in a one-on-one duel unless a foul was committed. Once Fan Kairui found his rhythm, he played no tricks. With Lovren retreating cautiously, still 2 meters away, he brushed the ball forward to the right with the outside of his right foot and accelerated directly through. Lovren, anticipating this, twisted his body to cut off the angle, attempting to compress the available space. But at the moment of his second touch, Fan Kairui executed an abrupt stop, turning the ball with the inside of his right foot. Lovren instinctively braked, as well, only to see Fan Kairui dip his right shoulder and feign another touch to the right with the outside of his boot. Lovren, tall and heavily built with considerable inertia, had not yet completed his deceleration when he saw Fan Kairui accelerate again. Forced to grit his teeth, he wrenched his center of gravity backward to the left. But just as he shifted his weight back, Fan Kairui's right foot remained planted. Quickly lowering his center of gravity, he dipped his left shoulder and nudged the ball to the left with the outside of his left foot, changing direction. Lovren cursed under his breath, forced once again to wrench his center of gravity, to chase his body nearly torn apart by 2 consecutive sharp turns. Fan Kairui played an even more dazzling move, shifting his center of gravity left and right with a series of feints before finally using the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball toward the front right, then exploding into acceleration on the spot. Luafulin, gasping for air in a brief window, twisted his center of gravity repeatedly, his feet growing unsteady. But as the last line of defense unwilling to yield, he gritted his teeth and tracked one more step. The result was insufficient power from his right foot, pushing off the ground, his upper body tilting sharply to the right, losing balance entirely and falling flat on his back. The Manchester United fans in the stands erupted in wild cheers, their howling applause shaking Old Trafford to its foundations. Fan Kairui didn't even glance at the fallen Luafulin, striding past the edge of the penalty area into the right half space. Goalkeeper Mignolet hurriedly abandoned his line to rush out, but Fan Kairui slightly decelerated mid-run to adjust his footing, planted his left foot, and struck a low drive with his right. Mignolet tried to freeze and close the angle, but his legs couldn't match the speed of the ball rocketing along the ground. Before he could fully bring his legs together, the ball had already whizzed past, rolling into the empty net. Goal! Andy Gray of Sky Sports let out a prolonged roaring scream, sending Manchester United fans watching at home into absolute pandemonium. Old Trafford instantly transformed into an ocean of celebration, the cheers nearly lifting the roof off. The noise from the stands surged like waves, one cresting as another followed endlessly. Fan Kairui turned and was immediately engulfed by his teammates, rushing to embrace him, celebrating the goal together. The large screen immediately replayed the entire sequence, from receiving Carrick's long pass and driving past Klavan to stopping and dragging the ball to evade the sliding tackle, and finally one-on-one against Luafulin, using 5 consecutive body feints to send the opponent tumbling to the ground. XING Sports commentator Jean Shankai shouted out loud, "Fan Kairui is full of feints from head to toe." Luafulin deserved to be beaten. It was terrifying how quickly he changed his center of gravity. Every movement looked like a genuine breakthrough attempt. Luafulin, a towering 1.9 meters tall and weighing 88 kilograms, a classic Premier League center-back physique, simply couldn't withstand such relentless disruption. Manchester United players were ecstatic, hugging each other, shouting and jumping in celebration. Luafulin, meanwhile, lay sprawled on the pitch, shaking his head in helpless resignation. He had given it everything he had just now, but the outcome? There was simply no arguing against it. On the touchline, Mourinho pumped his fist and roared with emotion. A 2-goal lead was far more secure than a single advantage. Liverpool trailing by 2 goals would inevitably push forward in search of a reply. With more space exposed in their defensive half, given Fan Kairui's individual brilliance, a hat-trick was truly within reach. Klopp's expression mirrored that of his players on the field, etched with quiet helplessness. They had already played well, and precisely because of that the feeling of powerlessness was all the more acute. Conceding 2 goals before halftime reminded him involuntarily of the first Merseyside derby at Anfield. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. Klopp could only comfort himself this way. As the first half drew to a close and Manchester United extended their lead, the noise at Old Trafford seemed ready to tear the stadium roof apart. Fans holding banners and posters of Fan Kairui were absolutely electrified, their arms swinging in wide continuous arcs. Leading by 2 goals, Mourinho deliberately instructed his team to conserve energy and strengthen their defensive shape. Liverpool failed to carve out any meaningful chances before the half ended. Referee Michael Oliver blew the whistle for halftime. Players from both sides walked toward the tunnels. The camera swept across the groups. Manchester United's players were chatting and laughing, while Liverpool's squad trudged along with heads bowed, some occasionally shaking their heads and sighing. Inside the home dressing room, most players had finished getting changed and turned their gaze toward the head coach. Mourinho nodded with satisfaction, clapping his hands, his eyes landing on Virgil van Dijk, who was making his debut for Manchester United. I'm very pleased with the first half, Virgil. Your integration has exceeded all expectations. Let's keep it up in the second half and secure a clean sheet. No problem, Van Dijk replied firmly. By the end of the first half, the entire Manchester United squad had already embraced and trusted their new teammate. De Gea's gaze toward Van Dijk carried particular relief. He could finally say goodbye to that notoriously leaky defense. Mourinho then turned toward Fan Kairui with a faint smirk. Kairui, don't relax. You've only scored 2. I thought you might go for a brace in this half. A round of good-natured laughter rippled through the dressing room. Fan Kairui shrugged. I'll keep working hard. If Klopp and the Liverpool players had heard those words, they might have wept. For others, scoring a goal feels like climbing heaven's ladder, yet for him, it's as casual as playing in the park. The gap between people can sometimes be wider than the gap between humans and dogs. Before the second half began, Liverpool made the first substitution, bringing on Sturridge for Origi. Manchester United, however, kept their starting lineup intact. Mourinho was clearly very satisfied with the first half performance. Oliver's whistle sounded again, and the second red derby resumed. With kickoff in hand, Liverpool surged forward, immediately determined to catch Manchester United off guard. Mourinho hadn't anticipated such aggressive intensity from Liverpool right after the break, and his defensive line found itself momentarily under pressure. Fortunately, Van Dijk stayed focused, read the play precisely, and moved early to intercept the clever pass sent through by Coutinho, allowing Manchester United to transition smoothly from defense to attack. Unfortunately, Pogba's subsequent pass carried too much pace, rolling toward Loafulin's direction, and Liverpool regrouped to continue applying pressure on the Manchester United defense. Arnold, carrying a yellow card, saw his confidence restored after a rousing halftime talk from Klopp. He played like a winger on the right flank, throwing himself into the attack with great enthusiasm. It had to be said, Arnold's crossing was genuinely precise, the ball consistently finding the space beyond Rojo at the near post. If not for Van Dijk's accurate judgment of the delivery and precise control, Sturridge's header would very likely have given Liverpool a crucial goal back. Mourinho stood on the touchline, his fingers absently tracing his chin. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should try asking about Arnold's price. But it was merely a passing thought. The lad was young, energetic, and Klopp would definitely guard him like a treasure. Besides, Arnold was a product of Liverpool's own youth academy. Given the long-standing rivalry between these two clubs, the likelihood of poaching him was practically zero. So the right-back situation would have to rely on scout Gutierrez to scour European leagues for a versatile option. While he was lost in thought, match time continued to fly by. 10 minutes into the second half, the scoreboard remained 2-0. Klopp paced nervously on the touchline, eager to make a substitution to bolster the attack, but there were truly no quality cards left on his bench. Mainsign, the previous year, was still nursing an injury and hadn't even made the matchday squad. Truly a case of being unable to make bricks without straw. In contrast, Mourinho had an abundance of options at his disposal. Need to strengthen the flanks. Martial and Rashford were ready to step on. Craving creativity in midfield, Mata and Rooney sat on the bench waiting. Even defensively, there was Fellaini, a physical powerhouse, on standby. 5 more minutes passed with the match still deadlocked. Mourinho decided it was time to make a change. The league was approaching its second half and February's fixture list was packed. Since victory was essentially secured, it was the perfect moment to give the starting players a breather. He brought on Rooney for Carrick. The intention was clear: strengthen the attack. The formation shifted from a 4-3-3 to a 4-2-3-1. Rooney's impact was immediate, with Manchester United's forward passes becoming noticeably more threatening. However, on the left flank, Fan Kairui was tightly marked, and Mkhitaryan, despite winning the ball several times, consistently lacked the precision in his shooting. In the 64th minute, both sides made simultaneous substitutions. Liverpool replaced the booked Wijnaldum with Lalana, while Manchester United brought on Martial for Mkhitaryan. Both sets of changes targeted the opponent's weaknesses, but to create genuine goal-scoring threats, further tactical adjustments were needed. By the 70th minute, the dynamics on the pitch suddenly intensified. The fans at Old Trafford grew increasingly animated, the stands erupting with thunderous wave-like roars. Ayo. Fan Kairui glanced up at the stands where fans were enthusiastically waving his posters and banners. He licked his lips, sensing it was time to do something decisive, to seal the victory. Both sides had intensified their attacks after the substitutions. Fan Kairui had just cut inside from the left and fired a high-quality shot, forcing Minale into a brilliant save. 2 minutes later, Liverpool found their opportunity. Lalana received the cross inside the box and finished with a deft chip, but De Gea reacted lightning fast, diving to his side to push the ball away. Another 30 seconds passed. Van Dijk cleared a corner, and the moment Fan Kairui received the ball, 3 Liverpool players immediately closed in. Rather than forcing his way through, he executed a simple feint to create space, then curled a sweeping pass across the field with his right foot. Martial, making the run down the right flank, had clearly not found his rhythm. Facing Clavens, marking his footwork became chaotic, and his shot from the right side of the penalty area sailed well past the far post. Martial grabbed his head in frustration and let out a long roar toward the sky. Losai Sports commentator Jean June chuckled. If Martial's finishing could match even half of Fan Kairui's quality, Manchester United would have secured this victory long ago. Mourinho glanced at Martial, then turned to Fan Kairui, shaking his head and muttering sigh. It seems there's only one shining star. Time ticked away minute by minute. Both sets of players began showing signs of fatigue, their range of movement noticeably shrinking, and the overall quality of the match began to dip. Yet the fans in the stands grew even more animated, their cheers rising wave after wave as the match time diminished. Ayo. The over 3,000 Liverpool traveling supporters, buoyed by the fervent atmosphere, maintained their high spirits, singing, "You'll Never Walk Alone," in unison. They hoped their voices would awaken the unyielding fighting spirit deep within their players. Though they made up only 1/20th of the stadium, through their perfectly synchronized melodies and overflowing passion, they demanded undeniable presence. You'll never walk alone. Walk on with hope in your heart. And you'll never walk alone. The songs rang out loudly and clearly, reaching every Liverpool player on the pitch. It was as if they had been injected with a stimulant. Their running suddenly became more vigorous, and in several 50-50 challenges they wrestled possession back through sheer determination. The shift in momentum was unmistakable. Manchester United's manager Mourinho's brow furrowed deeply. He was genuinely afraid that Liverpool, trailing by 2 goals, might suddenly claw one back, or even equalize. Liverpool's specialty, handed down through generations, was come-from-behind victories. History had witnessed this script played out far too many times. Empowered by the fans singing, Liverpool launched wave after wave of attack, pressing relentlessly into Manchester United's half. Manchester United were under intense pressure at the moment, with chaos unfolding inside the penalty area. If not for Van Dijk and De Gea taking turns making crucial saves, Liverpool would have closed the gap by now. Mourinho paced anxiously on the sideline, weighing whether to bring on Ibrahimovic. The veteran's experience was invaluable, and he would be needed for the tough stretches ahead. But the ball remained firmly under Liverpool's control, offering no stoppage opportunity for a substitution. On the other side, Klopp too stood with a worried expression. Chances had been created, yet the final touch always fell short. Watching the minutes tick away, the pressure mounted steadily. In the 80th minute, Coutinho received a pass from Ajax on the left flank. He guided the ball smoothly, gliding past Pogba, and glanced toward the center, finding no clear opportunity. Without hesitation, he swung his left foot and unleashed a powerful strike. Coutinho's long-range shooting had been dependable throughout the match, and the Liverpool supporters in the stands rose to their feet instantly. The shot flew with fierce pace and an unforgiving angle, the ball whistling through the crowd toward the upper right corner of the goal. De Gea acted almost purely on instinct, launching himself upward and extending his left arm to its fullest, his fingertips grazing the ball ever so slightly. That slight deflection was enough to steer the ball just wide, and it struck the right post before rebounding into the 6-yard area. A collective gasp erupted across Old Trafford. Manchester United supporters clutched their chests in relief, while Liverpool fans stood stunned. Could that really be saved? Incredible. De Gea has produced again. The commentator called out, his voice rising above the roar, and the post comes to the rescue. Is United turning things around? Inside the small box, chaos reigned once more. Van Dijk held firm against Sterling, who looked to finish, and swept the ball away with a powerful kick. The ball cleared the penalty area, where Herrera rose to head it backward. Ibrahimovic, with his back to goal, used his physical presence to hold position and nodded the ball back to Rooney. Rooney did not waste a moment, striking a driven pass with his right foot that arced toward the right, finding Van Persie, making a supportive run. Ajax accelerated to close him down. But Van Persie's eyes lit up. He noticed the ball dropping faster than expected. Instead of controlling it, he let it run through with his left foot, using his right as a pivot, and spun gracefully to the right. Ajax hesitated for a split second. He had intended to challenge, but glancing at the incoming ball, he instinctively extended his left leg. Yet his timing was a fraction too slow, and the ball slipped past his toe. By the time he realized he should have been marking the player, it was already too late. A brilliant first touch and turn. Stunning. The commentator's voice climbed sharply. Emre can watch the ball instead of the player. That is a costly mistake. Klavan, the central defender who had maintained a safe distance from Emre, can immediately lunge toward the ball in an attempt to clear it ahead of Van Persie. Even if clearance failed, a tactical foul would at least disrupt the counterattack. Van Persie! Van Persie! Van Persie! Old Trafford erupted once more. Amid the deafening roar, Van Persie surged forward, chasing the ball that was already slowing. He accelerated relentlessly, a flash of red cutting across the midfield line. Watching the gap close rapidly, the Liverpool defender made a desperate decision and slid in. In the same instant, Van Persie gently lifted the ball with his right foot, sending it soaring over the sliding tackle. The defender attempted another challenge midair, but Van Persie's speed left him reaching only empty space. Lovren was already recovering, but with Klavan also shifting leftward, the distance between them did not close significantly. In other words, Van Persie, having broken free, faced a wide expanse of open field ahead. "It's a one-on-one," the commentator cried, emotion evident in his voice. Having already scored 2 goals today, Van Persie would not miss an opportunity like this. He drove straight toward the penalty area, observing Mignolet advancing to the edge of the box. Suddenly, he accelerated and changed direction sharply. Mignolet was drawn the wrong way, leaving both himself and the goal unguarded. What followed was almost effortless for Van Persie. He carried the ball into the area and gently nudged it with his right foot, sending it rolling along the turf into the empty net. The ball hit the net, and the whistle blew. The sound wave from Old Trafford exploded skyward, as if threatening to lift the roof itself. Van Persie spread his arms wide and sprinted toward the southwest stands, sliding on his knees across the grass, releasing the joy of a hat trick in the most uninhibited way. Goal! Another goal! The commentator's voice cracked with excitement. Young Van Persie, a hat trick in the derby once again. 6 goals across the 2 fixtures now. He has become the second Manchester United player since Robson to reach 6 goals against Liverpool in the derby. Truly extraordinary. Yet another display of individual brilliance on a long run. The commentator from Sky Sports, a devoted United supporter, could barely contain his delight. With 10 minutes remaining, Van Persie has a real chance to surpass Robson and become United's all-time leading scorer in the derby at home. Good heavens! What is this? A phenomenon. Simply unparalleled. Marcel Reeve from German television shouted, pumping his fist. Who can stop this 17-year-old from scoring? If United win this match, it will be their 3rd consecutive double over Liverpool, the 14th time in club history. On the coaching bench, Mourinho dropped to one knee, looking upward and letting out a triumphant shout. 3 goals ahead, the heavy weight on his shoulders finally lifted. With less than 10 minutes remaining, the 3 points felt securely within reach. But Klopp, the Liverpool manager, presented an entirely different picture. Standing on the sideline, his gaze distant, an unmistakable look of disappointment crossed his face. The Liverpool supporters who had traveled with the team fell silent, heads bowed. On the pitch, some Liverpool players stood with hands on hips, breathing heavily, others sat directly on the grass, and a few simply covered their faces with their hands. Meanwhile, the entire theater of dreams had transformed into an ocean of red celebration, the roar growing louder with each passing wave. Van Persie embraced his teammates in a group hug, then turned and ran toward the loyal supporters' stand. He pulled off his jersey, balled it up, and threw it forcefully into the stands. The atmosphere in the stadium surged even higher, fueled by the passionate moment. Removing the shirt meant a booking was inevitable. Referee Michael Oliver approached with a serious expression and produced a yellow card as expected. Van Persie had anticipated this, but it did not matter to him. With emotions running that high, how could he contain himself? He loved the feeling of being the center of every eye in the stadium. In the VIP box, his agent Mendes smiled broadly. Today's match had been attended by senior figures from several top sponsors, all come to discuss signing Van Persie. The more spectacular his performance, the higher the negotiation figures would climb. Mendes knew full well that by the end of the season the value would multiply several times over. Watching the live broadcast from his television, Manchester City manager Guardiola felt a deep sense of regret. He couldn't help but think if only he had taken the time to visit Amsterdam last summer. Perhaps the league leaders today would have been Manchester City, and Manchester United would not have suffered a 4-0 defeat in the derby. Alas, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Manchester United led 3-0, and time was running out. To chase 3 goals against a United side in full flow seemed virtually impossible. Perhaps at Anfield there might have been a slim chance, but this was Old Trafford, the theater of dreams. Moreover, Van Persie was burning with confidence, and Van Dijk, who had arrived in winter, was growing steadier with each passing minute, organizing the defense so tightly that Liverpool could find no opening. Mourinho had originally planned to use his last substitution to bring on Ibrahimovic, but with Van Persie already completing a hat-trick, he immediately changed his mind. A hat-trick in the home derby deserved to be celebrated by the entire stadium. However, recalling that a previous substitution of Van Persie had nearly cost them the match, Mourinho proceeded with caution. It was not until the 89th minute that he made his adjustment. Ibrahimovic took a shot inside the box that flew just past the post. Referee Oliver blew the whistle to signal the substitution, and the broadcast cut to Rashford waiting beside the 4th official, the electronic board, showing red number 7 replaced by green number 19. The commentator from Sky Sports called out enthusiastically, "United have used their final substitution in attack. Van Persie scored a hat-trick today, and Mourinho made a brilliant choice to let the hero receive the full applause of the crowd. The camera cut directly to Van Persie. He paused for a moment, then broke into a broad smile, and strolled leisurely toward the sideline. Old Trafford erupted once more, thunderous applause rolling through the stadium like festival firecrackers. Even the Liverpool supporters who had traveled with the team found themselves applauding. Van Persie's performance today was simply beyond criticism. Viewers at home also joined in, unable to resist. His entire match had been nothing short of flawless. With the clock winding down and United leading by 3 goals, referee Oliver showed no urgency to hasten the substitution. Liverpool themselves were not rushing, so why should the referee? The applause came in waves. Van Persie walked along shaking hands with passing teammates and opponents alike, and finally reached the sideline, raising his hands above his head to clap back at the supporters. Mourinho stepped forward and greeted him with a hearty embrace. "Van Persie, what a performance today. All thanks to your guidance, coach." Van Persie replied with a modest smile. After a few warm exchanges, the applause from Old Trafford gradually faded as Van Persie took his seat on the bench. The final whistle blew. The scoreboard read 3-0. The camera lingered on Van Persie's face. A hat-trick and the man of the match with no real contention. Manchester United, powered by Van Persie's hat-trick, secured a 3-0 victory over Liverpool at home, somewhat balancing the scales after City's heavy defeat at Goodison Park. With 17 rounds remaining in the season, Manchester United holds a commanding 15-point lead over Tottenham. Many media outlets have already begun declaring United's title probability above 50%, with the entire outcome now resting on whether Chelsea can keep pace. Manchester United supporters are eagerly hoping that Tottenham will dismantle Chelsea at White Hart Lane in the next round, further widening the gap. Van Kairuy's performance in this match directly set European media ablaze, with every front page dedicated to him. A hat-trick in both home and away derby clashes, an unprecedented feat in history. His league goal tally has climbed to 29, making the Premier League Golden Boot all but certain, and the European Golden Shoe could easily be within reach. The media fervor has sent Van Kairuy's global recognition soaring, and his fan base has grown explosively alongside it. Winnie Sophia, a sophomore at Columbia University in America, had grown increasingly fascinated with football under the influence of Fan Kairui. With him constantly dominating the sports headlines, she found herself developing an inexplicable fondness for the fellow pet lover. With 5 days remaining before the Premier League Round 22 clash against Stoke City, British media turned their attention to Manchester United as the key opponent. United's dominance this season rested entirely on Fan Kairui's lethal firepower. He had scored in 14 consecutive Premier League matches, and among 19 opponents, only Stoke City and Bournemouth had yet to fall to his boot. The failure to score against Stoke City was not due to their defensive prowess, but rather because Fan Kairui's mind was elsewhere that day, his concentration fractured. Bournemouth had simply been a match he missed during the opening round of the season. Determined to conquer every opponent, Fan Kairui had deliberately incorporated long-range shooting drills into his training. He was pondering how to deploy the 10 attribute points earned from 3 consecutive months of extra training rewards. After careful consideration, he ultimately allocated all 10 points to pace, acceleration, and shot power. 2 points went to pace, 2 to acceleration, and the remaining 6 were poured entirely into shot power. As a result, his sprint statistics topped the Premier League databases, and his long-range strikes grew increasingly frequent, a worthy investment of his efforts. Time slipped away, and the weekend of Premier League Round 22 of the 2016-2017 season arrived. Manchester United were set to travel away to face Stoke City, but before that the marquee matchup between Tottenham Hotspur and Chelsea at White Hart Lane kicked off first. Ally scored a brace, and Tottenham comprehensively defeated Chelsea 2-0 at White Hart Lane. For Manchester United supporters, the news was like a surge of adrenaline. Stoke City currently sat 9th in the league table, far from Champions League contention and safely away from the relegation battle. They were unlikely to pour excessive energy into a home match against United. A United victory would then extend their advantage to 9 points. United fans were already elated, unaware that more favorable developments were on the horizon. Manchester City had unexpectedly been held to a 2-2 draw by Hull City at home, effectively delivering another gift to Manchester United. Yet this result also served as a wake-up call for the confidently poised United players. If Manchester City could falter against a team fighting for survival, United must approach the mid-table Stoke City fixture with full intensity. The Britannia Stadium was filled to capacity with 2,700 spectators, and the home supporters cheered loudly, convinced that Fan Kairui, who had failed to score at Old Trafford against them, stood no chance on their home ground. 15 consecutive league goals. Impossible, they thought. And the match seemed to unfold in Stoke City's favor early on. In the 19th minute, Mata unwittingly gifted the hosts an own goal, giving Stoke City the lead. The home crowd erupted in jubilation, their cheers rising wave after wave. But their celebration was short-lived. Fan Kairui seized a rapid counterattack, burst into the penalty area, and fired the ball past the goalkeeper into the net. It was his 30th Premier League goal of the season, leveling the score at 1-1 for Manchester United. Just 3 minutes later, Fan Kairui drifted to the right flank, cut inside the penalty area, and was brought down by Shawcross. The referee's whistle was immediate and decisive, sending Shawcross off with a yellow card. Mata redeemed himself, coolly converting the penalty to put Manchester United ahead 2-1. After the interval, play resumed on the opposite end. Fan Kairui delivered a precise cross from the left wing, and Ibrahimovic rose majestically at the edge of the penalty area, powering past Shawcross to head the ball forcefully into the goal. The score read 3-1, and the result was sealed. United supporters celebrated without restraint. Their rivals Chelsea had lost, and now United had won, extending their lead to 9 points. Truly good fortune came in pairs. Following the league match, the focus of British and European media converged entirely upon Fan Kairui. With only 22 rounds completed in the season, he had already struck 30 league goals. In Premier League history, apart from the 1993-94, 1994-95, 1995-96, 2007-08, and 2013-14 seasons, this tally would have secured the Golden Boot in any other campaign. Even reaching back to the old First Division era before the Premier League's founding, this scoring rate would have been enough for the top scorers award in most seasons. At this point, very few media outlets or fans doubted that Fan Kairui would claim the season's Golden Boot. The question on everyone's lips was simply how many more goals he could accumulate. 16 league matches remained, and time was on his side. Meanwhile, Manchester United's winning streak had reached 12 consecutive league victories thanks to this triumph. This surpassed the third longest Premier League winning streak previously set by Mourinho's Chelsea in the 2005-06 season, and leveled the second longest record established by Ferguson's Manchester United in 2008-09. The record for the longest Premier League winning streak remained Arsenal's 14 matches under Wenger, stretching from February to August 2002. Now, with 12 consecutive victories, Mourinho's United were just 2 wins away from matching that mark. The next 3 league opponents were Hull City, Leicester City, and Watford. All 3 sides were struggling this season. Defending champions Leicester City, aside from reaching the Champions League round of 16, were faltering across all other competitions and currently hovered near the relegation zone. Hull City and Watford were in similar plight. This meant that as long as Manchester United performed at their usual standard, they had a strong chance of breaking the Premier League winning streak record. Before that milestone could be reached, however, United still had 2 cup fixtures ahead. First, the second leg of the League Cup semi-final away to Hull City, followed by a FA Cup fourth-round home tie against Wigan Athletic. With 30 goals and 22 league appearances, Fan Kairui had become the undisputed focal point of all Premier League attention. Countless media outlets and fans wondered just how many goals could this prolific scorer manage this season. Additionally, his 15 consecutive league goal-scoring appearances had reached a threshold where the natural question arose. Could he continue this run and equal or surpass the record jointly held by Gerd Müller and Messi? Fan Kairui's remarkable form made Manchester United the clear beneficiaries. 12 consecutive league victories had been secured, matching the second longest Premier League winning streak set by Sir Alex Ferguson himself. Both media and supporters began to speculate whether this momentum could carry United to a new record. However, under such intense scrutiny, Fan Kairui dared not grow complacent. On the training ground, he pushed himself even harder, unwilling to be proven wrong by critics. Maintaining his form and breaking further records was what drove him forward. Before the league resumed, Manchester United faced 2 cup ties. First was the League Cup semi-final second leg away to Hull City. Having won the first leg 4-0 convincingly, and with Hull preoccupied with their survival battle, this fixture was largely a formality. United fielded a half-strength side and cruised to a comfortable 2-0 victory, progressing 6-0 on aggregate to meet Southampton in the final. Next came the FA Cup, with United hosting Wigan Athletic at Old Trafford. Mourinho again opted for a rotated lineup. Wigan Athletic, a club founded only in 1978 with modest league credentials, had not brought their strongest available squad to Old Trafford. The gap in quality was evident. Goals from Fellaini, Smalling, Mkhitaryan, and Schweinsteiger sealed a comprehensive 4-0 victory, sending United through to the 5th round. Premier League round 23 featured 2 marquee fixtures: Liverpool hosting Chelsea and Manchester United welcoming Hull City. The Liverpool-Chelsea clash between 2 historic giants promised excitement, while United fans awaited anticipation for Fan Kairui's next goal and another 3 points. Liverpool versus Chelsea kicked off first. Manchester United supporters temporarily rallied behind Liverpool, knowing that Chelsea trailed United by 9 points after their earlier defeat to Tottenham. A Liverpool victory would widen the gap to 12 points. After 90 minutes, however, the scoreboard at Anfield read 1-1. Though it was only a draw, Chelsea collecting just 1 point diminished their threat considerably, provided United did not falter. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Manchester United hosted Hull City at home. This league encounter carried far greater significance than the cup tie played just a week earlier. Hull City, sitting on 16 points and second from bottom, were merely 2 points clear of the relegation zone. Even away from home, they approached the match with determination to collect something from the fixture. Yet Manchester United proved too formidable. Hull deployed a deep defensive block from the opening whistle, hoping to steal a result. Their strategy backfired within 10 minutes when Fan Kairui cut inside and fired a shot into the net. Manchester United led 1-0. Jean Shankai leapt from his commentary seat, calling excitedly, "Goal! Fan Kairui has scored his 31st Premier League goal of the season. 16 consecutive matches, matching Gerd Muller's historic record. Brilliant. Lineker spoke passionately into his microphone. Fan Kairui opens the scoring. Congratulations on creating a new record. 16 matches. Now only Messi's 21 stands between him and glory. Push on. Andy Gray stared in disbelief, nearly screaming, "Oh my God. Unbelievable." Fan Kairui himself was fully aware of the record-breaking moment. He slid on his knees in celebration as the southwestern stand at Old Trafford erupted with thunderous chants. Kairui, Kairui, Kairui. With the first goal established, the second followed naturally. Desperate to equalize, Hull City's defense grew disjointed and vulnerable. Before halftime, Rashford and Ibrahimovic added 2 more goals to make it 3-0, rendering the second half a quiet conclusion. Manchester United ultimately won 3-0, extending their winning streak to 13 consecutive league matches and sitting atop the table on 63 points. Chelsea, who had been closing the gap, now trailed further after consecutive losses to Tottenham and a draw with Liverpool. 23 rounds played and only 52 points, an 11-point deficit to United. With 15 rounds remaining, a comeback seemed increasingly unlikely unless United stumbled dramatically. Tottenham and Arsenal occupied 3rd and 4th place on 44 points, each 19 points adrift, their title hopes mathematically distant. Manchester City and Liverpool fared worse, sitting on 43 and 40 points respectively, trailing by 20 and 24 points. Though the championship was out of reach, the race for Champions League qualification ensured none of these clubs could afford to relax. February arrived and Mourinho's side faced a busy schedule: Europa League knockout ties and a League Cup final at month's end. Fortunately, the FA Cup 5th-round draw proved favorable, pairing United with Blackburn Rovers from the Championship. Like Wigan Athletic in the previous round, Blackburn were fighting for their survival. As long as United avoided any careless lapses, progression to the quarterfinals was all but certain. Days passed swiftly, and Premier League round 24 commenced. In the key fixtures, Chelsea claimed a comfortable 3-1 victory in the London Derby, while another match produced a stunning upset. Basement side Hull City defeated Liverpool 2-0 at home. Manchester United played their final match of the round, traveling to the King Power Stadium to face Leicester City, a fixture eagerly anticipated by supporters. Having just matched Gerd Muller's 16-match scoring sequence in the previous round, Fan Kairui stood on the verge of moving into sole possession of second place on that list with another goal. Manchester United themselves sat on a 13-match winning streak. One more victory would equal Arsenal's Premier League record. For Fan Kairui, both individual honor and team legacy were within reach, and he was determined to pursue both. Leicester City had claimed the championship last season. To become mere backdrop for another's record would be a humble conclusion. The home supporters had already declared 2 firm expectations: first, never allow Fan Kairui to find the net; second, secure at least a point from the match. The Leicester players preparing for the fixture couldn't help but feel the weight of those demands. If they truly achieved both, would they still need to concern themselves with relegation? Yet who would willingly serve as a stepping stone upon their own turf? Manager Ranieri gathered the squad to align their purpose: defend with every ounce of strength. To bolster team spirit, Thai owner Vic Hai personally traveled to the stadium to observe the preparations. Manchester United supporters approached the match with quiet confidence, grounded rather than blind faith. Fan Kairui's recent form had been remarkably consistent, his goal-scoring rhythm appearing unstoppable. The newly arrived Van Dijk had grown increasingly steady, anchoring the defense like a lighthouse in stormy waters. In an ironic twist, Vardy's record-breaking goal the previous season had come against Manchester United. Now the balance had shifted. At 7 o'clock on the evening of February 5th, under the lights of the King Power Stadium, Leicester City prepared to welcome the Red Devils. The home side deployed their familiar 4-2-3-1 formation, Schmeichel in goal, Fuchs, Morgan, Huth, and Simpson forming the backline, Ndiaye paired with Drinkwater in defensive midfield, Musa, Okazaki, and Mahrez supporting the attack, with Vardy leading the line. Okazaki's rare starting appearance brought great joy to Japanese fans who watched with hope that he might help guide the team against Manchester United. Manchester United assembled their customary 4-3-3 De Gea between the posts, Rojas, Smalling, Van Dijk, and Valencia anchoring the defense, Pogba, Mata, and Herrera controlling the midfield, and Fan Kairui, Ibrahimovic, and Rashford leading the attack. The home crowd, reflecting the club's uneven season, offered subdued encouragement that faded gradually as the match approached. Yet on the pitch, Leicester's players displayed remarkable intensity, their defensive shape tight and disciplined, a clear sign of Ranieri's careful tactical preparation. Breaking down such an organized defensive structure remained one of football's enduring challenges. Mourinho's side found few clear paths, leaving much hope pinned on Fan Kairui, discovering space on the left flank. Leicester's resistance held firm until the 43rd minute. Fan Kairui received the ball on the left wing, executed a feint followed by a sharp cut inside, and struck toward goal. The shot deflected off the recovering Ndiaye and looped unexpectedly toward the advancing Mata. Mata made no mistake with such a generous opportunity. His finish was simple, a gentle push along the turf that slipped past the goalkeeper into the bottom right corner. The goal increased the pressure on Leicester considerably. sitting just 21 points above the drop zone and now behind on the scoreboard their players since they needed to advance without waiting for instructions from the sideline. Yet before Leicester could reach Manchester United's penalty area, the visitors struck again. In the first minute of stoppage time, Schmeichel delivered a long clearance and Pogba headed the ball back near the center circle. Ibrahimovic turned his back to goal and delicately chipped the ball forward with his head. It landed perfectly at Fan Kairui's feet as he made a run through the left channel. Simpson turned to challenge but grasped only empty air. As the ball descended, Fan Kairui guided it forward with a light touch of his right knee, instantly accelerating its pace along his running path. Center-back Huth rushed out to close him down, but his aggressive lunge left him exposed. Fan Kairui simply quickened his stride and glided past, leaving Huth unable to reach for the ball. Left-back Fuchs could not recover in time and watched helplessly as Fan Kairui cut diagonally into the right side of the penalty area. Morgan sprinted back at full speed and threw himself into a sliding challenge the moment Fan Kairui prepared to strike. But Fan Kairui's low shot proved quicker than the challenge. By the time Morgan's foot arrived, the ball had already slipped beneath him. Schmeichel dove sideways, stretching his arm as far as possible, but the shot was too low and too swift, threading through his armpit and nesting into the pristine white netting. The ball found the back of the net. Fan Kairui turned and sprinted toward the sideline camera, lifting his jersey to reveal the bold number 17 printed on his red undershirt. In that gesture, he signaled to the world that he had scored in 17 consecutive matches. The commentary erupted. Goal. Another goal. XIN Sports commentator Jean Xiangkai's voice trembled with excitement. Fan Kairui, his 32nd goal of the season. His Premier League consecutive goal-scoring streak has reached 17 matches. This surpassed the record of 16 matches set by Gerd Müller during the 1969-70 season. Now only Messi's 21-match sequence from the 2012-13 campaign stood between him and history. A remarkable talent shines at the King Power Stadium. BBC's Lineker added, his voice full of emotion. You can never truly predict where the limits lie for this young man who turns 18 in just a few days. 17 consecutive league goals. This performance is truly remarkable. The scoreboard shifted from 0 to 1 to 0 to 2. The Leicester supporters fell silent in the stands while the traveling Manchester United fans celebrated enthusiastically on the away terrace. The camera captured manager Ranieri on the sideline, his expression quietly resigned. Rumors had already circulated about dissatisfaction within the club hierarchy. This home defeat made the likelihood of managerial change feel even more tangible. Yet the score remained 0 to 2 when the referee eventually blew the final whistle. The scoreboard settled at 0 to 3, Leicester on the left, Manchester United on the right. The defeat dealt a further blow to Leicester's relegation battle, while for Manchester United it represented solid reinforcement of their title push. Those 3 points lifted their total to 66, extending their lead over second place Chelsea to 11 points. Moreover, the victory extended Manchester United's winning streak to 14 matches, matching Arsenal's Premier League record set in 2002. However, Arsenal's achievement spanned across 2 seasons, whereas Manchester United accomplished this feat within a single campaign, an accomplishment many considered even more substantial. Since the Premier League officially recognized Arsenal's record, Manchester United would need to defeat Watford at home in the next round to claim it exclusively. Sharing a record was an honor, but holding it alone would be legendary. The entire squad channeled that ambition into their training the following day, despite it being a scheduled rest period. Fan Kairui in particular carried strong motivation, knowing Messi's record of 21 consecutive matches still awaited him. Manchester United supporters were equally active, though their plans extended beyond merely chasing a 15th straight victory. Because the Watford fixture fell on Fan Kairui's 18th birthday. Major supporter organizations, including MUSD, had already begun coordinating in group chats discussing how to give the young player an unforgettable celebration. Fan Kairui himself remained entirely unaware. Like his teammates, his thoughts focused on the match ahead, defeating Watford, adding another chapter to the record, and continuing the pursuit toward Messi's milestone. While Manchester United's record chase drew global attention, the most anticipated fixture of the match day was Liverpool hosting Tottenham at Anfield. Manchester United had little opportunity to follow Liverpool and Tottenham's contest. For them, the outcome of this particular round had already been decided. Their 20-point advantage over the challengers behind was simply too considerable to be threatened. Only a Chelsea defeat at Turf Moor could have altered the landscape, and such an outcome seemed unlikely. While the squad devoted themselves to reaching 14 consecutive wins, Mourinho's thoughts were already looking further ahead, to the Europa League round of 16 clash against St. Etienne. As the Watford fixture approached, European media coverage converged on Manchester United. Everyone wanted to know 2 things: would this new Premier League record be achieved? And would Fan Kairui, the goal-scoring machine, maintain his remarkable form? The match was scheduled for 6 o'clock on February 10th. At 9 that morning, the entire squad assembled at the Lowry Hotel for final preparations. Fan Kairui, already residing at the hotel, needed no additional travel arrangements. He had barely finished washing up when his phone rang. The moment he answered, his grandmother's cheerful voice filled the line. "Kairui, happy birthday." "Huh?" Fan Kairui paused, then lightly tapped his forehead. Between training and matches, he had completely forgotten it was his birthday. Hearing that his grandmother was the first to call brought warmth to his chest. "Thank you, Grandma," he said into the phone. "You silly boy, don't be so formal with your own grandmother." His grandmother's voice carried its usual gentle kindness. "Make sure you take good care of yourself out there, understand?" "I will, Grandma. You take care too." Fan Kairui listened obediently. But then his grandmother's tone shifted, becoming more earnest. "From today onward, you are legally an adult." All his grandmother wished was that he walk a bright path forward, striving toward his dreams. Should difficulties arise, she urged him not to complain or lose heart. Fan Kairui listened in quiet gratitude, deeply moved. The conversation lasted well over half an hour before assistant coach Faria knocked on his door, reminding him about strength training at the hotel gym. Approaching lunchtime, Fan Kairui wandered into the dining hall. What he found surprised him. The tables were laden with food, yet not a single person was visible. Eyebrow raised in puzzlement, he checked his phone. Nearly noon. Where had everyone disappeared to? Before he could process it, the dining hall speakers crackled to life, playing the universally recognized birthday melody. Immediately behind him, enthusiastic applause erupted. Turning around, Fan Kairui spotted manager Mourinho and Captain Rooney pushing a trolley toward him crowned with a 7-tier birthday cake. His teammates emerged from every corner, grinning widely, clapping and singing along to the music. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Amid the warm and joyful atmosphere, Fan Kairui clapped along, feeling a deep sense of warmth in his heart. Mourinho wheeled the cake cart beside him and in an unusually gentle tone said, "Kairui, happy birthday." "Kairui, happy birthday," his teammates called out together, their voices filling the room with celebration. "Thank you. Thank you all." Fan Kairui quickly expressed his gratitude, then went up to embrace everyone one by one. Mourinho, Faria, Ibrahimovic, Rooney, Rashford. Not a single person was missed, and finally even Fellaini with his big hair got a solid hug. Since there was a tough match at 6 in the afternoon, the cake-cutting ceremony skipped the classic tradition of smearing cream on faces. Of course, this worked only because Fan Kairui was cooperative and did not resist. Even so, he could not completely escape getting cream on his face and clothes. The Manchester United players were thrilled, holding up their phones and snapping photos non-stop. Before long, the lively scenes at the Lorry Hotel dominated Twitter and Instagram. Only at this moment did countless fans of Fan Kairui suddenly slap their thighs. Goodness. Is today my idol's birthday? Well, then the trending lists on several major social media platforms were quickly flooded with Fan Kairui's birthday. Against this lively backdrop, Manchester United welcomed Watford at Old Trafford. Everyone was waiting to see could the Premier League record of scoring in 18 consecutive matches along with a new record of 15 straight league wins be achieved all at once today. About 3 minutes before kickoff, both sets of players emerged from the tunnel following referee Anthony Taylor. The Manchester United fans in the stands went wild instantly, their cheers rising wave after wave as if they were about to blow the roof off. Walking alongside his teammates, Fan Kairui could not help but glance left and right, overwhelmed by the deafening roar of crowds chanting his name. As the team reached the center of the pitch, he turned toward the famous West Stand, the Stretford end, where every devoted fan held high a prepared cardboard sign. Red, white, black, and blue. Countless small pieces of cardboard came together to form a massive anime-style portrait of Fan Kairui. In the portrait, he held a red fork aloft, his eyes gleaming as they fixed on row after row of championship trophies before him. Fan Kairui gazed at the large portrait, and below it was written in English. Translated, it simply read, "Happy birthday to our prince." At that moment, the team song from the broadcast faded and the passionate fans in the Stretford end, as if sharing a silent understanding, erupted into a unified birthday chant that echoed throughout the entire stadium. A warmth spread through Fan Kairui's chest as he listened to the fans sing with such fervor, their enthusiastic energy washing over him. He clenched his fist and muttered to himself, "Dear Manchester United fans, just wait and see. I will bring you everything you have been hoping for." Jean Shankai, the commentator for XING Sports, paused for a moment before raising his voice. Goodness, the notoriously demanding Manchester United fans have finally recognized him. Fan Kairui is the new prince who will lead them back to glory. In just over half a season, he has won everyone over with his goals and assists. I will bet anything that Manchester United's revival rests on this 18-year-old lad. In the match that followed, Fan Kairui truly delivered when it mattered most. Scoring with both feet, he helped Manchester United secure a comfortable 2-0 victory over Watford, extending his own scoring streak to 17 consecutive league matches, while the team achieved 15 straight wins, breaking the Premier League record for consecutive victories. When the final whistle blew, the Old Trafford crowd erupted in celebration, their cheers rising wave after wave like crashing tides. With 2 goals to his name, Fan Kairui naturally became the center of attention. It was thanks to his brilliance that Manchester United claimed victory at home against Watford. These 2 goals added several more records to Fan Kairui's growing list: the longest consecutive match scoring streak in Premier League history, the club's longest winning run, and now 34 goals this season. Just one more needed to break the single-season record. At this moment, Fan Kairui was undoubtedly a superstar commanding the spotlight. Yet those watching on television understood something crucial. This was far from his ceiling, and he would continue to shatter more personal and team records in the future. Arsenal manager Wenger sat before the television, closed his eyes, and wore an expression of deep discomfort. His 14th consecutive winning streak had been his final pride, but now Manchester United, led by Fan Kairui, had shattered that record, erasing the milestone Wenger himself had set with Arsenal. From now on, whenever the Premier League's longest winning streak came up in conversation, people would think of Manchester United, not Arsenal. British outlets, Chinese media, and major European presses all ran the Manchester United victory over Watford as their top story. A perfect birthday, a perfect result. With multiple Premier League records rewritten and Manchester United's Fan Kairui becoming the football world's hottest topic, the hashtag about his 18th birthday saw engagement skyrocket into the hundreds of millions. Note, in the Netherlands, the legal marriage age is 18, though those aged 16 to 18 can marry with parental consent, and those between 14 and 18 need both parental and royal approval. With his striking looks and exceptional footballing ability, Fan Kairui had become the face of the sport worldwide, eclipsing even Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi during this period. By the time Fan Kairui returned to the hotel at 10 o'clock that evening, he noticed 2 birthday messages on his phone, one from Winnie Sophia and another from Gu Yutong, who had come back for the holidays. He sent brief replies before rushing to sleep, his mind already focused on the upcoming Europa League round of 32 first leg. Manchester United sat atop the Premier League table with an 11-point lead over second-placed Chelsea, making the 2016-2017 season title all but certain. Saint Etienne sat 5th in League 1, 19 points behind leaders Monaco, and given the overall quality gap between the French and English leagues, Saint Etienne were clearly outmatched by Manchester United. Still, the match drew significant attention, not only because of the Pogba brothers facing each other, but also because it marked Fan Kairui's debut for Manchester United in European competition. The day before the Europa League round of 32 first leg was the Champions League round of 16 featuring Paris Saint-Germain hosting Barcelona. As Fan Kairui remembered, powered by Di Maria's brilliant performance, Paris Saint-Germain defeated Barcelona 4-0. While everyone assumed Paris would advance comfortably, only Fan Kairui knew a stunning comeback awaited at the Camp Nou in the second leg. With global media focused on Barcelona's heavy defeat abroad, the Manchester United vs Saint Etienne Europa League fixture arrived quietly. An hour before kickoff, the starting lineups were released, and as expected, the names of Paul Pogba and Florentin Pogba appeared on both teams' rosters. This added another compelling storyline to an already highly anticipated match, brothers facing off on opposite sides. Interestingly, before the match began, Paul Pogba approached Fan Kairui, threw an arm around his shoulder, and spoke with a grin. "Kairui, let me ask you something," he winked slyly. "During the match, could you do me a favor and stay away from the right flank?" Fan Kairui immediately understood. Pogba's older brother Florentin was Saint Etienne's starting left back. Given his current form, pushing hard down the right would be effortless against him. He could grant this favor, but not without something in return. Fan Kairui raised an eyebrow, offering a half smile. "Paul, I could avoid the right side for the entire match," he said leisurely. "But you will need to make it worth my while." Pogba's eyes widened in alarm, and he instinctively covered his lower back with his hand, looking frightened. You wouldn't be. What are you thinking?" Fan Kairui rolled his eyes exasperatedly. "My orientation is perfectly normal. Then what do you want?" Pogba relaxed, lowering his hand. "Simple," Fan Kairui patted him. "Stop trying to show off with solo dribbling and start feeding me good passes." "Just that, eh?" Pogba immediately patted his chest loudly. "Easy enough, consider it done." Saint Etienne's manager Galtier had clearly done his homework, setting up tight defensive markings on Fan Kairui. However, Manchester United had more than just one threat. By the 14th minute, Ibrahimovic collected a pass from Pogba and headed the ball powerfully into the net. With the Europa League being a two-legged tie and Saint Etienne already trailing away, they adopted a more cautious approach, clearly intent on minimizing the deficit. Manchester United's attacks came in relentless waves. In the 40th minute, Fan Kairui, who had been closely marked throughout, broke free into the penalty area before being tripped by a defender. The referee's whistle blew, decisively pointing to the penalty spot. Ibrahimovic stepped up to take the penalty and converted, making it 2-0. After the break, Fan Kairui, who had been restricted in the first half, suddenly found his rhythm. Moving along the left flank, he made sharp directional changes to glide past 3 defenders, then used a convincing dummy shot to create space before firing a low shot. The ball skimmed the turf and found the far corner. 3-0. Leading by 3 at home, Manchester United had virtually sealed their progression. Saint Etienne now had no choice but to push forward, leaving their defense dangerously exposed. In the 64th minute, Fan Kairui found himself with a clear path, but chose to lay it off to Ibrahimovic, who was in a better position. This commanding victory also granted manager Mourinho greater flexibility in his tactical arrangements. With the competition entering its second half, any injury could pose serious complications, making the preservation of key players' fitness the top priority. 3 days later, Manchester United traveled away to face Blackburn in the FA Cup. Considering the opposition's capabilities, manager Mourinho rotated some of his regular starters. However, given Fan Kairui's remarkable physical condition and the fact that every doping test had come back clean, Mourinho trusted that the young player had truly unlocked an enhancement in his stamina. Thus, for this fifth-round FA Cup fixture, Fan Kairui remained in the starting lineup. Blackburn currently sat fourth from the bottom of the championship under immense pressure to avoid relegation. After drawing Manchester United in the draw, they had largely abandoned hopes in the FA Cup. Manchester United secured a comfortable 3-1 victory over Blackburn courtesy of Fan Kairui's goal and assist in the first half, complemented by Rashford's clinical finish to reach the quarter-finals. Meanwhile, Manchester City had played out a goalless draw against Huddersfield, meaning their quarter-final tie would require a replay. The identity of Manchester United's opponents in the quarter-finals would have to wait. Immediately after the FA Cup fifth round concluded, Manchester United's focus shifted to the Europa League round of 16 second leg and the League Cup final at Wembley Stadium on the weekend. Having dominated the home leg 4-0 against St Etienne, Manchester United deployed a partial first 11 for the away match, conserving energy for the crucial League Cup final. St Etienne, aware that coming back from such a deficit was unlikely, tacitly accepted the situation with their manager Galtier and the squad effectively riding off the tie. As a result, Manchester United managed only a 0-0 draw away to St Etienne with a weakened side, while their most potent attacking threat, Fan Kairui, remained and used from the bench. This was not a matter of favoritism fading, but rather Mourinho strategically channeling all of Fan Kairui's energy toward the League Cup final. Manchester United had barely 3 days to prepare for the League Cup final, with travel and rest consuming much of the time, leaving only 2 days for proper training. After the Europa League round of 16 second legs concluded, UEFA conducted the quarter-final draw the following noon. Manchester United's fortunes in the draw were unfortunate, not because Rostov was particularly formidable, but because their stadium lay a daunting 3,000 kilometers from Manchester. Many Manchester United supporters took to social media lamenting the extraordinarily poor luck. Theoretically, this was the maximum possible distance in the Europa League draw, and Manchester United had drawn the short straw. Additionally, Rostov's pitch conditions had deteriorated badly due to the weather. Yet there was a silver lining for Manchester United. The Russian Premier League was in its winter break, meaning Rostov had not played a proper match in over 2 months, and their match fitness would be rusty, while Manchester United had been competing continuously in important fixtures. Fortunately, there was still a half-month between the draw and the match, allowing Manchester United to prioritize the League Cup final and the upcoming 27th round of the league. Days passed swiftly, and soon it was match day for the 2016-2017 League Cup final. The entire Manchester United squad departed Manchester early in the morning by train for London, a journey of 2.5 hours, far more comfortable than traveling by coach. Having defeated every London club this season, the Manchester United players were greeted by boos from most local supporters as they arrived at London's railway station, aside from their own fans waving scarves and banners. Such scenes were familiar to the Manchester United players. Fan Kairui maintained a composed expression as the entire team focused on the 6 o'clock final at Wembley Stadium. With over an hour remaining before kickoff, both starting lineups were announced, and the players began their final preparations on the pitch. Manchester United, granted home advantage in the draw, fielded a 4-2-3-1 formation. De Gea in goal, a back four of Rojo, Smalling, Van Dijk, and Valencia, a double pivot of Pogba and Herrera, an attacking midfield trio of Fan Kairui, Mata, and Martial, and Ibrahimovic as the lone striker. Southampton lined up in a 4-4-1-1 Forster in goal, a defensive line of Bertrand, Yoshida, Stevens, and Cedric, a midfield four of Raymond, Steven Davis, Romeu, and Ward-Prowse, Tadic as the number 10, and Gediza as the central striker. Since Van Dijk's transfer to Manchester United, Yoshida had steadily increased his starting appearances for Southampton, playing a pivotal role in their run to the League Cup final. Supporters in Japan eagerly anticipated Yoshida shutting down Fan Kairui and guiding Southampton to victory. Chinese fans frequenting international forums responded with amused skepticism, dismissing the notion as fanciful thinking. Fan Kairui was now the leading goalscorer across Europe's top leagues, surpassing even Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Could Yoshida possibly contain him? It was quite absurd. Excluding only Bournemouth, whom he had yet to face, Fan Kairui had already scored against all 18 other Premier League opponents with a breathtaking goal ratio. Could Yoshida withstand the pressure? The online debates continued unabated until the whistle blew. Manchester United, winning the initial kickoff, adopted a measured approach, probing cautiously. Observing Southampton's resolute defensive setup, Mourinho immediately switched to Plan B, instructing Fan Kairui to rely on individual brilliance to create openings on the flanks. However, Southampton had packed their defensive lines in the zones where Fan Kairui operated. Despite his elegant technique, the ironclad defensive wall left few gaps to exploit. Pierre had his own tactical considerations, and naturally Mourinho had his own stratagem. Fan Kairui's dribbling runs were merely a feint. The true weapon lay in the pass he delivered upon receiving the ball. Both Pogba and Mata were gifted distributors, and once the ball reached them, Manchester United's build-up play flowed freely. The tactics were executing well, but Ibrahimovic and Martial on the opposite flank struggled to find their shooting boots, with several attempts either drifting wide or being comfortably collected by Forster. On the Southampton bench, Pierre's brows were knitted in frustration. He was dissatisfied with his team's defensive performance, but what could he do? Fan Kairui was simply too difficult to handle. Even 2 defenders struggled against him. To truly neutralize him would require at least 3. But man-marking him with 3 left other areas exposed. It was an unsolvable dilemma. Who could blame the young player for being so dominant? Mourinho stroked his chin in thought. The tactics were in place, but the goals refused to come. Player form clearly needed elevation. He pondered whether Fan Kairui should be unleashed in one-on-one situations. The stands at Wembley were packed, the atmosphere growing increasingly electric. Fueled by the roaring crowd, Fan Kairui's performance reached new heights, causing chaos in Southampton's left flank defense. Forced to shift their defensive emphasis toward him, Southampton left the right side exposed. Martial possessed undeniable one-on-one ability, but his finishing lacked precision today, with several attempts either missing the target or saved comfortably by Forster. In the 10th minute, as Forster prepared to take a goal kick, Fan Kairui exchanged a gesture, with Martial signaling a switch of flanks. The broadcast cameras tracked the movement closely. Leisure sports commentator Jean June immediately caught the moment. Fan Kairui was being heavily marked on the left. Moving to the right could create new opportunities. Martial had never been entirely comfortable on the right flank, so returning to his preferred left side could reignite his effectiveness. We shall see. Both Mourinho and Pierre noticed the positional switch. Mourinho maintained his customary stoic expression. The instructions had been clear before the match; they could switch sides whenever opportunities arose. Pierre, however, felt a pang of concern. His right flank had just grown accustomed to handling Fan Kairui's movements. Now they would face him on the opposite side. Could Bertrand and the others cope? Forster kicked the ball long from goal, and Van Dijk read the trajectory, perfectly heading it toward midfield. Pogba pressed past Tadic to lay the ball back to Herrera, who did not stop it, instead delivering a first-time pass to Valencia, who had pushed wide. Southampton players quickly retreated. Valencia controlled the ball with his right foot, took a step, and played a precise ground pass toward the returning Fan Kairui. Before the ball reached its intended target, the Manchester United supporters in the stands erupted. Fan Kairui dropped deep to receive the pass, glancing briefly to see Raymond still some distance away. An idea formed instantly. With the inside of his left foot, he nudged the ball to his right, pivoted on his right foot, and turned smoothly, facing Raymond and Steven Davis head-on in a single fluid motion. Mourinho had analyzed the opposition before the match, and Fan Kairui recalled the details clearly. Raymond's defending was weak, while Steven Davis was a difficult opponent. Going through the half space would require effort. Without hesitation, after turning, Fan Kairui dragged the ball forward with the inside of his left foot and accelerated past Raymond's outside channel. Raymond had not anticipated this line of movement. Although his pace was decent, Fan Kairui's explosive acceleration was superior. Driving forward, Fan Kairui deliberately positioned himself on the inside, leaving Raymond no room to overtake, forcing him to break sharply. In that brief delay, Fan Kairui had already arrived before Bertrand. Bertrand, retreating while maintaining defensive shape, dared not commit forward, hoping desperately for teammate support. Steven Davis launched a desperate challenge from behind, attempting to steal the ball unnoticed. But Fan Kairui never needed to look down. His peripheral vision had already tracked the incoming threat. With a sudden touch of the outside of his left foot, he pushed the ball leftward. Davis charged too aggressively and was forced to skid to a halt to avoid collision. Using the slight contact from behind as leverage, Fan Kairui curled the ball with the inside of his left foot, redirecting it toward the right. Bertrand, mistaking the movement for a loss of control, saw an opportunity and lunged to intercept. But Fan Kairui's second touch was astonishingly swift. A delicate poke with the tip of his right foot sent the ball skimming along the turf toward the byline. Bertrand stood frozen in disbelief, wondering why the player had struck the ball so forcefully. Had he abandoned it? Then realization struck. He had forgotten that Fan Kairui's pace was unmatched in the Premier League. Fan Kairui surged forward with everything he had, chasing the ball he had intentionally driven ahead. A crimson figure at number 7 slicing through the pitch like a bolt of lightning. The spectators in the main stand watched in rapt attention as the red-clad number 7 tore across the green expanse with breathtaking speed. The broadcast camera pulled back to a wide shot as Jean June from Leisure Sports watched with growing astonishment the distance between Fan Kairui and the ball visibly closing. His voice rose in surprise. Good heavens. Young Fan Kairui was passing the ball to his future self 3 seconds from now. Fan Kairui chased desperately after the ball, while Southampton's entire defensive line scrambled back in retreat. Yoshida, Mayata, Stevens, and Cedric were all burning with urgency. Amid his sprint, Fan Kairui took a moment to glance over his shoulder. Ibrahimovic was held back by speed and struggled to keep up, while Martial broke into a full sprint, darting toward the half-space gap between Cedric and Stevens. Within moments of catching his breath, Fan Kairui reconnected with the ball. With the inside of his right foot, he guided it toward the right corner of the penalty area. Yoshida stepped in to challenge, but Fan Kairui denied him any chance, swinging his right leg through with force. The instep struck the center of the ball squarely, and in his mind, he silently willed, "This is it." Yoshida, sprinting back at full speed, dove into a sliding tackle, but couldn't so much as touch the ball. The ball rolled low and swift along the ground, slicing diagonally from the right corner of the penalty area through the center and finding its mark in the left half space with precision. Anthony. The live director's camera tracked the ball as BBC commentator Ray Hanker's voice suddenly rose. Marshall. Marshall dropped his left shoulder while running at pace, planted his left foot firmly, and drew his right leg back with the instep locked and straight, delivering a powerful push against the oncoming ball. Goalkeeper Foster moved laterally with the ball shifting toward the left side of the goal. The moment he saw Marshall strike, he threw himself into a dive. But the very next instant he regretted it. Marshall's driven shot wasn't aimed at the near post at all. It curled straight toward the far corner directly opposite to where Foster had thrown himself. Goal. Andy Gray's signature elongated roar from Sky Sports erupted across the commentary box, sending shockwaves through Wembley Stadium. After scoring, Marshall spread his arms wide and turned to sprint toward Fan Kairui, who had set him up. On the coaching bench, Mourinho exhaled deeply and pumped his fist with force. Nearby, Pierre stood with both hands on his head, disbelief written across his face. He simply could not comprehend how Fan Kairui, who had only just arrived on the right flank minutes earlier, had already orchestrated a match-winning opportunity. It was almost unbelievable. Southampton players on the pitch exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of helplessness and dejection, as though they had already foresaw the outcome of the match. In one section of the stands, Beldiaev, the Rostov manager, who had come specifically to scout Manchester United, shook his head repeatedly with a sigh. While the neutral fans around him cheered for Manchester United's brilliant combination play, he stood apart, clearly feeling hopeless about Fan Kairui's all-around performance. Where the left flank offered no breakthrough, the right instantly created danger. You could stop him from scoring, but there was no stopping his assists. With Manchester United leading by 1 goal, Southampton found themselves in a difficult position. The players on the pitch seemed uncertain whether to continue defending deeply or push forward for a chance to equalize. Staying back defensively might at least prevent further goals and offer a counter-attacking opportunity to equalize. Pushing forward could work, but the greater likelihood was conceding again. Pierre pondered with a furrowed brow for a moment before making his decision: hold a tight defensive shape first and look for counter-attacking opportunities. Manchester United's attack was formidable, and with Van Dijk anchoring their defense, they were equally strong at the back. The gap in overall strength between the two sides was obvious. An open game would be suicide. Only a defensive counter approach offered a sliver of hope. He truly could not understand why the club hierarchy had sold Van Dijk. If a sale was necessary, couldn't it wait until summer? What a foolish decision. The atmosphere at Wembley Stadium was ignited by the goal, with cheers rising wave after wave. Southampton were pinned in their own half, struggling to defend. Manchester United's attacks came in relentless waves, turning the match into something resembling a training drill. If Southampton didn't push forward soon, they would likely concede again. Marcel Reif from German Sky Sports spoke with a serious tone. Manchester United's attacks continued relentlessly without pause. Fan Kairui was in scorching form today, troubling Southampton's defense on both flanks. Yoshida Mayata, who had been highly touted, was forced to commit fouls while scrambling to cover ground, earning an early yellow card. By the 23rd minute, Fan Kairui had already scored. In the right half space, he exchanged a series of one-touch passes with Pogba, Mata, and Ibrahimovic. The combination play was lightning quick, leaving spectators dazzled and the defenders unable to so much as brush the ball. Confronted by Yoshida blocking the penalty area line, Fan Kairui showed no hesitation. With the inside of his left foot, he dragged the ball to the right and accelerated past him in a flash. Yoshida reacted slowly, like an elderly man practicing Tai Chi in the park. By the time he stretched his leg to block, Fan Kairui had already darted into the penalty area. Center-back Stevens couldn't recover in time. Fan Kairui, having sliced into the box, fired a low drive with his right foot. The ball skimmed the turf and slipped between Foster's legs into the net. Goal! Goal! Jean Shankai from Exquisite Sports shouted at the top of his lungs. Fan Kairui. It's Fan Kairui again. Manchester United leads Southampton 2-0 at Wembley. At this rate, Manchester United had practically secured this season's first cup trophy. Oh. Manchester United players celebrated wildly as the crowd's cheers surged like the tide, growing louder with each wave. In contrast, Southampton's players looked dejected, their spirit fading. Mourinho exchanged a high five with assistant coach Faria, then threw his head back and let out a long breath, as if releasing all the pressure from his chest. With that goal, although the match had only just passed the 20-minute mark, it was almost like giving Manchester United an insurance policy. Southampton trailed by 2 goals and needed to attack to get back into the match, but pushing forward carried the risk of leaving their goal vulnerable to another strike. The big screen showed a replay of the goal. Pierre, Southampton's manager, frowned in thought for a moment before making a decisive gesture. Implement Plan C. Strengthen the attack. Southampton pushed forward, creating some trouble for Manchester United's defensive line. However, Van Dijk had previously played for Southampton and knew these former teammates, while making him particularly effective at defending against them. Combined with De Gea's heroic performance today, making saves high and low, Southampton's furious attacks failed to break through Manchester United's defense. With a 2-goal lead, Manchester United adopted a more conservative approach. The ball was passed around their feet primarily to stretch the opponent's formation, exhaust their energy, and gradually run down the clock. With the team leading by 2 goals, Fan Kairui's drive to push forward naturally diminished, so he simply joined his teammates in keeping possession. Mourinho on the sideline shook his head, a faint smile crossing his face. Fan Kairui had many qualities, but sometimes lacked that extra drive. He needed to be pushed to his limits before unleashing his remarkable abilities to solve problems. Just like now, he was playing casually with a 2-goal lead, but if Southampton were to pull one back, you would see him immediately disrupt their backline with chaotic energy. The 2-0 scoreline held until halftime. The 15-minute halftime break passed quickly. In the second half, Manchester United made an early substitution, bringing on veteran Carrick Fermata to add a precise long passing outlet. It must be said that Mourinho's reading of the game remained among the finest in world football. After just 5 minutes of the second half, Carrick received a ball anticipated and won by Van Dijk and launched a direct long pass. The ball flew through the air while Fan Kairui made a run below it. The two had thought alike. Southampton, eager to equalize, had left few players behind with only Yoshida and Stevens as center-backs. Carrick's long pass connected perfectly with Fan Kairui's attacking run. Wembley erupted with tremendous noise once again. With his pace fully unleashed, Fan Kairui drove forward with the ball and effortlessly found the back of Foster's net. His second goal of the match. 3-0. Before 50 minutes had elapsed, Manchester United were leading by 3 goals. Everyone understood that Manchester United lifting the League Cup trophy this season was merely a formality. They simply needed to see out the time. However, this scoreline was not yet the final result. Near the end of the match, Smalling committed a foul inside the penalty area, and referee Anthony Taylor blew the whistle decisively. A penalty. Tadic converted the spot kick, restoring some dignity for Southampton. Peep, peep, peep. Anthony Taylor blew the final whistle too short, and one long, signaling the end of the match. The live camera once again focused on Fan Kairui, without a doubt man of the match. With referee Anthony Taylor's final whistle, Jean Jun's voice from the Lecce Sports commentary box rose nearly to the point of breaking through the microphone. It's over. The match is over. Manchester United have defeated Southampton 3-1 and lifted this season's League Cup. Fan Kairui magnificent. Manchester United magnificent. This is their 5th League Cup trophy in club history. On the pitch, the victorious Manchester United players had already huddled together, shouting and jumping in celebration of their first championship of the season. The Red Devils fans in the stands were beside themselves with joy, their cheers building in intensity. Meanwhile, FA staff were efficiently setting up a temporary podium. Approximately 5 minutes later, the refereeing team went on stage first to receive commemorative medals. Then came runners-up Southampton, who approached the stage dejectedly to collect their silver medals. Manchester United, from Mourinho down to the players, showed good sportsmanship, patting each opponent on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. And then the most exciting moment of the evening arrived. Tens of thousands of Manchester United fans roared with anticipation, waiting to see their team lift the trophy. The entire Manchester United squad ascended to the second-tier podium in the main stand, receiving their champion medals one by one. When it was Fan Kairui's turn, the young man pulled a playful stunt. After placing the gold medal around his neck, he leaned down and took a bite out of it. The result? A distinct tooth mark appeared on the medal. The moment was captured by the live cameras, and fans watching at home likely burst into laughter. Domestic Manchester United supporters were quick to act, bestowing upon him a new nickname, the Silly Prince. Once the medals had been distributed, the stadium fell momentarily silent as all eyes focused on Captain Rooney. He took the gleaming silver League Cup trophy, drew a deep breath, and raised it high above his head. The sound that had subsided exploded once more, even more fervent than before. Colorful confetti rained down from the sky as the television screen displayed the words 2016 to 2017 season English League Cup champions, Manchester United. Manchester United's triumph in this trophy was undoubtedly due to Fan Kairui, who was the outstanding contributor with 2 goals and an assist, enough for the media to hail him to the skies. However, the person of interest himself was largely unaffected, carrying on as usual. After all, the League Cup held little prestige in England, no match for time-honored tournaments like the FA Cup or the Europa League. Several grueling fixtures still lay ahead: a league clash against Bournemouth, a Europa League encounter with Rostov, and an FA Cup hurdle in the form of Millwall. None of them could be taken lightly. Mourinho granted the squad a day off as planned, but Fan Kairui skipped the rest and devoted himself to extra training, just as he always did. Before heading out to the Carrington training ground, he accessed the system interface in his mind. Most of his attributes had already reached impressive levels, making further improvements through regular training painfully slow. Fortunately, winning the League Cup earned him a talent draw opportunity. The 9-grid lottery will spun for about 10 seconds before the system chimed, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent Super Long Throw-In." Super Long Throw-In significantly enhanced arm strength, enabling throw-ins that far exceed ordinary distance. What the? Upon reading the description, Fan Kairui couldn't help but exclaim, "What's the use of this talent for me? As a key striker for Manchester United and the team's top scorer, when would he ever need to take throw-ins? That's the job of fullbacks, right? Asking a winger to do this was absurd." But then he reconsidered. something was better than nothing. What if he needed such an ultra-long grenade throw to break the deadlock one day? Besides, strong arms were never a bad thing, right? Stepping out of the system, Fan Kairui immediately felt his arms heavy with power. He arrived at Carrington with great enthusiasm, warmed up for a few minutes, and feeling his arms loose, decided to test the power of this new talent. He picked up a ball, took a few steps back, ran up, twisted his waist, and flung his arm. The entire motion flowing seamlessly in one continuous movement. The football shot from his hand with a swift whoosh, tracing a long arc before landing steadily 40 meters away. I'll be damned. Fan Kairui was amazed even by his own feat. This power and accuracy is hardly any different from a long pass. Stroking his chin, he pondered, it seems this talent isn't entirely useless. In critical moments, it might truly startle opponents. After testing his new ability, his thoughts quickly returned to the upcoming match. In 4 days, Manchester United would face Bournemouth at Old Trafford. This match held particular significance for Fan Kairui. Since joining Manchester United last summer, he had scored against all 18 other Premier League opponents. Only Bournemouth, whom he hadn't faced this season, remained unbowed by his goal. Though the system offered no special achievement reward, Fan Kairui understood that scoring against all 19 Premier League teams would significantly elevate his standing in world football. However, the match itself proved far more challenging than expected. Bournemouth arrived at Old Trafford determined not to play open football. From the opening whistle, the entire team dropped deep into defense, clogging their penalty area as tightly as commuters during rush hour. Their strategy was clear: secure a point, fight for 3. Manchester United sought combinations and openings, but Bournemouth offered none. Fan Kairui possessed exceptional skill, but no one expected him to carve through defenders repeatedly and find the back of Boruc's net every time. Mourinho paced the touchline constantly, his tactical board nearly smoking from animated explanations as he cycled through attacking patterns. Yet against the resolutely defensive Cherries, Manchester United's attacks proved ineffective, like punching cotton. The scoreless deadlock dragged into the 80th minute. By then, Bournemouth's players were showing signs of exhaustion, their reactions slowing. Fan Kairui received Pogba's pass in midfield and noticed the defending players' focus beginning to lapse. Sensing the opportunity, Fan Kairui abandoned the safe pass and burst forward down the left half space. Bournemouth's right defensive midfielder Suleiman panicked and attempted a tackle from behind. Fan Kairui went down immediately, and the referee's whistle rang sharply. Suleiman received his second yellow card, a straight red, and was sent to the dressing room. With a man advantage, Bournemouth's once impenetrable defensive wall suddenly developed a critical weakness. As the match neared its conclusion, Fan Kairui, Pogba, Rooney, and Ibrahimovic executed a dazzling series of attacking combinations in the final third. The ball moved swiftly between their feet, but exhausted Bournemouth players couldn't keep up or recover in time. Fan Kairui dribbled to the edge of the penalty area and spotted Ibrahimovic making a forward run that drew a defender for a crucial moment. That opening was all he needed. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. The ball rocketed past Tyrone Mings, who had collapsed across the angle, and sailed past Boruc into the far corner like a cannonball. Boruc read the shot correctly and dove to his left, but the ball dipped sharply at the peak of its trajectory. By the time he adjusted his hands, it was already too late. The ball hammered into the white net. Old Trafford erupted instantly, the roar of the crowd threatening to lift the roof. It's in. A winner. It's in. Commentator Gene Shankai screamed until his voice cracked. Fan Kairui, his 35th league goal of the season. With this goal, he officially surpassed Andy Cole and Alan Shearer's record of 34 goals in a single Premier League season, becoming the all-time leading scorer. Good lord. Lineker on BBC lost his composure as well, a 90-minute winner. Kairui, 18 years old. The Premier League single-season scoring record. This is simply unbelievable. Jean June from L'Esport Sports roared next. He scored against all 19 Premier League sides. 19 consecutive league matches with goals. 35 goals this season. Before him, only Messi's record of 21 consecutive goal-scoring games remains. In the stands, although Manchester United fans had hoped for this moment before the match, the genuine joy of seeing the record fall completely overwhelmed everyone. Scarves and banners waved wildly as the noise rose wave after wave. Fan Kairui himself was overcome with emotion, spreading his arms wide as he sprinted toward the southwest stand, sliding on his knees in celebration of this historic moment. Behind him, Ibrahimovic, Marshall Carrick, and several teammates joined the celebration, sliding on their knees and embracing in a tight group. Even the usually composed manager Mourinho pumped his fist vigorously from the technical area, giving in to the infectious excitement with a slide of his own. The devoted supporters in the West Stand had hoarsely cried themselves nearly speechless, waving everything they could with all their strength, completely losing themselves in the euphoria. Fan Kairui's dramatic winner not only secured Manchester United's 16th consecutive league victory, but also pushed his personal tally to 35 Premier League goals this season, officially surpassing two legends to claim the top spot alone. 35 goals in a single season would have been astonishing even in the old First Division era. But the most extraordinary fact was that Fan Kairui had achieved this remarkable tally in merely 25 matches. With Manchester United having played one fewer match due to the League Cup final, 12 league fixtures remained. At Fan Kairui's current rate of 1 goal per game, he could reach 47 goals by season's end. If that happened, only Dixie Dean's legendary 60-goal record from Everton's golden era would stand between him and history. However, the football of Dixie Dean and Tommy Lawton's era was fundamentally different. An era of end-to-end attacking play where defense was an afterthought and multi-goal matches were commonplace. But the Premier League Fan Kairui played in was a stark contrast. In today's globally popularized game, every club prioritized solidifying their defense before considering how to exploit others. By comparison, his 35 goals in 25 league matches was simply outrageous. If the statistics weren't black and white, who would believe it? An 18-year-old producing such numbers in the Premier League sounded like exaggeration. Bournemouth couldn't accept having a point snatched from them. Manager Eddie Howe signaled from the sideline for everyone to push forward all out, but committing everything to attack often created vulnerabilities that opponents could exploit. True to form, in the second minute of stoppage time, Fan Kairui burst forward like a gust of wind, latching onto Carrick's halfway line through ball for a one-on-one opportunity and calmly slotted it home. The score became 2-0 with only 4 minutes of stoppage time remaining. Bournemouth's last hope of a comeback was now completely extinguished. Whoa! Old Trafford erupted again, the crowd's roar almost deafening. With so little time remaining, Bournemouth's spirit had clearly broken, and the final minute plus was mere formality. The final whistle blew with the score at 2-0. Manchester United secured their 16th consecutive victory, extending the Premier League's single-season winning record. And their leading scorer, Fan Kairui, was even more remarkable. After a brace tonight, he had scored in 19 consecutive matches, just 2 shy of Messi's record. Additionally, his Premier League tally for the season rose to 36 goals, equaling Higuain's record-setting single-season total from last year across Europe's top 5 leagues, and placing him 4th all-time. Only Gerd Muller's 40, Schuster's 44, and Messi's extraordinary 50 stood above him. With 1 match in hand and 12 league games remaining, many media outlets believed it was certain Fan Kairui would surpass both Muller and Schuster, and even had a realistic chance at challenging Messi's 50-goal record. This player thrives against stronger opponents, and Manchester United still face formidable challenges against Manchester City, Chelsea, Tottenham, and Arsenal in the second half of the season. If his current pace of approximately 3 goals per match during the first half of the season holds, surpassing Messi's La Liga record is indeed a realistic possibility. At the post-match press conference, Bournemouth manager Eddie Howe shook his head with an expression of resignation, telling the reporters, "We did not lose to Manchester United, we lost to Fan Kairui." Both the media and fans watching the broadcast were well aware that without Fan Kairui, Manchester United would have found it exceedingly difficult to claim all 3 points at home that day. This remark soon reached Mourinho's ears. Rather than denying it, he openly acknowledged, "Indeed, Fan Kairui has become our cornerstone at present." He then proceeded to present a series of statistical data to substantiate his point. British and Dutch media had already erupted into fervent predictions about how many goals Van Sarri would score this season. But the man himself paid no mind to the outside clamor, devoting his full attention to preparing for the Europa League round of 16 tie. Van Sarri had been on fire lately. Even Messi, who was busy preparing for the Champions League knockout stages, had taken notice of the 18-year-old Premier League prospect. The media loved to exaggerate, no doubt about it, but 25 league matches and 36 goals. Those were solid, undeniable numbers. It meant that with 12 games remaining, the young man could genuinely surpass the record himself and set a new top-flight single-season scoring benchmark across Europe's 5 major leagues. Messi felt no pressure whatsoever. If anything, a quiet curiosity stirred within him. He was eager to see whether the super prodigy, hyped by every outlet, truly lived up to the legend. Their next destination was Rostov, a city over 3,000 kilometers from Manchester with no direct flights. The entire United squad would first need to travel to London, fly to Moscow, and then transfer again to Rostov. To acclimate to the biting cold ahead of schedule, the team departed 3 days early. The first day was reserved for jet lag recovery. The second and third were dedicated to pitch familiarization and weather adaptation. After 14 grueling hours of travel, the Manchester United squad finally set foot on Rostov soil. The moment Van Sarri stepped off the plane, a wave of frigid air swept over him, making him pull his collar tight. But March here was already comparatively mild. During the deepest freeze of winter, one would scarcely wish to play outside. At present, the temperature was barely distinguishable from a Manchester winter. Mourinho paid little mind to the weather. His real concern lay with the pitch. Logistics had already reported that the Rostov arena, destined to host World Cup matches next year, was in dismal condition. One careless step and a player could easily go down. Yet sometimes the thing you fear most arrives precisely when you dread it most. During the first session on the pitch, Captain Rooney rolled his ankle with an audible thud. The team physician's verdict was immediate and clear: Rooney would miss the first leg of the Europa League tie. True to his protective nature, Mourinho turned his frustrations toward the media, openly castigating the opponent's home ground conditions. Rostov pushed back, explaining with measured hands that their winters were simply harsh, and that the pitch looking presentable at all was something to be grateful for. Whether they had genuinely invested in proper maintenance remained a matter for them alone. Manchester United's preparations in Rostov proceeded until the final hours, but Rooney's absence was now certain. The evening before the match, the entire squad gathered in the hotel to watch Barcelona's Champions League's second leg against PSG. PSG had demolished Barcelona 4-0 at home in the first leg, and many assumed the return fixture would be little more than a formality. But this was Barcelona, with Messi on the pitch who could rule out another miracle. Champions League history was littered with legendary comebacks. Mourinho turned the screening into a casual team outing, allowing everyone to unwind together. Almost as soon as the match kicked off, Pogba drifted over to Van Sarri. "Sarri, do you think Barcelona can still pull this off?" "Absolutely," Van Sarri replied without hesitation. "There's no way." Blind shook his head from across the room. PSG won 4 at home. Even in the best scenario, they're not going to lose by 5 in Barcelona. I don't see it happening. Van Sarri turned his head, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Daily ready to make it interesting. Interesting how, eh? Simple. Let's bet on whether Barcelona can stage a massive comeback and reach the quarterfinals. If they do, you're treating the whole squad to a feast. If they don't, I'm treating. Sound fair? Blind had been confident only moments before, but Van Sarri's unwavering composure planted a seed of doubt. The other teammates, hearing about free food, immediately joined in the excitement. Mourinho watched from the sidelines with a quiet smile, saying nothing. A team with good morale was something he always welcomed. Van Sarri added a final provocation, his tone playful. "Daily, surely you don't actually believe Barcelona can do this, do you? Or perhaps you'd like to take the opposite side?" "Daily, don't back down now," Smalling chimed in. "PSG won by 4. There's no way they collapse at the Camp Nou." Blind considered this. PSG were strong, well-coached, well-equipped, hardly inferior to Barcelona on paper. Losing away was one thing, losing by 5. Absolutely not. He steeled himself. "Fine, I'm in. I'm backing Paris to advance." "Damn," Van Sarri immediately feigned distress. "Looks like I'll be paying out quite nicely this time." "You better be ready to shell out." The room erupted in laughter. But barely 3 minutes had passed when the moment Van Sarri remembered from history unfolded before their eyes. Rafinha delivered a cross from the right wing into the chaos inside the box. Suarez pounced on the opportunity with a dipping header. Marquinhos managed to claw it away from the goal line, but the Champions League's goal line technology had already made its call. The referee's watch vibrated. The signal sounded. Slow-motion replay confirmed it beyond doubt. The ball had fully crossed the line. Barcelona led 1-0. As the Barcelona players celebrated on the pitch, Van Sarri sat back in the hotel room, with one leg crossed over the other, completely unfazed. Blind stole a glance at him, a nagging suspicion taking root. Something told him he had walked right into a trap. Fortunately for Blind's bet, Barcelona's subsequent attacks produced thunder, but no rain, and the score remained 1-0. Then in the 40th minute, something unexpected occurred. Kurzawa of PSG headed the ball directly into his own net. Halftime whistle blew 2-0. Despite the 2-goal deficit, Blind and most of his United teammates still believed Barcelona's comeback was nothing more than a fantasy. Blind grinned and tilted his chin toward Van Sarri. "Sarri, I'll give you an out. Admit defeat now, and it only counts as one meal." "What do you say?" "Admit defeat." Van Sarri raised an eyebrow. "That's not a phrase in my vocabulary. But since you mention it, if you're nervous, we could always raise the stakes." "Raise the stakes." "Simple, double the bet. 2 feasts instead of 1. "I refuse to believe this." "Done. Let's double it." Blind slammed his chest emphatically. Valencia, seeing the momentum, jumped in. "Sarri, can I join the bet too?" "Everyone's welcome." Van Sarri chuckled, then called out to the rest of the room. "Anybody else still backing Paris to advance? Place your bets. 1 feast per person. Final call." "Me." Marshall shot his arm straight up. "Count me in." Rashford quickly followed. By the end, everyone except Herrera, Carrick, and Romero had placed their wager on Paris. Van Sarri counted the heads and nodded with satisfaction. "Looks like I'll be hosting for quite a few days. This feels rather pleasant, actually." Almost everyone believed Barcelona had no chance and assumed Van Sarri was merely saving face. Mourinho strolled over and sat beside him. "Sarri, you really do believe in this comeback?" "Pure instinct, boss." Van Sarri tapped his temple with a mysterious grin. 3 minutes into the second half, another twist arrived. While turning to defend, Pavard lost his footing and took down Neymar. The referee consulted with his assistant, then firmly pointed to the penalty spot. Messi stepped up and slotted it home. 3-0. "No way. This can't be happening." Blind felt his stomach drop. The double bet suddenly felt very real. It wasn't until the 60th minute that Cavani pulled one back for PSG, making it 3-1. Only then did Blind and the betting teammates finally exhale, convinced they had survived. "Don't celebrate yet," Van Sarri said calmly, taking a slow sip of tea. "The real act hasn't begun." He sat there like an audience member who already knew the ending, perfectly at ease. The 88th minute, Neymar curled in a direct free kick, 4-1. But because PSG had scored an away goal, Barcelona needed 2 more to advance. A minute later, Messi played a long ball from the center circle toward Suarez. Inside the box, Marquinhos exchanged a light shoulder charge with Suarez, and Suarez went down. The referee's whistle pierced the air, another penalty. The Manchester United players watching on the hotel screens exchanged expressions that ranged from disbelief to dawning horror. Neymar converted from the spot, 5-1. PSG needed only to hold on. But luck, it seemed, had shifted firmly in Barcelona's favor. In the final minute of stoppage time, Neymar lofted a delicate ball into the box. The PSG defenders attempted an offside trap, but Roberto slipped past them and poked it home for the dramatic winner. 6-1. The Camp Nou exploded. Van Sarri rose to his feet, offered a leisurely two-clap, and turned to his stunned teammates. "Lads, remember, you owe me. Daily, that's 2 meals you're down." Herrera patted his chest in relief. "Good thing I didn't join." "Same here," Carrick chuckled. "We just earned ourselves 16 free meals. What a bargain." Roberto Carlos-style celebration as Romero jokingly high-fived Herrera and Carrick as though they were the true winners. The previously smug Van Sarri heard this and suddenly realized his future feast income might not be as generous as he had imagined. Barcelona staged a stunning 6-goal comeback against Paris Saint-Germain at home, becoming the hottest topic among football fans worldwide. Many praised Barcelona for playing with grit and passion, while others sensed something unsettling about the match from start to finish. However, the biggest controversy centered on the penalty awarded to Barcelona by referee Buñuel just before stoppage time. Suarez and Marquinhos did make contact, but Suarez's fall seemed somewhat exaggerated. Moreover, Buñuel made this call without consulting the assistant referee along the goal line, which differed from the situation of the first penalty. Roberto's late winner, however, was perfectly timed in both delivery and movement. Meanwhile, as media and fans debated endlessly, Manchester United had already shifted their focus inward, conserving energy behind closed doors. After all, the very next evening, they were set to face Rostov at the Rostov Arena in the first leg of the Europa League round of 16. The next morning, Mourinho checked the weather and felt somewhat relieved. Rostov had warmed up from -1 degree to around 3 or 4 degrees. Though the sky remained overcast, it was at least a suitable day for a match. But his good mood didn't last long. The mere thought of that stadium's pitch quality brought him a headache. The playing surface was simply inadequate. Were it not for that factor, Mourinho felt winning away at Rostov should have been a straightforward affair. So before the match, Mourinho specially gathered his players and repeated his instructions. Pay close attention to your footing on that pitch. Play smart and prioritize safety. No injuries allowed. With the league campaign reaching its decisive phase, any injury to a key player could jeopardize the entire season's efforts. His starting lineup reflected this cautious approach, leaning toward rotational players. Romero guarded the goal with blind Rojo Smalling and Ashley Young forming the back line. Fellaini, Herrera, and Carrick occupied midfield, while Van Kairui, Ibrahimovic, and Mkhitaryan led the attack. As expected, the poor pitch made Manchester United uncomfortable from the opening whistle. Rostov, playing at home, thrived in those conditions, launching wave after wave of attacks, while the home fans' roaring cheers seemed ready to shake the stadium roof. Van Kairui attempted to drop back and help stabilize the defense, but the dreadful surface left him unable to exert himself fully. He dared not sprint at full pace, wary of suffering an injury like Captain Rooney had previously. His innate talent for staying fit only reduced the probability. It did not make him invincible. Still, the terrible pitch affected both sides equally. Rostov's attacks looked intimidating, yet they never produced a single shot that truly threatened Romero. As the match progressed, Van Kairui's extraordinary learning ability began to show its value. He gradually mapped out which patches of grass were solid and which areas were unsafe to run on. To play it safe, he limited himself to passing and positioning throughout the first half, almost never attempting one-on-one dribbles. This cautious approach confused the commentators, who speculated whether Van Kairui had lost his rhythm in Rostov's chilly conditions. The first half ended goalless. Many professional analysts had anticipated this result. It wasn't just Manchester United. Numerous European giants had stumbled on this distant Russian soil, undone by the pitch and weather conditions. 15 minutes of halftime passed quickly and the teams resumed. Energized by the roaring support of over 40,000 home fans, Rostov fought with heightened determination, clearly aiming to topple the Premier League leaders. Mourinho had prepared for this. Manchester United's defense remained composed. Coupled with Rostov's own uneven form, their seemingly surging attacks were largely the result of United willingly yielding possession, patiently awaiting their moment. In the 60th minute, the opportunity finally arrived. Fully adapted to the pitch, now Van Kairui received a pass near the center circle arc. With a light touch and a turn, he glided past his marker Noboa. When Granat rushed in to cover, Van Kairui employed no fancy moves. He simply accelerated past him with pure pace. Cesar Navas became Rostov's last line of defense. He had no choice but to commit to a sliding tackle, hoping to halt the counterattack with a foul. The plan sounded reasonable, but execution proved another matter entirely. Van Kairui was simply too fast. As Navas lunged, he missed both the player and the ball. A tidal wave of boos erupted from the stands, the home fans' final act of defiance. Yet Van Kairui, born with a composed temperament, paid no mind to the deafening hostility. His pace never slowed as he bore down on the penalty area. The 22-year-old goalkeeper, Mindavid, panicked. Confronted with a clear breakaway, he rushed recklessly out of his goal. Reaching the edge of the penalty arc, Van Kairui didn't bother with additional dribbling. He lifted a delicate chip shot, and the ball arced gracefully through the air. Mindavid, who had just reached the penalty spot, skidded to a halt. He looked up at the ball hanging in the sky and stood frozen. By his experience, this shot was beyond reach. Almost simultaneously, Van Kairui had already turned confidently with his arms spread wide, ready to welcome his rushing teammates in celebration. 2 seconds later, the ball settled neatly into the empty net. On the away bench, Mourinho smiled and exhaled deeply. Watching Van Kairui sprint at full speed, his heart had been tight in his throat, worried that the awful pitch at Rostov might cause trouble. But seeing him celebrating vividly with assistant coach Faria after that invaluable away goal, it seemed he was unharmed. That goal proved to be the only one of the match, a precious result. The following day, the entire squad traveled from Rostov to Moscow and then caught a connecting flight back to London. By the time Van Kairui's feet touched the ground in Manchester, nearly 10 hours had passed. The FA showed some consideration. Considering Manchester United had just completed a Europa League knockout fixture, they scheduled the FA Cup quarter-final against Millwall as the last match of the round. The results of the other 3 quarter-final ties were already known. Middlesbrough lost 0-2 to Manchester City, Arsenal crushed Lincoln City 5-0, and Chelsea drew 4-2 with Tottenham. Millwall, a League One side, was far below Manchester United in quality. Reaching the quarter-finals was already a remarkable achievement for them. So this encounter at the new lawn was less a life-or-death battle and more an opportunity to shine. Perhaps someone in the stands, Mourinho included, might take notice. With the FA Cup reaching this stage, Mourinho had no intention of holding back. He fielded his strongest available 11. The result was never in doubt. Van Kairui, Martial, Rashford, and Van Dijk each found the net, and Manchester United advanced comfortably to the semi-finals with a 4-0 victory. The draw results were announced the following noon. The City Derby and London Derby that fans had hoped for did not materialize. The 4 remaining clubs were neatly separated. Manchester City would face Arsenal, while Manchester United drew Chelsea. Time passed quickly to the evening of March 19th. Manchester United returned to Old Trafford for the return leg against Rostov. The gap in quality between the two sides was obvious. The Red Devils carried tremendous momentum and were in scorching form. Van Kairui scored twice early in the match and added a third goal in the second half with a sharp counterattack, completing a hat-trick. Manchester United ultimately won 3-0, cleanly advancing to the Europa League quarterfinals with a comfortable 4-0 aggregate score. Immediately after the qualification, the draw ceremony took place the following noon at UEFA headquarters in Nyon. First came the Champions League quarterfinal draw. With no geographical restrictions this time, any derby matchup was theoretically possible. Of course, given the influence and entertainment value of such fixtures, the actual probability remained low. But the rule didn't apply to the 3 Spanish giants. 3 of the 8 qualified teams came from La Liga, making Madrid derbies El Clásico or Atletico facing Barcelona all plausible outcomes. Van Kairui sat before his television watching the live broadcast. The first pair drawn was Atletico Madrid versus Leicester City. As the camera swept across the venue, the officials representing Real Madrid and Barcelona visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Borussia Dortmund and Monaco were paired as the second tie. That left Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and Juventus to determine the final 2 matchups. The atmosphere at the draw venue grew tense. Unfortunately, the Spanish El Clásico that fans most desired did not appear. Bayern Munich drew Real Madrid, leaving Juventus to face Barcelona. After the Champions League draw concluded, the Europa League draw began. The first club drawn was the Belgian powerhouse Anderlecht, and their opponent was none other than Manchester United, the side Van Kairui played for. Without question, it was a favorable draw. Mourinho, watching from home, felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. Among the Europa League quarter-finalists, Henk and Anderlecht were widely regarded as the most beatable opponents. The remaining sides, Celta Vigo, Ajax, and others, were all considered formidable challenges. The remaining 3 ties were quickly determined: Celta Vigo versus Henk, Ajax versus Schalke 04, and Lyon versus Besiktas. Once the draw results were confirmed, the focus of major European media instantly shifted toward predicting which 4 teams would reach the semi-finals. Some even began speculating about this season's Champions League champion. On the weekend, Manchester United traveled to face Middlesbrough away. Van Kairui, fresh off his Europa League hat-trick, maintained his fire-hot form. He provided an assist for Ibrahimovic's 20th Premier League goal of the season in the first half, then scored and assisted in the second half, leading his team to a 3-0 comprehensive victory. The match was won, but what tightened the hearts of Mourinho and all Manchester United fans was that a player had been forced off with an injury. Ibrahimovic and Rojo were both carried off consecutively. After examination by the medical staff, the news was concerning Ibrahimovic's right knee appeared to have suffered a ligament injury. This was a significant blow for Manchester United. Although Ibrahimovic was 35 years old, his importance to the team was undeniable. He had scored 35 goals across all competitions this season. Rojo, while not an undisputed starter, was a crucial component of the rotational squad. With the Manchester Derby approaching and 2 key players now sidelined, the atmosphere around Manchester United's preparations grew considerably heavier. Nevertheless, Manchester United's winning streak in the league had reached 17 matches, and Van Kairui himself had scored in 20 consecutive games. If he could score 1 more goal in the next rescheduled match, he would equal Messi's record of scoring in 21 consecutive league games. Currently sitting at 36 goals, everything hinged on the upcoming fixture. At this critical juncture, the cameras of European media converged squarely upon Manchester. Why? The second leg of the Manchester Derby in the 2016 to 2017 Premier League season was imminent at the Etihad Stadium. As Messi was Guardiola's protégé, the Catalan newspaper Sport could not resist insinuating that the former Barcelona manager would undoubtedly strive to thwart Fan Kairui's goal-scoring at home, aiming to safeguard Messi's record. For his part, Messi himself harbored a desire for immortality in the annals of football, yet he also felt a certain curiosity, eager to observe whether this prodigiously emerging talent Fan Kairui could truly catch up to him. Messi's long-standing rival Cristiano Ronaldo, thriving on the spectacle, took to Instagram and Twitter to mention Fan Kairui, directly declaring his anticipation to witness the young striker equal Messi's record. When Fan Kairui's phone chimed, and he saw the notification, he was taken aback. Cristiano Ronaldo had specifically mentioned him. Although they shared the same agent, they rarely exchanged words in daily life. A mix of flattery and surprise welled up within him, prompting an immediate response on Instagram, breaking records. "I know that job well." By the 29th round of the Premier League season, Manchester United had played only 27 matches due to their commitments in the League Cup final and FA Cup quarter-final. With 24 victories and 3 draws, they sat firmly atop the table with 75 points. Chelsea, one match in hand, had accumulated 67 points, trailing United by 8. Chelsea supporters placed their hopes upon Manchester City, who donned the same blue kit, hoping the citizens would prevail over United at the Etihad Stadium. At the very least, a draw would suffice. Should the point gap narrow, Chelsea still harbored hopes of a late-season resurgence. Manchester City, also with a match in hand due to their FA Cup commitment, occupied 4th place with 54 points. A full 21-point deficit behind United. This represented the largest gap since City's entry into the financial era. Both clubs had invested over €200 million during the previous summer transfer window, yet United led the table while City trailed so far behind. The pressure weighing upon Guardiola, City's manager, was palpable by comparison. He needed no external motivation. Guardiola had long since steeled himself to dismantle United in the derby. Furthermore, Manchester United's official website confirmed that strikers Zlatan Ibrahimovic and defender Marcos Rojo were ruled out of the Manchester Derby due to knee ligament injuries. With the league title seemingly beyond reach this season, Manchester City had no choice but to triumph in this derby. The Manchester Derby was a matter of paramount importance, deeply embedded in the city's consciousness, drawing immense attention. Outside the Etihad Stadium, with a capacity of 55,000 fans from both sides, had already gathered in droves, eagerly awaiting the opening whistle of the 174th Manchester Derby. The two clubs had met 173 times historically, with United holding the upper hand through 73 wins, 51 draws, and 49 defeats. In the first meeting of this season at Old Trafford, United had also emerged victorious by a 3-2 scoreline. Now returning to their home ground, the entire Manchester City squad was determined to restore their pride at the Etihad Stadium. As the old saying went, a championship could be surrendered, but a derby must be won. When the players emerged for warm-ups, nearly 70% of the stands were already filled, and the crowd continued to swell. At that moment, the starting lineups for both teams were released via the Premier League's official website and spread across various streaming platforms. Manchester City's starting lineup featured Bravo in goal, a backline of Kolarov, Otamendi, Kompany, and Zabaleta, Fernandinho, and Yaya Touré as double pivot, Saint De Bruyne, and Sterling in attacking midfield, and Aguero leading the attack. Manchester United deployed their commonly used 4-3-3 formation. De Gea in goal, a defense of blind Van Dijk, Bailey, and Valencia, Herrera, Carrick, and Pogba in midfield, with Fan Kairui centrally positioned up front, flanked by Rashford and Mkhitaryan. After 40 minutes of warm-ups, players from both sides gradually retreated to the locker rooms for final preparations before the 174th Manchester Derby. With the derby imminent, Manchester United's absence of their key striker Ibrahimovic gave many fans and pundits considerable cause for concern. Rashford possessed tremendous potential, but growth required time. What United desperately needed was the kind of match experience and clinical finishing ability that Ibrahimovic embodied. The sole consolation for Mourinho was that Fan Kairui's form remained as explosive as ever. Moreover, with Van Dijk anchoring the defense, the backline appeared considerably more stable. For this encounter at the Etihad, Manchester United's strategy was clear: defend first, then counterattack, and entrust the counterattacking threat to Fan Kairui, whose recent form had been scorching. As Manchester City's club anthem Blue Moon echoed through the stadium speakers, players from both teams followed referee Atkinson and his officiating crew onto the pitch. The stands erupted immediately. The crowd chanted in unison as waves of cheering rose ever higher, with every Manchester City supporter lending their voice to the crescendo. The electrifying atmosphere washed over him, quickening Fan Kairui's pulse. This second-leg Manchester Derby of the season, there was no alternative but to claim victory. The match kicked off promptly at 7 in the evening. Starting with the ball, Manchester United, bereft of Ibrahimovic's guiding presence, prioritized stability in their attacking approach. This was partly attributable to their away status. Without Ibrahimovic operating as a focal point up front, whether launching counters or patient build-up, United consistently lacked a clear outlet, rendering their attacking patterns somewhat predictable. Rashford's pace was formidable and his technical ability decent, but facing the seasoned Kompany offered him little advantage. Mkhitaryan's outright speed was unremarkable, which is why Mourinho had instructed him prior to kickoff to operate more as a right-sided attacking midfielder. Consequently, the burden of United's attack rested entirely upon Fan Kairui's shoulders. He was required not only to threaten down both flanks, but also to make timely runs into the box, assuming the goal-scoring responsibility that Ibrahimovic would normally carry. Within 5 minutes, Manchester City, playing at home, had begun to assert control with successive waves of attack. Both Guardiola and Mourinho stood in their respective technical areas, their eyes fixed intently on the field. As the two highest-paid managers in contemporary football, neither wished to be overshadowed by the other, particularly Mourinho, whose historical record against Guardiola lagged behind. He eagerly anticipated Fan Kairui's continued development as a means to settle old scores. Yet there was no escaping the reality. Manchester City held a clear advantage, and the problems wrought by Ibrahimovic's absence proved more troublesome than anticipated before kickoff. Against the backdrop of rising home support, City's attacks flowed with considerable potency. Sane and Sterling, who had been frequently compared with Fan Kairui by the media ahead of the match, began to thrive on the flanks, employing varied methods to generate danger. Fortunately for United, their defensive line sat deep, rigorously denying Sane and Sterling the space required to exploit. Moreover, Guardiola remained wary of Fan Kairui's formidable individual prowess, ensuring his team refrained from committing fully forward and attacking without restraint. After all, the hat-trick Fan Kairui had produced in the first derby meeting remained fresh in everyone's memory. As the minutes ticked by, the match reached the 10th minute. The broadcast statistics indicated a possession split of 64-36, with Manchester City commanding 63% and Manchester United 37%. The commentator for exquisite Sports expressed concern Manchester United need to regain some possession, otherwise their transitions from defense to attack lack rhythm. Relying solely on Fan Kairui for counterattacks is hardly practical. Guest analyst Jean-Luc concurred football remains a team sport. No matter how capable Fan Kairui is, he requires support from his teammates. If United continue defending so passively, it will be extremely difficult for the visitors to turn the tide. They must find a way to control the ball. Mourinho was naturally aware of this predicament, yet under Manchester City's high pressing, his players instinctively accelerated their passing tempo, resulting in frequent turnovers. 3 minutes later, De Bruyne delivered a 45-degree cross from the right flank, arcing toward the United penalty area like a rainbow. Manchester City supporters in the stands were immediately filled with anticipation. However, Van Dijk positioned himself exceptionally well, easily shrugged off Aguero, and cleared the ball with a decisive header. Fellaini palmed the ball at the edge of the penalty area, where Rashford, in a superior position, braced against Kompany's pressure from behind, and in a hurried motion laid the ball off with the inside of his left foot to the ever-mobile Fan Kairui. This time, upon receiving the ball, Fan Kairui did not rush forward. Instead, facing the pressing of Zabaleta and Fernandinho, he chose to maintain possession at his feet. He raised both hands and pressed them downward repeatedly, a clear signal to his teammates: stay composed, do not panic. The onside director's close-up shot landed precisely on the prematurely mature Fan Kairui. The commentator for exquisite Sports smiled. Despite his young age of just 18, Fan Kairui displays remarkable composure on the pitch. Observe that gesture. He is clearly urging his teammates to remain calm. BBC commentator Linker also chuckled. Could you believe Kairui is only 18? Yet that is the truth. He truly is a super talent who transcends even Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Observing that Fan Kairui's attention seemed directed toward his teammate, Zabaleta suddenly sprang into action, attempting to circle around the touchline to poke the ball away. Fan Kairui, ever perceptive, had been seeking an opportunity to break through. This development instantly lit up his eyes. With his right foot resting on the ball, he pulled it to the left, pivoted sharply 90 degrees counterclockwise on his left foot, and used his body to completely block the approaching Zabaleta. Zabaleta, thoroughly contained, was momentarily stunned. However, Fernandinho suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He understood instantly that when dealing with Fan Kairui, decisive action was imperative. There was no other option. A foul was inevitable. Despite still being more than 2 meters apart, Fan Kairui dropped his left shoulder and lifted his right foot, clearly feinting a cut inward toward the left touchline. Fernandinho's center of gravity instinctively shifted to the right in response. Yet in that split second, Fan Kairui planted his left foot firmly against the ground, harnessing the reactive force to snap his entire center of gravity back to the right. His right shoulder dipped, and the outside of his right foot swiftly nudged the ball forward to the right. Fernandinho felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Trouble. His attempt to contain Fan Kairui was completely thwarted. On the sideline, Yaya Touré had not forgotten Guardiola's pre-match instructions when transitioning from attack to defense: keep close watch on Fan Kairui's movements. So when Rashford delivered the pass, he had already begun shifting toward his team's defensive right flank. Just then Fan Kairui used his elusive body rhythm to deceive his defensive partner in central midfield. Woo woo woo. As Manchester City supporters at the Etihad watched Fan Kairui surge forward with the ball toward the halfway line, panic rippled through the stands. In unison they erupted in piercing booing, hoping to disrupt the young man's attacking rhythm. Veteran Yaya Toure, drawing on his experience, was already secretly calculating a tactical foul. But at that precise moment Fan Kairui, dribbling forward, made an extremely subtle touch with the outside of his right foot, sending the ball laterally across the pitch. Yaya Toure glanced over, and his eyebrows rose. He immediately changed his mind and lunged toward the unmarked Pogba. As the ball traveled, Fan Kairui was not idle. He poured all his energy into a powerful run along the left flank. Zabaleta's attempt at intelligence backfired. He could not recover in time. Fernandinho was also left trailing behind. That wide-open space on the left flank was tailor-made for Fan Kairui's forward run. As expected, Pogba, upon receiving the ball, showed no inclination to hold onto it or show off. Without any extra touch, he wrapped the ball firmly with the inside of his right foot and drove it forward with full force. The ball skidded low along the turf, racing rapidly from the edge of the Manchester United penalty area toward the wide-open space on the attacking left flank. The broadcast director smoothly cut to a wide-angle shot at just the right moment. Viewers at home caught sight of Fan Kairui sprinting at full speed, a streak of red lightning. Manchester City supporters at the Etihad held their breath, pupils contracting. Everyone could sense something was very wrong. Pogba's pass required no pause whatsoever. He struck it directly toward the left flank. Accounting for Fan Kairui's exceptional pace, he gave it ample allowance, yet perfectly calibrated so goalkeeper Bravo would not feel compelled to rush out from goal. Zabaleta was 31 years old, and speed had never been his strength. Being outpaced by Fan Kairui like this effectively ended his defensive contribution on this play. Fernandinho had faced Fan Kairui in their first encounter and knew all too well how impossibly fast the young man was. Chasing back was not realistic. His only option was to tightly mark any other Manchester United attackers, making overlapping runs. As for containing Fan Kairui, that difficult task was naturally passed to Captain Kompany and Otamendi. At 33, Yaya Toure's pace had declined considerably from his prime, and his ability to recover defensively was greatly diminished. To ensure he could play the full 90 minutes, he chose a measured retreat, staying close to Pogba rather than expending energy in desperate recovery runs. From the stands, Manchester City fans watched helplessly as Fan Kairui streaked down the left like a flash of red lightning. His legs moved so rapidly they were nearly invisible, leaving after images in his wake. With both holding midfielders out of position, the burden of stopping Fan Kairui fell squarely on the shoulders of Kompany and Otamendi. Kompany had yet to face Fan Kairui head-to-head. His understanding of the young man came mostly from teammates' descriptions, video highlights, and match footage. But by any measure, the ability this young man displayed was extraordinary. Kompany treated him with the same caution reserved for players of Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo's caliber. Otamendi was different. In their first Manchester derby, he had been thoroughly dismantled by Fan Kairui, an experience vividly etched in his memory. He would not dare grow complacent for a single moment. Racing back at high speed, he stayed alert, ready to cover for Captain Kompany at any instant. Fan Kairui's speed had reached its peak. Reaching approximately 30 meters from the goal line on the left flank, he extended his right leg and pushed the ball toward the right side of the attacking third. The forward momentum slowed slightly. But Kompany, blessed with such rich experience, and as captain of both Manchester City and Belgium, immediately read the situation the moment he saw Fan Kairui reduce his pace. Yet against a speed-driven attacker like this, there were few options. He could only retreat, steadily adapting to every possibility. After all, facing someone like Fan Kairui, whose entire game was built on deception, rushing in would only result in being easily left behind. The distance between them closed. Fan Kairui dropped his right shoulder, shifted his center of gravity to the right, and extended his right foot, the outside of his boot, making it appear he intended to cut inside. Kompany frowned deeply, unable to determine whether this was genuine. He caught Otamendi moving into a covering position from the corner of his eye. He reasoned that Fan Kairui, with his exceptional vision, must have seen it too. Cutting inside now would be walking straight into a trap. Any forward with a modicum of sense would avoid driving into such a crowded space at this moment. So Fan Kairui would not cut inside. Kompany knew it clearly and was not fooled by the feint. He waited patiently for the moment Fan Kairui retracted his center of gravity, ready to intercept the ball. Everything was prepared. Only that final decisive moment remained. But Fan Kairui suddenly dragged the ball sharply to the right with the outside of his right foot, launching himself forward with it. What the? Kompany's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of pure astonishment. Was this kid out of his mind? If Otamendi could have heard his captain's thoughts, he would have added, what exactly wouldn't Fan Kairui dare to attempt? Fan Kairui's combination of feint and acceleration flowed with effortless precision. But Kompany, now past 30, had lost some of his explosive pace. Even maintaining a safe distance, there was no way he could match that wind-like speed. Otamendi felt a familiar sinking sensation, the exact same feeling from their first Manchester derby. Before his eyes flashed once again the image of Fan Kairui, dominating the match, scoring a hat-trick, and single-handedly securing victory. Fan Kairui accelerates suddenly and gets past company. Now there's only Otamendi standing in his way. Can he stop him? Jing Jun from Leshy Sports sprang to his feet, his eyes locked intently on the figure sprinting at the center of the screen. Although Otamendi had already positioned himself perfectly for coverage, watching Fan Kairui charge forward with the ball made his heart race uncontrollably. Retreating, he wrestled with an inner dilemma: left or right? Which way would he go? At that same instant, Fan Kairui applied another touch with the outside of his right foot, sending the ball rolling toward the right front. Otamendi was already a half-step slow in his reactions. Now he dared not commit even more carelessly. At this juncture, he could deduce Fan Kairui's intention with absolute certainty. This was a direct assault on the penalty area. Fan Kairui exploded into acceleration, driving with the ball from the left channel straight into the box. Otamendi, with decent positional awareness, chose the safest approach, cutting off the shooting angle. Oh, so you've learned your lesson. But a faint smile crossed Fan Kairui's lips. He immediately took another touch, his lower leg cycling at a dramatically increased frequency, making tiny adjustment steps. Entering the penalty area, he raised his left arm naturally to maintain balance, and swung his right foot high behind him. At that critical moment, from the corner of his eye, he noticed goalkeeper Bravo shifting toward the near post, and positioned remarkably far forward. Would Otamendi not know what was coming? A shot. His reaction was swift. Mid-stride, he dug his left foot into the ground, and launched himself sideways through the air, stretching his right leg desperately forward to maximize his blocking area. Even as he completed that motion, Otamendi harbored his own doubts. He could not believe Fan Kairui would actually shoot in a situation where the path was so clearly blocked. But there was no alternative. From the technical area, Guardiola nearly cursed aloud. Before the match, he had repeatedly instructed his defenders not to bite on feints. And yet, Fan Kairui merely raised his leg, and this man had flung his entire body through the air. What if it had been his signature dummy, feinting a shot only to drift past the defender? Foolish. If Stones had not been injured, Guardiola would never have chosen Otamendi, a player prone to impulsive reactions. But who could have predicted that Fan Kairui's raised right foot would connect solidly with the football? Seeing this, Guardiola immediately swallowed his earlier frustration regarding Otamendi. He even nodded with satisfaction, believing this defensive choice was entirely justified. Given Otamendi's diving block, the probability of stopping Fan Kairui's shot from the right side of the penalty area was high. The moment Fan Kairui's right foot touched the ball, a surge of triumph filled Otamendi's heart. A smile spread across his face. He was certain he had read this perfectly. But the next instant, his smile froze. He watched in astonishment as the ball rose skyward, his mind going blank. Through a sprint with tiny adjustment steps, and then shooting. How was this even possible? Yet reality stood undeniable. At the moment Fan Kairui's instep struck the ball, he retracted 90% of his power and curled the underside of the ball with the inside of his foot. The ball lifted into the air, gracefully clearing the sprawling Otamendi. It continued to ascend at a visibly accelerating pace, carving a sweeping arc toward the far corner of the goal. He's shooting. BBC commentator Linker's voice climbed sharply. That's a chip shot. Damn it. Bravo, who had shifted to the near post, cursed inwardly as he watched the ball fly toward the far corner. He scrambled backward urgently, but his retreat could never match the speed of the ball's flight. The football reached its peak and began its descent. After 2 hurried steps backward, Bravo launched himself upward with all his strength. Alas, limited by his height, the fingertips of his outstretched right arm could not reach the ball. Go Hale! Andy Gray from Sky Sports stretched the call into his signature passionate roar, which echoed through the broadcast studio. Jing Jun from Leshy Sports hesitated only half a second before unleashing his voice. Goal. Goal. Fan Kairui has scored his 37th goal of the season. This goal extends his consecutive scoring streak to 21 matches. Jing Jun's voice carried sheer disbelief. He has tied it. Officially tied Leo Messi's record from the 2012-13 season, 21 consecutive league games with goals. And across those 21 matches, his tally of 37 goals exceeds Messi's total by 4. Good heavens. At the BBC commentary desk, Linker pressed both hands firmly against his head, his voice trembling. Fan Kairui. A delicate chipped shot. He has matched Leo Messi's record for consecutive scoring games in Europe's top 5 leagues. 21 matches, 37 goals. And the match is not yet concluded. God only knows what final number he will ultimately reach. Countless football fans watching at home were stunned as a record once thought unreachable and nearly impossible to replicate was suddenly tied. Manchester United's next opponent is West Bromwich Albion. Can they stop this player? Honestly, the chances are slim. On the field, the goalscorer Fan Kairui spread his arms wide and sprinted toward the away fans stand below. He lunged forward into a long sliding kneel, instantly igniting the passion of all Manchester United supporters. The unified roaring chants rose loudly. Kairui. 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 Without waiting for his teammates to catch up, he quickly turned toward the sideline camera and lifted his jersey in one motion. On the red undershirt beneath bold white characters stood out clearly "Why always me?" What was once a quiet stadium erupted with waves of boos from the home crowd, washing over the pitch, nearly filling every corner of the venue. Facing the overwhelming noise, Fan Kairui simply smiled and turned to embrace Rashford, Mkhitaryan, and Pogba as they rushed over in celebration. The commentary booth descended into complete excitement. Marcel Reif from German broadcaster Sky shouted enthusiastically, "A statement. This is a bold answer. 5 years ago Mario Balotelli pulled off this exact same gesture at Old Trafford. Today Fan Kairui returned the sentiment here at the Etihad." Sir Alex Ferguson, who had been invited to watch the match in person, sat among the stands with a broad smile across his face. This scene instantly transported him back to the 2011 to 2012 season, that deeply memorable 1-6 match. The goalscorer Balotelli back then had flashed those words on his undershirt with the same pride. And they matched exactly what Fan Kairui was wearing today. Manchester United captain Rooney, absent from this derby due to injury, pressed his lips together tightly with reddened eyes. That match result had been a lingering memory for him. Seeing Fan Kairui respond in kind now brought a sense of closure, as if a long-held feeling had finally been released. From now on, Manchester City supporters would no longer have this topic to reflect upon. Countless Manchester United fans watching at home were deeply moved, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction wash over them. Manchester City captain Kompany watched the close-up on the big screen and shook his head gently. There was nothing more to say. Life has a way of bringing things full circle. Moments later, the stadium giant screen began replaying the entire goal sequence. From Fan Kairui receiving the ball and evading Zabaleta and Fernandinho to accelerating past Kompany and Otamendi after Pogba's through pass, every touch was precise and deliberate. The final lofted shot, which completely surprised everyone, left every viewer watching the replay breathless with admiration. Spain on the outskirts of Barcelona. Messi sat before his television watching the live broadcast with a profound sense of awe. This was not his first time observing Fan Kairui play, yet each encounter felt refreshingly new, almost like a pleasure. He could not help but wonder in that moment, if it were him in a comfortable shooting position on his preferred foot, he would likely have chosen a powerful strike. But Fan Kairui had chosen the most visually striking approach, a delicate chip with the inside of his instep. He had to admit this player's natural talent was truly remarkable. His playing style appeared effortless and free-flowing, yet consistently delivered moments of brilliance that captivated anyone watching. He found himself genuinely anticipating the day he would face him on the pitch. Or perhaps, if they could become teammates instead, that might work out nicely as well. In a luxurious villa in Madrid, Cristiano Ronaldo watched the match alongside his son Mini Ronaldo. Watching the goal replay, Ronaldo could not help but exclaim, "This young man is truly something. Indeed impressive." His son replied softly, "He seems even better than my idol Leo." "Oh." Ronaldo bent down to playfully tease his son. "And how does he compare to Daddy? Who is better?" His son grinned. "That particular moment was quite good, but in my heart Daddy will always be the best." "Good son." Ronaldo affectionately ruffled his son's hair, his gaze returning to the young figure surrounded by teammates on the screen, a thoughtful expression entering his eyes. In the 15th minute, Manchester United took the lead away from home. The home fan section fell quiet while the away stand became a sea of joy. As the match resumed, possession remained firmly with Manchester City, much as it had been before the goal. On the touchline, manager Guardiola used his characteristic animated gestures, continuously directing his players on the pitch. Mourinho, meanwhile, remained composed with his hands in his pockets and a calm smile, appearing fully in control of the situation. For Manchester City, De Bruyne habitually scanned the field before receiving the ball, but found himself unable to advance and had to pass back to Yaya Touré. This was not due to a lack of desire to move forward, but because Manchester United's defensive shape was so compact, cutting off all passing lanes between him and his teammates. With their creative hub locked down, the attacking responsibility shifted to the flanks. Sterling and Sane began making frequent attempts to break through, hoping to find space. However, neither player was someone who could single-handedly unravel an entire defense like Fan Kairui. Their one-on-one success rate was modest, and Aguero was not suited to aerial battles. Even if crosses reached the box, it would be difficult to gain an advantage against Van Dijk and Bailey. So Manchester City's wingers tended to cut inward instead. But this approach carried limited threat against a well-organized defensive system. Defenders had already read their intentions and blocked the inside channels early, closing off the routes. What about going wide and hugging the touchline? Inverted crosses under tight marking are inherently difficult to execute with precision. Moreover, with Aguero standing at 170 meters competing against Van Dijk at 193 meters and Bailey at 187 meters for aerial balls was nearly impossible. Manchester City players were well aware of these limitations and naturally avoided such low-efficiency approaches. With their attacking options limited and Manchester United comfortable with a lead, the home side showed no real urgency. To them, Manchester City pushing forward left the back area exposed. As long as they won the ball back cleanly and could deliver it to Fan Kairui, extending the lead seemed only a matter of time. Manchester City's attacks produced little danger. Guardiola stood on the sideline with a furrowed brow, clearly searching for a solution. He knew Mourinho's managerial abilities well, but the challenge was complicated by the presence of Fan Kairui in the United squad. In his first professional season, this player had already shown such impact, capable of scoring, creating, and driving forward. United's goal had come entirely from his individual quality. If Manchester City had such a player, United's goal would likely have been tested far more frequently. Guardiola could not help but recall whether he had been given an opportunity back then and whether he had reached out. High-level matches passed quickly and half an hour had gone by in a flash. Despite enjoying possession at home, Manchester City had not registered a single truly dangerous shot. Meanwhile, although Manchester United had fewer shots, their threatening attempts were twice as many as City's, leaving Guardiola restless on the bench. 2 minutes later, Manchester City suddenly increased the tempo of their passing and Manchester United's defensive movement slowed slightly. Mourinho, who had been sitting on the bench taking notes, raised his eyebrows, sensing something shifting. As he began to stand, De Bruyne unleashed a low, fast cross from the right 45-degree area into the penalty box. Bailey advanced to the 6-yard line and in a desperate move flicked the ball away with the outside of his right foot. But the clearance was not clean and the ball rolled directly to Sane, who was unmarked. Sane reacted instantly and struck the ball with full force. The football soared like a projectile. Van Dijk attempted to block it with his body, but was a fraction too late. De Gea had no time to react to such a close-range shot and could only watch as the ball crashed into the back of the net. Roaring cheers erupted across the Etihad Stadium, instantly filled with the passionate voices of Manchester City supporters. The goalscorer Sane spread his arms and sprinted along the touchline, mimicking Fan Kairui's celebration, before sliding enthusiastically near the right corner flag. As a player seeking to establish himself as an alternative to Fan Kairui, he needed this goal more than anything to prove himself. The score was now level and Mourinho let out a gentle sigh from the sideline. But he did not blame Bailey. De Bruyne's pass had been exceptionally incisive, and any touch could have changed direction. Had Bailey not made that body stretch to clear it, Kolarov behind him would likely have faced an open goal. It could only be said that Manchester City were fortunate and the defensive line could hardly be blamed. Mourinho walked to the sideline and clapped his hands, forcefully signaling to his players that this goal was not the end and that the key was to learn from it and avoid repeating the mistake. Having celebrated, Sane was still overflowing with energy, that sense of validation filling his body. He instinctively searched for Fan Kairui in the crowd, only to feel a touch of disappointment when he realized the other player was not looking in his direction at all. It seemed he had been imagining things. Sane unconsciously clenched his fists and resolved silently, just wait. I will score more goals, and then see if he still ignores me. The match restarted, and the cheering at the Etihad continued to rise in waves. Manchester United's tactical approach remained unchanged, still focusing on compact defending and quick transitions. With the score now level, the balance of this Manchester derby seemed to return to its original state. Manchester City's overall intensity appeared to ease slightly. As fewer players committed forward, the attacking threat naturally diminished, while Manchester United began to enjoy more opportunities to build from position. Mourinho's pre-match tactical plan had focused entirely on rapid counterattacks. Set-piece attacks had also been arranged, but they were not as refined as the transition routines. In truth, this was not their strongest suit. The ball moved through Manchester United's feet several times, but no clear opportunities emerged. When Pogba received the ball, he instinctively looked for Fan Kairui without hesitation. Within the United squad, whenever a situation became tight, the ball was always best delivered to Fan Kairui. Manchester City's defensive players immediately tightened. Zabaleta and Fernandinho positioned themselves ahead and behind to block the central route, but United left-back Blind surged forward along the left touchline. Sane, with strong defensive awareness, immediately tracked Blind's run toward the byline, aiming to prevent any through ball into the flank. Fan Kairui controlled the ball at his feet, gently tapping it back and forth between his left and right foot. Suddenly, the tip of his right foot lightly lifted the ball, sending it arcing cleanly over the heads of Zabaleta and Fernandinho. It dropped into the space behind them where Pogba was making a forward run. Yaya Touré reacted quickly, closing in immediately to join the newly turned Fernandinho in double-marking Pogba. Pogba took the ball and pressed forward in one fluid motion. He did not even look back, instead sliding a pass with the inside of his left foot toward his right rear. Fans watching on television could clearly see it. Fan Kairui accelerated diagonally from the left flank toward the half space. At nearly the same moment, his running route matching Pogba's pass perfectly. A wave of anxious cries and disapproving sounds erupted across the Etihad Stadium as Manchester City supporters sensed the danger unfolding. Fernandinho had been drawn to mark Pogba, while Zabaleta could not keep up with Fan Kairui's pace. Both defensive midfielders were out of position. With the ball at his feet, Fan Kairui now had a wide-open view and no one marking him. Kompany, the right center-back tasked with guarding Rashford, made an immediate decision to step up and close down Fan Kairui. Rashford showed smart awareness. Before the left center-back Otamendi could close in, he turned his back to goal and made a sharp diagonal run backward to the left, stretching the defensive line and creating space. On the move, Fan Kairui guided the ball forward with the outside of his right foot, adjusted his footing in 2 quick steps, raised his left arm for balance, and swung his right leg back in full arc preparing to strike. Was this a long-range shot? Company tensed. He kept his hands folded behind his back and extended his left foot forward. Remembering Fan Kairui's notorious ability to feint a shot and drag the ball away, he extended his leg primarily to narrow the angle, keeping his options open against a potential cut inside. As expected, Fan Kairui's exaggerated swing did not result in a shot, nor did he drag the ball. Instead, he passed. The football skimmed along the turf, zipping rapidly from the left half space toward the left side of the penalty area. Paul Pogba. At BBC commentator Lineker's voice rang out as Pogba exploded from the massive gap between Otamendi and Zabaleta. In 2 strides, he entered the penalty area. From the left edge, roughly 15 meters from goal, Pogba trapped the ball with the outside of his right foot, adjusted half a step, and launched his shot. Goalkeeper Bravo stepped out one pace, dropped his center of gravity, and shuffled quickly across his line. Reading the low drive toward the far corner, he threw himself laterally to his left in a desperate dive. Yet Pogba's strike had been too perfectly angled. The ball remained glued to the ground, racing straight toward the inside of the right post. Bravo stood at 184 centimeters, but his arm span was unremarkable. At 34 years old, his explosive power and recovery speed were already fading. He stretched his body to its absolute limit, yet the tips of his left fingers still fell just short of the rolling ball. Oh! As Bravo watched in resignation, the football darted past the goal line, brushed the inner edge of the right post, and nestled into the pristine white net. Goal! Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray's iconic drawn-out roar exploded through the ears of every Manchester United supporter watching. Strangely, Pogba did not celebrate wildly. He sat down heavily on the turf and let his ecstatic teammates pile on top of him one by one. As the initial surge of excitement settled and his teammates rose, fans at home noticed something troubling. Pogba remained seated on the ground, shaking his head repeatedly, with his right hand pressed firmly against his right calf. Fan Kairui felt a sudden knot in his stomach. He squatted beside him and asked Paul, "What's wrong?" "I feel a pull in my hamstring," Pogba grimaced. "Can you continue? Try helping me up." Fan Kairui supported him to his feet. But the moment Pogba moved, a sharp pain flared in his hamstring, forcing him straight back down. At the same time, he clearly signaled toward the away technical area for a substitution. The broadcast cameras immediately cut to the gesture, and every viewer saw Pogba calling for him to be replaced. This brutal schedule. Countless minds echoed the same thought. Mourinho saw the substitution signal and immediately waved for the medical staff to go on and assess whether Pogba could manage until halftime. He then turned at once and shouted toward the bench, "Marouane, warm up. You're coming on." Commentator Jean Xiangkai from New Sports promptly exclaimed, "Is Pogba giving way? He just put United ahead. This is bad." Jean Jun from Lecce Sports frowned in agreement. Ibrahimovic's knee ligament tear has already ended his season. Without him, United's build-up and counterattacks are weakened. Now their midfield engine Pogba is also hurt in the Manchester derby. It's going to be a tough stretch ahead for them. The broadcast wisely cut to a replay of Pogba's goal moments earlier. Viewers finally understood that unsteady step after his shot was almost certainly a hamstring strain. The medical staff conducted a quick check on the pitch and confirmed it. His right hamstring was compromised, and he could not continue. Pogba was assisted off the pitch limping and replaced by Fellaini. The City fans in the stands surprisingly broke into generous applause, their expressions tinged with sympathy. Yet beneath the surface, many of them must have been quietly pleased. Everyone knew Pogba was the brain of United's midfield. His absence would likely disrupt their attacking rhythm considerably. Guardiola, standing in the home technical area, allowed himself a subtle exhale. With Ibrahimovic and Pogba both unavailable, the path was clearer. If City could contain Fan Kairui, their chances of a comeback improved significantly. United had taken the lead only to lose a key player, and frustration hung heavy over both the stadium and living rooms around the country. Many would have traded this goal away if they could, but there was no turning back. Mourinho swept his arm and signaled for the team to drop deeper, tighten their shape, and look to strike on the break. Without Pogba, all creative responsibility would fall squarely on Fan Kairui's shoulders. Taking advantage of home momentum, City pushed forward wave after wave, pinning United deep in their own half. Yet around the 40-minute mark, Guardiola's brow furrowed. The period just before halftime was always vulnerable. United's attack had gone quiet, but Fan Kairui's individual runs were genuinely dangerous. If City overcommit and left space behind, the cost would be steep. Realizing this, Guardiola seized a deadball moment to signal to his midfield anchor Yaya Touré, "Slow it down, keep possession, stay compact." Touré may have been slightly puzzled, but a professional obeys his manager. As City's tempo dropped, Mourinho in the away technical area finally drew a breath of relief. He had feared City's flood of attacks might level the score before halftime. The second half would then become enormously difficult. Fortunately, the fourth official raised his board. With a long whistle from referee Atkinson, the first half of this 2016 to 2017 Premier League rescheduled fixture came to an end. Players gradually made their way toward the tunnel. United were ahead, yet their expressions were subdued, as if they were trailing. They all understood how crucial Pogba was to the team. Fan Kairui could create danger on the break, but he needed service. With Pogba off, aging Carrick lacked the stamina to control the tempo. Mkhitaryan was buried in defensive duties, and Rashford functioned more as a target than a true playmaker. Their influence in attack was limited. Facing another 45 minutes ahead, spirits in the United camp felt heavy. By contrast, the City players appeared noticeably more relaxed. Outsiders might have mistaken them for the leading side. Inside the United away dressing room, assistant coach Faria closed the door, shutting out the stadium noise. Players quickly freshened up and gathered around the tactical board, awaiting Mourinho's instructions. Mourinho scanned the room, his gaze settling last on Van Dijk, Fan Kairui, Rashford, and Mkhitaryan. Second half, we strengthened the defensive structure. Virgil, you organized the backline. When the opportunity arises, play long balls directly to Kairui. He paused, his tone grave. Our counters rely on Kairui and Marcus. Henrik, look for runs behind whenever space opens up and add variety to our attacking patterns. The four named players nodded with solemn expressions. United had extended their winning streak to 17 matches across the league, yet the greatest winning sequence in Europe's top 5 leagues still loomed ahead. Guardiola's 19-game run with Bayern Munich stood as a mountain to conquer. This fixture at the Etihad was one United simply had to win, especially for Fan Kairui, who genuinely cherished the feeling of carrying a team to victory on his own merits. 21 consecutive goal appearances, a new Premier League single-season scoring record, and the current winning momentum. Every landmark he desired to surpass, and do so in a way that would leave future challengers behind. When the halftime interval ended, both sets of players returned to the pitch. Gradually, the stands grew loud once more, the hum of voices filling the stadium. Neither manager made substitutions, suggesting that Guardiola and Mourinho were reasonably satisfied with their players' first-half performances. In the second half, City, playing at home, wanted to attack more, but their approach carried a certain caution. Primarily, they feared Fan Kairui's terrifying ability to trouble defenses one-on-one. Guardiola's side prepared meticulously for transitions from attack to defense, which meant fewer bodies advanced into attacking areas. Both center-backs hesitated to push too high. Fernandinho remained aware of Fan Kairui's roaming zones, even when pressing forward, and the fullbacks dared not commit too aggressively for fear of being exposed on the counter. As a result, City's attacks lacked sharpness, while United's defensive shape remained organized and difficult to break down. The clock ticked toward the 10th minute of the second half, and the scoreboard still read 1-2 with the home side in front. Guardiola reached a conclusion: to take all 3 points at home against United sitting back would not be enough. They had to attack. Manchester City's attack suddenly intensified. Mourinho, standing in the away technical area, watched his penalty area in disarray, wringing his hands in anxiety. He glanced back at the bench. Besides Lingard and Martial, there were truly no cards left to play in attack. Only now did Mourinho realize the short-sightedness of only signing Van Dijk in the winter window. He should have found a central midfielder to replace Pogba. Unbelievable. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the Etihad stands as City supporters chanted in unison. Mourinho looked up and saw De Bruyne delivering a razor-sharp through ball from the right half space. Aguero understood immediately and burst into the right side of the penalty area. His explosive acceleration was undeniable as he fired a powerful shot before Van Dijk could slide in to block it. The ball skimmed across the turf, rocketing toward the near post. De Gea instinctively dove to his side, but was half a second too late, watching helplessly as the ball crossed the line and hit the back of the net. 2-2. The scoreboard flickered. The Manchester United fans who had traveled away lost heart instantly. Mourinho stood on the sidelines, shaking his head repeatedly. The thing he feared most had finally happened. But who could have predicted that just 2 minutes later Sterling would find space in the box chaos and slot home the go-ahead goal? Etihad Stadium erupted completely. Cheers crashed over each other like waves. Guardiola pumped his fist, releasing pent-up pressure. They could sacrifice the league title, but this Manchester derby had to be won. The broadcast camera panned over dejected United players before locking onto Mourinho's furious expression. Jean Shankai from the commentary team side. From leading twice to being overturned combined with Pogba's injury. This is disaster piling upon disaster for Manchester United. The broadcast cut to Fan Kairui. As City players celebrated wildly, he clapped his hands loudly, calling his teammates together. Pull yourselves together. Brothers, I'm not going down. He shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes scanning each dejected face. What's one goal down? Haven't we been behind before? What's most exciting about football? It's coming back from nothing. He slammed his chest, his voice resolute. Trust me once. I Fan Kairui never brag. The ones walking out of this stadium smiling will be Manchester United. It sounded arrogant, but the players knew deep down. Every bold claim Fan Kairui had made had somehow come true. Manchester City had struck twice within 3 minutes, completely overturning the scoreline. Players and fans were at peak excitement. The atmosphere at Etihad exploded, sound waves threatening to tear off the roof. However, the once deflated United players slowly regained spark in their eyes after Fan Kairui's rallying cry. Mourinho's expression softened as he began using exaggerated gestures to encourage his players on the pitch. Then he turned to assistant coach Faria. Go get Jesse warmed up. He'll need to come on. Though United's spirit seemed to be returning and confidence was rebuilding, BBC commentator Lineker's tone remained heavy. 17 consecutive league wins for Manchester United, yet now Lineker analyzed methodically from the commentary desk. In his view, United's 17-match winning streak had hit its wall. Losing this away match to City seemed inevitable. With Rooney, Ibrahimovic, and Pogba all injured, tactics tied down. Can Fan Kairui alone turn things around away from home? Unlikely. If Fan Kairui heard this, he'd likely retort with a smirk. The whistle hasn't blown yet. The match isn't over. We'll see who wins. At this very moment, Messi and CR7, two legends, were watching the Manchester derby from their respective couches at home. The young Fan Kairui's relentless determination reminded them both of their own younger days. Both sat up straighter, wondering what this kid would do next. Though Manchester City led, Guardiola dared not grow complacent. He pulled Sabarita close, whispering instructions for the next phase of play. Before kickoff resumed, Manchester United made another move. Mourinho played his second card, replacing veteran Carrick with the energetic Lingard. Most commentators saw this as routine. Carrick was past his prime. His fitness couldn't keep up with the intensity. While he wasn't to blame for the goal, United needed goals now. His impact was limited. Whistle. Atkinson blew for play to continue. United kicked off with fresh legs and Lingard, and their build-up through midfield flowed more smoothly. But neither Lingard nor Mkhitaryan were magicians who could create chances from nothing. United's forward moves looked somewhat chaotic and unstructured. Mourinho knew this flaw, but his purpose in bringing on Lingard was different. Energy. Compared to Pogba's individual brilliance, this version of United was beginning to play as a cohesive unit. Rashford, Fan Kairui, Lingard, and Mkhitaryan all pushed their running ranges to the limit after the restart, linking up and providing passing options for each other. With blind Valencia and Herrera making frequent forward runs, United's multidimensional attack was gradually mounting pressure on City's defense. Guardiola furrowed his brow, sensing something unusual. Without Pogba as the hub, United should be weaker, yet the pressure was intensifying. His eyes landed on Fan Kairui, and the answer became clear. Fan Kairui was no longer a static winger. He drifted through the final third like a phantom, appearing everywhere, forcing City's defense into constant confusion. Combined with Lingard and Rashford's intelligent runs, Fan Kairui had woven United's attack into a cohesive force. Guardiola acted decisively. During a stoppage, he called Fernandinho to the touchline with clear instructions. The plan was straightforward: neutralize Fan Kairui. Eliminate him, and the problem solves itself. But could it really be that simple? Fan Kairui moved relentlessly across the pitch like a perpetual machine. His constant movement, sharp stops, and direction changes, even his dribbling rhythm, drained Fernandinho. The Brazilian's stamina was visibly dropping. Feeling his marker's ragged breathing, Fan Kairui knew the moment was approaching. The 67th minute arrived. Kompany launched a long ball forward, but Van Dijk headed it back to midfield. Fellaini had just established position when Yaya Touré shoved him from behind. Atkinson spotted the foul immediately and blew his whistle. "Give me the ball." Fan Kairui roared almost simultaneously. Fellaini hesitated for a split second, but Herrera reacted instantly. He pinned the ball down with his right hand and poked it clear before Touré could interfere. The ball skidded across the grass toward Fan Kairui, positioning himself on the left edge of the center circle. Atkinson raised both arms horizontally, signaling advantage. Play continues. Fernandinho stepped up reluctantly. With Touré still out of position, he had to halt United's counterattack at all costs. Fan Kairui received the ball, and with an almost invisible flick of his right outer foot, redirected it sharply toward Lingard in the center. Fernandinho was caught flat-footed. In a split second, he gritted his teeth and pivoted to challenge Lingard. Staying attached to the ball carrier was paramount. Without a word, Sane and Sabarita synchronized their movements, flanking Fan Kairui on both sides. Lingard didn't waste time. He quickly laid it off to Mkhitaryan, making a diagonal run from the right. Mkhitaryan controlled the incoming pass with the inside of his right foot, dragging it past Kolarov in one fluid motion and leaving him trailing behind. He then curled the ball precisely into the vacated space behind Kolarov with his left foot. The roar from the stands rose again. United's rapid passing sequence was astonishing. The Red Devils fans in the stands erupted, their thunderous roar shaking the stands. Mkhitaryan's pass was slightly overhit, but perfectly suited Rashford's pace. As Rashford sprinted forward, he checked his teammate's position and drove the ball toward the byline. City's defenders scrambled back desperately. Otamendi realized matching Rashford's speed was futile, so he adjusted his positioning to cut off the cutting inside angle. Lingard, Mkhitaryan, and Fan Kairui drove forward like three blades, piercing City's heartland. Guardiola watched nervously from the sideline, his stomach in knots. Fans in the stands saw it clearly. That number 7 in red, Fan Kairui, surged from deeper positions, outpacing both teammates and defenders to burst into the penalty area. Sane chased relentlessly behind, jaw clenched, refusing to let him escape. But just as Fan Kairui approached the penalty spot, he abruptly stopped and turned back. A sudden reversal that caught everyone off guard. On the other side, Rashford also slowed down near the byline. Rather than waiting for Otamendi to close in, he crossed the ball into the penalty area from distance. The ball skidded low across the turf, rocketing toward the edge of the penalty area. Sane braked sharply just in time to witness Rashford's inverted pass perfectly synced with Fan Kairui's backward run. A knot of unease tightened in his chest. From the away fans stands a wave of Manchester City supporters' groans erupted. As Fan Kairui jogged back to receive, he anchored his left foot, extended his left arm for balance, and began winding up his right leg. Both Sane and company diving from ahead threw themselves into sliding tackles, legs stretched out wide in a desperate attempt to block every possible shooting angle. Yet in the split second that followed, Fan Kairui's raised right foot dropped abruptly. With a deft touch of his instep, he gently poked the ball toward the left flank. His body feinted and swayed, yet he somehow evaded two defenders in an incredibly tight space. Without missing a beat, he stepped across the penalty area line with his right foot, leaned his torso to the right, and with his left leg fully extended, unleashed a thunderous shot. The ball raced along the turf like a projectile darting toward the lower left corner of the net. For Sane and company, already rendered helpless, only despair remained in their eyes. There was nothing left to do but pray. Goalkeeper Bravo's view was obstructed by his own teammate. By the time he could clearly track the ball and attempt to save it was far too late. The ball struck the pure white net with a solid thud. Andy Gray, broadcasting for Sky Sports across Britain, drew out his trademark elongated drawl. The ball's in. The ball's in. Jean Shankai, commentating for XIN Ing Sports, practically roared at the top of his lungs, 3-3. Fan Kairui, a brace in this match. At Manchester United's most desperate moment, he rose to the occasion and leveled the score. Marcel Reif, commentating for Germany's Sky Channel, couldn't stop exclaiming in astonishment, "What an extraordinary player Fan Kairui is. Who could have imagined he'd drop back to collect the ball and then immediately pivot and strike? That left-footed shot was breathtakingly sudden and precise. The ball evaded every defender and slotted home. Truly remarkable." Manchester United fought back from adversity to pull the score level at 3-3. Jean Jun from Usher Sports found himself momentarily speechless. This rapid counter-attack was both started and finished by him. Of course, Manchester United's frontline combination throughout was clean and efficient. A textbook Mourinho counter-attacking style. Manchester United fans watching at home, why wait for Mourinho's second season? His very first year has already been extraordinary. Fan Kairui, having scored the goal, stood firm, where he was, both arms raised high, letting out a mighty roar. Rashford, Mkhitaryan lingered, Herrera and the rest of the squad burst forward in jubilation, mobbing Fan Kairui in a tight huddle as they released the immense relief of leveling the score. On the touchline, head coach Mourinho executed his signature knee slide celebration, an unprecedented sight at the Etihad Stadium, immediately commanding every camera lens. The giant screen at the stadium began replaying the entire goal sequence from Herrera's quick free kick, finding Fan Kairui, all the way through to the final devastating blow, fluid and seamless, setting the blood racing with excitement. Manchester City manager Guardiola gazed across at the wildly celebrating Manchester United management and players, his own emotions a tangled mess. His team had fought hard to take the lead, victory now within touching distance, only for Fan Kairui to drag it all back with a single strike. The Manchester City players on the pitch exchanged bewildered glances, all wearing identical expressions of dismay. Sane, who had thrown everything into his defensive efforts, collapsed onto his backside beside the penalty spot. He had truly given his all, yet the outcome. Aguero stood with hands planted on his hips, watching Fan Kairui mobbed by Manchester United players, a profound sense of helplessness welling up within him. The match resumed. The Manchester City players, spurred on by the equalizer, grew more eager to attack, but Manchester United stood as one impenetrable wall. The Manchester United defense was sealed shut, denying Manchester City any opportunity to comfortably receive the ball in dangerous areas. Manchester City were equally cautious in their build-up, constantly casting glances toward Fan Kairui's position, fearful that any lapse in concentration during a transition would allow the youngster to exploit the space on the counter. The 3-3 deadlock restored parity to the contest, yet it felt as though a mental barrier had descended upon both sides. As each minute slipped by, the players became increasingly restrained, their attacking verve noticeably diminished from earlier intensity. No one was content with settling for a draw, yet at this stage in the match, attempting to breach the opposition's goal carried significant risk. Pushing too hard could leave vulnerabilities at the back, and the tension had reached an impasse. The broadcast camera shrewdly cut to the touchline, where both Guardiola and Mourinho wore grave expressions. Guardiola's brow was furrowed so deeply it looked as though it could crush a fly. For Mourinho, a point away from home with a weakened squad was entirely satisfactory. It was mission accomplished. But Guardiola was a different matter entirely. After stumbling at Old Trafford in the first leg, he was determined to secure all 3 points at the Etihad at any cost. Unable to remain seated, he opted for a change. In the 72nd minute, Manchester City struck first. Navas entered the pitch to replace the exhausted Sane. The message was clear. They couldn't afford to lose width, and they needed to shadow Fan Kairui tightly. Though Navas was on the aging side, his pace remained respectable, and with fresh legs, he should be able to contain Fan Kairui without causing trouble. By the 75th minute, fatigue had set in. Manchester United's players showed clear signs of declining stamina, and the support network around Fan Kairui had thinned considerably. Mourinho gestured emphatically from the touchline, instructing his team to sit back and hit on the counter. Manchester City, playing at home, seized the initiative and launched wave after wave of attacks. But Guardiola remained vigilant, mandating that 4 players stay behind during every attacking phase. The 2 center backs, the holding midfielder, and 1 fullback, as a specific safeguard against Fan Kairui's threat. And Fan Kairui, still employing his familiar approach, shuttling between attack and defense, using his superior stamina to drag City's defenders all over the pitch. He remained utterly composed, but poor Fernandinho, forced to track back and forth endlessly, was in dire straits, his energy reserves visibly depleting. The broadcast camera captured a wide-angle view, and Jin Xiangkai from exquisite Sports chuckled, "Look at this young Fan Kairui. He's absolutely relentless. He's got Fernandinho doing shuttle runs for him. I don't know about his own stamina reserves, but if Fernandinho keeps pacing himself like this, he won't make it to the final whistle." Guardiola also spotted the warning sign. Fernandinho had instinctively placed his hands on his hips, a telltale indicator that his energy was running dangerously low. Fernando was available on the bench to anchor the defensive midfield, but Guardiola hesitated to spend all his remaining substitutions purely on defense. In that moment of hesitation, disaster struck. De Gea made a save from Agüero's long-range effort, then immediately launched a powerful throw that found Fan Kairui perfectly in space ahead. Fernandinho gritted his teeth and turned to sprint back, but the moment he accelerated, his thigh muscles seized violently. He knew it was bad. In a split second, all else forgotten, he reached out from behind and grabbed Fan Kairui's shirt with both hands, holding on tightly. Fan Kairui was jerked off balance and had to stop, helplessly spreading his hands. Referee Atkinson's whistle sounded immediately, a foul. Yaya Touré, having learned his lesson, immediately clutched the ball to his chest and pretended to protest to the referee, buying precious time for his team. A tactical foul to halt the counter-attack meant a yellow card was certain. Guardiola didn't hesitate. He made his second substitution. Fernando replaced the cramping Fernandinho with one clear instruction: neutralize Fan Kairui completely. Manchester United responded by using their last substitution. Martial came on for Rashford. With Martial on the pitch came Mourinho's new tactical setup. Fan Kairui would lead the line centrally, with Martial and Mkhitaryan splitting the attack on the left and right flanks. The substitute Fernando, brimming with fresh energy, glued himself to Fan Kairui like chewing gum, successfully carrying out Guardiola's defensive instructions. As the clock ticked toward the 85th minute, Guardiola made a decisive call and prepared to use his last substitution. Winter signing Gabriel Jesus was positioned on the touchline, waiting for a stoppage to make his entrance. It was at this precise moment that controversy exploded on the pitch. Fellaini tripped Agüero as he was breaking through, and the whistle sounded once more. Agüero rose from the ground, cursing under his breath, while Fellaini, equally enraged, strode toward him menacingly. The 2 men locked horns, their foreheads nearly colliding. A sly gleam flickered in Agüero's eyes, and at the moment of impact he let out an exaggerated yell and threw himself backward dramatically. Referee Atkinson was positioned directly behind them. Perhaps hindered by the viewing angle, what he witnessed appeared to be Fellaini deliberately headbutting Agüero. Without the slightest hesitation, Atkinson produced a red card from his pocket and raised it high. Red card. Referee Atkinson brandished the red card without warning. On the exquisite Sports commentary desk, Jin Xiangkai cried out in alarm. For Manchester United, already defending resolutely, this was a devastating blow. Ray Keane from BBC shouted at the top of his voice, "Wanyuma Fellaini sent off with a direct red card. The match is on the verge of changing completely. Only 3 minutes of regular time remain. Can Manchester United hold on for a 3-3 draw?" With Manchester United playing with 10 men and Fernando glued to Fan Kairui like a plaster, the other Manchester City players could finally unleash their attacks, wholly focused on finding a winner. Gabriel Jesus had been waiting on the touchline for some time, and at this moment came on to replace the exhausted Sterling, clearly intent on adding further firepower to the attack. Mourinho had no substitutions left and could only watch anxiously. He rushed to the touchline, gesturing frantically for his players to remain composed. As for going forward, he had no choice but to rely entirely on Fan Kairui. Fan Kairui was being closely marked by Fernando, with Kompany providing constant cover nearby. As the match neared its conclusion, he was almost completely neutralized. With an extra man, Guardiola no longer felt the need to issue further instructions about marking Fan Kairui. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming, clearly sensing that the moment for a decisive goal had arrived. Mourinho's heart also trembled, though his first thought was to keep a clean sheet before dreaming of a last-minute winner. De Gea became the busiest man on the pitch, diving left and right, refusing to let the ball pass him. Seconds ticked by one. The fourth official raised the board, indicating 4 minutes of added time, and the Etihad Stadium erupted. The crowd's roar rose wave after wave. With only minutes remaining, the entire stadium seethed like a pot of boiling oil. Guardiola and Mourinho stood rigid on the touchline, their hands clenched tight. Jean June from Lecce Sports raised his voice. 4 minutes of added time remain. Will this 174th Manchester derby produce a last-minute winner? De Bruyne, Agüero, Navas, and even the newly arrived Jesus ran with desperate effort, seeking to deliver a decisive blow against Manchester United. Though Manchester United played with 1 less man, and their legs felt like lead, they gritted their teeth and held firm, leaving only Fan Kairui up front. Sensing his teammates' desperation, Fan Kairui steeled his resolve, determined to strike at the death. The last-minute winner voucher. The closer to full-time, the higher the probability. Now in stoppage time it felt almost cheating. Manchester City threw everything forward in the final moments. Only Fernando stayed back to mark Fan Kairui while the rest surged ahead determined to settle the matter in the dying seconds. Fan Kairui relied on his superior stamina to cover the entire pitch. Fernando trailed behind him muttering under his breath, "Is this guy made of iron? He doesn't even seem to be breathing hard." In the first minute of added time, De Bruyne unleashed a fierce shot from outside the box. De Gea threw himself sideways and parried the ball out for a corner. Manchester City took the short corner. Aguero slipped past the edge of the box and received the ball on the right wing. De Bruyne saw the United defense sitting deep and passed it back to reset the attack. After a few quick passes, the United defense was forced further back. De Bruyne then threaded a penetrating through ball straight down the middle. The ball skidded along the turf toward the right wing. Navas pretended to receive it, freezing Blinder and Herrera for a split second, allowing the ball to slip through their grasp to Aguero, who had drifted wide. Blinder turned too late. Aguero delivered a cross from the 45-degree angle. The ball arced past Van Dijk at the near post, and Jesus met it with a fierce header. De Gea stood helpless on the line, unable to reach it. Jesus celebrated with arms outstretched, sprinting toward the corner flag. Manchester City fans surged to their feet, pumping their fists and roaring. A stoppage-time winner in the second minute, enough to sustain them for half a season. Guardiola even clenched both fists and ran alongside Jesus, his face flushed with adrenaline. The entire Manchester City squad swarmed around their scorer, fully aware of what this goal meant. The league title could wait. The Manchester Derby had to be won. Gay. Andy Gray of Sky Sports dragged out his call, but the director suddenly cut away from the celebrating Jesus to the linesman. His excitement cut off abruptly. The linesman stood motionless, his right arm raised high, his expression leaving no room for doubt. The ball is in. Jesus comes off the bench too. Jean Jun's voice at Leshy Sports shot up like a roller coaster. Wait. The goal doesn't count. The linesman has flagged. Jesus was offside. The score remains 3-3. Oh my God. Marcel Reif of Deutsche Welle Himmel immediately echoed, his voice thick with dramatic disbelief. What a cruel joke. The assistant referee clearly raised his flag. Gabriel Jesus's equalizer was offside. On the pitch, Jesus was still celebrating with arms wide. But Van Dijk, the United center-back, saw it clearly. Jesus seemed to have crept half a body length ahead at the moment of the pass. He immediately raised his right hand, glancing toward the linesman. His instinct proved correct. The linesman's flag went up with absolute decisiveness, its message unmistakable: offside. Referee Atkinson's whistle followed instantly. He raised his right hand high, signaling offside, and awarded Manchester United a free kick deep in their own half. Van Dijk pumped his fist in triumph, more excited than if he had scored himself. But Herrera's shout came crashing over him. Virgil, don't stand there. Kick it quickly. It's our chance. Still some distance from the ball, Herrera jostled for position while bellowing toward the goalkeeper, David. Quick, throw me the ball. On the other end, Jesus, still mid-celebration, simply froze. He stared at the linesman, both hands gripping his head, his face screaming disbelief. A goal that was snatched right from their grasp. The Manchester City fans in the stands, who had been jumping moments before, now collectively clutched their heads. Their expressions shifted from ecstasy to stunned horror as they fixated on that raised flag. The broadcast immediately cut to a slow-motion replay. Every viewer at home could clearly see at the moment Aguero crossed the ball, Jesus had indeed edged slightly ahead of the last defender, Van Dijk. Jean Shankai from XINing Sports immediately chimed in. Look at that. Premier League assistant referees have eyes like measuring rulers. Millimeter perfect judgment. Offside without a shadow of a doubt. Offside confirmed. On the touchline, Guardiola, who had also been holding his head, suddenly's eyes lit up as if struck by lightning. He lunged toward the technical area, jugular veins bulging, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Get back. Everyone get back now. Quick, quick, quick." The live feed switched back to real-time action. Van Dijk had already received De Gea's quick free kick and was driving forward with the ball. Fan Kairui, positioned furthest upfield, understood immediately. He burst toward the right flank, creating space for the pass. Manchester City's players had gone from paradise to hell in barely 2 seconds. But in football, 2 seconds can be the difference between life and death. Fernandinho, who had been charging to celebrate, skidded to an abrupt halt, spun around, and sprinted back with everything he had to chase down the accelerating Fan Kairui. He knew full well that catching Fan Kairui, with his top-tier Premier League sprinting pace, was nearly hopeless. But to show his commitment in front of manager Guardiola, he would run until his lungs gave out. Whoa. The Etihad Stadium erupted in a tidal wave of boos. Manchester City fans directed all their fury and frustration at the refereeing team, hoping the noise would rattle Van Dijk and make him falter in the final moments. Gary Lineker of BBC commentated rapidly. Manchester United are pushing forward with the free kick. City are in danger. Van Dijk receives and drives onward. Captain Kompany, meanwhile, felt a strange sense of relief. He had held back from fully joining his teammates' celebration and remained near the center circle, pumping his fist. The goal was disallowed. His eyes scanned the pitch like radar, locking onto Fan Kairui. An old campaigner, he knew exactly who mattered most in this moment. and what he saw sent a chill down his spine. That slippery Fan Kairui was now sprinting full pace toward the right channel. Company held a slight positional advantage. He angled his run to cut off Fan Kairui's inside lane. His mind made up if the ball comes he would bring him down regardless of the consequences. A red card. So be it. The match was in stoppage time, and United were effectively playing 10 against 10, trading a red card to snuff out a certain goal-scoring opportunity. On paper it was a fair exchange. On the sidelines both Mourinho and Guardiola locked their gazes onto Fan Kairui simultaneously. Every fan in the stadium and those watching at home held their breath. A powerful premonition washed over them. Something momentous was about to unfold. Company closed the distance on Fan Kairui, but what stunned him was the sudden change of direction. Fan Kairui planted his foot, stopped dead, twisted his body, and accelerated toward the left at full speed. Almost simultaneously Van Dijk positioned just outside the penalty area on the right swung his right leg and launched a long ball. The arc of the pass pointed precisely to where Fan Kairui was now thundering toward. Company past 30 no longer possessed the pace and explosiveness of his prime. By this stage of the match his tank was nearly empty. Yet for this defensive effort he clenched his teeth and poured every ounce of strength into a desperate recovery run. His only thought: stop this ball at all costs. As Manchester City's captain, who else but him should bear this burden at such a critical juncture? But reality is often crueler than hope. Fan Kairui's endurance seemed inexhaustible, and his burst of acceleration was terrifying. From a standstill the top speed took no more than a blink. He flew past the halfway line like a bolt of crimson lightning, closing rapidly on Van Dijk's perfectly weighted long ball. At the XING Sports commentary desk, Gene Zai's voice skyrocketed. Good heavens. Fan Kairui's pace. He's left Company behind. It's a clear break. A golden one-on-one opportunity. The emotions of Mourinho and Guardiola rocketed in opposite directions. One soared from hell to heaven, the other plummeted from heaven to hell. Who could have imagined that within mere dozens of seconds the entire complexion of the match would be completely reversed? Home fans at the Etihad booed, desperately hoping to disrupt Fan Kairui's run. Some anxious supporters even closed their eyes, muttering silent prayers. But nothing could stem Fan Kairui's charge. He flew past Company in a handful of strides, controlled the bouncing ball across his chest, and carried it forward at full speed, now facing goalkeeper Bravo one-on-one. Company watched the retreating red jersey 2 meters ahead, his face going pale, his heart sinking into ice. On the other side Bravo's mind went numb. 3 goals had already been surrendered to this player in the first derby, and 2 more had fallen in this match. If another slipped past him the man would have netted 6 goals against them in a single season. Where would his pride be? Blood rushed to Bravo's head. With reckless abandon he charged out of his penalty area. Fan Kairui had been planning to glide past the goalkeeper and tap into an empty net. Seeing Bravo's reckless sortie, he nearly laughed aloud. This was practically a gift. On the touchline Guardiola stamped his foot in frustration, veins bulging on his forehead. He desperately wanted to rush onto the pitch, grab Bravo by the ears, and demand, "Weren't you so steady at Barcelona? What happened at Manchester City? Doesn't this man specialize in technical brilliance?" Coming out like this was tantamount to surrendering on a silver platter. Of course if Bravo could hear these thoughts he would have replied with utter grievance, I just didn't want to go down like that. Fan Kairui, dribbling at speed, gently nudged the ball forward to his right, with the outside of his right foot naturally decelerating. Without making further adjustments, from approximately 35 meters out he struck a lofted shot. But at that moment Bravo, who had rushed near the penalty spot, made a sudden sharp stop and desperately retreated backward. Guardiola, standing on the sideline, had been on the verge of despair, but upon seeing Bravo's movement a flicker of hope stirred in his heart. Incredible! He has even learned to use feints. Fan Kairui, having completed his shot, simply shook his head in mild disbelief. Fortunately his lofted strike had been aimed at the underside of the crossbar, rendering Bravo's elaborate display of desperation entirely unnecessary. Bravo, having retreated to the edge of the 6-yard line, launched himself backward with all his strength, extending his right arm as far as possible. However, disadvantaged by his height and struggling with declining explosive power due to age, the height he achieved was insufficient. His fingertips fell short of the descending ball by approximately 20 centimeters. The last flicker of hope in Guardiola's heart shattered completely. His energy seemed entirely drained as he sank to one knee on the sideline. The ball struck the underside of the crossbar and nestled perfectly into the white netting. At the commentary box in Etihad Stadium, Andy Gray of Sky Sports Britain unleashed his signature prolonged call into the microphone. Beside him, co-commentator Martin Tyler immediately chimed in with enthusiasm, "A winner. This is a winner." Fan Kairui completed a hat-trick in the 3rd minute of stoppage time. 21 league matches and 39 goals. He has completely surpassed Messi's record of 33 goals in 21 matches from the 2012-13 season. He has delivered a stunning comeback for Manchester United at the Etihad Stadium. 4-3. Good heavens. Truly unbelievable. A precise lofted shot from 35 meters away. Kairui has completed a hat-trick. Manchester United leads 4-3. Only the final minute of stoppage time remains. Manchester City have no time. Gary Lineker from the BBC was equally animated. The ball has gone in. The ball truly found the back of the net. Gene Shankai, a Manchester United supporter and commentator for Exquisite Sports, could no longer contain his emotions, his voice cracking. Fan Kairui, a hat-trick winner. An extraordinary performance. This marks his 5th hat-trick of the season, matching Alan Shearer's record of 5 in a single season during 1995-96. After scoring, Fan Kairui waved both arms excitedly and sprinted straight toward the Manchester United supporters in the stands. Reaching the boundary, he executed a sliding knee gesture across the turf, leaving 2 distinct tracks in the grass. The pure joy of the stoppage-time winner captured in that single motion. The stands erupted with deafening cheers. Teammates in red jerseys, whether exhausted from the match or brimming with pent-up energy, surged toward Fan Kairui as though guided by a shared instinct. They understood perfectly with this goal secured, their 18th consecutive victory was assured. Even manager Mourinho, accompanied by assistant coach Faria, abandoned all pretense of composure and sprinted toward the corner flag, as if determined to release the tension that had built throughout 90 minutes. However, goalkeeper De Gea remained in position. It was not due to distance, but simply because protocol required someone to stay behind on the pitch. If Manchester City were to counterattack quickly, there would be no recourse. So De Gea stood near the center circle arc, raising his fist high and pumping it repeatedly, a gesture of celebration in his own way. The Manchester United players celebrated for nearly 30 seconds before referee Atkinson intervened, gesturing and calling them back to their positions. The broadcast shifted to slow-motion replays, and both Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi watched intently from their respective homes. Watching the curve of the ball, both silently nodded in acknowledgement. While the technique and decisiveness might seem ordinary given their current experience and abilities, such a strike would have been impossible for them at 18 years old. 21 consecutive league matches with 39 goals. The sheer number alone was staggering. Ronaldo reflected on his own Golden Boot season in 2007-08, when he had scored 31 goals across 34 appearances. Fan Kairui's 21 goals in 21 matches placed him in an entirely different tier. Even during Ronaldo's most prolific campaign in 2011-12, when he netted 46 goals in 38 games, 12 of them penalties, his open play tally reached only 34. Compared to this young player before him, the gap was unmistakable. To Ronaldo, Fan Kairui seemed almost otherworldly. Similarly, Lionel Messi, the other remarkable talent, was likely entertaining comparable thoughts. During his peak efficiency in the 2011-12 season, he scored 50 goals in 37 matches, including 10 penalties. Yet Fan Kairui's 39 goals all came from open play with not a single penalty. The answer to which record held greater merit was self-evident. Truly a remarkable player. Messi muttered under his breath. On the pitch, Manchester United's players had finally finished celebrating and began walking back into position to see out the remaining time. Meanwhile, the Manchester City players looked thoroughly dejected. The shift from euphoria to despair in a single moment was a feeling none could easily endure. Guardiola remained crouched on the coaching area, hands pressed to his head, still processing the devastating blow. Jesus, whose earlier goal had been disallowed, continued to sigh heavily, his expression etched with frustration and disappointment. Other key Manchester City players, Agüero, De Bruyne, Navas, Yaya Touré company, shared the same somber mood. Across the pitch, Mourinho maintained his composure. As he walked back, clapping and shouting encouragement, he demanded his players maintain absolute focus during the final moments. As long as referee Atkinson had not blown the final whistle, there could be no relaxation of concentration. This Manchester derby had been so dramatic and unpredictable that no fiction writer would have dared construct such a narrative. Fan Kairui had opened the scoring, Sane had equalized in the chaos, and Fan Kairui's assist to Pogba had restored the lead. But Pogba, the match winner, had then been forced off with an injury, compelling Manchester United to make a substitution. Manchester City had seized the opportunity, scoring twice within 3 minutes to take a 3-2 lead. Yet who could have imagined that in the dying moments Fan Kairui would descend like a savior, netting another 2 goals to complete his hat-trick and rewrite the script entirely. The cameras remained fixed on Fan Kairui throughout. With 3 goals and 1 assist, he had undoubtedly claimed the Man of the Match award. Regardless of whether Manchester City could stage a last-gasp equalizer, the MVP title was already his. The 4th minute of stoppage time arrived, yet referee Atkinson waved play on, granting Manchester City one final opportunity to attack. When the whistle finally sounded, Manchester City players summoned whatever energy remained. Agüero received the ball and attempted to drive forward through Manchester United's defense on his own strength. Manchester United's defensive line stood resolute and coordinated. Herrera timed his intervention, perfectly intercepting the ball from Agüero's feet. The momentum shifted instantly as the ball came directly to Fan Kairui. The Manchester United supporters erupted once more with deafening cheers. However, referee Atkinson did not allow Manchester United to pursue this counterattack. He decisively blew his whistle with 2 short bursts followed by 1 long blast, the sound of full time. With thunderous applause echoing through the stadium, commentator Gene Shankai voice rang out over the microphone, his excitement palpable. The match has ended. Manchester United, leaders of the league, defeated their city rivals Manchester City 4-3 at the Etihad Stadium thanks to Fan Kairui's hat-trick and 1 assist. They continue to hold top spot in the standings. 21 matches and 39 goals. an average of 1.86 goals per game. This efficiency surpasses even the phenomenal performances of Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo during the 2011 to 2012 season. That season, Messi and Ronaldo. Lineker, watching from the BBC studio, raised his voice. Fan Kairui's 39 goals were all scored from open play. Back then, Messi and Ronaldo each relied heavily on penalties, 10 and 12 respectively. The difference in quality is clear. Hiwei, commentating for the Chinese television network, was even more animated. Congratulations to Fan Kairui. Congratulations to Manchester United. And congratulations to all the Chinese fans who support him. His 5th hat-trick of the season equals Alan Shearer's record from the 1995-96 season. Moreover, all 5 of his hat-tricks came against formidable opposition. The big matches, the Manchester derbies versus Tottenham. What an exceptional performer. A true big-game player. Manchester United fans watching at home were captivated. Many female supporters found themselves lost and thought, some even dimming the lights as quiet reflections took over. For Red Devil supporters, tonight would be a memorable evening of celebration. For Manchester City fans, the night would be equally difficult to endure, though their emotions were diametrically opposed. On the pitch, Manchester United players gathered around Fan Kairui in celebration. Meanwhile, Mourinho deliberately cleared his throat, maintaining a composed expression as he slowly walked toward the technical area. He shook hands with Guardiola, whose face was grim, displaying no sign of a smile, though inside he was thoroughly pleased. Guardiola rolled his eyes at the display. Exhausted by the pretense, he forced himself through the handshake and excused himself, turning to comfort his dejected players on the pitch. The Manchester derby was lost and Champions League hopes were already distant. Yet the league campaign continued. His primary concern now was restoring his players' mental state. Without it, not only would the title challenge fade, but even a top 4 finish might be at risk. In the mixed zone, a reporter from the Times managed to reach Fan Kairui and extended her microphone. Kairui, how does it feel to score another hat-trick? Did you set any personal goal targets this season? Fan Kairui scratched the back of his head and asked in return, by the way, how many goals have I scored in the league so far? The reporter was momentarily taken aback, yet maintaining her professional composure, she replied, with a smile, 39, Kairui. Oh, already 39. Fan Kairui expressed genuine surprise, murmuring, I thought it was only about 10. The surrounding reporters collectively shared a knowing glance. Aquilero, passing by, felt his temples throb upon hearing those words, as though struck on the chest. He could not help but mutter, we are all footballers here. Could you please stop pretending so? They will surely invite the wrath of heaven. The 174th Manchester derby concluded with Manchester United conquering Manchester City 4-3 at the Etihad Stadium, achieving a double over their rivals this season. The last time the Red Devils swept both home and away against their city rivals, it traced back to the 2009 to 2010 season, a full 6 years apart. Many longtime Manchester United supporters watched with tears in their eyes, having long believed they would never witness the team's revival in their lifetime. Who could have imagined that 6 seasons later their former glory would truly return? Coverage from major European outlets uniformly revolved around Fan Kairui, with reporters insisting that Manchester United's ability to topple Manchester City away from home rested almost entirely on his shoulders. From the British Isles to the Netherlands, from the Middle Kingdom to sports desks, worldwide front-page headlines were strikingly consistent, all featuring Fan Kairui's signature knee-slide celebration. Because of that single night, countless fans would come to remember this extraordinary young player. Beyond his jaw-dropping on-field displays, media outlets also highlighted his staggering statistics: 39 goals across 21 consecutive league matches, guiding Manchester United to an 18-game winning streak, topping the league table, and pushing through to the Europa League quarterfinals. Nevertheless, local Manchester press harbored growing concerns, primarily worried about whether Pogba's derby injury might sideline him for the season, as had happened to Ibrahimovic and Rojo. Without delay, after the rescheduled match, Fan Kairui traveled directly to Bulgaria's capital alongside teammates Blind and Van Dijk to reunite with the Netherlands national squad ahead of the 5th round of European World Cup qualifiers. After 4 rounds, the Netherlands sat atop the group with 10 points from 3 wins and a draw. However, with direct rivals France facing Minnows Luxembourg, the Orange Army had no choice but to win away to Bulgaria. Only by securing all 3 points could they force France into a playoff. As soon as Fan Kairui set down his bags at the hotel in Sofia, he ran into his close friend De Ligt. He embraced him warmly and said, Mathies, I told you so. Gold always shines through eventually. Look here, the national team call-up list is right in front of us. De Ligt grinned from ear to ear, patting Fan Kairui's back firmly. Thanks to your constant encouragement, I earned so many playing opportunities in the second half of the season. If not for you, I would never have made the national team. Thank you, brother. Between us, there is no need for such formalities. Fan Kairui chuckled, exchanged a few warm words, then turned and spotted Robin, who had just returned from injury. He immediately approached and extended his hand. Hello, Arjen. I have heard so much about you. Robin gripped his hand tightly, flashing a brilliant smile with gleaming white teeth. Please do not say that. It should be me who has been admiring you. You are the one who shattered the Premier League single-season scoring record. You even broke Messi's record of 33 goals in 21 consecutive matches. That is what I respect. Though saying that to my face makes me quite shy, Fan Kairui scratched the back of his head, a faint blush rising on his cheeks. Ha ha ha. Sneijder and Robin exchanged glances from nearby, their expressions growing increasingly eager. With both ability and determination, the Netherlands' long-standing concern over a generational gap suddenly dissolved now that Fan Kairui had emerged. Ad de Ligt, the young center-back emerging from Ajax's renowned academy and qualifying for the World Cup finals, appeared to be well within the Dutch side's grasp. However, Van Persie, once part of the legendary trio, had ultimately aged out of contention for the national team. 3 days later at 8 p.m., the Vasil National Stadium hosted the World Cup qualifier as the Netherlands faced Bulgaria away from home. De Ligt, making his first appearance in the squad, started alongside Van Dijk at center-back. Blind and Karsdorp occupied the flanks while Strootman, Kraassen, and Wijnaldum anchored the midfield. Fan Kairui had long secured the left-wing position through his dominant performances, with Dost leading the line centrally and Robin naturally occupying the right flank. Despite hosting the match, Bulgaria found themselves under relentless pressure from the Dutch wings, particularly from Fan Kairui on the left, which proved tormenting for their defense. Even if the right flank managed to contain Fan Kairui temporarily, the Dutch midfield could quickly switch play to Robin on the other side, allowing him to face the entire defense and create dangerous opportunities at any moment. With the Dutch pressing high and suffocating Bulgaria's attack, their own defensive line enjoyed considerably more comfort. Though De Ligt lacked experience, Van Dijk's veteran presence provided steady guidance and covered any lapses. 18 minutes into the match, the Netherlands took an away lead. Fan Kairui drove forward on the left wing, drawing multiple defenders before slipping the ball through to create space. Kraassen in midfield understood the play instinctively and delivered a precise long pass to Robin, who was making a rapid run down the right flank. What followed was the classic Robin signature. He cut inside, found his shooting angle, and fired past goalkeeper Mihailov, who could only watch as the ball hit the net. Trailing at home left Bulgaria with no alternative. They had to win to keep their qualification hopes alive and committed to pushing forward aggressively. But committing too many players forward opened up dangerous spaces. Fan Kairui's renowned individual brilliance was well known worldwide, and before Bulgaria could mount any real attack, they conceded a second goal. Fan Kairui's signature long-range run extended the lead to 2-0. Only then did Bulgarian coach Mladen Kristev realize his tactics had been too hasty. With a 2-goal advantage, the Netherlands adopted a smarter approach, willingly ceding possession and mastering counterattacking football. Both Fan Kairui on the left and Robin on the right were exceptional at exploiting transitions. Just before halftime, the superior Dutch side struck again, as Fan Kairui cut inside and unleashed a powerful long-range shot to complete his brace. The 3-0 scoreline held until the final whistle. Meanwhile, France secured a 3-1 away victory over Luxembourg in their concurrent match. Despite the win, France remained 3 points behind the Netherlands, with 5 group stages remaining, sitting in second place. The following noon, Fan Kairui joined teammates Blind and Van Dijk on a flight back to Manchester ahead of League Cup Round 30, a home match against West Bromwich Albion. Before this, United had already won 18 consecutive league matches, standing just one victory away from equipping Guardiola's record of 19 straight wins with Bayern Munich. Individually, Fan Kairui had matched Messi's record of 21 consecutive league matches with goals from the 2012 to 2013 season and held a 6-goal advantage overall, yet he harbored no desire to share the accolade. Sole ownership of such honors was what truly mattered. West Brom, mid-table this season, with no European ambitions and relegation safety secured, adopted an extremely defensive stance at Old Trafford, setting up a deep block from kickoff. United's absence of Ibrahimovic and Pogba significantly weakened their attacking threat. With Fan Kairui closely marked, the team struggled to create chances against Ben Foster's goal. The stalemate persisted until just before halftime, when Fan Kairui received Carrick's long pass. Gliding past Chadley with a sharp stop, then evading Fletcher with a sudden change of direction, he slipped the ball past Macaulay into the far corner. Goal. 22 matches. Jean Shankai's voice rose sharply on Newing Sports. The consecutive scoring record is broken again. Fan Kairui, now the only player in Europe's top 5 leagues to achieve this. 22 matches, 40 goals. What incredible numbers. Lineker on BBC could not contain himself either. New Premier League history. The first player in the top 5 leagues to score in consecutive matches. The best in all of Europe. Absolutely terrifying. As soon as the ball hit the net, Fan Kairui sprinted toward the West Stand, turning his back to the faithful supporters and pointing both thumbs firmly at the name on his shirt. Manchester United fans understood immediately, and the stadium erupted. Kairui, Kairui, Kairui. The noise at Old Trafford rose wave after wave, unstoppable. Mourinho on the touchline forgot his concerns about Ibrahimovic and Pogba's absence, pumping his fist and shouting with excitement. With this goal, the game was open and 3 points were essentially secured. One more victory would bring them level with Guardiola's record of 19 wins with Bayern. And with Everton coming up next at home, another win would set a new record. A smile crept across Mourinho's lips at the thought. In the VIP box, Sir Ferguson beamed from ear to ear, looking healthier and more vibrant than ever. Beside him, Sir Bobby Charlton shared in the joy, both men in high spirits. Watching from television, Messi shook his head as he saw Fan Kairui celebrating on screen. He had genuinely wondered if the young player could break his record, but now that it had been surpassed, the feeling was complicated. Fan Kairui had already scored 40 league goals this season in just 27 appearances, one match postponed, and the opening round missed. The only record Messi could still hold on to seemed to be his 50-goal haul from the 2011 to 2012 campaign. As for whether Fan Kairui would reach 50 goals this season, Messi's thoughts were troubled and unclear. Manchester United led 1-0 at halftime. West Brom sought to push forward in the second half, but before their attack could materialize, their defense burned again. Fan Kairui received Herrera's through ball in midfield, dribbling past several defenders before spotting space and laying it off. Martial made a perfectly timed run to collect the pass, reproducing United's classic counter-attacking move of the season and extending the lead to 2-0. For the remainder of the match, Mourinho opted to manage the game wisely given the tough fixtures ahead. The final whistle blew with the scoreboard reading 2-0, the home side prevailing. The 2-0 victory secured all 3 points for Manchester United, maintaining their commanding position at the top of the league table. That evening, the front pages of every major European outlet fell under Fan Kairui's shadow. 22 consecutive matches, 40 goals. A record rewritten, Manchester United's 19th straight victory, drawing level with Guardiola's own mark. Next up, Manchester United remained at Old Trafford. Their opposition shifted to Everton. Everton sat 7th that season, just 3 points adrift of 6th-placed Arsenal, still contesting a Europa League berth. Should they fire on all cylinders, even 4th-placed Manchester City could slip within reach, the gap measuring but 5 points. Mourinho in his Real Madrid days had traded barbs with Catalonia's Sport and Mundo Deportivo more times than he cared to count. Now that United faced Everton, those two papers suddenly took a keen interest in advising the Toffees. Koeman, Everton's manager, understood the game for what it was. They simply wanted to use his hand to check United's progress and preserve their own Catalan compatriot Guardiola's unbeaten run. Yet an adversary's adversary could serve as a temporary ally. Koeman weighed the advice, decided to adopt what suited him, and set to work. If by some twist of fate he could upset proceedings at Old Trafford, the headlines would write themselves. Everton halting United, Koeman defending Guardiola's record. Such a moment of recognition, if it came, would be foolish to waste. One thing was certain: this journey to Manchester could not end in defeat. After 30 rounds of the Premier League, Manchester United had one game in hand and already accumulated 81 points with 26 wins and 3 draws. Chelsea, also with a game remaining, sat behind at 70 points. By that calculation, if Manchester United won just 6 of their final 9 league matches, the championship trophy would virtually be theirs for the season. Among the remaining 9 opponents, only Chelsea, Tottenham Hotspur, and Arsenal posed true challenges. The rest were far from formidable. The upcoming clash against Everton was merely a tough nut to crack, compounded by the fact that Manchester United enjoyed home advantage, leading many to believe their chances of securing victory were quite strong. Manchester United had yet to suffer a defeat against top-tier teams this season. Local media and devoted fans in Manchester felt confident that the 2016 to 2017 Premier League title would likely find its way back to Old Trafford. Against this backdrop of optimism, Everton arrived to challenge them. With Koeman leading his squad into Old Trafford, the objectives were clear: securing a draw would meet expectations, while snatching a victory would exceed them entirely. Without Pogba available, Manchester United's attacking creativity took a hit. Mourinho's tactical approach naturally shifted to rely more heavily on Fan Kairui, making him the central figure in orchestrating the offense. However thorough Koeman's pre-match preparations proved to be, with multiple defensive layers specifically designed to contain Fan Kairui, they did manage to restrict his direct threat on goal. Yet Fan Kairui was hardly the only one capable of finding the net for Manchester United. Rashford and Martial were in scorching form that day, while Carrick's long passes arrived with pinpoint accuracy, like guided missiles. He consistently located the spaces created by Fan Kairui's dribbling runs and delivery, setting up Rashford and Martial for comfortable one-on-one opportunities. Though Rashford and Martial's finishing wasn't quite at Fan Kairui's level, they compensated with volume. More attempts simply meant greater probability of success. In the 36th minute, Fan Kairui bulldozed past Barkley and Barry on the left flank, drawing out Everton's Holgate and Jagiella in the process. Tom Davies was compressed toward the center by the Titan formation, leaving Everton's defensive left side exposed. Carrick received the ball, scanned the field without hesitation, and launched a long pass. Valencia on the right wing read the play, instinctively accelerating into space, controlling the ball, and gliding past the veteran Baines before cutting inside the penalty area. After drawing Williams out from the defensive line, Valencia whipped in a low cross toward the penalty spot, where Herrera arrived to strike the ball into the net. Hooper dove desperately, but could not reach it. The stands erupted into thunderous cheers. From the touchline, Mourinho exhaled deeply, pumping his fist to release the tension building before the goal. Once the team took the lead, the match seemed secure. The defensive line, anchored by Van Dijk, had evolved significantly since the early season, shedding its earlier vulnerabilities. While not impenetrable, the defense operated at a top-tier Premier League level. As expected, Everton's desperate attacking after conceding found no advantage against Van Dijk's unit and nearly conceded again. Certain events were inevitable. After 10 minutes of the second half, Fan Kairui drifted to the right flank to face Baines one-on-one. He cut inside and unleashed a curling shot with the outside of his boot from the right side of the penalty area. The ball traced an impossible trajectory toward the far corner. Hooper stretched to his limit but could not get a finger to it. 2-0. Another record fell as Fan Kairui extended his consecutive scoring streak to 23 matches. This record stood as something potentially unmatched, perhaps unsurpassable. Whether it could be broken further depended on how many goals he scored in the remaining league fixtures. Watching from his television, Guardiola's last remnants of hope dissolved. He closed his eyes in frustration as the final traces of his pride vanished after this league match. Koeman's side showed defiance with relentless attacking pressure and managed to pull one back. But time was running out. Manchester United ultimately defeated Everton 2-1 at home, extending their winning streak to 20 league matches and officially surpassing Guardiola's 19-game winning record set with Bayern. News of Manchester United's new European top 5 league longest winning streak record dominated headlines. Guardiola, preparing to take his team to Chelsea the following day, felt the weight of it all, their superiority complex completely shattered. When fans discussed longest winning streaks going forward, they would speak of Mourinho and Manchester United, not Guardiola and Bayern. Whether influenced by Manchester United's record-breaking run, Guardiola's Manchester City soon stumbled at Stamford Bridge, falling to Chelsea 1-2. To make matters worse, rivals Tottenham, Arsenal, and Liverpool all won their matches that round. Manchester City's defeat dropped them from 4th to 5th place. With only 8 league rounds remaining, their Champions League qualification for next season hung in the balance. Manchester City fans grew anxious and despondent, already imagining their beloved club facing Europa League football. Meanwhile, Manchester United supporters celebrated with unrestrained joy, as though every day were a festival. Beyond their own team's first-place position, the greatest pleasure came from knowing City rivals Manchester City and long-standing adversaries Liverpool might miss out on Champions League football. While Manchester City fans faced gloom, Manchester United supporters basked in triumph. Leading the table while rivals faltered in their pursuit of Champions League qualification made everything feel perfect. All of this owed much to Fan Kairui. The young star had become unstoppable, recently treasured by Manchester United fans worldwide. Sponsors Adidas and Chevrolet reaped enormous profits, particularly Adidas, whose authentic jerseys flew off shelves. Chevrolet benefited equally as Manchester United's rising fortunes brought exponentially greater visibility, with many fans choosing their vehicles accordingly. Fan Kairui's agent Mendes grew increasingly busy as the season approached its conclusion. Global brands envious of Adidas and Chevrolet's returns competed fiercely to secure his signature. Mendes remained unfazed, fully aware that delaying negotiations would only drive up the brand's offers. Following their home victory over Everton, Manchester United extended their lead over Chelsea to 11 points, with only 8 rounds remaining, making the championship practically certain. Some media outlets began speculating that Mourinho might lead Manchester United to break the Premier League's highest points record. The current mark of 95 points remained Mourinho's own achievement from his Chelsea days. With 84 points already secured, even a modest return of 12 points from winning half their remaining 8 matches would yield 96, sufficient to break the record. Yet this remained a conservative projection. Among the 8 opponents, only Chelsea, Arsenal, and Tottenham posed real challenges. Teams like Sunderland and Southampton would scarcely trouble Manchester United. Even against Chelsea's caliber opposition, Manchester United held strong chances of earning points. By these calculations, surpassing 100 points entirely plausibly. At such thoughts, many media outlets found themselves astonished. Only Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Juventus had ever reached 3 figures in league points historically. Juventus's record of 102 points appeared within Manchester United's grasp this season. Media covering Fan Kairui also uncovered compelling statistics. He had scored 41 league goals and 54 across all competitions. Messi's legendary 73 goals in the 2011-2012 season might well be within Fan Kairui's reach. With 8 league matches plus at least 11 Europa League and FA Cup fixtures remaining, Fan Kairui possessed ample opportunity. Fan Kairui himself had not given it much thought, focusing solely on breaking the league scoring record. Upon reading the media coverage, his competitive fire intensified, and he pushed his teammates relentlessly during training. Head coach Mourinho, assistant coach Faria, and the entire squad radiated confidence for the matches ahead. In their eyes, Fan Kairui's blazing form guaranteed victory. The weekend league brought Manchester United's away fixture against basement-bound Sunderland. Their season had been dismal. Only 5 victories from 31 matches, with relegation fears mounting. Fan Kairui's scoring instinct proved terrifying. Despite Sunderland's resolute defending, he broke the deadlock in the 19th minute, receiving Marshall's through pass, darting into the box, and coolly slotting past Pickford. 4 minutes later, Fan Kairui produced another signature run, extending Manchester United's lead. With 2 goals ahead, the team played with more relaxation and adopted a more conservative tactical approach. Commentator Jean-Louis smiled and chimed in, winking slyly. Manchester United's home match against Chelsea next round could be a decisive title clash. Perhaps they are building up good fortune for it. Upon hearing this, Jean Shankai nodded with sudden realization. The possibility was indeed quite considerable. Manchester United's 2-0 lead over Sunderland was far from the final score. In the second half, Fan Kairui provided another assist to Martial, enabling the French striker to calmly slot the ball into the net and seal the victory. In stoppage time, Rashford managed to poke the ball into the net amidst the chaos, adding the final touch to an impressive display. At the same time, Chelsea secured a 3-1 away victory over Bournemouth, maintaining their 11-point gap unchanged. As the league progressed, Manchester United's championship prospects grew stronger. However, Chelsea manager Conte remained defiant and began planning how to counter Manchester United away from home despite the 11-point deficit. After all, a victory at Old Trafford would narrow the gap to 8 points. While mounting a comeback for the title remained an uphill battle, it would at least demonstrate that his team still possessed the confidence to challenge for the championship. However, before hosting Chelsea at home, Manchester United had to travel to Brussels for a Europa League quarter-final match. Of course, beforehand, football fans worldwide were fixated on the resumption of the Champions League quarter-finals. With Juventus facing Barcelona and Bayern Munich taking on Real Madrid, such matchups were irresistible to any devoted supporter. Even Fan Kairui sat faithfully before the television, watching every match without missing a single one. At 8:45 p.m. European time, the Champions League matches kicked off precisely on schedule. Juventus hosted Barcelona, while Dortmund faced Monaco. After 90 minutes, Juventus decisively defeated Barcelona 3-0, having recently staged a remarkable comeback, and took a commanding step toward the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Dortmund fell 2-3 to Monaco at home. The following day, the other two matches concluded with Bayern losing 1-2 to Real Madrid at home, and Atletico Madrid securing a narrow 1-0 victory over Leicester City. With all first-leg Champions League matches completed, European media outlets speculated about the semi-finalists while turning their attention to the upcoming Europa League. Manchester United arrived in Brussels 2 days early, enjoying a more comfortable preparation camp compared to their previous trip to Rostov. Consequently, the team performed well on match day. Anderlecht stood as Belgium's most successful club, boasting 5 European titles and 33 domestic league championships. However, compared to a global powerhouse like Manchester United, the disparity was evident, and Anderlecht's role in European competition was largely ceremonial. From the opening whistle, Anderlecht capitalized on home advantage to create early pressure, but Manchester United gradually seized control of the match. Their sustained attacking waves kept the home supporters on edge. The home side's defensive line came under mounting pressure, and eventually the deadlock was broken in the 32nd minute. Fan Kairui caused chaos down the left flank, initially appearing to cut inside before unexpectedly dropping low and delivering a powerful cross into the box. Mkhitaryan struck first among the clustered players, guiding the ball into the net. The score read 0-1. During the remainder of the first half, Anderlecht adopted a deep defensive stance, hoping to exploit counter-attacking opportunities. Mourinho remained composed, knowing that leading away from home gave his team ample time to secure the aggregate advantage at Old Trafford. The 1-0 advantage carried into halftime. As the second half commenced, Anderlecht intensified their offensive push, seeking an early equalizer. Fortunately, Manchester United's defensive unit maintained sharp concentration, with goalkeeper Romero displaying exceptional focus to deny their opponents. Once Anderlecht's initial attacking surge subsided, Manchester United launched their own threatening attacks and counterattacks. In the 57th minute, Fan Kairui executed a deceptive feint pass to Sutter just outside the penalty area. Confronted by the towering but slow-turning center-back Nutik, he employed a body feint to accelerate and change direction, bursting into the right side of the box before firing a shot that soared past goalkeeper Rubin's head and nestled into the net. 3 minutes later, Fan Kairui again took center stage, using exquisite footwork to navigate past to Sutter, Oblikovic, and Nutik in succession on the right flank. He then released a low shot from the edge of the 6-yard box that slipped beneath goalkeeper Rubin and rolled into the empty net. The scoreboard read 0-3. However, the scoring did not end there. In the 84th minute, De Sutter pulled one back for the home side, providing a modest consolation. At the final whistle, Mourinho expressed satisfaction with his team's away performance. The 3-1 victory effectively placed Manchester United on the threshold of the Europa League semi-finals for the season. Early the following morning, the entire Manchester United squad flew back to Manchester to dedicate themselves fully to the crucial upcoming fixture against Chelsea at home. Both Manchester United and Chelsea had played one fewer Premier League match, with Manchester United holding an 11-point advantage. A victory over Chelsea at home would extend their lead to 14 points. With only 6 league matches remaining, the 2016-2017 Premier League title seemed within Manchester United's grasp. Nevertheless, this would not be their only meeting of the season. Following the second leg of the Europa League quarter-final, Manchester United would travel to Stamford Bridge for another encounter against Chelsea in the FA Cup semi-final. British media labelled this matchup the Championship doubleheader. This framing favored Manchester United, as their substantial points advantage meant that even a home defeat to Chelsea would not jeopardize their title prospects. The FA Cup semi-final, however, presented a different challenge, with the victor standing on the precipice of lifting the trophy. Yet Manchester United's remarkable consistency this season led many pundits to believe Mourinho could secure a double triumph over Chelsea. Chelsea possessed a distinct advantage, having avoided midweek European fixtures and fielding a full-strength squad. In contrast, Manchester United were missing key players Ibrahimovic and Pogba. On Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock, the starting lineups for Manchester United's home clash against Chelsea dominated media headlines. Manchester United deployed their familiar 4-2-3-1 formation. De Gea in goal, Shaw, Van Dijk, Bailey, and Valencia defending, Herrera and Fellaini anchoring the midfield, Fan Kairui lingered, and Mkhitaryan supporting, with Rashford leading the attack. Chelsea countered with Conte's preferred 3-4-3, Courtois between the posts, Cahill, David Luiz, and Zuma forming the back three, Azpilicueta, Matic, Kanté, and Moses in midfield, with Hazard, Diego Costa, and Pedro spearheading the attack. Essentially, Hazard and Pedro operated as shadow strikers behind Costa. Upon seeing Manchester United's starting lineup, Conte could not suppress a smile. With Ibrahimovic and Pogba absent, Manchester United had relied on this same configuration throughout the season, allowing Conte to thoroughly study their tactical patterns. Confident and prepared, he aimed to avenge the home defeat suffered earlier in the campaign at Old Trafford. Though the league title may elude them this season, victory in this red and blue clash was essential to bolster morale heading into the FA Cup semi-final the following weekend. As kickoff approached, Premier League officials knocked on the locker room door. While the home players rose to make their way out, Mourinho stopped Fan Kairui. Mourinho placed a hand on his shoulder. Kairui turned, his expression puzzled. The absence of key players significantly impacts our tactics, Mourinho continued. You will need to shoulder more responsibility in this match. Fan Kairui grinned. Uncle Jose, when have I ever shirked responsibility? Mourinho cleared his throat awkwardly. This disciple had indeed been working hard recently, leading the team to victory after victory. But as a seasoned veteran, he maintained his composure and nodded steadily. Stay grounded. You are still young with a long road ahead. Maintain your composure, and you will undoubtedly achieve greater things than you do now. In the player tunnel, both sets of players understood the significance of this match. Before kickoff, neither side acknowledged the other, maintaining stern, focused expressions. As the players emerged from the tunnel beneath the southwest stand, Old Trafford erupted into fervent anticipation. Fan Kairui's posters and banners adorned the stands everywhere, fueling his passion. Such unwavering fan support demanded a victorious response. Apologies, Chelsea. We shall demonstrate our capabilities. Old Trafford was packed to capacity, and from the opening moment, Manchester United supporters' cheers crescendoed relentlessly. Though Manchester United were missing key figures Ibrahimovic and Pogba, while playing at home, Fan Kairui's current form enabled him to compensate for the absences. His delicate ball control left Chelsea's defenders bewildered, requiring 3 players merely to contain him. Conte, who built his reputation on defensive organization, recognized the risk of committing 3 men to mark a single attacker. He instructed his players to maintain a compact formation rather than press aggressively, retreating to clog the spaces around Fan Kairui's penetration routes. This pre-match strategy appeared impeccable in its defense against Fan Kairui. However, Fan Kairui's exceptional ball control and peak condition rendered mere spatial blocking ineffective. With the home crowd roaring their encouragement, Fan Kairui's determination to break through intensified. Moses and Kanté resorted to successive fouls to halt his advance. Fortunately, referee Oliver adopted a lenient approach today. Otherwise both players would have received a stern warning. When Fan Kairui attempted another drive, Moses brought him down once more. This time Oliver took no pity, calling him aside for a firm reprimand. On the away coaching bench, Conte's brow furrowed with concern. He promptly summoned Azpilicueta to the touchline, whispering urgent instructions. Mourinho observed this exchange discreetly. Unconcerned, he readily deduced that Conte would instruct Azpilicueta to shift rightward, reinforcing the defensive line against the mounting pressure. Following the restart, Azpilicueta indeed relocated from the left flank to the right, pairing with Kanté. Moses, inherently more attack-minded than defensively robust, had been positioned on the right to bolster the offensive threat. Yet the match unfolded contrary to Conte's expectations, with Fan Kairui's performance reaching extraordinary heights. Upon observing Azpilicueta closing in, Fan Kairui broke into a confident smile. For him, the identity of his marker was immaterial. In the 12th minute, Fan Kairui received Herrera's pass, centrally confronting Azpilicueta and Kanté, who had positioned themselves to block his advancing path. Luke Shaw had already overlapped on the left flank. Rather than distributing the ball, Fan Kairui chose to carry it forward with rapid, decisive touches. Azpilicueta and Kanté appeared uncertain of his intentions, retreating while closely monitoring his movements. At that precise moment, Fan Kairui suddenly drove the ball forward with the outside of his right foot. Azpilicueta instinctively extended his left leg to challenge for the ball, but Fan Kairui was too quick on the ground. On his second touch, he used the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball to the right, shifting his body sideways in one smooth motion. Azpilicueta kicked at empty air, gaining nothing. Conte, with top-tier defensive awareness, immediately recognized Fan Kairui's intention to cut inside through the right channel. He closed in quickly and raised his right leg to block. Fan Kairui leaned his upper body forward, appearing determined to blast through the right channel. Kant, seeing this, became even more determined to win the ball back. But Fan Kairui's third touch came faster than expected. He planted his left foot firmly, twisted his center of gravity, and used the outside of his right foot to gently tap the ball backward to the right, then retreated 2 steps, in one fluid motion, instantly creating space from Kant. Immediately after, he used the inside of his right foot to curl the ball, and it rolled obediently into the open space at the right side of the penalty area. Fan Kairui's explosive pace and quick acceleration were no secret within Chelsea. Kant's recovery stride was already fast enough, but he did not expect Fan Kairui to be even quicker. Seeing the danger, Matic in the middle rushed over to provide cover, keen to prevent Fan Kairui from tearing through the defense via the right channel. On the stands of Old Trafford, the Manchester United supporters erupted in a wave of amazed cheers. From the corner of his eye, Fan Kairui noticed Matic approaching. With a gentle push using the inside of his right foot, the ball shot toward the left wing. Luke Shaw, making the overlapping run, was completely unmarked. Azpilicueta and Kant, too focused on marking Fan Kairui, were caught flat-footed. Fan Kairui's powerful dribbling had drawn both defenders, and they completely overlooked the runs into space by Luke Shaw. At the away technical area, Conte paced restlessly. A player stood completely open, and nobody was tracking him. Luke Shaw sprinted onto the ball at full speed. Center-back Zoma hurried out to challenge him, while Azpilicueta raced back, desperately attempting to form a double team with Zoma. Rashford cleverly made a diagonal run behind Zoma, drawing David Luiz with him. On the far side, Mkhitaryan moved from the right channel to position himself behind Cahill. Left wing-back Moses stayed tight, focused purely on preventing crosses. But Luke Shaw, having controlled the ball, did not cross it. He swung his left foot and swept the ball toward the arc of the penalty area, where Fan Kairui was making a horizontal run from the left side of the box. Luke Shaw's control and first touch drew Zoma out of position. Rashford's run pinned David Luiz. And in the path of Fan Kairui, who was now at full speed, there was suddenly no one to mark him. Kant slid in an attempt to block during his recovery run, but he was half a beat too slow. The ball rolled past his boots. Something was wrong. Fan Kairui found himself with open space ahead. He calmly controlled the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending it to the left side of the penalty arc. His left foot stepped forward, and his right leg drew back, ready to strike. Matic, racing back from the center, had no time to think carefully. He could only throw himself into a sliding tackle, hoping to disrupt Fan Kairui's potential long-range shot. However, at this critical moment, Fan Kairui suddenly halted his swinging right leg and gently tapped the ball outward to the right. The football rolled smoothly away, and Matic slid harmlessly across the turf, missing the ball entirely. Fan Kairui shifted laterally 1 step and found himself perfectly positioned at the very center of the penalty arc. Chelsea's defensive players were all occupied with their own markers. The nearest player without a direct assignment, Cahill, was several yards away. Fan Kairui did not hesitate. He nudged the ball forward slightly, placed his left foot on the edge of the penalty area, and swung his right leg like a whip. Kairui has danced past Matic. Commentator Lineker's voice rose sharply. He shoots. Cahill stood frozen, watching helplessly as the ball soared past him toward the top left corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Courtois, who had been waiting alertly, immediately threw himself into a full-stretch lateral dive, extending his arm as far as possible. But the ball flew with such speed and power, spinning cleanly through the air and brushed past Courtois' fingertips before nestling into the back of the net. Goal! Andy Gray's voice stretched long and loud on Sky Sports. Jean Shankai from New Sports chipped in excitedly. Fan Kairui receiving Luke Shaw's cross, feinting a shot to deceive Matic, then unleashing a brilliant strike from the edge of the penalty area. This is his 44th Premier League goal of the season. Manchester United lead 1-0. Jean Shankai added enthusiastically, he has surpassed Blackburn legend Harper. He now sits alone in second place on the all-time single-season scorers list in English top-flight football. The only one standing between him and the record is the Everton legend Dixie Dean, whose legendary 60 goals in the 1927-28 season remain untouched. On Loose Sports, commentator Jean June nearly shouted, "Unbelievable." Fan Kairui scores a magnificent long-range strike. Manchester United take the lead against Chelsea at home. If they win this match, the league title is virtually theirs. The stands at Old Trafford erupted instantly. The cheers of Manchester United fans swept across the stadium like a tidal wave. On the sideline, manager Mourinho pumped his fist, emphatically releasing all the accumulated pressure. The United players on the pitch converged on Fan Kairui, surrounding him in celebration. The substitutes bench also exploded with joy. Players jumped and cheered, waving towels and jackets. But on the Chelsea side, the atmosphere was entirely different. The Chelsea substitutes sat in silence, some covering their faces, others staring blankly, as though the match were already lost. Manager Conte paced angrily on the sideline, muttering continuously, his expression deeply frustrated. The camera swept across the Chelsea players on the pitch. Azar Costa, Pedro Matic, Kant, Azpilicueta, each face etched with disappointment and regret. In the first leg at Stamford Bridge, Fan Kairui had been like a force of nature with 1 goal and 2 assists. Now at Old Trafford, in just over 10 minutes, he had struck again to give United the lead. Who knew what he might accomplish next? It seemed as though every team's goal in the Premier League this season had fallen to his boot. Including this goal, he had scored 44 all from open play. The single-season record across Europe's top 5 leagues was Messi's 50, which included 10 penalty goals. If Fan Kairui had the authority to take penalties, he would likely have broken the record by now. The Manchester United fans, however, cared little for such distinctions. They celebrated wildly, fueling the electric atmosphere. The match restarted. After conceding, Chelsea intensified their attacking efforts, hoping to equalize before United could settle into their lead. But Van Dijk's command of the United backline had grown increasingly solid. Though not impenetrable, it was more than enough to contain Chelsea's somewhat impatient attacks. Conte's trademark was always to defend resolutely and counterattack. But with his strongest asset already breached by Fan Kairui, he was now forced to attack openly with limited effect. After all, his opponent Mourinho was a master of quick transitions himself. The more Chelsea pushed forward, the larger the spaces they exposed at the back. Conte, with extensive managerial experience, may have been slightly slow in his adjustments, but his tactical acumen remained sharp. Seizing a dead ball opportunity, he gathered his players on the sideline, gesturing and instructing them to stick to the pre-match game plan rather than launching reckless attacks. Every time Chelsea advanced, the spaces behind their defense seemed to invite Fan Kairui in. Yet the Blues players, far from being pushovers, eventually slowed their tempo and began following Conte's instructions. Mourinho watched from the technical area, pressing his lips together. He had glimpsed the wavering Chelsea defense and entertained hopes of a second goal, but Conte, the seasoned tactician, reacted swiftly, reshaping the formation and plugging the gaps. He glanced toward the distant red-haired figure and felt a sense of calm assurance. With that presence on the pitch, opportunities would surely come. The two sides exchanged possession for over 10 minutes. The play was lively, but no genuine shot on target materialized. Time passed quickly, and soon the first half was halfway over. United, buoyed by home advantage, dominated possession. But it was clear to onlookers that Chelsea were willingly surrendering the ball, biding their time for counterattacks. Mourinho had seen countless matches. He understood Conte's strategy perfectly. Since Chelsea were happy to relinquish possession and United were already ahead, there was no need for urgency. United's attack relied on 3 or 4 key players, occasionally supported by advancing fullbacks. Though outnumbered, each forward move kept the Chelsea defense on edge. Conte sat at the away technical area with his arms folded, his brows drawn tight in concentration. He occasionally glanced across at Mourinho, who appeared relaxed and composed, a look of quiet confidence. You are leading by 1, and you are satisfied. Why not push harder? If Mourinho could have heard, he might have replied, you are the one behind, and you are not worried. Why should I be? Let those thoughts pass. Although United were attacking with fewer players, the threat remained significant. Fan Kairui dominated on the left wing, troubling Azpilicueta considerably. By the 36th minute, Azpilicueta had received a yellow card. This planted a warning on Chelsea's right flank. On the other side, Moses, already carrying a card, played with caution in defense. Being naturally right-footed, he looked uncomfortable on the left wing, frequently having to cut the ball back to his stronger foot before delivering crosses. That hesitation gave United's defenders ample time to position themselves. As for Chelsea's attacking efforts, Hazard was tightly marked by Herrera and unable to shake him off. Diego Costa, effective against most Premier League defenders, found himself neutralized by Van Dijk's solid presence. Throughout the entire attacking line, Chelsea created nothing that required De Gea to move. By the 40th minute, the volume of noise at Old Trafford surged once more. Jean Xiankai's commentary remained calm. 5 minutes remain in the first half. Statistics show this period carries the highest probability for goals. Let us see whether this clash sees United extend their advantage or Chelsea level the score. Almost immediately after his words lingered, sent a long-range effort sailing wide. Chelsea were awarded a goal kick. Courtois prepared to take it leisurely. Conte seized the moment to pull captain Azpilicueta to the sideline and spoke quietly to him. The gesture was captured by the broadcast camera and fell squarely within Mourinho's line of sight. Azpilicueta instinctively extended his left leg to challenge for the ball, but Fan Kairui was too quick on the ground. On his second touch, he used the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball to the right, shifting his body sideways in one smooth motion. Azpilicueta kicked at empty air, gaining nothing. Conte, with top-tier defensive awareness, immediately recognized Fan Kairui's intention to cut inside through the right channel. He closed in quickly and raised his right leg to block. Fan Kairui leaned his upper body forward, appearing determined to blast through the right channel. Conte, seeing this, became even more determined to win the ball back. But Fan Kairui's third touch came faster than expected. He planted his left foot firmly, twisted his center of gravity, and used the outside of his right foot to gently tap the ball backward to the right, then retreated 2 steps in one fluid motion, instantly creating space from Conte. Immediately after, he used the inside of his right foot to curl the ball, and it rolled obediently into the open space at the right side of the penalty area. Fan Kairui's explosive pace and quick acceleration were no secret within Chelsea. Conte's recovery stride was already fast enough, but he did not expect Fan Kairui to be even quicker. Seeing the danger, Matic in the middle rushed over to provide cover, keen to prevent Fan Kairui from tearing through the defense via the right channel. From the corner of his eye, Fan Kairui noticed Matic approaching. With a gentle push using the inside of his right foot, the ball shot toward the left wing. Luke Shaw, making the overlapping run, was completely unmarked. Azpilicueta returned to the pitch and flashed a series of hand signals that only his teammates understood, directing Hazard, Costa, Pedro, and Matic. Mourinho's lips curled into a smile. His guess had been nearly spot on. Chelsea sitting deep was what gave him a headache. Now they wanted to come out and attack. That suited him perfectly. Hazard, Costa, Pedro. Each of them was a player capable of changing a match. If they seized even one counter-attacking opportunity, it would indeed be troublesome. But on the other hand, if they pushed everything forward, their backline would be wide open for Fan Kairui to exploit. Sure enough, Chelsea's attacking push validated his judgment. Moses and Azpilicueta rotated back to their original positions. Hazard received the ball and cut inside toward the right half space, while Costa and Pedro drew closer to combine. Manchester United's defense appeared under immense pressure, but what Mourinho saw was a golden opportunity. Moses, carrying a yellow card, was still throwing himself forward, and the gap he left behind was enormous. After a few passes, the ball came back to Moses on the right wing. Mourinho's enigmatic expression finally cracked, and a smile spread all the way to the corners of his eyes. Moses was fierce in his runs, excellent physicality, great speed, but his crossing ability was hardly commendable. Both of his right-wing deliveries had been comfortably headed clear by Van Dijk. Fortunately, Kante and Matic positioned themselves intelligently, or Manchester United's counterattack would have already broken through. Herrera stuck to Hazard like gum, denying him any space to find a way through. With the first half winding down, Conte glanced at the scoreboard, his brows drawn tight into a knot. He was torn. Press on or play it safe and see out the half. Pushing forward might somehow produce a goal, but the chances were slim. Steadily grinding out the remainder of the first half was undoubtedly the safer option, saving energy for a second-half battle. But he simply couldn't swallow his pride. They had lost 4-2 at home in the first leg. If they faltered again here, where would they save face? If they could level the score, the players' spirits would undoubtedly rise. But returning to the locker room, trailing 0-1, would crush their morale entirely. Everyone knew that Manchester United, leading by 11 points, had practically locked up the league title this season. The only path to a comeback was to defeat them on their own turf. After all, Manchester United still had the Europa League and the FA Cup to contend with. Playing across 3 competitions, their league campaign could unravel at any moment. In the Europa League, they had won the first leg 3-1 against Anderlecht, and a semi-final berth was all but secured. The FA Cup semi-final was being played at Stamford Bridge, and Conte was confident of dispatching Manchester United at home. With all this calculated, a league comeback was not entirely impossible. But the precondition was winning at Old Trafford today, narrowing the gap to 8 points. Conte had weighed every angle and made his decision. He went all in. What if it worked? And even in the worst case, if they lost the league, they still had the FA Cup semi-final as a safety net. With that thought, his mind cleared. He crossed his arms and watched the pitch with calm composure. Old Trafford remained as raucous as ever, even with only the final minute of the first half remaining. The fourth official crouched near the touchline, holding up the electronic board, signaling 1 minute of added time, waiting for the final seconds to raise it. Chelsea's attacking pattern over these minutes remained the same. Unable to break through on the left, the ball was circulated through Matic and Kante to the right wing, finally delivered to Pedro or Moses for the cross. This time Luke Shaw, with assistance from Fellaini and Lingard, blocked Moses' passing lanes completely. Seeing no space, Moses suddenly accelerated and powered his way to the byline, with sheer determination, whipping his foot to sweep the ball into the penalty area. The cross was actually decent, but Van Dijk's positioning was even sharper, his judgment of the landing point precise. He pressured Diego Costa and headed the ball clear. The ball flew directly toward Fellaini and Matic just outside the box. Both towering giants over 1.9 meters tall jostled for position, but neither managed to connect. The ball hit the ground and bounced up. Herrera, Kante, and Hazard converged on the loose ball almost simultaneously. Herrera, benefiting from better positioning, threw himself in from the side and headed the bouncing ball toward the right flank. Valencia reacted instantly, extending his foot to control the ball. The moment he raised his head, he saw Fan Kairui already tucked near the right touchline, arm outstretched, calling for the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Valencia gently chipped the ball forward with the inside of his right foot. It rolled along the grass, speeding straight toward Fan Kairui. Azpilicueta and Kante both lunged, but missed completely. Old Trafford erupted instantly, a tidal wave of roaring cheers bursting forth. Kairui! 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 Hearing those shouts, both Azpilicueta and Kante felt a chill run down their spines. Conte, standing in the away technical area, his pupils constricting sharply, thought to himself, this is bad. Azpilicueta, Kante, and Matic were all out of position. Behind them, only Cahill, David Luiz, and Zuma remained as center backs. 3 versus 3 sounded promising, but Manchester United weren't relying solely on Fan Kairui to surge forward. Rashford and Lingard, both possessing pace, saw the ball roll toward Fan Kairui and understood immediately. One surged down the left, the other cut straight through the middle, both sprinting with everything they had. Fan Kairui guided Valencia's pass forward with the outside of his right foot. Cahill came charging in with aggressive intent. Fan Kairui didn't attempt any fancy maneuvers. He simply prodded the ball firmly ahead with the tip of his toe, sending it rolling more than 10 meters forward. He then launched himself along the touchline at full speed to chase it down. Cahill, not caring about consequences, slid into a desperate tackle, even as the ball was already past him, targeting Fan Kairui's legs. Watching this move, Mourinho on the sideline was furious, ashamed that he had once managed Cahill. The ball was already gone. This was a tackle meant to cripple Fan Kairui. Damn it. Conte had not expected Cahill to make such a challenge, and was momentarily stunned. The deafening cheers of Old Trafford were instantly replaced by gasps of shock. In the time it took to blink, Fan Kairui had gone from a standstill to full sprint. Cahill's sliding tackle from the side looked ferocious, but it came up empty. At the last possible moment, Fan Kairui planted his foot and propelled himself forward, narrowly escaping past Cahill's sliding leg. Now David Luiz was already slow, and Zuma, though possessing some pace, was too far away, with Luiz himself forming an obstacle between them. Fan Kairui thundered down the right touchline like a supercar with its accelerator welded to the floor, swiftly crossing the halfway line. He drew closer to the ball with every stride, while the two pursuing defenders fell further and further behind. At the penalty spot, Courtois was in deep dilemma. Coming out, risked being beaten. Staying put felt like waiting for death. He stood frozen, unsure of what to do. The stadium's collective gasp instantly transformed into ear-splitting roars. Fan Kairui's speed was simply undeniable. He dragged the ball into the right half space with the inside of his right foot and charged straight into the penalty area. Good heavens. Lineker of BBC was astonished. Kairui is too fast. Chelsea's defenders have been left in his wake. Unbelievable. Could Thibaut Courtois stop him from scoring again before halftime? David Luiz and Zuma chased desperately behind, mere meters away, yet completely unable to close the gap. Those few meters on the pitch sometimes amounted to an unbridgeable chasm. Fan Kairui drove the ball to the edge of the penalty arc, still 2 meters behind the recovering David Luiz. Fan Kairui didn't slow down at all. About 2 meters from Courtois, he sharply cut the ball to the right, attempting to blow past the goalkeeper with pure pace. Courtois, at 1.99 meters tall, was simply too slow on his feet. He could only watch helplessly as Fan Kairui glided past him on the left. Fan Kairui has beaten Courtois. Jean Xiangkai of New England Sports cried, his voice cracking. Completely past the goalkeeper, Fan Kairui faced an open net and calmly slots the ball home with his right foot. The ball skimmed the grass and slid into the pristine white net. Fan Kairui, having scored, stood still, closed his eyes, and spread his arms wide. Waves of deafening noise crashed over the pitch. On the sideline, Mourinho clenched his fist and slammed it down, releasing all his pin-up euphoria. The substitutes on the bench sprang to their feet, waving their arms and cheering wildly. 10 meters away, however, the Chelsea coaching area and bench were dead silent. With Fan Kairui's goal, Manchester United led by 2 goals with just moments remaining before halftime. Old Trafford's fans were beside themselves with joy, dancing and celebrating everywhere. In the VIP box, Sir Ferguson and Sir Bobby Charlton smiled broadly, their teeth showing. If they defeated Chelsea at home, the gap would widen to 14 points with only 6 league matches remaining. They could practically start planning where to display the championship trophy. On the Chelsea side, from Coach Conte to the players on the pitch, everyone shook their heads and sighed. No one had anticipated conceding another goal with the first half about to end. Trailing by 1 goal was still a fight. Trailing by 2 was a nightmare. The current Manchester United was no longer the team from the first half of the season. With Van Dijk's arrival, the entire defense had been transformed, evolving from the side that conceded the most among the big 6 into the one that conceded the fewest. It was incredibly difficult to recover 2 goals against such a Manchester United. In truth, the greatest challenge wasn't scoring 2 goals. It was ensuring their own defense remained solid while doing so. Fan Kairui was in scorching form. If Chelsea pushed forward, their rear would be even more exposed. Realizing this, the Chelsea players began to lose heart. After the restart, they failed to string together more than a few passes before losing possession. Manchester United immediately launched another counterattack. Fortunately, the referee, Oliver, blew the whistle for halftime at that moment. Mourinho, still hoping Manchester United would strike again, spread his hands in frustration, clearly dissatisfied with Oliver blowing the whistle so soon. He figured the whistle should have waited until that attack played out. Of course, it was just a complaint, a statement of principle. Leading Chelsea 2-0 at halftime was already better than he could have hoped for. The 15-minute halftime break passed quickly. After the teams switched sides for the second half, Chelsea made the first move, bringing on Cazorla for Moses, who was carrying a yellow card. The formation shifted from 3-4-3 to 3-5-2, pairing Diego Costa and Hazard up front as a tall and fast combination, while Azpilicueta and Pedro took the wings. Once the formation stretched out, Chelsea actually created several consecutive chances. Hazard, operating behind Costa, played with real freedom and seemed completely at home. But Mourinho, standing in the home technical area, remained entirely composed. He trusted Herrera to mark Hazard the same way he had in the first half. Herrera delivered on that trust. After adjusting for a few minutes, he shut Hazard down completely. Since Hazard was Chelsea's creative engine, once he was neutralized, the attack lost most of its punch. Mourinho glanced over at Conte, who was pacing the sideline with his hand on his head, and a smirk crossed his face as he muttered under his breath, "Conte, you didn't see that coming, did you? It's not just Fan Kairui and Van Dijk firing on all cylinders. I've got Herrera playing with pure fire today. Cazorla's introduction did bring more sharpness to Chelsea's midfield passing, but defensively, he lacked the bite, leaving Matic and Kante to shoulder the dirty work. When Chelsea couldn't break through Manchester United's defense, the hosts immediately turned their attention toward Courtois' goal. First, Fan Kairui cut inside from the left and unleashed a powerful long-range shot that struck the post, sending Chelsea supporters on the away terrace into a cold sweat. Within 3 minutes, Rashford fired a thunderous shot from inside the box, but Courtois produced an instant reflex save to push it away. Fan Kairui and Rashford's 2 strikes nearly changed the scoreline, sending Old Trafford erupting with deafening cheers. With the ball dead, the camera zoomed in on Connie on the Chelsea bench. Commentator Jin Xiangkai said Manchester United's pressure means a goal is only a matter of time. If Chelsea failed to make adjustments and apply pressure to United's backline, they could find themselves eliminated from the tie. While Chelsea sat still, Mourinho struck first. He brought on veteran Carrick for Lingard, shifting from 4-2-3-1 to a more familiar 4-3-3. Conte's brows furrowed as he immediately grasped Mourinho's intention. On the surface, it looked like reinforcement in central defense, but the real plan was counter-attacking. Carrick's long passing was exactly what United needed. As expected, Chelsea didn't make their second substitution until the 59th minute, bringing on Williams for Matic, who was carrying a yellow card. Conte's logic was straightforward. Since Hazard was being suffocated, he needed Williams to stretch the play wide and create space for him. The plan sounded sound on paper, but reality proved harsher. Williams showed flashes of promise early on, but they faded as quickly as a shooting star. Meanwhile, Manchester United grew more organized in their attacking play, feeding off the roaring home crowd. Carrick, with his seasoned understanding, read Mourinho's intentions perfectly. Dropping deep near the center circle to receive from Van Dijk, Carrick had time to survey the pitch as both Williams and Hazard pressed, but hesitated to commit. Then he caught sight of a red figure surging forward down the left channel. The number 7 on his back said it all. Carrick didn't need to think. He simply struck a long ball with instinct and precision. The football arced through the air, dropping precisely toward the left side of the penalty area. The broadcast camera pulled back to reveal what every fan at home could see in the lower left of the screen. A red number 7 was sprinting at full pace. Commentator Jin Xiangkai's voice erupted. Fan Kairui. The entire Old Trafford Stadium detonated in unison. Fan Kairui's acceleration was devastating. He surged past Zoma from behind his run, and the ball's trajectory aligning perfectly. Zoma had initially judged the pass would overshoot into touch, but when that crimson blur flashed past his peripheral vision, his stomach dropped, and his eyes widened in shock. At full speed, Fan Kairui controlled the ball with his chest, but Courtois had already abandoned his line and launched himself forward with arms spread wide. Unfazed, Fan Kairui executed a flawless first touch, lifting the ball with the outside of his right foot just past Courtois' reaching hand. He tracked the ball toward the byline, slowing his pace as he kept his eyes locked on its descent after the bounce, then curled a delicate lob toward the far corner. The ball sailed over Courtois' outstretched fingers and nestled into the empty net. For a heartbeat, the stadium fell silent, then erupted. 70,000 United supporters unleashing a deafening roar that shook the ground. Fan Kairui. BBC commentator Linker cried hoarsely. Goal! 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 A hat-trick! Kairui's 6th hat-trick of the season. He has surpassed Alan Shearer's record of 5 in a single season, set in 1994-95. From this moment forward, he was the undisputed master of the hat-trick. Fan Kairui exploded toward the stands, sliding on his knees across the turf and carving twin grooves into the grass. This was his 6th hat-trick of the season. Of course, he was thrilled. Before kickoff, he had only matched Alan Shearer's record of 5, but now he stood alone at the top. The faithful on the opposite stand, the Stretford end, were roaring themselves hoarse, showing no sign of letting up. If anything, their energy only intensified. That electric atmosphere spread like wildfire, and within moments the Bobby Charlton stand, the East stand, and the Ferguson stand had all joined the cacophony. Still riding the adrenaline, Fan Kairui didn't wait for his teammates to converge. He ripped his jersey over his head, balled it up, and launched it toward the fans wildly waving from the stands. He knew the booking that came with it, but who cared? This was a hat-trick celebration. Keeping the shirt on would have felt wrong. Female viewers at home found themselves transfixed by the broadcast, their attention drawn to his striking features and athletic physique. Even Mourinho, usually so composed on the sideline, couldn't contain his delight. Despite managing world-class talents throughout his career, he had never witnessed anything quite like Fan Kairui. Scoring with such ease, the triumph was simply too much to hold back. He dropped into a knee slide right in the technical area, sending Old Trafford into absolute frenzy. Just 10 meters away in the away technical area, Chelsea manager Conte stood, frozen hands clasped behind his head, as if time itself had stopped. The Chelsea players on the pitch seemed completely out of place amid the electric atmosphere. Some with hands on hips, others shaking their heads, a few hiding their faces in disbelief. Commentary team member He Wei from CCTV 5 was still riding the high from the goal. Young Fan Kairui this season has been absolutely incredible. From his debut, he's been at peak level. 6 hat-tricks, all coming against the top 6. Everyone talks about avoiding tough opponents, but he's the opposite. The stronger the opposition, the more he rises to the occasion. This is precisely why Fan Kairui has been so dominant in his rookie season. The tougher the challenge, the more he feeds off it. 6 hat-tricks in a season is remarkable, but United still face 3 major tests ahead. Away matches against Arsenal and Tottenham in the league, plus a return trip to Stamford Bridge for the FA Cup semi-final. Guest commentator Su Yang continued with evident gravity. With 46 Premier League goals this season, he has already matched Cristiano Ronaldo's personal record from the 2011-12 campaign. The remaining milestone is Messi's 50-goal record from that same season. Of course, the true legend to chase remains Dixie Dean's 60-goal feat set in the 1927-28 campaign. Fan Kairui ultimately received a yellow card from referee Oliver for removing his shirt during the celebration, but he accepted it without complaint. Rules are rules. The Old Trafford crowd had no patience for that interpretation, responding with a wall of boos aimed squarely at the official. When play resumed, Chelsea appeared completely deflated. Their fighting spirit evaporated after falling 3 goals behind, resembling young professionals who had been crushed by harsh reality before they had even begun. Manchester United, within Europa League's second leg looming on Thursday, showed no urgency to extend their lead further, instead focusing on patient possession to run down the clock. As each minute ticked by, Conte remained on the touchline, his expression a mixture of frustration and resignation, before finally forcing himself to make one last change. He brought on Sik for Zoma to bolster the attack. Mourinho responded in kind, introducing young Mensah for Mkhitaryan and shifting to a 3-5-2 formation. The back 3 of Van Dijk, Bailey and Mensah anchored the defense, while 5 midfielders provided cover, leaving just Fan Kairui and Rashford up front. With so many players clogging the middle, the spaces that Sik and Williams thrived and disappeared entirely. Diego Costa and Hazard struggled to gain leverage against the 3 central defenders, and young Mensah was particularly dominant, using his strength to push Costa off the ball repeatedly. Costa grew increasingly frustrated and nearly lost his temper, but Mensah held his composure and avoided provoking a reaction that would have resulted in a sending off. By the 75th minute, the scoreboard still read 3-0 in favor of the home side. Chelsea's attackers moved with lethargy against such a deficit, unable to mount any meaningful pressure on De Gea's goal. Conte watched helplessly from the touchline, all 3 substitutions, already exhausted, forced to rely entirely on his 11 players on the pitch. Given his team's performance, the chance of leveling the score seemed to depend entirely on Manchester United making costly mistakes, but expecting them to blunder 3 times in succession. Such a scenario was about as likely as hitting the lottery. Manchester United, leading by 3 goals, played with remarkable composure, deliberately keeping their attacking tempo in check. Unless an ideal counter-attack opportunity presented itself, Fan Kairui would typically hold the ball and make a pass or 2, clearly and legitimately killing time. The reasoning was simple. With such a commanding lead, even the desire to score seemed dulled. During a stoppage, the camera zoomed in for a close-up of Fan Kairui. Jean Shankai, the commentator on New Ing Sports, chuckled at the sight. Our young fan, after his hat-trick, suddenly finds his shots lacking punch, doesn't he? Was it a dip in form? According to insiders. No, this is simply his old habit resurfacing. The moment he sees a comfortable lead, he loses the hunger to push forward. Domestic fans watching at home couldn't help but share a wry smile, while others took to forums to vent their frustration. What's with the stark contrast between players? Fan Kairui's already 3 up and playing it safe, while our national team breaks their backs and can't find the net once. Once again, the national side found itself caught in the crossfire, reduced to mere backdrop. This clash between red and blue saw one side devoid of attacking intent, while the other had completely lost its competitive spirit, significantly diminishing the match's entertainment value. Naturally, this observation only held true for neutral spectators. When the referee's whistle blew after 3 minutes of stoppage time, the second fixture of the season between these 2 rivals drew to a close. The post-match footage focused squarely on Fan Kairui without hesitation. 3 crucial goals throughout the match. Who else could claim player of the match but him? At the post-match press conference, Conte deflected questions about the victory by steering the conversation toward next week's FA Cup semi-final at Stamford Bridge. That is the real decisive battle, he insisted. A reporter from the Manchester Evening News wasn't about to let the topic drop, pressing him with a pointed question. If I recall correctly, Manchester United were the ones who won at Stamford Bridge earlier this season, weren't they? Conte's expression darkened as he glanced dismissively at the journalist's credentials. Previous matches are forever in the past. An FA Cup semi-final is completely different from league play. Our focus will be heightened, and Manchester United. They still have the Europa League to contend with. The argument sounded reasonable on the surface, but it was evident to any observant eye that Conte harbored considerable unease beneath the confident facade. Both managers took charge in the summer of the previous year, yet their trajectories could hardly have been more different. Mourinho's Manchester United stood on the brink of the league title, had already secured the League Cup, were advancing through the Europa Cup semi-finals, and were favored by pundits for the FA Cup as well. By contrast, Conte's Chelsea trailed by 14 points in the standings, with any realistic title challenge dead and buried. They had been eliminated from the League Cup early, and even their upcoming FA Cup semi-final appeared unlikely to produce a victory in the eyes of most observers. Even after Manchester United's commanding 3-0 victory over Chelsea at home, Mourinho showed no signs of complacency. His mind was already racing ahead to the Europa Cup quarter-final second leg and the FA Cup semi-final that lay on the horizon. The 3-1 away win against Anderlecht in the first leg of the Europa Cup quarter-final was encouraging, but it hardly guaranteed progression. Caution was always wise, better safe than sorry. The FA Cup semi-final at Stamford Bridge demanded particular focus. Dominating Chelsea in the league did not guarantee success in cup competition, just as Connie had noted. Past results meant nothing for what lay ahead. Beyond these two pivotal fixtures, Manchester United still had remaining league matches to attend to. Yet there was a silver lining for Mourinho. A 14-point cushion over Chelsea in the league standings allowed him to redirect his full attention toward the knockout rounds in both cup competitions. With only 6 league games remaining, Chelsea's chances of overturning the deficit were purely theoretical. To be frank, even if Manchester United lost all their final 6 matches, the title might still elude Chelsea. Manchester City and Liverpool, both swept by Manchester United in home and away fixtures, sat lower in the standings with 62 and 60 points respectively. Arsenal, often tagged as a team struggling to secure a top 4 finish, rested at 6th place with 59 points. With 6 rounds remaining in the league, Manchester United had already accumulated 90 points, sitting just 6 points away from breaking the Premier League single-season points record. Mainstream media across Britain and Europe were optimistic about Mourinho, believing he could surpass the record he set during his Chelsea days and potentially lead the first ever 100-point champions in Premier League history. The media had not forgotten their star striker Fan Kairui. The young man had netted 46 goals this season, standing just 4 goals shy of the European top 5 league single-season scoring record held by Messi. Breaking it seemed all but certain. However, he still had a gap of 14 goals to close on the legendary Dixie Dean's record of 60. With only 6 league matches left, closing that gap to Dixie Dean's 60 was a steep challenge, requiring an average of 5 goals every 2 games. A tall order indeed. 4 days later, back at Old Trafford, Manchester United faced Anderlecht. Fan Kairui, fresh off a hat-trick in the derby, continued his remarkable form, scoring in both halves to guide the team to a 2-1 victory. With a 5-2 aggregate score, Manchester United advanced cleanly to the UEFA Europa League final. Fan Kairui, with 4 goals across the 2 legs, claimed the knockout round MVP without dispute. The Europa League semi-final draw took place the following noon in Nyon. Before that, the Champions League draw was conducted first. The 2 Madrid clubs were paired together in the semis, while Monaco would face Juventus. Once the Champions League brackets were settled, attention turned to the Europa League draw. Mourinho sat before the television, eyes fixed on the screen, his palms slightly damp. None of the teams reaching the Final Four this season were easy opponents. Lyon, Ajax, and Celta Vigo, all formidable sides. Fan Kairui remained unfazed, treating the draw as merely a formality. But those following Ajax's perspective saw things differently. Their greatest concern was avoiding Manchester United in the semi-finals, not necessarily because United was the strongest side, but because Fan Kairui emerged from their youth academy. Would it not be more fitting to meet in the final rather than clash in the semis? Even before the draw began, Fan Kairui already had a sense of how events would unfold. He recalled that in this season's Europa League final, Manchester United would face Ajax. Therefore, the 2 sides were destined not to meet in the semi-finals. The first 2 drawn names were Ajax and Lyon. Celta Vigo and Manchester United were automatically paired together. The home and away order still needed to be determined, with the first name drawn hosting the second leg. Manchester United drew fortune in their favor. Celta Vigo's name appeared first. This meant Manchester United would play away first, and then at home, a schedule that proved quite favorable. With the semi-final matchups for both competitions set, European media attention immediately turned toward the potential finalists. Compared to the Champions League, the Europa League commanded significantly less attention. Without Manchester United as a prominent fixture in the semi-finals, interest would have been even dimmer. The Champions League final represented the pinnacle of world football. Would Real Madrid defend their title, or would Atletico Madrid seek redemption? Would Monaco continue their remarkable run, or would the experienced Juventus prevail? Real Madrid, the defending champions, had edged their city rivals in a penalty shootout last season. Facing them again in the semi-finals promised an intensely competitive encounter. Monaco had been the surprise package of the season, leading their league and dispatching powerhouse sides like Manchester City and Borussia Dortmund in the Champions League. Reaching the semi-finals was a testament to their strength. Led by veteran striker Falcao and the emerging teenage prodigy Mbappe, they had surged forward relentlessly. The media quickly drew comparisons between Mbappe and Fan Kairui. Born in December 1998, Mbappe was already Monaco's youngest ever appearance and goal record holder. 29 league matches yielded 15 goals and 11 assists, with 6 more goals in 9 Champions League outings. Fan Kairui, born in February 1999, carried the aura of a record-breaking prodigy. In 31 league matches, he had fired 46 goals alongside 18 assists, with 8 goals in just 6 Europa League appearances. Though the Europa League carried less weight than the Champions League, making Mbappe's statistics appear more convincing, at first glance Fan Kairui's dominance in the Premier League was undeniable. With the Premier League regarded as a step above League One, media outlets across France, Britain, and the Netherlands engaged in spirited debate over who held the edge, Fan Kairui or Mbappe, who was stronger. The debate raged on, but Fan Kairui himself paid it little mind. His focus lay elsewhere, aimed higher, surpassing Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi to become the world's finest player. Meanwhile, Mbappe, impressed by Fan Kairui's Premier League numbers, harbored his own unshaken confidence. He believed he remained the most exceptional talent under 20. While the media buzzed with comparison after comparison, Fan Kairui remained unmoved. There was more pressing business, preparing for the FA Cup semi-final at Stamford Bridge in 2 days' time. A single match, one winner advances. The League Cup was already secured, and the league title seemed all but certain. The oldest cup competition in the world demanded nothing less than victory. With the schedule reaching the semi-final stage and the next step leading to the final, the same milestone awaited in the Europa League. 2 more victories stood between them and the trophy. Should they bring home both trophies, adding the Community Shield won at the season's outset, the result would be a historic treble. Such a prospect filled everyone with anticipation. At the Carrington training ground, Fan Kairui trained with remarkable vigor, a commitment that Mourinho observed with quiet confidence for the upcoming encounter at Stamford Bridge. Meanwhile, Premier League matchday 34 witnessed an upset as Crystal Palace defeated Liverpool 2-1 at home. Manchester United's league fixture at Burnley, originally scheduled earlier, was postponed due to their FA Cup semi-final commitment and rescheduled for the following Thursday. Manchester City, Arsenal, and Chelsea, also competing in semi-finals, had their league matches similarly delayed with new dates yet to be confirmed. On Sunday afternoon at 6 o'clock, Stamford Bridge in London hosted the FA Cup semi-final between Chelsea and Manchester United, kicking off as scheduled. A week prior, Chelsea had suffered a humiliating 3-0 defeat at Old Trafford at the hands of Manchester United, trudging home in disgrace. Now back on home soil, Connie and his players were all fired up, determined to redeem themselves at Stamford Bridge and secure a place in the final. As one of the Premier League's elite clubs, with both the League Cup and the title already slipping away, the FA Cup had become their last shred of dignity. Losing this match would leave them with nothing. Stamford Bridge, the third largest stadium in London, held roughly 40,000 spectators. Even an hour before kickoff, the stands were already packed to capacity. It wasn't just the coaches and players who understood the significance of this match. The fans knew exactly what was at stake. The moment the referee's whistle blew, the home supporters erupted. Their roaring chants fueled their team throughout the entire match, the sound wave building relentlessly, and whenever an opportunity arose, they directed a fresh barrage of boos at the Manchester United players. Compared to their previous encounter at Old Trafford, Chelsea had made 5 changes to their starting lineup, though they stuck with the same 3-4-3 formation. Courtois guarded the goal, with David Luiz and Azpilicueta forming the back 3. The midfield consisted of Marcos Alonso, Matic Candy, and Moses, while Hazard, Batshuayi, and Willian led the attack. Manchester United had also reshuffled 4 positions. Romero in goal, backed by Ashley Young, Smalling, Van Dijk, and Valencia. Fellaini, Herrera, and Blind anchored the midfield, while Van Kaisar, Rashford, and Mkhitaryan formed the attacking trio. Riding the momentum of their home crowd, Chelsea cast aside their earlier struggles. Willian and Hazard launched devastating attacks down the flanks, repeatedly threatening Romero's goal. Though Stamford Bridge lacked the sheer size of Old Trafford, its electric atmosphere matched it, or surpassed it, thanks to the stadium's compact design amplifying every roar from the stands. Van Kaisar hadn't even touched the ball yet when he was already drowning in a sea of deafening boos. Chelsea's relentless attacking waves pushed Herrera backward as he marked Hazard. He could clearly see that today Hazard was far more dangerous than he had been a week ago. Sweat pouring down his face in sheets, yet too caught up in the action to even wipe it away. Hazard dropped his left shoulder, suddenly creating the illusion of driving wide. Herrera instinctively shifted his weight to cut off the angle. But Hazard's low center of gravity allowed him to change direction instantly. Just as Herrera committed, he dropped his right shoulder and cut inside, leaving Herrera stranded. Herrera had been completely beaten. Mkhitaryan recovered in time to lunge in and trip Hazard from the side, forcing him to the ground. Referee Marina blew the whistle for the foul, pointing to the spot and issuing a verbal warning to Mkhitaryan. The Chelsea supporters erupted in louder boos, convinced the referee should have shown a yellow card, directing their frustration squarely at Marina. Van Kaisar frowned at the relentless noise, a wave of irritation rising within him. He considered finding a way to silence the home crowd, but before he could act, Chelsea struck first. Hazard's free kick came from a promising position on the left side of the box, roughly 27 meters out. Willian, the team's designated specialist, stood over the ball and curled a brilliant shot around the wall and into the far corner. Romero's view was briefly blocked by the wall, and by the time he reacted and dove, it was too late. The strike was perfect, guided just inside the right post with both precision and power, a truly spectacular goal. Stamford Bridge erupted in deafening cheers as the home crowd reached a fever pitch. The passionate supporters roared at the top of their lungs, the sound wave crashing over wave after wave, threatening to shake the stadium. Jean-Jun's voice rose above the commentary box. Goal. Willian scores directly from the free kick. Chelsea lead 1-0 at home against Manchester United. Willian celebrated with raw emotion, sliding on his knees toward the corner flag with clenched fists, as if release all the pent-up frustration from recent days. His Chelsea teammates swarmed him in celebration, piling on top of each other with barely contained excitement. On the sideline, Conte grew increasingly animated, gesturing wildly toward the stands with a flushed face. For a team built on defensive solidity and counter-attacking, leading at home was an ideal scenario. Manchester United would be forced to push forward, desperately leaving space behind that Chelsea could exploit for another goal and potentially secure their FA Cup final ticket. The stadium's cheers remained thunderous. Van Kaisar sneered softly to himself. It's just one goal. What's all the fuss about? The Manchester United players showed no signs of dejection. They were used to chasing games. Their eyes burned with determination as they prepared to restart and equalize. Mourinho felt a flicker of anxiety, but catching sight of Van Kaisar's casual expression somehow steadied him. With him on the pitch, a comeback away from home wasn't impossible. Once Willian and Hazard finished celebrating, both turned to locate Van Kaisar simultaneously. They found him already engaged in conversation with his teammates, completely ignoring them. It felt like throwing a punch at cotton. Disappointing and unsatisfying. Impressive, the kid had nerve. It was only the beginning. The real spectacle was yet to come. Marina's whistle sounded, and play resumed. The ball quickly found its way to Van Kaisar. Batshuayi and Willian closed in from either side. Van Kaisar dragged the ball left with the inside of his right foot to evade Batshuayi, then immediately swung it back to the right with his left foot. The Cruyff turn. Jean Shankai called from the commentary desk. Both defenders had been vulnerable anyway, so losing their marks wasn't surprising. Conte remained unfazed on the sideline, chewing his gum with a composed expression. But the stands erupted in a massive wave of boos. Van Kaisar raised an eyebrow, retracting his passing foot and driving forward with the ball toward Matic in the center. He wanted to send a message to these raucous home fans. That provoking him came with consequences. Matic was caught off guard by the audacity of attacking straight through the middle. Kanté, still stinging from previous encounters at both international and club level, charged forward without hesitation to make an example of him. He wanted to see where Van Kaisar would go with so many bodies clogging the center. The Chelsea supporters' boos intensified, threatening to shake the roof. Van Kaisar advanced with the ball, dropping his left shoulder and gently nudging it left with his right instep, his body shifting in unison. Kanté retreated while adjusting his balance, eyes locked on the ball, hesitant to commit. He was certain that initial move was a feint. But before half a second had passed after Van Kaisar's right foot touched the ball, it swiftly circled to the left side and popped outward with the outside of his boot. Kanté seized the moment. He'd been waiting for this exact instant. He pushed off with his right foot, twisted his body sharply, and extended his left leg to intercept. But in that split second, Van Kaisar's right heel moved like magic. His ankle twisted, and the ball curled back to the left from the right side of his foot. Kanté's eyes widened in disbelief as the ball slipped between his legs with a swift whoosh. Van Kaisar dropped his left shoulder and exploded past him with tremendous acceleration, regaining control of the ball on the other side. Good heavens! Lineker exclaimed from the BBC commentary box. The Ronaldinho flip-flop executed right through Kanté's legs. N'Golo Kanté has been completely outplayed. On the Lotus Sports broadcast, Jean-Jun's voice climbed even higher. The elastico. Through the legs. Wow, wow, wow. The boos hanging over Stamford Bridge were instantly drowned out by gasps of astonishment. A subtle smile crossed Van Kaisar's lips after the dribble. He thought the crowd might finally quiet down, but then he realized that wasn't enough. You couldn't just show off and back down. Moses was closing in fast from the left, but Van Kaisar had no intention of engaging. He dropped his right shoulder and stabbed the ball toward the center with the outside of his right foot, using his pace to leave Moses trailing behind. Matic was racing back in defense, and realizing he couldn't catch up, reached out with his left arm to grab Van Kaisar's right shoulder. Referee Marina had his whistle poised ready to blow the moment Van Kaisar went down. Van Kaisar suddenly jerked his shoulder and accelerated again with explosive speed. Matic felt a tremendous force against his outstretched arm, sharp pain in his fingertips, and instinctively let go. Damn it! The stunned crowd erupted louder with each surge. Conte, standing in the home technical area, cursed under his breath and shouted onto the pitch, "Foul! Take him down!" But these players were seasoned veterans. They didn't need reminding. Besides, the deafening noise made communication impossible. After escaping Matic, Van Kaisar leaned forward slightly, now facing Chelsea's three center-backs as Piliqueta, David Luiz, and the young Ajax. Van Kaisar knew exactly which opponent to target. Rather than testing the seasoned as Piliqueta or Luiz, he accelerated straight toward the 22-year-old Ajax. In the away technical area, Mourinho's fist clenched involuntarily, his eyes filled with anticipation. Van Kaisar was moving too fast for his teammates to support, forcing him to rely solely on his own ability. Van Kaisar. He's beaten Batshuayi, Willian, Moses, and Kanté in succession. Now he's facing the entire Chelsea defense all by himself. Jean Xiankai's voice from New Sports carried both tension and excitement as he fixed his gaze on the Manchester United number 7 on screen. Fan Kairui advanced with the ball toward David Luiz, who was positioned in the center about 3 meters away. He didn't attempt anything fancy, just a subtle dip of his right shoulder, then a swift push of the outside of his right foot, sending the ball diagonally forward in a simple but explosive change of direction. David Luiz shifted left in response, matching Fan's rhythm. Nearby Azpilicueta and Ak maintained a safe distance, ready to shift over and cover at any moment. At that moment, Cristiano Ronaldo had just turned on the television when his son Santos quickly grabbed the remote and switched the channel to Sky Sports. Andy Gray's familiar thunderous commentary voice immediately filled the room. Kairui, he's accelerating. He's burst past 3 Chelsea defenders in a row. Father and son were instantly drawn to the red no. 7 on the broadcast screen. His dribbling speed was astonishing. Sitting before the television, Ronaldo felt as though he were watching his younger self back in those Manchester United days. Fan Kairui again pushed the ball to the right front with the outside of his right foot, signaling his intention to accelerate past his marker. David Luiz immediately shifted left to cut him off, but just then mid-sprint Fan Kairui suddenly lifted his head and quickly glanced at Courtois' positioning before sharply raising his right foot. A shot. Ronaldo shook his head. Instinct as a striker told him Fan Kairui wouldn't choose a long-range effort from this position just outside the arc of the penalty area. David Luiz was deceived into freezing in place and lunged to block. But Fan Kairui's raised right foot came down swiftly. Having driven the ball to the right side of the penalty area arc, he continued using the outside of his right foot to push forward, accelerating straight toward AK. David Luiz had lost his position and could only retreat while staying prepared to shift and cover AK at a moment's notice. AK refused to challenge Fan head-on, choosing instead to hold his ground and cut off Fan's shooting angle from outside the box. Fan Kairui lifted his right foot and suddenly stopped the ball dead with the inside of his instep. AK braked involuntarily, his momentum threatening to carry him past. But Fan had anticipated this. With almost no residual momentum, the transition was seamless. At the moment of the stop, his left foot struck the ball forward along the ground, sending it rolling directly into the gap between AK and David Luiz. David Luiz had just moved over when he saw the ball rolling toward him. His mind couldn't process it in time. His left foot extended reflexively, toes pointed squarely at the ball. Fan Kairui had been planning more feints, but now it seemed unnecessary. His footwork was startlingly quick. The inside of his left instep swept toward the ball with incredible speed. AK had barely recovered his balance when the ball appeared on his right side. His heart skipped a beat. He rushed to reach with his right foot, but Fan Kairui was a fraction faster. His right foot stepped forward, and the inside of his foot hooked the ball sharply to the left, curling it into the penalty area. What a stunning elastico. Both David Luiz and AK reached out and missed entirely. Their second reactions were quick, but Fan Kairui was even quicker. Having completed the move, Fan Kairui chased the ball like a gust of wind, dashing straight into the penalty area. Who would dare challenge from behind now? David Luiz and AK could only watch helplessly, placing all their hope on goalkeeper Courtois. Jean-June from USR Sports nearly lost his voice, shouting, "It's a one-on-one." Courtois courageously rushed off his line. Fan Kairui raised his foot as if to strike, but instead gently pushed the ball, rolling it past Courtois in the opposite direction of the save, and with an empty net ahead calmly placed it home. The ball is in. It's in. It's in. BBC's Gary Lineker nearly lost his composure, roaring into the microphone a historic goal. He's beaten 7 players. Kairui has nutmegged Michi Batshuayi, Willian Borges, De Silva, N'Golo Kante, Victor Moses, David Luiz, Jorginho AK, and finally Thibaut Courtois. An epic goal for the ages. Manchester United equalize in lightning fashion. Goal. Andy Gray of Sky Sports dragged out his signature drawn-out intonation, making the commentary booth vibrate. His partner Martin Tyler chimed in, "Unbelievable. Truly 7 players beaten." Fan Kairui looks as though he's hosting a personal dance at Stamford Bridge. His dribbling is as beautiful as music, absolutely breathtaking. Chelsea have paid the price for their complacency after taking the lead. 1-1. Manchester United leveled the score in an instant. Jean Xiankai of exquisite Sports held his head in his hands, looking utterly bewildered. Who would have thought? 7 players bypassed. Young Fan Kairui walked through the entire Chelsea defense like it was a stroll down the street. This is simply absurd. What am I seeing? Has God descended among us? He's given us all a goal to remember for a lifetime. With such simple technical movements, Fan Kairui has turned it into something extraordinary, an eternal classic. This goal, without a doubt, is the most spectacular I've ever commentated, by far. German commentator Marcel Rief's voice rang out, equally forceful. In truth, even the goalscorer Fan Kairui himself hadn't expected to carry it all the way to the end. He felt a surge of adrenaline, arms spread wide, sprinting all the way to the right corner flag, then dropping into a slide on his knees, unleashing every ounce of his joy in a mighty roar. His mind raced. Was it 7? If he counted Matic from the beginning, that made 8. How many Chelsea defenders were there in total? Excluding Courtois, only 10. 8 out of 10. This must be big news in world football. To have caused such a stir, how could one not be moved? On the opposing technical area, Mourinho in this instant completely forgot that he was once a legendary manager of Chelsea. He stood there pumping his fists, vigorously shouting along with the crowd, as if releasing all his pent-up emotion. Assistant coach Faria and most of the substitutes on the bench held their heads in their hands, their faces etched with disbelief. The opponent was Chelsea after all. They weren't some youth team. The Manchester United players on the pitch surged toward Fan Kairui with uncontainable enthusiasm. Stamford Bridge, which had been boiling with energy just moments before, fell suddenly quiet. Many fans stood with their mouths agape, staring transfixed at the 18-year-old boy on the broadcast screen. See, Ronaldo and his son Santos, watching at home, were equally stunned, their eyes filled with wonder. Countless fans around the world sharing the same reaction. None of them could believe their eyes. The Chelsea players exchanged glances, their minds reeling, probably wondering the same thing. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Manager Conte held back his frustration, unable to let it out. Admittedly, the goal was certainly born from a lapse in defensive concentration, but Fan Kairui's goal was undeniably magnificent. The Manchester United supporters who had traveled to London were absolutely overcome with delight, shouting at the top of their lungs and fervently waving Fan Kairui's posters and banners, eager for the whole world to witness their pride. BBC's Lineker continued, "This is destined to be a match remembered in history. For Chelsea, it may become a moment they'd rather not dwell upon. Even if they eventually reach the FA Cup final after being taught a lesson by Kairui, with such a divine goal, do they still have the confidence to stop a revitalized Manchester United?" The large stadium screen began replaying Fan Kairui's entire goal in slow motion, starting from the moment he received the ball. After collecting Rashford's pass, the rest of the sequence became nothing short of a Fan Kairui solo performance. There were no elaborate flourishes, just simple pushes and stops. Yet it was precisely this crisp efficiency that left everyone utterly captivated. Commentators everywhere were already eagerly drawing comparisons between this goal and Messi's legendary six-player run from years ago. But in terms of both dribbling efficiency and visual appeal, Fan Kairui's goal may well surpass it. Coupled with his tall, distinguished appearance, television audiences were truly treated to a feast. The slow-motion replays played round after round. Many fans couldn't tear their eyes away from the screen. If the match hadn't restarted, they would have gladly watched it endlessly. Simply, absolutely magnificent. Although the match had resumed, the Chelsea players seemed as though their spirits had not yet caught up. Their passing and receiving carried a dazed quality, and before they could string together more than a few touches, Manchester United won the ball back. If it weren't for Rashford being slightly impatient on the final reception, Manchester United might well have taken the lead. On the sideline, Conte could bear it no longer, and his signature roar exploded once more across Stamford Bridge. Even amid the deafening din of the stands, his commanding voice cut through to every Chelsea player on the pitch. The players hung their heads not because they lacked the will to regroup, but because Fan Kairui's goal had been so profoundly unsettling that their minds were still reeling. Yet these were professional players, and after a brief moment, they found their composure. Indeed, once the match continued, Chelsea's passing and ball retention immediately improved dramatically, a completely different side from the dazed team just moments before. Seeing their players stir back to life, the home fans' fervor surged anew with waves of thunderous chants rising from the stands one after another. Oh, ayo, oh, ayo, ayo. After his mesmerizing solo goal, Fan Kairui was subjected to concentrated marking by Chelsea's defenders and gradually grew quieter. It wasn't that his form had declined. It was simply that too many opponents surrounded him, leaving no room to create danger. Chelsea had thrown everything into containing Fan Kairui to the extent that their attacking output was severely compromised. For the most part, they could only rely on their front three or an occasional overlapping run from one of the wingbacks. Mourinho, however, showed no urgency. A seasoned veteran, he knew exactly how to manage and away match, especially at this critical juncture after equalizing. Opportunities could be created, but sometimes patience was also required. A talent like Fan Kairui, now temporarily restrained, would simply need to wait his moment. Of course, the primary reason was that Mourinho's current squad at this moment truly had only Fan Kairui to lean on. The successive absences of Ibrahimovic and Pogba had dealt a devastating blow. Fortunately, Pogba's recovery was proceeding well, and he was expected to be fit for the first leg of the Europa League semi-final against Celta de Vigo. Thrilling matches always seem to fly by. In the blink of an eye, 25 minutes of the first half had already passed with the score still locked at 1-1. The deadlock had created a tense stalemate. The match was lively enough, but neither side possessed that decisive attacking spark needed to break the equilibrium. Hazard launched a long-range shot from outside the penalty area that sailed well wide. The broadcast director, knowing the story, immediately cut to a close-up of Fan Kairui. The message could not have been clearer. If anyone was to unlock this impasse, the greatest hope rested with this young man. By the 30th minute, the scoreboard stubbornly maintained its 1-1 status. This time the camera focused successively on Kong Di and Mu Li Niao, clearly hoping both managers would produce tactical adjustments capable of shifting the momentum. Mu Li Niao was rather satisfied with the state of play. There were few clear dangers at his goal, and the likelihood of conceding was low. As for attacking, he could simply wait for Chelsea to slip up. Kong D meanwhile was still haunted by the shadow of his league defeats to Manchester United. He dared not commit fully forward, fearing another devastating counterattack from Fan Kairui. Should they fall behind again, there would be nowhere left to hide from the fallout. The league title had already gone to Manchester United. If they lost this FA Cup semi-final, as well, his managerial position might survive, but losing 3 times to the same opponent in a single season would be an unbearable stain on his record. So however he looked at it, he could not afford to take reckless risks. Better to grind out a result and keep alive the slim chance of victory. Pushing forward prematurely risked exposing their defense and inviting catastrophe. Mu Liao and Kong D seemed to have reached some unspoken understanding, neither rushing to make tactical changes. The players on the pitch matched their coach's caution, advancing in an orderly, measured fashion. Only when the head referee Ma Li-na blew his whistle did the first half draw to a close, the score remaining fixed at 1-1. The first half is over. Jean Jun's voice rose dramatically from the Leshy Sports commentary desk. William and Fan Kairui each scored, making it 1-1. Both sides returned to the locker room for a breather. Who advances to the final will depend entirely on how these two coaches approach the next 15 minutes. My view is simple: whoever figures out the key to their attacking play first will likely go through. The camera swept across the departing players. Chelsea's men looked thoroughly dejected. Manchester United's players, by contrast, appeared as relaxed as though they had just finished a leisurely stroll. As the players disappeared into the tunnel, the roaring atmosphere at Stamford Bridge began to dissipate. Broadcasters holding broadcast rights did not waste the interval eagerly dissecting the first half's highlights and analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of each team's approach. Fan Kairui's incredible goal, where he dribbled past 7 opponents, naturally became the focal point of every review. Praise poured forth in abundance, all lavished upon this one player. Inside the home locker room, Kong D stood expressionless before his tactical board. Players sat on benches with energy drinks and protein bars, their eyes wandering, uncertainty hanging heavy in the air. I am deeply unsatisfied with our performance in that first half, Kong D began without preamble. What about you? As Azpilicueta basked through and through, carried an indomitable spirit within him, determined to pour everything into every match he played. Being beaten twice by Manchester United this season had left him simmering with frustration. Today's cautious, constrained performance felt particularly suffocating, as if terrified of being exposed on the counterattack by Fan Kairui. Many in the squad preferred silence, but emotions were contagious and could easily undermine their condition. As captain, he needed to step forward now. Except for that one goal, the first half was absolute rubbish. As Azpilicueta spat the words out, the rest of the players turned to look at him in surprise. The captain was usually a man of action rather than words, so why was he suddenly echoing the coach's criticism? With someone having spoken up, Kong D's expression softened slightly, his tone growing more measured. At least you recognize the problems. We must make changes in the second half. We must defend firmly, but we must also attack. We have already lost twice to them in the league. Who among you wants to suffer the humiliation a third time? So we must win. In the away locker room, Mu Liao, seasoned and experienced, first acknowledged his players' efforts in the first half before methodically outlining the details and tactical plans for the second period. While both managers plotted their strategies in the locker rooms, the online world erupted during the 15-minute halftime break. Below, videos of Fan Kairui's 7-dribble goal comments scrolled at an extraordinary pace. In terms of pure visual spectacle, this goal was said to rival even the classic solo efforts from Messi and Maradona. Messi and Maradona were both compact in stature with low centers of gravity, giving them naturally quick changes of direction. But Fan Kairui, standing well over 1.80 m, executed these maneuvers with far greater physical difficulty, and combined with his striking appearance, it was almost impossible for him to go unnoticed. Perhaps this goal could not be compared to Maradona's historical goal of the century from the World Cup, but in terms of pure technical brilliance, it was arguably even more dazzling than Messi's 6-dribble masterpiece. Stripping away the World Cup halo, old Maradona's goal might not have been this spectacular. Without further delay, the 15-minute interval vanished, and the second half was underway. Neither Chelsea nor Manchester United made any substitutions. However, after switching sides, the character of the match shifted noticeably. Chelsea supporters at Stamford Bridge, seeing their team pressing forward, immediately erupted into thunderous support. Awoo. Both Hazard and William possessed formidable dribbling abilities, making them Chelsea's primary creative outlets. Mu Liao had anticipated this during halftime. He had started with 3 defensive-minded midfielders, Fellaini, Herrera, and Blind, specifically to neutralize this threat, supplemented by Mkhitaryan, whose defensive awareness was reliable. Manchester United's midfield and defensive structure was impenetrable. Chelsea's aggressive pressing, without any particularly clever tactical support, amounted to nothing more than adding workload for Manchester United's defenders. It sounded impressive, but achieved little in practice. Damn it. Kong D glanced sideways at the composed Mu Liao on the opposite bench and couldn't help spitting on the ground, cursing inwardly. That old fox has been incredibly lucky. Signing Fan Kairui before the season and then acquiring Virgil van Dijk mid-season. What fortune. The second half ticked away. Chelsea's attacks were all thunder with no rain failing to generate any genuine shots that threatened Romero. As the clock approached 60 minutes, Kong D finally played his first card. Diego Costa came on for Batshuayi. Admittedly, Costa's ability was genuinely a level above Batshuayi. But upon his arrival, Costa immediately won Chelsea a promising free kick in the attacking third. Unfortunately, William, who had been heavily relied upon, found himself off target. The free kick was weak and easily collected by the sharply focused Romero, who quickly launched a counterattack. After a few quick passes, the ball reached Rashford's feet. He glanced up, then tapped it forward with his right foot, sending it skimming across the turf. The receiver was none other than Fan Kairui, Chelsea's most feared weapon. The trouble was that at this moment, within 3 meters of Fan Kairui, there was not a single defender in sight. Kante was left stumbling in his wake after a sharp stop and change of direction. Seeing trouble approaching, Matic bit his tooth and stretched out his leg to intercept. But Fan Kairui was simply too fast to evade the challenge and went down heavily. Head referee Ma Lina's whistle sounded immediately, and he strode toward the incident with a stern expression. Kong D's heart sank. He remembered very clearly that Matic was already carrying a yellow card. As expected, Ma Lina produced a yellow card, first glanced down at his notes, and then reached into his inner breast pocket again, this time drawing out a red card held high for all to see. 2 yellows make a red. XIN Sports commentator Jin Seong-kai's voice cracked with shock. Matic has been sent off. Chelsea are in serious trouble now. Wah wah, Stamford Bridge exploded. Chelsea supporters' boos were so fierce, they seemed ready to tear the roof apart. In their eyes, Fan Kairui's fall was far too exaggerated. Diving. Absolute diving. Kong D jumped with frustration on the touchline. Had his assistant coach Holland not held him back firmly, he might have charged onto the pitch to argue with the referee. Slow-motion replay made the situation perfectly clear. Matic had indeed caught Fan Kairui's trailing left foot solidly. Anyone with eyes could see that if Fan Kairui had received the ball and accelerated, Matic could never have caught him. This was a tactical decision, unavoidable. Matic knew full well what he had done. Without looking back, he shook his head and walked off the pitch. Chelsea fans, though fervent in their love and hatred, directed their furious booing at the referee and Fan Kairui. But for Matic, the entire stadium erupted in applause. Even Mu Linyao specially approached the sideline and patted this opposing midfielder on the shoulder. Setting aside allegiances, he genuinely admired the player and was already considering whether he could be signed during the summer window. After all, Fellaini's role was limited. If the midfield could gain someone like Matic, the team's transitions between attack and defense would flow much more smoothly next season. Kong D, however, had no mind for such thoughts. His brow was furrowed deeply. With a key midfielder sent off, someone had to fill the gap. Fabregas. He had attacking flair, but his defensive qualities were lacking. With one man already down, risking him was too dangerous. Chalobah and Zuma were simply not options. This was a critical match, and he dared not gamble. After careful consideration, his gaze fell upon the veteran Terry. In the 68th minute, Chelsea played their second card. Terry replaced William, and the formation shifted to 4-4-1. Alonso and Azpilicueta tucked back into full-back positions, while Terry and Akanji partnered in central defense. Lewis pushed forward to form a double pivot with Kanté, leaving Hazard and Moses to operate on the flanks. Chelsea had now made consecutive adjustments while Manchester United remained perfectly composed. The camera swept across the away dugout, revealing Carrick already warm and ready, leaning in close to listen to Mu Linyao's instructions. Carrick is coming on. Jin Seong-kai immediately explained. The signal could not be clearer. Manchester United are about to unleash their attack. A minute later, with the ball dead, Carrick indeed replaced Blind. The moment he stepped onto the pitch, Manchester United's long ball distribution elevated to a new level and their counterattacks grew razor-sharp. His presence brought an immediate shift in tempo, transforming the team's build-up play and increasing the penetration of their forward movements. Playing with 10 men at home, Conte dared not take any further risks. All his adjustments were solely to defend against counterattacks, effectively surrendering the initiative. The match dragged on for another 5 minutes in this manner before Manchester United made another substitution. Martial came on for Mkhitaryan. Seeing Martial warming up on the sideline, Conte felt a genuine chill. With Fan Kairui already causing trouble, adding Martial to the mix made the defense seem insurmountable. It wasn't that Martial was particularly formidable on his own. The real issue was Fan Kairui, whose ability to wreak havoc on Chelsea's backline was devastating. Whenever he dribbled forward, he would invariably draw 2 or 3 defenders, and with a simple pass to the wing, he would unlock the entire situation. Carrick's trademark long passes were a weapon Chelsea could ill afford to face with 9 men. The spaces Manchester United could exploit were naturally larger. Once the ball reached Martial, he would be free to run riot. The roar from the Stamford Bridge stands had noticeably diminished. With the home side consumed by defense, the fans shared their anxiety. On the pitch, Chelsea players dared not relax. Every man was on edge, terrified that a single lapse could deliver a decisive gift to the opposition. The score remained 1-1. Conte's strategy was to hold steady, looking for opportunities to counter. If no clear chance emerged, he was prepared to drag the match into extra time, even a penalty shootout. But if they conceded at this critical juncture, it would be all over. After a series of passes, the ball rolled once again to Fan Kairui on the left flank. Azpilicueta and Kante immediately tightened their markings, positioning themselves one ahead and one behind to cut off passing lanes. Fan Kairui caught Carrick drifting inward from the corner of his eye, a movement Kante marking the half space, clearly noticed as well. Manchester United had relied on this tactic for the past few minutes, using Fan Kairui to draw the defense, then launching long balls from Carrick to Martial, creating one-on-one situations. Had Martial been fully warmed up today, Manchester United would likely have taken the lead long ago. Kante kept this in mind, focusing his attention on preventing Fan Kairui from playing a pass to Carrick. Fan Kairui never needed to look down while dribbling. His sharp awareness detected Kante's glance toward Carrick, and an idea instantly formed in his mind. As a wave of boos erupted from the Stamford Bridge stands, Fan Kairui pulled the ball back with his left foot, using his body to shield Azpilicueta, who pressed a challenge. His right leg lifted the inside of his foot, appearing to direct the ball toward Carrick's expected position. In that split second, Kante's eyes lit up. He shifted his center of gravity abruptly to the left, driving hard with his right foot. The powerful reaction force propelled him forward, his left leg already extending to intercept the predicted passing lane. But no one anticipated Fan Kairui's nimble ankle flick. The entire inside of his foot enveloped the ball, deliberately transforming the passing motion into an inward cut. The football obediently rolled into the gap between Azpilicueta and Kante. Fan Kairui's left foot stepped in synchronously, firmly establishing his position, his left elbow raised just enough to block Azpilicueta, who was desperately jostling for space. Kante realized he had been deceived. Relying solely on his exceptional physicality, he forced a change of direction, hooking his right foot backward in a desperate attempt to recover. However, Fan Kairui's follow-up was quicker. With the instep of his right foot, he gently tapped the ball forward approximately a meter, precisely out of reach of Kante's extended leg. Azpilicueta, already carrying a yellow card, dared not commit a foul from a disadvantaged position. He only tugged lightly at the jersey before releasing his grip. After all, David Luiz was already covering. Seeing David Luiz still 2 or 3 meters away, Fan Kairui suddenly came to an abrupt halt. With a sharp heel flick from his left foot behind his right, he nudged the ball toward his right side. David Luiz quickly mirrored the stop, while right center-back Terry surged forward to cover the left half space, where Fan Kairui might shoot. In that fleeting instant, Fan Kairui silently muttered to himself, "Decisive pass, execute." His vision suddenly widened, inspiration striking. In a split second, he identified a perfect passing lane. The inner part of his right instep brushed against the bottom of the football, and his innate ball sense talent played a crucial role at that moment. The football took flight from the attacking left half space, tracing a beautiful arc directly toward the left corner of the penalty area. Rashford, who had already made a forward run, raised his right arm in motion to block Ajax, who tried to stick close. Without any adjustment, he met the ball dropping to knee height and unleashed a powerful volley with his left foot. Perhaps the decisive pass truly enhanced assist probability. Rashford's shot was both fierce and accurate after bouncing once the ball skidded rapidly toward the far corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Courtois threw himself to the side in a saving attempt, but his fingertips failed to touch the rebounding football. He could only watch helplessly as the ball crashed into the pristine white net. British Sky television commentator Andy Gray instinctively let out a wild roar. "Goal! Goal!" Jean Shankai from XINing Sports shouted, his voice cracking. Fan Kairui assists Rashford to score. Manchester United takes a 2-1 lead over Chelsea. Exquisite combination. Lineker from BBC also expressed excitement. Who says Fan Kairui only knows how to score? Look at this pass, it's simply a masterpiece. Chelsea, playing with 10 men, now trails 1-2. Stamford Bridge Stadium fell into instantaneous silence. Rashford, having scored, turned and rushed toward Fan Kairui with outstretched arms, his face alight with joy, celebrating this decisive goal that put them ahead. Ahead of the away technical area, Mourinho suppressed his inner elation. As a Chelsea legend, wildly celebrating at Stamford Bridge was hardly appropriate. So he grabbed his assistant Faria beside him and patted his back vigorously. Faria winced in pain, tears nearly welling up. "Jose, could you go easier? You're going to break my back." Mourinho cleared his throat, finally removing his arm from Faria's back. "Well, Rui, sorry about that, I got a bit carried away." Faria rubbed his back, grimacing. "Your grip strength. Could we celebrate differently next time?" On the pitch, Manchester United players huddled together, roaring triumphantly. On the other side, Chelsea's players looked deflated, some with hands on hips, others covering their faces. Playing a man down and trailing, it was incredibly frustrating. Conte stood rooted at the edge of the technical area, his brow furrowed into a knot, silent. Chelsea fans in the stands were unusually quiet, watching the opponent's revelry with earnest eyes. But before long, a sudden shout erupted from some corner. "Antonio Conte must go. We want Jose Mourinho." This cry spread instantaneously throughout Stamford Bridge like a fired firecracker. "Conte out. Mourinho back." The chants rose wave after wave, unstoppable. Listening on the pitch, Chelsea players couldn't help but wonder, had they really made a mistake dismissing Mourinho? If he were still here, perhaps Fan Kairui would have joined Chelsea instead, and Manchester United wouldn't be enjoying such glory. Just thinking of Fan Kairui dominating at Manchester United made several Chelsea players bitter. praising the former manager so openly in front of the current one. Who could tolerate that? Conte's expression darkened, clearly irritated by the home fans' display. In his view, when the team was in trouble, fans should rally support, not boo. Over at the Manchester United bench, Mourinho heard the crowd chanting his name, and his lips curved upward involuntarily. Chelsea fans' nostalgia was the highest compliment to him. However, as pleasant as it was, he knew there was no turning back. He was now Manchester United's manager, and winning the match was what mattered. Conte, experienced in high-pressure situations, may have had a grim expression, but his adjustments were decisive. With a wave of his hand, he substituted Pedro for Alonso, shifting the formation back to three at the back. Terry Ake and Azpilicueta anchored the defense. In midfield, Pedro, Canny, Luiz and Moses formed a quartet, while Costa and Lukaku led the attack up front. On the BBC commentary desk, Lineker grew animated. Conte is going all out now. It all comes down to whether Chelsea can equalize in these final minutes. However, with the match past the 80-minute mark, 10 men down, and trailing by a goal, few commentators truly favored Chelsea. Even home fans began leaving early, clearly convinced there was no hope. As expected, in the 84th minute, Fan Kairui ended all doubt. Chelsea's defense appeared to be running, but their spirit had long departed. Fan Kairui quietly switched sides, with Martial moving to the right flank. There he combined with Herrera, Rashford and Carrick through a series of 1-2 passes, swiftly penetrating into the penalty area. Without even looking up, he swung his right foot and unleashed a low shot. The ball skidded rapidly along the ground, threading between Ajax's legs. Courtois dived to his side a fraction too late. The ball brushed past his armpit and straight into the net. Fan Kairui turned and sprinted with outstretched arms, followed by a flurry of Manchester United players, each grinning from ear to ear. Everyone understood what this goal meant: to up the opponent down to 10 men, only 5 minutes remaining. Unless they committed some egregious error, the victory was securely sealed. Manchester United were jubilant, while Chelsea resembled a group of mourners. More and more fans were leaving the stands. 1 goal down might still hope for a miracle, but 2. Even God would shake his head. Mourinho instinctively reached for Faria to celebrate, but upon turning he saw his assistant had already retreated 3 meters away, anticipating exactly this. Broadcast cameras panned across Chelsea players' faces: Hazard, Costa, Canny, Pedro, Azpilicueta, Luiz. Each one ashen, etched with despair. Before the restart, Manchester United substituted Bailey for Rashford, clearly intent on holding the lead. Mourinho knew perfectly well, while 2 goals up was advantageous, the defensive fence must be tightened without any slack. With Fan Kairui's pressing in the attacking third, they could attend to both ends of the pitch. After the restart, the match had essentially entered garbage time. Although Chelsea had possession to restart, there was no sign of their desperate resolve. Conte, experienced in high-pressure situations, may have had a grim expression, but his adjustments were decisive. With a wave of his hand, he substituted Pedro for Alonso, shifting the formation back to 3 at the back. It wasn't that Martial was particularly formidable on his own. The real issue was Fan Kairui, whose ability to wreak havoc on Chelsea's backline was devastating. Whenever he dribbled forward, he would invariably draw 2 or 3 defenders, and with a simple pass to the wing, he would unlock the entire situation. Manchester United, however, still had 2 Premier League matches next week. With the FA Cup final ticket practically secured, they naturally opted for the most energy-efficient approach. As stoppage time began, only 2 types of people remained in the Stamford Bridge stands: diehard Chelsea fans and Manchester United supporters, who had traveled afar, still passionately waiting to celebrate. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee Mariner blew the final whistle, the sound sharp and clear. The first FA Cup semi-final of the 2016-2017 season had come to an end. XIN Ing Sports commentator Jin Xiangkai immediately raised his voice. The match is over. Manchester United came back from behind to defeat Chelsea 3-1 at Stamford Bridge, thanks to Fan Kairui's 2 goals and 1 assist across both halves. They have become the first team to reach this season's FA Cup final. The camera immediately zoomed in on Fan Kairui's face. Jin Xiangkai changed his tone. That €40 million investment last summer has been more than worthwhile for Manchester United fans. According to the latest data from Transfermarkt, his value had been pegged at $100 million. But my guess is even if someone offered $200 million, Manchester United would not sell. Why? Because he is the most crucial piece of the puzzle in Manchester United's revival. Immediately after the camera switched to capture an interesting scene, Mourinho, the winning manager, walked over willingly, hoping to shake hands with Conte. But the result was, he was simply left standing there. Jean Jun from Le Sports shook his head. Conte has truly lost the match and lost something important. Mourinho reaching out to shake hands was just good sportsmanship. As Chelsea's manager, you weren't expected to initiate, but at least you shouldn't have refused. Meanwhile, the players on the field were unaware of the brief exchange by the sideline. The Manchester United team moved in unison toward Fan Kairui, exchanging high-fives and embraces as they joyfully celebrated their victory. Manchester United had secured a 3-1 away win against Chelsea, and with Fan Kairui's 2 goals and 1 assist, he deserved to be the sole headline. But no one expected that Conte would steal the spotlight despite the loss. The moment he declined to shake Mourinho's hand was captured on camera, witnessed by fans around the world. Traditional media and social platforms seized upon the moment, and soon Connie found himself at the center of attention. As Chelsea's manager failing to defeat what had been the Premier League's strongest side this season was something that could be understood. However, many Chelsea supporters found it difficult to accept. After all, Britain has long prided itself on its tradition of gentlemanly conduct, and Connie's actions seemed far removed from that ideal. Back in Manchester, Mourinho chose not to engage with the media. He gave the entire team a day and a half off to relax and recharge. Since the end of the international break in late March, the team had played 7 matches in 23 days, winning every single one. To ensure Fan Kairui was well prepared for the upcoming matches, Mourinho advised him firmly no extra training sessions or he would miss the next 2 league games. With the head coach setting such firm boundaries, Fan Kairui complied. Fortunately, the extra training milestone for the season was already beyond reach, so he had no reason to train in secret. For days until the away league match against Burnley, rather than flying back to Amsterdam, Fan Kairui stayed at the hotel gym, maintaining his fitness with light training sessions. An abrupt halt to his routine left him feeling somewhat restless. Of course, he didn't spend his entire day at the gym. His schedule was well-balanced: training in the morning, then in the afternoon, he would ride with his teammate Lingard in a Range Rover, meeting up with Martial, Rashford, Luke Shaw, and Pogba, who had recently returned from injury, in the city centre to go shopping together. Consecutive doubleheaders throughout the week were indeed exhausting. While girls might relieve stress through shopping, the guys felt the same need. Fan Kairui purchased several Adidas summer outfits and a pair of the latest running shoes, spending over €500. He then wandered into Vacheron Constantin and selected a timepiece priced at €9,900. Finally, Pogba convinced him to visit his personal hairstylist, where he got a short backcomb style. Under the enthusiastic encouragement of fashion-forward Pogba and Lingard, he also dyed his hair a golden brown. Gazing at his refreshed appearance in the mirror, Fan Kairui felt the expenditure had been well worth it. He already had handsome features, and this hairstyle only accentuated them further. Pogba stood beside him with an exaggerated expression, saying in a dramatic tone, "My goodness, Kairui, how can you be this handsome? It seems my title as Manchester United's most handsome player is under threat. Hasn't that title belonged to me since the day I joined Manchester United?" Fan Kairui swept his combed-back hair with a confident gesture and winked. Pogba, Rashford, Lingard, and Luke Shaw all simultaneously made dismissive sounds, their camaraderie evident. The 6 of them left the salon at past 6 in the evening. Pogba, who earned the highest salary, readily offered to treat everyone to dinner. The group entered a Spanish restaurant where Pogba took on the role of host, picking up the menu to begin ordering. Fan Kairui, however, stuck to his diet, following the meal plan provided by the club nutritionist. He ordered grilled steak, whole wheat bread, fruit salad, steamed fish, and several vegetable dishes rich in carbohydrates. At that moment, Lingard, seated opposite Fan Kairui, suddenly whistled toward a table diagonally behind them. Pogba turned his head and asked, "Jesse, why are you whistling?" "A beautiful woman." "Really?" Pogba, Luke Shaw, Rashford, and even Martial, who was now a father, all perked up and turned to look. Fan Kairui glanced down at his mobile game without looking up and casually replied, "If you see someone attractive, go ask for their contact information. Who knows, maybe they're fans of yours. A pleasant encounter couldn't hurt, right?" "That makes sense." Declaring himself Manchester United's most handsome, Pogba gently held back the eager Shaw and Martial. "I'll go first." Within half a minute, Pogba returned empty-handed, having only managed to give away a signed photograph. Luke Shaw, known for his handsome features, cleared his throat. "Ahem. I'll give it a try." Shortly after, he too returned without success. Lingard, Manchester United's charismatic dancer, straightened his posture and lifted his chin. "It seems approaching someone special requires my touch." The moniker Ling the Great had been given to him by Fan Kairui, inspired by a term used by Chinese football fans before his transmigration. Lingard himself embraced it, finding it commanding and regal. Shaw, Pogba, and Martial all reacted with synchronized dismissive sounds. Fan Kairui had just finished a round of his game when he looked up to see Lingard returning dejectedly. "What happened?" "Not a chance." Lingard shook his head in defeat. "Alas, my reputation has been thoroughly shattered. Is there really no one in this world immune to Ling's charm?" "That defies logic." Fan Kairui pretended to be indignant. "Indeed, completely unreasonable." Lingard agreed before turning to the quiet Rashford. "Marcus, why don't you give it a try? Perhaps she prefers someone sincere like you." Rashford silently rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, what has sincerity ever done to deserve this? Pogba exchanged a glance with Fan Kairui and pointed across the room. "Marcus probably stands no chance. Kairui, that young woman has delicate features. She appears to be of Eastern descent. Perhaps you would have better luck." Lingard interjected from the side. "If she wouldn't consider someone as perfect as me, do you really think she'd be interested in Kairui? Impossible." Fan Kairui glanced over his shoulder and happened to meet Gu Yutong's playful gaze. He was momentarily at a loss for words. The world really is remarkably small. A faint smile playing on his lips, Fan Kairui looked toward Lingard. "Jesse, what if I succeed?" Lingard had always been confident when it came to matters of romance. Though Fan Kairui was handsome, looks alone didn't guarantee success. If they did, why had Lingard remained single since arriving in Manchester? It must come down to skill. Thinking this, Lingard replied with full confidence, "If you succeed, I'll call you big brother, how about that?" Fan Kairui raised his right hand, forming a fist. Lingard met it with his own, declaring in his halting Chinese, "A word spoken is past recalling." He added with a grin, "But we're only counting it if you actually hold her hand." While approaching someone unfamiliar might prove challenging, Gu Yutong was entirely within reach. "How about I just bring her over to join us for dinner? You're that good with women." Lingard couldn't conceal his disbelief. "You doubt me?" Fan Kairui raised an eyebrow. Lingard shrugged. "It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that your track record speaks for itself. What if I pull it off? Then you're my big brother for life." Fan Kairui raised his fist again, and Lingard mirrored the gesture. Their knuckles met as Lingard echoed the same promise, "A word spoken is past recalling." Fan Kairui approached with graceful confidence, exchanging greetings with the two women at their table. After a brief conversation, he returned, leading the Eastern woman by the hand, to the astonishment of everyone watching. Lingard rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "When did Kairui become so skilled at this?" After dinner, wearing a face mask, Fan Kairui saw off a reluctant Gu Yutong and her Japanese classmate Suzune Yinghua as they stepped into a taxi. Lingard couldn't resist leaning in. "Kairui, be honest. Did you already know that Chinese beauty?" Fan Kairui shrugged. "Are you trying to back out of our bet?" "I have a feeling you knew her beforehand," Pogba chimed in. Luke Shaw nodded in agreement. "I think so too." Fan Kairui maintained his composure, offering only a knowing smile. "That simply indicates you haven't been fully informed about my journey thus far. How remarkable could your past possibly have been?" Lingard shot him a sideways glance. "Humph." Fan Kairui chuckled softly, tilting his chin upward as his gaze drifted toward the distance, as though recalling memories of a bygone era. "Let me be clear. From the age of 14 onwards, those who crossed paths with me never left disappointed." "Keep making things up," Pogba responded skeptically. "If you won't take my word for it, go ask my former teammates from the Ajax Youth Academy when you get the chance." Fan Kairui recounted the story with such vivid detail that it sounded entirely plausible. Lingard quickly seized upon a loophole, grinning mischievously. "Then why are you still single?" "Oh, that's quite a story." Fan Kairui sighed, his expression turning more serious. "My first coach eventually opened my eyes to something important. He told me, 'Son, if you genuinely want to achieve something in this sport, you need to maintain discipline.' So at 17, I made a conscious choice to refocus entirely on my craft. That commitment is what led to my emergence as a prodigy at Ajax, my breakthrough performance at the International Champions Cup, and eventually my transfer to Manchester United for €40 million. Everything after that you already know." Though his account blended truth with embellishment, Lingard's eyes lit up with admiration. He clapped Fan Kairui on the shoulder forcefully. "Big brother. From this day forward, you're my actual big brother." "Wait, Kairui. What you're saying? Is it all true?" Pogba asked, still somewhat skeptical. Fan Kairui simply shrugged. "Facts don't lie. Let me put it this way," Fan Kairui continued. "The total number of girlfriends you've all had combined probably hasn't reached even half of what I dated at my peak." "Keep dreaming." Pogba laughed and shook his head. Fan Kairui didn't respond further. He turned around, pulled open the car door, and climbed into the back seat of Lingard's Range Rover. Rashford quickly followed, squeezing in beside him. Leaning close, he whispered, "Big brother Kairui. I also call you big brother, could you teach me a thing or two?" "Teach you what?" Fan Kairui asked, though he already knew the answer. "About how to talk to girls." Rashford admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fan Kairui feigned surprise. "Marcus, you don't even know how to do that." "Shoo." Rashford quickly raised his hand, gently covering Fan Kairui's mouth. "It's not that I don't know how. I'm just not very brave about it." "How can you not dare?" Fan Kairui drew upon a wealth of theoretical essence from his previous life's memories, which proved perfect for this moment. Striking the pose of an experienced senior, he declared, "When it comes to charming ladies, there are 3 core principles. Do you know what they are?" "What are they?" Rashford leaned in eagerly. "Perseverance, shamelessness, and perseverance in being shameless," Fan Kairui said slowly and deliberately, as though imparting profound wisdom. Rashford stared blankly for a moment, then quietly repeated under his breath, "Perseverance, shamelessness, perseverance and shamelessness." Good comprehension." Fan Kairui gave his shoulder a satisfying pat. "Remember these 3 points, and they'll serve you well for life." The following afternoon at Carrington Training Ground, the entire Manchester United squad was engaged in routine recovery training in preparation for the 34th Premier League match of the season. Pogba's injury was recovering well, and he had already begun training with the ball. However, manager Mourinho, being cautious, decided to let him rest a few more days before allowing him to participate in high-intensity, small-sided matches, planning to bring him back for the crucial first leg of the Europa League semi-final. After all, Ibrahimovic was confirmed out for the season, so Pogba couldn't afford any setbacks. With the team competing on multiple fronts, relying solely on Fan Kairui's brilliance wouldn't be enough to reach the end. 2 days later, Manchester United travelled to Turf Moor to face Burnley, who were fighting to avoid relegation. Pogba remained absent, but Fan Kairui grew increasingly composed and confident on the pitch. Against Burnley, whose relegation pressure was not yet pressing, he delivered a key performance in each half, a goal and an assist, securely helping the team secure a 2-0 away victory. At this point, Manchester United, having played one fewer match than Chelsea, had built a lead of 17 points. While Chelsea retained a sliver of mathematical hope, it was clear to all that the championship trophy had practically already found its way into Manchester United's possession. Yet for Manchester United fans who had waited 4 long years, this almost became a sweet anticipation, having the title within reach but forced to wait a bit longer due to the schedule. Many fans wondered why Chelsea's rescheduled match couldn't be played sooner, keeping everyone in suspense. But good news arrived shortly after. In the 35th Premier League round, Manchester United would host Swansea City at Old Trafford, a side struggling deep in the relegation zone. This meant that a victory in this match would allow Manchester United to clinch the 2016-2017 Premier League title at home without further waiting. This round of fixtures held several compelling stories: Manchester United's title-deciding clash, Everton's battle for Europa League qualification against Chelsea, and the ever-intense North London derby between Tottenham and Arsenal. For Manchester United, however, the greatest focus was undoubtedly the home match against Swansea. After all, they had not lost a single home game this season. Meanwhile, the North London derby, always known for its fierce intensity, would see Tottenham fighting to secure a Champions League spot, determined to press their advantage at home against Arsenal. The race for 4th place remained undecided, though Arsenal's reputation as a relentless fighter for top 4 finishes was now slightly shaken. Given the long history between the two clubs, Tottenham naturally saw no reason to let Arsenal maintain their 4th place position when hosting them at home. The result was entirely predictable. Tottenham dominated at home, with Harry Kane scoring twice and secured a clean 2-0 victory over Arsenal. On the other side, 5th-placed Manchester City drew 2-2 away to Middlesbrough. Yet that single point was enough to leapfrog Arsenal and claim 4th place themselves. This left some Arsenal fans feeling uneasy, and the most pressing concern was that their next opponent was none other than league leaders Manchester United. Nevertheless, many Arsenal supporters remained optimistic. They reasoned that by then Manchester United would likely have already secured the title, and when visiting the Emirates Stadium, they would probably not push too hard, having already shifted their focus to the Europa League semi-final. So ahead of Manchester United's home clash against Swansea, many Arsenal fans online became temporary cheerleaders for the Red Devils, hoping they would win quickly and claim the title early. Whether through the power of prayer or simply superior quality, Manchester United dispatched Swansea with ease at home. Fan Kairui, Martial, and substitute Pogba each scored, sealing a comfortable 3-0 victory. Now there was no need to worry about what Chelsea were doing at Goodison Park. With all 3 points secured, Manchester United were this season's Premier League champions. After 34 rounds, Manchester United had won 31 and drawn 3, accumulating 96 points. Even if Chelsea won both of their remaining matches, they would still trail by 20 points. With only 4 rounds left in the league, even if Manchester United lost every remaining game, and Chelsea won all with 10,000 goals scored, the title was theirs. The match is over, commented Jin Xiangkai from XINing Sports, his voice nearly cracking from excitement. Congratulations to Manchester United, who have played one fewer game on clinching the 2016-2017 Premier League title in advance. At the moment the final whistle blew, Old Trafford erupted. The thunderous cheers rose wave after wave, unstoppable and unending. Before the match, well-informed media had revealed that the Premier League had already transported the championship trophy to Old Trafford, ready to be presented. Manchester United's performance this season is simply phenomenal. BBC commentator Lineker, present at the scene, was swept up in the electric atmosphere. 34 unbeaten. 96 points. They have broken Mourinho's record of 95 points set when he managed Chelsea. Simply remarkable. With 4 rounds remaining, they have a real chance to challenge Juventus's record of 102 points in the European League. In front of their televisions, countless Manchester United fans were overcome with joy, some bouncing, some jumping, unable to contain their delight. On the pitch, after shaking hands with Swansea manager Bradley, Mourinho turned and strode purposefully across the field to find Fan Kairui, opening his arms for a heartfelt embrace. Kairui. Mourinho patted his back, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. This season has been like a dream for you. Well done. But stay grounded. The road ahead is still long, and you can reach even greater heights. The summit of Europe awaits you. The summit of Europe, eh? Fan Kairui blinked. Do you mean the Champions League? Exactly. The Champions League. Mourinho beamed, his smile wide. That is the highest stage in world football. You young man have what it takes to become the best in the world. But remember, stay steady on your feet, one step at a time, understood? I understand, Uncle Jose. Fan Kairui nodded. The moment was captured by the broadcast director, and Jin Xiangkai's voice rose once more. Mourinho and Fan Kairui. These are the two most crucial figures on Manchester United's path to revival. However, their 2016-2017 season is not yet complete. Let us hope that under their leadership, Manchester United can bring us more surprises in the FA Cup final and the Europa League semi-final. Soon other Manchester United players gathered around Fan Kairui, sharing hugs and high-fives to celebrate the championship that had come within their reach. After a full season of tireless effort, the fruit of their labor was finally harvested. Even Ibrahimovic on crutches and Rojo made their way onto the pitch to embrace Fan Kairui, and share in the joy of the title. In the stands of Old Trafford, the songs and cheers of Manchester United fans blended together like an endless ocean tide. Premier League staff efficiently set up a modest presentation platform at the center of the pitch. The players donned red championship commemorative shirts handed to them by staff with the number 14 printed boldly on the back, symbolizing Manchester United's 14th Premier League title in club history. Led by the returning captain Rooney, the entire squad walked around the pitch acknowledging the fans who had come to support them. As they reached the West Stand, the diehard supporters broke into a song composed specially for Fan Kairui. Eozo. The West Stand was the loudest, their simple and catchy lyrics filled with praise for Fan Kairui. He was the new darling of Old Trafford, the successor to the legendary number 7, fast as the wind, skilled beyond words, and lethal in front of goal. Truly the future hope of Manchester United. Rooney patted Fan Kairui on the shoulder and pointed toward the West Stand. Kairui, look over there. Fan Kairui raised his gaze and saw a massive mosaic of his portrait created by fans covering more than half the stand. Beneath the poster, a message read, "This song is written for you. Do you like it?" The singing was so loud it vibrated in his ears. After catching the lyrics, Fan Kairui smiled and raised both hands, giving 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. Though he did not speak, his meaning was clear: "I love it." At the same time, his eyes grew slightly warm. In his heart, a new goal took shape to help Manchester United win every title possible. The broadcast director first showed a close-up of Fan Kairui's face, then cut to the West Stand. Jean Jun from Lecce Sports raised his voice excitedly. This enthusiasm. This is the song of Fan Kairui, composed by the Manchester United fans. I have to say, it is quite stirring." Lineker from BBC chuckled, "Manchester United fans truly know how to win hearts. Young Kairui will surely be even more devoted now." Guest commentator Phil Neville shrugged, "Brother, this isn't just about winning hearts. It's about love. We all love Kairui. He is simply incredible, only 18 years old. For the next 10 years, Manchester United won't have to worry about championships." The commentators lingered in conversation as the Premier League staff completed the podium setup. The ambience at Old Trafford swelled with quiet anticipation. Having acknowledged the supporters, the Manchester United players drifted toward the tunnel, preparing for the ceremony ahead. At the mouth of the tunnel, Fan Kairui found himself face to face with a collection of former United greats now revered as club legends. Giggs, Ferdinand Beckham, Sir Gary Neville, Vidic, and Berbatov stood together. From among them stepped former United manager Sir Alex Ferguson and Bobby Charlton. The veterans moved toward Fan Kairui, offering handshakes and warm wishes, leaving him quietly stunned by the honor. With a healthy complexion, Ferguson gazed at him with gentle pride and raised a thumb. "Kairui, you will carry the mantle of United's legendary number 7. Beside him, Beckham and Giggs spoke in unison. "The very same thought crosses our minds." Fan Kairui simply offered a quiet smile. Moments later, the Premier League officials set the silver trophy adorned with intricate detailing upon the glass table near the tunnel. All eyes turned toward it. Charged with guiding the trophy to the podium, Giggs and Beckham were the first to lay hands upon it. A few minutes passed before the stadium announcement system spoke in a resonant tone. "The ceremony for the 2016 to 2017 Premier League champions now commences." Clad in tailored suits, Giggs and David Beckham smiled as they took hold of the trophy handles and stepped from the tunnel onto the pitch. Behind them came Ferguson, Bobby Charlton, and the assembled legends, forming a dignified procession awaiting the champions. The applause at Old Trafford swelled once more. Once the trophy was set upon its stand, the legends stepped aside with gracious smiles. The announcer's voice rose once more. "And now please welcome the 2016 to 2017 Premier League champions, the entire Manchester United squad." A tide of cheers washed over the stadium. At the forefront walked Manchester United manager Jose Mourinho, followed by Fan Kairui. Pogba, Rashford lingered, and the rest of the squad. They moved forward, exchanging handshakes and nods with the legends before proceeding toward the podium. The stadium's energy continued to build until, amidst the crescendo, Premier League officials presented the championship trophy to Captain Wayne Rooney, whose golden medal gleamed under the lights. Rooney drew a steady breath, and against the backdrop of thunderous applause, he lifted the trophy high above his head. The gesture ignited the stadium into a seamless wave of celebration. Scarlet confetti drifted down in a gentle shower. The broadcast commentary rang out clearly: "Champions. The 2016 to 2017 Premier League champions, Manchester United." Rooney cradled the trophy, his expression radiating quiet joy. Old Trafford had transformed into a radiant sea of crimson. Rooney then extended the trophy toward the waiting hands of Fan Kairui. The BBC commentator's voice captured the moment perfectly. "Witness the passing of the torch. United's storied past is now entrusted to its shining future." It was a sentiment understood by all. Throughout the latter half of the season, quiet speculation had circulated regarding Rooney's impending departure, with reports suggesting a mutual and respectful agreement to conclude his tenure by summer. The club's gesture had been notably generous, offering a substantial loyalty bonus alongside continued contractual support. In this context, the league title served as a fitting and honorable tribute to their long-serving captain. Fan Kairui received the substantial silver trophy and held it gently against his chest. Cameras captured the moment from multiple angles while journalists in the mixed zone observed with quiet appreciation, knowing the photographs would define the morning's coverage. The supporters in the stands offered no restraint, their voices ringing out in sustained harmonious chants. Within such an inspiring atmosphere, every player felt the weight of the moment deeply. Even manager Mourinho joined the celebration, his spirit visibly lightened. As the initial excitement settled, a more reflective moment took its place. Mourinho carefully carried the trophy forward and presented it to Sir Alex Ferguson, who stood nearby with a calm, contemplative expression. As he accepted it, a fresh wave of admiration rose from the stands. To the devoted supporters, his legacy was already woven into the very fabric of the club. He stood as the foundational figure of the dynasty, forever held in the highest regard by the fans. The other legends shared in the moment, each taking a turn to hold the trophy with quiet reverence. The celebration endured for over 30 minutes. Only as the players gradually made their way back toward the locker rooms did the supporters begin their reluctant departure. Inside the locker room, the players still savored the quiet pride of their achievement. Mourinho, however, maintained a steady composure. With a gentle clap of his hands, he reminded them that their journey was far from over. The campaign still held crucial fixtures: the Europa League semi-finals, the FA Cup final, and the remaining league matches. Though the title had been secured comfortably with records potentially falling along the way, Mourinho knew the remaining fixtures required the same disciplined approach. It was an ideal opportunity to integrate the younger players, allowing them to acclimate to the senior squad's pace in preparation for what lay ahead. The following day, headlines across Europe and beyond were unified in their coverage of Manchester United's triumph. At the center of this attention was Fan Kairui, whose 48 league goals had become the talk of the sport. With 4 matches remaining, he stood merely 2 goals away from surpassing a historic single-season milestone. Speculation mounted throughout the media. Could he extend the benchmark to unprecedented heights? Maintaining his consistent scoring rate suggested a total well beyond the current threshold. What set his campaign apart was his remarkable consistency against elite opposition. Against the season's top sides, his direct contributions regularly exceeded 3 per match. Fate had arranged the remaining schedule conveniently. Among the final 4 fixtures, United would face both Arsenal and Tottenham. His previous home encounters against these rivals had been particularly decisive. He had netted twice with an additional assist against Arsenal and recorded a hat-trick against Tottenham. With these statistics in mind, expectations naturally expanded. The initial benchmark seemed only a starting point, with projections reaching well beyond 60 goals. During his brief time away from training, Fan Kairui reviewed these discussions on his phone. His initial intention had been to reserve his full focus for the upcoming cup competitions, treating the remaining league matches as mere preparation. Yet as he considered the path ahead, a new resolve took shape. Would not surpassing a historic mark be the most meaningful tribute to those who came before? On his days off, Fan Kairui balanced physical conditioning with quiet conversations with Gu Yutong and Winnie Sophia, maintaining connections away from the pitch. She had shared that she was approached by representatives from the entertainment industry while studying and was contemplating how to navigate this unexpected opportunity. Recognizing the uncertainty beneath her words, Fan Kairui respected the gravity of such a decision. Rather than imposing his, he encouraged her to follow her own judgment. On May 2, 2017, the squad regrouped at the Carrington Training Complex to begin preparations for the first leg of their Europa League semi-final encounter. Alongside the established senior players, several young prospects joined the session: McTominay, Matthew Wellick, goalkeeper Dean Henderson Tunzib, and Zhong Taxi, a promising talent acquired from Feyenoord the previous year. Fan Kairui was familiar with the name Zhong Taxi, though the connection to his heritage was quite distant. Family history indicated only a minor ancestral link, yet it remained a point of quiet interest. Upon meeting him in person, Fan Kairui noticed the distinctive styling immediately. While his on-field abilities were still developing, his presence certainly commanded attention. Observers from his ancestral homeland viewed the development with considerable enthusiasm, welcoming it with open admiration. The senior squad now featured several players with connections to that heritage. Fan Kairui carried the direct lineage, while others shared more distant familial ties, each contributing to a growing sense of global representation. The atmosphere remained positively charged, with suggestions circulating that further steps could be considered to welcome talented individuals into the national framework. The team had traveled to Vigo in northwestern Spain 2 days in advance, preparing for their away fixture against Celta Vigo. Sitting comfortably in mid-table, Celta enjoyed a season free from immediate pressure, positioned safely away from both European contention and relegation concerns. Consequently, they directed their primary focus toward the continental competition, a strategy that successfully carried them to the semi-final stage. Founded over a century ago, the club's historical honors were primarily domestic. Their previous best continental performance had occurred a decade prior, making this semi-final appearance a notable milestone. With domestic matters secure, the squad directed all their ambition toward the cup competition. A victory would secure passage to the elite continental tournament, offering a compelling incentive for the campaign ahead. Prior to the semi-final matchup, the Champions League draws had already been resolved. Real Madrid advanced with a decisive victory, while Juventus secured their place with a confident away win. With the Continental Final largely anticipated, all attention shifted to the Europa League semi-finals, particularly the upcoming contest between Celta Vigo and Manchester United. The loss of their key attacker to a rival club had noticeably weakened their squad depth. Reaching this stage required an unwavering commitment to the cup competition, a focus that naturally impacted their league standing. The match was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening. Earlier that day, Ajax had secured a commanding victory in their respective tie. Monitoring the broader landscape, Mourinho recognized that Ajax had positioned themselves strongly for the final round. His gaze drifted toward Fan Kairui on the pitch, a quiet acknowledgement passing through his mind regarding their shared path. The stadium held capacity for over 30,000 spectators, though a slightly reduced attendance was arranged for operational considerations. The majority of the crowd belonged to the home supporters, while a dedicated section accommodated the traveling Manchester United fans. At precisely 8 o'clock the match commenced. The broadcast commentary opened with clear articulation announcing the beginning of the second semi-final encounter of the Continental campaign. The home side appeared in light blue kits, while Manchester United wore their traditional red shirts and black shorts. Analyzing the squad selection, United demonstrated clear superiority across the pitch. Certain roster decisions reflected strategic management, particularly in the defensive line, where experienced options were rotated based on competition regulations. Despite enjoying home advantage, Celta adopted a disciplined defensive structure against the English champions. The approach demonstrated a pragmatic acknowledgement of United's capabilities on the European stage. Yet beneath his composed exterior, Mourinho harbored a quiet expectation. A more open approach from the opposition would present opportunities to exploit, transforming the contest into a dynamic tactical battle rather than a cautious standoff. Breaking through an opponent's impenetrable defense is the most formidable challenge on the football pitch. Mourinho was a master of defense, yet not particularly well versed in the nuances of sustained attacking play. This match would depend on Fan Kairui and Pogba, who had recently recovered from injury, to resolve Manchester United's struggle to generate genuine threat in positional battles. For the first 30 minutes, Manchester United controlled the tempo, unleashing a relentless barrage of shots towards Celta's goal. Yet the penalty area was crowded with defenders, making it impossible to find any gap to threaten the goalkeeper Alvarez. Fan Kairui played with evident energy, but Celta had erected an intricate defensive web across every zone he operated in. No single player, no matter how skilled, could overcome such overwhelming congestion. Pogba relied on his extraordinary dribbling ability to barely maintain possession, but Celta's defenders swarmed him like untamed hounds, constantly snapping and tugging. Were it not for his robust physique, he would have been forced off the field long ago. Even so, 2 Celta defenders received yellow cards. Fan Kairui calculated that the longer this continued, the more opportunities would inevitably emerge. When the first half whistle blew, the scoreboard remained stubbornly 0-0. The moment the second half began, Manchester United immediately seized control and launched wave upon wave of attacks towards Celta's goal. Unfortunately, despite the spectacle, nothing came off. The shots arrived with thunderous force, but dissipated harmlessly like rain striking glass. Mourinho, seated on the visitors' bench, knitted his brows and periodically glanced toward the substitutes, as though awaiting some unspoken signal. In the 60th minute, Manchester United finally made their move. Captain Rooney replaced Fellaini, and the adjustment proved effective immediately. Pogba dropped deeper into midfield to orchestrate proceedings, his passes precise and visionary. Rooney, fluent in both distribution and long-range shooting, revitalized Manchester United's attacking patterns the moment he stepped onto the pitch. Rich in match experience, Rooney knew precisely when to pass and when to shoot. Spotting that Celta's defenders were all fixated on containing Fan Kairui, he moved into space to receive a through ball from Pogba, and from the edge of the penalty arc unleashed a powerful long-range strike. Fortunately for Celta, goalkeeper Alvarez reacted swiftly, otherwise Manchester United would already have taken the lead away from home. Celta's head coach Belitzo's expression darkened. The more he watched, the more unsettling it became. Only then did it dawn on him they could not afford to focus solely on containing Fan Kairui. Manchester United possessed other dangerous threats. No one anticipated that within 5 minutes Manchester United would score. After driving past his markers, Fan Kairui charged forward, drawing defenders toward him, then released the ball to Rooney, who was making a penetrating run. Rooney received the ball, paused briefly, and feigned a shot. The defender tasked with blocking the angle hesitated for a fraction of a second, and that was all the time needed. The ball rolled low along the ground, threading into the left side of the penalty area. Center-back Roncaglia instinctively raised his arm, signaling to the assistant referee that Fan Kairui was offside. Yet the assistant referee was already tracking the run, his flag barely a foot away from Fan Kairui's position. The unmistakable gesture meaning offside was not called. Before Roncaglia could react, Fan Kairui had already nudged the ball forward with the outside of his right foot, then followed it with a composed finish. The ball slipped between Alvarez's legs and into the net. 0-1. Manchester United took the lead away from home. Celta surged forward in response, but Manchester United's counters struck like lightning. Knowing the risk, Celta dared not commit everything forward, and their offensive reinforcement remained limited. Seeing this, Mourinho opted to tighten the defense, content to protect the away goal advantage until the final whistle. Yet Fan Kairui showed no intention of resting. In the 86th minute, spotting a gap in Celta's defense, he received the ball and drove forward with characteristic intensity. It was the first time such a solo breakthrough had been witnessed at the Boleto Stadium. The referee's whistle sounded, and the match came to an end. The scoreboard read 0-2. Full time, shouted commentator Jean June from Les Sports, his voice rising above the crowd. Fan Kairui has single-handedly accounted for both of Manchester United's away goals. With a 2-0 victory over Celta, Manchester United had all but secured a place in the Europa League final. Fan Kairui, having scored twice, once again found himself at the center of attention from both media and supporters. He had been relentless throughout the match against Celta, striking twice and pushing his Europa League goal tally to 10 in a single season, surpassing both Zico and Giuliano to claim top spot on the scoring charts. However, the media began to pour cold water on the excitement, suggesting that Fan Kairui's chances of breaking Falcao's record of 18 goals in a single Europa League campaign this season, or indeed throughout his career, were slim. Falcao had been a fearsome presence in the Europa League, netting 18 goals during the 2010-2011 season alone. It was not a question of Fan Kairui lacking efficiency. Rather, the Europa League had only 2 matches remaining this season, making the task exceedingly difficult. Had he started firing from the group stages, the odds would have been far more favorable. But given his caliber, he would inevitably move to a Champions League caliber club in the future, meaning this Europa League campaign might very well be his only opportunity. Following the first leg of the Europa League semi-final, Manchester United returned to Manchester the following morning. The squad wasted no time in restoring their physical condition, for they faced another stern test on Monday, Premier League match day 36, when they traveled to the Emirates Stadium to face Arsenal, a fixture of considerable significance. Elsewhere in the league, West Ham United hosted Tottenham Hotspur. Perhaps because the title was out of reach and Champions League qualification was already secured, Tottenham lacked urgency and fell 1-0 to the Hammers. Among the clubs battling for the final European spots, Manchester City showed no mercy, thrashing Crystal Palace 5-0 at home. Chelsea also secured a comfortable 3-0 victory over Middlesbrough. The most surprising result came from Liverpool, who, desperate for points, were held to a goalless draw by Southampton at Anfield. With only a handful of league matches remaining, the race for the top 4 grew ever more dramatic. While Manchester United, Chelsea, and Tottenham had already secured Champions League qualification, Manchester City, Arsenal, and Liverpool remained locked in a fierce battle for the final available spot. After match day 36, Manchester United sat top of the table on 96 points, having played 2 fewer matches. Chelsea lay second with 81 points and Tottenham third with 77. Further down, the situation grew increasingly lively. Manchester City were 4th on 66 points, Liverpool 5th on 65, and Arsenal 6th on 64 points with a game in hand. Looking at the remaining fixtures, Manchester City held the most favorable position. Their final 2 matches came against Leicester City and Watford, teams with nothing to play for, and one already safe from relegation, unlikely to pose significant difficulties. Liverpool's situation was far more problematic. Trailing on points, they had effectively surrendered the initiative. Provided Manchester City made no mistakes, Liverpool's chances of climbing into the top 4 would remain remote, regardless of how well they performed. Arsenal, yet to play their matchday 36 fixture, still had a theoretical pathway to reclaim control of their own destiny. However, that prospect appeared increasingly remote, and even many of their own supporters harbored doubts. Why? Because the match they had in hand was against the league champions Manchester United. United had gone unbeaten in 34 league games this season, riding a stunning 24-match winning streak. Mainstream European media outlets widely believed that Manchester United would at least secure a draw away from home. But for Arsenal, even a single point would not suffice. Professor Wenger had likely not slept soundly in recent days. In years past, even without winning the title, finishing 4th and securing Champions League football had been virtually guaranteed. But this season, the situation had grown uncertain, and there was a real possibility that Champions League football might elude them once again. Despite the gloomy external outlook, Wenger and his players carried a quiet determination. The entire squad had bonded into a single unit, driven by the desire to shatter Manchester United's invincibility at the Emirates Stadium, just as United had done to their own legendary unbeaten run years before. Fortune favors the persistent. What goes around comes around. While Chinese media and supporters embraced this narrative, mainstream European outlets remained confident that Manchester United would leave London with at least a point, perhaps more. Manchester United's 2-0 away victory over Celta in the Europa League semi-final first leg provided such a commanding advantage that they had no reason to conserve energy for the return fixture. They could field their strongest lineup and engage Arsenal in a full-throttle contest. Mourinho paid no heed to the external chatter. He organized his squad according to his own principles, blending established first-team players with fringe members and a handful of young prospects. On Monday afternoon local time, with 60 minutes until kickoff, the 6,000 capacity Emirates Stadium was already packed to the brim. The match commentators had received both teams' starting lineups. Arsenal were set up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. Check and goal, a back 4 of Monreal, Koscielny, Holding, and Bellerin, a double pivot of Xhaka and Cazorla, and an attacking trio of Sanchez, Ramsey, and Chambers with Welbeck leading the line. Manchester United deployed a 4-3-3. De Gea guarded the net with blind Smalling, Van Dijk, and the youthful Tuanzebe forming the defense. In midfield, Herrera, Pogba, and McTominay shared responsibilities, while Fan Kairui, Martial, and Lingard occupied the front line. BBC commentator Lineker smiled as he studied the lineup. Let's see who dares to claim anymore that Jose Mourinho does not trust young players. Looking at this starting 11 apart from Smalling and Herrera, everyone born after 1990 was in the lineup. Tuanzebe was only 19, McTominay 20, and Kairui just 18. Their average age was considerably younger than Arsenal's. Let us see how this plays out. Beside him, commentator Neville shrugged. Developing young players has always been a Manchester United tradition, as evidenced by our class of '92. Jose has consistently proven adept at nurturing youth. It has only been distorted by certain sections of the media. Lineker chuckled and shifted the conversation. Very well, let us turn our attention to predicting the final score. The teams took their positions, and referee Anthony Taylor raised the whistle to his lips. This Premier League clash between Arsenal and Manchester United at home was the latest kickoff of matchday 36 in the 2016-2017 season and naturally attracted enormous attention. Pep Guardiola of Manchester City and Jurgen Klopp of Liverpool both watched intently from their respective television sets. Even Berizzo Celta's head coach had slipped incognito into the Emirates Stadium, fully covered with a cap and masked, eagerly awaiting the start of the match. With a sharp blast of the whistle, Arsenal kicked off and immediately pressed forward, determined to send a clear message to Manchester United's defense from the opening moments. After receiving the ball, Sanchez headed straight for Tuanzebe on Manchester United's right flank, his intention clear: to exploit the young player's inexperience. But Mourinho, with decades of managerial experience, would never allow such an obvious opportunity to go unchecked. Herrera tracked back swiftly, while Van Dijk stood steadfast behind Tuanzebe, a rock of calm assurance. Sanchez attempted to isolate Tuanzebe one-on-one, but lost control of the ball, handing Manchester United an immediate counter-attacking opportunity. The Arsenal supporters erupted, directing thunderous boos toward Fan Kairui as he collected the ball. They had not forgotten that last encounter at Old Trafford, where it was precisely this player who had led Manchester United to victory over them. Fan Kairui was pondering how to break Messi's single-season goal record when he heard the deafening boos from the crowd. A smirk curled his lips as he thought he must teach these short-memory home fans a lesson. Erling had experienced Fan Kairui's speed and skill firsthand, so he dared not advance recklessly. He retreated while waiting for Kellen to provide support. But Fan Kairui pushed forward with the ball, then suddenly tapped it right with his left heel. The ball obeyed and changed direction. Before Burling and Kellen could close in, they heard Fan Kairui's internal command: precision through ball, execute. He struck from the left 45-degree angle, curling the ball with the inside of his right foot. The soccer ball traced a rainbow-like arc toward the right side of the penalty area, where Lingard arrived at full speed and unleashed a powerful shot with the instep of his right foot. Montrealer's recovery defense came half a beat too slow. All he heard was a muffled thud, and the ball shot past him like a cannonball directly into the near corner of the goal. The goalkeeper Czech hadn't even had time to react before the ball skimmed under the crossbar and smashed into the snow-white net. Goal! Goal! On the BBC commentary desk, Riker raised his voice. Van Kairui's cross was as precise as surgery. Jesse Lingard scored with a volley inside the penalty area, giving Manchester United a lightning-fast lead at the Emirates Stadium. Andy Gray of Sky Sports dragged out his signature elongated tone. After scoring, Lingard sprinted toward the camera with his arms spread wide, performing his signature celebratory dance with energetic twists and turns. When he finished, he turned to find Fan Kairui, and the two faced the camera in perfect synchronization, executing their rehearsed routine from the Carrington training base. Leshy Sports commentator Jean June's voice cracked with excitement. Manchester United's Dance King Lingard showcases his unmatched football choreography once again. Top scorer Fan Kairui with his new hairstyle joins in. The sight is truly electrifying. Lingard's physique is quite coordinated and his movements look graceful. Commentary guest Zhang Lu added, but I wonder if viewers at home notice that Fan Kairui's motions are actually more precise and elegant. It's quite fascinating. On the away team's bench, Mourinho smiled and pumped his fist to celebrate his team taking the lead on the road. The team's momentum was building, and despite Arsenal's determination to fight for a Champions League spot, securing a victory away from home seemed highly likely. With only one Champions League position remaining, both Manchester City and Liverpool were watching closely. Trailing in points, but with a game in hand, Arsenal could only climb to fourth by defeating Manchester United at home. Now behind on the scoreboard, they had no choice but to push forward. Mourinho's team excelled at rapid counterattacks. As long as Arsenal dared to commit bodies forward, he had every confidence they would find the net again in this stadium. Lingard's opening goal came from Fan Kairui's precise cross, demonstrating that Fan Kairui was firing on all cylinders today. Another opportunity could make it 0-2 at any moment. The broadcast wisely cut to Arsenal manager Wenger, whose expression darkened as he clearly felt the mounting pressure. With the match restarting, Arsenal trailing on the scoreboard had no alternatives. 2 points adrift of fourth-placed Manchester City victory was their only path forward. There was no escaping it. Every team coveted that final Champions League spot. That said, it was only the 5th minute, so there was still plenty of time. Wenger wasn't rushing to reveal his tactics. His strategy was clear attack, but fortify the defense first. While Lingard's goal was impressive, he recognized it carried an element of fortune. Repeating that goal 100 times would likely prove impossible. The real key then was neutralizing Fan Kairui as the provider. Lock down this player and Manchester United's offensive threat would diminish significantly. And indeed, the match was unfolding exactly as Wenger had anticipated. Arsenal shifted their defensive focus onto Fan Kairui, and Czech's goal naturally grew quieter. There were hardly any meaningful shooting threats to contend with. Meanwhile, Mourinho's tactical setup appeared to be testing younger players, pushing Figueirense and Mekatimi into the lineup. Arsenal's attack focused specifically on exploiting these two young defenders, which undermined Mourinho's pre-match tactical plans and left Fan Kairui with minimal support. Yet even as a lone hero, Fan Kairui remained dangerous whenever the ball reached his feet. Both Kellen and Ramsey picked up yellow cards, trying to contain him, prompting Wenger to grimace from the sidelines. Watching Fan Kairui threaten to extend Manchester United's lead, Wenger grew concerned. He signaled urgently from the sideline, instructing his team to play more conservatively in the final moments of the first half. Mourinho showed no signs of pressing for more, so when the halftime whistle blew, the score remained 0-1 with Manchester United ahead. After the second half began, Arsenal had no retreat. They threw numbers forward in a wave of attacking players, swarming Manchester United's penalty area in an urgent push to equalize. Mourinho stood on the sideline with furrowed brows. Figueirense and Mekatimi were simply too young and inexperienced. He feared their defensive frailties would be exposed. Fortunately, the pair fought with determination, and with veterans Herrera, Pogba, and Van Dijk providing crucial support, the defense held firm, for now. But in football, anything can happen. And at the 55th minute, the unexpected occurred. Blind slide tackle poked Chamberlain's ball out for a throw-in. Burling took it quickly, but Mekatimi was slightly slow to turn, forcing Herrera to scramble back and cover the gap. Xhaka, however, didn't wait for Herrera to close in. From 30 meters out, he unleashed a thunderous strike. The ball struck Herrera's back with a dull thud and deviated into a bizarre curve. Worse still, the ball retained its pace. De Gea backed away while reaching out, but his fingertips fell just short. The ball whistled past under the crossbar and into the net. Though, the entire Emirates Stadium erupted. Arsenal supporters' cheers crashed over the pitch like a tsunami, finally releasing the frustration built up throughout the first half. Mourinho, standing before the away bench, spread his arms in resignation. What could one blame for a deflected goal like that? Simply put, luck hadn't been on his side today. Once the score leveled, Mourinho reacted swiftly. He immediately substituted Rooney for Mekatimi, bolstering the attack to prevent Arsenal from seizing the momentum. 2 minutes later, the substitution board went up. Wenger raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected his old rival to be so decisive, replacing a defender with an attacker. A chill ran through him. This meant he wanted to score again and regain the lead. Without hesitation, Wenger responded by bringing on Giroud for Welbeck, who had been ineffective. With Giroud's towering presence anchoring the penalty area, Arsenal's attack gained clarity and directness. Both wings launched desperate crosses, relying on volume to create chances. This aerial bombardment sent Manchester United's defense into disarray. Home fans in the stands shouted themselves hoarse, their support building wave after wave. Yet nobody anticipated that Arsenal, in their aggressive onslaught, had left a gaping hole in defense. In the 70th minute, Van Dijk headed the ball clear of the penalty area past Giroud. Pogba controlled it with a clever heel flick, sending it to Rooney's run. Confronted by the charging Ramsey, Rooney combined control and direction in one fluid motion, launching a precise long pass without hesitation. The ball soared through the air in a sweeping arc, curling from Manchester United's defensive right flank toward the left side of the attacking third. With Burling still caught upfield, Rooney's pass landed perfectly in stride with Fan Kairui's forward run. Holding, the late recoverer couldn't match the pace and could only watch as Fan Kairui surged past on the outside, chesting the ball down toward the edge of the penalty area. Czech, the goalkeeper, committed to rushing out decisively. Facing the advancing keeper, Fan Kairui showed no trickery, just a straight right foot driving a low shot that whisked along the turf, threading between Czech's spread legs and nestling into the net. Goal. The Emirates, moments ago roaring with noise, fell suddenly silent. On the Lecce Sports commentary desk, Jean Jun's voice cracked with emotion. Fan Kairui, his 49th Premier League goal this season. Manchester United take a 2-1 lead on the road. Director Jean quickly followed. Just one more goal would equal Messi's legendary 50-goal record from the 2011-12 season. After scoring, Fan Kairui slid on his knees toward the sideline in celebration. Several veteran Arsenal fans in the stands paused, momentarily transfixed. The sliding knee celebration bore an uncanny resemblance to the King of Highbury from days gone by. When they blinked again, the sliding figure belonged to Manchester United's number 7. A sense of dread washed over many home fans. This time the fight for fourth place may truly be lost. Wenger's face darkened on the touchline, his teeth grinding. He abruptly turned to the substitutes, his gaze sweeping over Walcott, and Iwobi, yet finding no one with the requisite temperament to change the outcome. Walcott was no longer the young lightning bolt of old. Iwobi remained too green, and embargo wasn't even in the equations. After weighing his options, only 2 attackers remained viable. With a decisive gesture, Wenger made his move, bring on Iwobi for defensive midfielder Kellen. With the match reaching this critical juncture, hesitation was no longer an option. To mount a comeback, everything had to be risked. At the center circle, Giroud secured the ball as the referee blew his whistle for a substitution. Kukuelin glanced up at the electronic board displaying number 34, then offered a wry smile and shook his head. When a team fights for survival, someone must make sacrifices, and he was carrying a yellow card. Iwobi stepped onto the pitch with a clear mission: orbit around Giroud and serve as a mobile artillery piece. For the following minutes, Arsenal's crosses came relentlessly into Manchester United's penalty area, landing reasonably well and consistently finding Giroud. But Van Dijk was in scorching form today. The 2 tall strikers battled fiercely in the box, neither able to comfortably win the aerial duels. Time ticked away, and before long the 78th minute arrived. Manchester United responded with a change of their own. Mkhitaryan replaced Lingard, immediately strengthening the right flank. Compared to Lingard, Mkhitaryan brought noticeably superior defensive awareness. With his introduction, Manchester United's defense steadied considerably, occasionally launching 2 waves of counterattack. Beyond the 80-minute mark, the atmosphere at Emirates Stadium surged again, as the home side pressed forward with intensity, their thunderous support nearly lifting the roof. Jean Shankai from New Ing Sports spoke with grave seriousness. 10 minutes remain. Whether Arsenal can seize control of their top 4 ambitions depends entirely on breaking down this stubborn Manchester United side. Coach Zhang analyzed alongside him. Arsenal's attack has become too predictable. They rely solely on crossing from the wings to Giroud. Both Van Dijk and Smalling are dominant in the air, making it nearly impossible for Giroud to thrive under their combined marking. In my view, they need to vary their approach, try more long-range strikes, and combine wing play with central attacks. That's a fair point, Jean Shankai agreed. When the game's tempo shifts, opportunities emerge. If they keep repeating the same pattern, defenders will anticipate it with their eyes closed. As the 2 commentators exchanged tactical insights, precious minutes slipped away on the pitch. The scoreboard still read 1-2, with Manchester United leading. With time dwindling, Arsenal's players showed visible urgency. Xhaka received the ball and, spotting Rooney had not closed him down, unleashed a powerful strike from 35 meters out. Though his earlier long-range effort had equalized the match, this attempt lacked precision. The ball was blocked by Herrera's thigh before it could gain momentum. Positioned nearby, Pogba reacted instantly. Before the ball touched the ground, he guided it upward with the inside of his right foot, sending the rebound arcing toward the center circle. Fan Kairui, who had been drifting near that area, exploded into motion like a wild horse, breaking free, sprinting straight for the ball. Koscielny had no time to think. His body moved instinctively as he lunged in for a tackle. But who could have predicted that Fan Kairui would go from standing still to full speed in barely 2 seconds? He flicked the ball forward with the outside of his right foot toward Martial, who was surging up the right flank. Using his momentum, Fan Kairui effortlessly danced past Koscielny's challenge. Martial did not hesitate upon receiving the pass, driving the ball hard toward the expansive space on the left with the inside of his right foot. The through ball was played with such anticipation that it clearly exploited Fan Kairui's blistering pace. On the other side, Holding's despair deepened. With the captain's tackle missed, he was left stranded, watching helplessly as the red-clad figure tore past toward the penalty area at incredible speed. Fan Kairui reached full velocity, his feet just crossing the halfway line. Martial's pass was timed to perfection. With Fan Kairui still behind the line when it was played, there was no question of offside. He quickly distanced himself from all defenders. Fan Kairui. He's played a 1-2 with Martial. It's a clear breakaway. Lineker's voice from BBC cracked with excitement. Wenger, standing on the touchline, closed his eyes. He could not bear to watch another moment. If this goal went in, the match would be decided. Fan Kairui drove forward with the ball, guiding it with the outside of his right foot toward the arc at the edge of the penalty area. Czech stood ready in goal. The Arsenal supporters in the stands fell completely silent, their eyes fixed on the impossibly fast red figure, too stunned to even offer their usual chorus of disapproval. But the veteran goalkeeper Czech refused to give up. Experience was on his side. He dropped his center of gravity and focused intently on Fan Kairui, waiting for any mistake. However, Fan Kairui's dribbling was eerily composed, as if calculated by a machine, maintaining the perfect distance between himself and the ball. With 2 controlled touches, he established a steady rhythm, offering Czech no opening to rush out. As he approached within 30 meters of the goal, Fan Kairui slowed slightly, but intensified his momentum, charging directly at Czech. At this point, the goalkeeper hesitated to commit himself. He understood that Fan Kairui's vision and technique meant any premature rush would leave his position exposed. So he stayed planted on the line, taking a calculated risk. Perhaps there might have been a chance, but not this time. Entering the penalty area, Fan Kairui showed no restraint. Facing Czech stationed on the goal line, he unleashed a powerful strike with the instep of his right foot. The ball rocketed away like a cannonball. Czech's pupils contracted, but before he could react, it slammed into the net behind him with a thunderous impact. Goal. Andy Gray's signature drawn-out call echoed through the commentary box. Fan Kairui turned and raised his arms in triumph, roaring to celebrate his second goal of the match. Jin Shankai from Newing Sports was equally thrilled. A brace. Fan Kairui has reached 50 goals this season, matching Messi's record from the 2011-12 campaign. The match was not yet over. He still had time to complete a hat-trick, claim his 7th of the season, and perhaps even surpass Messi. 50 goals in a single season. Racing level with Messi. Jean Jun from Le Cher chimed in, his voice brimming with excitement. It's only the 84th minute. There's still plenty of time. Even if he does not complete it here, Manchester United still have 3 league matches remaining this season. BBC's Lineker raised his voice an octave higher. Just one more goal separates him from the record. Fan Kairui is just 1 goal away from breaking the single-season scoring record across Europe's top 5 leagues. The home stands at Emirates Stadium fell completely silent as Arsenal supporters watched Fan Kairui's celebration, their spirits sinking. Trailing by 1 goal, there was still hope for a comeback, but falling behind by 2 felt like an uncrossable chasm. On the Manchester United bench, Mourinho pumped his fist in celebration. With this goal, the 3 points were practically secured. The scoreboard now read 1-3 in Manchester United's favor. Arsenal players 2 goals behind looked utterly deflated, their energy drained. Many home fans, completely disheartened, began leaving the stadium early. It was better not to watch. If that boy scored again and completed a hat-trick, the disappointment would be unbearable. If Fan Kairui could read these fans' minds, he would likely feel somewhat helpless. Truthfully, at this point, he did not harbor any strong desire to score further. After all, with a 2-goal lead and the opposition lacking fight, there was little motivation. Even if he was just 1 goal away from breaking the record. The camera panned across the Arsenal players on the pitch: Giroud, Sanchez, Ramsey, Xhaka, Koscielny. Each wore expressions of disappointment, some with heads bowed and hands on hips, others covering their faces in shame before their home supporters. After his celebration, Mourinho immediately made his 3rd substitution, bringing on Fellaini for Martial. The message was clear: to protect the 2-goal advantage until the final whistle. After the restart, Sanchez remained the only Arsenal player unwilling to concede. He ran tirelessly, trying to inspire his teammates, but one man's effort could not bridge a 2-goal gap or replenish the dwindling minutes. Ultimately, the core issue was simply a lack of time. Without hope, who would risk everything? Desperation requires opportunity to materialize. The final whistle blew from referee Anthony Taylor. The scoreboard displayed the final score 1-3. In the mixed zone after the match, reporters surrounded Fan Kairui, who had already scored 50 goals this season. A reporter from the Times spoke first. Kairui, you have matched Leo Messi's record of 50 goals in a single season from 2011-12. How are you feeling right now? Feeling? Fan Kairui rubbed his short, stiff hair and shrugged. Honestly, I do not feel anything particularly special. I am just a bit disappointed I did not complete a hat-trick. But with 3 league matches remaining, surpassing Messi and breaking the record should be achievable. At that moment, a reporter from the Daily Telegraph pushed forward. 28 consecutive league matches with goals plus matching Messi's record. Can you share the secret? Without hesitation, Fan Kairui replied. You might not believe this, but it comes down to self-discipline, hard work, diligence, and a bit of natural talent. As soon as he finished speaking, the reporters in the mixed zone collectively rolled their eyes. Who would actually believe that? If it were truly that simple to achieve greatness like Fan Kairui, then Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo would be everywhere. Fan Kairui observed their expressions and shrugged again. See, I told you so. There is nothing I can do if you do not believe me. At the away team's post-match press conference, Mourinho appeared beaming with satisfaction. Manchester United's victory away at Arsenal saw their points total climb to 99, leaving them just 1 point shy of the runner-up record, 100 points, that Mourinho himself set with Real Madrid. Moreover, Manchester United still had 3 league matches remaining. Even if they failed to secure a win at Tottenham, next picking up 4 points from games against directionless Southampton and Palace should prove straightforward. By then, they might even surpass Juventus' record of 102 points set in the 2013-14 season. Facing the media, Mourinho was unusually cooperative today, answering virtually every question as long as they did not probe into tactical secrets. But when the home manager arrived for his press conference, the atmosphere in the media hall shifted noticeably, carrying an undercurrent of tension. Having finished their match against Arsenal, Manchester United's focus shifted swiftly to the second leg of their Europa League semi-final. Although they had won 2-0 away in the first leg against Celta, who could guarantee a comfortable progression to the final at home. At the Carrington training ground, Mourinho's standards remained uncompromising. Any lapse in concentration from his players would instantly draw his sharp reprimand. This strictness was precisely why Manchester United avoided any mishaps in the latter stages of the league campaign. 2 days before the Europa League semi-final second leg, both Champions League semi-final second legs had already been played. Real Madrid had won the first leg 3-0 against Atletico, and despite losing the second leg 1-2, they advanced to the final 4-2 on aggregate, marking their 3rd appearance in the final within 4 years. Juventus, having won 2-0 away against Monaco in the first leg, returned home to secure another 2-1 victory, advancing 4-1 on aggregate to meet Real Madrid in the Champions League final. With the Champions League final matchups set, cameras from major European media outlets turned their attention to the 2016 to 2017 Europa League semi-finals. Manchester United's second leg against Celta Vigo unfolded without incident. Fan Kairui, who had already scored 10 goals in this season's Europa League, dominated the match once again with his blistering form. He opened the scoring in the 18th minute, then assisted Pogba to double the lead at the 29-minute mark. By the 56th minute, he capitalized on a swift counterattack to net his second goal of the match. With a 3-0 lead securing victory, Mourinho made a series of substitutions, bringing off Pogba, Fan Kairui, and Rooney. The moment Fan Kairui left the pitch, Celta Vigo seemed to awaken, launching wave after wave of attacks as they seized the initiative. Thankfully, Mourinho's defensive substitutions remained focused throughout, weathering the pressure until the closing stages when Roca pulled one back. Manchester United ultimately secured a 3-1 home victory, advancing 5-1 on aggregate to reach the Europa League final. In the other semi-final, Lyon defeated Ajax 3-1 at home, but the aggregate score of 4-5 eliminated them despite the convincing result. Manchester United and Ajax meeting in the final felt like a foregone conclusion to both sets of supporters. United, as Premier League champions, had already clinched their spot with that dominant away victory. Though the Eredivisie may not rival League One in prestige, Ajax's commanding 4-1 first-leg victory over Lyon underscored their status as favorites, and the outcome validated that expectation. There is a meaningful connection between these two clubs, primarily because Manchester United's leading scorer Fan Kairui emerged from Ajax's renowned youth academy. Players like Blind and Mensah also came through Ajax's system, and even Ibrahimovic, who enjoyed a career-best first half of the season, spent time at the club. Moreover, Edwin van der Sar, the legendary goalkeeper who set the Premier League record with 1,311 minutes without conceding, now serves as Ajax's CEO. With these ties connecting them, the Europa League final between the two clubs was sure to draw considerable attention. Back in the locker room, Fan Kairui immediately took out his phone and tagged De Ligt, Van de Beek, and Frenkie de Jong on social media with a single message: "Just wait. I'll see you all at the Europa League final on the 24th. The Manchester Evening News ran with a compelling headline: "Faded friends reunited." With the Champions League and Europa League finals now set, Europe's major media outlets kept their focus primarily on Real Madrid and Juventus. Real Madrid had reached the Champions League final for the third time in 4 years, while Juventus had appeared in 2 of the last 3, their stories commanding maximum attention. On paper, Real Madrid appeared the stronger side, and the odds favored them accordingly. Yet there existed an unwritten rule: since the Champions League format changed, no team had ever successfully defended their title. This pattern led many European outlets to lean toward Juventus instead. They believed Allegri's squad could upset Real Madrid at Cardiff's Millennium Stadium and claim the club's third European Cup. The Europa League final drew interest mainly from England, the Netherlands, and a handful of European outlets. While Manchester United held the edge in overall quality, that did not guarantee Ajax would falter. While the media and fans debated passionately, the Manchester United players remained focused on their preparation. After a day off, the squad returned to training with a packed schedule ahead as they prepared for the remaining league matches, the Europa League final and the FA Cup final. In the Premier League's 37th round, the race for 4th place reached its climax. Manchester City, holding the advantage, secured a 2-1 home victory over Leicester City. Liverpool responded with a commanding 4-0 away win against West Ham United, while Arsenal traveled to Stoke City and secured a 4-1 victory. But with Manchester City's win, Liverpool and Arsenal found their league positions frozen. If they won their matches, they still could not move. With only one round remaining, fans of both clubs understood the reality: a miracle was unlikely. Manchester City's final away fixture against Watford, who had already secured survival, was virtually a formality. If they avoided any mistakes, clinching a Champions League spot was all but guaranteed. Manchester United's away match against Tottenham Hotspur was scheduled last. Many fans hoping to witness Fan Kairui break Messi's goal record were left disappointed, for Fan Kairui was not even in the starting lineup. The disappointment extended beyond United supporters. Tottenham fans and neutral spectators who had traveled specifically to see Fan Kairui also felt let down. Tottenham deployed their full-strength squad, determined to end Manchester United's winning streak, an unbeaten run. United, however, appeared to be managing their resources, and the opening period saw them pressed heavily and struggling to find their rhythm. 6th minute, Ben Davies played a precise pass to Wanyama, whose header found the back of the net. White Hart Lane erupted as Tottenham supporters celebrated, believing they were on the verge of ending United's unbeaten record. The broadcast camera immediately cut to Fan Kairui on the substitutes bench, sending a clear message: watch how Manchester United struggles without their key player. Without Fan Kairui's pressing threat up front, Tottenham found defending considerably easier. Mourinho responded with tactical adjustments that held firm through the first half, preventing any further goals. As the second half began with side switching ends, Manchester United supporters waited anxiously for a substitution that never came, Fan Kairui remaining on the bench. For minutes into the second half, Ali drove down the left flank, sent Bailey tumbling, and Atkinson's whistle rang, sharply awarding Tottenham a free kick on the left. Eriksen delivered the cross, and Harry Kane rose to head it home, extending the lead to 2-0. Mourinho could no longer stay seated, turning to shout toward the bench Kairui. "Marcus, warm up, now." The broadcast crew caught the moment instantly. Commentator Jin Shankai seized on it. Manchester United fans have been waiting all half for Fan Kairui, and finally, he is coming on. "We are down by 2 goals, but with him on the pitch a comeback is absolutely within reach." Though trailing by 2 goals, he expressed confidence that with Fan Kairui involved, Manchester United could equalize or even take the lead in the remaining time. Gary Lineker chimed in from the BBC. "Tottenham lead 2-0, and Jose Mourinho has finally been forced to make a change." Meanwhile, Mauricio Pochettino's earlier optimism faded the moment he spotted Fan Kairui removing his bib and heading to warm up, a sudden unease settling in. In the 55th minute, Manchester United made 2 substitutions while trailing by 2 goals. Fan Kairui and Rashford stood ready on the touchline, awaiting the next stoppage to enter. Son Heung-min received the ball on the left, cut inside past McTominay, and unleashed a powerful shot that rocketed toward goal. De Gea, fully alert, punched the ball clear of the box. Wanyama, positioned just outside the area, did not hesitate, swinging at the loose ball. The shot lacked control and sailed toward the stands. Atkinson's whistle blew immediately, his arm pointing toward the sideline. White Hart Lane erupted with deafening boos from the home crowd, a wall of sound washing over Fan Kairui as he stood on the touchline. Substitution for Manchester United. Fan Kairui and Marcus Rashford come on, replacing Juan Mata and Jesse Lingard. Lineker chuckled on air. "How much do Tottenham fans dislike Kairui? I would tell them to calm down. From what I have seen, the louder the booing, the better he plays." Several Tottenham supporters watching at home shifted uncomfortably, tempted to silence their own fans at the stadium. Fan Kairui exchanged a high five with Lingard and jogged onto the pitch. Listening to the constant din of boos, he smiled faintly and murmured, "All right, wait and see." Several Tottenham players turned their attention to him as he entered. Unfazed, Fan Kairui moved with ease, comfortable in the spotlight that today belonged entirely to him. De Gea distributed the ball short, and Manchester United built from the back. Pochettino paced the sideline, gesturing for his players to stay focused and protect their 2-goal advantage. Tottenham had agreed before kickoff to end United's unbeaten streak. After a series of passes, the ball rolled to Fan Kairui's feet. As Fan Kairui accelerated toward the byline, Wanyama launched into a reckless tackle from behind. Atkinson's whistle pierced the air. He rushed over and flashed a yellow card at Wanyama. Pochettino buried his face in his hands, bewildered by Wanyama's recklessness, wondering why he risked an early booking instead of coordinating properly with Trippier. With over half an hour remaining, Wanyama would now have to hold back. Did they think an early card would intimidate a striker of Fan Kairui's caliber? Clearly not. The match was nearing its end, and this fixture carried no major stakes, making the challenge entirely unnecessary. With the card already shown, Fan Kairui waved toward the technical area, signaling for Sissoko to prepare. Mourinho watched Fan Kairui brush himself off and rise without hesitation, his concerns easing. The striker's physical resilience was genuine, and another player might have struggled. Still, Mourinho immediately approached the 4th official with frustrated gestures, urging the referee to rein in Tottenham's approach. Fan Kairui had barely touched the ball when the cynical challenge came in. Manchester United supporters holding their breath, frustration rising. Fortunately, no serious injury resulted. Rooney's free kick from the left was mediocre, and Alderweireld cleared it away from the danger zone. Despite leading by 2 goals, Tottenham's attacking players, Kane and Son among them, remained intent on extending their advantage to kill off the contest. Even a 2-goal cushion felt precarious to them. Dembele received the ball looking for Eriksen, but Herrera and Pogba pressed aggressively, forcing him to turn. Tottenham's quick transition stalled, shifting into a methodical build-up. Manchester United's players retreated swiftly into defense, leaving only Fan Kairui as an outlet up front. Pochettino, clearly unsettled by Fan Kairui's record of consecutive goals, stood by the technical area, repeatedly instructing his players to keep close attention on the number 7 drifting in the attacking third. Keep the passes safe. No risky balls. With such instructions, Tottenham's build-up play became undeniably cautious, though their attacking threat diminished accordingly. After several safe passes failed to create a shooting opportunity, Son Heung-min received the ball on the left wing, suddenly accelerated past Herrera, and unleashed a powerful long-range shot from approximately 28 meters outside the penalty area. Son Heung-min struck the ball with considerable force, sending it traveling directly toward the goal. De Gea positioned himself effectively, with focused concentration, drawing his hands back half a step to cushion the impact before securely gathering the rebounding ball. Back on defense. Pochettino called out, though his players already understood the urgency. Fan Kairui's lethal counter-attacking ability was well known to everyone. The moment Fan Kairui attempted to turn and accelerate, 3 defenders converged on him instantly. Trippier, Alderweireld, and Wanyama, who had recently committed a tactical foul. He shrugged with an exasperated expression. "Gentlemen," Fan Kairui gestured toward the 3 tightly marked defenders and pointed toward the other side. "Shouldn't one of you check on Marcus? His pace can be quite dangerous." "All right, I won't mention it again." Fan Kairui shrugged once more. "But don't come crying to me later if you didn't hear this warning." Alderweireld felt a sudden chill and instinctively glanced toward the opposite side of the pitch. De Gea had considered launching a long ball directly to Fan Kairui, but upon seeing how tightly the number 7 was surrounded, he abandoned the idea immediately. Until Rashford's figure entered his field of view. Tottenham's players were busy withdrawing defensively, fearing a quick Manchester United counterattack, leaving De Gea unpressured to distribute the ball. De Gea released a gentle throw, with his left hand stepped forward with his left foot, shifted his weight, and swung his right leg to strike the descending ball cleanly with the instep. The ball shot horizontally with remarkable speed and precision toward the left flank of Tottenham's defense, which corresponded to Manchester United's attacking right side. Ben Davies had pushed forward and couldn't retreat in time. Wanyama remained fixed on Fan Kairui while another defensive midfielder Delph turned, but lacked the pace to close the gap, watching helplessly as his national team teammate Rashford surged ahead. Fortunately, Vertonghen still held his position near the right side of the center circle arc. Though he couldn't match Rashford's speed over distance, he could cut off the most direct path by intercepting the shorter route toward the penalty area. Alderweireld reacted without hesitation, scrambling back to prevent Rashford from beating Vertonghen. Wanyama abandoned his marking of Fan Kairui and angled his run inward to support the defensive recovery. Trippier instinctively turned and began retreating, but this movement created a gap in his marking of Fan Kairui. The midfielder slipped unnoticed toward the left touchline before exploding into sudden acceleration. A deafening chorus of boos erupted from the White Hart Lane crowd, directed at the crimson figure sprinting full stride along the left flank. Trippier, lacking pace as one of his weaknesses, caught only a fleeting glimpse of red in his peripheral vision as someone surged past him in an instant. His heart sank as he realized the severity of his positional error. Fan Kairui had now reached full velocity, cutting inside from the wing to leave Trippier trailing behind. He then shifted his run diagonally toward the center, driving toward Alderweireld's positioning on the right side of the defense. "Toby, mark him!" Trippier shouted desperately, though the deafening crowd noise drowned out his warning. Fan Kairui charged forward like a red sports car, with the accelerator floored lightning quick toward the gap between Alderweireld and Vertonghen. Pochettino leaned forward instinctively from the technical area, half his body protruding beyond the touchline, without awareness. His brows drew together, knuckles whitened around clenched fists, and his tension mounted. Rashford matched De Gea's long pass approximately 40 meters from the byline, guiding the ball inward with the inside of his right foot while maintaining full pace. Vertonghen, holding his original position, could only retreat while attempting to contain the attack. "Marcus!" Through the middle. Rashford sprinted with the ball, weighing whether to drive wide, when Fan Kairui's voice cut through the crowd noise. No glance was necessary. The countless repetitions at Carrington had forged an instinctive understanding, and those two crucial words made the intention unmistakable. Through the middle. Rashford acted without hesitation, sliding the ball across the turf with the inside of his right foot toward the space opening between Vertonghen's advancing position and Alderweireld's retreated line. Alderweireld had positioned himself too far right due to his focus on marking Fan Kairui, while Vertonghen fell back to the left, creating a growing gap between the two defenders. At maximum velocity, Fan Kairui watched helplessly as the ball hurtled across the ground toward the vacated space at his right front, a chill spreading through him. A red figure erupted from the right flank with blinding speed. As the face came into view, hair streaming and the number 7 on the jersey snapping in the wind, the distance closed instantaneously. "It's him, Fan Kairui." Lineker's voice rose sharply from the BBC commentary box. "Fan Kairui." Manchester United supporters who had traveled with the team rose to their feet, in unison, breath held in anticipation. Fan Kairui took Rashford's pass and drove directly toward the penalty area arc. The commentator's voice broke with excitement. "1-on-1. Lloris committed to coming off his line without hesitation." With Lloris closing in, Fan Kairui dropped his left shoulder and feigned a touch with the outside of his left foot, but never made contact. Instead, he twisted his weight and let his right shoulder dip, keeping the ball rolling independently ahead of him. Lineker's eyes widened in recognition. "That's Ronaldinho's Elastico." Fan Kairui executed the motion repeatedly, shifting his weight left and right until within 2 meters of Lloris. On the 5th feint, when the goalkeeper's balance was completely compromised, he finally struck the ball with the outside of his right foot. Lloris attempted to dive to his left, but lost his footing, sliding to the ground as his center of gravity shifted backward. After the feint, Fan Kairui accelerated unexpectedly, chasing after the ball, rolling toward the right and striking it cleanly with the inside of his right foot. The ball skimmed across the turf and raced past the goal line, burying itself firmly in the back of the net. "Goal! Goal!" the commentator called out enthusiastically. Fan Kairui, Elastico past Lloris, finished into an empty net. He has taken the throne of the single-season scoring record in Europe's top 5 leagues in legendary fashion. "Goal!" Andy Gray's signature elongated call immediately filled the broadcast studio. Many Manchester United supporters watching at home jumped to their feet, waving their fists in celebration. "My word!" Marcel Reif exclaimed on German Sky. "An unbelievable goal. Season's 51st goal. Fan Kairui has officially surpassed Leo Messi." Even though we knew this moment would come, the emotions still surged powerfully. "Magnificent Elastico, perfect finish." He-Wei's voice on China Central Television also carried unmistakable excitement. The record is born. 51 goals. And the match is not over. Manchester United still has 2 league games left this season. This number may not be the final destination. This young man is truly remarkable. Many Chinese fans watching at home felt a mixture of emotions, pride mingled with reflection. Fan Kairui carried their heritage, proving that their football potential was real, yet the domestic league seemed unable to produce comparable talents. As for the overseas development programs, the substantial investments in youth talent had been running for nearly 2 decades. Players of similar age should now be emerging, yet the gap remains significant. Certain domestic players watching from home likely felt the weight of this silent comparison. Fan Kairui himself was caught up in the moment of celebration. He gestured enthusiastically toward Rashford, then made a sharp turn and slid on his knees toward the right corner flag, leaving 3 long marks on the turf. On the opposite touchline, Mourinho stood firm, fist raised high, head tilted back in triumph. Pochettino, meanwhile, shook his head repeatedly, his expression etched with quiet frustration. The Tottenham players exchanged glances, disappointment written across their faces. Alderweireld, Wanyama, and Trippier in particular felt the weight of their defensive lapse. The moment they had focused too heavily on Fan Kairui, Rashford had exploited the opening with a decisive pass. On the stands, the home supporters had fallen noticeably quieter, their earlier energy dissipated. Near the sidelines, Sissoko, who had been waiting for a substitution opportunity, hesitated before approaching Pochettino. "Manager, should I go on?" "Yes, absolutely." Pochettino replied decisively. "Bring on Sissoko for Victor Wanyama." Sissoko nodded and turned to prepare for entry. Before Sissoko could walk away, Pochettino grabbed his arm once more. "Keep Fan Kairui tight. Do not allow him comfortable possession." "Understood." "Leave it to me, manager." Sissoko patted his chest and jogged toward the 4th official. The substitution board was raised. Sissoko came on, replacing Wanyama, who carried a yellow card. On the opposite bench, Mourinho observed the change, a faint smile crossing his lips. The experienced coach recognized Pochettino's tactical adjustment immediately. He had always understood the game at this level, reading intentions beneath the surface of every substitution. The match continued with renewed intensity on both sides, the atmosphere charged with possibility. Tottenham searched for answers while Manchester United looked to extend their advantage with the momentum firmly on their side. What had begun as a tense contest had transformed into a showcase of individual brilliance, with Fan Kairui's extraordinary performance serving as the defining moment of the evening. Though the match had restarted, the commentators at the desk were still lost in thought about that earlier goal. It wasn't particularly beautiful, but those dribbling moves, swaying like a pendulum, could only bring to mind the prime Ronaldo. The slow-motion replay cycled several times, and each viewing only deepened the impression. Fan Kairui's footwork was even smoother than Ronaldinho's at his peak, bursting with sheer entertainment value. The goal itself might not have been breathtaking, but its significance was altogether different, destined to be recorded in the history books. Tottenham fans watching at home felt a heavy knot in their chests, sharing bitter sorrows with their North London rivals Arsenal. Arsenal had merely served as a stepping stone, allowing Fan Kairui to equal Messi's 50-goal single-season record. This time around, it was Tottenham's turn, providing the platform for him to surpass it. Manchester United pulled one back, but Tottenham responded with caution, playing nervously and lacking creativity in attack. Their threats greatly diminished. Pochettino had few answers. Manchester United's counter-attacking speed was unmatched in the Premier League, and the goal they had just conceded came precisely from a swift break. Yet remarkably, Pochettino's adjustments took effect. Manchester United's attacks were subdued. Time ticked away, and soon the 80th minute approached, the score still 2-1. The stands at White Hart Lane rose again in fervor, the home crowd's cheers cresting wave upon wave. But the moment possession was lost, those cheers turned to boos, especially when Fan Kairui received the ball. The jeers threatened to lift the roof. Fan Kairui had endured a difficult spell. Sissoko, an immovable force on the pitch, was proficient in both attack and defense, his sturdy frame making him nearly impossible to shake off. To add to the challenge, Kyle Walker had come on from the right. Whenever Fan Kairui operated on the left flank, whether in set positions or on the break, there were always watching eyes keeping him under pressure. By all logic, switching to the other side would have been the sensible choice. But Fan Kairui was no ordinary player. A rising star blazing across European football, one who would never yield under such pressure. The stronger the defense, the bolder the challenge. In the 87th minute, Ali delivered a cross from the right flank. Van Dijk headed it clear from the penalty area. McTominay touched it once, and the ball fell to Pogba, who triggered a Manchester United counterattack. Eriksen tracked back quickly, however, and the counter was neutralized, the game settling back into a structured formation. 2 minutes later, Harry Kane struck a cold shot from just outside the box, the ball rolling along the grass and wide of the right post. De Gea calmly set himself and kicked the goal clearance. At that moment, the 4th official raised his board. 3 minutes of added time. Commentator Jean Xiangkai's voice tightened with tension. Only 3 minutes remain. Manchester United still trailed by 1. Time was truly running out. After a few circulation passes at the back, Pogba found no forward passage and returned the ball to Fan Kairui, who had withdrawn to the left to receive. Sissoko marked him relentlessly, not giving an inch of space. Fan Kairui's eyes suddenly lit up. Without stopping the ball, he played it straight back to Pogba and surged forward, looping behind him. The understanding between them was impeccable. Pogba rolled the ball to the right with the outside of his right foot, while simultaneously leaning back to shield Sissoko completely. Fan Kairui, having circled behind Pogba into central area, took the ball forward and accelerated. Son Heung-min slid in desperately, but a fraction too late. Fan Kairui bounded over the challenge as Del rushed in to cover. With a gentle inside touch of his right foot, the ball obeyed and rolled toward the left front, gliding past Del as effortlessly as cones in a training drill. Blocked by Pogba, Sissoko was forced to take a wider route back, leaving him out of position at a critical moment. Alderweireld hesitated, unsure of what to do, and simply stood still. At that instant, Rashford burst forward from just outside the penalty area, diagonally cutting into the space behind Alderweireld. Vertonghen felt a flicker of anxiety and hurried to close him down, fearful of a through ball. Fan Kairui dropped his left shoulder, feinting with the outside of his left foot, as if to pass, then sharply rolled the ball to the front right with his right foot, toward the area Vertonghen had just vacated. Ben Davies' recovery instinct lagged by half a beat. That half beat was all the margin needed. Fan Kairui exploited the rhythm shift, and finally created an angle. He drew himself up on the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a powerful strike with the instep of his right foot, connecting squarely with the center of the ball. Bang! Alderweireld had barely turned when he heard a dull thud. The ball flew like a cannon shot, hurtling toward the lower left corner of the goal. Loris read the shot. No spin, tracking low and fast, and a surge of confidence filled him. He threw himself to the left, arm fully extended, certain he had it covered. But at that decisive moment, the ball seemed to be tugged downward by an unseen force and dipped violently. Disaster! Loris's heart sank, and it was already too late to adjust his grip. The ball slipped beneath his outstretched hand, bounced once off the turf, and nestling into the net. The moment it crossed the line, Fan Kairui darted forward and scooped it out of the goal. He had intended to sprint toward the corner flag for his usual knee slide celebration, but a glance at the big screen revealed over a minute of stoppage time remaining. An idea flashed through his mind. There was still time. The entire White Hart Lane stadium fell silent. Tottenham fans were stunned, staring blankly as Fan Kairui emerged from their own goal, cradling the ball. Meanwhile, Manchester United's traveling supporters erupted, roaring until their voices were nearly shredded. From 0-2 to 2-2, what an extraordinary match. As they spotted Fan Kairui refusing to celebrate, and instead jogging back, they instantly understood his intention. Their cheers surged again, louder than before, overwhelming the home crowd's momentum for the first time at this venue. Goal! Sky Sports' Andy Gray stretched the word with dramatic flair. His partner Martin Tyler was equally carried away. Unbelievable. Fan Kairui. Equalizer in the first minute of stoppage time. 2-2. A absolute screamer. Jean Jun from Lisher Sports exploded with passion. Fan Kairui strikes with thunderous power. We considered the possibility when he came on, but never imagined he could actually deliver. Magnificent. Jean Shankai shifted focus. No celebration. Fan Kairui is carrying the ball back. What is he planning? Another winner. Is there enough time? Fan Kairui jogged toward the center circle, high-fiving teammates as he passed a quiet acknowledgement of the goal. Brothers, there's still time. Let's go get them. Mourinho, who had been content to protect the draw, was taken aback to find his players still burning with ambition to press for a winner in the final minute and beyond. Good lad. On the other sideline, Pochettino's brows furrowed with displeasure. Setting a late equalizer was one thing, dreaming of a winner was quite another. What was the boy thinking? The Tottenham players shared the sentiment, their gazes toward Fan Kairui smoldering with frustration. Harry Kane's son Heung-min and Ali, among others, clenched their fists, not with thoughts of aggression, but with fierce determination to retake the lead in these dying moments. You think you're untouchable? We'll show you. Before play resumed, the stadium screens began replaying the goal. From the deep drop to receive from Pogba to the thunderous finish, the sequence was fluid and effortless. Most striking was the ball's behavior, dipping sharply as Loris threw himself out. Remembering how Fan Kairui had scored several such goals this season, Jean Jun's voice climbed higher. The knuckleball. Another knuckleball. From today onward, calling him the master of screaming rockets is entirely fitting. Shots with such erratic dip were nightmare scenarios for goalkeepers. Even knowing it might drop, no keeper dares commit early. What if it doesn't dip? Mistiming the dive meant being drowned in media and fan criticism afterward. So the only option was to watch and react, often arriving a fraction too late. Manchester United's entire squad quickly returned to their half and set their shape. Tottenham players also took their positions. Referee Atkinson blew his whistle. Tottenham kicked off immediately, seeking to catch Manchester United unprepared. Pochettino composed himself on the sideline for a few seconds. Reason prevailed blindly. Throwing everything forward could easily result in another counterattack goal. To go from 2-0 down to 2-3 would be devastating. Realizing this, he sprinted to the touchline and shouted at Eriksen, "Hold it. Control the tempo. Tempo." Eriksen, leg already raised to play a through pass, paused at his manager's command, altered his decision, and guided the ball wide with the outside of his right foot to stabilize possession. The moment Eriksen shifted the ball wide, Herrera, whose defensive instincts were sharpened to perfection, saw his opening and pounced, deftly poking the ball away with his left foot. Watching clearly from the sideline, Pochettino's heart dropped trouble. Fan Kairui was loitering nearby, unmarked and untouched. This was catastrophic. Fan Kairui's reaction was instantaneous. With no one marking him, he smoothly guided the loose ball forward, turned, and aligned himself with the attack. Sissoko and Dell had pushed high upfield along with fullbacks Ben Davies and Trippier, all desperate for a late winner. Who would have expected the usually reliable Eriksen to lose possession to Herrera? Eriksen himself was frustrated. If not for my manager's sideline instruction, would I have changed my mind? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should go down. The referee might award a free kick. But the thought lasted only a fraction of a second. Herrera had stolen the ball nearly 2 seconds ago. Diving now would look absurdly sluggish, inviting mockery and viral highlight reels across every platform. Fan Kairui paid no mind to such considerations. Having played the ball through, turned and accelerated, he charged straight at Tottenham's central defense, Alderweireld and Vertonghen. All Tottenham players scrambled back with everything they had, but soon realized something troubling. Instead of closing the distance, it was expanding. Desperation filled the Tottenham stands. Boos thundered through the air as fans watched their team make a final frantic struggle. Alderweireld and Vertonghen, a veteran national team pairing, moved with seamless understanding. A single glance assigned their roles. Vertonghen stepped forward first to attempt a tactical intervention, while Alderweireld maintained covering position behind him. Fan Kairui, charging forward with the ball, read their intentions instantly. With a sharp dip of his left shoulder, he altered his rhythm, then, with a deft touch of his right foot, curled the ball toward the right foreground, creating immediate space and igniting his pace. Vertonghen could not even brush the hem of Fan Kairui's jersey. Inside Alderweireld's mind, a quiet resignation settled in. What followed transformed into a simple contest of speed across the turf. Fan Kairui repeated his maneuver, mirroring the earlier evasion against Vertonghen. With the inside of his left foot, he guided the ball forward to the right, stretching the distance once more, then pressed forward with full commitment in a straight sprint. Alderweireld could find no counter to this approach, a method that relied solely on raw acceleration, exploiting every vulnerability in the defensive line. The Manchester United supporters' terrace erupted into a wave of sound, their fervent cheers rising like a tide through the stadium. Mourinho, standing on the touchline, had already raised both arms, his hands formed into tight fists, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the solitary figures surging ahead. Pochettino watched as hope faded from his expression. Fan Kairui had pushed his speed to its utmost limit. The sudden shift to the right left Alderweireld with no chance to close the distance. Goalkeeper Lloris stood alone before the small penalty area, his solitary figure marked by quiet resolve. There was no alternative. Only he could face what came next. Fan Kairui carried the ball to the edge of the penalty area, his pace easing just slightly. Lloris made his decision, leaving his goal line to meet the threat head-on. In that precise moment, as Fan Kairui's feet crossed into the penalty area and adjusted his stride, his right foot brushed the ball along the grass. A shot that traveled low, swift, and deliberately toward the bottom left corner of the net. Lloris's reaction was exceptional, but the proximity of the shot, its velocity, and its angled precision left no room for doubt. The ball skimmed past the inner side of the goalpost and settled into the net. A decisive finish. 2 goals within 2 minutes. Jean Jun, the commentator for Le Shur Sports, spoke with unmistakable warmth. Fan Kairui has completed a hat-trick in the final moments of the match. Taking the lead, Manchester United defeats Tottenham Hotspur 3-2 with a late winner. The instant the ball struck the white net, the stoppage time read 2 minutes and 58 seconds. 3 minutes of added time with merely 2 seconds remaining. A true last-second finish, literal in every sense of the word. Goal. Andy Gray's signature elongated tone resonated once more through the broadcast studio. Commentary analyst Martin Taylor raised his voice an octave, speaking with restrained intensity. An extraordinary match. Fan Kairui has delivered a magnificent comeback for Manchester United in the dying seconds. The resilience woven into the club's identity shines brilliantly through his performance. Coming from behind to lead by 3 goals, truly remarkable. The Exquisite sports commentator added, equally animated, "This contest will surely be remembered among the great matches." Manchester United trailed by 2 goals before equaling and overtaking Tottenham Hotspur. Fan Kairui stands at the center of this achievement, scoring all 3 goals himself. His personal tally for the season reaching 53 while extending Manchester United's winning streak in the league. In this moment, Fan Kairui is the shining presence upon the pitch. Marcel Reif of Deutsche Welle spoke with evident enthusiasm. "Goodness, this is truly. What manner of match is this?" It has become a personal showcase for Fan Kairui. Lineker, seated at the commentary desk, leaned forward with his hands upon the table, his voice carrying the weight of genuine admiration. 3 goals, each crafted with distinct brilliance. Tottenham Hotspur has conceded twice within the final 2 minutes of stoppage time. Young Fan Kairui writes his name into legend today. Across this season, Manchester United has faced the top 6 sides, 10 times securing victory in every encounter. Goal, goal, goal. Within the BBC broadcast, Lineker's voice carried a vivid intensity. There is simply no comparison. This is a performance of exceptional caliber. Fan Kairui stands as the brightest star of the season without question. 35 matches, 53 goals. What legacy might follow this record? Within the White Hart Lane stands Tottenham Hotspur supporters watched in quiet stillness, observing as the 18-year-old youth glided across the turf with arms outstretched in celebration, each moment etched deeply into memory. How had the balance shifted so completely? Leading 2-0 one moment and trailing 2-3 the next, a reversal too swift to fully absorb. On the touchline, Pochettino stood with his hands clasped behind his head, his expression reflecting the weight of the turning tide. Upon the pitch, Tottenham Hotspur players rested upon the grass. Eriksen's son, Heung-min, Harry Kane, Ali Loris, each absorbing the final moments of a demanding contest. Referee Atkinson first pointed toward the center circle, confirming the goal, then blew the final whistle. The match is concluded. Full time. Jean June continued his broadcast with measured warmth. Manchester United, through Fan Kairui's 2 goals within stoppage time, has secured a remarkable comeback against Tottenham Hotspur, a true last-minute finish. 29 consecutive league victories are now recorded, with points reaching 102, matching the championship point benchmark once set by Juventus in Europe's premier divisions. With merely 2 league matches remaining, the path toward breaking further records appears clear. Upon the pitch, all Manchester United players converged toward Fan Kairui, while goalkeeper De Gea jogged from deep within his own half to join the gathering. Members of the substitute bench had already entered the field, their expressions reflecting the shared joy of the moment. Mourinho, upon the touchline, raised his arms in acknowledgement. Though this result held no bearing upon the title race, the essence of a dramatic comeback carries its own lasting satisfaction. Within the stands, Manchester United supporters celebrated with quiet enthusiasm, each moment preserved in memory. Fan Kairui moved through his teammates, sharing gestures of acknowledgement, while within a steady rhythm of reflection remained. Compared to earlier victories this season, the nature of this comeback, achieved within the final moments, carried a distinct quality, one that lingered in thought long after the final whistle. At home, Manchester United supporters gathered around screens, each household marked by its own quiet reflections upon the match. This shared experience of sport carries a timeless resonance. At the same moment, Antonio Conte, manager of Chelsea, watched from home, his expression thoughtful as he considered the shifting landscape of the league standings. The record for championship points, once established by his own side, now faced a new challenge. Manchester United's remaining fixtures against Southampton and Crystal Palace suggested a steady path toward further milestones. Within a residence in Manchester's, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, recovering from injury, watched the broadcast with quiet attention. This young player, Fan Kairui, carries a distinctive quality, he observed. His place among the distinguished names of the game is already established. In an upper-income district of Madrid, Cristiano Ronaldo received a notification on his device, the headline reading, "Fan Kairui completes hat-trick with late winner against Tottenham Hotspur." He paused briefly before opening the report. Within a suburban home in Barcelona, Lionel Messi was engaged in quiet conversation with his dog when a sports update appeared on the television. In the 37th round of the Premier League, Manchester United secured a remarkable comeback against Tottenham Hotspur, with Fan Kairui scoring 3 goals in stoppage time. Messi blinked slowly, absorbing the details. Meanwhile, within his own residence, Cristiano Ronaldo spoke softly to himself, reflecting upon the same report. The broadcast camera remained focused upon Fan Kairui, surrounded by his teammates. Though he had entered the match in the second half, his 3 contributions ensured recognition for his performance. While the match had concluded, the discussion surrounding his achievements continued to unfold across broadcast platforms. Each of his goals that day carried qualities worthy of inclusion among the season's finest sequences. Fan Kairui, sharing in the evening's satisfaction, met with members of the press within the mixed zone, offering measured responses to their inquiries. A reporter from the Manchester Evening News inquired, "Fan Kairui, your personal tally now reaches 53 goals for the season. Does the record of 60 goals once set by Dixie Dean remain within reach?" Gathering around him, journalists awaited his response. Fan Kairui offered a gentle smile and replied, "Should our final 2 fixtures involve Liverpool or Manchester City, the possibility of surpassing that record remains alive." A representative from Liverpool Echo responded, "Are you suggesting that matches against Southampton and Crystal Palace hold lesser significance?" Fan Kairui shook his head gently, his expression open. "Please understand my words correctly. I find particular meaning in facing long-standing rivals, yet Southampton and Crystal Palace are both historic clubs deserving of full respect and preparation. As for records, I have experienced such pursuits throughout this season. And should this campaign not conclude with the desired milestone, the following season offers its own fresh opportunity." The line of questioning having passed, the reporter withdrew with quiet composure. When asked again about objectives for the season, Fan Kairui responded without hesitation, "Championships. All competitions remain a focus, whether the Europa League or the FA Cup, each represents a meaningful pursuit." Shortly after the conclusion of the match, social platforms reflected upon his words, sparking quiet discussion among supporters. Reflecting upon the season as a whole, Manchester United has experienced occasional challenges within the group stages of European competition, yet their record across other contests has been marked by consistent progress. Victories against Ajax and Arsenal demonstrated their capacity to meet demanding fixtures. Yet the nature of such achievements invites continued reflection. At White Hart Lane, Fan Kairui completed a hat-trick and added further records to his season's tally. He has now scored in 29 consecutive league matches with 35 matches yielding 53 goals, a personal total that places him among Europe's leading scorers for the season. With 2 league fixtures remaining, his final tally will depend upon the measures taken in those concluding encounters. Manchester United has extended their winning streak to 26 consecutive matches, a sequence that stands as a notable achievement within the contemporary era. Since the 36th round of last season, the club has avoided defeat across 39 consecutive matches, drawing level with the longest unbeaten sequence previously recorded within the Premier League. Across 36 league matches this season, Manchester United has accumulated 102 points from 33 victories and 3 draws, surpassing benchmarks once held by Real Madrid and Barcelona, while matching the championship point total achieved by Juventus. With only 2 league fixtures remaining, the possibility of establishing a new benchmark for championship points across Europe's leading divisions remains open. While titles across Europe's major leagues have found their resolutions, analysts have drawn attention to a distinctive pattern. Fan Kairui has demonstrated particular effectiveness against the top 6 clubs, recording hat-tricks in encounters with Manchester City, Liverpool, and Tottenham Hotspur, both at home and away. Against Chelsea across 3 meetings, he has contributed 4 goals and 2 assists in the league, along with 2 goals and 1 assist in the FA Cup semi-final, averaging nearly 3 goal involvements per match. Against Arsenal, while a hat-trick was not achieved, he has recorded 2 goals and 1 assist in each fixture, maintaining the same average contribution. Aggregated across all meetings with the top 6, Fan Kairui has contributed 28 goals and 5 assists, 26 goals and 4 assists within league competition alone. Comparing this to the Premier League scoring charts, Harry Kane currently sits in 2nd place with 26 goals. Through merely 10 matches against the top 6, Fan Kairui has matched the total goal tally that Harry Kane has accumulated across 28 appearances. Turning to other leagues, in La Liga, Messi leads with 35 goals in 33 matches, followed by Suarez with 28 goals in 33 games, and Cristiano Ronaldo with 25 goals in 28 appearances. In Serie A, Dzeko claimed the Golden Boot with 28 goals in 36 matches. Mertens earned silver with 27 goals in 34, and Bellotti took bronze with 26 goals in 36. In the Bundesliga, Aubameyang topped the charts with 31 goals in 32 games, while Lewandowski followed with 30 goals in 33. In League 1, Cavani led with 35 goals in 36 matches, and Lacazette scored 28 goals in 35 games. In other words, Fan Kairui had reached the top of Europe's 5 major leagues in roughly half the matches it took others. He had played 35 league matches, recording 53 goals and 20 assists for a total of 73 goal contributions, an average of 2 per game. The efficiency was simply staggering. Thanks to reporters diligently tracking these statistics, Fan Kairui came to realize just how dominant he had become. Arsenal, now locked in a fight for the FA Cup, trembled at the thought, and Ajax, still competing in the Europa League, found themselves in deep trouble. Between rounds 37 and 38, there was an 8-day gap. However, Manchester United had no time to rest. They needed to rush and play the postponed league match against Southampton. The schedule was tight, but Mourinho was in good spirits, and as usual granted a day off, allowing everyone to spend time with their families and recharge. Fan Kairui declined invitations from Rashford, Pogba, and the others, staying behind at Carrington to train extra and maintain his rhythm. Midweek, the entire Manchester United squad traveled to St Mary's Stadium on the south coast for the rescheduled fixture against Southampton. On the surface, this match lacked appeal, but Manchester United had amassed 102 points in 36 rounds. Simply avoiding defeat here would shatter the European record for championship points, instantly turning it into a focal event. Manchester United had faced Southampton twice this season, a 3-0 victory at Old Trafford in the league, and a 3-1 win in the League Cup final. With Southampton out of European contention and safely away from the relegation zone, both media and fans considered Manchester United's record-breaking moment almost inevitable. But Southampton had no intention of playing supporting roles. Their players and fans were determined to cause an upset on home soil. However, Fan Kairui was in sensational form. Having only come on as a substitute for 40 minutes the previous weekend against Tottenham, he was fully refreshed. Mourinho smoothly included him in the starting lineup. Southampton manager Pierre was dumbfounded upon seeing Manchester United's starting 11. He scratched his head, muttering, "The league is nearly over, and they still start Fan Kairui. Doesn't Manchester United intend to hold anything back for the FA Cup and Europa League finals?" In truth, Mourinho had considered resting Fan Kairui, but the player was brimming with energy, and recalling the near miss against Tottenham the previous weekend, he ultimately decided to start him. After all, not every match offers an opportunity for a comeback. Moreover, simply standing on the pitch, Fan Kairui could intimidate opponents even without chasing goals desperately. As for the other players, those who needed rest received it, and adjustments were made accordingly. Once Fan Kairui took the field, the home side Southampton immediately grew cautious, their attacks held back. Even the top 6 clubs had been dismantled by Fan Kairui's goals. How dare Southampton's players grow complacent? Nevertheless, Fan Kairui still created a chance from nothing during the match. Relying on sheer drive and technical skill, he broke into the left side of the penalty area and fired a low shot into the net. After scoring, Fan Kairui continued searching for more opportunities. But with Southampton trailing and unwilling to commit everything to attack, combined with the match having no stakes for either European qualification or relegation, they lacked the motivation to equalize. The 1-0 scoreline held until the final whistle. At the conclusion of the match, BBC commentator Lineker's voice rose with excitement. Full time. Manchester United took all 3 points at St Mary's Stadium, pushing their total to a stunning 105 points, directly surpassing the record set by Juventus in the 2013-2014 season. Even more remarkable is that Manchester United still have one league match remaining. Tell me, how high could they push this record? 105, 106, or perhaps 108? Fan Kairui, who scored the only goal, remained firmly in the spotlight. New sports commentator Jin Seong-kai called out enthusiastically, Manchester United has broken the European League Championship points record. Fan Kairui has also extended his consecutive match scoring streak to 30 games, bringing his season tally to 54 goals. With one round remaining in the league, let's see if he can break Dixie Dean's historic record. 18-year-old Fan Kairui once again became the focal point of global football fans. As the new owner of Manchester United's iconic number 7 shirt, his performance was nothing short of extraordinary, even surpassing some of the legendary number 7s who had worn it before him. With the postponed match completed, Manchester United had only one round left in the 2016-2017 Premier League season. Sitting on 105 points, they had become the subject of endless speculation from media and pundits. Would they extend their winning streak, maintain their unbeaten run, continue their goal-scoring sequence, and would their championship points total climb even higher? Manchester United fans finally felt a sense of vindication, while supporters of other teams watched with envy, and especially Manchester City and Liverpool fans who had been enduring an agonizing period over these past days. Liverpool fans felt the greatest frustration. Sitting 5th in the league, just 1 point behind 4th-placed Manchester City, both teams faced weak opponents in their final matches. Unless Manchester City themselves stumbled, Liverpool had virtually no chance of overtaking them. As the club with the most Champions League titles in English football history, falling short of European competition would be a devastating blow. The Champions League represents not only the highest level of club football, but also involves enormous financial stakes. The revenue difference between participation and exclusion is vast. With the Bundesliga concluding last week, the Premier League, La Liga, and League One all reached their final round this weekend. Beyond the battle for Champions League spots, the focus turned to whether Manchester United could add another record to their collection. At 3 p.m. local time on May 21st, the 2016-2017 Premier League season reached its climax with 4 highly anticipated matches: Middlesbrough versus Liverpool, Watford against Manchester City, Manchester United facing Crystal Palace, and Arsenal hosting Everton. Manchester United, with the Europa League final approaching 5 days later, saw Mourinho rest several key players. The lineup featured a blend of regular starters, reserves, and young prospects. The formation remained the familiar 4-3-3. Castro guarded the goal, with Mitchell, Bailey, Smalling, and Mensah forming the backline. McTominay, Tunker, and Fellaini occupied midfield, while Harrop, Rooney, and Lingard led the attack. Prominent names, including Van Crij, Pogba, and Rashford, remained on the bench. Jean-Loup, the guest commentator for New Sports, smiled upon reviewing the lineup. Jean-Loup remarked thoughtfully, "One might wonder whether this reflects confidence or simply a belief in the academy's young talents. Having seen Van Crij succeed, does he now assume every youth prospect is destined for greatness? I have a feeling Manchester United may find themselves challenged at home today." Jin Seong-kai, the main commentator, responded with a gentle smile, his tone carrying a light touch of humor. As long as Van Crij remains on the bench, Jean-Loup continued steadily, "I will maintain this view. Crystal Palace should present a genuine test for Manchester United." The visiting side fielded their full-strength lineup, giving them a clear edge on paper compared to Manchester United's rotated squad. However, playing at home, the eager young players channeled their motivation into the match. Amid the spirited support of 70,000 spectators, they performed with growing confidence and gradually gained control over Crystal Palace. In the 15th minute, an unexpected moment arrived as Manchester United took the lead. Harrop, making his first Old Trafford start, received Rooney's precise through ball and used his pace to beat his marker along the left flank before entering the penalty area. After executing 2 skillful feints, he curled a precise shot into the far corner. Zhangji, Manchester United are ahead now, Jin Seong-kai noted with a smile. Jean-Loup remained composed. Let us observe how the match unfolds. Just 3 minutes later, a swift counterattack saw Lingard provide the assist for Rooney, extending the lead to 2-0. Jin Seong-kai teased gently, "Zhangji, 2 goals now. Do you think the storm has shifted course?" Jean-Loup responded with a calm reflection, "Football is full of surprises, and that is what makes it captivating." With a 2-goal advantage, Manchester United adopted a more measured approach, maintaining their shape and waiting for opportunities on the break. Harrop, having scored, continued to make energetic runs across the pitch, seeking to extend the lead further. Young players such as Mensah McTominay and Tunker displayed remarkable determination, performing well above expectations in their respective roles. Mensah, operating at right back, proved particularly impressive, successfully neutralizing Zaha on multiple occasions despite being positioned as a potential defensive vulnerability. The home crowd responded with growing appreciation for the performance. With the 2-0 lead maintained, Van Crey and the other principal players remained on the bench. Mourinho utilized all 3 substitution opportunities, bringing on Lamada, Rashford, and finally Angel Gomez. The young debutant became the first player born in the 2000s to appear in the Premier League, entering the pitch at just 16 years and 263 days old, also marking Manchester United's youngest first-team appearance in the competition's history. The 2-0 scoreline remained unchanged until the final whistle. The match is concluded. Jean Shankai announced from the commentary desk. Manchester United secure a 2-0 victory over Crystal Palace at home. Through 38 league matches, they achieved 36 wins and 3 draws, accumulating 108 points, elevating the highest total in Europe's top 5 leagues to a benchmark that may stand for generations. With 27 consecutive league victories and an impressive 41-match unbeaten run, Manchester United brought the 2016 to 2017 Premier League campaign to a graceful conclusion. Jean-Louis responded with quiet composure, noting, "It is slightly regrettable that Van Crey did not feature in the final match." He finished the Premier League season with 54 goals and 19 assists, surpassing De Bruyne to claim the creative honors. A remarkable achievement was recorded as the youngest player to top both scoring and assist charts simultaneously. Commentator Jean June observed with warmth, "Manchester United have already secured the League Cup and the Premier League this season. Within the next 10 days, the Europa League and FA Cup finals await. Let us wish them well as they pursue an unprecedented domestic and European treble." Meanwhile, the other key matches also reached their natural conclusions. Manchester City claimed a comfortable 5-0 victory away to Watford, Arsenal defeated Everton 3-1, and Liverpool secured a 3-0 win against Middlesbrough. The standout result came from Tottenham, who recorded an impressive 7-1 away triumph over Hull City. This determined the Champions League qualifiers. Manchester United, Chelsea, Tottenham, and Manchester City. Liverpool and Arsenal would contest the Europa League instead. Most teams and players could finally enjoy their well-deserved holiday, but Manchester United still had work ahead. In 5 days, they would travel to Stockholm, Sweden to face Ajax at Friends Arena in the Europa League final. Moreover, at 5:30 on the afternoon of May 30th, Manchester United still had a fixture awaiting them at the new Wembley Stadium. The Premier League season was drawing to a close, but Manchester United had no time to rest. 5 days later, they would compete in the Europa League final in Stockholm, followed immediately by the FA Cup final against Arsenal at Wembley Stadium. Although he had not played in the final round, Van Kairuy's statistics this season were truly remarkable. With 34 starts and 2 substitute appearances, he scored an incredible 54 goals and provided 19 assists, claiming both the Premier League Golden Boot and the assist crown in the same season. It was said that Messi once scored 50 goals and provided 17 assists in a single La Liga season, a feat widely regarded as extraordinary. Yet compared to Van Kairuy's numbers, it seemed just a bit short. More remarkably, the entire Manchester United squad scored only 99 goals this season, yet Van Kairui was directly involved in 73 of them, accounting for nearly 3/4 of the team's total. In terms of breakthrough attempts, success rate, fouls drawn, and shooting accuracy, he topped every leaderboard. He had become the undisputed master of the charts. As soon as the season ended, the awards season began. The PFA, the Professional Footballers Association, announced their annual honors. 18-year-old Van Kairui showed no hesitation, taking home both the Young Player of the Year and the Player of the Year awards. In the PFA Team of the Year, Manchester United occupied 6 positions: De Gea, Van Dijk, Valencia, Herrera, Pogba, and Van Kairui. The remaining 5 spots went to Tottenham's Rose and Harry Kane, as well as Chelsea's Kenny, David Luiz, and Hazard. Shortly after, the FWA, the Football Writers Association, also announced their Player of the Year. Without any surprise, it was Van Kairui again, and by a commanding margin. With both prestigious organizations bestowing their top honors on the same player, the media circles in Europe and China erupted with discussion. Although everyone had anticipated his victory, the confirmation still brought a profound sense of awe. For Chinese fans, however, the emotions were particularly complex. While Van Kairui carried Chinese blood, his nationality status created a certain distance that some found uncomfortable. That restless sentiment found its way onto the social media accounts of the Chinese Football Association and national team players. The comment sections were filled with criticism and sarcasm. It was an unexpected turn of events for those targeted. Nevertheless, the vast majority of Chinese fans felt a deep sense of pride. They pointed to Van Kairuy's pure Chinese heritage, his fluent Mandarin, and his active Douyu account as clear evidence of his connection to China. To them, his recognition as the best player in the Premier League was a meaningful acknowledgement of Chinese football. Of course, none of this commotion reached Van Kairui. At that moment, he was focused entirely on training with his teammates at Carrington, preparing for the Europa League final in 4 days. After the morning recovery session, Van Kairui and a few teammates walked to the sidelines, grabbing sports drinks to replenish their energy. As he was drinking, 4 people approached from the training ground entrance. At the front was a stylishly dressed blonde woman, holding a microphone beside her a tall black cameraman, and behind them 2 Premier League officials Van Kairui recognized. Over the past few months these 2 had presented him with several monthly player awards. With the season already concluded, this visit must be for something much more significant. The 2 officials walked toward him with warm smiles. The one in front was Tom Jackson, a senior member of the Premier League executive team, followed by his assistant David John. Tom Jackson extended his hand to shake Van Kairuy's. "Congratulations, Kairui. Your performance this season has been simply outstanding." "Thank you, sir. I couldn't have done it without my teammates," Van Kairui replied with a polite smile. "Young man, when the moment calls for confidence, wear it proudly." Tom Jackson took a refined gift box from his assistant David, opened it, and revealed a trophy, handing it to Van Kairui. Though called a trophy, it was a vertical rectangular column with a striking black and blue color scheme. The base was entirely black, while the upper front portion was blue. At the very top sat the Premier League lion emblem with the red EA sponsor logo in the center, and beneath it the words "Player of the Season" were clearly inscribed. Van Kairui accepted the Player of the Season trophy and turned toward the camera with a smile, posing for several photographs. Then came the interview with the blonde presenter. The questions were standard: whether he had imagined such outstanding performances at the start of the season, who he wanted to thank most, and what he hoped for the next season. Afterward, Tom Jackson approached manager Mourinho with another trophy, the Manager of the Season award. That afternoon, the Premier League official website published the news of Van Kairuy's selection, accompanied by a photo of him beaming at Carrington, holding the trophy with both hands. Training finished, Van Kairui was considering adding extra practice when manager Mourinho called him over. "Uncle Jose, what's up?" Van Kairui asked curiously. "Enough training for today," Mourinho said, waving his hand. "Come with me somewhere." "Where are we going?" "You'll find out soon." Mourinho patted his shoulder with a mysterious smile. "Go take a shower and freshen up. Make sure your hair looks neat. Meet me in the parking lot in half an hour." "Neat my hair." Watching Mourinho walk away, Van Kairui was puzzled. Rashford, who had been nearby, crept over and whispered, "Kairui, I have a feeling Jose might want to introduce his daughter Tita to you." Van Kairuy's lip twitched slightly. As he recalled Mourinho's peculiar request to tidy up, pieces clicked together in his mind. Goodness, heavenly, surely not. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. Setting aside that Tita was 3 years older and studying music in London, her looks and figure hardly stood out among art students, let alone matching his type. Determined to avoid any misunderstanding, Van Kairui did the opposite. He messily tousled his hair until he looked like a wanderer who had just woken from sleep. When Mourinho saw him in the parking lot, his eyelid twitched. "I told you to tidy up, and you show up looking like this, eh? Why so particular?" Van Kairui played innocent. "Why? Tonight is the PFA Awards. You are the Player of the Year, and I am the Manager of the Year. Can you afford to neglect your appearance?" Mourinho's voice rose sharply. "What a—" Van Kairui slapped his forehead, silently cursing Rashford 100 times. "It's all your fault for spreading nonsense." Meanwhile, Rashford, lounging at home with his legs crossed, suddenly sneezed violently and rubbed his nose. "Strange, am I catching a cold? But not now. There's still the Europa League final in 3 days." Fortunately, Van Kairuy's good looks required little effort. With just a quick brush of his hair, he looked sharp and handsome once more. All set. That evening, Van Kairui stood alongside Mourinho at the PFA headquarters, receiving the gleaming silver trophy from the association's president. Afterward, he returned to the Lowry Hotel by car, his thoughts fully devoted to match preparations. The Europa League final was scheduled for the evening of the 24th. The entire Manchester United squad, including staff and injured players, flew to Stockholm, Sweden on the afternoon of the 22nd. Their opponents, Ajax, arrived that same evening. With both teams settled in the final city, the atmosphere during the final days of countdown grew tense. Van Kairui was full of confidence for the final, but his former Ajax teammates, De Ligt, De Jong, Van de Beek, and others, appeared deeply worried, fearing Van Kairuy's exceptional form would lead Manchester United to defeat them. Ajax manager Boss, a perceptive man, noticed his players' anxious mental state and immediately shifted training focus from tactics to psychological preparation. The club acted quickly as well, bringing in psychological counselors to stay at the team hotel within half a day. Once their minds were steady, fear would lose its hold. In contrast, the Manchester United players settled into the hotel without such mental burdens. Their spirits ran high with one goal in mind: to bring the Europa League trophy back to the club for the very first time. Mourinho had witnessed countless grand occasions and held more championship trophies than he could count on both hands. His sharp eye recognized that his players' morale was strong. As long as any signs of complacency were addressed, early victory at Friends Arena was within reach. The following morning, the entire Manchester United squad boarded a team bus arranged by the organizing committee to travel to Friends Arena. Mourinho took Pogba to the press conference while the remaining players, led by the assistant coach, entered the pitch to get a feel for the ground. Friends Arena was the largest football stadium in the Nordic region with a capacity of 5,600 spectators. If configured for concerts, it could accommodate nearly 9,000 additional attendees. It served as the home stadium for the Sweden national team and AIK club. Notably, Ibrahimovic's legendary bicycle kick goal was scored here. Unfortunately, Ibrahimovic suffered an early injury this season. Had he been fit, Friends Arena might have felt like a second home for Manchester United. Mourinho, thoughtful in his arrangements, invited the injured Ibrahimovic to attend, allowing him to experience the final atmosphere with the team. It was widely reported that the rapid sellout of final tickets was attributed not only to Manchester United's strong brand, but also to many fans eager to watch Ibrahimovic one final time. That said, although UEFA rated Friends Arena as a 4-star stadium, its facilities and equipment were no inferior to 5-star venues. Staff members explained that the stadium's exterior lighting could change colors to match the team's jerseys, creating an immersive atmosphere that perfectly complemented the occasion. The pitch quality was impeccable, rivaling Old Trafford itself. Players stepped onto it and found the surface felt smooth and accommodating underfoot. Fan Kairui was in particularly fiery form. Assistant coach Faria watched from the sidelines and found himself nodding approvingly, feeling a growing sense of confidence for the final match that evening. The Ajax squad arrived in the afternoon to familiarize themselves with the venue. Head coach Boss appeared somewhat guarded during the pre-match press conference. He politely heaped praise on Manchester United, remarking that the Red Devils had delivered astonishing Premier League results this season and were strong favorites to win the Europa League. How could any seasoned journalist miss the underlying message? It was clear at once that Boss was deliberately downplaying his own side, hoping to lure United into a false sense of security. If Manchester United grew complacent, Ajax would have their chance to seize an advantage. Nevertheless, Boss did not dismiss his team entirely, quickly adding that Ajax also possessed competitive strength. But when reporters turned the conversation to Fan Kairui, his tone brightened noticeably. Kairui plays without flaw. I was originally worried he would struggle for playing time at Manchester United, but it turns out I overthought it. The lad possesses extraordinary talent. Had he stayed at Ajax for one more season, I believe we would not have needed to worry about this final at all, and his transfer fee would have at least doubled. He shrugged, his words carrying an unmistakable undertone. This was clearly directed at Ajax's club hierarchy. Boss had long recognized Fan Kairui as a precious asset. Had he remained another year, the transfer fee would certainly have exceeded 40 million. In the summer, it would have started at no less than 100 million, with multiple clubs engaging in a bidding war. Of course, even this assessment carried some exaggeration. The Eredivisie simply cannot compare to the Premier League in terms of global reach. Even if Fan Kairui had stayed until the summer, his market value would likely have reached 60 to 80 million. Manchester United's platform and the exposure offered by the Premier League were a completely different matter altogether. Mourinho, however, did not grow complacent because of Boss's display of modesty. On the contrary, he studied tactical adjustments even more carefully. Although Manchester United held the advantage, football is unpredictable and no one dares claim victory before the final whistle. Before long, the afternoon of the final arrived. The Manchester United squad departed the hotel 2.5 hours early, and by the time both starting lineups were announced, only 90 minutes remained before kickoff. Ajax, drawn as the home side, set up in a 4-3-3 formation. Onana in goal, with Ljajic, De Ligt, Sanchez, and Vertonghen forming the backline, while Chet Schoen and Klaassen occupied midfield. Up front stood Younes, Dornger, and Traore. Manchester United deployed the more conventional 4-2-3-1 Romero between the posts, blind Smalling, Mencia, and Valencia in defense, with Herrera and Pogba as double pivot, Fan Kairui, Mata, and Martial in the attacking midfield trio, and Rashford leading the line. At that moment, players from both sides emerged from the locker rooms and began warming up on the pitch. Fan Kairui glanced around and noticed nearly 60% of the stands already filled, with the crowd still steadily growing. Kairui, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Fan Kairui turned to find his close friend De Ligt, followed by the cheerful De Jong and Van de Beek among his former Ajax teammates. He smiled and shook hands with each of them, strolling along as they chatted. De Ligt, starting on the pitch, threw an arm around Fan Kairui's neck and lowered his voice. "Brother, please go easy on me later." "You know me well," Fan Kairui replied, patting his back. "Once we step on that pitch, I won't recognize anyone." He then changed the subject with a grin. "By the way, any thoughts about joining Manchester United this summer? Forming a Dutch trio with me, Virgil, and Daly would be quite lively. Can I join as well?" Before De Ligt could respond, Van de Beek eagerly chimed in. "You?" Fan Kairui gave him a half smile. "Are you coming to watch the water cooler for me and Matthias?" "For you and Matthias to look after the water cooler, yes." Fan Kairui had barely finished when Van de Beek laughed and pushed him gently. De Ligt said nothing, simply smiling quietly. Fan Kairui patted his old friend on the shoulder again and said, "Let's talk about this after the final. I need to get warm now." With that, he jogged back toward the Manchester United half. De Ligt watched his departing figure, a quiet thought stirring within him. The warm-up lasted approximately 40 minutes before both groups of players made their way back through the tunnel and into the locker rooms for final preparations. In both the home and away locker rooms, Boss and Mourinho seized the remaining minutes to reinforce their tactical plans for the final. After finishing his tactical briefing, Mourinho clapped his hands to gather every player's attention and then raised his voice. "We are Premier League champions, that is beyond question, and we have broken numerous records. I am proud of you all. But the Europa League, Manchester United has never won it in our history. It is possible this may be our last chance to compete in this tournament, so tell me, what should we do today?" A hush fell over the locker room. Rooney sat quietly. He was very likely to leave Manchester United that summer. The season just concluded had seen him serve as an important rotation player, helping the team achieve results that would be difficult for future generations to surpass, and deep down, he already felt content. At 32 years old, it was time to make way for the younger generation. Yet on his shelf of honors there remained one piece conspicuously absent, the Europa League trophy. The moment Mourinho finished speaking, Rooney was the first to rise to his feet, his voice resounding clearly. Win the championship, defeat Ajax, and complete the treble for the club. Champions. In unison, every player, including Fan Kairui, roared the words aloud, their voices echoing powerfully throughout the locker room. Mourinho was satisfied with his players' response. He nodded, his tone softening slightly. Very good. The match begins shortly. Prepare yourselves. Fan Kairui and the younger players, ever mindful of their image, each made their way to their lockers, retrieving prepared hairspray to carefully style their hair in front of the mirror until every strand lay perfectly in place. As was customary before a Europa League final, a brief cultural performance took place, this time highlighting local Swedish traditions. Yet for the supporters who had filled the Friends Arena, none of that mattered. They were here for football. The ceremony lasted roughly 15 minutes before UEFA staff quickly cleared the field to restore it to playing condition. At that point, both squads arrived at the players' tunnel. The starting 11 remained in the tunnel, while the substitutes walked directly onto the pitch and took their places on the benches. Fan Kairui, who carried deep connections with Ajax, greeted several familiar former teammates with smiles, exchanging handshakes and light pats on the shoulder, a gesture of sportsmanship before competition. On the BBC commentary desk, Lineker observed Kairui came through the Ajax Academy and joined Manchester United last summer for a record transfer fee. In just one season, he has already become one of the most dazzling superstars in world football. I wonder if Ajax now regrets selling him so soon. Commentary guest Gary Neville chuckled. Regret it. The deal is already done. I understand that at the time Kairui was still under a youth contract and Ajax moved to cut their losses by reaching an agreement with Mendes. They were not truly disadvantaged either. Facing his former club, I hope Kairui delivers a memorable final performance. That is certain indeed. 5 minutes remained before the start of the 2016-2017 Europa League final. As the Europa League anthem resonated through the Friends Arena, Slovenian referee Skamina led both sets of starting players onto the pitch. The supporters in the stands erupted into a thunderous wave of cheering. A rhythmic chant rippled through the stadium. Though the Europa League anthem lacked the grandeur of the Champions League theme, its distinctive cadence instantly stirred a sense of anticipation and excitement. Fan Kairui walked onto the field alongside his teammates, his gaze drifting toward the gleaming Bellini trophy resting on the touchline, a quiet smile forming on his lips. Within him, one clear thought took shape: this championship was his to claim. Ajax lined up in their 4-3-3 formation on the left half of the broadcast frame, while Manchester United's 4-2-3-1 took position on the right. The deafening roars from the stands gradually subsided, not from fatigue, but because every spectator held their breath awaiting the referee's opening whistle, ready to erupt once more. At 8:45 local time, Skamina glanced down at his watch and decisively blew the whistle. The moment the whistle sounded, the packed Friends Arena was swallowed by an even more intense wall of sound. Leisure sports commentator Jean June spoke with palpable enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the live broadcast of the 2016-2017 Europa League final between Ajax and Manchester United. Clad in blue kits, Manchester United advanced from the right side of the broadcast frame toward the left. Before Jean June had finished his introduction, Blind received Pogba's backward pass and launched a direct long ball forward. Rashford's aerial ability was not his strongest attribute, and De Ligt positioned himself more expertly, easily heading the ball toward the defensive left flank. The ball fell to left back Ljajic, and Ajax began their transition from defense to attack. Valencia immediately closed him down with pressure. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, Ljajic spotted Cech making a forward run, and without hesitation swept the ball forward with the inside of his left foot. No one anticipated Herrera's sharp reading of the game. He arrived a step early to intercept the pass. Manchester United's momentum shifted instantly, transforming from attack into defense and back into attack in a single fluid motion. A collective gasp rose from the Ajax supporters in the stands. Herrera, having won the ball, immediately slipped a pass to Rashford. Rashford did not pause, skillfully laying it off to Mata, who found himself completely unmarked on the right wing. Mata, without hesitation and before any Ajax defender could close, and aimed a left-footed cross toward Martial's run into the penalty area. However, with the match still in its opening moments, his touch had not yet fully warmed. The cross lacked pace and precision, drifting gently toward goalkeeper Onana. Onana decisively abandoned his line and rushed off his goal, glancing sideways to see teammate Vertonghen also charging toward the ball in an attempt to clear it. He shouted urgently, "Move aside." Vertonghen could not stop in time. Onana adjusted at the last moment, changing his intention from collecting to punching, and struck the ball firmly with both fists out of the penalty area. The football soared toward the area just outside the penalty box as Onana and Vertonghen collided heavily. The Friend Arena erupted instantly with gasps of shock rising like a tidal wave. Jean June's voice suddenly shot up. "Fan Kairui, The ball struck by Onana flew straight and true, landing precisely in the empty space at Manchester United's left attacking flank. Fan Kairui stood completely unmarked with no defender within reaching distance. Klaassen desperately scrambled back to cover while center-backs De Ligt and Sanchez tumbled backward to block the goal. Fan Kairui knew this was his only chance. He cushioned the ball forward with his chest, and before it touched the ground his left foot swung powerfully through the air, striking the descending ball at knee height with full force. A sharp muffled crack echoed as the ball rocketed like a projectile toward the top left corner of the goal. Sanchez, positioned closer, launched himself upward with desperate force, attempting to divert it with a header. Yet Fan Kairui's strike from the left attacking channel roughly 28 meters from goal possessed both perfect angle and devastating power. Sanchez couldn't even make contact. Oh no. Just as Ajax's players began to lose hope, a thunderous clang echoed through the stadium, pulling them back from the brink. The ball struck the junction where the left goalpost met the crossbar with full force and rebounded. A startled Sanchez reacted quickly, clearing it past the goal line with a decisive kick. Not in. Oh my god. BBC commentator Linker shouted at the top of his lungs. The goalposts at Friend Arena denied Kairui's certain strike. Jean June from Les Sports also raised his voice. Although Fan Kairui didn't help Manchester United break the deadlock, this shot clearly shows his scorching form today. A goal. That's only a matter of time. Fan Kairui's volley shot was extremely threatening, serving as a stark warning to the tense Ajax team. Davinson Sanchez cleared the rebound ball over the goal line as the stands erupted. Ajax fans relieved gasps mingling with Manchester United supporters' disappointed sighs. Had Fan Kairui struck so early in the match, the Europa League final suspense would have diminished significantly. Andy Gray of Sky Sports Britain shook his head. What a pity. Kairui's first-time left-footed volley was flawless in both power and angle, his movements flowing seamlessly like water and ice. A truly spectacular display. If that goal had gone in, it would have set the record for the fastest goal in a Europa League final. Indeed, what a shame. Commentary guest Martin Taylor picked up the thread, his tone deepening. But it's perhaps just as well it didn't go in. Otherwise his former club Ajax would be in serious trouble. Fan Kairui denied the goal, held his head in his hands in frustration. From ball control to the strike itself, everything felt right. The outcome was simply cruel. Sigh. On the sidelines, Ajax manager Boss was visibly furious. Mistakes in transition were one thing, but allowing Fan Kairui to receive the ball so comfortably in such a dangerous position was unacceptable. Yet he had no time to dwell on positional errors. Verthman lay motionless in the penalty area after colliding with Onana, and the medical staff were already sprinting onto the field. From the impact, Onana had thrown himself forward with full force, while Verthman appeared to brace for collision, the kind of contact that puts ribs at serious risk. Thankfully, after a quick assessment, the medic gave a thumbs up from the sideline. Verthman was fine and could continue. Seeing this, Boss finally exhaled the breath he'd been holding. Just 1 minute in and a key starter could have been knocked out. That would have been devastating for the team. Thank goodness. Meanwhile, Manchester United manager Mourinho seemed somewhat frustrated. At the moment Fan Kairui struck the ball, the suspense would have been largely diminished. Andy Gray of Sky Sports Britain shook his head. What a pity. Kairui's first-time left-footed volley was impeccable in both power and precision, his movements flowing with effortless grace, a true spectacle to watch. If that goal had gone in, it would have set the record for the fastest goal in a Europa League final. Fan Kairui stood with his hands clasped behind his head, regretting every detail of the miss. From the first touch to the finishing swing, everything felt perfect, yet the ball stubbornly struck the post. How infuriating. On the touchline, Ajax coach Boss's face darkened with frustration. Mistakes during defensive transitions were tolerable, but allowing Fan Kairui to receive the ball so comfortably in such a dangerous area was unforgivable. Yet there was no time to vent. He could see Verthman still lying in the penalty area after the collision with Onana, with medics already rushing onto the field. The impact showed Onana charging forward with full force, while Verthman appeared to brace himself. The kind of collision that puts ribs at serious risk. Fortunately, after a quick assessment, the medic gave a thumbs up from the sideline. Verthman was fine and could continue. Watching this gesture, Boss finally exhaled the tension that had been weighing on him. Just 1 minute in and a key player could have been ruled out. That would have been devastating. Thank heavens. Meanwhile, Manchester United manager Mourinho sat on the bench, looking visibly uneasy. At the moment Fan Kairui struck the ball, the shot missed. The stadium screen kindly showed a replay of Manchester United's counterattack. Herrera's pressing was crucial, and Fan Kairui's combination of first touch and finish was seamless and elegant. Unfortunately, the outcome was disappointing. When Manchester United launched an attack, Mata delivered a corner from the left. De Ligt positioned himself perfectly, out-muscling Smalling to head the ball clear of the danger zone. Look at De Ligt, he's only 17. Jean June from Les Sports commented, shifting focus. In the first minute of play, he's absolutely been Ajax's standout performer. No wonder he's regarded as the twin star alongside Fan Kairui from Ajax's youth academy. Truly lives up to his reputation. Herrera struck the ball heading toward the area outside the penalty box, but unlike Fan Kairui's controlled volley, this was more of a clearance, sending it flying toward the second-tier stands. Still shaken by Fan Kairui's earlier chance, Ajax became even more cautious in their attacking approach, with players strictly following manager Boss's pre-match tactical instructions. Rather than seeking advantage, they prioritized avoiding mistakes. With 90 minutes ahead, the true victor would be the one who remained composed until the end. So Ajax pragmatically conceded possession, tightened their defensive shape, and waited to strike on the counter. The atmosphere at Friend Arena remained electric as Manchester United's attacks grew increasingly fierce, almost treating the pitch as a rehearsal for their offensive strategies. The Manchester United supporters in the stands erupted with unrestrained enthusiasm, their deafening cheers echoing constantly to rally the players attacking on the field. On the opposite sideline, Mourinho's brows furrowed deeply. His team had pressed relentlessly, yet failed to find the net. In a single-match final, this was far from reassuring. Breaking down a compact defense remained a universal challenge, and without immediate solutions, he could only wait for the right moment to emerge. Pogba's long passing range was exceptional. During Manchester United's first 15 minutes, the strategy focused on stretching Ajax's defensive line back and forth, creating space for Fan Kairui and Martial on the flanks. With Fan Kairui in sensational form, he naturally became Ajax's primary defensive focus. But Martial's performance today remained puzzlingly subdued. 2 minutes later, Manchester United shifted their attack from the right to the left flank. Fan Kairui received the ball and signaled for left-back Blind to make an overlapping run forward. Verthman's positioning looked vulnerable, and Fan Kairui dragged the ball inward with the outside of his right foot, preparing to cut inside. Manager Boss had thoroughly studied this movement. Klaassen and Bertrand Traoré immediately closed down the passing lanes, cutting off Fan Kairui's route inside. A faint smile crossed Fan Kairui's lips as he dragged the ball left with the inside of his right foot to create space, then delivered a crisp pass with the instep of his left foot to Mata, who had made a run into the left corner of the box. He then stopped abruptly and ran horizontally across the center. Klaassen retreated to cover, easing the pressure on Fan Kairui by half. He took 2 steps toward the middle before stopping sharply and reversing direction. Traoré failed to track the run and was left behind. Mata didn't even look up, instead using the outside of his left foot to push the ball forward toward the left. Viewers at home watched clearly as Fan Kairui sprinted back down the left attacking channel with full force. Ajax's left-back Verthman made a decisive sliding tackle in pursuit. He missed both the player and the ball. Helplessly, he could only watch as Fan Kairui drove the pass toward the byline. Right center-back Davinson Sanchez, well aware of Fan Kairui's danger, immediately drifted over to provide cover. He kept both hands glued to his sides, careful not to handle the ball. Fan Kairui was speeding toward the byline, roughly 3 meters away. As he lifted his left foot, Sanchez anticipated a cross and stretched his legs wide to block the angle. Instead, Fan Kairui used the heel of his raised left foot to sharply flick the rolling ball toward his right side. He stopped abruptly, adjusted with quick small steps, dropped his right shoulder, and dragged the ball into the penalty area with the outside of his right foot. Glancing up at Onana's position, he didn't wait for the retreating Klaassen and Senna to close in. His left foot planted firmly as his right foot struck the ball with speed. His innate gift for ball control came into play at that exact moment. The feel through the inside of his foot was exquisite, and he struck the ball with perfect contact. A shot. Jean June from Les Sports erupted with excitement. The ball rose sharply from the left side of the penalty area, arcing around both sets of players in a near-perfect curve toward the far corner of the goal. Onana read the trajectory perfectly and leaped, extending his left arm to its fullest. But his momentum had already peaked, and his fingertips fell short of the descending ball. A wave of intense dread washed over him. Swish. Onana felt a moment of relief, a smile beginning to form on his face. But then came the sharp bang that followed immediately after. The entire Friend Arena erupted in thunderous cheers. Oh. Onana's smile froze on his face. He turned his head and watched helplessly as the ball struck the inside of the right post, then bounced into the net before settling weakly against the white goal line. Goal. Andy Gray of Sky Sports drew out his voice. Gary Lineker of the BBC sounded noticeably more excited. Goal. Goal. Fan Kairui. In the 17th minute, Manchester United takes the lead. Another brilliant strike. Jean June of Leshy Sports chimed in, his tone full of admiration. The Manchester United stands erupted into a sea of red celebration. On the sidelines, Mourinho pumped his fist fiercely, letting out a roar that seemed to shake off all the opening pressure. In his view, this goal made the match far easier to manage. The Manchester United players were overjoyed, but the goalscorer Fan Kairui simply stood there with his arms raised, showing no intention of celebrating. The camera caught the moment instantly. Jean June immediately commented, "Look, Ajax is Fan Kairui's former club. Not celebrating is a basic sign of respect to his parent club. The lad is handsome, plays brilliantly, and his character is impeccable." His non-celebration was something many had anticipated. Though the Ajax supporters were disappointed, they found some comfort in seeing this gesture. Someone somewhere led the way, and applause rippled through the stands, beginning sparse before swelling into a thunderous roar. Clap, 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 clap. The applause swept across the entire stadium. Fan Kairui pressed his lips together, visibly pleased, and raised both hands above his head, returning the ovation to honor his former club's fans. Ajax manager Bosch shook his head on the sideline. The goal that needed to be conceded had after all gone in. Before the match, there had been no shortage of preparation, but seeing it actually happen still felt dreadful. A wave of helplessness surged through his body. But he was the head coach, there was no time to wallow. He needed to rally his players on the pitch at once. On the other side, Mourinho composed himself within seconds, returning to his usual calm demeanor. He strode to the touchline and called over Captain Valencia, leaning in to whisper a few quick instructions. A one-goal lead was never secure. They needed to seize the moment and add another to bury the contest. The atmosphere inside the stadium remained electric. Ajax's players adjusted relatively quickly. Aside from young de Ligt, who still harbored some lingering frustration, everyone else had regathered their composure. Veteran Davinson Sanchez walked over and patted de Ligt on the shoulder. "Matthias, don't dwell on it. Our defense was solid enough. Don't you know how dangerous that kid Kairui can be? From here on we hold our ground and do our best to keep him at bay. Leave the equalizer to the forwards." De Ligt nodded, knowing it was sound logic. Fan Kairui was after all his close friend and a true footballing force of nature. There was only so much anyone could do. The focus now had to be purely defensive, and whether they could claw back depended entirely on the strikers. Play restarted. The trailing Ajax wanted to attack, but feared Manchester United's terrifying counter-attacking threat, so they deployed their numbers cautiously. Leading United meanwhile played with far more experience. They controlled the tempo deliberately, allowing Ajax to dominate possession and push forward. Ajax's starting 11 averaged 22.6 years old, compared to Manchester United's 24.7. That extra 2 years of professional experience on average was evident all over the pitch. When ability is closely matched, the more experienced player makes smarter decisions, knowing how to extract maximum benefit with minimum risk. Young players, by contrast, have prominent strengths and weaknesses. When things are going well, they play like tigers, but when the tide turns against them, they quickly lose their spark, and their attacking patterns become predictable. Manchester United showed no urgency. They were simply waiting for Ajax to commit everyone forward. The waiting was not dull, however, as Ajax created two quite promising sequences. Unfortunately, United goalkeeper Romero was in magnificent form today, diving left and right to deny the ball every time. Whenever Fan Kairui received the ball in the final third, Ajax defenders would panic, often sending 2 or 3 players to crowd him. Even so, Fan Kairui still managed to find a few shooting opportunities. However, his finishing touch seemed muted today, as his shots were either blocked by defenders or saved by Onana, who had regained his composure. When the referee blew the whistle for halftime, the scoreboard remained unchanged, 0-1, Manchester United ahead. Players from both sides walked back toward the changing rooms, while substitutes warmed up for the second half. Broadcasters across various networks seized the interval to analyze the past 45 minutes. BBC's Lineker spoke with a grave tone. "Manchester United is showing their experience. This young Ajax side, practice making perfect, had slowly walked straight into the trap Manchester United had set. If this pattern continued and Ajax failed to equalize early in the second half, the likelihood of Manchester United extending their lead grew considerably." BBC pundit Gary Neville chuckled and nodded. "You know, Ajax deserves credit for developing a treasure like Fan Kairui for Manchester United. Judging by his form today, I'd say he's very likely to add another and completely kill off the contest." 15 minutes of halftime passed in the blink of an eye, and players from both sides gradually returned to the pitch. The second half began with a change of ends. Ajax, receiving the kickoff, surprisingly intensified their attacking intent, clearly hoping to catch Manchester United off guard and level the score quickly. Zia was particularly active on the left flank, linking up with Sneijder Yunus and Dulberry through a series of slick 1-2s before driving boldly toward the edge of the penalty area. Suddenly, he struck a low-driven shot. The ball skimmed the turf and rocketed toward the bottom right corner of the net. Thankfully, United goalkeeper Romero was fully alert. He launched himself sideways in a flying dive, his left fingertips just managing to reach the ball and deflect it slightly. That slight touch sent the ball careening wide of the right post and out for a goal kick. "Oh!" The Manchester United supporters' stand erupted in a collective gasp of relief. "Romero, what a save!" Jean-June raised his voice from the Leshy Sports booth. "Manchester United have escaped a dangerous moment." Pundit Jean-Lu added, "That strike shows the difference between Zia and Fan Kairui. If Fan Kairui had taken that shot, it would have gone in 9 times out of 10. Meanwhile, Manchester United manager Mourinho was far from pleased. He paced frantically along the touchline, clearly furious at his players' lack of focus at the start of the second half. The camera immediately locked onto him. Lineker remarked, "Jose Mourinho approaches the game with such intensity and strictness. That lengthy 28-match winning streak in the league may have led certain stars to believe victory comes easily. Hopefully Paul Pogba and Anthony Martial will refocus soon and help the team extend their lead." Zia's corner kick was cleared by Smalling, and Manchester United launched a swift counter. But as the ball reached Fan Kairui's feet, Clayson swiped at him from behind and brought him down. Referee Scamina's whistle blew, immediately awarding Manchester United a free kick in their own half. Such incidents had already occurred more than once during this match. Fan Kairui felt rather frustrated. In his mind, the referee ought at least to have issued a verbal warning to Clayson, yet no such indication was given. Mourinho once again approached the fourth official to lodge a complaint arguing that Ajax had repeatedly used fouls to disrupt Manchester United's quick transitions and that the referee must take action. The fourth official spread his hands with an apologetic shrug, smiling as he explained that Skamina's refereeing decisions were his own to make. Fan Kairui, the player being repeatedly targeted, was not angry at all. Instead, his competitive fire burned brighter, and he resolved to push the lead further in the remaining time. On the other sideline, Ajax manager Bosch could only sigh inwardly. He understood exactly what kind of player Fan Kairui was, yet had no effective method to contain him. Who could blame him when the fellow was simply that exceptional? During the opening phase of the second half, Fan Kairui had become the focal point of Ajax's deliberate targeting. Since referee Skamina was calling the match with a relatively lenient touch, Ajax's defenders grew increasingly bold, with fouls coming in steady succession. Facing these former teammates, Fan Kairui felt quite speechless. The thing was, after every foul their attitude was remarkably courteous, always offering a smile and an apology. As the saying goes, you cannot scold a smiling face. The camera captured Fan Kairui's helpless expression. Jean Jun chuckled. I've lost count of how many times Fan Kairui has been brought down in this Europa League final. Just look at the dirt marks on his jersey and the grass clippings on his face. Same story, second half coming up. Perhaps referee Skamina finally felt a sense of guilt because in the 54th minute he produced a yellow card for Clayson after yet another infringement. Bosch, standing in the home technical area, furrowed his brows tightly. He sensed that matters were about to turn unfavorable. A player carrying a yellow card was a fundamentally different proposition from one who did not. Clayson, now booked, would face double pressure in both defensive and offensive phases. Was to be done. His gaze fell upon the substitutes bench, and after only a brief hesitation, he called out, Donny, go warm up, you'll be back in 5 minutes. Van de Beek paused in surprise, clearly not expecting to have an opportunity to come on as a substitute in a Europa League final. It was Frankie de Jong beside him, who reacted quickly, giving him a nudge. Van de Beek snapped back to reality, rose to his feet, and jogged toward the warm-up area without even removing his training bib. The experienced Mourinho immediately spotted Van de Beek heading to warm up. He instantly understood what substitution plan Bosch was preparing to execute. Mourinho had read Bosch's intentions, but the match had to go on. For Manchester United, the task was clear: neutralize Fan Kairui while maintaining their own attacking threat. Taking advantage of a dead ball situation, he quickly summoned Mata to the sideline and whispered a few instructions. With Clayson carrying a yellow card, he would inevitably hold back in defense, and Manchester United seized upon this vulnerability to press forward. For the following stretch, the Red Devils players instinctively directed their play toward Clayson whenever they won the ball. Clayson struggled to play naturally, holding back his movements for fear of being outplayed by Manchester United's seasoned veterans. Bosch, with his sharp eye, immediately recognized that United were looking to exploit his flank. He waved at once, signaling the entire team to drop back and consolidate their defense before considering any attacks. As the formation tightened, the pressure on Clayson eased considerably. As Bosch returned to the technical area, Van de Beek was jogging back from warm-ups. Bosch picked up his tactical tablet and pointed at the screen to Van de Beek. Donny, once you're out there, make sure to support the attack especially. At the 60-minute mark, Ajax launched a long ball forward from their defense. Smalling held his position, perfectly shielding D'Urberville from behind as the ball bounced up for Romero to catch comfortably. Romero wasted no time launching the ball to Valencia on the right wing. Ajax rarely committed players forward on offense, but they recovered into defense with remarkable speed. The moment Valencia passed to Martial ahead, the defensive shape was already perfectly organized. Mourinho shook his head on the sideline, thinking to himself that Ajax were playing as if they were already ahead. Martial's touch was average today, so he chose not to attempt a solo run. Using peripheral vision, he spotted Valencia making a high-speed run along the flank and guided the ball with the inside of his right foot, keeping it low along the ground. Redevilled had anticipated this and turned to close him down immediately. Valencia crossed the ball while on the run, but his technique slipped, sending it high and drifting toward the far side of the pitch. Fan Kairui, positioned on the left side of the attacking third, looked up at the ball in the air and noticed the Ajax players standing still, clearly convinced it would go out of bounds. An idea struck him. Meanwhile, Van de Beek was already standing beside the fourth official, waiting for the ball to go out so he could come on. But Fan Kairui suddenly moved. He exploded from the left edge of the penalty area at full speed toward the ball's landing point. Clayson and Woltman stood confidently in place, certain that nothing could keep this ball in play. Yet life always holds surprises. Fan Kairui's acceleration from a standstill took barely a moment. The Manchester United fans in the stands snapped to attention and erupted into thunderous cheers. The Ajax supporters took a beat longer to react, but they quickly came to their senses. Fan Kairui was one of their own academy products, and no one understood his danger better than them. Fan Kairui turned his back to the oncoming ball, drove off his left foot, and launched himself into the air. Raising his right leg forward, he cleanly struck the descending ball, with the instep whipping it backward over his head. The ball floated gracefully over his head toward the open space behind him. Woltman ran outward while raising his arm, loudly protesting that the ball had crossed the line first. The referee glanced at his assistant, who gave no signal. The referee shook his head and extended both arms horizontally, Play continues. Fan Kairui landed stopped sharply and pivoted on his left foot, gently cushioning the ball with his right to keep it under control. The entire stadium erupted as a massive wave of sound threatened to shake the roof. On the BBC commentary desk, Lineker gasped. Kairui's first touch. Simply divine. Oh no. Boss slapped his thigh in dismay on the sideline. Fan Kairui had turned, and before him lay an open expanse with no defender in sight. Woltman scrambled back to cover. Fan Kairui dropped his right shoulder, drawing the defender's weight to the left, then swiftly twisted his body and curled the ball sharply toward the sideline with the inside of his right foot. He dropped his left shoulder and slipped past the defender like water through a crack, before accelerating into the penalty area at lightning speed. Central defender Sanchez shifted laterally to block him. Fan Kairui glanced toward the center and saw his teammates poorly positioned. He lifted his left foot, feigning a cross toward the back post. Sanchez took the bait, leaning left to cut off the passing lane. Fan Kairui flicked his ankle with a delicate touch and switched from a pass to a drag. With a light touch of the outside of his foot, the ball skidded along the sideline as he accelerated past it, disappearing into the 6-yard box in a flash. He's crossing. No, it was a feint. The commentator's voice rose sharply. Jian-Jun shouted from the commentary desk, but Fan Kairui had already spotted a channel between Onana and De Ligt, a gap just wide enough. Even if he crossed it now, it would likely be cleared in one touch. What to do? In a split second, his peripheral vision caught the narrow space between Onana and De Ligt. Was it possible to thread it through? Fan Kairui dropped his shoulder and raised his left foot, preparing to swing a crossing motion with his instep fully tense. But the next instant, he twisted his ankle and struck the lower side of the ball with the outside of his left foot. The ball shot along the grass toward the near post with a deceptive curve. Onana and De Ligt only then realized what had happened, both caught off balance by the feint, too late to react. It's in. He's actually scored. Jian-Jun's voice cracked with excitement. Fan Kairui. From the edge of the 6-yard box, he drilled it into the near corner with the outside of his foot. 2-0. Manchester United are in control now. The Manchester United fans in the Friendship Arena went wild, the stands shaking with their roar. Fan Kairui himself barely celebrated, simply raising a hand with a shy smile. But his teammates had no such restraint. Blind and Mensah embraced and jumped together, while Rooney on the bench pumped his fist and cheered. Mourinho dropped to one knee on the sideline and let out a long, powerful roar. On the other side, Coach Boss could only shake his head and sigh. Van de Beek bent forward and approached Boss. Boss, am I still coming on? Yes. Boss waved. Substitution. The big screen replayed the goal from the touch and turned to beating two defenders and finishing with that vicious strike. Lineker pounded the desk on the BBC. Did you see that? That is a match winner. Someone who can turn nothing into a goal. In the VIP box, Mendes beamed from ear to ear as if he could already hear the sound of money coming in. Before the match restarted, Van de Beek jogged onto the pitch and passed Fan Kairui on his way off. Fan Kairui reached out and shook his hand. Play well. After Van de Beek came on, Ajax's passing did indeed become sharper and more fluid. But within 2 minutes, Mourinho made his own change. Mkhitaryan replaced Martial. Manchester United's midfield gained physicality, and any momentum Van de Beek was building was immediately stifled. By the 67th minute, Boss played his second card. The Brazilian Boinas came on for D'Urberville, continuing to trouble Manchester United's defense. Not long after Manchester United responded, Mourinho waved and veteran Rooney came on for Mata. This substitution immediately sparked discussion on the commentary panel. Lineker shifted his focus on the BBC. Look, Rooney is on. Everyone knows he may return to Everton this summer. After winning so many trophies at United, all that remains is this Europa League. Mourinho wants to give his old comrade a fitting farewell. Rooney stepped onto the pitch and quickly exchanged a few tactical words with his teammates. Rooney. The Manchester United fans in the stands rose to their feet, applause rolling like thunder. Valencia hurried over and neatly placed the captain's armband back on Rooney's arm. Rooney, playing in the attacking midfield role, handled the ball with more cleverness than Mata ever had. His experience shone through immediately. Receiving the ball near the center circle arc, he didn't even look before launching a long diagonal pass straight into the left side of the penalty area. Fan Kairui read it perfectly and got in behind the defense. He spread his arms and guided the ball forward with his chest, drifting past the tight marking of Davinson Sanchez in one fluid, breathtaking motion. Before the ball even touched the ground, he struck it cleanly with the instep of his right foot. This time, Ajax goalkeeper Onana was alert, throwing himself to the side instinctively and denying Fan Kairui's certain scoring chance. De Ligt nearby reacted quickly and cleared the ball out for a corner. Roar! Onana rose to his feet and pumped his fist, as excited as if he had scored himself. Fan Kairui held his head in disappointment, but he immediately turned and gave Rooney a high thumb up. That pass was truly beautiful. On the sideline, Mourinho expressed regret while also applauding Fan Kairui's effort. The big screen showed a replay, and the balance between the first touch and the follow-through delighted viewers at home. Most forwards would have played this kind of sideways pass forward, but Fan Kairui dragged it laterally to the right, leaving Davinson Sanchez completely out on his heels and creating the shooting opportunity. Such a shame. If the angle had been just slightly tighter, Manchester United would have sealed the victory. By the 75th minute, Ajax played their final card. Young talent Frenkie de Jong came on for the yellow-carded Redeviled. The formation shifted to a 3-4-3 with a diamond midfield in the center. Coach Boss had a clear plan, put the ball-playing de Jong as an attacking midfielder, drop Van de Beek to organize from deeper and flank him with Ziyech and Klaassen, using attacking pressure to overwhelm Manchester United and level the scoreline. The idea sounded sound, but executing it proved far more difficult. Who could have predicted that within moments of de Jong coming on before even touching the ball, Manchester United would score again? Herrera anticipated the pass, perfectly moving early to intercept the ball de Jong intended for Bertrand Traoré. Without hesitation, he released Rooney, who had found space. Meanwhile, Fan Kairui made a subtle run that drew the attention of both Woltman and Davinson Sanchez, pulling both center-backs away from their positions. Rooney, seeing everything clearly, delivered a long pass directly to the opposite flank, where Rashford was sprinting into space. De Ligt hesitated to step up and could only retreat strategically. Rashford exploited that moment of hesitation and crossed the ball from well outside the penalty area on the right wing. This was no aim for heights delivery. Cheers erupted throughout the Friendship Arena. Fan Kairui drove toward the right side of the penalty area, winding up his right foot as if to strike. Davinson Sanchez chased back, desperately stretching his right leg out to block. But that high swing of Fan Kairui's right foot was merely a feint. With a flick of his ankle, he gently cut the ball to the left using the inside of his foot, while his right foot landed steadily for balance. Davinson Sanchez slid clean past him. Fan Kairui did not hesitate, raising his left foot and driving it forward with force, sending a low shot skimming across the turf. The ball raced along the grass, swift and sharp, heading toward the far corner of the goal. Onana had already shifted his weight toward the near post. Against this reverse shot, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the ball rolled into the net. Goal! Jean-June from Le Cher Sports screamed at the top of his lungs. Fan Kairui. A hat-trick. The first hat-trick in Europa League final history. Manchester United leads Ajax 3-0. The match is as good as over. Andy Gray of Sky Sports drew out his voice, his signature roar echoing through the commentary booth. Martin Taylor beside him was nearly beside himself. Unbelievable. The extraordinary Fan Kairui has sealed this final. The first hat-trick in a Europa League final. Fan Kairui. 18 years and 113 days. The youngest player to score a hat-trick. Jean-June's voice was nearly gone from shouting. Lineker at the BBC was also pounding the desk in the adjacent studio. I can scarcely believe it. Another hat-trick. This young man has now netted his 15th goal in this Europa League campaign. Good heavens. Marcel Reif from German Sky Sports leapt from his seat. Kairui has created yet another remarkable record. A hat-trick in a final. At 18, this record may stand for a decade before anyone approaches it. The goalscorer himself remained composed, unmoving, while his teammates erupted around him. With roughly 10 minutes remaining and a 3-goal advantage, the championship trophy was firmly within reach. Manchester United players surged forward in a pack surrounding Fan Kairui, with embraces and congratulations for the decisive strike. Reporters in the mixed zone had their fingers cramped from constant shutter clicks, cameras locked onto the young figure engulfed by celebrating teammates. On the touchline, Mourinho grabbed assistant Faria and shook him vigorously as if already gripping the Europa League trophy. The scene mirrored Porto's stunning triumph years earlier. He turned toward the sea of red-shirt Manchester United supporters, pumping his arms to ignite the crowd. The stands erupted with deafening roars loud enough to shake the stadium roof. In the Ajax supporters section, dejection hung heavy. They watched Fan Kairui celebrated as a hero by Manchester United, their feelings tangled and bitter. He had emerged from their youth academy, yet tonight, he had dismantled their defense completely. They had anticipated this possibility, but experiencing it firsthand remained difficult. Coach Boss crouched miserably near the technical area, hands clasped behind his head, his face contorted with despair. The Ajax players in white wore expressions ranging from blank to deeply frustrated disappointment and resignation playing on their faces. Frenkie de Jong, Van de Beek, and De Ligt watched Fan Kairui from a distance, making no move to celebrate, and envy was visible in their eyes. De Ligt recalled Fan Kairui's words from before the match, and something stirred within him. Joining Manchester United as a teammate seemed like a genuinely attractive prospect. His partnership with Van Dijk at the national level had been promising. At Manchester United, he would likely receive regular playing time. With Fan Kairui as a teammate and Mourinho's respect, securing a spot seemed achievable. As long as he maintained adequate performance levels, consistent match time appeared realistic. This reinforced his growing ambition to move to Manchester United that summer. The match clock had reached the 77th minute, leaving approximately 13 minutes of regular time, potentially 16 or 17 with added stoppage. Both the Ajax squad and their supporters understood clearly that a comeback was impossible. Manchester United's defense had been exceptionally solid throughout. Ajax relied heavily on younger players lacking experience in high-stakes matches. Trailing by 3 goals, their mental composure was fracturing, and their performances grew increasingly tentative. After resuming play, Ajax controlled possession, but played without urgency or desperation, posing virtually no threat against Manchester United's organized defense. However, as the match progressed, introduced players Van de Beek and Frenkie de Jong began to show their quality, becoming Ajax's primary sources of creativity in attack. Van de Beek offered quick, decisive distribution combined with energetic defensive work and a physical style. De Jong demonstrated ability in both carrying the ball forward and linking play along with reliable defensive contributions. Mourinho's eyes lit up from the away technical area as he considered whether he could sign additional Ajax prospects during the summer window. Furthermore, the center-back, De Ligt, appeared to have genuine potential. His partnership with Van Dijk for the national team had been impressive, and that combination seemed suited to Manchester United's system. Between the two young midfielders, Mourinho leaned toward Van de Beek, whose direct and uncomplicated style aligned well with what Manchester United would need next season. As time slipped away, Manchester United, already leading by 3 goals, showed little inclination to press further, content merely to see out the remaining minutes comfortably. Manchester United used their final substitution to strengthen defensively, bringing on Fellaini for Rashford, which allowed Fan Kairui to advance further up the pitch. Having already completed his hat-trick, he had no desire to exploit his former club's weakness and instead prioritized creating chances for his teammates whenever possible. Mkhitaryan and Rooney both missed clear opportunities to extend the lead, so no further goals arrived. Nevertheless, De Ligt, Van de Beek, and Frenkie de Jong had impressed in the closing stages, emerging as Ajax's most promising prospects. When referee Skamana blew the final whistle, the 0-3 scoreline was confirmed with the away team positioned ahead of the home side. The Manchester United supporters erupted with deafening cheers from the stands, their celebration crashing over the stadium like a released flood. Broadcast cameras immediately focused on Fan Kairui. There was no question he deserved the Man of the Match award after his hat-trick in the Europa League final. With victory secured, any lingering guilt about his former club dissolved. Fan Kairui joined his teammates in celebratory chest bumps and embraces. The match is over. It's finished. Jean Jun's voice rose above the noise. Thanks to Fan Kairui's 3 goals across both halves, Manchester United convincingly defeated Ajax 3-0 at Stockholm's Friendship Arena, claiming the 2016-2017 Europa League title. Club competition treble complete. Lineker's commentary grew increasingly animated. Congratulations to Manchester United. Their first ever Europa League trophy is theirs. On the away bench, Mourinho remained composed. He raised his right arm in a clenched fist toward the stands. The gesture ignited the crowd further, with Manchester United supporters roaring louder with each wave of celebration. This victory filled a blank space in Manchester United's trophy cabinet, and the fans' loyalty to Mourinho deepened significantly. Mourinho then approached the defeated manager, to offer words of consolation. On the pitch, Manchester United's players gathered around Fan Kairui, exchanging high-fives and embraces to celebrate their victory together. The substitutes were equally eager to join the celebrations on the field, including Ibrahimovic, Bailey, Luke Shaw, Ashley Young, and Rojo, all on crutches, creating a comical scene. After greeting his enthusiastic teammates, Fan Kairui made his way over to the dejected Ajax players sitting on the pitch. He reached out and helped each one to their feet. While offering comfort, Fan Kairui also subtly explored whether any of them might consider joining Manchester United, making his recruitment intentions quite clear. Meanwhile, UEFA staff were already setting up the presentation area nearby. After consoling his former teammates, Fan Kairui returned to his Manchester United teammates and rejoined the celebrations. Broadcast cameras followed the final standout performer. Fan Kairui was still only 18, and his playful side was impossible to contain. Somehow he had convinced the injured players, Ibrahimovic, Rojo, and others, to hand over their crutches, which he then tossed into the enthusiastic Manchester United stands. The scene turned comical as several tall Manchester United players in sharp suits, unable to put weight on their injured legs, hopped around the pitch, chasing after Fan Kairui on one foot. But at Fan Kairui's pace, even with crutches, they stood no chance. Relying solely on hopping, they could not come close to catching him. From the commentary box, Jean Jun chuckled. After all, Fan Kairui is only 18. The boyish spirit has not yet faded. That is exactly how young people should be. Think back to when we were 18. How many of us were not buried in exam preparation? How many were wasting time on video games? And compared to those 18-year-old so-called young players back home, it is a sobering contrast. Truly, comparison makes the heart grow restless. Zhang Lu took up the commentary with evident frustration. In our league, players at 23 still require policy support merely to receive playing time. What is most galling is how numerous clubs exploit this loophole. The U23 players brought on for under a minute, barely touching the ball before being substituted off, are everywhere. Fan Kairui, with his pure Tianqiao heritage, dominating a match at this level is enough to prove that our people are capable of playing football well. Looking back at those youngsters back home who might not even make the squad without policy support. Sigh. Jean Jun shook his head again. The on-site staff were quick and efficient, and before long a simple but proper awards podium was set up. Manchester United and Ajax players stood on opposite sides waiting for the ceremony to begin. According to the procedure, the champion Manchester United players first formed 2 lines facing each other, leaving a passage about 2 meters wide in the middle. The Slovenian refereeing team was the first to step onto the podium claiming their commemorative medals. Then it was Ajax's turn, the finalists who had fallen short. They had to walk through the corridor formed by Manchester United's lined-up players to reach the podium and receive their silver medals. Though their spirits were low, the young Ajax squad showed grace under pressure. After receiving their silver medals, instead of departing immediately, they returned to the spot where Manchester United had been lined up, taking their positions to welcome the champions. However, as Fan Kairui was about to follow the main group toward the podium, several enthusiastic teammates pushed and guided him to the very front. He didn't resist, further cheerfully falling in line behind manager Mourinho as the first player to ascend the stage. Following them came Ibrahimovic and the other veterans who had fought through injuries for the team. Further back came Van Dijk, who had arrived in Stockholm under staff credentials. Even though he wasn't registered for this season's Europa League, the entire Manchester United squad felt he deserved a Champions medal as well. UEFA President Infantino personally placed the gold medal around Fan Kairui's neck. Facing the crowd of fans, he gave a thumbs up and said with a smile in English, "I haven't seen a promising young talent like you in quite some time." Fan Kairui grinned back, "I also haven't seen such a wise president like you for a long time." Huh. Infantino was amused by his response, patting him on the shoulder. "What a smooth talker, no wonder you've been so successful." "Mr. President, the same to you," Fan Kairui replied. With a long line of players waiting behind them, the mutual compliments were kept brief. Infantino continued presenting medals to the rest of the Manchester United players, while Fan Kairui wandered over to the trophy perched on the top step of the podium, pulling out his phone for a selfie with the Bellotti trophy. At the Les Sports commentary desk, Jean June chuckled, "This generation of players grew up on social media. They come with phone selfies built into the award ceremony routine, and they'll definitely post them online." By now, all Manchester United players had received their gold medals and gathered around the championship trophy. The stadium's roaring excitement subsided momentarily as everyone held their breath, waiting for the moment the cup would be lifted. Mourinho leaned in close to his players and said nothing, just raised 4 fingers. The squad understood immediately, holding up 4 fingers in unison. 4 fingers. Jean June's voice rose sharply. "This represents Manchester United's 4 trophies already secured this season: the Community Shield, the League Cup, the Premier League, and just recently the Europa League." He paused, his tone filled with growing anticipation. "In 5 days at New Wembley Stadium, there's still an FA Cup final awaiting them. Manchester United will have the chance to achieve the historic feat of winning 5 titles in a single season." But as he reached this point, Jean June's enthusiasm seemed to dip slightly. After all, his beloved Liverpool remains the only English club to have accomplished a 5-title sweep, which they achieved back in 2001. If Manchester United were to beat Arsenal, they'd match Liverpool's record. Moreover, having won the Europa League, Manchester United would earn the right to face the Champions League winners in next summer's European Super Cup. That opens up the possibility of attempting an even more extraordinary 6-title campaign. This achievement has only been accomplished once in history, by Barcelona back in 2009. At that moment, Manchester United captain Rooney, under the gaze of thousands, raised the Bell Trophy high above his head. Inside the Friends Arena, the passionate energy Manchester United supporters had held back all evening erupted like a volcano, sending waves of deafening cheers crashing through the entire stadium. An exhausting season. Manchester United have played a full 64 matches, 8 more than today's opponents Ajax. Jean June's voice cut through the thunderous roar as he declared champions. Manchester United claimed the 2016-2017 Europa League title. The celebration continued as the champions took turns displaying the trophy. Ibrahimovic, the Swedish legend, drew just as enthusiastic cheers from the neutral stands when he held the trophy aloft. When it came to the standout performer Fan Kairui, the thunderous roars crashed over the stadium before he'd even fully turned around. On the BBC commentary desk, Lineker chuckled, "Kerr's position in Manchester United fans' hearts is simply unmatched." Of course, former England international Gary Neville grinning proudly from the commentary box, "He's our Red Devils prince." Each player took turns embracing and kissing the trophy until the stands had mostly emptied. By the time the entire squad returned to their hotel, it was nearly midnight. Yet these newly crowned Europa League champions were buzzing with energy, showing zero signs of sleepiness. Their celebrations were just getting started. Even manager Mourinho and assistant coach Faria fully joined the jubilant atmosphere. With their first ever quadruple on the line tonight, would be a sleepless one. Captain Rooney was particularly animated that evening, well aware his time at Manchester United was ticking away. The squad finally settled down after causing a commotion in their Stockholm hotel until 4 in the morning. Per the plan, they were scheduled to fly back to Manchester at 4 in the afternoon. With the FA Cup final looming, Mourinho had no intention of granting time off. He organized a recovery training session for the following day. That day, every major European newspaper's front page was devoted to Manchester United. With the Europa League triumph and the prospect of a clean sweep across all competitions, there was plenty to discuss for weeks to come. Fan Kairui, who had scored the first hat-trick in a Europa League final, naturally dominated the headlines. Manchester United had already claimed 4 trophies this season, and numerous media outlets were already looking ahead to a 5th. This situation clearly irked fans from Liverpool and Manchester City, particularly Liverpool supporters, who still held the distinction of being the first English club to achieve the continental treble back in 2001. No English club had matched that feat since. Manchester United were closing in on the milestone this season, while Liverpool's disappointing fifth-place Premier League finish meant they'd missed out on Champions League qualification entirely. For Liverpool supporters, the circumstances stung even more. Desperate for ammunition in debates with Manchester United fans, many Liverpool supporters had temporarily switched allegiance to Arsenal ahead of the FA Cup final, desperately hoping Wenger's side could upset the odds at Wembley. Manchester's local press, particularly the Evening News, along with United's fanbase, wasted no time mocking the notion as pure fantasy. Arsenal's declining form was evident. They'd been thoroughly outplayed by United both home and away this season, so any hope of them winning at Wembley struck everyone as absurd. No one anticipated the FA Cup final between Arsenal and Manchester United would devolve into a virtual war of words between the two sets of supporters, with legends from both clubs becoming drawn into the fray. Yet Mourinho and his players remained completely unfazed, focusing entirely on their preparations, with their eyes set firmly on the season's final trophy. Thousands of miles away in Tianzhou, countless eyes were fixed on this match, with media and fans alike eagerly anticipating the outcome. For Manchester United supporters, the prospect of a 5-title triumph was thrilling beyond measure. Fan Kairui's exceptional performances combined with his Tianzhou heritage had catapulted him to widespread fame back home, even securing a 39-second slot on the Evening News. The Chinese Football Association found itself once again under scrutiny, with media and fans criticizing their inaction. When Fan Kairui first showcased his extraordinary talent last September, many experts and commentators believed there was real potential, if only the CFA had worked to restore his eligibility for the national team. Yet the CFA remained conspicuously silent, showing no signs of action. For a player of Fan Kairui's caliber, any nation would treat him as a treasure. Aware of the coverage, but choosing not to engage, Fan Kairui kept his focus entirely on training, determined to chase that 5th title. After a full day of training back at the Lorry Hotel, Fan Kairui mentally summoned his personal stats panel. He sighed inwardly. At the current rate of improvement, through regular training alone, his attributes were advancing far too slowly. Switching his focus, he opened the achievement system. Scanning the available rewards, there were quite a few to claim: Premier League champion, Premier League best player, Premier League top scorer, Premier League assist king, Europa League champion, Europa League best player, and Europa League top scorer. The Premier League champion reward grants 20 attribute points, plus 1 talent draw and 1 skill draw. Best player offers 10 attribute points along with 1 talent and 1 skill. Top scorer provides 10 attribute points and a talent draw, while assist king is more modest at just 5 attribute points. For the Europa League champion, gives 10 attribute points and a skill draw. Best player adds 5 attribute points with a skill draw, and top scorer awards a single talent draw. Adding everything up, he'd accumulated a substantial 60 freely distributable attribute points, enough to make him feel quite wealthy. On top of that, he had 4 talent draws and 4 skill draws waiting. Fan Kairui's heart raced with excitement, nearly bouncing with joy at the sheer scale of what was possible. This was heading to the sky. True to form, he resisted the urge to distribute points immediately and opted to use the draws first. With a slight mental shift, the achievement screen transformed into the talent draw interface. A real man goes straight for the 4-draw pack. As soon as Fan Kairui formed the thought, the 9-grid lottery wheel spun to life with a swift whoosh. After about 10 seconds, a series of crisp chiming sounds rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the talent set piece creator. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the talent king of the penalty area. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the talent cannon. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the talent arguing with the referee. He quickly checked each description one by one. Set piece creator. In plain terms, it means referees are more likely to call fouls against you, carrying a touch of the art of drawing fouls. King of the penalty area boosts your finishing instinct, and when you drift inside the box, defenders find it far harder to mark you tightly. Cannon directly amplifies your shooting power, and there is a 30% chance that a thunderous strike will cause the goalkeeper to fumble. As for arguing with the referee, it simply reduces the likelihood of receiving a card during heated exchanges with the referee. Fan Kairui pursed his lips. Among these 4, set piece creator and arguing with the referee seemed somewhat niche, but king of the penalty area and cannon were genuinely valuable assets. King of the penalty area not only enhances your off-the-ball runs, but also makes you slip through the box like an eel, which was practically tailor-made for him. From then on, he could simply lurk near the goal and wait for opportunities, very much like Ruud van Nistelrooy. Cannon was even more remarkable, boosting power while also increasing the chance of forcing goalkeeper errors, which felt somewhat unbalanced. He gently steadied his breathing, shifted his focus, and the interface transitioned to the skill lottery. Let's go again. 4 draws. The wheel began spinning rapidly once more. After 10 seconds, a chain of chimes followed one after another. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the passive skill volley. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the active skill late winner. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the passive skill Rabona pass. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the passive skill Perfect Maradona Spin. Fan Kairui glanced over the descriptions. Volley can improve shooting accuracy when executed properly, with a 10% chance of producing a spectacular long-range strike. Late. Winner is an active skill that grants a comprehensive enhancement for 30 seconds with the probability of scoring rising as the match clock winds down, reaching a maximum of 50% usable once per match. Rabona. Pass makes this flare move more precise occasionally, setting up assists. Perfect Maradona Spin enhances balance, making the turn smoother and more deceptive. Compared to the previous batch of talents, the skills seemed slightly less outstanding. Late Winner functioned like a permanent version of a match-winning boost, so it was certainly useful. However, the other three skills, Volley, Rabona Pass, and Perfect Maradona Spin, were techniques he already possessed, and without the system-provided bonuses they would have been purely decorative. Still, he reminded himself to be grateful. Landing king of the penalty area and cannon had been a considerable gain, and there was plenty of time ahead. Once the lottery phase concluded, Fan Kairui summoned his personal attribute panel with a thought. Gazing at the full 60 freely distributable points, he felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. Host Fan Kairui, age 18 years and 115 days, height 185 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms. The talent and skill lists were also displayed clearly. He studied the panel carefully. Without hesitation, he immediately maxed out pace, sprint speed, and dribbling to 100 points. That single allocation consumed 12 points, leaving 48 remaining. I'll add 5 to strength, bringing it to 75, he murmured. For shooting and long shots, let's add to both and round them to 80. This brought shooting from 83 to 85 and long shots from 76 to 80, using another 6 points. The panel indicated 37 points remained. Fan Kairui had a slight perfectionist streak and felt uneasy leaving those attributes at 80+. He then added 7 points to ball control, 6 to technique, and 5 to reactions, lifting each to 90. Only 19 points were left now. How should I distribute these remaining points? He scratched his head. After a moment of consideration, his perfectionism ultimately prevailed. He first assigned 3 points to crossing. For the remaining 16, he added 5 each to shooting and long shots, raising them to 85. Noticing heading sat at only 58, he added 2 points to bring it to a modest 60. The final 4 points were casually allocated to positioning. With all points distributed, a confirmation prompt appeared at the bottom of the screen: confirm attribute allocation, accompanied by confirm and reset options. Without a second thought, Fan Kairui selected confirm. A spring-like energy surged through his legs, and 2 chiming sounds reached his ears. Ding! Host's pace and sprint speed have reached maximum values of 100, unlocking the trait the swiftest on the pitch. Ding! Host's dribbling has reached 100, and the talent Dribbling Master has advanced to Dribbling Grandmaster. The swiftest on the pitch, no one can match your speed. Dribbling Grandmaster, the ball remains glued to your feet, allowing you to glide past any opponent at will. Incredible! Fan Kairui let out an excited shout, raising his arms high. Fortunately, the soundproofing in the L'Oreal hotel room was adequate, preventing any complaints from neighbors. Though thrilled, he soon realized that his original pace was already quite competent, and maxing it out was mostly driven by his perfectionist nature. The swiftest on the pitch sounded impressive, but offered limited practical value. In contrast, the changes brought by Dribbling Grandmaster were tangible. He could already feel a greater connection with the ball, as if it had become an extension of his body, responding naturally to every touch. Glancing at the updated personal panel, everything looked much more balanced and pleasing. Strength 75.5, stamina 93, jumping 73, pace 103, sprint speed 103, heading 62, shooting 85.7, long shots 85.9, shooting power 95, positioning 75.4, free kicks 52, penalties 61, short passing 71, crossing 73, long passing 60, dribbling 106, ball control 97, technique 96, reactions 95, balance 93, talents, super learning ability, innate ball sense, injury resistant, Dribbling Grandmaster, 2-footed offside trap, sense nonstop runner, super long throw-in. Set piece creator, king of the penalty area cannon, arguing with the referee, skills deadly through ball, active curve shot, passive perfect, step over, passive outside of the boot, passive volley, passive late winner, active Rabona Pass, passive perfect Maradona Spin, passive traits, the swiftest mare, available attribute points 0, inventory, late winner ticket X2, big cannon. Fan Kairui pondered inwardly. What exactly is this trait business? The system cannon replied concisely, it refers to the public labels others attach to you. I see. Fan Kairui nodded, then closed the system interface with a thought. Just then his stomach let out a loud rumble. He patted his belly. Time to find something to eat. I'm starving. 2 days passed quickly. On the morning of the match, the entire Manchester United squad boarded a train traveling from Manchester to London. This signified that the final moments before the FA Cup final had arrived. Manchester United fans who had been gathered early raised their banners and posters singing the club anthem, Glory, Glory Man United, alongside the newly composed Fan Kairui song, their voices echoing through the stadium. Inside the team bus, Fan Kairui heard the cheers clearly. He clenched his hand, quietly thinking to himself, wait, I will bring that trophy back for you. Over an hour before kickoff, players from both sides gradually entered the pitch for warm-ups. New Wembley, with a capacity of nearly 90,000, was already about 60% full, the remaining seats being steadily filled by spectators filing through the turnstiles. Around the same time, both teams' starting lineups were featured prominently across major media outlets. Manchester United, drawn as the home side, lined up in their familiar 4-3-3 formation: De Gea in goal, Blind, Smalling, Van Dijk, and Valencia in defense, Herrera, Pogba, and Carrick in midfield, and Fan Kairui, Rooney, and Mkhitaryan up front. Arsenal responded with a 3-4-3 setup: Ospina between the posts, Monreal, Koscielny, and Holding as the centre-back trio, Chambers, Coquelin, and Xhaka, and Bellerin in midfield, with Sanchez, Welbeck, and Walcott leading the attack. By the time both sets of players had finished warm-ups and returned to the locker rooms, New Wembley was packed to capacity, the roar of the crowd rising like a tide against the roof. Beyond the devoted Red Devils and Gunners supporters, the stands were filled with a large number of neutral fans, as well as Liverpool supporters and followers of other clubs who had come to enjoy the occasion. Neutral spectators hoped for an open attacking contest with plenty of goals. Manchester United supporters sought a straightforward victory and the trophy, while Arsenal and Liverpool fans shared a common hope that the Gunners could overcome their rivals. The FA Cup, dating back to the 1871 to 1872 season, had reached its 136th edition. Manchester United and Arsenal stood level at the top with 12 titles each. For Wenger, this final presented an opportunity to claim sole possession of the all-time record, one he was determined not to let slip away. Although Manchester United had enjoyed an exceptional season with 4 championship titles, they carried a notable dependency: most of their goals came through Fan Kairui alone. After their Premier League encounter with United, Wenger had spent considerable time with his coaching staff, studying the Red Devils' patterns, reviewing match footage repeatedly, and ultimately reaching a clear conclusion: if Fan Kairui's goal threat was contained, Manchester United's chances of winning would diminish significantly. With this strategy in place, defeating Manchester United at Wembley seemed within reach. The question remained how best to mark Fan Kairui. After several days of careful preparation, Wenger had formulated a clear plan. As the FA Cup final approached, players from both sides gathered in the tunnel. Fan Kairui, recently awarded the Premier League Golden Boot and Player of the Season, naturally drew the attention of cameras. Notably, major international bookmakers had collectively omitted Fan Kairui from their goalscorer markets, hesitant to offer odds on his scoring. Given Fan Kairui's remarkable goalscoring record, he was virtually certain to find the net. When bookmakers had previously included him in their markets, punters backed him without hesitation, resulting in notable losses for several operators. Hiway's voice suddenly rose from CCTV. 5. The FA Cup final of the 2016-2017 season is about to kick off. Young star Fan Kairui has been nothing short of sensational this campaign, helping Manchester United claim 4 trophies. If he leads the side to dispatch Arsenal, the Gunners, today Manchester United will become only the second club in Britain to sweep 5 honours in a single season. CCTV broadcasting live now. The 2016-2017 FA Cup final. Manchester United in red jerseys and white shorts attack from left to right on screen. Arsenal, the Gunners, in gold shirts and grey shorts attack from right to left. The moment referee Anthony Taylor blew the opening whistle, Hiway's commentary flowed effortlessly. Manchester United, in possession after kickoff, showed no urgency to surge forward. Instead, they circulated the ball patiently in their own half before gradually advancing. Arsenal's opening approach, as Mourinho had predicted, prioritized solid defense with obsessive marking on Fan Kairui. Whenever Fan Kairui moved, Hegel shadowed him like a personal bodyguard. With Fan Kairui effectively neutralized, Manchester United's attacking threat shifted to wing play and crosses. Rooney was no longer the prolific striker who had nearly won the Premier League Golden Boot in his prime. Now operating more as a playmaker, he spent less time in the box, and his instinct in front of goal had dulled considerably. Valencia and Blind took turns delivering crosses into the area, but Rooney couldn't even make contact with the ball. Low Sports commentator Jean June shook his head regretfully. Rooney sacrificed his individual brilliance for the team back when Cristiano Ronaldo was at United. After Ronaldo departed for Real Madrid, Rooney finally emerged as the focal point and nearly claimed the Golden Boot. But then Berbatov and Van Persie arrived, and he sacrificed himself again. Now he's dropping deeper and deeper. What a pity. Commentator Jean-Loup added, still, Rooney's 13 seasons with the Red Devils have been extraordinary. Today marks his 560th Manchester United appearance, and he's netted 253 goals, the club's all-time leading scorer. Regardless of whether he stays or leaves this summer, his name is already etched into United's history. Fan Kairui had actually improved significantly and possessed the confidence to break through Arsenal's defense, yet he deliberately held back from revealing his new capabilities. After all, every Premier League team and future Champions League opponents were currently analyzing his match footage to study his tactics. To keep some surprises for future adversaries, he needed to conceal his true abilities when necessary. Besides, Arsenal's overall quality was hardly exceptional. This season's double victory over them in the Premier League, both home and away, proved that clearly enough. Hegel's relentless man-marking of Fan Kairui throughout the match meant he strayed from Arsenal's attacking and defensive structure. Meanwhile, Fan Kairui temporarily operated outside Manchester United's attacking shape, but since he didn't need to track back defensively, this suited him perfectly. He used his superior stamina to drag Hegel on endless shuttle runs across the pitch, systematically wearing him down. Passive marking always demands more energy than proactive movement, and with his innate stamina that seemed inexhaustible, Fan Kairui's fatigue accumulated far more slowly than Hegel's during such an intense contest. On the away bench, Wenger pressed his hands against his temples, his brow furrowed in that familiar gesture of frustration as he watched Fan Kairui make those relentless runs. "Doesn't this lad worry about burning out his legs?" he muttered under his breath. If that's the case, he'd only be digging his own grave, Wenger thought. Meanwhile, Mourinho also noticed Fan Kairui's unusual behavior and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Fan Kairui's stamina had certainly improved, but dragging Hegel around the pitch like this, could he really emerge unscathed? He knew exactly what he was doing, yet his feet never stopped moving. Beyond the occasional distribution to shift play, most of his time was spent guiding Hegel on endless shuttles across Wembley's pitch. They seemed disconnected from the main flow of the match, which amused many neutral spectators. When Welbeck fired a long-range shot just wide, the camera cut to them at that moment. Is this really the FA Cup final? Jean Jun chuckled for Le Sports. Fan Kairui and Hegel look like they're doing sprint drills and fitness tests out there. Though from the looks of it, Fan Kairui seems to have more in the tank. Even Lineker on BBC couldn't hold back. Good lord, are they competing in track and field? I almost forgot this is a football match. After 10 minutes of play, Hegel was drenched in sweat, his heavy breathing audible even through the broadcast. Meanwhile, Fan Kairui's breathing remained steady, unfazed, as though nothing had happened. Hegel stole a glance at him, wondering in disbelief how this man's stamina could be so inhuman. But Wenger's tactical instructions left him no choice but to comply. Just as he was deep in thought, Fan Kairui suddenly leaned in with a grin and said, "I'm off again." Before the words finished leaving his lips, he shot forward like an arrow. What could Hegel do but grit his teeth and chase after him? Stop, change direction, accelerate again. Each burst leaving spectators increasingly bored with the stalemate on the pitch. Many pulled out their phones, turning their cameras toward these two figures whose antics seemed completely out of place at a cup final. Click, click. The photographers in the mixed zone pivoted their lenses, capturing the pair in full flight. By the 25th minute, the scoreboard remained stubbornly level at 0-0. On the away bench, Wenger's frown deepened as he spotted Hegel unconsciously placing his hands on his hips, a telltale sign his reserves were running dangerously low. His mind warred with itself. Should he keep Hegel marking? The boy would likely cramp within minutes, or return to conventional defensive positioning. But then who would contain Fan Kairui? After nearly 30 seconds of agonizing deliberation, reason finally prevailed. Seizing a stoppage in play, Wenger signaled for his side to drop back into their standard shape. Hegel, who had been covertly monitoring the touchline, finally exhaled in relief. He had genuinely feared collapsing from exhaustion on the pitch. Thank heavens his manager had called off the relentless marking task just in time. Mourinho immediately detected Arsenal shifting from zonal marking with tight pressing back to pure zonal positioning, reshaping into a 3-4-3. A knowing smile crossed his face. Old rival, still too merciful, he murmured to himself. If it were him in charge, Hegel would have been forced to endure that marking duty until cramping, regardless of the substitution cost. With a player like Fan Kairui, a genuine goal threat, every minute of restriction mattered, and any lapse could prove costly. True to form, the moment Fan Kairui slipped free from Hegel's shadowing mark, he burst forward like a caged bird finally set loose. In the 29th minute, he received Pogba's diagonal pass in the left half space, dropped his left shoulder to fool Xhaka into shifting his center of gravity to the right, then quickly curled the ball with the outside of his right foot in the opposite direction. Planting his left foot firmly, he twisted his body completely, took 2 steps to adjust, and from approximately 28 meters out unleashed a powerful strike with the instep of his right foot against the lower middle portion of the ball. A thunderous crack echoed. The ball launched skyward like a cannonball. Monreal, rushing back to cover, instinctively flinched and ducked, while Ospina, positioned on the goal line, read the flight of the ball confidently and spread his arms wide to catch it. But in that split second, a sudden numbness shot through his palms. The ball he was certain he'd hold slipped through his grasp. Fan Kairui, having just struck the ball, let out a low, triumphant roar in his mind. It's in. Rooney, already making a forward run, instantly surged with renewed energy, beating Koscielny to the ball and firing a quick shot into the net. The ball rolled straight past the helpless keeper into the empty net. Old Trafford erupted as Manchester United supporters unleashed a deafening roar that shook the stadium. Goal! Rooney bounded off the turf, arms spread wide, sprinting toward the corner flag with a wild celebration before sliding on his knees across the grass, pouring all his joy into the moment. This marked his 560th appearance in Manchester United colours, pushing his tally to an impressive 254 goals, a number now permanently etched in United's annals. Mourinho leaped from the technical area, pumping his fist with intensity, the tension finally beginning to ease from his shoulders. Leading changed everything. The FA Cup was a single match, and Arsenal, having fallen to him twice in the league, would inevitably push forward in desperation. that would open up massive spaces for Fan Kairui to exploit on the counter, potentially sealing the victory right then and there. The broadcast replay showed the goal in slow motion. Fan Kairui receiving the ball, dropping his shoulder to feint past Zaka, then unleashing a thunderous strike. The shot dipped violently, diving below Ospina's reach despite the keeper's desperate dive, and rolled straight into the net for Rooney to tap in. While Rooney got the goal, Jean Jun declared loudly for Le Sports, "I'd say Fan Kairui's long-range strike deserves at least 60% of the credit. That knuckleball was absolutely wicked." "Exactly," Zhang Lu chimed in with a smile. "The angle, the power, the timing, all masterfully executed. The Premier League and Champions League opponents next season haven't seen anything yet." After the celebration, Rooney jogged back and embraced Fan Kairui, their heads touching as they roared in triumph. Meanwhile, Arsenal's mood had soured considerably. The players exchanged glances, frustration etched across their faces. Goalkeeper Ospina bore the greatest sting. His usual confidence in his reads had failed him here, as he had underestimated the sheer power behind Fan Kairui's strike. The Arsenal fans in the stands fell silent, the deficit instantly recalling the humiliation of being swept in the league. In contrast, the Manchester United and neutral supporters sections exploded with noise, cheers building wave after wave. Play resumed, and Arsenal, though trailing, didn't throw everyone forward recklessly, instead maintaining composure and patiently probing Manchester United's defensive line through careful ball circulation. However, Welbeck had been plagued by injuries this season, lacking his usual spark, and even when teammates created chances, his final touch always seemed to fall just short. Meanwhile, Fan Kairui, unmarked and free to operate, grew increasingly dangerous. Whether splitting defenses with precise through balls or unleashing shots from distance, he constantly threatened Ospina's goal. Minutes ticked by with Manchester United controlling possession more dominantly, yet Arsenal's defensive structure held firm. Wenger paced the touchline, shouting instructions and searching for a way to breach the organized defense. Fan Kairui showed no rush, remaining calm as he scanned the opposition's shape for weaknesses. Each time he received the ball, he paused, deliberately forcing defenders to lose their balance and create space. Rooney dropped deeper, almost joining the midfield build-up. Valencia and Blind made overlapping runs in quick succession, and Manchester United's pressure came in relentless waves. Arsenal's players began to show signs of fatigue. Their running distance decreased noticeably and passing errors increased. Yet Wenger made no substitutions, seeming to wait for the right moment. Fan Kairui noticed this and knew the opportunity would come soon. He deliberately slowed his pace, appearing to rest, while actually conserving energy for the decisive moment. In the 20th minute, Pogba played a direct pass from midfield to Fan Kairui. Turning his body to receive it, Fan faced pressure from both Xhaka and Hegel, but remained composed. Instead of forcing his way through, he deftly slipped the ball to the right with the inside of his foot, while making a sharp run to the opposite side. Hegel was fooled by the feint, and could only watch as Fan Kairui received the return pass. At that moment, Rooney had crept to the edge of the penalty area. Fan Kairui didn't hesitate, and whipped in a cross with a precise arc targeting the far post. Rooney anticipated the play, perfectly getting ahead of his marker to header the ball powerfully toward goal. Ospina stretched to make a save, but the shot was too fast, and he could only watch as the ball flew past him into the net. 2-0. Manchester United doubled their lead. The stands at Wembley erupted with even more fervent cheers from United supporters, while Arsenal players looked increasingly dejected. Wenger was forced to make a substitution around the 30th minute, bringing on a young striker to bolster the attack. But this reactive change had already cost Arsenal their initiative in the match. On the sideline, Wenger stroked his chin, uncertainty filling his mind. Should he still assign Kokili to tightly mark that boy? He cast a glance at Kokili, who was catching his breath, then shook his head. Man-to-man marking was far too physically demanding, and the entire defensive shape would have to shift accordingly. But then again, if he did not mark him tightly, the back line might not withstand his attacks for long. What should he do? The professor sank back into deep thought. In high-level matches, time flew by effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, the first half had reached the 40th minute, the scoreboard still reading 1-0, with Manchester United in the lead. During this stretch, Fan Kairui was undoubtedly the most dazzling player on the pitch. Every time he received the ball, broke through, or took a shot, the new Wembley Stadium would stir with excitement. The name his commentators repeated most often was also his. In the 43rd minute, Arsenal finally produced a coherent passing sequence. Sanchez, Welbeck, Ramsey, and Xhaka combined with quick 1-2s, tearing open a gap in Manchester United's defensive line. From the center, Xhaka spotted Walcott, making a rapid run down the right flank, and delivered a precise long pass. The ball sailed over the midfield and drove straight behind Manchester United's defensive line. Walcott shot past Blind like a flash and slipped into the space behind Van Dijk. The pass was perfectly weighted. Van Dijk retreated while reading where it would land, but when he jumped to head it away, he somehow missed it entirely. He failed to clear it. The Arsenal supporters section erupted instantly, all rising to their feet in unison. Walcott rocketed toward the ball's landing point, closing in on a clear path to face De Gea one-on-one. At that critical moment, a figure in green lunged from the side, racing ahead of Walcott and stretching out desperately to reach the ball first. De Gea charged out, his fist clenched tightly, and struck the incoming ball with a powerful punch. The ball exploded away from him, soaring toward the empty space on the left side of the penalty area. David De Gea. The Manchester United stands erupted, cheers crashing over the crowd like waves. BBC's Lineker's voice cracked with excitement. Fan Kairui turned his back to the Arsenal goal, took 2 controlled steps backward, and cushioned the ball onto his chest. His left foot stepped forward, dragging the ball back, then his body pivoted a full 180 degrees, coming to a stable position, facing upfield. The roulette move. John Gunn of Ajax Sports called out. Fan Kairui dropped his left shoulder, feinting as though he intended to push the ball left with his left foot. Kokili, tracking him closely, did not hesitate, and immediately extended his right leg to block. But Fan Kairui never actually touched the ball. That was pure deception. His left foot planted firmly as he pushed off, twisting his body with momentum, dropping his right shoulder and using the outside of his right foot to flick the ball toward the right. He shot past Kokili in one fluid motion. The entire sequence was executed with. Every Manchester United supporter in the stands rose to their feet, roaring at the top of their lungs. Kairui, good heavens! Lineker exclaimed with visible excitement. What a brilliant roulette. Kokili was completely beaten. He now faces Arsenal's entire defensive line. Fan Kairui's acceleration was frightening, reaching top speed in the blink of an eye as he bore down on central defender Koscielny. Koscielny had no choice. He glanced back at Monreal and holders' positions, then steeled himself and stepped forward to engage. On the opposing sideline, Wenger's heart surged to his throat, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Mourinho on the home sideline lit up with anticipation, eyes bright with expectation. Fan Kairui drove toward Koscielny, and the roar from the stands swelled even higher. Yet he seemed entirely unfazed. The 3 Arsenal center-backs, Monreal, Koscielny, and Holder, had all been undone by him before, and none dared to commit first. Koscielny's mind raced. If all else failed, he would foul and kill this counterattack midway. But Fan Kairui, clever as ever, could read his thoughts perfectly. With Arsenal's defensive line still disorganized, Fan Kairui seized the opening. At roughly 2 meters from Koscielny, he suddenly tapped the ball forward with the outside of his right foot. The ball and runner moved in perfect harmony, his pace untouched, as he bore straight down on Monreal, the left center-back. Koscielny was left stranded, unable to foul, without risk, forced to skid to a halt and turn to recover position. Fan Kairui had already reached top speed by the time he approached the halfway line. Monreal hesitated. Should he press forward or hold back? In a split second, he decided to retreat, first assess the situation and avoid being blown past as easily as Koscielny had been, leaving no chance to even reach out. The defensive line had not yet taken shape, with too much distance between teammates. All they could do now was wait for the formation to compact and rely on collective defending. But Fan Kairui would not grant them that luxury. Spotting Koscielny drifting left and back, clearly intending to cover Monreal's behind, he no longer hesitated. At approximately 4 meters from Monreal, the tip of his left foot stabbed forward suddenly. The ball skidded along the turf and threaded cleanly through the gap between Koscielny and Monreal, rolling into the channel on the attacking right side. Fan Kairui swung his arms and drove his hips forward, his legs churning with terrifying rapidity. Monreal and Koscielny only then realized what was happening. He was going to brute force his way through with pure speed. At full sprint, Fan Kairui resembled a red supercar with the accelerator floored. Midway, he was simply too fast, a crimson streak skimming past the halfway line, deliberately curving around Monreal's defensive zone as he chased down his own forward pass. Good Lord, one commentator exclaimed on the spot. That pass was aimed 3 seconds into the future, right at where he would be. Monreal, now 31, knew his explosive pace was a thing of the past. As Fan Kairui opened up the distance, there was little he could do but turn and chase, hoping to anticipate and cut off the inside channel. They say the straight line is the shortest distance, but when speed is sufficient, a curved route can be even more efficient. Fan Kairui relied entirely on his absolute speed advantage, slowly closing the gap, then overtaking it. He's too fast, another commentator called out. Koscielny and Monreal are like driving family sedans chasing a Ferrari. They simply cannot keep up. Marcel Reif of Deutsche Welle's voice cracked with excitement. Who says the straight line is the shortest? From the first step to the destination, Fan Kairui's curved route was the most direct path of all. Howe of CCTV5 was equally swept up in emotion, pure, unadulterated pace. Fan Kairui has simply outpaced Arsenal's entire defensive line. Against the backdrop of home fans watching in growing despair, Fan Kairui gently drew the ball inward and surged past on the outside track. It's a clear one-on-one. John Gunn of Ajax Sports shouted. The Manchester United fans on the stands burst into jubilation as if the goal were already sealed. Many neutral supporters joined in the roaring, a tsunami of excitement sweeping through the entire stadium. On the edge of the 6-yard box, Ospina felt a cold dread wash over him, utterly unsure of what to do. Before the match, he had reviewed Fan Kairui's highlight reels repeatedly. This player could score in every conceivable way. Coming out to challenge, that would leave the net completely exposed. Staying put, that was merely awaiting an inevitable outcome. By the time he finally gritted his teeth and committed to rushing out, Fan Kairui had already arrived at the edge of the penalty area. When paths cross like this, there is no choice but to give everything. Ospina bellowed, rallying his courage. But courage alone was clearly not enough. Facing the goalkeeper who had thrown everything into the challenge, Fan Kairui raised his right foot as if to shoot. Ospina's pupils contracted and his entire body instinctively dove to the left to cover the near post. The moment Ospina launched himself, Fan Kairui's kick had already shed most of its power. The inside of his foot gently brushed the ball, lifting it just above the turf in a small arc that drifted past Ospina's original position and settled softly into the net. Guyuale. Sky Sports' Andy Gray drew out the call in his signature style, and the familiar roar instantly awakened Manchester United fans before every television. What a magnificent solo run. Fan Kairui has given Manchester United their second goal, 2-0. BBC's Linker could not help but exclaim. Arsenal are in serious trouble now. Their attack has shown no sign of life, and they are 2 goals down. With both clubs on 12 FA Cup titles apiece, they risk falling behind again. The goalscorer Fan Kairui spread his arms wide and sprinted all the way to the base of the away stands, raising his arm and waving up and down, pushing the Manchester United supporters into even greater fervor. The dedicated fans understood, immediately erupting into the simple and catchy Fan Kairui song. The Prince of Old Trafford, his name is Fan Kairui. He is the best. The heir to the legendary number 7. Our great number 7. The king to come. He has wind-chasing speed, magical footwork, and lethal finishing. Fan Kairui. Fan Kairui. Give him the ball, and he can handle everything. Goals. Assists. He is capable of it all. We believe he will lead Manchester United to win every trophy. The singing rang across the entire stadium. Howay of CCTV 5 joined the roar. Fan Kairui has become the towering figure of the Red Devils. Before halftime ends, he has extended Manchester United's lead. His signature lone charge through the heart of the defense. This is exactly the price Arsenal pay for underestimating him. A solitary foray into enemy territory. There is still a second half, but I feel Manchester United's FA Cup victory is growing ever closer. Mourinho, standing in the home technical area, raised his arms in celebration, giving free rein to his elation at a 2-goal advantage. The players on the substitute bench embraced and high-fived, reveling in the moment. The stadium's large screen began replaying the entire goal, from De Gea's initial punch to the roulette move beating Kokili to the sheer pace bulldozing through Koscielny and Monreal. The entire sequence was fluid and thrilling. The pure speed dominance sent adrenaline surging no matter how many times you watched it. It was a goal you could watch endlessly without tiring. And honestly, there was almost no suspense about the outcome. After all, the boy on that breakaway had yet to miss from such positions. An expected result, certainly lacking in shock value. The scoreboard at the new Wembley Stadium clicked over from 1-0 to 2-0. The expressions on the Arsenal players' faces instantly fell. They had fought with everything they had, yet not only had they failed to score, they had been struck once again. Remembering last season's painful double defeat at the hands of Manchester United, an unwelcome thought crept persistently into their minds. This time, it may be over before it truly begins. Captain Koscielny opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat. In the end, he could only let out a heavy sigh. Can they not win? Perhaps. They truly cannot. Wenger by the sidelines was not one to concede easily. The old man was stubborn as ever. He glanced at the stopwatch, the needle nearly reaching the 45-minute mark. The fourth official stood outside the touchline, clutching the electronic board, preparing to raise it. By convention, stoppage time would amount to roughly a minute. Before the ball was restarted, the board prominently displayed the number 1. Only the final minute of the first half remained. While a comeback was not entirely out of the question, the prospect seemed faint indeed. Given the players' current mindset, there was every possibility they might fail to score, while conceding another goal, which would leave them with no hope at all. Thus, Wenger gestured for his team to hold steady to survive the 2-goal deficit until halftime. Sanchez was always the one with the fiercest fighting spirit on the team. Noticing his manager's gesture, he nodded immediately and called out to his teammates, "Stay focused, everyone. Just hang on for these few minutes." With that rallying cry, the Arsenal players gradually shook off their dejection and refocused their attention on the pitch. However, Ramsey's long-range shot sailed directly into the upper tier of the stands, and referee Anthony Taylor's whistle sounded, signaling the end of the first half. The fervent energy at the new Wembley instantly subsided by more than half. The devoted fans in the stands had been roaring for 45 minutes, their voices already hoarse, and they seized this opportunity to sip water and catch their breath, saving their strength for a second-half eruption. The camera scanned both sets of players. Manchester United's squad moved about in small clusters, chatting and laughing. Arsenal's players, meanwhile, wore furrowed brows and kept silent, clearly frustrated by the first half. The players filed into the tunnel as the stadium noise fell to its lowest ebb. Broadcast networks swiftly inserted their prepared highlight clips and began reviewing the first half. The 15-minute halftime interval passed in the blink of an eye. Both teams of players returned to the pitch, and the second half commenced almost immediately. The crowd's roar rose in layers, once more thunderous and deafening. Although trailing by 2 goals, many commentators still suggested that Arsenal might yet equalize or even stage a reversal. At this moment, the camera focused on Fan Kairui, the young man, wearing a composed expression. Many female fans watching on television saw their eyes light up instantly, holding their breath afraid to miss any movement of their idol. Wei from China TV5 also softened his tone. The second half is about to begin. Will Fan Kairui, who shone brightly in the first half, bring us further surprises? We shall see. At the same time, Anthony Taylor's whistle sounded once more, and the second half of the 2016 to 2017 FA Cup final officially kicked off. Van Beek passed the ball to Sanchez. The Chilean, seeing Rooney and Fan Kairui pressing so aggressively, quickly played it back to defensive midfielder Xhaka. Xhaka did not dribble further, returning the ball immediately to center-back Koscielny. Koscielny spotted Walcott making a forward run on the right flank and delivered a long pass. However, Blind positioned himself better, head matching the ball past Walcott toward the front line. Pogba controlled it effortlessly, and Manchester United instantly transitioned from defense to attack. Wenger stood before the away dugout with his arms folded, a look of helplessness on his face. Fortunately, Manchester United's attack did not come to anything. Rooney's pass lacked power and went straight to Holding's feet, giving Arsenal a counter-attacking opportunity instead. But Manchester United's entire squad tracked back like a gust of wind. Seeing no space after receiving the ball, Sanchez had no choice but to pass it backward, turning what could have been a swift counterattack into a grinding positional battle. Mourinho, stationed in the home dugout, noticed Coquelin, the young man who had essentially become Fan Kairui's shadow, never leaving his side in either attack or defense. A smile touched Mourinho's lips. He did not take it seriously, relying on one player to mark Fan Kairui. That was treating the symptom rather than the disease. Coquelin's stamina was already inferior to Fan Kairui's. Expecting him to completely shut down the young man in the second half was simply unrealistic. Indeed, after just 10 minutes of the second half, Coquelin felt his calves beginning to cramp. Seizing a dead ball opportunity, he gestured emphatically toward Wenger's direction, the meaning clear: "Boss, I can't hold on much longer." Wenger turned immediately and instructed his assistant, "Quickly get Grenier to warm up. Prepare for a substitution." The roar of Wembley Stadium was deafening. Amidst all the noise, Fan Kairui strolled unhurriedly, still closely marked by the panting Coquelin. During this period, Arsenal's attacks had been lively. The ball was circulated across Manchester United's half, testing the resilience of the defense, led by Van Dijk. Yet despite the bustling appearance, not a single shot that required De Gea to make a save had materialized. Even so, Mourinho could no longer remain seated. He needed to make adjustments. In the 59th minute, Manchester United made a change. Young Rashford came on for veteran Carrick. The formation shifted accordingly to a 4-2-3-1. Pogba and Herrera settled into the double pivot. Rooney dropped deeper to operate as the attacking midfielder. Fan Kairui and Mkhitaryan continued their wide runs, and newly introduced Rashford led the line as the central striker. On the other side, Grenier, wearing a fresh jersey, stood beside Wenger. Wenger turned his head and spoke briefly. "Go out and continue marking Fan Kairui tightly. Coquelin's role is now yours." It was precisely during this substitution period that Manchester United won the ball back. Sanchez's cross from the left flank was blocked by Herrera's outstretched leg, deflecting toward the forward area. Pogba seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, flicking the ball backward with his right heel dexterously before Ramsey could close in. Rooney smoothly guided the ball forward, and Xhaka was already racing back to recover. Captain Rooney knew his pace no longer matched his younger days and did not attempt to force it. Glancing up, he saw Fan Kairui being watched by both Coquelin and Monreal. He pushed the ball to the right with his left foot into open space. At almost the same moment, Fan Kairui exploded into motion. Coquelin reached out to grab his jersey, but grasped only empty air. Monreal quickly twisted his body to block the left, attempting to use his physique to cut off Fan Kairui's sprinting path. But who could have predicted that Fan Kairui would suddenly change direction mid-stride, curving sharply into the gap between Monreal and Koscielny. On the right flank, Rashford sprinted past the halfway line like an unleashed colt. Receiving Rooney's pass, he deftly cushioned the ball with his left foot, gliding past Holding's charge and leaving him behind. Space had opened up. Rashford, having just crossed the halfway line, did not hesitate. He raised his right foot and delivered a curling cross. The ball traced an arc, flying precisely toward the open area behind Koscielny and Monreal. Fan Kairui shot past Monreal like a flash of red lightning, chasing Koscielny. Koscielny retreated and jumped, but failed to reach the ball. Wei from China TV5's voice changed sharply. "He's caught too high. Koscielny has been beaten." The Manchester United fans in the stands erupted into a tremendous roar. Wenger, still explaining details to Grenier, looked up sharply just in time to see Fan Kairui charging at full speed toward that destination, while his ever-reliable captain had indeed been deceived. Monreal was left further and further behind. Fan Kairui's speed had reached its peak. He caught up with the ball, took a touch forward, and the entire movement flowed like water. Goalkeeper Ospina chose to abandon his goal and rush out. A slight smile touched Fan Kairui's lips as he slowed ever so slightly, adjusting with small rapid steps. About 30 meters from goal, he curled the ball with the inside of his right foot toward its base. A chipped shot. The ball soared skyward, describing a high parabola. Ospina, caught midway through his rush, froze near the penalty spot, able only to tilt his head back and watch. The live broadcast camera showed a wide-angle view from the Manchester United attacking direction. Fans watching on television saw Fan Kairui having completed his shot turn gracefully and spread his arms wide. 1 second later, with a soft swishing sound, the ball skimmed underneath the crossbar and nestled into the net. The net rippled. The Manchester United section at Wembley Stadium went completely wild, the tidal wave-like cheers deafening. Fan Kairui, the goalscorer, stood in place with his arms spread wide, eyes closed, soaking in the wave of enthusiasm crashing over him. BBC commentator Linker excitedly cried out 3 times, "Goal! Goal! Goal!" Fan Kairui has scored a brace. 3-0. Manchester United has one hand already on the trophy. Hiwei from China TV5 was equally passionate. "What a goal!" Turning around to celebrate immediately after shooting without even looking back. "What do you call that?" "That is confidence. Absolutely show-stopping." Germany's Sky Sports commentator Marcel Reif was equally enthusiastic, a typical Mourinho-style counterattack. Fan Kairui, Manchester United's top scorer this season, did not waste Rashford's brilliant pass. A magnificent long-range lob has killed all doubt. Still posing, Fan Kairui was next second, buried under a pile of celebrating teammates, Rashford and Mkhitaryan roaring as they converged on him. Meanwhile, Mourinho was not spared either. Having just stepped into the home dugout area, he was embraced so firmly by assistant Fabio that he was toppled over, and the flamboyant celebration routine he had been planning was thoroughly foiled. Wenger stood on the sideline, his expression as bitter as if he had swallowed gall. The camera kept following Fan Kairui, but outside the frame, Arsenal's players had all gone limp. Especially Coquelin and Monreal, who had been completely left behind by Fan Kairui's sharp acceleration. Both kept their heads lowered, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to disappear into, filled with regret. If only they had grabbed him at that moment. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Goalkeeper Ospina simply laid down inside the penalty area, covering his face with his hands, unwilling to watch any further. In the stands, some Arsenal fans could no longer bear to watch. Cursing under their breath, they rose and made for the exits. The match had been too frustrating to endure. Once someone began leaving, others followed, and the red section visibly thinned. Hiwei's voice from China TV5 remained loud and clear. Arsenal's fans are casting their votes with their feet. They simply cannot bear to watch their beloved team at Wembley being dominated by Manchester United like this. By the 61st minute, trailing 0-3, old man Wenger shook off his dejection and busied himself with tactical adjustments. He nudged El Nene beside him. "Mohamed, get ready to enter the field. But we need to change the plan. Stop tightly marking Fan Kairui. We have to go on the offensive." He then called upon the towering Giroud. Trailing by 3 goals, what was the point of sitting back? All-out attack. El Nene and Giroud entered together, replacing Cazorla and Walcott. Arsenal's deployment of Giroud as a towering target was unmistakable. They were clearly aiming to bomb crosses into the penalty area. Mourinho's response was immediate, calling back the curling-haired Fellaini from warm-ups to bolster the defense in the box. As expected, upon the restart, Arsenal's attack was straightforward and direct, flooding the Manchester United penalty area with high balls, betting entirely on Giroud's aerial dominance. However, Van Dijk was proving increasingly commanding in the air for Manchester United, holding his own against Giroud through every aerial duel. In the 64th minute, Giroud's header from Sanchez's cross was deflected wide by Van Dijk's, pressing the ball sailing just over the crossbar. The referee Anthony Taylor signaled a substitution as the electronic board displayed red number 10 and green number 27. Manchester United bringing on Fellaini for captain Rooney. Standing on the pitch, Rooney pressed his lips together and sighed inwardly at the substitution call. This moment had been inevitable. Throughout the summer, rumors had swirled about Rooney returning to his former club Everton. All Manchester United fans understood that the club's all-time top scorer, who had served for 13 years, was likely departing. This FA Cup final was almost certainly his last appearance for Manchester United. 560 matches, 254 goals. What loyal fan wouldn't cherish such a legacy? At New Wembley, United supporters rose as one, their applause swelling like a tidal wave that engulfed the entire stadium. Even Arsenal and neutral supporters joined the standing ovation, clapping until their hands turned red. Rooney transcended club allegiance. He was a legend of English football itself. With 119 caps as England's second most capped player and 53 goals as their all-time top scorer, commentator Jean June reflected poignantly, a household name bringing fortune and prosperity. 13 years earlier, an 18-year-old boy had arrived at Manchester United and ignited a legendary career. Time flies. Now at 31, this may well be his final appearance in the iconic red jersey. Regardless, we wish him all the best going forward. Listening to the thunderous applause sweeping through the stadium, Rooney fought back, tears swallowing the emotion pressing against his throat. Fan Kairui approached first, embracing his senior teammate, who might soon return to Everton, patting him on the back. "Captain, you'll always be the best." As the camera closed in on their faces, commentator Jean June's voice rang out with conviction. "Behold, 2 generations of Manchester United's leaders meeting at this pivotal corner of history. I believe 18-year-old Fan Kairui will lead Manchester United to new glory." Rooney responded with a firm pat on the back, whispering, "Kairui, Manchester United. It's in your hands now. Turning away, he walked slowly toward the sideline. The Arsenal players, still reeling from the 3-goal deficit and aware of Rooney's impending departure, paused their game to witness the moment in silence. Fans and neutrals alike erupted into applause, undeterred by stinging palms. This was Rooney's final match in a United shirt, and everyone honored the occasion without rush. Referee Anthony Taylor graciously extended his hand for a handshake. From the VIP boxes, Rooney's wife rose with their 3 sons, joining the stadium's rhythmic applause. Even Sir Alex Ferguson and Sir Bobby Charlton, present to watch, stood and offered their applause, bringing a dignified close to Rooney's remarkable chapter with Manchester United. Amidst the thunderous applause, Rooney made his way off the pitch, shaking hands with everyone who reached out, teammates and opponents alike. Only after completing the substitution formalities did he finally leave the field. Manager Mourinho approached to embrace him, his expression serious yet warm. "Wayne, the club thanks you for your contributions over these years. Coach, this is all I should have done," Rooney replied with a grin, patting Mourinho on the back. Taking a towel from the staff, he turned toward the bench, but couldn't resist glancing back at Fan Kairui, fully absorbed in the match. The live broadcast director held the shot rather than cutting back to play, slowly panning from the stands to capture Rooney's gaze fixed intently on Fan Kairui on the field, a moment every viewer could see clearly. Commentator Hiway on CCTV5 shifted tones, speaking softly, that lingering look from Rooney. It's as if he sees his 18-year-old self reflected back at him. Captain leader, 560 appearances and 264 goals. The club's all-time top scorer. Perhaps today marks his final performance in the red jersey. Rooney's Manchester United era has turned its page, and Fan Kairui's Manchester United is coming into view. I think Rooney, like us, hopes Manchester United will rise again and achieve new glory. As Rooney left the pitch, his Manchester United chapter drew to a close. Fellaini, coming on as a substitute, brought Mourinho's latest instructions. The formation remained 4-2-3-1, with Fellaini pairing with Herrera in midfield, Pogba operating as the attacking midfielder, and Fan Kairui, Mkhitaryan, and Rashford maintaining their positions. By the 66th minute, with Manchester United leading 3 goals, the team pulled back entirely into defense, focusing on counterattacks, with only Fan Kairui stationed up front. Even so, Arsenal's defense, already weary from dealing with Fan Kairui, dared not relax. They held back when joining attacks, clearly fearing he might score again and complete a hat-trick. That would be disastrous. With only 20 minutes left in regular time, equality seemed impossible, and a failed attack could leave them vulnerable to another goal. Realizing this, defenders hardly dared to push forward. The defensive players were running on fumes, yet Fan Kairui appeared fresh, casually strolling about the pitch. Mourinho's system built around Fan Kairui was proving effective, strictly containing Arsenal's attacks. Had his transition passes been slightly more precise, the scoreboard might already read 4-0. By the 75th minute, when fatigue set in for both sides, the match tempo slowed considerably. Goals seemed increasingly unlikely in this FA Cup final. With Manchester United comfortably ahead 3-0, and Fan Kairui's scoring drive diminished, the final 10 minutes took on an air of mutual understanding, even as Sanchez continued to threaten individually. Yet football operates on collective effort. No single player can overcome a team united in purpose. When the 3 minutes of added time expired, referee Anthony Taylor blew his whistle decisively, bringing the 2016-2017 FA Cup final to a close. Full time. Full time. Commentator Hiway's voice rose dramatically on CCTV5. Manchester United secured the FA Cup final with a dominant 3-0 victory over Arsenal at New Wembley Stadium, powered by brilliant goals from Rooney and Fan Kairui. Manchester United have now become the most successful club in FA Cup history. 3-0. League champions Manchester United defeated Arsenal, the Gunners, at New Wembley to claim the 2016-2017 FA Cup title. Commentator Jean June exclaimed with excitement on Leisure Sports. This championship marks their 5th trophy of the season, following the Community Shield, League Cup, League title, and Europa League. They've matched Liverpool's historic 5-trophy season from 2001, the record for English clubs. And with the Europa League already secured, Manchester United still have the European Super Cup on the horizon. Should they defeat the Champions League winners, they complete an unprecedented sextuple. An absolutely magnificent match. Pure enjoyment. BBC commentator Lineker was beside himself with delight. Manchester United have delivered another football feast for us. It was simply perfection. Congratulations to Manchester United on winning the FA Cup. Meanwhile, victorious United fans raised their arms in uninhibited celebration, releasing their euphoria freely. The substitutes poured onto the pitch from the bench, embracing the players already celebrating, all united in joy. After shouting to the sky, Mourinho quickly composed himself, cleared his throat, and quietly made his way across to his old rival Wenger. Wenger watched Mourinho with barely concealed frustration, wanting nothing more than to strike back. But beneath the surface calm, he extended his hand in a perfunctory handshake, completing the formalities. The United fans in the stands paid no mind to such niceties. They erupted once more, their roar resembling a tidal wave. Fan Kairui stood as the unsung hero of the victory, and the broadcast cameras seized upon him for an extended close-up. There was no other contender for man of the match. New Wembley Stadium had transformed entirely into a united fans' paradise, their cheers rising in successive waves until the noise became almost deafening. Photographers in the press area had already calibrated their lenses, all trained on Fan Kairui, with shutters clicking continuously. Fan Kairui, by now accustomed to such spectacles, posed effortlessly for the cameras. The more consistently outstanding his performances on the pitch, the greater the media attention would only become. The Premier League, often hailed as the world's premier competition, nevertheless finds its spotlight frequently stolen by the Spanish rivalry between Barcelona and Real Madrid. Why? It all comes down to having both Ronaldo and Messi. Today's Premier League desperately needs a flagship star capable of carrying that global appeal. 18-year-old Fan Kairui, with his striking appearance and exceptional skill, seems tailor-made for exactly that role. Mourinho strolled back onto the pitch and wrapped his arms around Fan Kairui in a firm embrace. "Good lad," he said, patting him on the back. "You've truly impressed this season. I'm hoping you can maintain this level next season." Fan Kairui grinned broadly, raising his right hand. "Don't worry, Jose. My ambition is to become the best player in the world." "Coincidentally, so am I," Mourinho replied with a smile, grasping Fan Kairui's extended hand. Meanwhile, FA officials were busy setting up the temporary presentation podium. The Manchester United players returned to the locker room first, took quick showers, and changed into commemorative championship shirts prepared by the club staff, emblazoned with a large number, 13. Marking the club's 13th FA Cup trophy in its history. The Arsenal players watched Manchester United don their celebratory shirts with a tinge of envy. Before the match, they had actually prepared their own championship shirts in secret. Wenger, now nearly 68, had seen it all in his long career. He had witnessed the rise and fall of many clubs and understood that teams unwilling to invest heavily found it difficult to those who spent generously, so the result was hardly surprising. After comforting his players one by one, he accepted the outcome himself. The roar at New Wembley Stadium gradually subsided as Manchester United fans seemed to be saving their energy, waiting to erupt fully when the trophy was presented. In about 10 minutes, the temporary podium was ready. The referee team entered the frame first to receive commemorative medals, followed by the entire Arsenal squad. Finally, the victors, Manchester United, made their appearance. Fan Kairui was once again gently pushed to the front by his laughing teammates, and having no choice, he followed manager Mourinho up the podium. Prince William was the presenter. Manchester United's coaches and players received their gilded championship medals from him one by one, then mounted the podium and formed 3 rows, arms draped over each other's shoulders, bouncing lightly in anticipation of the final moment. Prince William handed the silver FA Cup trophy to Captain Rooney. Ayolo. Rooney took the trophy and raised it high above his head with all his strength. The energy accumulated within New Wembley Stadium erupted in an instant. A thunderous wave of cheers swept across the entire venue, loud enough to be heard from the city center, several kilometers away. Jean June, the commentator for Le Sports, nearly lost his voice, shouting, "The 2016-2017 season FA Cup champion belongs to Manchester United." Crimson confetti rained down from above, drifting with the wind. The entire New Wembley Stadium was transformed into a jubilant sea of red. An infectious fervor enveloped everyone, and all Manchester United players surrendered to an endless celebration. The 5th championship of the season was thus brought to a perfect close. Manchester United's victory over Arsenal in the 2016-2017 FA Cup final to claim the club's 13th FA Cup trophy naturally became headline news across European media, and the most radiant name was undoubtedly Fan Kairui. The overwhelming and sensationalized coverage further elevated Fan Kairui's global reputation. The world's best footballer. Why not dream? However, after the celebrating Manchester United squad returned to their hotel, there was no all-night party. They packed their bags and boarded a train that very evening, traveling back to Manchester overnight. By tradition, after a season in which 5 championship trophies were won, the club had carefully arranged the victory parade schedule well in advance. At 2 p.m. the day after the triumph, the citywide procession kicked off on time. The route map had already been published on the official website following the Europa League victory, eagerly awaiting today's moment to transform all of Manchester into a sea of red. The next day, Fan Kairui rode in Pogba's conspicuous Rolls-Royce and arrived early at Old Trafford to await the start. Previously, he had only seen other teams bask in such glory on television, but now he himself was the protagonist. The feeling was truly different. After all, each of these 5 trophies carried his own sweat and effort. The statistics did not lie: 54 goals and 19 assists in the Premier League, 6 goals and 3 assists in the League Cup, 7 goals and 2 assists in the FA Cup, 15 goals and 2 assists in the Europa League, and 1 goal and 1 assist in the Community Shield. Over the course of a single season, he had scored 83 goals and provided 27 assists, directly involved in 110 goals. Manchester United's entire squad scored only 172 goals in total, meaning more than 60% were connected to him. With such numbers on display, how could Fan Kairui not feel confident? Yet he also understood that football was a team sport, so he gave his all in every match, which is what led to this nearly perfect debut season. As he was lost and thought the time had come, Led by manager Mourinho, all the Manchester United players boarded the open-top double-decker bus. The Community Shield League Cup, Premier League, Europa League, FA Cup. 5 gleaming silver trophies were lined up on the upper deck of the bus, the sunlight making them sparkle brilliantly. The parade set off from Old Trafford, the Theatre of Dreams, and slowly made its way toward the city center. The streets on both sides were packed shoulder to shoulder with fans. Scarves, banners, placards, and countless personal posters of Fan Kairui waved up and down above the crowd. Many female fans were particularly enthusiastic, sending kisses from afar. Fan Kairui, like his teammates, smiled and waved continuously to the crowd below. There were simply too many people. The bus barely moved faster than walking pace, inching forward through the sea of supporters. Several domestic television stations, including CCTV5, had purchased broadcast rights, and at this moment hundreds of millions of fans were gathered around their screens watching this celebration thousands of miles away. As the top contributor, Fan Kairui naturally remained firmly in the spotlight at the center of every frame. CCTV5 commentator Hiwei watched the screen, his emotions stirred. Fan Kairui carries 100% Chinese blood in his veins. Only in moments like this do we dare to imagine that he might become China's calling card on the global football stage. He is only 18 years old, and his path is long. I hope this calling card will one day truly become reality. The parade, originally planned to last just over an hour, was stretched to nearly 3 hours due to the immense crowds. The bus finally crawled to its destination, the central square in front of the town hall. Tens of thousands of fans who had gathered there erupted into a tremendous roar, and the melody of the club anthem, "Glory, Glory Manchester United," echoed through the sky. Fan Kairui, Ibrahimovic, Rooney, Carrick, and Rashford each lifted a trophy, stepped off the bus, waved to the enthusiastic fans, and walked toward the second-floor balcony of the town hall. Manager Mourinho stood in the center, took the microphone handed by the host, and addressed the sea of faces below. "Lads, thank you for taking time out to join our celebration. I promise you, next year at this time we'll do this all over again." Ayo. A thunderous wave of cheers responded, immediately rolling higher and higher. Kairui, say a few words." A passionate voice rose from the crowd. Mourinho grinned and said humorously, "What? You've had enough of my speech already." Ha 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 yeah. A ripple of good-natured laughter filled the square, and the fans chorused together, "We want to hear you. But we also want to hear Kairui." Mourinho puckered his lips playfully, pretending to be hurt. "It's all my fault for aging too quickly. You all prefer the younger players now." Cough cough. Amid the waves of laughter, Fan Kairui took the microphone from Mourinho and cleared his throat softly. Just that small gesture caused the entire town hall square to fall miraculously silent. In an instant, all eyes focusing on this young man. Fan Kairui's voice, warm and steady, echoed through the loudspeakers across every corner of the square. Fan Kairui's voice came clearly through the microphone into the ears of every Manchester United fan in the square. "I'm the type who does more than I say. Since you all want me to speak, I'll say a few words. Champions, all the champions. I want to bring every trophy we can win back to each and every one of you here." For a brief moment, the entire crowd fell silent, and even Mourinho and his teammates beside him paused in surprise. After what felt like 2 or 3 seconds, the Manchester United fans in front of the town hall seemed to snap back to reality, and applause erupted with a roar crackling like firecrackers on New Year's Eve. To Manchester United fans, a young man should have this boldness. Having dreams is what makes one young. Although winning all the trophies sounded almost impossible, after all, these were the words of their own beloved player. If you are a Manchester United fan, you must stand by him. However, the same words meant something entirely different in different ears. Every word Fan Kairui spoke from the second-floor balcony of the town hall was instantly shared on social media by various outlets. Goodness, the man who had just led Manchester United to a 5-trophy season was suddenly thrust into the center of intense debate. Fans of Liverpool, Chelsea, Manchester City, Arsenal, and Tottenham seized the opportunity, letting loose with sharp commentary online. These non-Manchester United fans felt that Fan Kairui had only won a 5-trophy season without the Champions League, yet his tail had already puffed up to the clouds, as if he looked down on everyone. They were all waiting to see a team give him a lesson when the new season began. Even the authoritative The Times joined in giving Fan Kairui a new nickname, the Little Madman. As for all the noise from outside, Fan Kairui did not let it weigh on his mind. Since the words had already been spoken, what was there to second guess? Just focus on the work ahead. When the day truly comes, let's see who proves themselves wrong. After the citywide victory parade concluded, the entire squad gathered that evening at the Lorry Hotel, the club's long-term partner for the annual awards dinner. Fan Kairui, whose performances throughout the season had been outstanding beyond question, naturally became the biggest winner of the evening, without any doubt. The dinner was broadcast live by the Manchester United television channel, and Fan Kairui alone walked away with 3 trophies: Player of the Season, Best Goal, and Most Popular Player, his moment truly unmatched. Once the awards ceremony concluded, the team was officially granted their holiday, roughly 40 days of rest. But Fan Kairui could not enjoy the break immediately. In June, he had World Cup qualifying matches to play, and he would also travel across Europe with his agent Mendes. Having experienced such a perfect 2016 to 2017 season, with the new season approaching, his existing contract paying €4 per week was clearly no longer commensurate with his performances. Fortunately, when he initially transferred to Manchester United, the contract included a clause, written in black and white, allowing for terms to be renegotiated each season based on performance. Now that clause was naturally set to take effect. Actually, there was no need for Mendes to take the initiative regarding a raise. Ed Woodward, Manchester United CEO, could hardly contain himself and had to seek out Fan Kairui first. Why? Because Mr. Woodward had essentially buried himself in that initial contract with his own clause, a mandatory buyout at €100 million. Given Fan Kairui's divine performance last season, €100 million. Clubs willing to pay that would surely form a long queue. For wealthy clubs like Chelsea, Manchester City, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Paris Saint-Germain, and Real Madrid, spending €100 million to acquire a player who keeps shattering goal records on every level, it is an exceptionally sound investment. If such a deal materializes, their goal-scoring concerns for the next decade would vanish entirely. In fact, before the 2016 to 2017 season had even concluded, the club's fax room had already received no fewer than 20 offers. Among them, Paris Saint-Germain showed the most sincerity, with their bid soaring directly to €150 million. Had Woodward not remained committed to Manchester United's broader ambitions, he nearly agreed to the transaction. From a purely economic perspective, this is an extraordinary profit. Last summer they acquired him for €40 million, he delivered a trophy-laden season, and a year later, they could resell him for €150 million. However, a generational talent like Fan Kairui is exceedingly rare. Any football club with genuine ambition would be reluctant to let him go so easily. Mendes showed considerable loyalty by not leaking the existence of the mandatory buyout clause. Woodward knew perfectly well that the power dynamic had shifted and that the appropriate posture must be adopted. At present, Pogba commands the highest wages at Manchester United with £290 per week, followed by Rooney at €260 and Ibrahimovic ranked third at €250. Fan Kairui was the most outstanding performer for Manchester United last season, so by all rights matching him with a top-tier contract is entirely justified. However, CEO Ed Woodward had his reservations. He felt that Fan Kairui's period of prominence remained relatively brief, lacking the longer-term stability needed for meaningful comparison. After deliberating for nearly a month, he finally made his decision: a new contract with a base weekly wage of £2,500. Of course, this £2,500 served only as the foundation salary. Additional signing bonuses, appearance fees, goal and assist premiums, achievement bonuses, and numerous other provisions all require separate calculation. This time, Ed Woodward demonstrated substantial respect for Fan Kairui. The signing bonus alone amounts to £5 million. Furthermore, for each forthcoming season, if Fan Kairui makes 30 appearances for Manchester United, including starts and come-ons, he earns an additional £2 million. 40 appearances raises the bonus to £3 million. 50 appearances yields £4 million, and reaching 60 appearances secures £5 million. Should his combined goals and assists exceed 30 in a single season, he receives yet another substantial bonus. Considering Fan Kairui's astonishing tally of 110 goals in the just concluded season, the club added considerable variation to the bonus structure. If he surpasses 50 goals, he claims £6 million, reaching 70, earns £8 million, peaking at 90 delivers £10 million, and should he manage 110 or more, a full £12 million awaits, nothing less. Team honors carry their own rewards. The Premier League title brings £600, the FA Cup £300, the League Cup £200, and the Community Shield £500. The Champions League title is valued at £1 million, while the Europa League commands £500. The European Super Cup and Club World Cup each carry a premium of £1,000. Individual awards offer equally generous compensation. The European Golden Boy Award, which he missed last season due to insufficient appearances, now carries a value of £2,000. The European Footballer of the Year and FIFA World Player of the Year each award £5,000. The contract is extended through June 2022. An additional loyalty bonus clause provides payouts every 2 years, £5 million by June 2018, rising to £8 million by June 2020, and reaching £12 million upon contract expiration in June 2022. Calculated comprehensively, with Fan Kairui signing this supplementary contract atop his £2,500 weekly base, his maximum pre-tax earnings for Manchester United could reach £35 million next year. On a weekly basis, his pre-tax income could peak at £640, an amount far exceeding the previous top earner at Manchester United, Alexis Sanchez. He would undoubtedly become the Premier League's highest-paid player, taking the undisputed #1 position. By June 2018, including the £6 million loyalty bonus, the total reaches £35 million. Additionally, his image rights income follows a revenue-sharing model rather than Pogba's fixed weekly rate of £600, meaning he will earn even more. At the contract's conclusion, Ed Woodward and Mendes also reached an agreement. The original clause allowing annual performance-based renegotiation was struck through and replaced with if Fan Kairui remains the team's best performer next season, his wages automatically match the club's highest with all other bonuses unchanged. In reciprocal fashion, Mendes removed the mandatory buyout clause from Fan Kairui's contract. The following morning, accompanied by Mendes, Fan Kairui entered Manchester United's city centre headquarters. Having a skilled agent proves remarkably convenient. Off-field matters require no personal concern. Mendes had already negotiated the new contract with Manchester United according to Fan Kairui's wishes, so Fan Kairui's primary task was simply to sign before the cameras of Manchester United television reporters. 3 copies, and his signature was placed. Fan Kairui was filled with delight. He had calculated beforehand that excluding image rights, this contract alone could generate up to £35 million. The income of Pogba, Ibrahimovic and Rooney at the club was completely eclipsed. Even after deducting 45% in taxes over 18, £34 million would remain. Of course, the £5 million signing bonus accompanies the new contract. Given Manchester United's efficiency, the funds would certainly arrive within 24 hours. The original contract ran through June 2021. The new agreement adds 1 year extending through the summer of 2022. That midday, Manchester United's official website, Twitter and Instagram all posted simultaneously the club has reached agreement with Fan Kairui, completing contract renewal. The new agreement will remain in effect through the summer of 2022. Manchester United supporters viewing the announcement were overcome with excitement. The importance of Fan Kairui becomes clear when examining his goal contribution ratio. With this renewal, no other club could hope to lure him away this summer at minimum. Meanwhile, resourceful media organizations remained equally active, beginning thorough investigation into the detailed terms of Fan Kairui's new contract. No secret remains hidden forever. Although Fan Kairui, Mendes, Ed Woodward, and other informed parties maintained complete discretion beyond the core contents protected by non-disclosure clauses, many provisions were nonetheless uncovered. His weekly wage of £250 along with that extensive array of bonus clauses. All financial details were leaked by the notorious, yet universally recognized website Football Leaks. In an instant, the entire football world erupted in controversy. Fan Kairui's sweep across multiple championship titles had already drawn envious resentment from numerous media outlets and supporters. Now, with reports emerging that his annual earnings could exceed £30 million, the subject himself was thrust into the center of intense scrutiny, capturing all attention before the Champions League final. Fan Kairui himself had not anticipated that news of his contract renewal would generate greater buzz than the upcoming Champions League final. Nevertheless, this process was far from agreeable. Massive media criticism rained down while rival supporters and casual observers offered various forms of mockery and sarcasm. He suddenly became the focal point of worldwide football attention. 18 years old, a weekly wage of £250, ranking third within the Manchester United squad. Benchmarked against his 2016 to 2017 season, performance bonuses from appearances, goals and assists alone could total £65 million, and combined with his fixed weekly income, the aggregate reaches £65 million. After deducting 45% in taxes, he still retains over £85 million. Undoubtedly Manchester United's highest earner. Rather, he should be recognized as the Premier League's top wage earner. Scanning the entire football world, only Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, Gareth Bale, and those who departed for the Chinese Super League, Oscar Hulk and Teixeira, command higher salaries than Fan Kairui's. A youth who had just turned 18 becoming the Premier League's highest paid player. Hearing this is startling enough. No wonder the envious voices online grew so agitated and vocal. When Fan Kairui picked up his pen to sign, he fully anticipated external controversy. Thus, when disputes reached fever pitch, he remained composed and simply posted a light remark across his social media accounts: "I am worth every penny." Of course, just as some leap with indignation, others applaud with enthusiasm. Manchester United's devoted supporters and Fan Kairui's dedicated fans are unequivocally in favor. In their estimation, Fan Kairui's earnings represent Manchester United securing an exceptional bargain. Moreover, those £30+ million represent the maximum calculation, requiring all bonus conditions to be fulfilled, not an amount guaranteed every year. Even in the most expansive scenario where Fan Kairui activates every bonus provision in his contract, so what? If Manchester United were to simultaneously claim the Premier League, FA Cup, League Cup, Community Shield, Champions League, European Super Cup, and Club World Cup, awarding £30 million, that would be extraordinarily inexpensive. 7 championship titles. What formation has ever been witnessed? This represents absolutely unprecedented achievement. Not merely for Manchester United. Any club achieving such accomplishment would find players lining up to join, offering double the amount if necessary. Looking at the recently concluded 2016 to 2017 season, whose performance could surpass Fan Kairui? Had Manchester United possessed Champions League qualification at the time, they would certainly have reached the final among the competing teams. Setting aside the Champions League entirely, Fan Kairui was unequivocally the season's best player in the world. Therefore, Manchester United supporters and Fan Kairui's dedicated fans demonstrated considerable effort online, vigorously defending their idol and silencing envious criticism. Especially within the Chinese domestic sphere, public opinion was direct. Has Hulk proven himself in the top 5 European leagues? He is not. Yet he earns 19.3 million euros after tax. Then why should Fan Kairui, who shattered Messi's goal records throughout last season, be denied high wages? Oscar did win the Champions League and Premier League at Chelsea. That is undeniable. But could he score 83 goals and provide 27 assists in a single season? Could he single-handedly lead Manchester United to 5 championship trophies? Fan Kairui's sustained momentum proved irresistible. Even the resting manager Mourinho could not remain passive, publicly supporting his star pupil on his verified account. If I were Manchester United's owner, I would immediately double his salary. This young man is a unique existence. Veterans such as Ibrahimovic, Rooney, and Carrick also publicly declared that Fan Kairui possesses the capability to lead the team to every honor and that no compensation could exceed what he deserves. Even Pogba acknowledged reluctantly that numerous past matches had already demonstrated Fan Kairui's ability surpasses his own. In the current Manchester United squad, any player may be absent, except Fan Kairui. While preparing for the Champions League final, Cristiano Ronaldo also took to social media with an open message: Kairui interested in Real Madrid. I'll personally help you negotiate with the president. Messi saw this and refused to be left behind, quickly posting his own: come to Camp Nou. Everyone here will fall in love with you. Top salary straight away. Fan Kairui had become the most sought-after player, with stars from every corner vying to bring him aboard. Paris Saint-Germain, who had previously offered 150 million euros, raised their bid to 200 million euros without hesitation. In their view, Fan Kairui, with both exceptional skill and striking appearance, was clearly a far more valuable investment than Neymar and Mbappe combined. When Manchester United CEO Ed Woodward received the new bid, his heart skipped a beat and his pulse quickened with overwhelming excitement. 200 million euros. Even with Fan Kairui as the subject, a fleeting thought of, perhaps we should sell, crossed his mind. But reason quickly prevailed. He reminded himself firmly, absolutely no selling. Unless United wanted to abandon their revival altogether. To prevent the club's American owners from catching wind of this, he decided to play dumb, acting as though nothing had happened, so they wouldn't develop any cashing out impulses. The exposure of Fan Kairui's record-breaking contract sent shockwaves through football and caught the attention of those beyond the pitch. Female celebrities and supermodels with exceedingly high standards for their partners' looks and wealth began stirring with interest. Young, wealthy, handsome, and possessing extraordinary athletic ability, Fan Kairui was the very image of an ideal partner. Fan Kairui's private messages on every social platform began filling up with advanced introductions from verified female celebrities, supermodels, and internet influencers. To say Fan Kairui felt no stir of emotion would be a lie, but the thought of his wife at home immediately cooled his excitement. Better to stay focused on his career, it was far safer. By the way, Fan Kairui had barely 4 days of rest after signing his new Manchester United contract before he had to report to the national team. He needed to prepare for the 2018 FIFA World Cup European Qualifiers Round 6, hosting Luxembourg in a crucial home fixture. Before flying to national team duty, he also had to squeeze in signature meetings with several world-class brands. Following Mendes, Fan Kairui's first stop was Pepsi's London headquarters. Pepsi committed 4 million euros and Gatorade added another 3 million, totaling 7 million euros securely in hand. But this was only the endorsement fee. Additional costs for advertising shoots and portrait licensing were calculated separately. After completing several promotional photo shoots, they headed straight to Paris. Clearhead was already waiting, signing a 2-year deal at 3.5 million euros annually. More posing for photographs followed, preparing for global promotion. The next 2 days remained equally full, with Extra Gum and Vacheron Constantin taking their turns. Extra secured a 2-year contract at 2 million euros per year. Vacheron Constantin was even more generous. A 4-year deal at 3 million euros annually, plus the privilege of selecting watches at will. The final stop was Milan, where Armani Clothing signed a 3-year sponsorship worth 3.5 million euros per year in fixed income, along with bespoke suit tailoring for all important occasions. Afterward, Fan Kairui headed straight to Amsterdam to reunite with the Netherlands squad for World Cup qualifier preparation. Mendes, however, did not rest. He immediately turned his attention to Philips, negotiating endorsements for electric shavers and toothbrushes. Meanwhile, protracted discussions continued with sportswear giants Adidas, Nike, and Puma, while smartphone brands Huawei and Samsung also remained at the negotiation table. In short, the entire summer was a whirlwind of activity for both of them. Fan Kairui flew to Rotterdam to join the team, while the Champions League final kicked off at Cardiff's Millennium Stadium. The Netherlands squad gathered together to watch the match, a pre-tournament team bonding session. Real Madrid versus Juventus, a tactical battle captivating the world, but Fan Kairui already knew the outcome. Ronaldo opened the scoring, and Mandzukic equalized with a spectacular bicycle kick. In the second half, Casemiro unleashed a thunderous strike to restore Real Madrid's lead, and 3 minutes later Ronaldo scored his second. In stoppage time, Asensio added a fourth and Real Madrid defended their title 4-1. The media hailed the historic side. Fan Kairui, however, knew that Real Madrid would not stop at mere defense. They would go on to win 3 consecutive titles. But his mind was already on next season's Champions League. Having already claimed the Premier League and FA Cup, the pinnacle of European football, was his true goal. 5 days later, Netherlands faced Luxembourg at the Feyenoord Stadium, and Fan Kairui was once again the standout performer. He provided assists for Robben and Sneijder in the first half, then scored twice himself, and drew a penalty in the second, guiding the team to a commanding 5-0 victory. After 6 match days of group play, Netherlands sat atop the standings with 5 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 16 points. France's unexpected loss to Sweden dramatically shifted the league table. As long as they avoided any major mistakes in the remaining 4 rounds, Netherlands' qualification for the World Cup was all but secured. With this match concluded, Fan Kairui could finally enjoy a month's rest. Before his vacation, however, he still had to wait. Mendes had been rapidly negotiating with Philips, and a 3-year deal at €6 million annually was awaiting final signatures. Although all endorsement contracts were confidential, the media had a keen sense for breaking stories. The Daily Sun splashed across its front page, Fan Kairui's summer of cash endorsement income surpasses £20 million annually. As news of his endorsement earnings spread, the major sportswear brand negotiations swiftly picked up pace as well. Mendes privately briefed Fan Kairui Nike was offering €9 million per year, while Adidas surprisingly countered with $10 million. Yet compared to Puma's opening bid of $15 million annually, both seemed less compelling. Fan Kairui himself was weighing the options. Nike and Adidas carried greater prestige, but Puma's financial offer was simply too substantial to ignore. Within days, Nike raised its offer to $10.5 million. Adidas matched at $12 million, and Puma went even further, jumping directly to €18 million per year. Not content with that alone, Puma promised unlimited free equipment, custom-developed boots tailored to his playing style, and an annual contract escalation of 10%. Nike and Adidas were only willing to offer an 8% increase. Mendes analyzed the situation on the phone. From a global visibility standpoint, Puma does lag slightly behind those 2 giants. But the founder of Puma and the boss of Adidas are brothers. Their foundation is solid, and this time, they are clearly going all in on you. Fan Kairui listened without immediately responding. He had originally preferred Nike or Adidas, valuing their bright reputations and the status they carried. But with Puma's terms, he picked up his calculator and ran the numbers. $18 million in the first year, $19.8 million in the second, and breaking $20 million in the third. By the 4th year, the figure would surpass Messi's endorsement income with Adidas. By the 5th, it would exceed Neymar's. And by the final year of the 6-year contract, it would even top Cristiano's annual income from his lifelong deal with Nike. Over 6 years, the total would approach €139 million. At these terms, Fan Kairui clicked his tongue into the phone. Anyone who turns this down is a fool. There's more, Mendes added. The contract includes bonus clauses. Winning Premier League Player of the Season, the Golden Boot, the Assist King, or awards like Ballon d'Or and FIFA World Player of the Year. All of those come with additional payments. After hanging up, Fan Kairui did not rush to Puma headquarters. Instead, he and Mendes first stopped by London. The Huawei phone deal had already been finalized. The 3-year contract paid €5 million annually, and he had taken over as the new global brand ambassador, succeeding Messi. With Huawei's contract signed, Fan Kairui did a quick mental calculation. Philips at $6 million annually, Huawei at $5 million, and Puma's $18 million still outstanding. Just these 3 items together pushed his annual income to nearly €47.5 million. Adding Manchester United's salary and bonuses for the coming season, his pre-tax annual income would comfortably exceed €80 million. He checked the exchange rate on his phone. Euro to renminbi sat at approximately 7.74. Good heavens. Fan Kairui stared at the converted figure on his screen, the digits almost dazzling. He scratched his head and laughed to himself. Even after taxes, which would roughly have the amount, he could still sleep soundly with a smile. Fan Kairui understood clearly in this era traffic was the ultimate currency. He remembered Cristiano's Instagram account boasting over 100 million followers, with a single promotional post fetching €750 and Twitter posts bringing in around 68000. So Fan Kairui had not been idle either, diligently managing his accounts across Instagram, Twitter, and Weibo. His Instagram had amassed over 46 million followers, Twitter had 34 million, and Weibo had over 6 million. Though his follower counts were impressive, he had never considered opening a dedicated studio. After all, what he normally posted were simply snippets of his daily life, training routines, and match highlights, occasionally spending a small amount to purchase highlight reels edited by fans just for convenience and peace of mind. The next morning at 7 o'clock sharp, Fan Kairui boarded a flight from London to Nuremberg, accompanied by his agent Mendes. Upon landing, to his surprise, Ben Hughes, general manager of Puma for Britain, Ireland, and the Netherlands, personally awaited him at the international arrivals gate. Inside the Mercedes van that had been waiting, the ride was somewhat quiet. Joe Hughes, serving as their guide, began recounting Puma's history, which naturally steered toward their old rival Adidas. From brothers united to brothers divided, even splitting an entire town into 2 camps. In those days, making friends or finding a partner required first checking which brand of shoes they wore. After roughly half an hour of driving, the navigation announced they were entering Eredivisie. Crossing a small river called the Ajax, Ben Hughes pointed out a prominent building outside the window and smiled. "Look, there is our arch-rival's headquarters, Adidas." Fan Kairui turned to look. A diamond-shaped building stood by the river with a minimalist design that seemed to float above the water. Quite interesting. Ben Hughes explained that it was Adidas's newly constructed office building nicknamed the Arena. 2 minutes later, the car came to a stop. Fan Kairui was somewhat surprised. "Are we already there?" "Indeed," Ben Hughes replied with a smile. "Our headquarters and Adidas are separated by just over a kilometer. No wonder they're so close." Fan Kairui nodded in understanding. He and Minda stepped out of the car. 100 meters away in an open clearing stood a striking 3-story red building. On its facade, the white Puma logo depicted a cougar mid-leap. Gathered before the building was a crowd. Alongside Puma's senior management were numerous media reporters with cameras at the ready, all invited to witness the signing ceremony. A quick scan revealed at least 100 media outlets. Joe Hughes leaned in to whisper. The man standing at the center in a suit was Johan Zeitz, Puma's CEO, and one of the youngest chief executives in European business history. Flanking him were the sales director, deputy marketing director, HR director, and other executives. The grand reception was almost embarrassment-making for Fan Kairui. Ordinarily, a player contract wouldn't warrant the CEO's personal appearance, but Zeitz was clearly eager to show his full support. All 100 cameras immediately swung toward Fan Kairui, their flashes erupting like lightning. He was the most hotly anticipated rising star of the 2016 to 2017 European season. Fan Kairui, long accustomed to such scenes, didn't shy away. He smiled and waved generously, knowing it would translate into better photographs. Before the formal signing, Johan Zeitz personally led the group through Puma's headquarters and the nearby industrial park, which carried a fairy tale quality to it. The sprawling complex couldn't be fully covered, so they selected a few representative buildings for the tour. These included the Athletics Equipment RD Center, the Golf Equipment RD Center, the F1 Equipment RD Center, the Basketball Equipment RD Center, the Football Equipment RD Center, and the Reception Building. Stopping before the Athletics RD Center, Johan Zeitz explained, "This building was just renamed the Usain Bolt Building this year." Then gesturing toward another structure, he added, "Over there, the F1 Equipment RD Center. That one was renamed the Michael Schumacher Building back in September 2007. Bolt had partnered with Puma for over 13 years, and last year, he had secured a lifetime contract guaranteeing substantial annual income even after retirement." Walking side by side at the front of the group, chatting amiably, they soon arrived at the Football Equipment RD Center. Zeitz, speaking with the natural passion of a born orator, said, "Our Football Equipment RD Center remains the only one that hasn't been named after a star player. Kairui, I have tremendous faith in your future, which is precisely why we are willing to invest so heavily in bringing you on board. I hope that someday, many years from now, this building will bear your name." Currently, Agüero and Falcao stood as Puma's highest profile signings in football, Agüero commanding €9 million annually and Falcao €4 million. The €18 million offer for Fan Kairui represented the absolute ceiling of Puma's entire sports sponsorship portfolio. This clearly demonstrated how highly the company valued him. Fan Kairui remained composed, simply responding, "Mr. Zeitz, I share that hope." After all, it was a record-breaking contract, so pleasantries were expected. Zeitz seemed pleased with the response, gesturing toward the reception building. "Let's head over there." They made their way back to the main office around 11, and the press corps that had shadowed them the entire time immediately perked up as cameras began flashing. Everyone understood the main event was about to begin. Mendes had finalized the contract terms well in advance, but he still carefully reviewed everything with Fan Kairui one final time before the signing, giving a satisfied nod when satisfied. In front of over 100 international media cameras, Fan Kairui signed his name to the tripartite sponsorship agreement. From this moment forward, he stood as Puma's top football signing, and indeed their premier athlete across all sports. €18 million annually outpaced every other Puma athlete, even surpassing the earnings of Bolt himself, the fastest man on earth. Football, after all, remained the world's premier sport. With the signature complete, the press interview portion began. Reporters naturally wanted to know the exact fee, but that was commercially confidential. Zeitz politely sidestepped the question, instead granting a few prepared outlets the opportunity to ask their questions. Afterward, Puma provided a proper lunch for all attending journalists. Before the meal was finished, word of the 6-year deal had already spread across the internet like wings, instantly becoming a trending topic. Despite Zeitz declining to disclose the figures, the press easily surmised this was a record-setting sum. Rumors circulated that Adidas and Nike had each offered €10 million annually, but Fan Kairui ultimately chose Puma, a brand with slightly less market dominance, which necessarily commanded a higher premium. The details emerged quickly: an €18 million base with a 10% annual increase plus various performance bonuses tied to individual achievements. The announcement thrust Fan Kairui back into the global spotlight. Just weeks prior, he had renewed with Manchester United ahead of the Champions League final on a deal worth £250,000 weekly plus substantial bonuses, which had already ignited global sports media. With Puma's €18 million annual sponsorship now confirmed, Fan Kairui found himself at the absolute pinnacle of public attention. While some trusted the reporting from football leaks, others couldn't help but feel a sting of envy. He was only 18. How could anyone secure a contract this substantial at such a young age? With the weekly wage and bonus structure combined, his summer earnings alone would surpass €100 million across contracts and endorsements. Any reasonable person would be envious, yet Manchester United supporters and Fan Kairui's admirers saw it as entirely justified. His performances throughout the 2016 to 2017 Premier League season had been transcendent. What else could justify such compensation beyond his relative youth? If Nike's premier football talent was Cristiano Ronaldo and Adidas's was Lionel Messi, why should Fan Kairui settle for second place? Moreover, the offers from Nike and Adidas felt dismissive. Nike's proposal was reportedly even lower than what they offered Neymar. The season's most outstanding performer deserved the most competitive compensation. Consider Huawei. They had directly appointed Fan Kairui as their global spokesperson, replacing Messi in that role. That was boldness. Domestic support for Fan Kairui ran deepest, with the overwhelming majority viewing him as football's next global leader, worthy of any contract valuation. Some fans even predicted that within 2 years these figures would multiply severally. Placed once again in the spotlight by media and supporters, Fan Kairui remained characteristically quiet. His logic was straightforward: you cannot awaken someone pretending to sleep, and the most compelling response came through sustained excellence on the pitch and accumulating every available trophy. When that moment arrived, the criticism would fade on its own. Beyond the financial commitment, Puma supplied unlimited premium gear and pledged to debut custom-designed boots tailored to Fan Kairui's playing style before the 2017 to 2018 campaign. Social media platforms, instant messaging, Twitter, Facebook, Weibo, became entirely dominated by the Fan Kairui news, pushing even significant stories like Real Madrid's historic Champions League title defense to the margins. Fan Kairui had become the undisputed center of attention. To Puma's astonishment, the signing triggered a 198% surge in global sales within 24 hours, with Chinese market growth reaching an extraordinary 468. British sales climbed 258%, and the company's stock price surged from €288 to €312 per share during that same window, providing unmistakable market validation. Watching the numbers climb, Zeitz finally felt the weight of his decision lift. The board's previous objections now seemed muted. The $18 million annual fee appeared substantial, but the return on investment made it seem almost negligible. Production lines for Fan Kairui merchandise, summer apparel, running shoes, training gear, struggled to keep pace, and projections indicated sales would continue climbing significantly. Meanwhile, Fan Kairui himself, removed from the storm's center, fully embraced the break. He planned to spend quality time with his grandmother and finally obtain his driver's license. As a recognized professional, now relying on taxis indefinitely made little sense. Acquiring a proper vehicle was both practical and necessary. The corgi puppy he had brought home the previous year, nicknamed Banana, had reached full size, compact enough to support with one hand, weighing no more than 30 pounds. Despite its endearing clumsiness, the dog showed remarkable alertness and agility. While practicing ball control in the backyard, Fan Kairui noticed Banana approaching with evident eagerness to participate. The dog surprised him with natural ability, progressing from awkward chasing to competent ball reception and short passes, executing sharp directional changes with footwork that rivaled amateur players. 1 week later, Fan Kairui passed his written driving test and awaited the practical examination. As online interest gradually subsided, Fan Kairui shared a casual video of Banana playing ball on social media, and the trending topics immediately reclaimed his attention. The owner is a genius, and so is the dog. I'm envious. Good heavens, this dog outplays Messi's Hulk. I'd play alongside Kairui even as a dog. While this corgi is adorable, I'd trade lives with it. Scrolling through social media now served as a reminder that humans couldn't match dogs. Within an hour of posting the video, the notification sound kept ringing nonstop. Comments and shares surged past 9,999, and private messages poured in like a tide. Thankfully, he had long ago set his phone to reject messages from non-followers, or else his newly acquired Huawei device would have lagged to a halt. Around 4 in the afternoon, his phone vibrated. A WhatsApp message from Winnie Sophia popped up. She said she would arrive in Amsterdam the next morning and was free in the afternoon, wanting to meet Banana. Fan Kairui glanced down and saw Banana dozing on the sofa armrest. He chuckled. Banana, stay sharp tomorrow. If you behave well, I'll take you out someday to see the world and meet some lovely young dogs. Strive to be a charming road dog. Banana seemed to understand. His eyes lit up instantly, and he let out 2 muffled whimpers before nudging his fluffy head against Fan Kairui's arm affectionately. The next afternoon at 3, Fan Kairui, disguised as usual, held Banana and hailed a taxi straight to the agreed-upon Keukenhof Park. If you visited here in April or May, the hundreds of tulip varieties would be in full bloom and the crowds would be thick. But now it was mid-June, the blooming season long over, with few visitors. Exactly how he liked it. As soon as the car stopped at the park entrance, Fan Kairui spotted Winnie Sophia. She wore a pink t-shirt paired with a black short skirt, her golden hair glowing brilliantly under the sunlight. She looked even more striking than a year ago, with a figure that seemed more refined. Winnie Sophia recognized the person getting out of the car. In fact, she first spotted the signature corgi in his arms. Smiling, she walked over quickly and opened her arms to take the dog. Fan Kairui's lips curved slightly. His left hand, holding Banana, pulled back, while his right hand opened and gently caught Winnie instead. Winnie, it's been a year since we last met, but you don't need to be this enthusiastic launching yourself right into my arms, do you? Over the past year, they had chatted frequently on WhatsApp, and their relationship had already grown into a close friendship. Winnie rolled her eyes at him playfully. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Did what on purpose? Fan Kairui looked utterly innocent. I clearly wanted to hug Banana. You should have said so earlier. Fan Kairui immediately put on an exaggeratedly disappointed expression. Winnie was at a loss for words. This man was truly taking advantage and still playing innocent. No wonder all soccer players were so skilled at flirting. In Keukenhof Park, the two of them and the dog had a wonderfully pleasant time together. Thanks to Fan Kairui's increasingly masterful disguise skills, absolutely nobody recognized him throughout the day. By around 6 in the afternoon, Fan Kairui checked the time. Winnie, it's getting late. Want to grab something to eat? In the past, she would have politely declined. But after months of lively online conversations, they had become close acquaintances who could talk about anything. Winnie nodded readily. On a diet recently, so as long as it's not a calorie bomb, anything is fine. Fan Kairui examined Winnie from head to toe and raised an eyebrow. You want to lose weight with a figure like that? I'd say you'd look better with a bit more weight. How can you judge people like that? Winnie pouted. Isn't there someone standing right in front of you? Fan Kairui smiled frankly. They enjoyed a pleasant dinner together. As Winnie ate, her thoughts gradually drifted. She noticed the young man across from her looked more and more appealing. Witty in conversation, handsome in appearance, appropriately serious when it mattered, and perfectly timed with his playful teasing. Lost in thought, her gaze lingered on him. Fan Kairui finished a glass of water and looked up, catching her stare. He deliberately drawled, Winnie staring at me like that is making me a little shy. Winnie's cheeks flushed red instantly. She quickly looked down and murmured softly, Who's staring at you? I was just thinking about something. Really or not? Fan Kairui looked unconvinced. Otherwise was I admiring your outfit? Winnie retorted good-naturedly. Fan Kairui glanced down at himself. What's wrong with this outfit? It's quite steady and respectable. Steady and respectable, yes. Winnie glanced at him. But could you shave your beard next time? You look a bit scruffy, like a homeless person on the street. Fan Kairui cleared his throat twice and quickly changed the subject. By the way, didn't you say a Hollywood talent scout approached you before? Haven't you decided yet? Winnie shook her head. Being a star was a childhood dream, but now I think I should finish my studies first. After I graduate next year, I'll see how things go. That evening they had originally planned to watch a movie, but the cinema didn't allow dogs inside, so they went their separate ways. For the following days, Fan Kairui alternated between driving practice at the school and exploring around with Banana and Winnie. No matter how lively their online chats were, nothing compared to meeting face to face every day. Winnie knew deep down that she was probably falling for him. Her plan to avoid romance before graduation was rapidly slipping away. She even felt that if Fan Kairui simply asked her out, she would definitely say yes. Fan Kairui had also noticed the change in Winnie's gaze, but he chose not to respond. He reasoned that once a relationship was made explicit, a whole array of subsequent complications would follow. So he simply pretended not to notice, turning a blind eye. Winnie waited and waited without any sign, and a touch of wistfulness showed on her face. Meanwhile, Fan Kairui's growing reputation in Amsterdam had earned him some special consideration at the driving school. Combined with his natural driving ability, he picked things up effortlessly and received consistent praise from the instructor after just a few sessions. A road test was arranged shortly afterward. A week later, the exam day arrived. Starting, turning, lane changes, intersections, highway merging, overtaking. All of these were not difficult for an experienced driver. The key was to set aside any arrogance and follow the rules properly. Fan Kairui maintained a calm mindset throughout, even though he couldn't help noticing that many other drivers on the road weren't driving very well. The entire road test lasted about an hour, divided into 3 segments: city streets, residential areas, and highways. On the way there, he followed the examiner's directions. On the return trip, he followed the navigation. A temporary stop and a U-turn were added midway. Finally, he drove back to the testing center, and the examiner handed him a small booklet. Fan Kairui paused for a moment. Sir, did I not pass? Oh no. You drove excellently, the middle-aged examiner explained hurriedly. It's just that my son, he's your fan. He asked for an autograph. Fan Kairui smiled. An autograph is no problem, and a photo is fine too. The examiner had given him friendly reminders during the test, so this was a way to return the kindness. That's wonderful. After taking a photo with the examiner, Fan Kairui left the testing center and headed straight to the private cinema, where he had arranged to meet Winnie. The driver's license would arrive in 5 working days, and he could pick it up at the municipal hall after paying the fee. Upon arriving at the venue, Fan Kairui, wearing a mask, spotted Winnie immediately. She had applied light makeup that day, making her look exceptionally beautiful. He walked over and greeted her. Winnie. Hey Kairui. Winnie asked curiously why the sudden change to a private cinema. Isn't the new Transformers 5 worth watching? Oh, I completely forgot. Fan Kairui slapped his forehead, feigning sudden realization. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Should we go to the regular cinema now? Never mind, never mind. Winnie reached out and grabbed his arm as he pretended to turn to leave. We're already here. Fan Kairui smiled to himself, but nodded obediently on the surface. Alright, whatever you say. He had often brought girlfriends to this private cinema to watch horror movies, before so he knew the routine well. Winnie sat down on the double sofa and glanced around at the distinctive decor. Something suddenly clicked in her mind, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Fan Kairui sat down beside her, and pretending to be a novice asked politely, Winnie, what would you like to watch? I'm fine with anything. Winnie struggled to keep her voice steady. Alright, let's watch this one then. Fan Kairui scrolled through the screen for a while, and finally happened to land on the cover of The Ring. Not long after the movie started, eerie sound effects filled the room. Winnie instinctively shrank her shoulders, and edged closer to Fan Kairui. As the plot grew increasingly suspenseful, she pressed herself almost entirely against Fan Kairui's arm. Fan Kairui naturally drew her closer, his hand gently patting her back in a reassuring tone. Don't be afraid. I'm here. It's all fake. Winnie moved only slightly in response before settling into his embrace. She had wanted to watch this film for a long time, but had never dared to watch it alone. After roughly 100 minutes, the movie finally ended. Fan Kairui naturally took Winnie's slightly chilled hand. Let's go. I'll take you to Chinatown for something good to eat, and help you shake off the fright. Winnie didn't pull away, and let him lead her out, still seeming a bit dazed from the movie. By the time they finished dinner, it was nearly 8:30. Fan Kairui got up to visit the restroom, and stopped by the counter on his way back to pay, but the server smiled, and told him that the young lady had already settled the bill. He returned to his seat, slightly exasperated yet amused. Winnie, I said I was treating you. Why did you pay? You treated me last time. Winnie had already perked up, her eyes curving into crescents. This time it's my turn. Fair enough, right? Alright. Fan Kairui had no answer for her. He glanced at the time. It's only 8 o'clock. Didn't you say you wanted to watch Transformers 5? We can still make it. How about it? Now Winnie hesitated for a moment. She knew it would be very late after the movie, but looking into Fan Kairui's bright, eager eyes, her resolve softened. Then, alright, wait for me a moment. I'll go to the restroom. When they emerged from the cinema, the clock hand had already passed 12 o'clock. Fan Kairui pointed to a hotel sign across the street and spoke quite calmly. It's this late, and it's not safe to head home now. Let me book you a room. Don't worry, we'll sleep in separate beds. He hadn't proposed this arbitrarily. Earlier during dinner, he had vaguely overheard Winnie speaking hesitantly on the phone with her cousin, saying she might not be coming home tonight. But when they truly reached the hotel room door, Winnie suddenly tugged at Fan Kairui's sleeve, her voice soft and small. Kairui, I'm a little scared. Her mind was filled with the scenes from the afternoon movie. Fan Kairui was thrilled inside, but kept a composed expression, deliberately hesitating. This doesn't seem quite appropriate, does it? But I am truly afraid. Winnie's hand remained gripping his sleeve. Fan Kairui sighed gently. Very well. I will stay here with you. Fan Kairui spoke with genuine earnestness. Rest assured, I will protect you. The following morning, Fan Kairui gazed at Winnie still sleeping beside him, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. The old approach proved reliable indeed. For the following days they stayed close together, always fully covered with hats and masks unrecognizable to passersby. With his driver's license in hand, Fan Kairui was contemplating purchasing a fine car for a leisurely drive when his agent Mendez called, urging him to head to Shanghai promptly for Puma's global promotional campaign. Plans often outpace circumstances, and Fan Kairui had no choice but to adjust his itinerary, heading directly to Shanghai to reunite with Mendez. He had originally intended to bring Winnie along, but whether from the strain of recent days, she found an excuse about traveling to Sweden with her older female cousin and declined with a sweet smile. In late June, Fan Kairui flew from Amsterdam to Shanghai. Although fans knew he had upcoming activities, no one was certain of his exact arrival date, so the airport remained peaceful without any crowd gathering. He rode in the vehicle arranged by Puma to the Ritz-Carlton suite. Coincidentally, he had stayed at the same hotel the previous year when Ajax came to compete in the International Champions Cup. 3 days later, accompanied by Mendez, Fan Kairui arrived at Shanghai's largest Puma flagship store to begin a 2-day promotional shoot and outreach event. While the €18 million sponsorship fee brought satisfaction, the demanding schedule proved truly exhausting. Fan Kairui even felt it drained him more than playing a full 120-minute match. That said, during his leave he had not neglected himself at all. Push-ups, sit-ups, and gym equipment all remained part of his routine, keeping his physical condition in good shape. Time flew, and soon it was July when the summer transfer window officially opened. Many deals had already been negotiated behind the scenes. They simply awaited the window's opening to register new players in the league. For instance, Manchester United's fiercest rivals secured Benfica goalkeeper Ederson for €40 million as their first signing. They followed up by acquiring defender Benjamin Mendy and midfielder Bernardo Silva from Monaco in a combined deal worth €107 million. According to newspaper reports, Tottenham's right-back Kyle Walker and Real Madrid's Danilo were also in negotiations with Manchester City. Meanwhile, Liverpool made significant moves this summer, signing Salah from former Chelsea for €42 million and Robertson from relegated Hull City for €9 million. Arsenal, typically frugal, surprised by spending €53 million on Lyons Lacazette, while Chelsea invested €40 million for Bakayoko from Monaco and €35 million for Rudiger from Roma. However, Manchester United fan Kairui's primary concern remained relatively quiet. Due to his involvement, United's summer targets had shifted entirely. Lindelof, originally expected to arrive, might now be replaced by De Ligt. The Times had already reported that Manchester United CEO Ed Woodward had been frequently meeting with Ajax CEO Van der Sar in Amsterdam. Before new players arrived, the squad clear-out had already begun. Januzic, who did not fit Mourinho's plans, transferred to Real Sociedad for €8.5 million, while promising talent Fosu was loaned to Crystal Palace. Captain Rooney returned to Everton for free, with the club paying a £15 million compensation package. Following Mourinho's preferred 4-2-3-1 and 4-3-3 formations from last season, the team would likely need a top-class striker capable of holding up play and distributing, along with a ball-playing defensive midfielder. Additionally, they needed a right-back who excelled in both attack and defense. Wan-Bissaka showed promise, but the issue was he had not even played for Crystal Palace's first team yet. Fan Kairui kept a close eye not only on the Premier League, but also on transfers across Europe's top 4 leagues. AC Milan, as expected, had entered a frenzied spending spree after being acquired by Chinese investors in April. Bonucci joined from Juventus for €42 million, Porto striker Andre Silva for €38 million, German free-kick specialist Calhanoglu for €22 million, and Villarreal centre-back Musacchio for €18 million. The Bundesliga market was equally active, with Bayern Munich purchasing Tolisso from Lyon for €41.5 million, buying out Koeman from Juventus for €21 million, and lending James Rodriguez from Real Madrid for €10 million. Before De Ligt arrived at Manchester United, as Ajax central defensive partner Davinson Sanchez transferred to Tottenham for €40 million, while midfielder Kluivert moved to Everton for €27 million. This made fan Kairui feel that Ajax's likelihood of selling De Ligt had diminished further. But just as he was losing hope, his good friend De Ligt called. De Ligt chuckled softly on the other end of the line. "Hey, Kairui, I have 2 pieces of good news. Would you like to hear them?" "What good news?" Fan Kairui's heart stirred, but he maintained his composure and casually replied, "Surely you are not actually coming to Manchester United to be my teammate." "How tedious." De Ligt's voice sounded somewhat dejected. Fan Kairui changed the subject. "By the way, you mentioned 2 pieces of good news. What is the other one?" "That must remain confidential for now. You will know tomorrow noon." De Ligt spoke mysteriously, and although Fan Kairui was curious, he did not press further, maintaining a composed and tranquil demeanor. The following noon, Fan Kairui saw that both Manchester United and Ajax's official websites had published the same announcement. De Ligt and Van de Beek were joining Manchester United. Could Van de Beek be the other surprise? The moment the announcement appeared, Van de Beek's phone call came in, but De Ligt answered instead. De Ligt smiled gently. "Kairui, does this not count as a considerable surprise?" "Certainly. A truly wonderful surprise." Fan Kairui felt a deep sense of warmth. De Ligt still required development, and so did Van de Beek, but Fan Kairui knew Van de Beek's abilities well, and they shared a close familiarity. Once he arrived, he could be utilized immediately. That said, Ajax had essentially opened their marketplace, selling 4 key players in succession. Neither party disclosed the specific transfer fees, but the media had ample means. Without needing Football Insider to intervene, the figures topped European media headlines within 24 hours. De Ligt's fee was €48 million plus €8 million in add-ons. Van de Beek's was €30 million plus €5 million in add-ons, totaling €78 million with €13 million in potential bonuses. Although De Ligt's transfer fee surpassed the record Fan Kairui had held at age 17, he felt no particular attachment to it. The football economy's bubble was growing increasingly larger, and records would be broken sooner or later. Fan Kairui also noticed the latest issue of the Manchester Evening News, where Ajax CEO Van der Sar had purchased an entire page to write an open letter to Manchester United fans, reminding him fondly of a year ago. "Manchester United fans, I hope you are all well. This summer, it seems, we have found ourselves connected once more. Our players have become yours, just as with Kairui back then. Both Matthias and Donny grew up within this system and became cherished talents as soon as they emerged. Much like your Manchester United, Ajax takes great pride in nurturing young talents. These 2 new arrivals of yours serve as living testaments to our philosophy. To be honest, it is genuinely difficult to let them go. But I understand clearly in my heart that it is time for them to reach higher and continue pursuing their dreams. What place is more fitting than the theater of dreams? I speak from the heart. Please take good care of Matthias and Donny. And by the way, your treasured Kairui, help them realize their dreams together. With best wishes, Van der Sar, Ajax CEO." Van der Sar paid out of his own pocket to purchase the entire page, in gesture that once again moved Manchester United fans. Even supporters from other clubs were deeply touched, remarking that this represented the most dignified expression of feeling among gentlemen. Last summer, when Fan Kairui joined Manchester United, Van der Sar had undertaken a similar gesture, publishing a paid newspaper message requesting Manchester United fans to be patient with him. But at that time Fan Kairui possessed little recognition, having competed in merely 3 professional matches. De Ligt and Van de Beek were entirely different. They had already started regularly for Ajax during the 2016 to 2017 season, and their abilities were recognized throughout the football community, which is why this occasion generated such considerable attention. When De Ligt and Van de Beek were officially announced, Fan Kairui was not present in Manchester and could only follow the news through his phone. That afternoon, upon completing their medical examinations, the two formally donned the Red Devils jersey. With De Ligt's arrival, Lindelof, who was originally destined for Manchester United, redirected his path toward Ajax, instead filling the vacancy left by the departures of Davinson Sanchez and De Ligt. Ajax, with coffers full of transfer fees, immediately invested €11 million from Southampton to bring in Serbian international Tadic. Additionally, 34-year-old veteran Huntelaar joined on a free transfer from Schalke 04, and Sigurdsson moved over from Newcastle United for €2.3 million. Days passed swiftly, and before they knew it, it was July 5th, with only 3 days remaining until Manchester United's new season assembly. Fan Kairui met with De Ligt and Van de Beek at the Lorry Hotel. Compared to being entirely alone the previous year, having 2 close companions by his side now brought Fan Kairui a deep sense of tranquility. Their foremost priority was finding suitable accommodation. Of course, they did not intend to cram into a single apartment. They wished to live as neighbors. De Ligt and Van de Beek were not particularly well positioned financially, so an apartment would have been most appropriate. However, apartments lacked sufficient privacy, making them vulnerable to paparazzi surveillance. Fan Kairui, however, was not short of funds. All advance payments from major sponsors had been received. He waved his hand generously. "I will lend you both the down payment. Repay me when your circumstances allow." With that, their options immediately elevated from apartments to standalone villas. Cheshire was a popular area where Manchester United, Manchester City, and Liverpool stars commonly purchased homes, but after considering the price and commute distance, the 3 of them kindly declined. After Van de Beek and De Ligt joined the squad, Fan Kairui added them to the team's WhatsApp group, and word about their house hunting somehow reached the wider circle. Goalkeeper De Gea recommended directly within the group, sharing that the villa community he had recently purchased in the Manchester suburbs was quite suitable. Whether heading to Manchester Airport or the Carrington training ground, the location proved remarkably convenient. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them felt a gentle sense of attraction. Fan Kairui did not harbor the habit of sleeping late, but Van de Beek and De Ligt had maintained that tradition for many years. Living closer to the training ground meant gaining at least half an hour of additional rest each day. The appeal proved remarkably compelling.